Family, who understands? The plane exploded at the beginning, and I crossed into Naruto as Orochimaru's experiment. After 5 years of waiting for a system, I ended up with a slap in the face system. Then I crossed into the world of One Piece, and my 10 consecutive draws were all big slaps in the face, and I was forced to become Luffy's partner. The situation just kept getting worse. This crossing journey is so frustrating. I'm telling you, family, who understands? I just died on the spot. The plane exploded at the start. I crossed into Naruto, but after 5 years, I still didn't get a system and became Orochimaru's experiment. I finally waited for a system, but it was a slap in the face system. You thought it was to slap others? No, it was to slap me. When I opened my eyes, Yiwu was now called Kegonjuju, and I was in the world of One Piece. The system finally arrived, starting with 10 consecutive draws. I was so excited, but 10 big slaps in the face. I exploded on the spot. Beep. Welcome host to the world of One Piece, starting with 10 consecutive draws. My feelings at that moment were indescribable. You gave me 10 ninjutsu scrolls, all of which were water-based. Water Dragon Bullet, Water Prison Technique. Even the second Mizukage's Steam Danger Explosion came. Can I learn this stuff? What's even more outrageous is that I actually encountered Luffy. Beep. Detected host has met the main character Luffy. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward Hashirama Cell Fusion Degree is ready to be issued. Can I refuse? System. No, you can't. Then, slap, 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 slap. My face got swollen again. This kid Luffy, as soon as we met, asked if I wanted to be his partner. I thought, why not just wait it out? But the system directly issued a task. Become Luffy's partner. Don't accept? Slap you until you can't breathe. I agree. I gritted my teeth and said, but that's not all. Luffy has no ship. He wants to set sail in a barrel. I am really done for. I finally found a place to digest the ninjutsu scrolls, only to find that I couldn't understand them at all. Hashirama Cell, Fusion Degree. I don't have any Hashirama cells in my body. Beep. The following is the host information. Ninjutsu 0, Jinjutsu 0, Senjutsu 0, Taijutsu 0, Chakra, Amount 1, Comprehensive Combat Power 0. 5. Summary. The host is currently no different from a weak chicken. I was losing my mind. The next day, something even more exciting happened. Luffy was missing. I hadn't even had time to be sad when I saw Alvida's pirate ship. Beep. Detected host has encountered Alvida. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward explosive tag X100 is ready to be issued. Issue it. It must be issued. Then I encountered Nami. Unlocked the character card and got a reward of chakra amount X10. This time I was smart and quickly climbed up the mast to watch the show. But then the system issued another task. Help Luffy defeat Alvida's crew. I jumped down from the mast and shouted, "Who dares to touch my captain?" And then, bang, 2 tears fell from the corners of my eyes. It hurt so much. No choice, I took out the explosive tags and started bombing. Finally, I sank Alvida's ship. In the end, Luffy, me, and someone named Kobe were sitting in a small boat, heading for the Navy base to find Zoro. On the way, Luffy had a free meal and made me pay. When we arrived at the Navy base, I was about to praise Zoro, but I got scared and fell off the wall by a little girl. Beep. Detected host has encountered Belly Maribur. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward Kanai X100 is ready to be issued. Belly Maribur snatched the little girl's rice ball and threw her out. I immediately pulled out a kunai and held it to his throat. Stop, Zoro shouted. Beep. Detected host has encountered Zoro. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward Fire Attribute Chakra is ready to be issued. I'm telling you, just as Zoro loosened up, the Navy surrounded us like flies to a scent. The leader looked even scarier, with a big axe hanging from his jaw. Wow, that look will be a showstopper on the runway. Don't move. Are you planning a jailbreak? IMAX King Monka. What the heck? Why is he shouting so loudly? At that critical moment, I heard a beep in my head, almost short-circuiting me. The system came again. It unlocked Monka's character card and rewarded me with a big knife called Shark Skin. Dude, what time is it? I'm still up in the air, untying Zoro, swinging like a pendulum, and you give me a reward? Zoro was almost going crazy. Hurry up. What kind of pre-battle ritual are you doing now? I was wronged. This is system delay, not a spell. Just as the Navy's dark muzzles were about to spit fire, suddenly, Muda Muda, a strange cry, and Luffy came crashing down from the sky, bouncing like a rubber ball. Bang. He inflated himself into a big balloon and bounced all the bullets back. Ha ha ha. I told you I'm very strong. Luffy put his hands on his hips, looking so proud. I quickly took the opportunity to cut the ropes, and as soon as Zoro landed, he was dumbfounded, pointing at Luffy. Yo, what kind of monster are you? I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy repeated his classic line. Zoro twitched at the corner of his mouth, probably thinking that there wasn't a single normal person on this ship. Luffy was quite generous, directly throwing 3 swords over. Your swords? I brought them all. All 3 are mine in a 3-sword style. Zoro took the swords, and his aura instantly changed. That's great. Luffy grinned. Now that you are with us to resist the Navy, you will become a villain. Of course, if you want to be killed here, I can't help it. Family, who understands? This kid Luffy is all about coercion and temptation. What else could Zoro do? He sighed. Fine, I agree. He'll join you and become a pirate. I saw these two, and the enemies were closing in, but they were still chatting, so I hurriedly shouted, Hey, can you two fight first? Monka was also startled by Luffy's fruit ability, but still stubbornly said, if guns don't work, use swords to kill them. Those Navy guys rushed up shouting, I'm telling you, that scene was something else. I was throwing shurikens like a goddess scattering flowers, Luffy's rubber rocket was fired off with a whoosh, and Zoro's 3-sword style was incredibly cool, with flashes of blades and swords. Those little minions had never seen such a scene and instantly fell down. Monka still wanted to shout. I directly threw an explosive tag at his face, boom. The world became quiet. After the fight, Zoro sheathed his swords, and his demeanor rose. He directly gave us an ultimatum. He'll say this in advance. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you two hold me back, just commit seppuku in front of me to apologize. Luffy heard this and laughed. The world's greatest swordsman? Not bad. The partner of the Pirate King should at least be at this level. The 3 of us swaggered out. Zoro was still curious and poked me. Hey, what was that just now? A bomb? Something like that. Explosive tag. I pulled out a shuriken from my pocket. This a shuriken, you. A swordsman, haven't heard of it? Zoro's jaw almost dropped. Shuriken. Could it be? You're a ninja. Luffy was even more shocked, his eyes wide as saucers. Keigongdrujo, you're actually a ninja? I was numb. Captain, you don't even know what your partner does? Luffy innocently scratched his head. I wanted to ask yesterday, but he was asleep, and then I forgot. Get past me. Zoro and I exchanged glances, both knowing that we had to act quickly. The clown, Buggy, was getting ready to make his move, and we couldn't let that happen. Get ready, Zoro, I shouted, as I took a stance, preparing to charge at Buggy. Right behind you, Zoro replied, drawing his sword and looking determined. With a swift motion, we lunged forward, ready to rescue our captain and teach Buggy a lesson he wouldn't forget. Leap over the corpse. Though the words sounded quite impressive, anxiety gnawed at my heart. In a shocking turn of events, the unscrupulous Baki, despite his bravado, launched a sudden attack from behind with a knife. With a clang, Zoro, appearing out of nowhere, deftly blocked the strike. Truly, Zoro's prowess in such moments was unparalleled. Far more skilled at theatrics than I. The mere mention of his name sent shivers through Baki's subordinates, not wanting to witness their impending clash. I promptly seated myself to study the understanding scroll. To my astonishment, it turned out to be random. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to take a risk. Rushing over to touch Luffy's straw hat, hoping to borrow a fragment of the protagonist's luck. Understanding scroll, activate. Ding. Successfully used, enabling comprehension of any content up to 100. Oh yes, my excitement bubbled forth, inadvertently distracting Zoro, who was confronting Baki, resulting in him being stabbed in the side. Fury surged within me. Did he truly believe me to be a pushover? I hurled explosive talismans as if they were worthless scraps, urging Nami to help Zoro evade. I unsheathed the newly acquired blade, shark skin, and with a single stroke, shattered Luffy's cage. As Luffy emerged, witnessing our injuries ignited his fury. Just then, Baki reared his head, only to be launched skyward by Luffy's rubber cannon. The battle concluded, and Zoro, a true warrior, nonchalantly declared that a good night's sleep would suffice to mend his grave wounds. Observing my minor scrapes, I felt embarrassed to complain of pain. We 3 reclined by the roadside when Nami approached, proposing an alliance to pilfer Baki's treasure and the map to the Grand Line. Luffy readily agreed, even inquiring if she wished to join his crew. I disregarded their banter and delved into learning ninjutsu. It felt as if a USB drive had been plugged into my brain, allowing me to unzip techniques like Shansu, Shinshu, and Fidun, Shueidun, with a single click, instantly mastering them. Just as I transitioned into Sage mode, feeling invincible, Baki's 2 henchmen charged at us once more. Zoro, despite his injuries, faced the swordsman while I formed hand seals. Soidun, seal also. I ensnared the lion and its tamer in a sphere of water. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration, and even Nami was taken aback. Zoro's sword clattered to the ground. This truly is the art of shadow clones. Having just concluded my battle, basking in my triumph, Luffy, in his exuberance, playfully patted my back, inadvertently dispelling my sage mode and plunging me into darkness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself aboard the ship, dizzy and nauseated. I promptly vomited onto Luffy's shoes. Chaos erupted on the vessel as Nami held Luffy's head underwater, furious because he had gifted the stolen treasure to the mayor. Our small boat continued its raucous journey. Nami scrutinized the map, declaring our destination to be a southern village to procure a larger ship. Luffy was thrilled. Yash. Southward we go for meat and drink. Zoro joined in the excitement. Hey, can you two be a bit more serious? Nami was on the verge of losing her mind. I intended to claim my share of the meat, but as I boarded the ship, another wave of nausea hit me. Ugh. You can't vomit outside. Upon reaching the village, we disembarked, and a young man with a long nose leaped from the bushes, boldly declaring, I am Captain Usopp. I command 8 million followers. If you wish to disturb this village, you must first contend with us. Luffy gazed at him in admiration. Sugiwa, Zoro scoffed, while Nami rolled her eyes. What a fraud. At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind. Usopp unlocked, reward, multiple shadow clone technique. As I stood there, stunned, the long-nosed man faltered. How could my ruse be discovered? His 3 companions in the bushes fled in panic. We all found it amusing. This fellow was quite the character. Seeing our disbelief, he brandished a slingshot at Luffy. Luffy lowered his hat and mimicked Shank's tone. Since you've drawn your weapon, prepare for a fight to the death. Zoro and I exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. I unsheathed Shark's skin, and Zoro drew his sword, both of us glaring menacingly at him. The long-nosed man trembled uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to his knees. Indeed, true pirates possess a different aura. Later, we learned that his father was red-haired Shank's crewmate, Yasopp, whom Luffy knew. We proceeded to a tavern in the village, and upon hearing we intended to procure a ship from the mansion atop the mountain, Usopp turned pale, hastily concocting an excuse to flee. Having feasted to our heart's content, the trio sought out Miss Kaya, while I headed to the seaside to train. I wasn't idly wandering. I knew Clown Kuro would be scheming by the shore. Concealing myself in the bushes, I dispatched a shadow clone to confront Kuro directly. Ding! Host detected encountering Kuro. Reward, 5 chakra. Assuming I had hostile intentions, Kuro obliterated my shadow clone with a single punch. I snagged a reward, quintupled my chakra, feeling quite pleased. Now I could create 10 clones to train alongside me. Just as I was reveling in my training, Luffy and the others returned, visibly upset, stating that the butler Kuro was up to no good. While munching on an apple, I nonchalantly mentioned, "Oh, that butler. I just saw him plotting to assassinate Miss Kaya tonight." Nanny! Usopp grasped my collar, nearly shoving his nose into my mouth. Coincidentally, all the training experience from my 10 clones surged back into me, overwhelming my CPU and causing a crash. When I regained consciousness, darkness had nearly fallen. Usopp urgently inquired about the assassination plot's veracity. I dramatically recounted Kuro's scheme, and Usopp, now convinced, dashed toward the mansion with fervor. Luffy clenched his fists. What else is there to say? We shall send that butler flying. Zoro and I exchanged a knowing smile. Now it was getting interesting. Nami interjected with skepticism. But that's Kuro, a cunning foe with numerous subordinates. How could just the 3 of you prevail? I counted on my fingers. What do you mean, 3? Aren't there 5 of us? Hey, did you not count yourself? I'm but a delicate lady. How could I possibly partake in battle? Don't count me in. Oh, if Kuro's ship is laden with treasures, they shall all belong to us. Huh? All of Kuro's treasures belong to us? At that moment, I realized Nami's avaricious nature rendered her a walking ATM of 2025. Let me tell you, the situation unfolded like this. Usopp returned to the shore, downtrodden, his arm injured, looking utterly disheveled. We rushed to inquire what had transpired, and he lamented that the villagers did not believe him, and Miss Kaya was upset with him, deeming him a fraud. Nami, feeling sympathetic, bandaged his wounds, and he, wiping his tears, declared, "If so, let me deceive them once more. I shall confront the enemy, and the villagers will merely think I've spun another tale." Goodness, I thought to myself, Usopp truly had a flair for the dramatic. He would make an excellent actor. Luffy and the others were quite loyal, promptly saying, "Yash, we shall lend our support." Nami, ever the opportunist, added, "Just a heads up, all treasures aboard Kuro's ship are mine." Zoro chimed in, "I'll show you some new ninjutsu that will leave you in awe." Usopp, moved to tears, asked, "Are you all truly willing to help me?" Luffy, without a second thought, replied, "Of course. Didn't you say there were many foes?" Zoro added, "You're not already quaking your boots, are you?" I nearly burst into laughter, retorting, "Forget him. This time I shall take on 10. Usopp, attempting to feign bravery, said, "What is so funny? They are Kuro's pirate crew. It's only natural for me to be afraid." Yet his trembling legs betrayed him, making the pretense all too real. I reassured him, "No one is mocking you. It's precisely because we understand their capabilities that we choose to assist you." Luffy remarked, "Indeed, who would risk their life merely out of sympathy?" Usopp was genuinely in tears this time. We waited by the seaside for our adversaries, but as midnight approached, not a single shadow appeared. Upon reflection, I realized I had miscalculated the time. Rubbing my head sheepishly, I admitted, it seems I got the timing wrong. The full assault should commence early tomorrow morning." Zoro erupted in frustration. "Where on earth did you come from, you colossal fool? How could you misremember this?" After a brief discussion among us, we decided to make the most of the remaining time to prepare. I addressed my comrades, "Brothers, listen up. At dawn, the enemy will launch their attack, and the only route into the village is the slope behind me. Before that, I need to know what skills you possess." Luffy exclaimed, "Stretch." Zoro declared, "I can cut." Nami chimed in, "I can steal." I stated, "I possess ninjutsu." Usopp timidly added, "As for me, I can hide." We all shouted at Usopp in unison, "You must fight too." After some playful banter, Usopp began pouring oil on the slope. Nami assembled her staff. Zoro sharpened his sword, while I prepared for my fire-release ninjutsu. And where was Luffy? That rascal was asleep. Well, there's still some time left. I found a spot to lean against and asked the system, "Can I utilize the fire attribute chakra now?" The system responded, "Ding. The total chakra amount detected is 82. It can be used once it reaches 100. I slapped my forehead, realizing that even if I could use it, I had no knowledge of fire attribute ninjutsu. It appeared that I would have to rely on water release for tomorrow's battle. After waiting several hours, dawn broke. Yet the enemy was still nowhere to be seen. Usopp began to panic. "Hey, Light, are you certain you didn't miscalculate the time?" I assured him, "It's definitely dawn. There's no mistake." I speculated, could it be that the enemy is entering the village from another direction? Upon hearing this, Usopp's face turned pale. "How could that be? This is the only way into the village." I exclaimed, "Wait, there's another similar area to the north. They must have come from there." Nami, growing more anxious, responded, "Nanny, the north is where our ship is docked. Our treasure is in danger. Quickly, tell me how to get there." Usopp explained, "Just head north for about a kilometer. You'll arrive in 3 minutes." Luffy exploded in anger. "Damn it, it should take only 20 seconds. At that moment, a thunderous battle cry echoed through the air. We were all startled, realizing the enemy had indeed come from the north. We began to sprint towards that direction. Though we were heading north, as we ran, the others soon vanished from sight. I felt as though I had run for over 10 kilometers. Where was the north? When I finally spotted the northern slope, I saw Nami bloodied and bruised, while Usopp was in a worse state with multiple fractures and covered in blood. The tear streaks on his face indicated his self-loathing for feeling so weak. The enemy was surging up the slope like a tide. I quickly formed hand seals and invoked the multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, a dozen clones emerged, repelling the oncoming foes. "You worthless trash. How dare you harm my subordinates? Prepare to face oblivion. Come at me, for I alone am enough to handle you all." Ding. The system detected the keyword "one-person fights," prompting the completion of the system task 1 versus 20. Wait, I was just boasting. Don't take it seriously. Damn it. The system was inflexible. Since a task had been issued, it seemed I had no choice but to complete it. I signaled 3 of my clones to take cover in the nearby bushes and begin gathering sage chakra. Including my original self, there were 10 of us in total. Prepare to witness my power, you scoundrels. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings as my clones and I maneuvered through it, mercilessly dispatching the enemies. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked my path. In a flash, 5 deep gashes appeared across my chest. All my clones were eliminated, and the mist technique was dispersed. Oh, Captain Kuro, quite a skill you have with the silent step. Impressive. I exclaimed, it's you again. How are you still alive? He chuckled, ha ha ha. Did you expect anything less? I'm alive and well. As we conversed, I stealthily began to move towards the sea. Zhang, wake up. Captain Kuro kicked Zhang, who promptly roused his crew. Focus on my circle. On my count of 1, 2, Zhang, you will become stronger. 1, 2, Zhang. Indeed, the minions erupted in roars, their muscles bulging as their strength surged. I felt a pang of urgency. Damn it, I can't let those minions deal with me. Are you done yet? I yelled hoarsely. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra flooded into my body, and I instantly transitioned into sage mode. Farewell, Captain Kuro. I leapt into the water, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Launching this technique from the shoreline would surely eliminate everyone in one fell swoop. Captain Kuro, intimidated by my presence, began to retreat. I scoffed, continuing to form seals. You cannot escape. With my water dragon bullet technique unleashed from the shore, you will all perish. As I continued sealing, I realized I had to perform over 40 seals. Usopp and Nami, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Are you insane? This is taking too long. Is this even ninjutsu? More like a delay tactic." Just as those words left their mouths, a colossal dragon head emerged from the sea's surface. It was not the kind of faucet you'd expect, but the head of a genuine dragon. The water dragon roared as it soared into the sky, reaching heights of 30 to 40 meters, causing those on the ground to soil themselves in fear. They had never witnessed such a magnificent sight. Calm down. It's merely a common sea king. Captain Kuro bellowed, scatter and flee. The minions began to scatter in terror. I told you it's useless. I shouted at them. The water dragon surged forward, crashing into the crowd. Yet this was not the end. The water dragon continued its pursuit, sweeping away all enemies in its path before turning towards a cliff. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the sound was deafening. Even Nami and Usopp, standing on the shore, had blood streaming from their ears. It was clear how immense the sound was. All the villagers were awakened, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Luffy and Zoro also heard the noise and confirmed the direction, sprinting towards us. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing task 1 versus 20. Reward: fire release. Great fireball technique has been issued. Damn it, not again with these moments. When I regained consciousness, I found myself once more by the seaside. But this time, before me stood a magnificent sailing ship. The Going Merry. Ding! Host has encountered the Going Merry, successfully unlocking the character card. Reward: secret technique. Byakugan has been issued. As everyone noticed I had just awakened, they began to shake their heads. Usopp looked worried, while Luffy and the others remained calm. Zoro remarked, "Oh, you're awake." I inquired, what happened while I was asleep? Noticing Zoro and Luffy were also injured, I deduced they had engaged in battle after I had drifted off. Luffy replied, "Nothing special. In short, we defeated the Kuro pirates." Zoro added, "Indeed." I apologized. "I'm sorry for your injuries. I wanted to showcase my new ninjutsu." Zoro responded, "Baka, just rest. You did very well. Look, that's our prize." Luffy exclaimed, "Yes. We shall call her the Going Merry. To our new ship and new companions. Cheers." Ha ha ha. In summary, Nami was now wearing a mask of pain. Luffy must rise to the occasion, for he is the one who must build the bridge of emotions. As for me, I shall take a step back. I fear that my excessive meddling in the affairs of the Straw Hat crew might lead to their downfall on the Grand Line. Let me tell you, when I return to that reef, Hawkeye will already be waiting there. My heart raced to an astounding 200 beats per minute. This is no mere anime scenario, but a genuine confrontation. The tension, the thrill, the adrenaline surging through me like a wild torrent. Hawkeye's small vessel came to a sudden halt beside me, and without lifting his gaze, he nonchalantly inquired, "Friend, do you need something?" I boldly retorted, "Of course I have business. You struck my vice captain, and now you wish to slip away?" As if I would allow that. System notification. Host encounters Hawkeye Mihawk. Character card unlocked. Reward. Lightning attribute chakra granted. To my surprise, Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes and saw me standing on the water's surface, my head bobbing like a drum. He seemed momentarily bewildered. The situation grew even more amusing when he slipped, his black sword hastily supporting him. Sharp as it was, it also punctured the ship, creating a hole. Hey buddy, don't just watch. Help bail out the water, or at least let me borrow the plank beneath your feet. In a flurry, Hawkeye began to scoop water out with his hands. As I assisted, I couldn't help but tease, brother, I'm standing on the water by skill alone. Where's the wooden plank? And what about a basin or a ladle? We're going to be here forever if we keep using our hands. After much toil, we finally managed to repair the ship. Yet, Hawkeye resumed his air of superiority, questioning, is this technique the Navy's martial arts, Zoro? I thought to myself, well, that's a clever explanation. Let's go with it. Yes. Everything you say is correct. Thank you so much for teaching me, Zoro. I must say, the sweat pouring for Hawkeye today likely surpassed what he has accumulated over the years. Now, on to serious matters. Who is this vice captain you speak of? At last, he struck upon the crux of the matter, and I quickly distanced myself for safety. Roronoa Zoro, our vice captain, you inflicted a wound on him. I appreciate your restraint, but I must avenge him. Hawkeye now comprehended. Ah, your pirate crew harbors hidden talents. So, what do you intend for revenge? A duel with me. Once it's over, we part ways. Hawkeye fixed his gaze upon me, and I thought, that look is beyond human. Fine. However, I won't be responsible for calling a doctor if you sustain any injuries. With that, he drew his black sword, its tip aimed directly at me. I waved my hands frantically, ninjutsu, misconcealment technique. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, allowing me to hide within, and my shadow clones vanished, activating Sage Mode. I launched 2 shuriken as a test. Then, I began to seal a series of hand signs. Ninjutsu. Explosive burst. Hawkeye remained vigilant, effortlessly deflecting the shuriken. Not coming out. Are we? Then don't blame me for being rude. With his black sword raised high, he struck down fiercely. The sword's energy transformed into a colossal dragon, swiftly dispersing the mist. As the fog cleared, he spotted me standing on the water, grinning as he declared, nowhere to hide now. If you don't come to me, I'll come to you. He raised his sword once more, cleaving the sea as it parted beneath him. The sword energy raced toward me. I swiftly maneuvered across the water's surface, moving at such speed that Hawkeye's assault could not keep pace. As I approached, my left arm suddenly revealed a cleaver, striking down with ferocity towards Hawkeye. With a cold smirk, he replied, as long as it's a slash. It falls within my domain. He lifted his black sword, preparing to block. However, upon contact, a resounding boom erupted, and I unexpectedly exploded. The tremendous shockwave caught Hawkeye off guard. Before he could recover, I reappeared, once again darting at high speed, ready for another explosion. My true self hid behind a distant reef, gasping for breath, reveling in the thrill. Let him experience the might of infinite explosions. However, this technique drained my energy significantly. I felt utterly depleted. Even speaking became a chore. On Hawkeye's side, after enduring 7 of my infinite explosions, he finally seized an opportunity, unleashing his full power in a horizontal slash. I was cleaved through. I tell you, even the reef where I hid was split in 2, as my clone was destroyed. I sensed it instantly, but in my weakened state, my only option was to escape via water ninjutsu. Hawkeye raised his black sword once more, aiming at me. You are formidable. Your future accomplishments are truly frightening and may change the world. Thus, I must eliminate you. His eyes gleamed with malice as he swung his sword. The blade flashed, and my body was cleaved in 2. Subsequently, 2 splashes erupted, and my water clone vanished. Hawkeye stood there, momentarily stunned, while I swiftly activated the flying thunder god technique. With a resounding thud, I collided with the railing of the Going Merry. Damn Hawkeye. He is serious. Realizing I had vanished, Hawkeye initially intended to pursue and eradicate the Straw Hat crew, but upon reflection, he mused, changing the world? Why should I concern myself with that? That is the Navy's burden. Ah, an intriguing pirate crew. It seems the world is about to witness a transformation. He silently sheathed his sword and paddled away in his small boat. Meanwhile, from behind another reef, "Hey Johnny, did you see that? Was that Brother Licht?" Of course. Brother Licht is incredible. He actually forced Hawkeye to this extent. Shoo, keep your voice down. Be careful not to wake Zoro. If he finds out, he'll be utterly despondent. What does Usopp mean? Think about it. Hawkeye toyed with Zoro, but now he's evenly matched with Licht. Do you think Zoro's pride can handle that? He'd be devastated. Baka, don't say foolish things. In any case, this matter must remain a secret. No one can know. Understood? I never expected that my battle with Hawkeye would be witnessed by these three, and there I was, sprawled on the deck of the Going Merry, sound asleep. When I finally awoke, I found myself tightly bound by Nami and thrown onto the deck. She turned her back to me, muttering to herself, "I'm sorry, I want to adventure with you, but I must go save the village." Hey, Nami, why have you tied me up like this? It's quite limiting. Oh, you're awake? Once you get me to the shore, you can sail away on your own. Tell Luffy I'm sorry. I can't be a partner anymore. Oh, come on, it's just Arlong. Don't worry, we can handle it. Please, let me go. How do you know about Arlong? Are you certain you want to help me untie these ropes first? Forget it, ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. I returned to the cabin with Nami, sipping on hot tea. You have no idea how powerful Arlong is. His strength is 10 times that of a human, and he has countless subordinates. Stop. I know everything. If you have concerns, speak to the captain. He is the one who can decide if you stay or leave. Nami fell silent. If I were to join, she might feel confident enough to defeat Arlong, but my hesitation seemed to complicate her feelings. So, you don't trust Luffy's abilities? Or perhaps his character? Nami remained quiet. Don't worry, Arlong is strong, but Luffy is destined to be the pirate king. If he can't handle Arlong, he should return to farming. Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally graced Nami's face. Just do what you need to do, and wait at Arlong's stronghold for us to rescue you. It's as simple as that, understood? The sorrow on her face intrigued me, prompting me to tousle her hair to mask my embarrassment. Oh, and by the way, here's this. I left a flying thunder god mark on Nami's arm. What's this? It looks quite nice, like a tattoo. Hee, this is my exclusive mark. As long as you have it, I can appear before you instantly, no matter the distance. Impressive, right? Wow. Using this to deliver newspapers would surely make us rich. Hey, I left the ship with Nami and swiftly returned to the sea restaurant. Simultaneously, a clone sought out Usopp and the others to regroup. The clone quickly found Usopp and the others. Huh? Licht, what are you doing here? I was brought here by Nami. Oh, Zoro, you're awake. How is your injury? Just a minor issue. You have arrived, which is fortunate. Where's Nami? I settled heavily onto the ship, rubbing my temples, as the familiar discomfort of seasickness struck me once again. Nami has gone to find Arlong. Zoro immediately stood up, drawing his sword. Perfect. Luffy instructed me to bring her back. Before I could utter a word, Usopp and Johnny confronted Zoro, each wielding a hammer, and knocked him unconscious, tying him up in the cabin. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? I watched, feeling a headache for Zoro. These two fools resorted to hammers. Who could withstand that? Brother Guangzizu, this is not excessive at all. Our enemy is Arlong, who rules over more than 20 villages in the East Sea. Seeing Johnny's serious demeanor, I was utterly exasperated. Let me go, you two. Guangzizu, hurry and help me. You are on your own now. I growled. Zoro, listen well. Our enemy is Arlong. So what? Are you familiar with the warlords of the sea? There is one named Jinbei, who is Arlong's sworn brother. Oh, and Hawkeye is also one of the warlords. Just imagine how formidable Arlong must be. Oh dear, do we really have to face such a powerful adversary? What if we sneak away and return to tell Luffy that we couldn't bring back Nami? Hurry and untie me, you idiots. Don't worry, our side is not weak. Once I am ashore, I will definitely prevail. Johnny and Usopp exchanged glances, reluctantly steering the ship to the neighboring village. Meanwhile, I had traveled a long way and finally found Luffy. He was aboard Sanji's ship, seemingly heading toward Arlong as well. Hey, Guangzizu, what are you doing here? I'm so hungry. Sanji, give me a large portion of seafood fried rice. I climbed aboard, utterly exhausted from my journey. Although the Flying Thunder God technique allows for instantaneous movement, I had not learned it. I could only rely on my legs. Sanji was stunned to see me running over from the sea. Give me a large portion of meat too. And I want bean sprouts, a large serving. Sanji lit a cigarette, saying, just wait quietly. Hey, Joseph, what are you doing here? He came to deliver a message. By the way, what is going on? The situation is a bit complicated. To put it simply, I encountered Nami, and she might be in danger, so I can take you over. At that moment, Sanji had finished cooking. Upon hearing that Nami was in danger, he immediately asked, is it true? Is Miss Nami all right? Hey, stop eating. We need to save her first. Sanji's cooking smelled divine. Last time I'd been seasick and had hardly eaten. This time it was delightful. I finished my meal in a few bites and stretched contentedly. Don't rush. Once they finish eating, I'll take you over instantly. Besides, Nami is not in danger yet. Hearing that Nami was all right, Sanji finally calmed down. By the way, Luffy, I need to confirm something regarding Nami. You will definitely let her join us, right? Luffy, noticing my serious expression, put down the meat and firmly replied, of course. All right. In that case, you can gather information about Nami in the village. Just call for me when it's time for the main attack. To increase their anger and help them understand Nami's past, I decided to refrain from intervening too much. Oh, and about this, just call my name when the time comes, and I'll appear in an instant. I left the Flying Thunder God mark on their arms. Hey, don't draw on me. Sanji still felt a bit awkward around me, pushing my hand away. Come on, we're all men. What's the big deal? I even left marks on Nami, and she didn't react this strongly. She said it felt quite nice. What did you just say? Sanji exploded. Although I spoke the truth, the image he conjured in his mind was quite different. This guy had a truly twisted imagination. I saw Sanji was about to lose it and quickly thought of a way out. Transformation technique. Bang! I instantly transformed into a naked beauty, and Sanji's nosebleed erupted, sending him flying. Returning to my original form, I looked triumphantly at the drenched Sanji, thinking, see, you can't handle me. Turning around, I found that the other two had also collapsed, blood streaming from their noses. Seriously, why are you all so weak? Conveniently, they had fainted. I created a shadow clone, instructing it to sail the ship to find the Mary, while I transported the 3 unconscious individuals directly to Zoro and the others using the Flying Thunder God technique. Due to my lack of control, Sanji and Zoro ended up sharing a friendly kiss. What the? I clapped the dust off my hands. So, you two are seasick as well? Watch out, or I'll chop you. Beware, or I will kick you to death. Ha ha, this is exhilarating. Hey, Guangzizu, have you learned a new ninja technique? What is this one? It look impressive. Hee hee, it's a rather splendid technique. In the future, if you fall into the water, I can retrieve you in an instant. Isn't that amazing? Is that true? That's incredible. Hooray. Long live ninjas. Ha ha ha, all right. Since we have arrived at the village, you can gather information about Nami on your own. I need to continue my training. Just call for me when it's time for the main attack. Of course, I wanted to leave first. To be honest, I was quite eager to have a private meeting with Arlong, that staunch racist. I ventured alone into Arlong Park, intending to enter through the front gate, but it seemed there was a commotion inside. I quickly climbed the wall and pulled out some sunflower seeds. Just in time, I saw Nami stabbing Usopp in the abdomen. I chuckled to myself, thinking, this girl has impressive acting skills. Look, even Arlong and his crew are fooled. I continued to snack on seeds as Usopp fell into the water. Once Nami turned to leave, a soldier spotted me on the wall. Hey, who are you? His shout drew everyone's attention toward me. System notification. The host encounters the Fishman Arlong. Character card unlocked. Reward. Lightning release. 4 pillars binding technique has been issued. TCH. Turns out he's just a fool. The others burst into laughter. I rubbed my cheeks and said, hey, I remember all of you who laughed just now. So what? What do you do about it? I was distressed over how to deal with these fishmen, but now it was perfect. Hee hee. I will use lightning release to give you all a taste of your own medicine. I threw a large number of shurikens in their direction, each one marked with my Flying Thunder God seal. Time to utilize the signature technique of the 4th. The shurikens scattered everywhere, but failed to hit a single target. Ha ha ha. With such poor aim, how dare you challenge us fishmen? You must be tired of living. Arlong was indeed arrogant. I chuckled, and my figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, I reappeared at the original spot, but this time, I had sent Arlong sprawling to the ground with a slap, spinning the shuriken in my hand. I smiled at Arlong and said, "How does it feel? Hurts, right? This is the consequence of being mouthy." Arlong looked at me in disbelief, wiped the corner of his mouth, and upon looking down, discovered he was bleeding. Fury surged through him as he roared, ready to tear me apart. The soldiers shouted and charged toward me. My figure flickered once more, disappearing. They were left dumbfounded, only to hear a whistling sound surrounding them. But nothing happened. The next second, I had already appeared behind Arlong, pressing a shuriken against his neck, whispering in his ear, "I hear you have quite a tough mouth." Arlong dared not move, swallowing hard, unable to utter a word. Clearly, the cold steel of my shuriken had jolted him into clarity. "My dear friend, do not act impulsively. We can discuss matters. I can offer you a bounty, far exceeding what is on the wanted poster. What do you say? Consider it?" Although Arlong could not discern my true capabilities, he was now at my mercy and had no choice but to relent. I slowly withdrew the shuriken and flashed back to the entrance. "Everyone here, check your necks." The crowd touched their necks and looked at their hands, discovering a thin line of blood. This maneuver caused everyone to break into a cold sweat. They realized that if my blade trembled even slightly, their heads would roll. Some timid individuals had already collapsed on the ground, gazing at me in terror. Here, a small expanse of water lay before me, and as I walked, I remarked, "Just now you all laughed at me, did you not? How about this? Each of you shall deliver 10 slaps to yourselves, and we shall consider this matter settled." I gradually moved towards the water's edge, feigning ignorance of my footing. I halted just a centimeter from the water after finishing my sentence. Their eyes followed my movement, filled with anticipation as they observed me lift my foot. I was tempted to laugh at their expressions, yet I restrained myself. Damn it. I thought I had retrieved all the kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique when I left. How could one still be left behind? That brat Sanji had sharp eyes. He noticed my silence and discovered the kunai on the wall, and it all made sense. I exchanged a knowing glance with Sanji and shared a smirk. This was a matter best left behind, a tacit understanding between men. He pulled out a cigarette and gestured towards me, and I immediately felt the urge. I must tell you, it has been 5 years since I last smoked. In the beginning, it was unbearable, but now, it is merely a passing thought. However, when offered, how could I refuse? I selected a cigarette, pinched it between my fingers, and with a swift release of fire, it ignited. I took a deep drag, only to cough violently. Goodness, what on earth is this foreign cigarette? It is far too potent. Watching my struggle, Sanji tucked his cigarette away, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. "All right, next up, it's time for a date." I chuckled to myself and leaped onto the platform that Usopp had constructed earlier. Below, Usopp led the crowd, shouting, "Ninja! Ninja! Ninja! Hey family, pay attention. Shadow Kron technique." 1. The villagers stared in astonishment. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot forth, causing the crowd to scream in panic. Water style, water prison technique. I casually imprisoned one of my shadow clones within a water sphere, watching as he sank and cried for help. Utterly amusing. The following day, we loaded all our provisions onto the ship, preparing for departure. Suddenly, Sanji noticed Nami was missing and exclaimed in panic, "Hey, Luffy, if Miss Nami isn't here, I have a 9,872 probability of not boarding your pirate ship." Just then, Nami shouted from behind the crowd, "Hurry up and set sail." We exchanged glances and shared a grin before hastily raising the sails. We saw Nami weaving through the crowd like an eel, leaping onto the ship in one swift motion. Upon boarding, she raised both hands triumphantly, and we initially thought she was about to perform a dance for us, our eyes wide with anticipation. Instead, a rain of wallets cascaded down onto the deck. Nami picked one up and blew a kiss toward the shore. "Take care, everyone." The shore erupted in chaos. "Oh, that is my wallet. You little thief, return it." Hey, my ID is in there. Be careful with my wallet." Nami blushed and tossed the wallet back. "Here, take it. Use it yourself." Another day passed, and as dawn broke, Luffy began shouting, "Set sail." I was awakened, my hair resembling a bird's nest as I emerged. Hey, big brother, it's the early morning. It's even earlier than 8. I couldn't bear it. Nami glanced at me. Guang Zizu. You're not seasick today. That has progress. I roll my eyes. Who gets seasick right after waking up? The ship was bustling with activity. Luffy tugged at Zoro. Hey, Zoro, let's play hide and seek. Zoro looked disdainful. Huh? Are you crazy? Aren't we too old for that? Usopp chimed in. Hide and seek? Count me in. Hey, Zoro, are you scared to lose? Zoro exploded. What did you say? Stand still. Ha! Come chase me if you can, you bastard. Watching them chase each other across the deck, I found the day rather amusing. Nami, however, was angrily arguing with a newspaper delivering bird. Hey, your prices are outrageous. If you keep this up, I want to buy. I watched in disbelief. Hey, it's just a couple of newspapers. Is it really that serious? You don't need to save money for Arlong anymore. Ugh. Nami crossed her arms. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Just because I don't need to save for him doesn't mean I shouldn't save for myself. She snatched the newspaper, but a page fell out with a thud. We all leaned in to see. Luffy picked it up and burst into laughter. Ah ha ha. A bounty notice. Usopp grabbed it to look, regardless of life or death. 30 million berries. Luffy rolled on the ground in laughter. Huh. 30 million. That's amazing. I quickly flipped through the newspaper, confirming there was only Luffy's bounty notice, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Navy hadn't noticed me yet. Usopp pointed excitedly at the back of Luffy's head on the bounty notice. Wow. Everyone will see my magnificent silhouette. I might become quite popular. Sanji squeezed in Nanny. They featured a long nose, but didn't include me? Where is it? Let me see. Upon looking, he scoffed. What? It's just a head from behind. What is there to be proud of? Nami, exasperated by this carefree bunch, sighed. You truly don't understand the value of 30 million, do you? We cannot loiter in the East Blue any longer. We must swiftly enter the Grand Line. She pulled out a sea chart, pointing to a location for supplies. Let us go here. Lowtown, the place of beginnings and endings. Zoro explained. It's where Pirate King Roger was executed. So what do you say? Shall we go? Luffy's eyes sparkled. We must go. Lowtown. I'm all fired up. This is a great place to collect character cards. I confirmed the location and dove straight into the sea, taking the lead. QB, I have a question. QB yawned in my mind. Do you have to call me this early? I haven't had enough sleep. If the enemy is smoke, how do we deal with it? What? There's such an enemy? The smoke is emitted by him? One could say that, but the smoke itself is his body. This is indeed quite troublesome. QB seemed perplexed. I pondered, surely I can't plant trees around him or set up an exhaust fan? Haha, if all else fails, I can just blow it away. I slapped my thigh. Exactly. QB, you're a genius. But I don't know wind release. Then I'm at a loss. By the way, where are you headed now? I smiled mysteriously, to a crowded place. I sprinted and finally reached the shore. I sent a shadow clone to the Navy headquarters to wait, ensuring I could collect the character cards for Smoker and Tashigi. However, truthfully, this system is rather lazy. I have to do everything myself. I couldn't help but complain to the system. System, who else's car can I unlock in Lowtown? Give me a target. Why must I run around aimlessly? Ding. The host request can be fulfilled. Also, from now on, if there are any tasks, please inform me in advance so I can prepare. Ding. The host request can be fulfilled. Ding. The following are the character cards that need to be unlocked in Lowtown. 1. Smoker the Cigarette 2. Tashigi the Sword Girl 3. Dragon the Revolutionary Army Leader. Main quest. Assist Luffy in successfully escaping Lowtown. Side quests. 1. Help Luffy escape from Buggy's execution. 2. Successfully defeat Smoker the Cigarette. 3. Successfully assist Zoro in acquiring a famous sword. You see, now that makes sense. This is how it should be. Very well. Remember to give me tasks in advance from now on. Ding. According to the host request, this system has successfully completed an upgrade. The number of times the host gets slapped after completing tasks has doubled. What? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What's wrong with you? QB asked, noticing my unusual expression. Alas, do not mention it. I have just committed a foolish act, purely a self-inflicted hardship. I had thought something was amiss. Is it not normal for you to act foolishly? Very well. Let us hasten our departure. Good heavens, I find myself at a loss for words. By the way, Giolama, Shortly I shall confront that smoke man. You must assist me. No problem, but in my current state, my chakra is limited, and I can probably only utilize one-tail beast bomb. You only need to help me refine the Senjutsu chakra. I shall handle the rest. Oh, that is simple enough. However, in order to transfer the Senjutsu chakra to you, it must enter your body. Very well, let us attempt it now. I hope there will be no further complications. As a result, when Zhu Lama and I attempted to fuse, we were both astonished. Indeed, it completely failed to integrate. Ding! Foreign matter detected entering the host's body. Preparing to initiate self-destruct mode. What? Stop. Do not activate. I am fine. I was merely jesting. Ding! Self-destruct mode has been deactivated. Zhu Lama's voice resonated in my mind. It appears there is something in your body repelling me. Alas, it seems I must face this alone. The Senko mode I had longed for has vanished. What a misfortune. System, why can I not fuse with the QB? Ding. The current version of this system is too outdated and susceptible to detection by intruders. Huh? Does this imply that once upgraded, I might be able to fuse? What version is required? Ding. The current version is 20. At least version 40 is necessary. Is it truly so long? I cannot utilize my self-created techniques. Nor can I learn those taught by others. How am I to grow stronger? Ding. After the next version upgrade, the host will be able to freely use any techniques. I suddenly grasped the situation. This wretched system is purely sadistic. Finding it insufficient to slap me 10 times, it demands 20 before lifting its restrictions. Very well. You are indeed my good system. I concede. Amidst the jesting and commotion, I still had tasks to complete. I hastily rummaged through my system space and indeed found one. It was a water release technique I had drawn during my initial 10 draws upon arriving in this world, which I've been unable to use due to insufficient chakra. I reopened the scroll, and to my surprise, a line of small text now adorned it. Minimum chakra required is 2,000. It seems the system upgrade is not entirely disadvantageous. 2,000 chakra is just right. As per my usual strategy, I shall create 2 shadow clones to serve as batteries, while my main body confronts Smoker directly. I adjusted my attire and strode purposefully into the naval base. Good afternoon. Is anyone present? I have come to... Before I could finish my sentence, a middle-aged sailor spotted me and promptly thrust a broom in my hands. Ah, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for ages. The janitor mentioned you work diligently. So enough chatter. Get to work. He continued to lament my tardiness. Goodness. I came to challenge, not to clean. Hey, do not push. I am here to find Colonel Smoker. Very well, I understand. First, complete your task, and I will inform the colonel to increase your wages. Work diligently. The man shoved me into the restroom and turned away. For heaven's sake, you want me to clean the restroom? Although it is my old profession, I cannot possibly do it well. Just as I was about to discard the tools, unexpectedly, Smoker emerged from the restroom, adjusting his pants. Ding! Host has encountered the cigarette-smoking Smoker, successfully unlocking character card. Reward. Sharingan now being distributed. Slap, 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 slap. 20 resounding slaps, swift and fierce. I was about to call out his name when the system delivered this barrage, leaving me dazed and unable to recall what he was called. Smoker looked at my rapidly swelling face, a look of concern crossing his features. You must be here to replace that janitor, right? You do not seem well. How about I give you double wages? For goodness sake, I do not want wages. I wish to engage you in a duel. I stuttered for a long while, but could not articulate my thoughts. Rest assured, it will definitely be double. Seeing me still hesitating, he assumed I found the offer insufficient and promptly turned a corner, disappearing from sight. I hurriedly pursued him, only to collide with a woman. Or rather, she collided with me. She was crouched on the ground, searching for something while mumbling about glasses. I thought to myself, my eyesight is fine. It is your vision that seems impaired, given that you ran into me. Surely, this girl does not intend to extort me. Does she? Finally, she found her glasses and put them on. Only then did I understand what she had been saying. She looked at me, and I looked at her. Our 4 eyes, combined with my newly awakened Sharingan, formed a peculiar 6-eyed gaze. Ding! Host has encountered the blade-wielding Dasky, successfully unlocking character card. Reward, transformation technique, now being distributed. Slap, 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 slap. Another 20. Dasky initially seemed inclined to engage in conversation, but upon seeing my already swollen face, now resembling a pig's head, her compassion surged, insisting on taking me to see a doctor. I must admit, Dasky exuded a delightful fragrance and possessed an attractive figure. She supported my arm as we walked forward, and I found myself unable to resist. Her strength was considerable. Whether due to the beating from the system or her collision, blood began to trickle from my nose. After the doctor stuffed 2 large cotton balls into my nostrils, he promptly expelled me from the consultation room. I must tell you, before leaving, the doctor muttered something about LSP. I am unsure who he was referring to. I suspect it was about that knife-wielding girl. After all, she's indeed a lovely special person. Adorable and extraordinary, I understand. As it turned out, this knife girl truly latched onto me, inquiring as we walked back whether I had been sent by the janitor. Good heavens! She noticed the flying thunder god tattoo on my wrist. Am I to speak the truth? I could only weave a tale on the spot. Yes. It was the janitor who tattooed it on me. Look, a goose, a Buddha, and a dove. To my surprise, she believed me. Oh? Is there a meaning behind it? I quickly fabricated an explanation. The goose represents strength, the Buddha represents faith, and the dove represents peace. She listened astonished. Wow, how meaningful. The janitor tattooed a goose and a Buddha dove? That name sounds quite strange. Upon hearing it, I nearly burst into laughter, quickly making my escape. I must go to work now. Farewell. If I did not hurry, it would be a disgrace to delay her from meeting Zoro. As I turned to leave, I unexpectedly walked into the restroom. What on earth? Did I truly think I was here to clean? Discarding the tools in my hands, I made a beeline for Smoker's office. On my way, due to the earlier commotion, everyone seemed to recognize me. They assumed I was there to collect wages, and I passed through without obstruction. Upon entering the room, Smoker did not even look up. Oh, you are here. Here is your pay. Thank you for your hard work. Upon receiving the money, I noticed, surprisingly, the amount was quite generous. In that instant, my muscle memory kicked in, and I instinctively bowed. Oh, sir, how can I accept this? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The moment I exited and closed the door, I was suddenly awakened. What on earth? This reflex is terrifying. I almost forgot the main objective. Without further ado, I kicked the door open. Smoker, I'm here to challenge you. Smoker appeared bewildered. Surely, you do not need to go to such lengths. I have compensated you well. I laid my cards on the table. Who mentioned anything about money? I'm a pirate. Now you may listen to me properly, right? I cannot be bothered with idle chatter. This fellow despises weak pirates, so I needed to showcase my abilities. Indeed, the moment the word pirate escaped my lips, his expression changed dramatically, his body beginning to dissipate into smoke. I do not appreciate being joked with. I offered a slight smile. The Logia smoke fruit. I have long admired your reputation. I fear you may not be able to handle me. No sooner had I finished speaking than I vanished from his sight. The next moment, his fist struck the very spot where I had just stood, and in that instant, he understood I was not to be trifled with. I leaped directly to the window. Fight outside, but do not harm your lovely subordinates. After uttering these words, I swiftly hurled a kunai, vanishing into thin air. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, transforming into a thick cloud of smoke as he chased me to the seaside. I had previously stated that I would hold nothing back. Hey, you little rascal. Still trying to play coy with me? I had deliberately chosen a position only a meter above the sea surface. For my water techniques would achieve their maximum potency in the presence of water. Smoker's white snake had already charged toward me. I scattered a kunai, my body repeatedly darting around the area, akin to a teleportation. Realizing he couldn't catch me, he began to widen his attack range, the smoke enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, I understood. The total amount of his smoke was fixed. If the distance increased, the area shrank, and vice versa. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately released the 2 chakra batteries I had prepared in advance. My sage chakra flooding my entire being, just as he thrust the sea stone-infused weapon toward me. I had already entered Sage mode. With a swift hand sign, I snapped, and his weapon shattered into 2 pieces. Taking advantage of his momentary shock, I leaped onto the water's surface, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release. Great water prison technique. A massive, olive-shaped water prison rose up, encasing both of us within. Although my swimming skills were average compared to Smoker, who was like a landlubber, I was practically a champion swimmer. With a swift flying thunder god technique, I effortlessly escaped, leaving him to struggle desperately within the water prison. Observing his plight, I realized that employing this technique was unnecessary. They had never encountered combat utilizing seawater. One water prison technique sufficed, wasting an abundance of my chakra. As I checked the time, I hastily dispelled the ninjutsu, and Smoker fell with a splash onto the shore. The system notification chimed, indicating the completion of the side quest and a reward of wind, a tribute chakra. At last, my foundational attributes were complete. I rushed over to administer artificial respiration. No, rather, first aid. After coughing up a considerable amount of water, he weakly inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me?" I sincerely responded, "My name is Guangzizu, and I believe you are a good person." His reaction was explosive. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult me?" No, it's a misunderstanding. I saw you buying ice cream for that little girl, which led me to believe you weren't a bad person." He paused, asking, "Are you really a pirate?" "Indeed." "Oh, by the way, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." In a flash, I utilized Flying Thunder God to make my escape, as Luffy and the others were likely already ashore. Upon landing, I encountered Zoro. "Oh, Guangzizu, what are you doing here? Where did you just go? You smell a battle." My goodness, this fellow's intuition was astoundingly sharp. I hastily fabricated a story. "Oh, I got seasick and took a walk to clear my head." "Where are you headed?" Glancing at the naval base behind him, I quickly deduced that he must have been captured by Tashigi again to serve as a recruit. He awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm going to buy a couple of swords." He began pushing me forward. I was at a loss for words. The weapon shop is to the left. Why are you pushing me to the right?" Zoro, this directionally challenged individual, was truly hopeless. Arriving at the entrance of a luxurious weapon shop, Zoro halted, staring at the price list. I knew it. He was broke. I was also out of money, but instinctively reached into my pocket only to discover, wow, Smoker's wages. What an astonishing coincidence. I directly handed him a wad of cash. "This is what you deserve." Indeed, I had done nothing to earn it. I merely ran away with the money while Zoro cleaned up, receiving nothing in return. Those who understand know that this is the way of the world. Zoro browsed for quite some time. The ones I liked were beyond his means, while those he fancied were far too expensive. It was just like my past shoe shopping experiences. Upon exiting the store, I was unwilling to waste any more time and led him to the shop owned by the Mediterranean old man. Upon entering, I immediately headed for the 2 barrels containing the shabby swords, while Zoro was being swindled by the owner. "Wait a minute. Where is the cursed sword, Shusui? Why is it missing?" I approached the counter and slammed my hand down. "Hey, where is that cursed sword?" Both the owner and Zoro were taken aback. The owner stammered, "Who are you to know about the cursed sword?" Ignoring him, I tossed Zoro's money along with my own onto the counter. "The swords there are 50,000 each, right? Here, take it. Keep it quiet. We are pirates." At that moment, a voice called out from the entrance, "Koenai-jiwa." As expected, the sword girl had arrived. She spotted Zoro instantly and then noticed me. "Oh, ABOCI, the EFOG. What are you doing here?" Zoro looked bewildered. "Hey, is it a long string of words your name?" I quickly whispered to Zoro, "Mind your own business. Hurry and find a sword." Then, I awkwardly smiled at the sword girl. Yes, I came to clean up. Once I'm done, goodbye." With that, I stealthily slipped outside to keep an eye on Zoro, ensuring he acquired those 2 swords. Otherwise, my task reward would vanish. As anticipated, Zoro's iconic scene of blindly tossing swords unfolded. The owner, impressed by his audacity, gifted him the family heirloom, Shusui. Ding. Task completed. Reward: 15 increase in Hashirama cell fusion rate. I finally understood that these side quests did not require my deliberate effort to complete. The system simply sought an excuse to slap me in the face. Fine. I would refrain from interference and head directly to grind for the dragon character card. I quietly arrived at the execution platform, finding a rooftop to hide. Before long, Luffy indeed stood upon it, restrained by Buggy. Zoro and Sanji soon arrived. I stood up, my right hand beginning to form a Rasengan, waiting for Luffy to shout, "I'm going to become the Pirate King." Just then, Buggy raised his sword to strike. He exhibited a complete lack of martial ethics, offering me no time to react. Luffy had already begun to utter his last words. "Guangzizu, Zoro, Sanji, I'm sorry, I'm going to die." "Oh, so you wish to play tricks, do you?" In an instant, I utilized Flying Thunder God, appearing beside Luffy just as Buggy's large sword struck my Rasengan, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, melting his blade instantly. "Hey, Luffy, have a bit of faith in my speed." I kicked Buggy away, and with another Rasengan, shattered the wooden stocks, teleporting Luffy to Zoro and Sanji's side. "Let us go." Upon seeing that I had saved him, they bolted toward the port. The rain poured down heavily, and as we ran, Zoro shouted, "Hey, Guangzizu, can't you teleport us?" Sanji chimed in, "Yeah, I'm really worried about Nami-san." "You two are dreaming. Flying Thunder God consumes a significant amount of chakra. I could only use it once more, and I needed to save it for meeting the dragon. Enough chit-chat, let us hurry." Just after rounding a corner, the sword girl reappeared, blocking Zoro. "A pirate like this are unworthy of wielding such a famed sword." Zoro insisted we go on ahead. I firmly grasped Sanji, who was about to speak. "Hurry, that's Zoro's fiancée. We shouldn't get involved." Sanji was utterly flustered. "Nanny? Such a beautiful lady is that green-hair guy's wife? This is infuriating." Luffy, still oblivious, asked, "Is that true? Is she trying to stop Zoro from going to sea?" I pulled the two of them past the sword girl, who swung her blade at me. I yelled, "Zoro, it's up to you," and accelerated my escape, hearing Zoro catch the blade behind me, calling back without looking, "Leave it to me." As I turned another corner, there stood Smoker, cigar in mouth. My heart sank. I had forgotten about him. He looked at me and said, "Guangzizu, we meet again." Fearing he might say too much and reveal our previous encounter to Luffy, I hastily chuckled. "Huh, what a coincidence. The weather is quite nice today." Everyone looked at me as if I were a fool. Such heavy rain, and I claimed the weather was nice. Luffy urged us to go ahead. I dashed to Smoker's side, whispering, "Go easy on him," before making my escape. Hiding around the corner, my heart raced with anticipation for the most enigmatic figure in One Piece to make his entrance. Luffy was indeed pinned down by Smoker, and just as Smoker was about to make his move, that man appeared out of thin air. He truly materialized from nowhere. A powerful gust of wind swept through, and he seized Smoker's weapon. Smoker turned to look, his expression transforming. Dragon. A bolt of lightning illuminated the net-like imprint on his sandals. Indeed, it was Monkey D. Dragon. Another gust of wind sent both Luffy and Smoker flying. As the wind ceased and the rain fell, I stepped outside slowly, calling out to his retreating figure, "Hey." He turned to leave, and my mind raced, prompting me to blur out, "Hey, how's Sabo?" Indeed, Long halted his steps and turned to gaze at me, yet his demeanor was cautious as he deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Are you a companion of Luffy?" At that moment, a chime echoed, unlocking a character card and granting a chakra fusion card. By the time I regained my composure, Long had vanished. Though our exchange was brief, I had acquired a card, making the journey worthwhile. With a swift shunshin, I returned to the Mary, where Luffy and the others had just swung back, all gathered together. Amidst the storm, we set sail towards the Grand Line. The ship surged against the current of a reverse river, and alas, the helm broke, threatening to crash into the Red Land. In a moment of desperation, Luffy inflated into a rubber balloon and propelled the ship back. As we descended from the peak, a colossal black wall loomed ahead. It was over, with the helm broken. We could not stop. My mind was racing, summoning technique. Kyuubi no Yoko. Hurry, unleash the tailed beast ball to breach this wall ahead. Kyuubi stood atop my head, gathering energy in his mouth. Just as the situation grew dire, there was a loud bang. The Mary came to an abrupt halt. I turned back to find Luffy had used the cannon's recoil to stop the ship. The overwhelming inertia pressed me firmly against the mast, and Kyuubi inquired, is the tailed beast ball still being launched?" I managed to utter a few words. No need." just as I intended to praise Luffy's genius. He stormed onto the deck, confronting the enormous whale Laboon, launching a rubber pistol shot that struck true. We were all stunned. Sanji, Zoro, and I synchronized in that moment, each delivering a kick to bring him down. Shut up. Laboon opened his massive mouth, swallowing us and the ship whole. When I opened my eyes again, I found ourselves in a stomach with blue skies and white clouds. Not far away was a small island, complete with a quaint house. Suddenly, an elderly man with a fierce gaze emerged from the house, dispatching a gigantic octopus with a harpoon. He sauntered to a lounge chair, sat down, and began reading a newspaper. We dare not breathe. The old man glared, his aura exploding, prompting Zoro to draw his sword. He spoke slowly. Stop it, or someone will die. My word, such intimidation. At that moment, the system chimed again. Ding, detecting the host has encountered the lighthouse keeper, Kurikasu, successfully unlocking a character card. Reward, I technique Amaterasu. The subsequent events eluded me, as my mind was consumed by the name Amaterasu. This was the Amaterasu that could take on 7 foes. Akainu, come out and take your beating online. But a dilemma arose. I currently possessed only a single hook, the Sharingan, and I wondered how long it would take to unlock the Mangekyo. Sighing, I organized my recent rewards. Yes, I also had a chakra fusion card, capable of merging any 2 attributes into a bloodline limit. I already had wood release, so should I use this card to combine wind and earth for sand release? Or perhaps fire and earth for a lava release akin to Akainu? Or wind and water for Akiji's ice release? Such indecision. Ultimately, I resolved to combine fire and earth. However, just as I eagerly prepared to confirm, the system promptly displayed a red cross. I was taken aback. Was this skill truly so unyielding? I quickly shouted at the system, "Hey, why can't I use my fusion card?" It responded with the perennial phrase, "Please refer to the usage guidelines." Blast! If I could read it, I wouldn't be asking you. As I prepared to argue further, my eyes caught a tiny line of text on the card. Leaning in, I read, requires a total chakra amount exceeding 10,000 to use. I was left speechless, realizing my blue chakra was insufficient. My dear companions, who understands this feeling? Possessing top-tier equipment, yet unable to don it, is more painful than losing money. It seems I must diligently train my chakra from now on. I hurriedly poked at the old nine-tails within me. "Hey QB, do you have any quick training methods?" He simply replied, "Huh? Chakra needs training? Never heard of it." I felt utterly foolish for asking. This creature was a chakra conglomerate himself. Discussing this with him was akin to playing music to a cow. Forget it. I would check the new tasks instead. System, who shall we battle next? Any new cards? Ding. Phase task released. Successfully defeat Mr. 5 and his partner. Character card, Princess Vivi, Nico Robin. Is that all? Fine. It seems that upon entering the Grand Line, the tasks have become more precise in targeting. While I pondered, the ship gently emerged from Laboon's belly, and Luffy had just engaged in a tussle with the giant whale, promising to return. I lifted my head and noticed 2 unfamiliar faces aboard. Approaching the blue-haired girl, I activated my charm mode. "Beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before?" She looked alarmed. How could that be? This is my first time seeing you." No sooner had she spoken than a chime sounded. Detecting host has encountered Princess Vivi, successfully unlocking a character card. Reward, doubling technique, now available. I started to slap myself. My companions had long grown accustomed to my antics, but Vivi and her crown-wearing companion, Mr. 9, were utterly flabbergasted, whispering amongst themselves, "Do you think he has some sort of bizarre disease?" I thought so too. "Hey, you two, enough already." With a new skill in hand, I felt invigorated, racing to the surface to train. QB, concealed, watched the antics of my merry crew, laughing uproariously in my head, even tugging at my hair. "QB, if you pull my hair again, I'll get mad." "Oh, I'm sorry, your companions are just too amusing." I had no retort for him, allowing him to enjoy the spectacle. As for me, having just acquired Wind Release and the Rasengan, I had to try the Wind Release Rasengan. I entered Sage mode, infusing the Rasengan with Wind Chakra. The immense noise, the tearing winds. Success. Cradling the grand windmill in my hands, I prepared to throw it, but before I could, it vanished in a puff. The system chime sounded, detecting host using another technique. Current technique has been disabled. No way, sir. You're being too stingy. Ding. If the host insists on using it, it is still possible. Oh, is there a catch? Ding. Indeed. Please accept the face-slapping reward for the new skill before use. I finally understood. This system was always waiting to seize an opportunity to slap me. I consented. Ding. It was a full 36 slaps. Hey, did you hit me too many times? Ding. Self-created techniques belong to the system's version 40 function. The host has unlocked it early, requiring an additional cost. Fine, you're impressive. A risk and opportunity coexist. Huh? Finally, I could use it. Just as I prepared to concoct another orb, snow suddenly began to fall, followed by thunder and lightning. Goodness, was the Grand Line warning Nami? I rushed back to the ship to help. Nami was already working tirelessly. After a strenuous struggle, we finally reached Whiskey Peak. Everyone collapsed on the deck, utterly exhausted. But Zoro, stretching awake, looked at us with disdain. I say, with such fine weather, why are you all looking so worn out? Too relaxed. It was best he hadn't said that, for as soon as he did, Nami erupted, delivering 2 punches that drove Zoro's head into the deck. The scene was too beautiful to behold, so I quickly slipped into the cabin for a drink. When I emerged again, the sides of the ship were filled with cheers. We had arrived at Whiskey Peak, and the townsfolk were incredibly warm, offering free food and drinks. In this peculiar atmosphere, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, the 3 gluttons, welcomed it with open arms, but Zoro, Nami, and I remained cautious. I casually ate a little before slipping away. I needed to prepare for the battle against Mr. 5 tonight. That fellow was a bomb man, capable of explosions from head to toe, especially his snot. How on earth was I to combat him? Surely, I couldn't use a feces technique, could I? Oh dear, the thought was too much to bear. Water release is undoubtedly an optimal solution. Yet I yearn to explore alternative avenues. For instance, could the Sharingan replicate the powers of the devil fruit? If it proves feasible, I shall soar to new heights. Nevertheless, one must always prepare for contingencies. Given the explosive nature of the situation, I shall employ explosive tags to engage in a duel. Let us determine whose artistry reigns supreme. Perched upon the rooftop, I observed the sky descend into darkness, aware that Zoro's performance of the 100-person slash was about to commence. I shall not overshadow him. Let him test his new blade. I called out to QB. Come forth and witness the prowess of our vice-captain. QB seemed invigorated. Oh, the lad with 3 swords? Speaking of which, we have a samurai named Mitsuhana, whose swordsmanship is unparalleled, leaving even ninjas in dismay. He also informed me that samurais can imbue their blades with chakra, significantly increasing their potency. A sudden realization struck me. During my encounter with Mihawk, he had clearly held back. I had foolishly believed myself nearly invincible. How embarrassing. In that moment, I comprehended that I could no longer recklessly reveal all my ninjutsu. I must retain a trump card and employ strategy. While I was engrossed in reflection, Zoro had already concluded his battle. Remarkably efficient. This indicated that Mr. 5 was approaching. I hastily utilized the flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the port, transforming into Naruto's likeness, standing boldly in the middle of the road. Indeed, 2 figures, one with an explosive hairstyle and the other wielding an umbrella, strolled over leisurely, as if gracing a red carpet. Hey, you there, blocking the way, do you seek death? Precisely, who are you? If you've encountered Naruto, we are compatriots. I mimicked Naruto's tone and declared dramatically, I'm a man destined to become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. QB smacked me in the head. What nonsense is this? Disregarding him, I shouted across to Mr. 5. So, you are the bomb specialist? What a coincidence. I also excel in demolition. Shall we compare skills? With that, I activated my Sharingan, gripping an explosive tag laden kunai tightly. To my astonishment, he replied, I'm too busy with Boss S mission to play with you. I quickly devised a provocation. Isn't it merely the exposure of your boss's identity? I know who those 2 are. Once we finish our bout, I shall assist you in silencing them. That must suffice, right? Indeed, upon hearing this, their expressions shifted, glancing at each other, and the murderous intent surged. It appears you genuinely wish to meet your end. I paid them no mind. The moment the kunai was launched, I employed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing, reappearing. I found myself behind them, akin to a specter, affixing an explosive tag to each of them while leaving a coordinate. When I returned to my original position, they were convinced they had been hallucinating in the dark. Mr. 5 taunted me. "Hey, do you intend to trip me with that pile of junk?" I smiled faintly, forming a single-handed seal. Explode. Boom! Boom! The resounding blast sent both of them crashing to the ground. Without delay, I executed another flying thunder god technique, appearing beside the woman, seizing her hand and ruthlessly pinning her to the ground with my kunai, threatening. "Remember, you are already dead. Remain still, dare to move, and I shall not hesitate to sever your throat." My kunai hovered near her delicate neck, and she was reduced to tears from fright. Satisfied, I turned to Mr. 5. "Hey, stop feigning death. Your partner has met his demise. Now it is your turn." He struggled to rise, a significant portion of flesh blown from his leg, blood gushing forth. His gaze fixed on me. He suddenly smeared his hand over the wound and flung the bloody chunk in my direction. Bang! 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 Blood drop bombs. Quite powerful indeed. He believed he had obliterated me, grinning triumphantly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, I had activated my Sharingan. As he extended his hand, I anticipated his actions. The trajectory of those blood droplets unfolded before me in slow motion. Before he even realized where the blood would land, I had already teleported behind him using the flying thunder god technique. His smile froze. I whispered softly in his ear, "You're already dead." Simultaneously, one hand placed an explosive tag on his neck to capture his attention, while the other swiftly covered him in tags. Once this was accomplished, I began to retreat slowly. My eyes locked on him, a devilish smile gracing my face. He dare not move. In truth, I had exhausted my chakra. The 3 uses of the flying thunder god technique and the continuous activation of my Sharingan had left me merely holding on, betting on his fear. Once out of their sight, I could no longer maintain my transformation, collapsing to the ground. Only when they saw me retreating did they dare to tear off the explosive tags from their necks, scrambling away in haste. Just as I fell unconscious, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Mission accomplished successfully. Reward. 10 chakra units, now distributing. Just as I succumbed to unconsciousness, the system insisted on waking me. This service was far too attentive, truly the best wake-up call of 2025. The commotion caught the attention of Nami, who was treasure hunting. Upon seeing me, she hurriedly dragged me back. I awoke under the weight of Luffy, who had ballooned into a sphere from his recent feast, crashing down upon me, causing me to spew a mouthful of blood. "Oh, Light, what brings you here?" "Luffy, you rascal, get off me at once." Once I regained my composure, I discovered that Luffy and Zoro were brawling again. I ignored them, approaching Mikasa, seizing her water bottle for Karu and gulping it down. Mikasa was astonished. "You? How do you know Karu's name?" I cautiously replied. There's a fellow named Mr. 5. Seems he was looking for you." As expected, Mikasa and her bodyguard, Ikarim, tensed immediately. "Oh, fret not. I have dealt with them. However, it appears Crocodile is already aware of your identities." This revelation shocked them further. Ikarim, ever the vigilant bodyguard, quickly regained his composure, inquiring about my name, attempting to extract information. I had no desire for elaborate dialogue. I stated plainly, "You have undoubtedly been exposed. Hasten to devise a plan." Upon hearing this, he proposed a business arrangement with me. "Business?" I shouted towards Nami, who was busy dispatching Luffy and Zoro. "Nami, a business opportunity has arisen." Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention, and she rushed over. I introduced her. "This is Mikasa, the fugitive princess of Alabasta. And this is her bodyguard, Ikarim. You two converse." With that, I turned to seek sustenance. After satisfying my hunger, I opened the system panel and was astonished to find my chakra had reached 10,000. Goodness, such immense fortune has finally graced me. The reward arrived at the most opportune moment. I chuckled, rubbing my hands together. System, activate the chakra fusion card. Water attribute plus wind attribute. Ding. Successfully used. Acquiring a new bloodline limit. Ice release. How delightful. With ice release Could I traverse the frozen sea towards Raftel? No more fears of seasickness. How exhilarating. Just as I reveled in my newfound abilities, a tremendous explosion erupted. Ikarim's bait ship was obliterated. Luffy stormed in, his face contorted with rage. Grasping Usopp by the nose and Sanji by the leg, barreling through the wall towards the ship. I hurried to follow. On board. A sultry voice echoed. It's quite a feat to set sail safely. Turning around, I beheld her, a cowgirl hat, purple leather coat. A 28-year-old, sophisticated woman. Nico Robin made her entrance. I gazed at her, internally exclaiming, "Sister, I am smitten." She scrutinized me in return, smiling. It is rather rude to regard a lady with such a gaze. Ding! Host has encountered Nico Robin, successfully unlocking character card. Reward: water release. Water transformation technique, now distributing. To my surprise, Robin observed my frantic self-harm, taken aback, yet she smiled charmingly. I merely jest. There is no need for such severe self-punishment. Wow, the elder sister speaks with such gentleness. Ultimately, Robin left behind a permanent pointer, intending for us to bypass Little Garden, which our Captain Luffy decisively declined, crushing it. The following day, a new mission arrived. Defeat Mr. 3 to unlock the character cards for the Giant's Dory and Broggy. The rewards shall soon be mine. Upon landing in Little Garden, Luffy dashed off with a bento to embark on an adventure, while Zoro and Sanji ventured to compete in a hunting match. As I was about to disembark, I was firmly restrained by the timid duo of Nami and Usopp, who exclaimed, "Kozo, you absolutely must not leave. There are surely monsters here." I pointed to the flying thunder god mark on their wrists and reassured them, "Do not worry. Should danger arise, simply call for me, and I shall arrive in an instant." With that, I vanished in a flash. I recalled that Mr. 3's lair was located within a forest cottage, and as he possessed the candle fruit, he was essentially my natural nemesis. After a prolonged search, I finally located it. To impress, I transformed into Sasuke and knocked on the door. A little girl holding an easel opened it, and upon seeing my handsome visage, she was instantly taken aback. Inside, Mr. 3, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "You arrived just in time. I have freshly brewed tea. Would you care for a cup?" I graciously accepted, entering and taking a seat. I glanced at the iconic 3 atop his head and sipped the tea, exclaiming, "Wow, this tea is delightful." "Thank you, Mr. 3. Upon hearing his name, he immediately grew wary, asking, "How do you know I am Mr. 3? I was at a loss for words, replying, "Did you not say so yourself? Why then do you refer to me as Mr. 3? Is there not a 3 on your head?" He chuckled awkwardly, took another sip of tea, and suddenly threw down his cup, declaring, "I almost let you deceive me. Now that you know my true identity, you cannot be allowed to live." Calmly, I took another sip of tea, feeling parched. "What identity? Spare me the nonsense. Do you not already know I am a senior agent of Baroque Works? Hey, you said it yourself." This fellow seemed rather dim-witted, as he immediately launched an attack. Candle Prison. Attempting to confine me, I unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, instantly melting the wax. Mr. 3 was left dumbfounded. A devil fruit user? He assumed I wielded fire and attempted to flee. Amused, I decided to test my newly upgraded Sharingan. How about this? I won't use fire. Let's exchange blows once more. You brought this upon yourself. He activated his candle fruit again, and I swiftly dodged, then turned back, my eyes transforming to crimson. Sharingan. Behold my gaze. Genjutsu. Mr. 3 reflexively looked into my eyes. His movements halted instantaneously, his body weakened, and he collapsed with rolling eyes. Ding. Successfully defeated Mr. 3. Reward: 1 Sharingan upgrade card. Smack. 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 I was slapped in the face by the visage of the second pillar, while the little girl beside me appeared even more captivated, prompting me to use my Sharingan to render her unconscious as well. I promptly utilized the upgrade card, successfully enhancing my Sharingan to double Tomo. Task completed. I transformed back into my original form and returned to the ship. Next, I intended to seek out the 2 giants. Although the system did not assign me a task, I was eager to compare my multiplication technique with theirs to see if I could grow larger. When I finally found them, they were engaged in a duel, the sound of clashing weapons echoing thunderously. "Hey, Kozo! Over here! Hurry and get me out!" Huh? I seemed to hear someone calling my name. I glanced around but saw no one. "Down here, you fool! Down here!" After cursing Luffy, I peeked down and was astonished to see him flattened under a massive boulder, groaning and mumbling about explosions and battles, urging me to rescue him. "Luffy, could you not articulate your thoughts clearly in one go? Are we playing an escape room here?" Thankfully, Vivi was astute and succinctly explained the situation. It turned out that the giant Dory had consumed spiked alcohol and was now injured in battle. Luffy, in his usual reckless manner, insisted on stopping the duel, resulting in Dory suppressing him with a rock. I looked up and saw that Dory was indeed in a precarious state, his steps unsteady, akin to someone intoxicated. Broggy seized the opportunity, swinging his massive axe to deliver a decisive blow to Dory. I thought to myself, if that axe connected, the giant would surely perish. Multiplication technique. In an instant, I transformed into a towering 25-meter giant and delivered a punch to Broggy's axe. The sound of impact reverberated, ringing in my ears. Who dares to interrupt the duel of Elbaf warriors? The two old men bellowed at me, nearly sending me away with their fury. Ding! The system notification sounded, indicating that I encountered Dory and Broggy, unlocking their character cards and rewarding me with wind release, wind cutter technique. What nonsense, merely a fool. Get lost, lest you be drenched in blood. My temper flared. Had it not been for Luffy's plea, I would have cared little for the squabbles of these ancient relics. Yet, alas, I was bound by my caretaker's fate. Gentlemen, let's pause the battle. Your duel has been tampered with. It is no longer fair. Such a contest does not deserve the blessings of the god of Elbaf. You little brat, what did you say? Dare to blaspheme the god of Elbaf? I'll cleave you in two. After Broggy shouted, he looked down to find his axe missing and instead grabbed his shield, hurling it at me. I thought, if I did not show him a thing or two, he might truly believe I am a pushover. Empowered by the multiplication technique, I struck Broggy's shield with a punch. I anticipated a balanced exchange, but to my astonishment, it was excruciatingly painful. My arm felt as though it might shatter. Nonetheless, I successfully halted him. Broggy stared at me in bewilderment, while Dory spat out blood. Who on earth are you? I quickly deactivated the multiplication technique, concealing my hands behind my back, frantically using healing techniques to recover, and then feigned nonchalance as I explained, "Brother Dory, the alcohol you consumed was tampered with. This battle has gone awry." Dory abruptly interrupted. "Silence. What do you, a mere child, know of divine will? This is the choice of the god of Elbaf." I thought to myself, this old man is truly obstinate. Very well. Even so, Broggy has the right to be informed. Now that he knows the truth, how you choose to proceed is your own affair. I must rescue my captain now. Farewell. My hand throbbed with pain, nearly losing sensation as I hurried to Luffy's side, my other hand forming a Rasengan. "Luffy, wait for me. I shall free you this instant." Luffy did not forget to praise me. "Kozo, you are amazing. To think you could withstand a giant's blow." I thought to myself, you know not of my struggles. I am merely holding on. Vivi, however, was quite perceptive and did not expose my facade. Once Luffy was freed, he howled to the heavens, "Which scoundrel dares to poison the drink? I will not spare him." I was utterly drained, having exhausted my chakra through the multiplication technique, healing techniques, and the Rasengan. I collapsed to the ground when suddenly an explosion resonated from the forest's edge, spreading towards me. Luffy and Vivi were thrown back by the blast. As the smoke cleared, the two emerged slowly. Explosive hair, wielding an umbrella. I muttered in disbelief, "You truly dare to come?" As I uttered these words, my consciousness began to blur, and my entire body ached. Was this the sensation of being bombarded by explosives? My chakra was depleted, and my clones had all vanished. The battle experiences relayed back from my clones nearly overwhelmed me. The pain in my arm kept me barely conscious. And then Mr. 3 appeared, sealing us with wax. My teeth ground in frustration. Had I not been in this pitiful state, Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 would surely have knelt and called me father. Apologies, everyone, for my unconventional entrance. Baroque Works is currently operating online, so please do not move hastily. Mr. 3, with a cup of red tea in hand, leaned against a tree, attempting to exude superiority. Hey, Mr. 3, Vivi and the Straw Hat Boy have already been captured. We must proceed with our task without your interference. Wah wah wah. You can take those few, but I shall take these 2 giants to exchange for a bounty. They are worth 200 million berries. Bound tightly by Mr. 3, I decided to attempt entering Sage mode. While they were distracted, I quietly gathered my chakra. Mr. 3 was still arguing with Broggy, while Mr. 5 dragged Vivi deeper into the forest. I was growing frantic, yet I could not enter Sage mode. Typically, it was quite effortless when my clones did it. Why was it so challenging for me? Mr. 3 summoned a colossal candlestick, spinning it to release countless wax particles. It was only later that I comprehended how difficult it was to enter the Sage mode with a restless heart. As we teetered on the brink of becoming waxen specimens ourselves, Zoro raised his sword, glancing at me askance. Hey, Kozo, are you not done yet? Just hold on. Don't act rashly. I understood his intention to sever his own foot and swiftly eliminate the adversary to save us. How could I allow him to do such a thing? The more anxious one becomes, the further one strays from the desired state. Spotting that explosive-haired figure, a sudden epiphany struck me. There were indeed methods that did not require chakra. I hastily retrieved an explosive tag from my spatial storage, my hands bound. I could only toss it in front of me. There was no time for hesitation. A series of explosions erupted, leaving me battered and bloodied, yet finally able to move. I hurled numerous explosive tags towards Zoro and Luffy. Boom, boom, boom. Luffy, Zoro, annihilate them. Understood. With these 2 brutes, oh no, these 2 fine gentlemen, I felt reassured. Though I was gravely injured and my vulnerabilities exposed, my chakra depleted to the point of rendering me powerless. It seemed I would need to devise alternative strategies moving forward. Merging with the QB was not permitted. Was it possible to store the chakra I seldom used? Ah, the Een seal, the one on Tsunade's forehead. I need not be as extreme as Tsunade. A little reserve would suffice. I must also intensify my practice in Sage mode. While I planned for the future, Luffy and Zoro had already concluded their battle. Although they had vanquished the enemy, our companions were still doomed to the fate of being encased in wax. These 2 talents stood before the waxen puppet, one preparing to strike with a blade, the other with a fist. I was filled with ire, launching myself forward, delivering a punch to each of their heads, sending them flying. Do you wish to kill them? Get lost. After a brief respite, regaining some chakra, I could still manage a small fireball jutsu. Having successfully rescued everyone, we commenced a barbecue party. Sanji arrived with a permanent record pointer. We were ready to head to Alabasta. Truly, a series of joyous events. After feasting, we set sail once more. Under my healing techniques, everyone regained their health. As for Nami's viral infection, I was utterly powerless and could only pretend not to see. Just as the Mary set sail from the harbor, a gigantic goldfish appeared. The sort that Usopp had boasted about, capable of swallowing entire islands. I knew someone would intervene, remaining unflustered, teasing Usopp, long nose. Did you not claim you could slay it with a single sword stroke? Care to try again? Stop talking nonsense. I was just bragging. Who knew such a creature actually existed? A furious roar echoed behind me. Baku Koku. Under the immense shockwave, the Mary soared into the sky. 2 giants unleashed their full power, the Baku Koku, instantly piercing through the beast of Food Island, and our ship ascended once more. I approached Zoro. Could you withstand that previous strike? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to die? Zoro, ever modest, perhaps could not foresee that 2 years hence he would indeed be able to withstand such an attack. If I were in his place, how would I counter that? I wondered if the 5-fold Rashomon would suffice. I should have tested it earlier. By the way, Zoro, how do you feel about your swordsmanship now? What? Are you interested in using a sword? No, I was merely curious if you could strike distant foes with your blade. Well, I can't really do that. As Sanji passed by, he chimed in. You could always throw your sword. You have 3 of them anyway. What are you talking about, you fool? I laughed heartily as I walked away. Glancing back, I caught Zoro's expression as he eyed the giant, and then glanced at his swords. I knew he was contemplating. I must not elaborate too much, lest his pride be wounded. However, at the very least, I had planted the seed of a cutting technique in Zoro's mind. The Mary sailed across the tranquil sea, and the expressions of those aboard varied. Luffy and Usopp fantasized about adventures with the giants. Vivi was weighed down with worries about her nation's safety. Zoro was diligently training. I was at the stern, practicing Sage Mode. Suddenly, Nami's virus flared up, her vision blurred, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Her temperature soared to 40 degrees. My healing techniques were ineffective. We had to find a doctor within 5 days. Otherwise, Nami would perish. Nami struggled to sit up, pulling out a newspaper, proclaiming that 1 million people in Alabasta were on the brink of war, and the best course of action was to head directly to Alabasta. Vivi stared in shock at the newspaper. We anxiously watched her, the atmosphere in the cabin heavy. Nami insisted she was merely suffering from heat stroke, and that it was not a significant issue, stepping out of the cabin to direct our course. After a while, Vivi decided to save Nami first before heading to Alabasta. Everyone cheered up. I chuckled. Luffy, there's actually another method. I carried Nami on my back, running across the frozen sea alongside Luffy. My apologies, Kozo, I have burdened everyone. Nami surprisingly felt guilt. Don't think like that, you fool. Just take a nap and you'll be fine. Exactly. Nami, don't worry. I'm here for you. Nami managed a weak smile before drifting back to sleep. Though Nami was not heavy, carrying her while traversing the frozen sea was quite taxing. Hey, Kozo, let us switch. You handle the surface, and I'll take care of the rest. I agreed, and indeed our pace quickened significantly. By the way, Kozo, do you think Vivi and the others are all right? They should be fine. Sanji and Zoro are with them. There shouldn't be any formidable foes pursuing us on this route. And I have my clones aboard to handle any issues. That's good. Wow, look over there. An island. Ding. A phase mission was issued. Successfully assist Luffy in finding Chopper. Character card. Dr. Kureha. It seems we have arrived at Chopper's territory. Luffy, do you see that chimney-like mountain? I see it. What of it? Haha. No matter what happens, you carry Nami up, and I'll handle the rest. Understood. Luffy accelerated once again, dashing towards the shore. Hey, don't run so fast. I can hardly keep up on this frozen sea. We were nearing the shore. My chakra surged, preventing Luffy from plunging into the sea. Watching Luffy safely reach the shore, I felt relieved and hurried to catch up, internally grumbling about his lack of consideration. Just as Luffy steadied himself, dozens of ominous gun barrels were aimed at him. A burly man in a green military coat blocked Luffy's path. Who are you? What brings you here? I squinted closely and realized, the Guardian of the Kingdom. Dalton, you truly know how to play? I plopped down on the ground, leaning against Luffy, gasping for breath as if my lungs were on fire. The last time I exerted myself like this was during the school sports day. The villagers, seeing Luffy as a companion, grew even more vigilant. We are here to find a doctor. My companion is gravely injured, Luffy desperately explained. But the villagers were like startled birds, eyeing us nervously. After resting for a moment, I nudged Luffy and whispered, remember what I mentioned earlier? Luffy recalled my instruction for him to simply run up the mountain and ignore everything else. He chuckled and took a step forward when suddenly, a villager's gun misfired. The bullet grazed my arm, tearing away a piece of flesh and embedding itself in the snow. I was furious. Why target me when Luffy was such a large target? I turned on my heels, hands swiftly forming seals. Ninjutsu, wind release, wind cutter technique. A powerful gust of wind, chakra, swept through, instantly shattering the gun in the villager's hand. Luffy, go. I'll handle this. Luffy did not hesitate, striding past the encirclement, carrying Nami up the mountain. In the frigid air, his voice rang out, OSU. We'll leave first. You explain things to them. Rest assured, Captain. He chuckled. He excelled at explanations. Seeing Luffy flee, Dalton immediately entered a combat stance, crouching to charge after him. I swiftly moved, positioning myself in front of Dalton. Sir, where are you in such a hurry to go? It is imperative that he does not pass. What if he encounters Luffy? What will happen to Nami? Without uttering a word, Dwalin transformed into his animal form, his eyes blazing with fury, and began to paw the ground, ready to charge. He directly utilized his devil fruit powers, morphing into a black bull. I clasped my hands together and summoned water release. Water barrier. Instantly, Dwalin was enveloped in a cylindrical curtain of water. As a wielder of a devil fruit, He harbored an innate fear of water and was thus rendered immobile. Mr. Bull, do not be anxious. It is not too late to listen to me before you depart. The villagers stood frozen in place. I have already stated that we are here to seek a doctor. How can you not trust me? Furthermore, that man who shot at me was clearly nervous. He was not a regular soldier, and he accidentally discharged his weapon. Upon being called out, he stepped back in fright, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing his terrified demeanor, my desire to strike him dissipated. What is there to argue with the villagers about? They are not pirates. With a sigh, I conceded, very well, you have injured me, but I shall overlook it. You may remain here. Once the doctor has seen you, you can leave. With that, I vanished from sight. The villagers gathered around WhoJoined, uncertain of how to rescue him. This technique would automatically dissipate after I had distanced myself. Once WhoJoined emerged, the villagers inquired about his well-being. Learning that I had not harmed them, he felt relieved. What shall we do now, WhoJoined-san? Should we pursue them? Judging by their attire, it did not seem like a premeditated attack. They likely were indeed here for medical reasons. You remain on guard here. I will investigate. He sprinted again towards Luffy. Just as I reached Luffy, I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see the black bull on our trail once more. Luffy, you go ahead. I will hold him off. I halted, awaiting the bull's advance. You troublesome creature. You are quite persistent. I let you off just now. Why do you still cling to us? I have already stated we are here for medical assistance. WhoJoined came to a stop and tossed me a bundle. Confused, I caught it and opened it, only to find a thick winter coat. What a surprise. I had just been contemplating a fight, and now he offers me a coat. Ah, your attention to detail is commendable. He pointed to my bleeding shoulder. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I quickly thought of a way to respond. Thank you. As a gesture of reciprocity, I shall provide you with a piece of information. Your King Wapol has been sighted in nearby waters. If you wish to prevent his landing, make preparations promptly. For one who is well-versed in the storyline, this was essentially free intelligence. After conveying this, I turned and resumed my journey. Behind us, several pairs of blood-red eyes watched us, filled with fury. Luffy and I donned the winter coats, which significantly increased our speed. Gradually, I sensed a presence closing in around us. Suddenly, a white figure leaped from the snow, barreling towards us. It was Raven. These rabbits were larger than polar bears, swift and irritable. What on earth is that? Luffy prepared to stop and investigate, but I quickly intervened. Do not stop. Keep running. I will handle them. Them? Were they? A particularly ferocious breed of rabbit. Do not concern yourself. Having dispatched Luffy, I knew these rabbits were not to be trifled with. We had not provoked them, but since they were attacking, I would not hold back. Multiple shadow clone technique. 50 clones sprang forth to intercept the approaching rabbits. The rabbits bared their teeth, glaring at me with malice. I formed hand seals once more. Water release, water prison technique. The 50 clones executed their movements in perfect unison, instantly ensnaring all the rabbits. The rabbits struggled within the watery prison. The more they fought, the quicker they perished. I left some clones behind and rushed back towards Luffy. With the clones in place, I could maintain control for as long as necessary. Hey, Ikari no Suke. Hurry over here. Look ahead. Luffy shouted. I have no time to look ahead. I am rather occupied. I replied. I just seized Wapol's body and was preparing to take him away, when suddenly his body began to reject me. If I do not leave soon, my consciousness will be trapped inside. With no other option, I had to let him go. Using the last of my strength, I controlled him and plunged into the sea. I followed suit, clapping my hands together and utilizing a water release to dive beneath the waves, effectively becoming invisible. While his minions scrambled to rescue him, I stealthily approached, and with a swift motion, I marked him with a private seal of the Flying Thunder God. Huh, you think you can escape? Now you belong to me. I can materialize right before you at any moment. Upon my return to the Mary, I was greeted by Vivi's distressed face, resembling a bitter melon, her worry for Nami evident. Sanji was quick to comfort her, pouring tea and offering solace. I intended to reassure them, stating, do not panic. I'm here. I can resolve this in no time, but before I could finish with a loud pop, the shadow clone I had left at Magnetic Drum Island simply vanished. This caused chaos aboard the ship. Vivi and the others were ready to turn back immediately. In this critical moment, it was Zoro who remained composed, asserting, "Do not panic." He said before leaving that the clones have a time limit. With that, the atmosphere settled. But who was Sanji? A clever fellow. Once everyone had departed, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, squinted at Zoro and asked, "Green algae head, are you lying?" Zoro, holding his sword, did not even lift his gaze, responding, "Should be fine, right?" Sanji understood instantly, realizing that this thick-browed green algae head had learned to deceive. Saying everything was fine was merely a ruse. I tell you, by that time, my chakra had plummeted to negative numbers, and I nearly collapsed into the snow. Had it not been for Luffy's resilience, we would have both ended up as ice sculptures. He too was formidable, carrying Nami on his back, scaling that towering snow mountain with bloodied hands. All for the sake of that elusive doctor at the summit. Once he finally reached the top and shouted for help, he promptly fainted. As for me, I was on the verge of seeing my great-grandmother surrounded by a sea of flowers, when suddenly a jolt from the system awakened me. The rewards had arrived. Cell fusion rate increase, 30. I was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down my face. Thank you, dear system. You are my rebirth. But guess what? The system detected my genuine gratitude and bestowed upon me a buff called Wishes Come True, granting a 50 chance that my wishes would come true in future draws. I was ecstatic and thought to deceive the system for another reward, but it swiftly countered with no genuine emotion detected. TCH, how disappointing. As my body gradually recovered, I employed the Flying Thunder God to appear next to Luffy. Upon landing, I startled the talking reindeer, causing it to tumble and knock over a myriad of jars and bottles. Luffy, stirred from his slumber, groggily spotted a massive syringe on the ground. His instincts kicking in as he screamed, "A monster!" The reindeer echoed, "A monster!" Thus, the duo of dragons was complete. At that moment, Dr. Kureha made her entrance. My heart sank. I understood that character cards were about to be rewarded. I quickly chanted in my mind, "Chakra cells. Chakra cells. Grant me 100. I wish to unlock would release." But guess what the system provided? One Sharingan evolution card. I was left utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Was this intentional? I was promised a 50 chance. Did my luck come from Africa? Dr. Kureha observed my erratic behavior and promptly delivered a kick. Luffy quickly shielded me, exclaiming, "Hey, this is my partner." Dr. Kureha paid no heed, scolding both of us and instructing Chopper to throw me into hot water for treatment. Soaking in the warm water, Luffy, wrapped like a mummy, slithered over to inquire if I had any food. I pointed to the trembling Chopper beside us. "Isn't there emergency rations available?" As Luffy drooled. A playful game of cat and mouse unfolded within the castle. While indulging in a soothing bath, I pondered the seeming unreliability of the 50 probability. However, the upgrade card for the Sharingan proved to be quite advantageous. I utilized it immediately, and lo and behold, 3 Tomo were mine. This would certainly enhance my prowess in combat. At that moment, Chopper stealthily approached to administer medicine, and seizing the opportunity, I began to persuade him. "Chopper, why not join us as pirates? Our ship is filled with excitement." This little deer was particularly self-conscious, burdened by the fact that he was a blue-nosed reindeer. Just as I contemplated comforting him with Usopp's long nose, Luffy burst through the door, scaring away Chopper's emergency rations. In the midst of the commotion, Chopper rushed in, his face a mask of terror, exclaiming, "Oh no, Dr. Kureha, Wapol has returned." I was perplexed. Why had he come back? Then, I sensed the Flying Thunder God mark I had left on him had vanished. Bewildered, I thought, how could the mark of the Flying Thunder God simply disappear? This defied logic. Unless, I rushed outside to find Luffy poised to launch Wapol into the sky with a gum-gum rocket. In a moment of urgency, I shouted, "Bridge of Sacks," and, with a clap of my hands, I unleashed a ninjutsu, ice release, ice wall technique. Wapol was instantly encased in a massive block of ice. Luffy's fist struck the ice wall, yet it did not yield. Instead, it rebounded back at him. The satisfaction I felt was immense. Indeed, my ice wall was formidable. I redirected Luffy, released the ice, and ensnared Wapol in a genjutsu, demanding to know what had transpired. As he recounted his disjointed tale, clarity dawned upon me. His devil fruit ability allowed him to consume himself and then regurgitate, effectively reshaping himself. Astonishingly, he had consumed himself once, causing my mark to refresh. Was he not merely a tool for formatting? Moreover, it suddenly struck me that Blackbeard's previous visit to this island was likely in pursuit of Wapple's Munch Munch fruit. This fruit must not be allowed to remain. With no other options, I decided to mark the ship instead. I stamped it with my mark and kicked him off the mountain. With that settled, I hastened to find Nami and the others. Luffy had successfully persuaded Chopper to join us, insisting he become a crewmate. Dr. Kureha, in her usual haughty manner, advised us to make haste and escape without settling any medical bills. I initially aimed to impress everyone with a flying thunder god technique to transport us back to the ship, but it proved impossible to carry them all. Embarrassingly, I had to declare, let us run down mountain. Ultimately, we descended on Chopper's sled, with Dr. Kureha sending him off with a cherry blossom firework, which was quite touching. Upon reaching the ice surface, inspiration struck. While I couldn't carry everyone, I could use shadow clones. I employed the multi-shadow clone jutsu, with each clone carrying one person, resolving the situation perfectly. We four successfully returned to the Mary, having just introduced our new companion when the system summoned me once more. The task was to evade Mr. 2's reconnaissance while also unlocking his character card. I couldn't help but curse. Was this not the Schrodinger's task? How could one unlock a card without encountering him, yet evade detection upon meeting him? The system even threatened me with annihilation for failure. Fine, you think you're clever. I devised a plan. I would hide until Luffy and the others were done playing with the little fox. Then I would transform and ambush him on his ship. Without hesitation, I transformed into a version of Sakura, masquerading as a distressed maiden rescued by his subordinates. When the little fox returned, the character card reward was granted. I quickly wished for a Sharingan upgrade card, only to receive chakra amount 10. How frustrating. Was my 50 probability merely a ruse? Even more infuriating, the little fox, perceiving my feminine voice as repulsive, unceremoniously tossed me into the sea. As I fell, I defiantly raised my middle finger at him. Floating in the sea, I received the reward for completing the task. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Very well, a skill of Shikamaru, quite practical. Although my Mangekyo Sharingan would be postponed yet again. My chakra had increased tenfold, ensuring I was no longer a chakra-depleted Kakashi. Upon returning to the ship, the crew was lamenting the little fox's imitative abilities. Wasn't he this simple? I revealed that I had already stamped each of their arms. We could wrap them with bandages, and in the future, the code would be this stamp, providing double encryption, absolute security. The issue was resolved. Luffy, that foolish boy, even asked how he could verify his own stamp, prompting Usopp to intervene. Are you daft? He didn't even touch your face. I chuckled to myself, a strategy one learned from Zoro. Next, we set sail for Alabasta. Upon arriving at the port city of Arabasta, the system presented another round of tasks. Quite a daunting list. I had to thwart Luffy, confront Baroque works, and even give Ace a lesson. Luffy, as soon as he set foot on the shore, dashed off in search of a restaurant. My heart sank when I realized the direction he ran toward. It was the very place where dance powder was stored. If he ignited it, I would surely fail my task. I quickly dispatched a shadow clone to follow Sanji and the others while I employed the flying thunder god technique to pursue him. Upon my arrival, I found Luffy clutching a bag of powder, about to toss it into the stove. In a critical moment, I executed the shadow imitation technique. A dark line shot forth, freezing him in place. My heart raced. I directed him to safely set the bag down, extinguish the flames, and then released him. He remained bewildered, asking, "Why are you here, Light?" I was furious. If I hadn't come, you would have doomed Vivi's father. Burning this would create a disaster. Only upon hearing it would trouble Vivi did he finally behave. Just as I settled them down, a sudden realization struck me. The system had summoned me again. This time, I was determined to secure the Sharingan upgrade card. But what was the result? The reward was the ninjutsu, Sandstorm Burial. My vision darkened as I uncontrollably began to shake my head in frustration. Luffy looked on in bewilderment. "Light, what are you doing? We haven't even eaten yet. Are you starving?" Who among you understands my plight? This wretched system boasts a 50 chance of wish fulfillment. Yet after so many attempts, I have yet to succeed. My luck is akin to that of an unfortunate fool. Dejected, I dragged Luffy toward the restaurant while mulling over the sandstorm burial. Wasn't he that gar-ass technique? Did the system wish for me to compete with Crocodile to see who the true master of sand was? Meanwhile, my other two clones were not idle. Clone no. One was following Sanji and Chopper through the marketplace. I distinctly remembered that it was here that Chopper hopped into a cart and was taken to the rebel leader, Crocodile. My clone kept a close watch, determined not to let this little reindeer vanish before my eyes. Sure enough, Chopper dove headfirst into a cargo vehicle. The opportunity had arisen. My clone immediately followed him inside. However, as a large target, I couldn't hide easily. With a flash of inspiration, I transformed into a sheep, lying beside Chopper as if lifeless. Now, anyone who came along would see me as mere fodder, allowing me to infiltrate the rebels' stronghold seamlessly. The vehicle bounced along until it finally reached its destination. A rebel soldier hopped out to unload cargo, carelessly tossing my sheep form aside, likely intending to send me to the kitchen alongside Chopper. Seizing the moment, I reverted to my human form and approached him naturally, exuding an expression of camaraderie, as if to say, "I'm here to help you." He was surprisingly courteous, thanking me as we both lifted a crate of guns together. Once we finished, he scratched his head in confusion, saying, "Hey, I remember there was a sheep here just now. Did you see it?" What could I say? Couldn't he possibly reveal that the sheep he mentioned was me? I could only feign ignorance. Didn't he notice? Perhaps someone took it. Oh, and by the way, wasn't he there supposed to be a deer too? Hearing this, he paused. Yeah, where's the deer? It seemed it truly had been taken by someone else. I quickly chimed in. Don't worry, I was actually hoping to have some deer meat. You keep busy, I'll go see if I can find it. Thus, I boldly infiltrated the rebel camp. Finding a spot behind a tent, I transformed into the guise of the earlier soldier and began strutting about confidently in search of someone. Who would I seek? Nonsense, of course. I was looking for Kusha. Could it be that I was actually searching for venison? I wandered to the center of a large tent, and upon peering inside, I spotted a man with brown glasses and a scar on his head. Indeed, it was him. As I silently recited the incantation for the Sharingan upgrade card, I feigned calmness and entered, shouting, "Hey, Kusha, we brought venison. Come eat with us. I remember it's your favorite." Kusha, who had been lounging on his bed in a daze, was instantly alerted by my shout. He stealthily reached behind him, straightened up, and fixed his hawk-like gaze on me, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" I was taken aback. This fellow was exceedingly vigilant. Well then, no more pretense. It was time to reveal my identity. I immediately dispelled my transformation technique and sat before him. To my astonishment, as soon as I settled onto the chair, a barrage of guns was suddenly aimed at my forehead. I stroked my chin and chuckled. No need to be tense. I'm merely here to greet Kusha. However, as soon as my words fell, a notification echoed in my mind. Host has encountered the rebel leader Kusha. Character card unlocked. Reward: 20 increase in Hashirama cell fusion. In the next moment, I uncontrollably began to shake my head. This startled the guards, pointing their guns at me, leaving them trembling, unsure whether to fire or not. I hastily exclaimed, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. It's just an old habit. My neck tends to twitch like this. No need to panic, everyone." I was admitting to my affliction just to uphold this lie. Kusha was not swayed by my antics. He pulled out a gun and aimed its dark muzzle directly at my forehead. Realizing the situation, I hastily dropped my trump card. Vivi, as expected. Those two syllables rendered him momentarily speechless. "I was sent by Princess Vivi," I stated nonchalantly. "How can you prove that?" He challenged. "I need no proof. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In any case, she still wishes for you to withdraw your troops." Though I doubted the feasibility of this idea, it was that naive hope that felt familiar, was it not? As I spoke, I sensed the flying thunder god seal on Chopper. Even if negotiations collapsed and a fight ensued, I was merely a clone. What was there to fear? My words evidently plunged him into reminiscence. Seizing the moment, I added, "Oh, by the way, you should investigate your troops. Crocodile's men may have infiltrated already." Before I could finish, Kusha covered my mouth and hastily ushered everyone else out. Once the tent was left with just the two of us, he lowered his voice and asked, "How do you know about crocodile?" I shrugged. Isn't it common knowledge? A pirate packaging himself as a national hero. Do you think that's plausible? You are about to go to war with the government forces. Wouldn't he stoke the flames and plant a few spies? But how do I investigate? Simple. Look for anyone with a Baroque Works tattoo on their arm. One is enough. And they're all spies. As for the specifics, you can figure it out yourself. I'm leaving now. With that, I vanished in a flash, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to reappear beside Chopper. My sudden appearance startled Chopper, but upon recognizing me, the little fellow found his anchor and began recounting his experiences along the way. I guided him toward the rendezvous point while mentally tallying our gains. System: Initiate Hashirama Cell Fusion. Ding! Successfully initiated. Current fusion rate, 95. Marvelous. Just a bit more, and I could manage it myself. Once I reunited with my main body and dispelled the clone, all intelligence was instantly synchronized. To be honest, I felt a tinge of sympathy for Kusha. Vivi, that girl, was far too naive. She could have simply ordered the king to cease hostilities instead of personally attempting to persuade Kusha to surrender. What was she thinking? Meanwhile, my second clone had successfully cornered Smoker. "Smoker, we meet again," I remarked. He was busy dealing with a few lackeys when he turned and recognized me. His expression shifted instantly. "It's truly you. I chased after you all the way to the Grand Line." "Haha, I appreciate your effort." "What? Do you wish for another bout?" "Of course. This time I shall not lose. And if you do," I grinned mischievously, "if you lose, you must agree to one condition." "How does that sound?" "Humph. The Navy does not compromise with pirates." His bravado was merely a facade. It was obvious he was conceding. We found an uninhabited stretch of beach. To be frank, battling Smoker was quite troublesome. Without water techniques, I might struggle to defeat him. He had learned from his previous defeat and was undoubtedly on guard. As expected, he transformed his body into smoke, soaring toward me like a plume of mist, wielding his jutty to strike at my head. I clasped my hands together. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 clones surged toward him, but their punches merely passed through his smoky form. I understood well that this tactic was ineffective. It was merely a diversion. In reality, 3 clones had already hidden behind a rock, preparing to gather chakra for a ninjutsu. Smoker, wary of my water techniques, elongated his smoke form to prevent me from controlling him all at once. My clones engaged him in taijutsu, while another clone on the shore began to execute a sequence of techniques. With my left hand, I conjured wind release, with my right earth release, causing a whirlwind of yellow sand to rise. The clone on the left formed seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The one on the right, ice release, ice wall technique. And the clone in front, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A seamless series of techniques ensued. The massive water dragon first slammed him back onto the sandy beach, and the swirling sands rapidly enveloped him, triggering a sandstorm that bound him tightly. Following that, the great fireball heated the damp sand to an unbearable temperature, and while he was scorched, an ice wall sealed him within. Finally, the wind-style Rasengan, crafted by my sage clone, whistled through the air, obliterating the ice wall along with Smoker into fine particles. After executing this combination, I dispelled my clones and awaited his reassembly. I knew this impressive display might appear intimidating, but for him, a natural type, only the water was truly effective, resulting in minimal damage. Since ninjutsu and taijutsu yielded average results, it was time to test my jinjutsu. I surreptitiously activated my Sharingan, anticipating his approach. Sure enough, a swirling mass of white smoke converged on the horizon, and Smoker transformed into a white smoke dragon charging toward me. White dragon. I swiftly opened my Sharingan, the 3 Tomo spinning wildly. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Smoker was ensnared in a jinjutsu. In his vision, the world spun chaotically, his body plummeting endlessly until submerged in the sea, immobilized. In reality, his form remained suspended in midair before crashing down. Leisurely, I picked up the cigar he had dropped, perched on a stone, and took a puff. 5 minutes later, Smoker regained consciousness. I mimicked his earlier actions and took another puff, only to be met with a coughing fit. Cough, cough. Is your cigar genuine? Why is it so harsh? Seeing me waste his precious cigar, he looked displeased. You're just inept at smoking. All right then, state your terms. He in Alabasta. Do not capture Luffy. We're going to confront Crocodile. Who did you say? Smoker was taken aback. Crocodile? One of the warlords of the sea? You might not be aware, but this guy intends to usurp another's country and crown himself king. Isn't that outrageous? I casually offered him some insights on hockey and fruit development. The big guy listened, stunned, before his face flushed with anger. My affairs are none of your concern. I will verify Crocodile's matters on my own. Now, disappear. Ah, such a proud character. After dispelling my clone, I felt secure. Smoker was stable on his end. Just as I finished, a commotion erupted in the streets. Navy, Stalakit. Stop. Usopp, eager for the excitement, exclaimed, Huh, where did these foolish pirates come from? But upon turning, he found everyone staring at him with incredulous expressions. Cautiously, he peered around, and sure enough, it was Luffy. That idiot excitedly waved to us from a distance. Hey, crew, I'm back. Fool, don't come this way. Brothers, gather your things. We must flee. In a flurry of chaos, we finally boarded the Mary, but Luffy had once again lost his way. The Navy was hot on our heels. We had no choice but to set sail. Indeed, upon observing the ship in motion, Luffy extended his rubber arm and swiftly returned, this time utilizing Sanji and Chopper as his cushioning. I inquired, Hey Luffy, where is Ace? Luffy responded with surprise. Huh? How do you know Ace? He's right behind us. At that moment, a figure gracefully leapt aboard the ship, revealing itself to be Ace. He greeted everyone politely and apologized for his younger brother's erratic behavior. Suddenly, a notification chimed in my mind. Detected host encountering Fire Fist Ace. Unlocking character card. Reward. Sharingan Jinjutsu. I then commenced my classic head shake. Luffy proudly boasted to Ace, Huh, are my friends amusing? Barely had he finished speaking when 5 ships from Baroque Works emerged from the sea, clamoring for Ace and Luffy's heads. Just as Ace prepared to rise, I interjected. This is a trivial matter. Allow me to handle it. I turned to Sanji and instructed, brew a pot of tea for Ace so he can rest. With that, I began to meditate. By the time Sanji presented the tea, I had seamlessly entered sage mode. Approaching the table, I picked up the teacup but did not sip it. Instead, I remarked casually, a bit hot. I shall return to enjoy it after I deal with those fellows. Setting the teacup down, I leapt onto the water's surface, sprinting across the waves. This spectacle left Ace dumbfounded. What is happening here? Luffy, beaming with pride, declared, He is Hikari no Sook, a ninja. I soared into the air, forming hand seals, summoning Jutsu. QB, come forth and stretch your limbs. Tail beast ball ready. Target. Those 5 wretched ships. You certainly know how to command, QB grumbled, yet obediently raised its neck, coalescing a massive tail beast ball before swallowing it, preparing for launch. Simultaneously, I activated the water release, water body technique, merging with the sea to become a colossal water giant standing atop the waves. Tail beast ball launch. A crimson beam pierced through the 5 ships, and in the next instant, a tremendous mushroom cloud erupted, the sound of the explosion deafening. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, I instantly returned to the ship. Amidst the astonished expressions of my companions, I confidently lifted the previously mentioned teacup to my lips and took a sip, expressing contentment. Ah, quite nice. Cooled just enough to drink. In the distance, flames soared into the sky, accompanied by anguished cries. Yet aboard the Mary, tranquility reigned, save for the sound of my tea sipping. This stark contrast and elevated ambience was simply exquisite. I placed the teacup down and remarked to Ace, This tea is delightful. Oh, Nizan, you should indulge in a few more cups. Before I could finish my playful banter, the system chimed again. Ding. Reward. Ninjutsu. Impure world reincarnation. Damn. The head shaking resumed. Was the face slapping to come so swiftly? After dispatching our pursuers, Ace quietly approached me, questioning why, given my formidable strength, I chose to remain on Luffy's ship. I replied frankly, Apologies, Ace. While Whitebeard is the strongest, The one destined to become Pirate King is undoubtedly Luffy. I then laid my cards on the table, revealing my knowledge of his lineage as Roger's son and his current pursuit of Blackbeard. Have you considered the repercussions of your reckless actions on Whitebeard? I meticulously articulated the future I envisioned. Him being defeated by Teach, captured by the Marines, publicly executed, prompting Whitebeard to rally all his forces for the Marineford War, ultimately leading to his demise. Impossible. Dade cannot die. You're lying. Ace crumbled under the weight of despair, collapsing to the ground in hopelessness. Observing his despondent state, I decided to allow him some solitude. The Mary continued its voyage, and I finally received the long-awaited Sharingan upgrade card, evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan and unlocking Kimui, a thrill that made me forget my seasickness. However, Ace remained miserable, his head bowed in sorrow. Just as I contemplated offering him comfort, the system chimed again. Phase task issued. Persuade Princess Vivi to abandon her journey to Yuba. Goodness, it seemed I would not have a moment's respite. I approached Vivi and directly inquired about her intentions. She presented a map, expressing her desire to persuade the rebel army at Yuba. I interrupted her, stating, "Do you not realize how overambitious you are?" Vivi was momentarily stunned, and Nami attempted to interject on her behalf, only to be halted by Luffy. I continued, "The rebel army numbers in the tens of thousands. Do you believe they will abandon their cause at your word? Even if they learn the truth, what then? Do you think they can contend with Crocodile? This is nothing but futile effort." Vivi trembled with anger, her lips bleeding from biting them. I bellowed, "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this?" "Crocodile. Since you know, then go and defeat Crocodile." Vivi could no longer contain her frustration, slapping my face and gripping my collar, her veins bulging as she shouted, "Of course I know. But how could I possibly defeat him? If I could trade my life for his, do you know how willing I would be? But I simply cannot. Even if I disregard my life, I cannot defeat him, you bastard." She unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving my face swollen. I exchanged a glance with Luffy, who understood my silent cue. He seized Vivi's hands, raising his voice to the heavens. "Then damn it, let our lives count too. Are we not comrades?" Vivi's tears finally broke free, and she wept uncontrollably, with Nami embracing her tightly in comfort. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and the others ignited with resolve, declaring their intent to overthrow that sand crocodile. At that moment, Ace approached me, his gaze resolute. "I've made up my mind. I will pursue Blackbeard." I shook my head in resignation. This was Ace after all. I activated Kamui, transporting both him and myself to the Kamui space. Ace looked bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Since you've decided, there are things that cannot be overheard by Luffy. This private space is quite convenient. Listen closely. You need not go to Yuba. The information is false. Blackbeard is not there." "Huh? You know Blackbeard's whereabouts?" "I know a bit. Currently, you can wait for him at Gaia Island's Mobu Town. However, be cautious. He now has a crew." "What do you mean?" "It means your good brother Teach is no longer a lone wolf. He has formed the Blackbeard Pirates, likely with enough members to play a full game of mahjong, including substitutes. Moreover, the dark fruit he acquired is, I must say, extraordinarily powerful." "The dark fruit?" "Yes, the dark fruit. A special Logia type. To put it plainly, it is a power nullifier. In his presence, your flame fruit is rendered utterly ineffective. Do you understand?" "How can this be?" "Of course it can. And it gets even crazier. Teach body structure is unlike that of a normal person. In the future I witnessed, he consumed 2 devil fruits." "What? That's impossible. I can only tell you what I saw." "And the second fruit he consumed, can you guess what it is?" "The Quake fruit." "The Quake fruit. You mean Dad, exactly. So if you go and confront him now, that is not bravery, it is folly. I tell you, even before he consumed the fruits, you would struggle to defeat him. Now, with 2 devil fruits in his possession, what do you plan to do? Your relentless pursuit has propelled Blackbeard to the throne of the 4 emperors within 2 years, and Whitebeard's crew has suffered catastrophic losses, their territory seized. Therefore, I ask you once more, do you still wish to go?" Ace remained silent for what felt like an eternity, before stubbornly nodding his head in agreement. "Very well. I am truly at my wit's end." I retrieved a flying Thunder God Kunai and placed it in his hand, stating, "If you must go, take this. Remember, When the time comes for peril, be sure to call my name. Do you hear? As I handed him the kunai, I discreetly placed a flying thunder god mark on him as an added assurance. We then exited the Kamui space together. Ace shouldered his bag and announced to Luffy and the others, "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Ace, where are you going?" "I have heard that the infamous Heihuzi has resurfaced elsewhere, and I must go investigate." "Oh, by the way, here is something for you." He tore a life card for Luffy and has been holding on to it. "What is it? Just a flimsy piece of paper?" "Haha, this trinket could ensure our reunion." "Do you want it?" "Yes." Subsequently, that rascal Ace actually turned to us and bowed deeply, saying, with such a troublesome younger brother, I, as his elder brother, "I'm truly worried. You must be at your wits' end with him, right? In any case, I humbly ask for your continued support." We quickly returned the gesture. Ace smiled faintly and then looked at Luffy. "Luffy, the next time we meet will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You must strive to reach the highest peak." Having said that, he leapt onto his small ship, flames erupting beneath him as he vanished in an instant. "Guangxi, what did you say to Ace?" Nami inquired as she approached me. "Nothing much. Anyway, we will definitely meet him again." Luffy clenched his fists. "That is right, we will. Enough of the sentimentality." I clapped my hands. "Now it's time to go and send that crocodile flying." "Oh, well said. The Mary has reached the shore. Our target is Yudi." "Goodness. My system tasks have arrived as well." Phase tasks. 1. Help everyone escape from the sea stone cage. 2. Single-handedly defeat Crocodile. They even provided a character card, Bell. To be honest, neither task is easy, but the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. Speaking of which, I realized last time when using the Kamui space. It's essentially a chakra-devouring beast. One use drained a quarter of my chakra. I have a total of 100,000 chakra, yet it's only sufficient for 2 entries. Does anyone understand? My chakra bar is as fragile as paper. Suddenly, I recalled something. System. What percentage of my Hashirama cells have fused? Ding. Detection successful. The host's current Hashirama cell fusion is complete at 96. Regardless, it seems that I cannot rely on it when facing old sand. However, it is worth noting that while the plot dictates Luffy defeats Crocodile, I can certainly give him a good thrashing first. Haha. This matter must not be discovered by the others. Moreover, the current Luffy stands little chance against old sand. I need to subtly guide him. Having made up my mind, our group loaded supplies and officially began our trek through the desert. I sidled up to Zoro. "Hey Zoro, you've been training quite fiercely lately. Any new insights?" "Haha, it's going all right. The slicing technique you mentioned is nearly within my grasp." "Really? Can you cut through steel now?" "Not yet. What about you?" "As a ninja, of course I can. But isn't slicing through steel a fundamental skill for swordsmen?" Upon witnessing Zoro frowning in contemplation again, I knew I had successfully baited him. If he aspires to be a great swordsman, he better start rolling up his sleeves. With one down, I quietly slipped over to Luffy, who was sticking out his tongue, looking utterly parched. "Hey, Luffy, is it that serious? We've only walked a few steps. How will you manage to defeat Crocodile in this state?" "Water. Give me water. I can't take it anymore," I replied. Crocodile possesses the Suna no Mi. He can not only control sand, but also drain the moisture from your body. Have you thought about how to defeat him? The moment I mentioned this, Luffy's demeanor shifted. He looked at me seriously. "I will definitely send him flying." Oh, this guy is utterly oblivious to his enemy's abilities. It seems imperative to find an opportunity for a practical drill. That opportunity presented itself when Luffy dashed ahead, leaving us in the dust. I chuckled. The timing was perfect. Silently, I dispatched a shadow clone to follow the main group, while my main body executed a flying thunder god technique, swiftly arriving in front of Luffy. Taking advantage of his distraction, I activated a transformation jutsu, morphing into Crocodile's likeness. Ho 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 ho, yore test Luffy, who was searching for someone, turned around and was left bewildered by my slick back hair. "Huh? Who are you? I heard you intend to send me flying. How come you don't even recognize me now?" "What? You're a crocodile?" Inda Tatislandia. You scoundrel. Gum pistol." Luffy wasted no time, launching a punch directly at my face. I am but a sand clone, impervious to physical attacks. As his punch landed, half of my face crumbled into sand. I merely crossed my arms, allowing him to strike. After Luffy's punch, he looked up bewildered to find me unharmed. Gum Gum Gatling. A barrage of strikes ensued, leaving me riddled with sand holes. I chuckled. The surrounding sand instantly replenished my form. Ha 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 ha. Boy, is this your level? You might as well perish. I extended my right hand, exerting my fingers, causing the surrounding sand to animate and tightly ensnare Luffy, enveloping his entire being. I clutched my hand forcefully. Sandstorm funeral. I could hear Luffy's muffled cries from within the sandmass. However, being made of rubber, he cannot be crushed. Moreover, my sand technique lacks the water-absorbing capabilities of old sand. Stifling his strength within, Luffy bellowed, "Gum Gum Pistol." A cacophony of blows ensued, scattering my sand form. I remained unfazed, watching him with disdain. To provide him with a hint, I ensnared his limbs once more with sand, leisurely approached him, and easily removed the small water flask from around his neck. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to treasure this little water so much. Since that's the case, allow me to drink it for you. As I spoke, I deliberately dropped the flask, crushing it underfoot. Oh dear, my apologies. I accidentally shattered it. This ignited Luffy's fury. He roared, breaking free from the sand, charging towards me while shouting, "You scoundrel! That was water I had been saving for so long. I must send you flying." Having said that, he unleashed another series of Gum Gum Gatling strikes. To be honest, Luffy's current repertoire is quite limited. He keeps repeating a few moves, and I'm beginning to grow impatient. While I restored my form with sand, I drew a knife from behind, taking advantage of him being preoccupied with his low blows. I restrained his hand once more with sand and stabbed the knife into his abdomen. Blood gushed forth. Luffy's eyes widened in shock, unable to think through the pain. Once he finally succumbed to unconsciousness, I tossed him aside. I quickly utilized a wind technique to whip up a gust of sand, canceling the transformation jutsu, reverting to my original form, feigning to have just arrived to treat him. As Luffy gradually regained consciousness and saw me, he finally relaxed. Observing his forlorn expression, I refrained from asking anything. Of course, it was all my doing. What was there to inquire? Sigh, Luffy, do not blame me. This defeat is a necessary experience. Otherwise, how would you understand that water is sand's weakness? After a considerable duration, Luffy stood up, resolutely striding forward without looking back. Hey Luffy, where are you going? To Yudi. To engage in the second round. Thankfully, this little one's fighting spirit remains unbroken. Otherwise, it would truly be troublesome. Have you discovered his weakness? Sort of. In any case, I shall not lose again. Upon reuniting with the main group, Luffy's entire demeanor had shifted. He appeared serious, causing Usopp to hesitate to approach. He stepped forward, not glancing back, and bellowed, "Let us set off." Roar. Now, that's the spirit. I was the first to respond, striding forward. Once we arrived at Yudi and located the casino run by Old Sand, Luffy kicked open the door. "Crocodile, come out. I am here to send you flying." Seizing the opportunity, I left a flying Thunder God mark on the door. Subsequently, we were respectfully escorted to the VIP room. However, upon reaching a fork in the road, the sign indicated VIP to the right, pirates to the left. Without a moment's thought, Luffy veered towards the pirate path. Without a hint of surprise, we fell into the trap. After a free fall, we landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, Luffy, that rubber man, served as our cushion. As we managed to rise, a massive cage ensnared us all. The moment Luffy's hand touched the cage, it immediately softened. Ah, how strange. I feel utterly drained, as if I've fallen into the sea. I remarked, "It's merely sea stone. As long as you don't touch it, you'll be fine." Sanji inquired, "So how do we escape?" Zoro suggested, "Let me see if I can cut it open." I countered, "Forget about it. You can't even use haki right now, and you won't be able to cut through it. Watch me." Usopp and Nami cheered nearby. "Go for it, Lord Kazuki." This wretched cage was nothing but a trivial obstacle to me. With techniques like Flying Thunder God and Kamui, I could easily escape. However, I desired to experiment with something else. Standing before the cage, I began to gather energy in my right hand. Rasengan. Alas, it was utterly futile. This thing was incredibly tough. In light of this, I thought, haha, Amaterasu. With a fierce glare, black flames instantly engulfed the cage. However, before the flames could ignite, my legs buckled and I collapsed. It wasn't a side effect. Rather, this technique consumed an exorbitant amount of chakra. Just one glare, and my chakra reserves were depleted. No wonder they say that Uchiha can take on 7 opponents. With such powerful techniques, their chakra seems boundless. Nevertheless, my chakra expenditure bore fruit. The sea stone cage was indeed burning, albeit at a painfully slow rate. At this pace, it would take at least a year and a half to create a hole. Hey, this thing is far too resilient. Even I can't break through. Calm down, I said, sitting cross-legged to enter sage mode. I had just wanted to try out a new technique. Wait a moment. I'll get you out shortly. Just then, a figure slowly approached the entrance. Oh dear, you were defeated so easily. It seems your straw hat pirates aren't as formidable as I thought. Ah, it's you, Nico Robin. Adorned with a cowboy hat and a long robe, our intellectual beauty Robin made her entrance. Hey, where's Crocodile? I'm here to take him down. Luffy shouted from within the cage. Robin chuckled softly. Oh, really? That is quite impressive. However, it seems like you can't get out right now. How will you defeat him? We'll be out in no time. Quickly, tell us where Crocodile is. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Boss is probably already at the palace in Alabasta. Just then, I entered sage mode. Kamui. I confidently passed through the sea stone cage. Everyone stared in astonishment. Robin's eyes widened even further. How'd you get out? Ignoring her, I walked straight up to her, locking my gaze onto hers. Are you certain Crocodile is at the palace in Alabasta? The cage erupted into chaos. Nami exclaimed, Wow, Kazuki is so cool. Zoro remarked, What the heck? How'd he get out? Luffy shouted, It's the real deal. P.S. Really the real deal. Chopper and Usopp cheered. Long live the ninja. Sanji yelled, Hey, the one who's seasick. Get us out too. I continued to stare at Robin, who appeared utterly stunned into silence. Robin, what is Crocodile's objective? Speak up. Robin took a few steps back, activating her Hana no Mi powers, causing multiple hands to sprout from my body. You think you can break me with joint techniques? Unfortunately, I'm currently in the ethereal state of sage mode. 6-petal bloom. Claw. The scenario she envisioned of me being broken did not materialize. Instead, her own arm shattered. How is this possible? She exclaimed in shock. I glanced at her sideways. Oh, so you wanted to break me? Why didn't you say so? Go ahead, try again. I encouraged her with feigned sincerity. Robin snorted, 8-petal bloom. Break. She swiftly snapped me in half. Usopp screamed from the cage, he's been split in two. Kazuki is done for. Luffy and the others broke into cold sweat. Yet only Robin understood that the sensation of breaking a human body had not occurred. I returned to my original form and softly spoke to her. Come now, big sister, be a good girl. Tell me where Crocodile is. If you don't, I might have to resort to force. I had no need to lie. He truly was here. Damn, this is a mess. Old Sand isn't here. Who am I supposed to confront for my mission? How long did he leave? Not long at all. He just left a few minutes before you arrived. Good. There's still time. What about the others? Your elite agents? Oh, they're probably on their way to Alabasta now. Hey, Kazuki, hurry up and get us out. Luffy urged. I ignored him and continued to press Robin for critical information. What are they going to Alabasta for? The Utopia project has already begun. They should have captured the king by now and set the rebel army to attack the palace. Vivi exploded at this revelation. What did you say? Yes. Mr. 2 transformed into the king and admitted to using the dance powder in front of the rebel army. They must have gone berserk by now. All right, you've said enough. I wasted no time, using Kimui to transfer all my companions out of the cage. After completing this step, my chakra reserves were once again depleted. However, I couldn't afford to show any weakness. I absolutely had to maintain my composure in front of Robin. Fortunately, the system provided timely assistance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your phase task. Reward: 20 enhancement of Hashirama Cell's fusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Reward: 1 chakra fusion card. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system can now be upgraded to version 30. Upgrading now. The sound of applause echoed in the air as I twitched in response. And Robin probably thought I was a fool. I quickly addressed my companions. We must head to Alabasta immediately. Otherwise, Vivi alone won't be able to stop those elite agents. Luffy smashed the door with a punch. You all go to the palace. I'm going to knock Crocodile out. Luffy, calm down. Crocodile is also on his way to the palace. We should go together. I couldn't let him confront old Sand alone. That victory was mine. Upon hearing this, Luffy agreed and urged Vivi to lead the way. As I watched them rush out of the casino, I turned back to Robin and said, "Old Sand seeks the Pluton, correct?" Watching my companions disappear into the distance, I quickly split my attention to follow. In my original form, I needed to persuade Robin. Shocked into silence, Robin couldn't comprehend how I knew this information. "Don't be surprised. I know much more. Follow me, and I can help you uncover the secrets of the Void Century." The moment I uttered this, the weight of the information nearly caused Robin to short-circuit. She covered her mouth, scrutinizing me with an expression full of inquiry. This man is far too mysterious. Not only is he enigmatic, but he is also powerful. Even the Sea Stone cannot subdue him. What kind of ability is this? I pressed on. "Robin, stop running away. O'Hara needs you, and the truth of this world requires you to uncover it." "Who exactly are you?" Follow me, and I will gradually reveal everything to you. Now, tell me where Old Sand is. I wish to meet him." It seemed my charismatic allure, or perhaps sheer curiosity, had captivated Robin, as she personally led me aboard her small turtle to seek Old Sand. I had already devised a plan to maintain an air of mystery throughout our journey. No matter what she asked, I merely smiled in silence, gazing at her with profound, melancholic eyes, fully controlling the situation. My scheme was flawless. However, throughout our journey, Robin did not pose a single query. She occasionally glanced at me and offered a mysterious smile. My goodness, family, who understands? The charm of this big sister is simply unbeatable. I was nearly flustered enough to disclose the color of my own underwear. I find myself furiously slapping my own face in disbelief. "Guangzinu, where's your composure? Is this how you always gaze at others?" She suddenly spoke up. I jolted, nearly losing my facade. Quickly, I re-established my stern expression and met her gaze directly. Robin chuckled softly, producing a handkerchief from her pocket, and gently wiped away the ungracious drool from the corner of my mouth. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm about to succumb, my friends. Help!" Just as I was preparing to spill everything I knew, a deep voice resonated from outside the vehicle. "Nico, Robin, how did you get here?" I was instantly awakened from my reverie. "Lao Sha." I almost fell for this woman's charms. I swiftly restrained Robin, who was about to rise, and hastily exited the tortoise-shaped vehicle, my eyes fixed unwaveringly on the slick-haired man. "Oh, wearing mink in this sweltering heat, are you not hot?" Lao Sha bit down on his cigar, causing it to snap in half. "Who is this guy?" It seems the adage that women adore wearing mink holds true. Your gender reassignment surgery evidently did not alter your preferences. Would you like me to assist you in filing a complaint with the Consumer Protection Agency regarding that doctor? "You scoundrel." Lao Sha erupted in fury, his right hand transforming into a blade of sand aimed directly at me. Sandblade. I did not flinch or evade. Instead, I crossed my arms and allowed his attack to strike me. There was no choice. I simply revel in putting on a show, especially in front of Sister Robin. Earlier, I had already crafted a sand clone while in the vehicle. Since I was playing with sand, I might as well do it professionally. As Lao Sha saw me split in two, a smirk began to form on his lips, but in the next instant, my body, mingled with sand, reverted to its original state. I shot him a disdainful smile. "Heard you were quite adept with sand. Coincidentally, I also know a few tricks. Care to test them?" Lao Sha's expression darkened, and he plunged his hand into the ground, summoning a massive pit of quicksand beneath me. I remained with my arms crossed, slowly sinking, but as I furrowed my brow, a mound of sand emerged beneath my feet, lifting me back to eye level with Lao Sha. "Who on earth are you?" "Sandstorm." "Gaola." Clearly, Lao Sha was unaware of my identity as AI Luo, and he was utterly confounded. He flipped his palm, conjuring a small tornado. Sandstorm. A colossal whirlwind of sand engulfed me. However, aside from being tossed about, it served no purpose. When the sandstorm dissipated, Lao Sha's cigar had fallen to the ground, and he gaped at me, utterly unharmed. Now, Lao Sha was genuinely alarmed, charging towards me in a fit of rage, attempting to engage in hand-to-hand combat. "Seriously, sir, you, a warlord who relies heavily on your devil fruit abilities, want to wrestle with me?" I stood still, and his attacks felt like mere tickles. After a while, I yawned and began forming hand seals. Suiton, Suiton no Jutsu. Although we were in a desert, creating a water prison was still feasible. Caught off guard, Lao Sha found himself ensnared within a water sphere, bubbling and gasping for air. I had no intention of drowning him, so I exposed his head above the water. Subsequently, my true form emerged, and I formed seals once more. Raiton, Shivari no Jutsu. For stone pillars rose, crackling with fierce electric arcs, and I promptly vanished. In the next moment, the relentless lightning struck Lao Sha, who lay helpless on the ground, drenched. His anguished cries echoed throughout the desert. With a triumphant stride, I returned to Robin's side and got back into the vehicle. Robin emerged from her astonishment. Sunstorm, Gaola, did not go by Guangzinu. I glanced at Lao Sha, who was convulsing within the storm of lightning, and with a flick of my finger, I dispelled the ninjutsu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. Clap, clap, clap. Hey, you are overdoing it. Is it necessary to applaud so much for merely leveling up? Ding! After this upgrade, the host can freely select ninjutsu without restrictions. Oh, what a delightful benefit. I recall it was said that it required 40 versions for this. Never mind. I cannot inquire further. Asking only leads to more slaps. What does this mean? Ding! The host can create original ninjutsu or utilize those taught by others. Are there still rewards for tasks? Ding! Completing tasks will still yield rewards. That is reassuring. Suddenly, a thought struck me. System, how much have I fused with the cells of Hashirama? Ding! After scanning, the host's fusion with Hashirama cells has reached 96. But that cannot be correct. Did I not previously have a reward for a 20 fusion with Hashirama cells? Why has it not exceeded 100? No, system, are you toying with me? No, system, are you toying with me? I said, once I fuse with Hashirama cells, the system should beep and indicate a fusion level of 100, allowing me to use Mokuton. I thought there would be some follow-up, but when I asked, it said there was no continuation. Excuse me? What does this excess over 100 signify? The system bluntly stated it would not exceed 100, leaving me baffled. Good heavens, I understand now. This reward is fixed. The amount given is finite. Even if I exceed it, it is in vain, a sheer waste. I had thought there might be some hidden benefits, but how naive of me. Nevertheless, after the fusion, my body indeed began to change. The Hashirama cells voraciously absorbed my chakra, initiating a transformation of my physique. This sensation was reminiscent of my time submerged in Orochimaru's nutrient solution. After all my cells had undergone a transformation, I checked my reflection, but there seemed to be no visible changes. Not right. The sensation was so intense, yet presently, nothing was apparent. I meticulously inspected myself, but to no avail. Whatever. I will leave it at that. Just as I was about to seek out Lao Sha, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. The clone over at Luffy's side vanished as well. Upon awakening, I found myself still in the vehicle, with Robin reading beside me. My throat felt parched, and as I reached out for water, I was startled to discover my hand had transformed into wood. Robin, however, remained remarkably composed. Mr. Guangzinu, you are awake. I hurriedly inquired of the system. What happened to me? Why has my hand turned to wood? The system replied, ding. Successful fusion with Hashirama cells detected within the host. Damn, that was no more informative than saying nothing at all. Are you implying this is a side effect? Very well, since the system did not indicate danger. I shall not dwell on it for now. Just be more cautious in the future. Oh, Robin, where are we? We are currently en route to Alabasta. You suddenly collapsed. I had no choice but to take you with me. How long was I out? About 2 hours. I glanced at the sky. The sun had already set, and I wondered if we would arrive in time. Suddenly, I sensed a reaction from the Horatian mark. I teleported and, to my astonishment, found Luffy buried in a pit. His head the only thing visible. I hurriedly pulled him out. He was emaciated, blood pooling around him. I gave him a few sips of water, followed by a healing technique. Once he regained his composure, I asked, Luffy, how did this happen? Luffy exclaimed, Whoa, EM saved. I almost died. Upon seeing his wretched state, I instantly surmised it was Lao Sha's doing. This guy cannot handle defeat, and took it out on Luffy. Thankfully, I arrived in time, otherwise, It would have been dire. What exactly happened? Where are the others? In any case, I encountered Crocodile, while the others took the crab route. Can you get me some meat to eat? Even in such a condition, he is still thinking about food. I was about to seek out some meat when I suddenly fainted again. When I awoke, Luffy was devouring food voraciously. I scanned my surroundings and spotted a man in a long robe and white hat. Wasn't he that the guardian of Alabasta Bell? I struggled to sit up. Aren't you that hero of the nation? What was your name again? Luffy chimed in, Oh, Guangxinu, you're awake. Come eat some meat. Bell replied, My name is Bell. Ding. The host has encountered Bell, successfully unlocking the character card. Reward, chakra total of 10 now issued. Oh, right, Bell. What brings you here? Where are we? Luffy interjected, Who cares? Let us eat and then find Crocodile for revenge. Observing him relish his meal, I too felt a pang of hunger and hastily joined the ranks of those indulging in sustenance. However, I pondered what was amiss with me. How did I faint not once, but twice? The truth lay in the depletion of my chakra. Ever since my complete fusion with the WhoJoined cells, the wood release has been incessantly consuming my chakra, akin to a persistent debuff that drains my energy. Even with the chakra reserve reaching 100,000, it merely suffices for daily expenditures. The moment I employ advanced ninjutsu, my reserves are utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the chakra reward bestowed by the system previously was substantial, and I now possess a chakra level in the millions. The QB remarked that I currently resemble the esteemed Jonin Dado of Konohagakure, with chakra levels and ninjutsu capabilities nearly equivalent. He further noted that I had previously resembled Baiju, attempting to fuse with the WhoJoined cells despite insufficient chakra, nearly leading to my demise. It dawned on me why I had felt so peculiar before, though I could not articulate it. In retrospect, I truly am fortunate. Seated atop Bell, Luffy and I soared towards Alabasta. At that moment, my periodic task emerged. 1. Heal Xiao Foam to full recovery. 2. Successfully prevent the bomb from detonating at the clock tower. Character card, Mr. 1 Cobra. With clear objectives in mind, we set forth. Luffy, you two continue flying. I shall assess the situation with Vivi. Oh wait, as I was about to depart, I paused, glancing back at Luffy. He clutching a straw hat. Flashed a grin. Don't worry, I've eaten meat this time. A 1T lose. I chuckled, acknowledging his confidence. Nevertheless, I assured him of my support. With a plan in place, I swiftly teleported to Zoro's location. To my astonishment, they were floundering in the sea. What on earth? Gurgle, gurgle, what are you doing? Cough, cough. At such a time, you still have the leisure for a bath? Cough, cough, cough. Zoro exclaimed, light of assistance. Quickly, get us out of here. Utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, I seized each one and dashed across the water. Upon reaching the shore, I declared, Listen carefully. The latest intelligence reveals that the rebel army has amassed over 2 million. Usopp exclaimed, Nanny? 200,000? Indeed. However, we need not confront the rebel army head-on. Zoro interjected, Hey, before anything else, where's Luffy? Have you seen him? Rest assured, Luffy is safe. Zoro instantly comprehended that his safety implied prior danger. It seemed Luffy had encountered defeat in his battle against Crocodile, yet at least he was still alive. Zoro muttered, That fool. I signaled Zoro to trust me and addressed the group. Apart from the rebel army, Crocodile has 3 waves of subordinates. They are aware of our approach and are waiting outside the city gates, intending to eliminate Vivi. So, you all know what to do, right? I turned to Vivi, still in shock from the 2 million, stammering, I need to find Crocodile and persuade him to abandon the attack. Hearing her utter such foolishness, I grasped her shoulders in frustration. You idiot, listen closely. Your task is, no matter what happens, to return to the palace with all your might. This was the first time Vivi had witnessed my fierceness, causing her to nod in fear. I continued, Once back at the palace, instruct your army to cease resistance. Thus, even if the rebel army is vast, without a target to attack, they will halt. Understood? Speak up. Sigh, what a vexation. At such a critical juncture, this foolish girl still believed she could command 2 million to heed her wishes? Does she think she possesses the abilities of the red-haired fruit user? She even contemplated seeking the rebel army when a simple and effective method, returning to the palace and ordering her soldiers to surrender, eluded her grasp. After venting my frustration at Vivi, I turned to my other companions. Everyone, our mission is clear. Lure crocodile subordinates and delay them, buying time and a pathway for Vivi to return to the palace. But how we get there? Alabasta is still over 10 kilometers away. Don't panic. Reinforcements are on the way. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed as several figures rapidly approached. Usopp, peering through his binoculars, exclaimed, "It's Karu. These ducks are remarkably fast." We exchange a few words, and they have already arrived. The Super Karu Duck Brigade. Brothers, let us move. The moment of reckoning has arrived. With that, I leaped onto a Karu duck. As we settled onto the duck, I began to analyze our forthcoming battle strategy. Listen closely. My plan is as follows: Zoro and Nami. You two will form one group to draw the enemy to the south gate. Zoro protested. Wait, you wanted to team up with this woman? Nami retorted, what's wrong? Don't forget, you still owe me money. Sanji and Chopper, you form another group to lure the enemy to the west gate. Sanji replied, no problem. Chopper added, I will do my best. Usopp and I will head directly to the southwest gate. Ideally, we'll draw the enemies into the alleyways within the city and eliminate them. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must stall them. Usopp lamented, oh no, I've caught the cannot enter the city disease. Light of assistance, save me. Sanji urged. Chopper, give him a shot. I chuckled. It seemed everyone was in agreement. At that moment, Vivi timidly inquired, Light of assistance, what about me? As for you, once we divert everyone, return to the palace and order all soldiers to cease resistance. Of course, some may oppose, but you must be firm, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. While I could have directly escorted Vivi to the palace, I decided against it. After all, this is her own country. She must rely on her own efforts. Soon, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, and the palace of Alabasta became visible. Spotting a few figures beneath the city walls, I discerned they were Crocodile's subordinates. The enemy has appeared. Proceed with the plan. Move out. Oh, the execution of the plan went remarkably well. Mr. One and his partner followed Zoro, while Sanji and Chopper successfully distracted Xiaofeng. However, Usopp and I found ourselves in quite a predicament, having fallen directly into a mole hole. Those accursed moles, destroying the natural environment. Hey, Usopp, two enemies. Choose one. Can I choose neither? Wow, you're quite brave. In that case, I'll leave both to you. I'm off. Hey, are your ears malfunctioning? I said neither. Of course, I could not allow Usopp to face two enemies alone. However, this was Vivi's necessary passage. I needed to conclude this swiftly. I had already resolved to eliminate them instantly. Yet, utilizing my ultimate technique consumes considerable chakra. Therefore, I must first enter Sage mode. In a flash, I vanished, leaving Usopp to contend with Mr. Four and the Mole. Concealed in a corner, I divided myself into 3 clones. Although my chakra had increased, endurance remained an issue. Moreover, the wood release continued to deplete my chakra. I wondered if employing the sage art of the corpse forest would prove more effective. Before long, I successfully entered Sage mode. This time, I stored the 3 clones within the Kemui space, allowing me to carry them with me. Upon my return to the battlefield, I discovered the fight had concluded. The ground was stained with blood, indicating a fierce struggle. Usopp had been severely beaten. I approached Usopp, where the incessant mole continued to prattle. Is this long-nosed one your partner? What a waste. One blow from Mr. Four left him dazed, utterly dazed. He even begged for mercy. How embarrassing. You are quite noisy. I unleashed the wood release. Wood technique, death. With hand seals, 4 roots surged from beneath the mole's feet, ensnaring and binding her limbs. What is this? Let me go. Let go of me. This chatterbox was unbearable. I stepped closer, my right index finger morphing into a slender wooden needle, my gaze fierce. Utter another word, and I shall plunge this into your throat. Fearful beads of sweat formed on her brow, and she fell silent. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, she could not suppress a gulp. Gurgle. I immediately frowned. I told you not to make any sound. The wooden needle pierced her mouth. Blood streamed from her lips, mingling with sweat and tears. I approached Usopp, crouching down to examine his wounds closely. Fortunately, he had not lost consciousness and struggled to apologize, saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm just too weak to hold him off for long. Stop dwelling on that. You did remarkably well. You're exhausted. Rest for a while." After saying this, I transported Usopp into the Kamui space and began to treat him. Of course, I couldn't heal him completely, otherwise, with everyone else injured and him unscathed, how could he continue to fit in? However, sustaining some injuries is beneficial, as it signifies that Usopp is one step closer to achieving greatness. I walked over to Mr. Four, who, along with his dog, looked at me with snot dripping from their noses. This guy spoke incredibly slowly. I couldn't fathom how he managed to partner with that loquacious old woman. "Have you seen a mole person? Are you searching for her?" I manipulated the wood element, presenting the mole with a wooden stick lodged in her mouth before him. The mole was bloodied and trembling, unable to make a sound. Mr. Four was utterly dumbfounded. I quickly feigned an apologetic demeanor and said, "Oh dear, I truly apologize. She was just so noisy that I couldn't help but act a bit too harshly. I'll remove it right now." With that, I yanked the wooden needle from the mole's mouth. "Oh!" The mole let out a wretched scream, blood gushing forth once more. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." I then reinserted the wooden needle. Mr. Four's eyes widened with rage as he swung his baseball bat at me. Would release, violent gun tree. I gathered chakra in my right hand and slammed it onto the ground. Instantly, 3 or 4 vines sprouted from behind Mr. Four, entwining together and rushing toward his wrist. As Mr. Four's bat was merely half a meter from my head, his motion came to a halt. Yet the immense inertia twisted his body, his spine unable to withstand the strain, resulting in a break. He turned to see his arm completely embedded in a tree that had seemingly sprouted from thin air, nourished by his flesh and blood. I approached Mr. Four's large head and forcefully adjusted it to face forward. This guy was indeed strong, resisting ferociously. Nevertheless, being in sage mode, I summoned my strength, and with a loud crack, I finally straightened Mr. Four's head. However, he rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. I was quite frustrated. Why was he still asleep? Oh well, let them sleep here. I laid the mole and Mr. Four flat on the ground, inserting wooden needles into their limbs to prevent them from moving. After completing this, I released Usopp. "Hey, Usopp, are you alright? You can finally move. By the way, what just happened? Haha, don't mind it. It's my special space. I treated you a bit, but my abilities are limited. You still need to find Chopper." Usopp turned to see the 2 individuals pinned to the ground. "Wow, what happened to those 2? Oh, don't worry about them. They're already asleep." Usopp was not easily convinced by my words. Observing their bloodied forms, his mindset underwent a significant transformation. At that moment, Karu arrived with Vivi. Usopp and I gave her a thumbs up, indicating that the area was safe for passage. She quickly dashed past us, and we heard Vivi's voice in the air. "Thanks." Usopp and I exchanged a knowing smile, feeling genuinely happy to receive gratitude from others. After all, we were not exactly the most qualified pirates. As I watched Vivi's figure disappear, I stood up, preparing to check other battlefields. However, from the direction Vivi had vanished, another figure appeared. What was happening? Had she forgotten something? Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Chopper. "Hey, Usopp, Light's assistant. Are you both okay?" I looked at Chopper, knowing that I had somewhat stolen his glory this time. Yet, I felt no remorse. Firstly, Chopper was still a child. Secondly, his role was that of a ship's doctor and companion. Our teacher, Tsunade, had always said that medical ninjas should not be at the forefront. Thus, Chopper, as the ship's doctor, should focus solely on his medical duties. I hope he can truly develop a miraculous medicine. "Hey, Chopper, you arrived just in time. I'm leaving Usopp to you." Seeing Usopp covered in blood, Chopper immediately grew anxious. "Oh no, your injuries are severe. Doctor, where is the doctor?" "Oh, I am a doctor." Chopper swiftly wrapped Usopp like a mummy. Observing this heartwarming scene, I realized my presence was no longer necessary. I then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Sanji's side, just in time to witness the battle between Little Fong and Sanji. Little Fong employed his mimicry fruit ability to transform into Usopp, attempting to use friendship to prevent Sanji from attacking. However, Sanji showed no hesitation. delivering a kick straight to Usopp's face. Little Fong, struggling to rise, could not believe Sanji's cold-bloodedness and indignantly questioned, "Hey, isn't he your partner? What do you consider a friend? Are you an idiot? Regardless of who you become, you are still you. I will not be deceived by your facade, because for me, the way to recognize friends relies on sincerity, not appearance, you fool." This declaration not only captivated me, but also swayed Little Fong with his charisma. How impressive. Friendship is built on sincerity. It was infuriatingly cool. Even as an enemy, I admired you. Little Fong touched his face and transformed into Nami, attempting to express vulnerability through a female form. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Nami, Sanji instantly turned into a lovesick fool. Little Fong could hardly believe his eyes and quickly reverted to his original form. As soon as Little Fong transformed back, the soldiers began to murmur, questioning the significance of their loyalty to the country. As soldiers, isn't it our duty to quell rebellions? Yet, we face punishment for it. It's utterly absurd. Is patriotism a crime? What was even more explosive was when someone suddenly emerged, directly criticizing Princess Vivi. The soldiers' suppressed emotions erupted, each one directing their ire at me. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult the princess? Do you have any idea the immense pressure she faces to utter such words as to blow up the palace?" "Exactly. A heartless wretch like you doesn't he deserve to speak Princess Vivi's name?" "Absolutely. Let me take you down." Upon glancing back, I saw at least 100 soldiers brandishing their weapons, charging towards me. Shadow Mimikri Technique. I unleashed a large-scale technique, causing the shadows beneath my feet to split into hundreds of lines, rapidly ensnaring numerous individuals. They were bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Yet they found themselves unable to move. I gathered my chakra and bellowed, "You bunch of scoundrels! This is a disgrace to soldiers. Have you forgotten the most important thing about being a soldier? How can you still have the audacity to live?" Although these rascals were restrained, their tongues were not silenced. "Who are you cursing? Who do you think you are, daring to judge me here? I've truly seen it all. I can't believe I'm witnessing trash like you." I shouted back, "Shut the hell up," and raised my hand to slap. Under the control of my shadow mimicry technique, the soldiers mirrored my actions and slapped themselves as I hit the air, their close proximity causing them to strike their comrades instead. The most crucial aspect of being a soldier isn't bravery or loyalty. It's obeying orders. You are the sharpest blade of the nation. If a blade constantly harbors its own thoughts and disobeys, it will wound its master. Therefore, as a blade, you must be reliable. Do you comprehend this, you fools? With my impassioned speech, the soldiers fell silent, each beginning to reflect on their own positions. The princess commanded your surrender, yet you dared to resist. How do you differ from the rebels? Now go and think about it. After confronting the soldiers, I finally dispelled the ninjutsu. Returning to the matter at hand, it is imperative to manage Wei Wei's behavior with due diligence. Just as I was about to scold her further, a swirling gust of wind and sand heralded the arrival of Crocodile, that old rascal. Ah, Princess Wei Wei, detonating the palace is out of the question. I still wish to uncover the secrets of this palace. Crocodile was clutching someone in his hand, a cigar dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Crocodile, you scoundrel. The entirety of Alabasta has suffered because of you." The sharp-eyed soldiers had already recognized that the individual in Crocodile's grasp was none other than King Cobra. Indeed, it was King Cobra. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and there he was, the king of Alabasta. With a mere lift of his hand, Crocodile cleared the area, sending the surrounding soldiers flying into the air, leaving only Wei Wei and me behind. Who might this be? Crocodile gazed at me, a look of confusion upon his face. I scrutinized him from head to toe, realizing that he bore no injuries whatsoever. It seems the Logia-type devil fruit truly has its merits. "Hey, Crocodile, where's Luffy?" I had not yet devised a plan for revealing my identity, as it would pose a problem if Wei Wei discovered it. Perhaps I should first gauge Crocodile's intentions. If he were not a fool, he would surely recognize me as Luffy's companion. "He is dead." Wei Wei cast a furtive glance at me, and upon seeing me picking my nose, she immediately understood that Crocodile was lying, or perhaps he simply did not know that Luffy was still alive. Oh, and what brings you here? Crocodile's smile faltered. His emotional transition clearly uncoordinated. He initially intended to mock me, but I offered him no opportunity. Ah, in half an hour, the rebel army will arrive here. Thus, I have placed a time bomb that possesses the power to obliterate the entire palace. Therefore, Princess Wei Wei, there is no need for you to blow up the palace now. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Wei Wei shouted as she attempted to charge forward, but I grasped her arm, then turned to Crocodile, flicking the booger from my finger. So, what exactly is your purpose here? Ah, within this nation lies an object that, if obtained, would allow me to contend with the world government. However, only the kings of Alabasta throughout the ages know its whereabouts. So my purpose here is simply to have the king guide me, utilizing the powers of his Sansan fruit. Crocodile controlled Cobra's body, pinning him to the doorframe. King Cobra awakened. Quickly guide me to the Pluto. Cobra, who had been groaning in pain, fell silent at the mention of Pluto. Crocodile smiled slightly. It appears you indeed know the location of this object. Now, do not compel me to resort to torture. Hurry and lead me there. Cobra was utterly unable to resist, and he understood that even delaying would be futile, since Crocodile was willing to blow up the entire palace. It was undoubtedly to locate that object. Thus, he could only obediently lead Crocodile. I watched in frustration. You are the king, for goodness sake. At least make an effort to resist. In a flash, I appear before Cobra. Hey, brother, say something. This is driving me mad. This guy hasn't uttered a word. How am I supposed to unlock his character card? Now, I position myself right in front of him. He glanced up at me. Who are you? Ding. Detected that the host has encountered Cobra. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward. 1 chakra fusion card, now distributed. Here, 26 sounds of pop are omitted. He got it. You scoundrel. Get out of my way. Crocodile was furious, and I was instantly drained. Fortunately, it was merely a clone, and I sensed that Luffy was approaching swiftly. Hence, my presence here was no longer necessary. It would be wise to retreat. As my clone vanished near Crocodile, my main body immediately grasped the situation. Coincidentally, the battle on Zoro's side had also concluded. Zoro and Mr. One were both covered in blood. One lay unconscious on the ground, while the other was still bleeding profusely, yet gasping for breath. I approached Zoro and began to heal him. Congratulations. It seems you can now slice through steel, right? So it was you. Did you know all along, which is why you asked me that before. It seems Zoro is no fool. I had indeed previously inquired about this. Haha, what a coincidence. I said I stumbled upon it. Do you believe me? Zoro fell silent, and regardless of whether he believed me or not, I did. You are gravely injured. I can only alleviate your wounds. Do not move around. I will take you to Chopper. I hoisted Zoro and activated my Flying Thunder God technique. Upon reaching Chopper, I lost my grip and Zoro fell to the ground. Oof. Hey, could you be a bit gentler? Oh dear, I apologize, my hand slipped. I will chop you up one day. Our sudden appearance caused Chopper to exclaim, wow, there's a blood fountain here. Huh, it's Zoro. Oh no, help. Doctor, quick. I am a doctor. After dropping Zoro, I returned to Mr. One's side. After all, there was still a character card to unlock. Following a brief healing session, he slowly regained consciousness. Who are you? Ding. Detected that the host has encountered Mr. One. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward. Sealing scroll now distributed. Here. 26 sounds of pop are omitted. What the heck, just an idiot. Even so, thank you for your healing. Mr. One said, rising to move forward. Hey, wait a minute. Who just called who an idiot? I certainly didn't pretend I didn't hear that. You bald head. You bastard. I was initially inclined to let you off easy, but now you've gone and asked for it, having been defeated by Zoro once. Now you wish to be defeated by me again. Mr. One slowly turned, his expression suddenly fierce. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. Who are you calling bald? Yo, it appears this fellow's Achilles heel is his hairstyle. Mr. One charged towards me in an instant. Cross slash. His hands transformed into 2 steel blades, crossing violently as they struck my chest. Bang! A piece of wood was cleaved into several sections. Mr. One was momentarily stunned, turning to search for my figure. I stood behind him, the corner of my mouth twitching. How was that? The previous technique was called the substitution jutsu. Quite practical, wouldn't you agree? There are even more delightful tricks in store. Come at me again. His expression darkened as his feet morphed into blades, gliding across the ground, swiftly launching another assault against me. This time, his entire forearm transformed into a whirling blade, striking me once more. Splash! As I transformed into a puddle of water, mister. One could hardly believe his eyes. The next moment, I reappeared at the original spot. This is called the water clone technique. Come again, there is much more to come. I beckoned him with my fingers. Thus, I continued to employ various cloning techniques, be it clone jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, earth clone jutsu, and so forth, repeatedly nullifying Mr. One's assaults. He charged like a rampaging wild boar, relentlessly attacking. I remained unharmed while he grew increasingly exhausted. Hey. Isn't your devil fruit a bit too weak? How is it that you can only engage in close combat? Don't you have any ranged attacks? Mr. One, already panting and crouched on the ground, upon hearing my words, realized his shortcomings. Indeed, close combat only. If the enemy keeps running, how can I possibly hit them? Observing his silence, I continued my soliloquy. Additionally, your movement speed is rather sluggish. As a close combat fighter, without speed to back you up, what kind of assassin do you think you are? Hearing this, Mr. One flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, lacking sufficient movement speed, if the target merely wishes to flee, he would have no means to finish them off. In truth, I was equally vexed. I had hoped to hone my ninjutsu through him. Yet with such a level, sigh. I am thoroughly exasperated. I sighed and shook my head, resigned. All right, since you are suited for close combat, I shall oblige and practice with you. Upon finishing my words, I flicked my hand, and in an instant, the space around me and Mr. One was filled with flying kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique. After confirming my position, I cast a disdainful glance at him, a smirk playing on my lips. The kunai twirled around my index finger. In the next moment, I found myself beside the nearest kunai, my hand slicing down with precision. Clang! I swiftly teleported away from him again. Glancing at my hand, I discovered that the kunai I had just used to attack him had shattered into 2 pieces. Oh my, quite resilient, aren't we? Though I jested, I was genuinely taken aback by this. Initially, I had presumed he would need to consciously transform specific body parts into blades like Mr. 5. However, to my surprise, he was a blade from head to toe. Perhaps this was a unique form of absolute defense. Now it was my turn to feel a headache. Let me tell you, these fellows truly lack experience. Chaoba called them barbaric, Usopp deemed them inferior, and even Zoro, the simpleton, could only muster a few words about the three-sword style. I couldn't be bothered with them. They were as naive as freshly bloomed flowers, completely unaware of the depth of Robin's capabilities. Luffy, that kid, relied solely on his stubbornness to make me his companion, precisely hitting the spot where Robin lacked security the most. I must say, Robin's tactics are nothing short of textbook-level workplace manipulation. She effortlessly kept the crew wrapped around her finger, each member receiving gifts that touched their hearts. Of course, that did not apply to our ironclad Zoro, primarily because Robin lacked any renowned sword information. Otherwise, Zoro would be eagerly trailing behind her, calling her sister as well. I found a quiet spot at the stern of the ship, basking in the sea breeze while reflecting on my recent gains. All right, I suddenly remembered I still had a chakra fusion card unused. I hurriedly opened the system space, and lo and behold, it wasn't just 1 but 2. After comparing them back and forth, I realized they were identical. What was I to do? Family, who understands the agony of choice? Should I merge water release with lightning release to create a cutting-edge storm release, or should I blend earth release with fire release to experiment with lava release? My indecision led to a mental battle within me. Ultimately, I resolved to flip a coin. But in that fleeting moment, as the coin soared into the air, a light bulb went off in my mind. Wait, I have 2 cards. Why choose it all? I could simply take both. I felt an urge to slap myself for such a lapse in intelligence, essentially bidding farewell to ninjutsu. The coin never landed, as a delicate, fair hand caught it mid-air. Are you always this harsh on yourself? I looked up to see Robin. She was smiling at me, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, not mockery, as if she had discovered a delightful new toy. I awkwardly cleared my throat, attempting to change the subject. So, Robin, how are you getting along with them? She merely chuckled, offering no reply, leaning against the railing while gazing at the waves, lazily stating, I haven't felt this at ease in quite some time. Her demeanor almost enchanted me again. Suddenly, she shifted the conversation. Ninja, did you really say you could help me find the historical texts? Just as I was pondering how to respond, Luffy's loud shout from afar felt like a heavenly intervention. Seizing the opportunity, I promptly took my leave. I heard them exclaiming, What is that? Is it a sea snail? Sanji, the foodie, was already contemplating how to pickle it when the sea snail opened. A dapper man in a suit sprang out. Wasn't he the salesman from the department store? As I was about to walk away, a sudden thought struck me, and I approached him to inquire, Do you have any soap that makes the skin exceptionally smooth? Goodness, this guy's eloquence was astounding. He launched into a lengthy spiel about hundreds of floral essences and cutting-edge technology, leaving me utterly bewildered and nauseated. Ugh! I couldn't hold it in and spewed all over him. Instantly, the ship erupted into chaos. Everyone darted away, clearing a large space around me. Zoro called me an idiot. Sanji yelled at me to clean up my mess, and Xiaoba mentioned he would concoct seasickness medicine for me, while Luffy laughed heartily like a fool. Only then did I remember, I'm prone to seasickness. I quickly apologized to the salesman and bolted, fearing he would demand dry cleaning fees. I utilized wood release to craft a raft on the water, lying atop it and drifting with the waves, finally feeling revived. I re-entered the system space, ready to use the card, only to find myself dumbfounded. I had just 2 cards, and now there was only 1 left. I hadn't even used it. Hey, system, where's my card? Spit it out. The system chimed in, claiming it hadn't seen it. I examined the remaining card closely, only to realize something was off. The card's color had shifted from earthy yellow to a reddish hue. System, what's the deal with this card? Ding! The system informed me that the 2 cards had fused together on their own. A 2-in-1 automatic upgrade. I hastily opened the description, which stated, 8 second-tier fusion cards can be combined to create 1 third-tier fusion card. I couldn't contain my excitement as I inquired about the benefits of the 3rd tier, and the system replied, It can fuse 3 attributes. I was elated. 3 attributes. Family. What does this mean? It signifies that my long-cherished dust release is finally within reach. Fortune has truly smiled upon me. I was so thrilled that I dashed back to the Mary, eager to share this fantastic news. It was simply marvelous. Just as I reached the bathroom door, I couldn't help but shout out loud. As soon as my words fell, there was a clang, and everything went dark. Before hitting the ground, I caught a glimpse of a blue bar of soap. The bathroom door flung open, and Nami, wrapped in a towel with wet hair, poked her head out, her face flushed with anger as she yelled, You pervert! What are you so happy about? The next second, I found myself nursing a bump on my head, enduring Sanji's verbal barrage. His cigarette was nearly pressed against my face, and he was hurling insults about being a pervert and spying on Miss Nami in the shower. Finally, he declared, Seasick brat, no dinner for you tonight. As soon as he turned around, I couldn't help but chuckle. He also had a matching bump on his head, gleaming brightly. Hey, you know Saint Either? Just then Usopp screamed, Look at the sky. It was falling down. A massive shadow descended from above, drawing closer. It was a ship, an antique vessel 3 times the size of the Mary, plummeting straight towards us. Sanji's voice reached a new pitch. Hey, seasick brat, do something. I had already begun forming a chakra ball, already on it. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. As the ear-piercing whirring sound erupted, Robin suddenly shouted, Don't destroy it. Move aside. We frantically rowed the boat, executing a daring maneuver to narrowly evade the colossal ship. Luffy, puzzled, asked Robin, Why should we avoid it? Can't light assist in blasting it away? Robin's words were a revelation. Don't you want to know why a ship is falling from the sky? If we destroy it, we lose the clues. Luffy's eyes lit up with understanding as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, You're so smart. My heart skipped a beat. This gal was quick-witted indeed. Shortly thereafter, Nami shrieked again, claiming the log pose was malfunctioning, pointing skyward. Robin and I exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, Sky Island. While Robin was enlightening everyone about the legend of Sky Island, the system in my mind chimed again. Ding! New mission. Create a new ninjutsu. Reward character card. Bellamy, Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Suddenly, I recalled and hurriedly asked Luffy for Ace's life card. Upon inspection, it was intact. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Ace had yet to cross paths with him. Now I just had to deal with that trash wapple. I bid farewell to my companions, leaving a would-release clone in the corner, and then quietly slipped away. The flying thunder god mark I had placed on him was gone, indicating he had consumed himself again. I directly employed the water transformation technique, merging with the sea and speeding ahead. A day later, I arrived in Alabasta. I must say, this water transformation technique is incredibly convenient for travel, albeit a bit taxing on chakra. Upon disembarking, I sought sustenance, only to realize I possessed not a single coin. In my moment of despair, my eyes fell upon a pirate ship docked at the harbor. How fortuitous! I approached to borrow some funds. To my delight, I discovered a chest brimming with jewels within a nearby chamber. I took 10 gold coins, sufficient for a meal. What more could one desire? Just as I prepared to depart, I noticed a broken dagger wedged beneath the chest, its serrated edge suggesting it had been gnawed off by some creature. At that moment, a pirate spotted me and loudly demanded my exit. I chuckled, recognizing the opportunity. With a mere glance from my Sharingan, I subdued him and swiftly extracted information. Indeed, that scoundrel Wabaru had landed in Alabasta just a day prior. Splendid news, saving me from aimless wandering. However, Alabasta is vast. How to locate him? I immediately thought of Wei Wei. I grinned and began sensing her location. Found it. With a technique akin to flying thunder, I was transported to a misty locale filled with the piercing shrieks of women. Pervert, get out. I found myself awkwardly seated in a reception area, having inadvertently flown into the women's bathing quarters. Sanji's dream was inadvertently realized through my blundering, though I regrettably saw nothing. Wei Wei approached me, her cheeks flushed, inquiring why I had returned. I hastily addressed the matter. Assist me in locating an individual. The king of the Drum Kingdom, Wabaru. He has arrived in Alabasta. Wei Wei assured me she would help. Just as I was about to request she contact me with any news, a soldier arrived to announce that the king sought an audience. How delightful! A delivery right to my doorstep. An idea struck me. I instructed Wei Wei to conduct the meeting as usual while I dashed to the harbor to wait on his ship. Once he set sail, he would be a pirate, and how I dealt with him would be irrelevant to Alabasta. Meanwhile, my clone was aboard the Mary. After enduring the ordeal of being swallowed by a giant tortoise and a ship falling from the sky, we finally arrived at the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island. This place, I must say, is a den of pirates. Nami, Luffy, and Zoro had gone to inquire about Skypiea. I intended to join them, but refrained, fearing I might be tempted to eliminate Bellamy on the spot. Instead, I resolved to meet a few eccentric crew members of Blackbeard, strolling leisurely through the chaotic streets. I heard discussions about a towering champion who had just defeated another. Ah, Splendid. I was searching for you, the corpulent member of Blackbeard's crew, Bagus. I swiftly appeared before him. He resembled a truck, his voice thunderous, nearly pressing his face against mine. Hey, do you wish to be crushed by me, little one? The onlookers began to jeer. This pretty boy won't last a punch. I wager he would fall in 3 seconds. Bagus erupted with laughter. Did you hear that? They say you can last 3 seconds. My temper flared. Do people now delight in stand-up comedy? He boasted about his golden belt, each strip representing 1,000 victories, and he possessed 20. Regret washed over me. Why had I come to endure his monologue? Noticing my silence only fueled his bravado. Little Sesame, are you frightened? Shall I fetch your mother for you? Very well, you have successfully incited my wrath. Fire release, great fireball technique. I swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball with a 10-meter diameter toward Bagus. The spectators were instantly scorched by the searing heat, and the alley erupted in chaos. I continued my leisurely stroll, overhearing comments about a shop that had been incinerated, stones melting away. I smirked internally. Let your tongue be reckless, were it not for your continued usefulness. I would have dealt with you then and there. As I walked, a frail old man collapsed before me. Blackbeard ship Dr. Q. He requested my assistance to rise. I glanced at him through my Sharingan, dismissing him with indifference, turning to leave. He called after me, but I did not relent, summoning a water hand that tossed him back onto his feet. The old rogue believed his poison trick had succeeded, counting down in his mind. However, I had already ensnared him in an illusion, allowing him to entertain himself. Upon rounding a corner, I heard a gruff voice proclaim, "A man's dreams shall never cease." I pushed through the crowd to find, lo and behold, Blackbeard. Upon closer inspection, I saw Luffy and Zoro, bruised and battered, having just been soundly thrashed by Bellamy's crew. Truth be told, Bellamy is a rather pitiable figure, merely a small-time thug brainwashed by Doflamingo. Yet, pity aside, you have harmed my comrades and damaged our Mary. This debt must be repaid. Luffy adheres to his principles, avoiding pointless fights. My principle, however, is that one must pay dearly for daring to harm my people. My temper flared, and I transformed into the visage of my second form, kicking open the bar's door, instantly silencing the room as all eyes turned toward me. With a face that could incite wrath among gods and men, I coldly declared, "Bellamy, which scoundrel dares to challenge me?" The crowd assessed me from head to toe before erupting into laughter. What pity, merely a frail, pretty boy. Hurry and apologize to Bellamy, then scurry away. Even the barmaid chimed in. You may be handsome, but don't sneeze and throw out your back. For a moment, doubt crept in among these muscular pirates. My second form seemed to invite derision. At the bar, Bellamy, facing away from me, acted as though I were invisible. Once the laughter subsided, he leisurely turned around, finishing his drink. "Oh, this young man looks quite dashing. Shall I introduce you to a career as a gigolo?" Ah, how I had no time for banter. I raised my right hand, crackling with lightning. Chidori, a spear of electricity shot forth, piercing through his chest and pinning him firmly against the bar. Bellamy coughed up blood, the room falling into a stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their cups forgotten. Those who had mocked me moments ago were now rendered speechless. Bellamy's face drained of color as he struggled. I intensified the lightning coursing through my hand, compelling him to kneel in agony, unable to utter a cry. The women around him fainted, collapsing to the ground in terror. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the patrons fled in a panic. Bellamy's first mate crawled over, pleading, "Spare us. Noble warrior, we will compensate you. How does 1,000,000 berries sound?" Clearly, they mistook me for a bounty hunter. I smirked, lowering my voice. "Bellamy is worth 50 million. Do you think 1,000,000 will suffice? What is your price?" I drew the lightning spear, feigning contemplation before slowly replying. 100 million berries. 100 million. The first mate turned pale. I crouched down, flipping Bellamy over, and began to slap him soundly across the face, declaring with each strike, "Rest assured. Slap. It won't be excessive, Slap. I guarantee you'll receive, Slap, value for your suffering. What say you, Bellamy?" The first mate, on the verge of tears, clenched his teeth. "We will pay. We will pay. Ah, that is more like it." I ceased my assault, placing my hands upon Bellamy's chest, employing the healing palm technique. His wounds visibly began to mend. Once I finished healing him, a pile of money appeared before me. Bellamy awoke, bewildered, and weakly asked, "Why?" I utilized my shining eyes to gather the coins, standing to depart without a backward glance, leaving behind a parting remark. "Nothing personal. I simply found you insufferable." I then tossed a hefty sum to the bartender as compensation, remarking, "This should suffice to repair your door." The boss's face was as pale as paper, completely oblivious to the money I had just handed him, as if his soul had been lost. Just as I turned to leave, Bellamy roared from behind. "Why did you treat me?" I halted, and his gang of lackeys came to a screeching stop, trembling like leaves in a storm. I turned around and flashed him a bright, sunny smile, stating, "I got paid for my services, you understand?" With that, I vanished into the crowd without a backward glance. I must say, the reward I received was truly heartwarming. I had been lamenting the lack of a suitable weapon, feeling somewhat inadequate in my bravado. Now, with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in hand, I could swagger through the streets, relishing the thought. I wandered around the town for quite a while, but didn't encounter Blackbeard. Odd, but it mattered little. After all, I had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on his two lackeys, ensuring they wouldn't escape. Upon my return to the melee, I found Nami in a state of explosive fury. Her aura was so intense that anyone unaware would think she had just been beaten. "Hey, Nami, who upset you?" Have you found any news from the Sky Island? My words, unfortunately, were a mistake. The mere mention of the Sky Island ignited her fury like a gas tank catching fire, causing Chopper to leap into the sea in fright. Sky Island. She spat out each syllable through gritted teeth. Realizing the precarious situation, I quickly sought to remedy it. I retrieved 100,000 berries from the Kamui space, secretly handing them to Nami. Don't tell Luffy. This is Bellamy's ransom. I gave him a good thrashing. Are you calmed down now? Wow. Light of a divine, I adore you. Nami exclaimed, planting a kiss on my forehead. Before I could process this, Sanji's jealous flames nearly singed my eyebrows off. You seasick bastard, I'll kick you to the moon. As we engaged in our usual playful banter, Robin returned, bringing with her clues about the Sky Island. The Melly set sail immediately to find a peculiar old man named Kulkai, with Luffy's overwhelming charisma. The old man was easily persuaded to recount the tale of his ancestor, the notorious con artist Rolando. The atmosphere was filled with emotion, as everyone feasted heartily, almost ready to swear brotherhood. Only I knew the truth behind his words. The land of gold, the Golden Bell, I was well aware. However, I was more concerned about another matter. Time was pressing, with the ascending current due tomorrow morning, and my dealings with Blackbeard were still unresolved. I contemplated using a shadow clone to multitask, but feared it might not suffice. Enel on Sky Island was no mere adversary, and my chakra affinity clashed with his rumble fruit, making me vulnerable. I decided not to overthink it. I created a shadow clone, leaving my main body behind while the clone swiftly retrieved Wapple, who I had previously frozen in ice at Alabasta, and promptly returned to Magic Valley Town. As night fell, I ventured to the port, brandishing my Kusanagi sword like an energetic youth, searching for Blackbeard. Teach, shall we discuss a business proposition? Oh, what do you mean? Before Blackbeard could unleash his signature laugh, a sudden jolt surged through my mind as the system sent me a substantial reward, an explosive technique. In that instant, I felt invigorated. I showcased an elaborate series of hand seals, leaving him and his companions utterly bewildered. Once I finished, I feigned calmness. I'm here to propose a business deal. Ha ha ha, you've got guts, kid, daring to negotiate with me. Of course, it takes courage to stand before you. Wouldn't you agree? Teach? The moment I uttered his name, his companion, the burly Bagus, exploded in fury. He charged at me with a fierce punch, the wind from his strike distorting the air. Blackbeard was taken aback, thinking, what kind of enmity is this? As Bagus swung his fist, I utilized my Kimui to phase my location, allowing his punch to pass harmlessly through me. To him, it appeared as though I was standing still, impervious to his attacks. He flailed wildly, throwing multiple punches, all landing on empty air, leaving him utterly confused. The others whispered, speculating about my devil fruit ability. Seeing my opportunity, I raised my left hand to absorb one of his punches, while my right hand prepared a Rasengan aimed at his abdomen. However, the moment I engaged, I realized the immense force behind his blow. I had miscalculated. As I was about to be sent flying, I quickly shifted my entire left arm into the Kamui space, barely avoiding being toppled. Bagus, believing he had landed a hit, was ecstatic and prepared to throw another punch, but I suddenly withdrew my force, causing him to stumble forward. Seizing the chance, I unleashed the Rasengan, its blue light flashing as it struck him squarely in the face. However, dear friends, this brute's weight was overwhelming. The Rasengan impacted him, but his inertia pushed me back, nearly dislocating my arm. My feet carved 2 trenches into the ground as I struggled to maintain my balance. Bagus's face was utterly mangled from the assault, leaving his companions in a state of shock, having witnessed none of the events unfold. At that moment, the sniper Van Oka raised his weapon, firing a shot that struck me squarely in the forehead. He smugly declared, "This is your fate." My body, which had been leaning back, snapped upright as I glared at him. How rude of you. Before I could finish my retort, 3 more shots rang out, 2 to my chest and 1 to my head. Goodness, even the King of Hell would hand me a cigarette for this. Not one to be outdone, I retaliated with a water-based jutsu, but he skillfully dodged all my shots. It seems my crew has misunderstood you, young man. Blackbeard interjected, stepping forward. Shall we speak civilly? Indeed, I replied, though I must say, your devil fruit ability is quite remarkable. I've never encountered it in the encyclopedia. With a sly grin, I responded, it pales in comparison to your dark fruit, which you acquire by slaughtering your comrades. Don't you feel any remorse? As soon as the words left my lips, Van Oka reached for his gun, only to be halted by Blackbeard. Ha, enough of that. What brings you to me? I shifted to the main topic, pulling out 100 million berries and the frozen wapple from the Kamui space. I need your assistance in extracting this man's devil fruit ability. This 100 million berries will serve as your payment. Blackbeard's pupils dilated, his heart racing. The ability to absorb devil fruit powers was his greatest secret. Van Oka and the others were equally astonished. Breaking the silence, I inquired, what's the matter? Don't tell me you can't do it. How do you know this? I couldn't very well admit I had read the script, so I improvised. There are others who have seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. He visibly relaxed, and upon recognizing Wapple, his surprise was unmistakable. It was clear he had his sights set on that fruit as well. Ha. Are you sure you want to extract his fruit? His identity is rather unique. He began to dance around the subject, but I was uninterested in his banter and cut straight to the point. Just tell me, will you do it or not? Ha, of course I can do it. However, 100 million berries alone will not suffice. Here it comes, I thought, anticipating his price hike. What do you propose? If you're willing to join us and become my partner, I might consider it. I rolled my eyes internally at the idea of joining forces with him against Luffy, but replied, all right, but only if you can extract that fruit first. I tossed the ball back into his court. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, grinning as he summoned a large black cloth, draping it over Wapple and himself, shrouding the process in secrecy. A few minutes later, he emerged from under the cloth, holding a purple fruit in his hand. He laughed heartily and casually tossed the fruit towards me. Instinctively, I reached out to catch it, but to my astonishment, that sly old Blackbeard took advantage of my distraction, fixated on the fruit. With his right hand imbued with the powers of the Yami no Mi, he landed a powerful punch to my abdomen. In order to catch the fruit, I had to solidify my body, leaving me utterly unprepared. Let me tell you, that punch sent my internal organs into a chaotic whirlwind. My hand was a mere 0.01 centimeters from the fruit, yet I was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing into the sea with a loud splash. Laughter erupted from shore. Ha. Little brat, thank for the money and the fruit. As I sank into the depths of the sea, I cursed under my breath. How dare they play tricks on me? Once I resurfaced, they would regret it. This minor injury could be healed in a heartbeat thanks to the Hashirama cells and my healing techniques. However, I did not rush back up. Instead, I conjured several water clones that, under the cover of night, stealthily approached them like phantoms. Just as they prepared to leave, my clones seized the ankles of Van Augur and Poison Q, swiftly pulling these unfortunate souls into the water. When it came to dragging Blackbeard, I was taken aback by his weight. I couldn't budge him. Reacting quickly, I cast a water prison to confine him. Now, it was my turn to be a loss. One hand was occupied maintaining the water prison, while the other reached for the Gura no Mi inside. Just then, I completely forgot about the disfigured buyers, whom I had previously struck with a raisin gun. He had somehow found a piece of wood and swung it towards my arm. Thankfully, I had employed the water transformation technique, so my arm was unharmed, but the water prison shattered. Byers missed me, but his strike landed squarely on Blackbeard's chest, causing him to spew water like a fountain. Gasping for breath, Blackbeard clutched the Gura no Mi tightly. Standing on the shore, I confined his other 2 crew members in the water prison and leisurely began the hostage exchange. I offered a wicked smile. So, teach, how does the seawater taste? Byers. The big fool shouted, bastard, let them go. Blackbeard, far more astute, silenced him and, while sputtering water, asked, what will it take for you to release them? Hey, teach, this isn't fun anymore. Don't you have an inkling of what I desire? He fixated on the Gura no Mi in his grasp, hesitating. I made no move to rush him, casually remarking, oh dear, I wonder how long those 2 can hold out. If idea. I certainly won't trade the Gura no Mi for you. Upon hearing this, Byers turned as pale as a ghost. Blackbeard realized he had misspoken and, without further hesitation, tossed the fruit toward me again. He thought to play the same trick. This time, I had learned my lesson with a glare from my Sharingan. I activated Kimyui and snatched the fruit right out of the air. Mission accomplished. I pondered whether to engage him further when Luffy's booming voice rang out. Kazuki, what are you doing here? He turned around and spotted Blackbeard. Oh, it's you. Well, this fight was clearly off the table. I immediately released the two hostages, pretending nothing had happened, and grabbed Luffy, leading him away. Oh, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Come on, let's go eat a feast, I shouted, dragging Luffy away like a chick. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and his crew were left bewildered in the wind. Hey, Kazuki, what were you doing just now? Oh, nothing much, just training. How about you? Right? I just remembered. I need to get revenge on Bellamy for stealing Uncle Diamond's gold, Luffy declared, dashing off without a trace. Well, off you go. Poor Bellamy, getting beaten by me in the daytime and then by you at night. What terrible luck he has. Luffy's appearance here indicated that something had gone awry with the Mary. I teleported directly back to Uncle Diamond. Sure enough, trouble had struck. The bow of the Mary was shattered, and the keel was ruined. This damage was fatal. Hey, you seasick idiot, where have you been? Get over here and help, Sanji shouted. Upon seeing the injured scattered about, I immediately summoned my clones and began healing each one. In under 5 minutes, everyone was back to full strength, ready to repair the Mary. Zoro approached, sniffing me like a bloodhound. I pushed him away. What are you doing? I'm not a bone, he replied seriously. You just got into a fight, didn't you? You smell like blood. Hey, don't say that. I grinned at him. It's a secret. With my clones, and would release. The repairs on the Mary progressed rapidly, and just as dawn broke, a magnificent flying version of the Mary emerged. Yet, Luffy had yet to return, and Nami had already entered her ranting mode, scolding Luffy for an hour without repetition. Only I knew that he had gone bug hunting. I sat cross-legged, reflecting on my battle with Blackbeard's crew, realizing that my physical abilities were still too weak and my chakra endurance was a significant issue. However, acquiring the Gura no Mi was not entirely a loss. Finally, Luffy returned, and we set off toward the rising current with the guidance of the log pose. As we precariously plunged into the massive whirlpool's center, we were taken aback to see Blackbeard's crew following us on a large wooden raft. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, I'm here to collect your bounty of 100 million. Luffy, oblivious, asked, what are you doing? We're headed to Skypiea. Blackbeard brandished the bounty poster and shouted, look here. Straw Hat Luffy, 100 million. Roronoa Zoro, 60 million. Luffy and Zoro instantly beamed with pride, while Sanji looked on enviously, his eyes turning green. I silently rejoiced that Smoker was decent enough not to expose me. Before they could get close, the seabed suddenly stirred. Nami's pupils dilated. It's coming. Hardly had she finished speaking when a colossal water column shot skyward. The Mary was lifted uncontrollably, like a bee caught in a high-speed train. The sensation was akin to riding a roller coaster without a seatbelt, especially a vertical launch. The intense feeling of weightlessness made my stomach churn violently. Just as the turmoil in my stomach settled, I felt the ship lurch violently, and then the world fell silent. I tell you, the sight before me was nothing but an endless expanse of white clouds. We had truly ascended. Goodness, the air in Skypiea was incredibly thin. I collapsed, feeling as if I had just run 10,000 meters utterly drained. Looking at Luffy and the others, they bounced back to life in no time, and I realized the stark contrast in physical prowess between me and them. Who understands? Even with my abilities, I was nearly overpowered in stamina. How would I manage in the new world? No, I must devise a way to don some kind of Susanoo-like armor. While I was lost in thought, Usopp suddenly leapt into the cloud sea, claiming he would perform a synchronized swimming act. What happened next? He dove in and didn't even create a bubble. Thankfully, Robin remained calm and pointed out, what is beneath this cloud sea? Luffy, quick on the uptake, extended his rubber arm down. I rolled my eyes, only to find that visibility was reduced to a blank expanse of white. My technique was rendered useless. Ultimately, it was Robin's Hana no Mi that retrieved a nearly suffocated Usopp from the depths. Just as we caught our breath, a masked figure shot towards us like a cannonball. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, our ship's 3 main combatants, charged at him. Guess what happened? With 3 loud thuds, Each was taken down in an instant. The masked figure raised his hand, preparing to launch an attack that would send our Mary soaring into the heavens. I must tell you that during that moment, Chopper's fur stood on end in sheer terror, while Nami wore an expression of utter despair and Robin was drenched in cold sweat. Just when the situation seemed dire, an elderly man wielding a long spear emerged and repelled the masked assailant. However, the cannonballs continued to soar toward our ship, just as everyone resigned themselves to their fate. I formed hand seals and invoked Shinai. In an instant, the cannonballs were drawn into a different dimension, vanishing without a trace. Upon realizing that his attacks were futile, the masked man turned to flee. It was then that I remembered I had an unfinished task within my system, to create a new ninjutsu using two distinct types of chakra. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? My mind raced. The boss of this sky island was Enel, the user of the Goro Goro no Mi, a pure electric rodent. What could counter electricity aside from Luffy's rubber? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. There was another substance that does not conduct electricity: glass. Sand heated by fire becomes glass, doesn't it? Combining Doton and Katon, I was truly a genius. Without hesitation, I instructed my companions to go eat while I remained on the beach to train. With the shadow clone technique, I produced a spectacular 5,000 duplicates. With Doton on my left hand and Katon on my right, I clapped them together. Bang! Failure. I lost count of how many times I failed until at last, a small, glimmering blob of glass appeared in my palm. I succeeded. The system rewarded me with the technique Universal Pull and then issued a new task to further refine this new ninjutsu with Enel as the target. As I basked in my triumph, it suddenly dawned on me that glass is fragile, and given the immense heat of Enel's lightning, which could melt gold, my glass might not withstand it. What was I to do? Frowning, I approached the main group, my appetite diminished by the sight of a table full of delectable food. At that moment, I noticed a glass filled with water on the table. My mind exploded with realization. How could I have overlooked something so simple? All I needed was to shape the glass into a sphere, fill it with seawater, and trap Enel inside. Wouldn't he be rendered powerless? Or perhaps I could create glass using sea stone. I laughed maniacally, resembling a fool, leaving everyone around me bewildered. To test my idea, I approached Luffy, flashed him a grin, and kicked him into the White Sea. Sure enough, Luffy instantly became as limp as a noodle. The experiment was a resounding success. Just as I was about to continue my training, a group of individuals claiming to be the guardians of the gods approached, demanding a fine of 800 billion for our supposed illegal entry. Nami, returning on her little motorcycle, heard the price, swerved the steering wheel, and sent the leader flying. Seeing the situation escalate, I decided not to waste words and unleashed a Rasengan. The group left a warning that we should await the punishment of the High Priest before being subdued. Upon hearing the title of High Priest, I was invigorated. I instantly proposed a competition. There were 4 High Priests on this island, and we could match up against them: Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and I, each taking on one. As the others agreed, our ship, the Mary, was suddenly caught by a giant lobster, which dragged it away. I was flabbergasted. Chopper and Robin were still on board. I teleported to the ship and found Chopper unconscious in the cabin. When we were brought to an altar by that enormous lobster, Chopper was flung out and nearly devoured by a passing shark. I quickly created a wooden prison to shield him and used vines to reel him back in. I told Robin that her Hana no Mi abilities could be developed further. She could replicate complete clones or even internal organs to evade fatal injuries. Robin listened intently, likely surprised that someone had analyzed her abilities so deeply. Observing her thoughtful expression, I instructed her and Chopper to explore the forest while I remained behind to await the unfortunate High Priest's arrival. Not long after I settled down, a shadow descended from above, a spear already poking my shoulder. A substitution technique. My real self appeared atop a tree, unable to suppress my laughter at his bewildered expression. This fellow introduced himself as the High Priest of the Trials of the Rope, Shura. No sooner had he spoken than he charged at me. I crossed my arms and declared ninjutsu, glass interlace technique. Instantly, a massive transparent sheet of glass materialized before him. With a resounding crash, he collided with it, shattering the glass into countless pieces and leaving him bloodied and dazed, even causing the large bird beneath him to foam at the mouth. I couldn't contain my amusement and shouted, "Hey, you really are quite the fool to crash into it like that. Do you want to call a doctor?" Struggling to rise, the high priest Shura furiously pulled out a handful of shells and tossed them into the air. In the next moment, countless invisible threads formed a vast net above. He donned specially designed ice skates, gliding along the threads while arrogantly announcing, "Welcome to the survival rate of 3, the trials of the rope." Is that all? I activated my Sharingan. His little maneuvers and the trajectories of the threads appeared to me as if in slow motion. I dodged while calculating his attack patterns, intentionally allowing him to believe his traps were seamless. Suddenly, I feigned an attack, then abruptly halted as if ensnared by something. My arms, legs, and entire body became immobile. Upon seeing me trapped, Shura ceased his assault, reveling in his apparent victory. "Huh, what now? You can't move, can you? I told you. This is the trials of the rope." I feigned ignorance, and as he began to boast about his techniques, I realized I had him right where I wanted. He waxed poetic about how I was bound by his invisible threads, claiming that from the moment I stepped into his attack range, my fate had been sealed. He pointed to a nearby thread, bragging that a simple cut would cleave me in two. I played along, exclaiming, "Please don't." My tone was so convincing it sounded as if I truly feared the outcome. He smirked, "Enjoy your regret as you slowly perish." And with a swift motion, he severed the thread. He laughed maniacally, likely envisioning his imminent victory. But what did he not understand? This was a grand boomerang in action. The severed thread ricocheted dazzlingly in the air, ensnaring, bouncing back, and ultimately, with a whoosh, it bound him tightly. He stood there in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became, until even his neck was restrained. Observing his astonished expression, I leisurely remarked, "See? I told you not to do that, but you wouldn't listen." Finally, he stammered, "Could it be that you orchestrated all of this?" "Well, something along those lines," I replied candidly. My crimson eyes had already discerned his every trick. During our duel, I had subtly altered the trajectories of his threads to set a trap in reverse. He remained skeptical, insisting that no ordinary person could calculate such intricacies. I could only inform him that regardless of his antics, they were futile before my eyes. With the situation under control, I raised my Kusanagi sword, prepared to send him on his way. At this point, he was thoroughly panicked, pleading, "Wait. You can't kill me. I am a high priest. If you slay me, Lord Enel will not spare you." Mentioning Enel reminded me of something crucial. I feigned curiosity. "Oh, are you referring to that user of the Goro no Mi? The one who can transform his entire body into electricity?" Seeing an opportunity, he nodded vigorously. Yes. Lord Ainalu is indeed the deity of the Sky Island. If you spare me, I can still speak a few kind words for you before him." I slowly sheathed my sword and placed my hand upon my chest. In the next moment, blinding lightning erupted from my palm, crackling like 1,000 birds holding a concert atop my hand. Shura's eyes nearly popped out, his voice trembling like a leaf. "Lightning? How is this possible? Who besides Lord Ainalu can wield such thunder?" I chuckled. "Since you are so loyal to your master, let me send you off with a jolt of lightning." With a swift strike, I pierced through his chest, and it was done. I dusted off my hands, ready to return to my unfinished meal of empty shark. But as I turned around, to my dismay, that wretched bird, Shura, had vanished. Suddenly, I heard a caw behind me, and turned to find that damned bird had set the sails of the Mary on fire. I dashed towards it, only to trip over the line left by Shura before his demise. Of all times, the flames aboard the Mary were already raging. Fire style, great fireball technique. I first severed the line with fire, then activated my Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames instantly engulfed that foolish bird, which screeched in agony as it plummeted down. Water style, water barrier. I expelled a torrent of water, dousing the entire Mary to cool it down. The flames were extinguished, but as the water receded, I realized the damage was dire. Usopp would surely weep. A third of the ship was charred black. The main sail was gone, and the railings had turned to ashes. In my fury, I dragged the still-burning bird ashore and unleashed a furious barrage of blows upon it. Once I calmed down, I touched the Mary's hull. Feeling remorse. Forgive me, Mary. I let that foolish bird harm you. But rest assured, I have roasted it. Just then, Luffy and the others arrived by boat, shouting from afar, "We're here to rescue you." I waved frantically. Upon seeing the state of the Mary, Usopp let out a horrified scream. I could only awkwardly scratch my head. I accidentally avenged myself. Just then, Robin and Chopper returned, and we decided to have a meal on the shore while gathering information. Luffy and his group had dealt with another priest, and Robin discovered that this Sky Island was actually the other half of Gaia Island. Nami's eyes lit up as she exclaimed that the diamond-shaped uncle must have meant the gold was certainly on this island. Thus, our goal for tomorrow was set, the Great Golden Hunt. Observing everyone's excitement, I understood that the real battle lay ahead. Ainalu was incredibly formidable. I needed to make haste. Therefore, I ventured deep into the forest alone, fervently practicing my new ninjutsu. After countless efforts with my shadow clones, I finally mastered the combination technique, with a shorter casting time and smoother transitions. At that moment, I heard a chime in my mind. The system notified me of the completion of a phase task, granting me the Raijin armor. This was certainly the skin of the Raikage. It enhanced all my cells with lightning chakra, boosting both my attack speed and defense. Truly an ideal upgrade against Ainalu. I couldn't help but burst into laughter in the forest. My laughter caught Luffy's attention, causing him to drop the meat in his hand and assume a serious expression. He knew I had grown stronger. Zoro also gazed down at his sword deep in thought. I tell you, my two teammates, kings of competition, were applying immense pressure on me. The next day, we split into two groups. Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and I took the battered Mary by sea, while Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Robin traveled by land. We also had an injured ally aboard, the Sky Warrior Ganfoer whom we rescued the previous night. Just as I was practicing in the cabin, a sudden loud crack echoed outside. A bolt of lightning struck down, leaving Sanji charred and collapsed. I immediately opened my eyes, kicked the cabin door open, and stood protectively in front of Nami, glaring at the figure before me. A strange being with long earlobes that reached his shoulders, carrying 4 drums on his back. Ainalu. This long-eared fiend lifted an eyelid, exuding arrogance. Generally, I prefer to be referred to as a deity. No sooner had he spoken than his body transformed into a current of electricity, reappearing before me in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the system chimed, unlocking my personal character card and rewarding me with a Shinto Tenjin. My goodness, this power arrived just in time. Nami shouted in fear, "Kozo, danger!" I hardly needed her warning. Ainalu extended his hand, unleashing a bolt of 100,000 volts. The blinding white light seemed poised to engulf me. Yet I was not to be trifled with. The Raijin armor activated instantly, boosting my speed as I vanished from his attack and reappeared directly opposite him, quickly retracting the visual effect. This ace in the hole must not be revealed just yet. I smiled at him, claiming to be a god, and yet your attack is nothing extraordinary. With that, I executed the wood-style shadow clone technique, summoning several clones of myself. Ainalu, mistaking my abilities for a superhuman fruit, looked down on me with disdain. He believed his rumble fruit was invincible, overflowing with arrogance. His figure vanished once more, and the next moment, a colossal lightning pillar descended from the heavens, engulfing us all, including Nami and Usopp, within its attack range. Usopp fainted in terror. I knew if I dodged this attack, the Mary and my companions would surely perish. Thus, I decided to confront it head-on. Wind-style, spiraling a shuriken. 2 clones formed the shuriken, while the other simultaneously made hand seals. Ninja art. Sunlight room technique. A thick glass dome instantly encased the entire deck, shielding us within. The spiraling shuriken collided with the lightning pillar, producing a thunderous roar. Although the spiraling shuriken blocked most of the attack, some residual electric currents still struck the glass, creating a network of cracks. Realizing the power of the attack, I understood we could not fight on the ship, or the Mary would be obliterated. Water-style, mist concealment technique. I intended to obscure the ship with a thick fog, but to my surprise, this technique backfired. Ainalu, seeing the fog enveloping him, merely chuckled. For water conducts electricity. 100 million volts. Oh no! The powerful current surged through the thick mist, leaving me paralyzed and crashing to the ground. Ainalu appeared beside me, mocking me with his golden staff. Ha ha ha! You managed to block my attack, and now look at you. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. This guy was indeed formidable. I instantly summoned my clones, and in the next moment, I struck him fiercely. Ninja art, sunlight room technique. 5 clones created a 6-sided glass enclosure in an instant, simultaneously flooding it with seawater, trapping Ainalu inside. The smile on his face froze, replaced by terror. As the water touched him, he attempted to escape with lightning, but his speed was significantly reduced, and he slammed into the glass. Before he could react, the water had already risen above his head. He thrashed in the water, trying to shatter the glass with electricity, but I had gambled that seawater would weaken his power. Indeed, he gradually lost strength and sank down, just as I let out a sigh of relief, preparing to claim my prize. This guy managed to strike the corner of the glass with his golden staff. The cracks spread instantly, and the entire sunlight room shattered with a crash. A torrent of water swept me off my feet. When I finally got up, I saw him still lying on the ground, and only then could I relax. While I fished the water out of my ears, I pondered whether to chop him up or capture him to trade with Blackbeard for a fruit. Just as I was lost in those delightful thoughts, Ainalu had quietly used electricity to perform a cardiac defibrillation on himself. Electric shock. He woke up just like that. I felt a flash of lightning beside me, and the next moment, I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, Nami was squatting beside me, gently wiping my face. Upon my glance, I found Sanji and Usopp sprawled nearby, their bodies char-black. As I touched them, an electric shock coursed through me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Have these two turned into power banks? Nami informed me that after I had lost consciousness, Enel had made another appearance, incapacitating Usopp, proclaiming that the survival game had commenced. I inquired about the iron glove she wore, to which she recounted that 2 priests had subsequently arrived, and she and Gonfor had fought hard to emerge victorious. I hastily began to treat Sanji and Usopp, ensuring they would remain alive, if only temporarily. Upon hearing my intention to seek Chopper, Nami clung to my leg, tears streaming down her face, nearly pulling my trousers down in her desperation. After much coaxing, I left her with a clone, allowing me to escape. Flying Thunder God. I instantly materialized beside Chopper, who was sobbing alone. Upon seeing me, he lunged forward, wrapping his furry body around my head, nearly suffocating me. By the heavens, I was almost taken down by my own comrade, who would understand my plight. No matter how I struggled, I could not extricate myself, and ultimately, I had to employ a divine move to toss him into another dimension, finally catching my breath. After retrieving Chopper, I seized him and returned to the Mary, instructing him to assist others. I then informed Nami that we were preparing to set off again. Nami asked where I intended to go next. I turned, my gaze ablaze with the fire of vengeance. What else is there to say? We shall hunt down that scoundrel Enel. With that declaration, I vanished. Though I spoke with fervor, who could say where Enel was? I found myself wandering aimlessly through the forest, only to stumble upon a battle between a Shandian warrior and a priest of the gods. The priest, adorned with ram-like horns, spoke with an inflection akin to a bleat. Sapping my motivation, I swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a spiral sphere that dispatched him effortlessly. The Shandian warrior, startled, fled in haste. It seemed I would have to seek out my allies alone. I crouched to sense Zoro's location, and to my astonishment, this pathologically directionally challenged individual had wandered far away. Flying Thunder God. The moment I appeared beside Zoro, he swung his sword, narrowly severing a lock of my hair, causing cold sweat to cascade down my brow. What the hell? Were you trying to kill me, you fool? Zoro, equally startled, responded, What are you doing here? I took a moment to survey my surroundings, only to discover that Zoro had convened a party. All factions were present. Zoro cautioned me that aside from us, everyone else was an enemy. Really? How splendid. I produced my flying Thunder God Kanai and flung it around, then vanished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as several goat-like beings fell lifeless. I returned to Zoro's side, saying, "Choose one, leave the rest to me." The priest named Ohm, upon witnessing my presence, swung his sword toward me, only for me to dodge effortlessly. As I appeared behind him, just as I was about to strike, he anticipated my move, declaring a right-hand thrust. This was the Kinbunchika haki at work. While I faced off with Ohm, a Shanyan warrior attempted a sneak attack from behind. Zoro intervened just in time. My anger boiled. How dare they provoke me further? Just who struck me moments ago? The archer among them raised his bow, but I vanished, reappearing before his companion, delivering a spiral sphere to send him away. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, I flickered with the brilliance of lightning, and when I came to a halt, only Zoro, the Sky Knight, Weber, Ohm, and I remained. Weber, witnessing his fallen comrades, roared as he aimed his cannon at me. At that moment, an immense presence loomed behind me, a colossal creature charging forth. The archer's jaw dropped in fear, his cannon clattering to the ground. Zoro, too, dropped his blade in shock. What could possibly be behind me? I turned stiffly to behold a serpent, a gargantuan python. How large? Its single eye towered above me. I must confess, my fear of colossal creatures surged, leaving me frozen in place. To exacerbate matters, Nami's shrill scream accompanied the serpent's arrival. She was barreling toward us on her small vehicle, pursued by the enormous snake. Chaos ensued. Zoro attempted to rescue Nami, while Weber assumed he was threatening Isa, firing a cannon at Zoro. The Sky Knight intervened to shield Weber from Ohm's strike. But Weber, in his singular focus, retaliated against the Sky Knight with another shot. The scene devolved into utter chaos, an epic melee of misguided allies. Yet, the massive python paid us no mind. It turned its gaping maw toward Nami and Isa. Zoro shouted for me to save them. I was terrified, my legs quaking, but suddenly clarity struck. Why fear anything? I slapped myself across the face, and in the next moment, I used Flying Thunder God to teleport beside Nami, swiftly grasping both girls and vanishing once more. In a critical moment, the serpent lunged, its jaws crashing down, instantly melting nearby rocks into a toxic puddle. As I prepared to display my prowess by vanquishing the snake, I felt a sharp pain in my foot. Glancing down to find a mechanism had pierced my calf with a chain-like object. Ohm, the priest, gloatingly remarked that it was made of clouds but bore the weight of iron. I grimaced in pain, hastily extracting it, blood flowing profusely. Just as I was about to heal myself, his blade came slicing through the air. With Nami and the others directly behind me, I could not evade. I had no choice but to endure the blow with my great sword, Shiark. In my moment of forgetfulness, I disregarded Shiark's temperament. Having failed to strike an enemy and consume energy, it rebelled, causing the spikes on the hilt to pierce my hand mercilessly. As if that were not enough, Weber unleashed a laser cannon from afar. I thought my end was nigh, desperately shielding Nami and the others with my back. In that dire moment, our three bodies suddenly soared into the sky. It was the Sky Knight Gonfor, riding his peculiar bird, who rescued us. Just as I exhaled in relief, Zoro shouted from a distance, "Idiot, dodge!" Before we could react, darkness enveloped us, and we felt our bodies uncontrollably plummet, swallowed whole by the massive python. When I regained consciousness, I felt as though I were suffocating, my face buried within a soft, fleshy mass. My first instinct was to think, could this be a reward from Nami? However, as I pushed it aside, I was met with the sight of the bird's rear. Who would understand my plight? I lost my composure, and in a fit of rage, I kicked the bird. The movement, however, tugged at my leg wound, causing me to cry out in agony. Just then, we heard footsteps approaching. I activated my Sharingan, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Guess who appeared? Luffy. I nearly dispatched him on the spot. It turned out he had been thrashing about inside the serpent, inciting its rage. Without hesitation, Nami delivered a series of love-infused punches, and at last, tranquility returned. After Luffy emerged, nursing a swollen head, his first words were a ridiculous inquiry about food. I exchanged glances with Luffy, and we simultaneously turned our attention to the peculiar bird nearby. After much effort, we finally escaped the serpent's maw, only for Luffy to be blown back in again. Upon our exit, I was taken aback. The entire landscape had transformed. I swiftly teleported to Zoro, tending to his wounds while unable to restrain my criticism. My word, you sustained far too many injuries. Are you performing a display of torture here? No sooner had I spoken than a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating the massive python into ash. Then, the self-proclaimed god Enel made his grand entrance, with the background music heralding his arrival. He announced that his survival game was nearing its conclusion, declaring that only 5 would remain, and inquiring whom we intended to sacrifice. My anger ignited, and I strode forth, pointing my blade at him. I choose you to die. As a result, this fellow made a shocking revelation on the spot, claiming he had annihilated all 600 subordinates of the old knight Ganfu-er. Ganfu-er went mad instantly, brandishing his gun and charging forward. What happened next? With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck, taking him down in an instant. Weber followed suit, but he too fell victim to the same fate. Remarkably, the numbers dwindled perfectly to 5. Robin identified this adversary as possessing the sound thunder fruit, one of the most formidable of the Logia type, a troublesome opponent indeed. Enel, in a particularly ostentatious manner, invited us to join him in establishing a divine kingdom on the moon. Robin promptly declined, leading Enel to fix her with a chilling glance, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow to her. Could I allow that to happen? In an instant, I utilized a lightning cut to position myself before Robin, cleaving his lightning attack in 2. As I was about to taunt him, Zoro erupted with fury, unable to bear the sight of violence against a woman. He transformed into a ghostly shadow and charged forward, swiftly slicing Enel into 3 pieces. Yet, it was futile. Enel, being elemental, instantly reformed. Instead, Enel ensnared Zoro with a single move, preparing to unleash his electric fury. I intended to use Flying Thunder God to save him, only to discover my body had gone numb, and I was immobilized. This scoundrel had played a trick on me, embedding electricity within his previous attack to ensnare me. He feigned an intention to strike Zoro, but then teleported above me, unleashing a powerful lightning strike that incapacitated both me and Robin, leaving us charred and unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found Chopper and Usopp beside me. Chopper wept, stating that with my injuries, anyone else would have perished, my cells having been carbonized. It was then that I realized Enel had separated the part of his body that was burned by my Amaterasu in a desperate bid for survival. Now, he was aboard his golden ark, conjuring a colossal lightning sphere called Lightning Welcome, intending to obliterate the entire Sky Island. Upon hearing this, I knew Luffy would undoubtedly confront him. I immediately used Shadow Clone Jutsu to heal myself and Zoro, while my main body teleported to Luffy's side. He was still adorned with a massive golden sphere, and I constructed a platform of wood to prevent him from falling. Nami arrived in her ship, urging us to flee. However, Luffy was resolute, pointing to the sky with determination in his eyes, declaring that he must ring the golden bell to inform the diamond uncle below that the golden country lay above. Gazing at the enormous black lightning sphere looming overhead, I felt a surge of anxiety and regret. All I could do was place my hopes entirely on Luffy. Luffy, remember, you must send Enel flying. He roared back at me. However, the issue was that Enel was too far away from the golden bell, making it impossible for Luffy to reach him. I glanced at the towering vine beneath my feet and then at the distant golden bell, and a plan instantly formed in my mind. I shouted to Luffy, wait. I'll go cut this vine down, causing it to fall and serve as a bridge for you. With that, I teleported to Zoro and the others. Zoro, ever the directionally challenged, shouted east while his feet were moving north. I called out to him, hey, directionally challenged, the way back is behind you. Enough about him for now. I had to quickly set aside thoughts of Blackbeard and focus on the present. I transformed into Shikamaru, swaggering confidently toward Foxy, cheekily inquiring, hey, are you that foolish light? Foxy immediately knelt down, drawing circles on the ground, proclaiming that he was no fool. His crew chimed in, yes, Captain, you're the best. Upon hearing this, Foxy jumped up, pointing at me, you scoundrel, who are you talking about? Suddenly, the system notification chimed, detected Silver Fox Foxy, unlocking character card, also awarding a Fusion Eye Technique card. I found a secluded spot to examine this item, discovering it could merge two techniques. I was astonished. Was this not the ultimate fusion technique? I eagerly activated it, only to find one option, Byakugan Mangekyo. Is the system messing with me? After fusion, the new technique was called White Flower. What a terribly unoriginal name. Who came up with that? Upon donning the White Flower, I noticed that both the Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan had disappeared, likely fused into one. Looking in the mirror, I saw that my entire iris had turned white. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan transformed into 3 golden pentagrams. Goodness, this truly is a case of seeing stars. Even more astonishing, while I gazed ahead, it felt as if my back had eyes, allowing me to see clearly behind me. When using Byakugan previously, the figures I perceived were blurred, merely appearing as dots of different colors. However, now it was entirely different. I could see people's features distinctly, albeit in black and white. Akin to viewing an old black and white photograph. I wonder how this state would affect the use of Kamui. Kamui. In an instant, I found myself transported to the Kamui space. The activation speed was significantly faster than before. I tested Amaterasu again, and indeed, wherever my gaze landed, it ignited instantly. Moreover, there was a remarkable new ability. While using White Flower, even within the Kamui space, I could still perceive my surroundings. It felt somewhat akin to the power of the Mera Mera no Mi from Judicial Island. The Kamui space had become transparent. Furthermore, my line of sight was no longer linear, nor was it obstructed. If I wished, I could observe anything within a 3-kilometer radius. This was truly impressive. However, there was a downside. It consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Based on my estimates, it was roughly 3 times that of using the Mangekyo Sharingan normally. Even with my current chakra levels, I could only utilize it 3 times. This brought up another issue, the amount of chakra. Oh, when would I be granted infinite chakra? Alas, such a powerful technique could only be used 3 times. Before I could lament further, I noticed that Chopper had already been chosen by Foxy. As I emerged from the Kamui space, I overheard Zoro berating Chopper. "Shut up, Chopper. You chose to set sail. If you're a man, keep your eyes wide open and watch the match." Zoro was truly a paragon of masculinity. I hastened to add to the drama, shouting, "Chopper, wait for us to come for you. Is there a problem?" Chopper wiped his tears, sat on the bench, and shouted back, "No." Yoshi. As the second match commenced, Sanji, encouraged by Nami, donned a volleyball atop his head. It was inconsequential to me until I cast my gaze upon him. His golden locks bore a vibrant volleyball. I couldn't help but collapse with laughter, pounding the ground in mirth. Sanji, with elongated features and sharpened teeth, exclaimed, "Beware, or I shall kick you to oblivion." "You seasick fool." Zoro, with a serious countenance, observed, "Surprisingly, it suits you well." The clamor of battle began as the two clashed. I was already in stitches. Across from us stood 3 colossal figures, each taller than the last, with the largest seemingly possessing giant lineage. "These 3 behemoths are indeed imposing," I mused. "But what of it? If you're frightened, scurry home, you lecherous chef. What nonsense are you spewing, green algae head? Am I to be intimidated?" They bellowed. "You too. Remain right there. Watch as I take down the largest with ease." A smug grin graced my face as I prepared to unleash my multiplication technique to swiftly vanquish the giant and showcase my recent training achievements. However, at the very moment I began to form seals, 2 thunderous roars erupted. What the devil? I halted my movements, turning in astonishment to the 2 colorful clowns beside me. "What do you mean by that?" Sanji's cigarette nearly seared my chin as I instinctively turned away. "Are you suggesting we cannot defeat the largest one?" Zoro pressed, his eyes bulging with disbelief. These 2 were utterly terrifying. It felt as if they intended to consume me whole. I quickly retreated, waving my hands and clarifying the misunderstanding. All just a misunderstanding. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The match had begun. The 3 adversaries sprinted towards us, weapons glinting ominously. "Hey, referee, are you blind? Didn't you say weapons were prohibited?" Zoro fumed, recalling how his sword had just been confiscated while our opponents wielded their weapons without consequence. The referee, seemingly oblivious, blew his whistle without a care. "All right, if that's how you wish to play, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I executed a backflip, landing at the rear, and clapped my hands. Mokuton, Hihin no Jutsu. In an instant, the previously ankle-high grass erupted to a towering height, becoming razor-sharp spikes that pierced the feet of the three giants. Their screams echoed painfully. Foxy's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? What sorcery is this? Did you see that? Is my vision impaired? The grass transformed into spikes. No, your eyes are fine. I witnessed it too. What is this sorcery? Look, it's that one at the back, hands clasped together. Are you foolish? That one looks like a coward. Indeed, the rapid growth of these spikes must be due to the grass. Foxy, though skeptical of his subordinate's words, could not deny the reality unfolding before him. Suddenly, he stared wide-eyed. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Boss, can you ascertain what ability he possesses? Not yet, but it is evidently quite troublesome. I should have dealt with him earlier. Back on the battlefield, the three colossal foes writhed in agony on the ground, their bodies punctured. The spikes continue to grow, now towering over an entire human height. Their wails filled the air. The airborne host delivered an impassioned commentary. What a tragic scene. However, even with casualties, this game permits such occurrences. Upon hearing this, I thought, such fortune indeed. With a low growl, the situation on the field altered dramatically. No one could believe their eyes. With my growl, the spikes vanished instantaneously. The giants, forcibly extracting the spikes embedded in their bodies, howled in despair. Yet almost immediately, the spikes re-emerged. Stop! Foxy cried. But it was too late. His three subordinates lay bloodied on the ground, their cries extinguished. I released my hands and sauntered towards them, dragging the giant's head and stuffing it into the goalpost. I thought it was over, but to my surprise, the referee appeared utterly stunned. I suddenly materialized beside him. Why have you not blown the whistle? The referee's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Rising, I noticed the surrounding crowd gazing at me as if I were a harbinger of doom. I have no concern for these fools. I turned to Foxy. Hey, the referee has fainted. Should I stab him a few more times? No need. This match is yours. I shrugged. It was about time. What, it's over so soon? I haven't even begun to shine. Exactly. The seasick fool didn't even give us a chance to showcase our talents. I approached Luffy. Captain, it's your turn now. That goes without saying. My choice has long been made. At that moment, Foxy's crew trembled with anxiety, fearing Luffy had set his sights on them. However, Luffy proclaimed loudly, "Surely, come back." While surprising, we understood it was Luffy honoring his promise to the stilted uncle. After calming Chopper, the third match was poised to commence. Luffy clamored to be the first to compete, and strategist Sanji had no objections. Yet, only I recognized the critical issue that seemed to elude everyone. Hey, Captain, are you certain you can ice skate? Upon hearing my query, the entire crew turned anxiously towards Luffy. With a broad grin, Luffy replied, "Though I've never skated. Fear not, there will surely be a way." Despair washed over me at his naivete. Zoro took on the role of Luffy's emergency coach, while we resolved to let Luffy go last. However, such a contest was trivial for me. Stepping onto the field, I formed hand seals. Mokuton, Mokusaku no Jutsu. All of the opponents were ensnared within wooden houses. Sword in hand, I provocatively glared at them. Stay put, or you shall experience the taste of wooden spikes. My threat proved effective. Though the minions dared not move, Foxy was not so compliant. Seizing an opportunity, he launched a surprise attack with his slow beam. Although I had anticipated the ambush, I remained motionless, eager to gauge the nature of this so-called slow beam. Additionally, I possessed other trump cards. Even if they subdued me, victory would remain elusive for them. Indeed, Foxy successfully hindered my movement. As he assisted his companions in dismantling the wooden cage, a peculiar unease washed over him when he noticed their lack of movement. The effects of the 30-second delay were palpably felt. His body, thoughts, and even sensations appeared to be dulled. Indeed, this was a formidable fruit, capable of inducing a slowdown in others, albeit momentarily. Yet, should one be struck multiple times by this delayed beam, the consequences would extend far beyond 30 seconds. Oh, how I yearned for such power. Just as I pondered how to harness this ability, Fokusi stormed over, brimming with anger. Hey, what have you done to my friends? I feigned surprise, asking, "What happened to them? Stop playing dumb." "I have destroyed the wooden locks, yet they remain motionless. What gives?" "Hee. Once we secure victory, I will enlighten you." At that moment, Luffy staggered across the finish line, marking the end of the match. A grin crept across my face as I released the shadow imitation technique, liberating the 5 individuals on the opposing side. Upon confirming his comrades were unharmed, Fokusi finally relaxed. "Hey, Guangjiju, what was that all about?" Luffy inquired, curious as to why the opposing team was rendered immobile. "You fool, didn't you notice?" The shadows beneath them thickened. "It must have been some trick of his," Zoran interjected, crossing his arms while casting a curious glance in my direction, eager to comprehend the nature of the technique. "Hee. Allow me to show you something amusing." With that, I clapped my hands, and the shadow beneath my feet began to surge forward rapidly. Fokusi, who had been advancing normally, abruptly halted, raising his hand as if to unleash the delayed beam. "No, boss, what's wrong? Please don't." His subordinates cried out in distress, controlled by my shadow imitation. I maneuvered Fokusi towards the shore, and, in a fleeting moment before leaping down, I directed the delayed beam at him. Upon releasing the shadow imitation technique, Fokusi found himself suspended in mid-air, poised to leap into the sea, which caused his crew to panic. "Wow, this is fun. Guangjiju, how did you do that? I didn't know you could pull off such feats." Luffy and Zoran watched with intrigue, eager to see whether Fokusi would indeed plunge into the ocean. However, this incident led me to uncover another issue. Although I controlled Fokusi's movements through the shadow imitation technique, he had been struck by the delayed beam, yet was unaffected by its influence. This created an unexpected situation. Typically, those hit would experience slowed actions, but under my control, he retained his ability to move. While his thoughts remained sluggish, he could still act. Perhaps this method could be employed to counteract the delay's effects, providing assistance to Luffy. Following our triumph in 2 matches, not only did we reclaim Chopper, but I also received an additional reward, in Attribute Chakra. This reward was quite advantageous. With it, I could upgrade the shadow imitation technique and enhance other ninjutsu with in Attribute Chakra, amplifying their potency. In fact, I had previously noticed that my wood release techniques resembled those of Captain Yamato. They were indeed powerful, yet lacked a certain essence. The emergence of this in Attribute Chakra had finally unraveled my confusion. To strengthen wood release, one must incorporate Yang Attribute Chakra. Without the vibrant life force of Yang, wood release remains merely ordinary wood. Conversely, infusing it with Yang Chakra allows it to evolve into trees, significantly boosting its lethality. Similarly, without the addition of in Attribute Chakra, the shadow imitation technique could only control others. As I contemplated how to enhance my ninjutsu, Luffy took on a new challenge. Initially, I intended to observe, but the looks cast my way by Fokusi and his crew indicated something was amiss. Moreover, a more pressing concern loomed. Should we fail in the upcoming matches? If Fokusi were to claim me, it would spell disaster. My primary objective was to maintain my partnership with Luffy. In such a scenario, losing to Luffy would likely not result in my immediate demise by the system, would it? The more I thought about it, the more apprehensive I became. System, I wish to inquire, what happens if I temporarily join another pirate crew? Ding. Should the host join another pirate crew, it will be regarded as a dissolution of the partnership with Luffy. The system will execute the punishment for mission failure. Indeed, that was the case. Victory brought no rewards, but defeat would lead to dire consequences. Why must my fate be so harsh? Oh heavens, is there no deity to rescue me? Crumpling to the ground, I felt bereft of the will to live. Surely, they would select me as their target. Hey, Guangjiju, cheer up. This competition is quite entertaining. Luffy's oblivious remark ignited my frustration, and I seized him by the neck, shaking him vigorously. This is all because of you, you idiot. If we lose, I might very well die. I'll take it easy. We have already won everything. I realized that there was no alternative left. As Luffy stated, we had no choice but to win every match. Firmly gripping Luffy's face, I declared with utmost seriousness, listen well, we cannot afford to lose any of the upcoming games. Do you understand? Oh, okay. The 3 matches consisted of a dodgeball tournament, a game of catching a weeble, and a fist fight between captains. Except for the final bout, which was a duel between captains. The first two matches allowed full participation. As the whistle blew, the dodgeball tournament commenced. To my surprise, the competition was quite formal, complete with a dedicated panel of referees. This arrangement suited me well, as it made winning a relatively straightforward endeavor. At the onset of the match, I utilized the body flicker technique to seize possession of the ball, discreetly marking it with a flying Thunder God seal. With this, our opponents could only endure the hits. After passing the ball to Luffy for a bit of fun, I took on the responsibility of retrieving the ball. Throughout the arena, my presence was ubiquitous. The opposing team failed to secure a single ball, and thus, we emerged victorious without losing a single member. However, during the selection process, disagreements arose. Nami and I proposed to eliminate Fokusi immediately, rendering the third match unnecessary. Yet, Luffy and the others appear to disagree. Robin spoke up. While this aligns with the rules, it undermines the aesthetics of piracy. Aesthetics of piracy? I was taken aback. Nevertheless, it made sense. Selecting their captain might imply we feared him. After deliberation, we all pointed in unison toward one direction. It has been decided. It is you. After our unanimous decision, we ultimately chose the pirate ship of Fukizi. Although we had no real use for his vessel, it mattered little who we selected. It was all the same to us. The competition continued, this time with a game of catching the Weeble. This game is simply a test of speed. Although Luffy could not participate, as long as I was present, victory was assured. Moreover, the Weeble in question was none other than that towering uncle on stilts. Before the match commenced, I took advantage of a handshake opportunity to mark him with my flying Thunder God technique. With that, I would be able to seize him in an instant. Oh, how delightful it felt. If we won this time, what would I ask of the opponent? Lost in my reverie, the game began. I took my time, sitting on the ground to gather my thoughts. After all, this game was as simple to me as drinking water. Just as I sat there in a daze, events began to unfold in a most unexpected manner. Zoro and Sanji dashed ahead, but Zoro quickly lost his way. Sanji, on the correct path, was lured away by a beautiful woman. Consequently, he tumbled into the sea and lost his qualification. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, knowing that this game required no effort on their part, began playing cards at the starting point. Robin, too, seemed to have procured a lounge chair from somewhere, comfortably reclining while reading a book. Thus, out of our 7-member team, 5 remained idle at the starting line. Meanwhile, the crew of Fukizi pressed on, rapidly approaching the Weeble. Luffy, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. The competition is about to end." His shout snapped me back to reality. I looked up to see that the opposing team was nearly upon the towering uncle. In an instant, I appeared beside him using Flying Thunder God. To my surprise, he had just finished speaking and turned to look at me. Mid-air, I could not control my body, and the moment he spotted me, I made a slight move. Out. I couldn't believe that I, the one most capable of winning, had exited the competition in such a manner. The 3 of us playing cards could no longer continue and had to take my place in the game. However, the gap between the teams was glaringly obvious. As soon as the towering uncle turned around, he was touched by the opposing team. The match concluded, and we honorably lost. The sky felt as if it were collapsing. Fukizi would surely choose me. I braced myself for the system's wrath, sorrowfully bidding farewell to my companions with my head bowed. Fukizi proclaimed triumphantly, "Hey, Straw Hat Brat, I shall choose you." My heart bled as I discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of my eye. A man must not shed a single tear at parting. I pointed at Fukizi. Though I did not look up, I knew he would undoubtedly select me. Quietly stepping forward, tears brimming in my eyes, I turned to Luffy and the others, saying, "Everyone, may we meet again by fate." The sadness of parting lodged a lump in my throat. The dread of impending doom made my entire body tremble. Tremulously, I raised my head to gaze at Fukizi. Just as I was about to call him captain, I was met with a look of bewilderment, as if he were staring at a fool. "Hey, what are you doing? Did you not select me? I still need to say goodbye to my original companions. Have you no humanity?" Boss, this guy's a fool," he chuckled. "He actually thought we chose him." "Huh?" I was taken aback. "What do you mean? Less chatter. We chose our own ship. Straw Hat Brat, for this final round, do you dare to raise the stakes?" Fukizi turned to Luffy. Before I could comprehend the situation, Luffy had already agreed. Then let's wager 500 crew members. Whoever loses must give up 500. How could I possibly fear you, you scoundrel? The two captains began to determine the battleground, and Zoro approached me, saying, "What an embarrassing situation. I thought you were chosen." "Mind your business. Get lost, you scoundrel." Sanji added, "It would be better if you were actually chosen. At least you wouldn't be seasick all the time, tarnishing our reputation. Be careful, or I will kick you, you scoundrel." I felt my face flush. I had not anticipated such self-delusion. However, once the battleground for the third round was determined, I began to understand why Fakizi did not select me. This rascal had resorted to cheating by choosing his own ship as the arena. The ship contained many of his props. If we were to seize his vessel, he was certain to lose the subsequent matches. Yet, he clearly had not given up on recruiting me, hence the increased wager of 500 crew members. That devious scoundrel was truly insidious. As the third match commenced, the captains finally made their appearance. That scoundrel donned a spiked iron gauntlet, which was clearly against the rules. Yet, the referee raised no objections. When Luffy entered, everyone was utterly astonished. Hey, could that be the legendary? Luffy strode in, draped in a long cloak, exuding an aura of ferocity. Usopp followed closely. "Remember, Luffy, you're no longer the same." It was not the King of Punches who made the explosive hair, but the explosive hair that made the King of Punches. It's my turn, coach." All the spotlight shone upon Luffy as he flung off his cloak. Wow! The arena erupted with cheers and screams. Explosive hair, explosive hair, explosive hair. Luffy, feeling the audience's fervor, responded with a victorious roar. His explosive hairstyle, bare torso, and red boxing gloves exuded an aura of raw strength. Each spectator seemed to be captivated by this wild appearance. The intense visual impact ignited the hormones within every male present. Even before the battle began, the atmosphere in the arena was already suffocatingly heated. As the bell rang, the duel between the two captains commenced. Just as I prepared to snack on some seeds and watch the match, a voice echoed in my mind. "Ding, phase task assigned. Rescue the castaways on the deserted island." Character card, Aokiji. The mere mention of those words sent my blood boiling. Perhaps it was the influence of Luffy's explosive hair, but I suddenly felt an urge to challenge Aokiji to a duel. The strongest force of the Navy, Admiral Aokiji, wielder of the Ice Fruit. Although he did not use haki in this encounter, I was well aware that his haki was formidable. To hold his own against the old man Garp was no small feat. Turning my gaze back to the duel between Luffy, I knew he would not lose. Thus, I returned to the ship, swiftly entering the Kamui space to train. The pressure Aokiji exerted upon me was immense. Although this task did not require defeating him, I could hardly contain my impulses. To deal with a natural-type user like Aokiji, even seawater would prove ineffective. Indeed, this is quite a conundrum, Admiral. The enemy employs ice release, a technique akin to wind and water. If we merely consider the elemental countermeasures, the optimal approach would involve fire and earth. But that conveniently aligns with magma. It is no wonder that Aokiji struggles against the Kainu. However, at present, I lack a chakra fusion card, rendering me incapable of utilizing lava release. What shall I do? This predicament truly vexes me, causing me to tug at my hair in frustration. I wonder if fire release could suffice. Against an adversary of this caliber, ordinary fire release would likely prove ineffective. Yet, even with potent fire release, my current chakra reserves would permit only a few attempts. It seems I must seek assistance from the QB. Summoning technique, what now? You rascal, you've been disturbing my slumber of late. QB, please lend me your aid. In just a few days, I will confront a formidable foe. With my present strength, I stand no chance against him. Who is this individual? He sounds exceptionally powerful. Of course, he is strong. Let me put it this way. This fellow excels in the use of ice. Do you comprehend what ice entails? I thought it was merely ice release. Is it not simple? It is not ice release. Ice release is a ninjutsu that utilizes chakra. However, this individual is entirely composed of ice. You could even interpret him as the embodiment of ice itself. Your words do render the situation rather tricky. If the opponent embodies ice, then using fire release should suffice. I had the same thought, yet without sufficient chakra to support it, My fire release may not be able to counter him. Then, why not augment your fire release with some wind release? Oh, that is indeed a splendid idea. Wind release can amplify the destructive power of fire release, which is quite feasible. It even inspires thoughts of another combination ninjutsu. However, my chakra reserves remain insufficient. QB, you are truly a genius. Alas, my chakra levels are still lacking. Perhaps you could lend me some when time comes? Such praise made the QB somewhat bashful. Not only did he readily agree to my request, but he also provided me with another perspective. After sharing this, he returned to slumber. Upon hearing the QB's suggestion, my excitement grew. As if I could truly defeat Aokiji, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength. I pondered the name of that individual. Summoning technique, who is it? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Monkey King. Fool, who is your Monkey King? I am the Monkey King. Sun Wukong, bestowed with the title by the Sage of Six Paths. Squeak, squeak, squeak. My word, that name is rather lengthy. Furthermore, that squeaking at the end is quite out of place. It sounds less like a celestial monkey and more akin to a street-side little monkey. I broke into a sweat. Very well, with such a long name, I shall give you a nickname, Monkey King. How's that sound? Who are you calling Monkey King? I am a celestial monkey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All right, shall we call you Celestial Monkey then? The Four Tails also found me rather perplexing. After pondering for a time, he finally spoke. Just call me Sun Wukong. By the way, what brings you here, you little rascal? Where's this place? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Heh, speaking of which, Monkey King, you are indeed fortunate. This is quite a splendid place. You probably intend to seize my power. I am not your tool. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That is precisely what I wish to convey. This is not the world of ninjas. I summoned you to enjoy some leisure. See, am I not considerate? What a joke. It is merely a black and white world, and rather small at that. I see. You must know the technique of invisibility. If you promise to remain unseen to others, I shall take you out to explore. After some bargaining, the Four Tails finally settled on my head. I guided him around the entirety of Long Chain Island, allowing him to witness the wonders of slender trees, elongated apples, and even slender dogs. What do you think, Monkey King? Is it not splendid? Indeed, it appears rather delightful. The creatures here are quite peculiar. However, the water is a bit salty and unpalatable. Moreover, why does the water leave my fur sticky and uncomfortable after drying? I understand that the Four Tails prefers the Flower Fruit Mountain, where fresh water abounds. Here, by the sea, there is naturally less fresh water for him to enjoy. This is the seaside. What you just played with was seawater, so there is a distinction. Overall, it is quite acceptable. Now speak. What exactly do you require from me? Nothing much. Merely to let you out for some fun and to familiarize ourselves, to forge a friendship. It is indeed delightful. Yet this celestial monkey must return home for a bath. Farewell. Well then, this monkey possesses quite the brusque temperament. Nevertheless, to triumph over Aokiji, the Four Tails' power is indispensable. After all, his chakra possesses lava release capabilities. Having sent off the Four Tails, I summoned two more. Lord Shima, Lady Shima. I repeated the previous process with the Four Tails, explaining to them the nature of this place. This outing was purely for leisure, urging them to relax and enjoy themselves. After guiding the two around Long Chain Island, they finally settled down. Lady Shima, eager to return home to cook, decided to leave as well. It is merely a way to familiarize ourselves, to make friends. With the addition of these three, I believe our chances against Aokiji have significantly improved. While we may not necessarily defeat him, we can at least buy some time. Once Luffy concludes his battle, our group will once again board the ship, setting sail for the next island. Hey Luffy, what on earth is that you drew? Ha, I think it looks splendid. Observing the new emblem of the Fox Pirates, crafted by Luffy himself, I feel that perhaps Fox should reconsider its piratical pursuits. Utilizing such a cat's head as a pirate emblem is rather embarrassing. On the calm sea, the Mary slowly advances. However, the crew aboard is anything but tranquil. Zoro, witnessing my fervent training, has begun his own arduous regimen. Sanji, though preoccupied with cooking daily, I noticed one late night, appears to be experimenting with new techniques. After perusing all the books aboard, Robin has also embarked on the development of the Hana Nomi Usopp has initiated his weapon enhancement plan, and naturally, Nami would not miss this opportunity. Except for Luffy, of course. That fellow merely knows how to play foolish games with Chopper. Until Chopper commenced research on new medicines, Luffy, devoid of playmates, sought me out. Upon his approach, I sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, this fellow requested that I demonstrate a ninjutsu. Initially intending to decline, I reconsidered, as this might present a favorable opportunity. After performing a body flicker technique, I turned to Luffy. You two could move that swiftly. Really? You see, your body is made of rubber, right? By compressing the blood within your body, you can transition into a steam state, thereby elevating the lethality of all your techniques. Luffy listened intently, appearing contemplative. Furthermore, regarding rapid movement, you could achieve it by repeatedly striking the ground, though I'm not entirely certain how precisely to execute it. However, I am aware that some individuals utilize this method to engage in combat. Observing Luffy lost in thought, I once again formed hand seals and employed the multiplication technique, causing my entire arm to swell in size. Luffy, do you think you can withstand this punch? I asked him with a smile. You'll find out soon enough. Rubber balloon. As my fist connected with Luffy's abdomen, he was propelled backward, nearly plummeting into the sea. Fortunately, he extended his arm, grasping the ship and preventing his fall. Grr, Sigwa, that move of yours. Not too bad, right? In fact, you could do it too. Just think, your body is made of rubber. It can expand as well. Really? Can I grow as large as a giant? Of course, but that will depend on your own development. I have thought of an interesting technique. Luffy truly is remarkable, his talent undeniable. I merely offered a slight suggestion, and he immediately grasped what to do. In truth, I contemplated whether I should inform him about hockey. However, lacking hockey myself, merely describing it would feel rather hollow for someone like Luffy. After all, he is someone who perceives techniques through physical experience, so perhaps it is best to leave hockey for Rayleigh to teach later. Having provided Luffy with hints, I continued my own training, during which I summoned the 4 tails and 2 toads, allowing them to appreciate the allure of the ocean. Lord Shinzo even offered me guidance on the application of the senjutsu of Mayaboka Mountain, granting me new insights into this art. With everyone's diligent efforts, time flew by swiftly. On this day, we successfully arrived at a deserted island. Noticing the bicycle imprints on the ground, I understood that Aokiji had indeed reached this island as well. Our group made our way toward the island center. Suddenly, Chopper spotted a strangely shaped mushroom, which remarkably grew atop a stone over 2 meters tall. When he and Luffy rushed over to investigate, they discovered it was not a mushroom at all, but rather a person. This individual was extraordinarily tall. The moment Robin laid eyes on him, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, everyone realized that the figure before us was no ordinary person. Aokiji. My heart raced, and my blood began to boil. I felt as if my entire face was ablaze. Finally, we had met. Aokiji removed his eye patch and scrutinized us closely. You are? Yes, indeed. Ding. Host has encountered Aokiji, successfully unlocking character card. Reward. A technique, Tsukumi, is now distributed. A cacophony of applause followed, the specifics of which are omitted. I quietly summoned shadow clones, instructing them to meditate in the adjacent woods. I too settled on the ground, preparing to enter Sage Mode. Although I was not yet ready to confront Aokiji, Sage Mode would allow me to relocate those in distress. True to form, before I could finish my thoughts, Luffy was ready to engage Aokiji in battle. However, as Aokiji is a disciple of Garp, he naturally had to show some restraint, patiently explaining things to Luffy. Once the refugees emerged, Luffy treated them to a grand feast while Chopper tended to their injuries. Subsequently, Aokiji instructed them to prepare to depart for the next island. I stepped forward, eager to take charge. Allow me. If you were to intervene, the ground would become far too cold. There are children here. We wouldn't want them to freeze. Aokiji reclined lazily on the ground, picking his nose, appearing utterly relaxed. And what do you plan to do? Well, I do possess the ice release technique, which is akin to Akiji's own skills. However, without utilizing ice release, how can I facilitate their relocation? Everyone gazed at me, their expressions a mix of anticipation and disbelief. Come on, think of something. Ding. An idea struck me. I approached the shoreline, employed the water clone technique, and then utilized wood release to construct a ship. Clang, clang, clang. With this vessel, we could reach the next island. Ah, I see. Light, you truly are a genius. Well, while I appreciate your gratitude, we lack a log pose, remarked a refugee with a small mustache cutting through the moment. This is precisely where my foresight comes into play. Simply follow him, and you'll arrive. I pointed to the water clone. Thus, everyone boarded the ship. At that moment, Akiji approached the shore. Although your method is commendable, there's still some distance to cover. Let me lend a hand. With that, Akiji plunged one hand into the sea and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, two icy trails emerged on the water's surface, stretching forward. Follow these ice walls straight ahead, and you'll reach your destination. Akiji's ability was indeed remarkable, not only utilizing Kinbunchika Haki to sense the direction of the nearest island, but also employing his powers to freeze the seawater. Given his nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that such feats were merely the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. The Navy Admiral, truly formidable. Having seen off the refugees, I completed my interim mission. The reward for this endeavor was the light and heavy rock technique, which I remembered was the skill of the late Lord Oyoki. It was quite commendable. Observing Luffy enthusiastically bidding farewell to everyone, Akiji reclined on the ground, his gaze seemingly harboring something deeper. Luffy turned to Akiji and remarked, "Though you're a Navy officer, you seem like a good person." Akiji scratched his head and sighed deeply. "How should I put this? You resemble your grandfather quite a bit." Luffy's face instantly broke into a sweat. My grandpa. Upon seeing this, I understood the source of his fear. Luffy had been subjected to Garp's rigorous training since childhood, and it was no wonder he bore psychological scars. Although I received considerable care from your grandfather, it seems. Akiji slowly rose, his tone growing serious and his gaze fierce. You should all perish here. Akiji scratched his head. Truth be told, I came here merely to see Nico Robin. However, upon encountering you all, I realized that you cannot be allowed to remain. He surveyed our group. I knew that in such circumstances, a confrontation was imminent. I stealthily summoned the Four Tails. Hey, little guy, what delicious treats do you have this time? Monkey, I'm about to engage in battle. Can you lend me a hand? What? There are no treats. Besides, I have little interest in fighting. Monkey, if you dislike fighting, then perhaps you could lend me some of your chakra instead. That I could do. How much do you need? Just give me half. TSK. Your demands are quite high. With that much chakra, whom do you intend to battle? It's a long story, but honestly, half may not even suffice. Fine. I'll give it to you. My body began to absorb the chakra from the Four Tails, and that ethereal state returned. This time, however, it was Four Tails mode rather than Nine Tails mode. After parting ways with the Four Tails, I summoned two great toad sages, Lord Shinzo, Lord Shima. Without further ado, a formidable opponent is about to engage in combat, and I require your assistance. What is this? Summoning us at mealtime when I still have to prepare dinner. Now, old woman, do not be so concerned. It is not that Jiang is being intentional. Judging by his expression, it seems that our adversary is indeed formidable. What nonsense! Old man, I feel no overwhelming chakra at all. Gentlemen, the battle has yet to commence, and while our opponent may lack chakra, their strength is exceptionally formidable. Just as I was negotiating with the Sage of the Toads, Qingji had already made his move. With a single strike, he incapacitated the trio from Luzu Mountain, preparing to freeze Robin into an ice statue. In an instant, I appeared before Robin and kicked him squarely in the face. Ah, young man, that kick was rather forceful. Of course it was. I delivered it using the Four Tails mode. Observing his shattered head, I couldn't help but chuckle at my own folly. Indeed, Qingji's head reformed from the severed body. He then pointed a finger at me, declaring, "Frozen moment," from his fingertip to my brow. I felt as if the air itself had been frozen in that instant. A sharp pain radiated from my forehead, followed by a layer of frost forming upon it. Goodness, that was swift. I had presumed the freezing effect would be gradual, yet it was as instantaneous as a burn. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. I vanished from his sight once more. To my surprise, before I could halt my movements, Qingji's attack came again, this time from the ground. The once verdant grassland had transformed entirely into a frozen realm. Curse that Qingji, employing Kin Bunchaku against us mere Karamais. He truly holds us in high regard. However, I'm not to be trifled with. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball incinerated the ice before me. At this point, I had distanced myself from my companions. I quickly shouted to them, "Hey, you all need to leave now? Take Robin with you and set sail immediately." Upon hearing this, Luffy quickly refused. "What nonsense are you saying? We cannot abandon you." I grinned. "Do not worry, Captain. You know I can reach you in an instant, no matter how far you go. Now hurry." Noticing their reluctance to depart, Usopp hastily persuaded, "You three are injured. Return to tend to your wounds and come back once you are ready." Thus, several of them turned and sprinted towards the Mary. But I cannot allow you to escape so easily, Nico Robin." In the next moment, Qingji appeared before Robin, embracing her in a manner that left her no room for escape. How impudent, young man, to resort to a sneak attack. Kamui. In an instant, Robin was drawn into the Kamui space. Yet, unexpectedly, Qingji's freezing ability possessed a tracking feature. Regardless of whether it was indeed a tracking capability, Robin found herself significantly encased in ice. I did not anticipate his speed to be this rapid. Resolutely, I dispelled a shadow clone from Sage mode, channeling powerful Sage chakra into my being. In that moment, I entered Sage monkey mode. Although my appearance remained unchanged, my combat prowess had ascended dramatically. Observing my companions had already distanced themselves, I directed Lord Zasuko, utilize oil, Lord Shima, employ wind. Sage Art Gomen. Wind, fire, and oil merged before me, forming a colossal wall of flames. The heat emanating from the fire surpassed that of the sun. To be frank, this technique was even more potent than Ace's Flame Emperor. The fierce flames ruthlessly obliterated everything in their path. While I was aware that such an attack would not defeat Qingji, my intent was merely to buy a fraction of time. I utilized Flying Thunder God to reappear before Usopp, extracting Robin in an instant. Usopp and Chopper were paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground. I transferred Robin from the Kamui space directly into Usopp's hands. Observing half of Robin's body encased in white frost, Usopp and Chopper screamed in terror. "Thaw her out. She is still alive." After uttering this, I returned to confront Qingji. The ninja smoker mentioned. "It must be you, young man. Indeed, you are quite formidable." This fellow once again manipulated the water vapor in the air to reconstruct his body. However, I noticed that this time, his form was still incomplete. At least his pants had not fully materialized. It seems I had evaporated too much water vapor with my previous attack. "Smoker, you flatter me." Grasping the grass cutter sword, I spun it elegantly, fixating my gaze on Qingji, eager to discern his next move. Clearly, he was not exaggerating. It appears I must exert some force as well. With that, he clapped his hands, declaring, "Ice Age." In an instant, everything visible transformed into pure white. I felt myself being encased in ice. My limbs became immobile, and an extreme chill enveloped my skin, causing my subcutaneous tissues to cease activity. Brat, old woman, quickly use fire release. The two great toad sages acted in unison, promptly freeing me from my frozen state. Qingji leisurely approached my side, yet to my astonishment, I melted the ice from my body in an instant. I turned my right hand palm up, invoking Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. I infused the Spiraling Shuriken with Four Tails Chakra, augmenting its magma effect. As I hurled the Wind Release Spiraling Shuriken, I added the black flames of Amaterasu. This formidable combination of ninjutsu reached the heights of the combined technique once executed by Naruto and Sasuke, named by the fourth Hokage as Spiraling Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. The technique struck Qingji directly. His surface darkened, seemingly attempting to withstand my attack. However, dear brother, you have miscalculated. This technique is not merely a devil fruit ability. Should you attempt to absorb it with your armament haki, you may well lose a limb. Indeed, the Spiraling Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style directly impacted Qingji. The intense heat liquefied his body once more, and before he could recover, the wind release began to sever his cellular structure. Even if he could elementalize, the surrounding water vapor was insufficient for him to reconstitute his body. After executing that series of attacks, I found myself utterly drained. Although the two Great Toad sages assisted in replenishing my sage chakra, I had exhausted my techniques. If this attack were to fail in overcoming him, I would have no choice but to flee, just as I felt a growing calmness. Several streaks of black lightning appeared where Qingji's body had vanished. One struck my arm directly. The moment it connected, I felt as though my arm had been severed. This is it. Qingji has lost control. He wouldn't dare attempt to obliterate me with a single punch, would he? Fortunately, I am in Sage Monkey state, and my healing abilities are extraordinary. Just moments ago, my severed arm no longer bore pain within seconds. The Sage Chakra within me, along with the wood release cells, continuously mended my wounds. As I glanced again at Qingji, this fellow surprisingly stood upright once more. I was astounded that such a thing was possible. How could he not be defeated? A sense of unease began to wash over me. Is the strength of an admiral truly this formidable? How then could Luffy manage to face 3 opponents at once back in the day? Don't tell me it's purely a matter of bloodline. Ah, indeed. I cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. With your level of skill, the absence of a bounty is quite astonishing. Clearly, you cannot be spared. Otherwise, the world would indeed undergo a drastic transformation. With Qingji's roar, the dark red haki coalesced once again into his right fist. I found myself momentarily paralyzed, grappling not only with the shock of his resurgence, but also with confusion. I distinctly recalled that Qingji lacked the Conqueror's haki. Yet, what was this dark red lightning swirling about his hand? All I could perceive was an enormous fist hurtling towards my head at an alarming speed. I was utterly incapable of moving. Kid! 2 urgent shouts jolted me from my stupor. The enormous fist was now but a breath away from my nose. Shunwei! That black fist pierced through my body directly. Although I managed to utilize Shunwei to shift certain parts of my body, the dark red lightning that accompanied his punch struck me nonetheless. A tingling sensation coursed through me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to lose consciousness. It seemed that if I succumbed to unconsciousness, I could find solace and relief. Kid, stay with me. Once more, the Fukasaku sage yanked me back from the brink of death. Flying Thunder God. This time, I directly transported myself behind Qingji. My palm flipped, and the chakra of lightning crackled ominously. Crouching down, I exerted pressure with my palm, and the lightning in the sky coalesced into a massive dragon's head, emanating a terrifying glow as it fixed its gaze upon Qingji. As he beheld the colossal lightning dragon, Qingji trembled, and his pupils constricted in an instant. What on earth is this? Lying on the ground, Qingji stared at the immense black thundercloud above, finally coming to a realization. What is the name of this technique? At this moment, I too knelt on the ground. Right on, Kirin. This technique is indeed formidable. Stop deceiving. I slowly slumped to the ground. Jima Sage, what has this kid done? This child, as combat prowess, is truly remarkable. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly tell me what he has done. The kid first ignited the surrounding air with fire release, causing the hot air to rise and form thunderclouds in the sky. Then, he employed lightning release chakra to draw down the lightning from above, seriously injuring that ice user. How is it possible that he can control the natural lightning? He doesn't control it, he guides it. Hearing the praises from the 2 sages made my cheeks flush. In truth, this technique was a move I had learned from Air Juzi, and I simply applied it in real time. Oh no, the summoning time is almost up. Kid, I'm giving you the last of my sage chakra. If you truly cannot win, then flee. Thank you, esteemed sages. Next time, I shall treat everyone to insects. Having regained a portion of sage chakra, I felt somewhat better, although I had guided the lightning from the heavens. Such a powerful electric shock had still inflicted damage upon my body. All the chakra I had prior was expended merely to mend myself. The remaining chakra could likely be used just one more time. If this time I cannot subdue Qingji, I would be left with no choice but to await my demise. I gritted my teeth against the pain and stood up, gazing at the fallen Qingji. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up quickly. I have little strength left. If I cannot take you down with my final blow, I will be left to await death. Qingji slowly opened his eyes. Ah, given the circumstances, you still wish to fight. What's this? Weren't you going to eliminate us? Have you decided to spare us now? Shinji rose, his demeanor no longer languid. What is your name? Ikari no Suke. I shall remember that. Let me make it clear. After this move, whether you survive or not is uncertain. Are you certain you wish to endure it? Come then. Shinji spread his arms, crouching slightly, the cold air surrounding him. Icebound for miles. I refused to be outdone and summoned all my chakra. Sage Art. Magma Hell. A massive white ice wall collided with the searing red magma. I can no longer move, yet I could still hear the sounds around me. Shinji's voice drifting toward me. You may find this hard to believe, but I truly only came out for a stroll. However, a powerhouse of your caliber must be dealt with promptly, just as he intended to shatter my frozen form. 3 furious roars interrupted Shinji's actions. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji returned to the battlefield. Luffy took the lead, facing Shinji, raising his fist. You too. Hurry and take Hikari no Suke away. I'm going to challenge this guy one-on-one. I managed to move my lips, uncertain if sound would escape. Yet I persevered to say, Robin is not the Robin of the past. If you're interested, you may continue to keep an eye on her. But this time, we will certainly protect her. With that, Zoro and Sanji hoisted me away. What transpired next was beyond my knowledge. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on a bed. Hikari no Suke, you're awake. Chopper's little head appeared in my line of sight. I swiftly sat up, cautiously surveying my surroundings. Where's Shinji? That Navy officer has already departed. What is our current situation? From the cacophony of explanations surrounding me, I finally grasped the situation. After I had lost consciousness, Luffy and Shinji clashed once more. Ultimately, Luffy was brought back, his body stiff from freezing, while Shinji had vanished without a trace. Robin and Luffy remained unconscious, or rather, still asleep. I seemed to have awakened relatively early. After expressing my gratitude to everyone, I returned to the Shunwei space. In this battle against Shinji, I had exhausted all my trump cards. Even so, I was unable to inflict any harm upon him. Admirals truly are formidable adversaries. But what shall I do moving forward? Just dealing with Shinji has proven immensely challenging. There are still formidable foes like Big Mom and Kaido ahead. These individuals, whether in individual combat prowess or mastery of haki, present significant challenges for me. Is it truly impossible for a ninja to survive in the world of pirates? The more I pondered, the more discontented I became. Oh, and there est Tsukuyami. I didn't even have the chance to utilize it this time, but next time, I must certainly test its power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a phase task. A chakra fusion card has been awarded and is now distributed. Why no slap on the wrist? I looked around and realized it was because I was in the Shunwei space. This system truly cannot tolerate even the slightest loss. Upon exiting the space, a series of slaps echoed. Yo, seasick brat. Are you engaging in self-reflection? Perverted chef, bring me a large portion of seafood fried rice. Just as Sanji departed, Zoro's terrified shout echoed. Hey, quickly, come look. I must say, Zoro is a remarkable individual who has endured a wound over a meter deep without uttering a single sound. What could possibly have transpired to leave him so astounded? Oh dear, look, a frog is swimming freely. Zoro's terrified exclamation sent ripples of anxiety through the crew. Luffy swiftly commanded that they pursue the frog. The merry-go-round made a dramatic 180-degree turn, nearly tossing me to the ground. Ding! A phase task has been issued. Successfully master 4 techniques from the 6 forms of marine combat. Character card, Kataru Furemu. This task seems rather intriguing. The 6 forms of marine combat, is it something I can learn? Moreover, I recall there's a technique called Iron Block, isn't there? That technique is trainable. But those who attempt it often find themselves collapsing. Complaints aside, as it has become a system task, I must delve into it. Let me think. The 6 forms consist of shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, finger gun, and iron block. Shave primarily enhances movement speed, given my current mastery of the instantaneous movement technique. I see no need to master that. Paper drawing appears to be a predictive skill, utilizing one's combat experience to successfully evade attacks, serving as a fundamental application of observation haki. For someone like me, who possesses the Sharingan, this skill requires no further training. Moonwalk, however, is a rather impressive skill. I cannot yet stand in mid-air, which greatly diminishes my flair. It seems I should learn this. Gale foot employs kicking to deliver slashes, representing an advanced application of shave, which I could certainly experiment with. Finger gun requires one to harden their fingers and increase attack speed. Combining these two elements results in the formation of the finger gun technique. This skill serves as physical training, so I shall focus on strengthening my fingers during my practice. Lastly, iron block is an application of basic armament hockey, utilizing hardened muscles to withstand enemy attacks and minimize injury. This is something to consider. Currently, I habitually use Kimui to nullify enemy attacks, but relying solely on this technique indicates my ability to endure damage is lacking. Excellent, having established my objectives. The remaining task is straightforward. Now that I understand the principles behind each technique, I must engage in extensive practice. Just as I was about to begin my training, the ship tilted unexpectedly, as if it had collided with a hidden reef. Upon reaching the bow, I discovered something resembling a station. Lo and behold, is that not the station of Kokoro Bazin? Indeed, a little girl accompanied by a rabbit was the first to spot us. It seems we were destined for Water City. Lying on the deck, I gazed at the clouds above. Water City, what a melancholic place this is. Here, Luffy nearly lost 3 of his companions, Mary, Usopp, and Robin. Should I intervene in these events? Alas, I shall let fate take its course. It is better to strengthen my own abilities, otherwise, I may find myself unable to engage in future battles. The merry-go-round has successfully docked at Water City. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp proceeded to the shipyard to exchange money and seek a shipwright. Chopper and Robin went to prepare for book purchasing. Only Zoro, Sanji, and I remained on the ship. I was preparing to disembark and find a location to continue my training when Zoro called out to me. Hey, where are you going? To train. Why? Do you need something? Are you interested in a sparring match? Ah, it seems Zoro has indeed changed. He had never expressed such a desire before. Always striving alone. Today, he wishes to engage me in a friendly duel. This is quite a first. Seeing my silence, Zoro impatiently urged, "Are you capable or not?" "Certainly, but tell me honestly, why do you want to spar with me?" Zoro unsheathed his sword and stepped off the ship, his gaze sharp and focused on me. "If I win, I'll tell you." Oh my, Zoro is truly prepared to fight. This is excellent, as I have long wished to test my mettle against him. In a duel with such a swordsman, if I were to use Kimui, he would never land a blow on me. However, this is merely a friendly match, so it is best to avoid using such techniques. I drew the Kusanagi and rested it upon my shoulder, smiling as I spoke. Just so, if I break your sword, I'm not responsible. With that, I activated my Sharingan, and blue arcs of electricity danced along the Kusanagi as I bent low and charged toward Zoro. He did not back down, attacking my Kusanagi with 3 of his swords. With a hint of pride, he remarked, "In terms of swordsmanship, I won't lose to you." I chuckled. "Oh, you foolish green-haired one. Allow me to reveal your shortcomings." Gripping the Kusanagi tightly, I intensified the flow of lightning chakra. Though Zoro's strength surpasses mine, he found his sword, Shusui, slowly nicked by my Kusanagi. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise, and he swiftly retreated. I remained still, watching him. "You bastard, how dare you damage my Shusui? Have you not realized? This is your weakness, the very disparity between you and Mihawk." Upon hearing that name, Zoro's pupils constricted. "Mihawk, are you implying you have fought him?" "Oh no, I have revealed too much. Indeed, I have fought him." "When did this happen?" "Well, since the truth is out, there is no need for concealment. It was at that time," I stated, gesturing from my left shoulder to my right abdomen. Zoro instantly comprehended. It was when he was wounded by Mihawk. I slowly sheathed the Kusanagi and approached Zoro. "At that time, I engaged Mihawk for your revenge. However, I never discerned his true strength. Looking back, it was sheer fortune that I managed to escape from him." Zoro's breathing grew heavier. It seemed the name Mihawk was his greatest nightmare. "He also told me to convey a message to you." "Nanny? What is it? Speak quickly." Seeing Zoro so agitated, I thought to tease him a bit more. Feigning mystery as I replied, "Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit parched. If only I had a glass of water right now. Perhaps I could recall what Mihawk said back then. Beware, or I shall cut you down. Very well, I shall seek out water myself, but after drinking, I surely will not remember. One day, I shall cut you down. Zoro huffed as he went to fetch water from the ship. Just as he departed, Sanji appeared before me, lighting a cigarette. What were you two discussing? Where is that green-haired fool headed? Oh, he is merely thirsty. By the way, did Zeph teach you any techniques for walking in midair? Huh, there are such techniques? How do you know he possesses them? Sanji looked at me in astonishment, nearly setting his hair ablaze with his lighter. What? You didn't know he could do that? It is said to be an incredibly formidable technique. Ah, and what of it? I understood that conversing with Sanji required a light-hearted touch. Otherwise, he would lose interest. As I turned a corner, a look of envy crossed my face. Little did you know, back in the day, Boss Zeph employed this very tactic to win the hearts of countless beautiful women. On another occasion, he rescued a damsel in distress mid-air, and she was utterly enamored with him. Oh, how I envy him. Sanji immediately began to conjure up fantasies. If only he could walk in the air, he could soar into the skies with Nami Jang and Robin Jang, who would undoubtedly become even more infatuated with him. Observing Sanji's foolish expression, I realized he was still a bit short of his mark. Thus I continued, recalling our time at the floating restaurant, where he had taught me this trick, claiming Sanji had mastered it. I was planning to ask you for the specifics, but it turns out you don't know either. What a pity. What did you say? You mean you know a little? I suppose so, but not much. There are still some aspects I haven't quite grasped. Come on, tell me what you know. Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit peckish. If only I could have a grilled fish right now, I might remember some details. Sanji's hand trembled as he gripped his cigarette, glaring at me with fury. You scoundrel. Just wait. With that, he dashed back to the Going Merry. As soon as Sanji departed, Zoro returned with a cup of water. I cheerfully finished the water and handed the cup back to Zoro for a refill. Zoro's expression turned grim, his teeth sharpened, and he angrily tossed the empty cup to the ground, exclaiming, You should know when to stop. Haha, teasing Zoro is such fun. All right, I'll let it go this time. I waved my hand, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. I extended a finger and earnestly addressed Zoro. Listen closely. The essence of wielding a sword lies within the sword itself. If you can imbue your weapon with haki, no matter what sword you wield, it shall not easily break. Zoro listened intently, and as I mentioned haki, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Haki? What is that? Simply put, it is a form of spirit or aura. For instance, the murderous intent that radiates from you is a type of haki. For a swordsman, if one sword is consistently fortified with stable haki, any blade can become a black blade. A black blade? Are you suggesting that my hawk sword was forged through haki? Indeed, and not only that. After being tempered by haki, the blade also becomes less prone to breaking. Moreover, every sword possesses its own personality. I trust you can sense this? I can occasionally feel a hint of the sword's aura. Exactly, swords have their own thoughts. Whether a master can harness the advantages of their blade relies on their own perception. That is all I can share. Now, ponder over it at your leisure. After enlightening Zoro about haki and swords, I strolled back to the kitchen of the Going Merry. There a plate of delectable grilled fish awaited me, and Sanji had thoughtfully prepared a drink as well. You really arrived right on time. Dig in, and then speak quickly. The flavor of the grilled fish was exquisite. I savored each bite. In truth, Boss Zeph cannot fly at all. I was merely a bit hungry. Ha ha. With a snap, Sanji crushed his cigarette. You scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? Calm down. Although he can't fly, I do possess some theoretical knowledge, so it wasn't entirely a deception. Damn it, you cunning seasick fool. Ha ha. The so-called flying is simply stepping on air. Ah, this grilled fish is delightful. So, ordinary people can fly by stepping on air? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ha ha. Of course, it's not something just anyone can accomplish. In short, it's about stepping on air. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Damn it, I've been tricked by you. Enjoy your meal. I'm going out for a stroll. After finishing the grilled fish, I began my own training. Having just shared a plethora of principles with Zoro, it was now time for me to practice. Besides the 6 styles, I had another technique I wished to refine. With my numerous clones, I divided them into several groups, each focusing on different aspects, ensuring no time was wasted. Haha, this is the advantage of shadow clones. Although the feedback from each training session often leaves me feeling dizzy, it certainly reduces the overall training cycle. I decided to have my clones practice the 6 styles while I called upon the QB, lend me your assistance. What is it? Could you teach me the Bija Bomb? Nanny? Why do you want to learn that? Well, in case I encounter a formidable foe in the future, I could unleash a Bija Bomb. It's quite difficult. With your intellect, you might not master it. Oh, just trust me. Watch. I flipped my hand, and a Rasengan materialized in my palm. Seeing my Rasengan, the QB finally agreed to teach me the Bija Bomb. However, mastering it proved to be quite challenging. Firstly, the weight was considerable. I felt I could hardly hold it with one hand. Secondly, the chakra proportions had to be precise. Even a slight deviation would not suffice. Overall, while it was arduous, it was not impossible to train. Immersed in my practice, time seemed to slip away. Suddenly, I sensed a figure approaching from afar. Pausing my training, I stepped out of the Kamui space. As the figure drew near, the first thing I noticed was that prominent rectangular nose. Excuse me. I feigned ignorance, asking, "Who are you?" "I am an old shipwright, here to assist you with your ship." Recognizing Kaku's old man tone, I paid it no mind and allowed him to proceed freely. Zoro wandered over, still groggy, only able to see the nose. "Huh? Did Usopp change clothes? Brother, are you still half asleep? That's not Usopp." "Huh? Really?" Kaku promptly completed his inspection and regrettably informed us that the Mary was severely damaged and beyond their ability to repair. Although I had prepared myself for this, it still weighed heavily on my heart upon learning the truth. Zoro and I lay on the deck, gazing at the ship's bow. "Mary, is there truly no way for you to sail again?" A sense of despondency enveloped us both. Shortly thereafter, Sanji and Chopper returned to the ship. Upon seeing our forlorn expressions, they lost their playful spirits. After we explained the Mary situation, the two fell silent. What a dreadful day it has been. With the Mary in such disarray and Robin-chan missing, an emptiness settled within me. Is there truly no way to repair the Mary? Do you recall before we ventured to the Sky Island? The bow of the Mary was already fractured. In truth, it has been unable to sail since that moment. How could this be? Wasn't he safely able to take us to the Sky Island and bring us back? Perhaps it relied on its own will to carry us to that island, knowing it would lead us to another ship. Silence fell. The air felt heavy, and even the sound of waves crashing against the shore held a tinge of melancholy. "Oh no, someone come quickly!" Nami cried out anxiously. "What's wrong, Nami-chan? Something happened. Usopp is gravely injured." "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this?" Before Nami could elaborate further, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and found myself beside Usopp. To my dismay, the sight of Usopp startled me. He was drenched in blood, his nose was broken, and his body was covered in bruises, with several bones fractured. Gently cradling his head, he managed to open his eyes. Upon recognizing me, tears streamed down his face. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I was too weak, and all the money was stolen. I can't bear to face everyone again." "Fool, it's not your fault. Please don't speak. I will take you back," I reassured him. Upon hearing we were returning, Usopp struggled fiercely. I understood he was unable to confront the others. "Do not worry. We are pirates. I will help you reclaim what was taken." As I spoke to him, I began to treat his injuries, only to discover the severity of his condition. He had at least 20 broken bones, and not a single patch of skin on his body was intact. The more I treated him, the greater my anger surged. That scoundrel Frankie had been excessively brutal. "Damn it, you little brats, prepare to meet your end." I brought Usopp back aboard the ship, where he had lost all consciousness. "Chopper, I leave Usopp in your care." As Chopper laid eyes on Usopp, tears welled up in his eyes. "This is severe. With injuries like this, he will need at least 6 months to recuperate." With a swift motion, Zoro sheathed his sword, his aura of menace transforming into something tangible. Rage propelled Zoro into a new realm of intensity. "Who dares?" he demanded. "Wait." I sensed Luffy's presence, and in an instant, transported him back to the ship. Upon seeing Usopp's tragic state, Luffy remained silent, rising to his feet, the bones in his hands cracking ominously. "Let us go." The 4 of us, brimming with fury, arrived at Frankie's bizarre abode. where laughter and merriment fill the air. Ha ha! That long-nosed fool is utterly pathetic. Weak to an astonishing degree. Indeed, how can such a fool call himself a pirate? Ha! He must have spent the entire journey fleeing to arrive here. Wow, that guy must be incredibly fortunate. If I were his captain, I would have kicked him into the sea long ago. You're mistaken. With his level of incompetence, his captain is likely just as useless. We stood outside the door, listening to those wretched fools inside, their words dripping with disdain. Zoro donned a headband, evidently ready to confront them head-on. Sanji extinguished his cigarette and straightened his tie. My right hand, wielding the wind release, spiraling shuriken, emitted a sharp, slicing sound. Luffy clenched his fists once more and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the door before us. Boom! The door, along with a towering man of at least 2 meters, was sent crashing against the opposite wall. What the hell is happening? Who dares to challenge us? Shouts of shock and fury erupted. It's Monkey D, Luffy. Hey, what are they here for? Are they seeking revenge for that fool? Ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Open your eyes and look, Straw Hat Luffy. We have at least dozens of us here. What can the 4 of you possibly do? Perhaps this guy came here to deliver himself to us. Oh, that would be splendid. His bounty of 100 million is mine. Just then, a massive man clad in heavy armor approached, at least 2 meters tall, excitedly banging on his armor. Ha ha, fools, do you see this armor? Not even a warship's cannon can leave a scratch on it. Come and try if you dare. Bang! In an instant, the armor shattered, and he spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing against the wall like a shrimp propelled by the force. How is this possible? What is that? He shattered the armor in an instant. I threw forth the wind release, spiraling shuriken, which I had prepared beforehand, towards Frankie's henchman, softly uttering, "Is this all you've got? Wait, let us talk." The man feigned weakness, but suddenly turned, revealing a row of cannons behind him. Fire! At his command, cannonballs shot forth. 3-sword style, Duck Demon Hunt. Zoro's blade danced through the air, cutting the cannonballs in half with astonishing precision. How is this possible? Those cannonballs are made of iron. Zoro's dark pupils traced a strange arc in the air as he struck with his sword. Clang! Boom! The cannon fell silent. Zoro spun his sword, exhaling a breath of frustration. He had even sliced through the cannon. Do not fear, there are only 4 of them. Let us charge together and slay them. Suddenly, a dozen men rushed out, ready to employ a tactic of sheer numbers. Sanji discarded his cigarette and executed a spinning kick. The air was filled with the shadow of Sanji's black leg, amidst the shrieks of his enemies flying skyward. Hey, these guys are too formidable. We must escape from behind. Exactly. Hurry and inform Boss Frankie. The henchmen fled in panic. Gomu no storm. With a barrage of blows, only a handful remained standing. Hey, wait a moment. What you want is money, right? The 200 million berries from that useless kid? Unfortunately, that money is no longer here. Our boss Frankie took it shopping. Yes, in other words, even if you cause a ruckus here, you can't retrieve that money. We glared at the opposing group, slowly articulating, this is no longer about money. We shall dismantle you piece by piece. As the battle concluded, our fury gradually subsided. Frankie's abode lay in ruins, thick smoke rising into the air. Standing amidst the wreckage, Luffy declared, I have made my decision. After venting our anger, we began to calm down. Gazing at the debris, Sanji lit a cigarette. What now? Should we pursue Frankie? Zoro slowly removed his headband. Where we even look? I looked into the distance, knowing Frankie was likely off to procure the Atom Tree. Even if we were to defeat Frankie, the money would be spent. Luffy, facing the sea breeze, adjusted his straw hat. I have decided. Here, I shall bid farewell to the Going Merry. When we returned to the Going Merry, Chopper had completed Usopp's treatment. Gazing at Usopp, now wrapped in bandages, a heavy atmosphere enveloped us once more. Sanji prepared snacks for us, but none had the appetite to eat. Even the Merry seemed to sense our sorrow, gently swaying. The cabin lights flickered softly. The gentle light gradually illuminated the faces of everyone, as if it were the hand of Mary, softly wiping away the tears from the corners of our eyes. Everyone, Usopp has awakened. Usopp struggled to sit up, disregarding Chopper's attempts to stop him, and clung tightly to Luffy's leg. I'm sorry, everyone, I lost the money. Forget it, Even if we don't have that money, we still have 100 million berries. You shouldn't blame yourself, Usopp. But is this 100 million berries truly sufficient to prepare for the upcoming voyage? We must reinforce the going merry even more. Regarding that, Usopp, I have decided to change to a new ship. Merry has completed its mission. One could discern the forced smile on Luffy's face as he spoke these words. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavy once more. Wait a minute, haha. Luffy, what are you saying? That joke is not funny at all. Usopp noticed the silence of everyone and realized that Luffy might be serious. Hey, no way. Is it because I lost the money and we can't afford the repairs? No, that's not it. Then tell me why. Suddenly saying we need to change ships. How am I supposed to accept that? Their voices escalated, resembling a quarrel. The going merry cannot be repaired. It can never be fixed, which is why I want to change ships. What are you talking about? Merry is our companion. Are you really going to abandon our companion? At that moment, Usopp seemed to be speaking of more than just Merry. What nonsense are you spouting? A ship is just a ship. In any case, I've decided to bid farewell to Merry here. You're talking nonsense. I don't agree with such a ridiculous decision. You don't agree? Then you can just bang. Sanji kicked Luffy away. Everyone calm down. Luffy, what were you about to say? Get a grip. Don't speak carelessly. Everyone fell silent. Usopp slowly stood up, seemingly resolute. Hey, don't blame him. I know. Luffy, this is your true intention, right? What the hell are you talking about? Luffy, you want to become the Pirate King. But I don't have such lofty ambitions, so you can set sail without a weak companion. Hey, Usopp, don't say such things. Luffy wasn't serious, just now. No, I've actually been considering this for a long time. I'm just an ordinary person who can no longer keep up with your monstrous progress. Therefore, we part ways. Hey, Usopp, where are you going? Where I go is my freedom. From today onward, I will leave this pirate crew. He turned and shouted at Luffy. Technically, this ship does belong to the captain. So let us settle this with a duel. Monkey D. Luffy. I watched helplessly as this unfolded, unable to intervene. When I first saw this scene, I felt a deep sadness for a long time. I never expected this to happen. However, this incident can be seen as a transformation. From this moment on, Usopp shed his childishness. This battle also served as a lesson for him, teaching him that the world of pirates is not a mere game, but a perilous journey where life is constantly at stake. Simultaneously, it was a trial for Luffy. As captain, sometimes difficult decisions must be made with resolve. Hesitation only leads to more companions losing their lives. Consider Whitebeard. Previously, Blackbeard killed Thatch, and due to his negligence, Ace set out to sea. As a result, Ace was captured, and he could not abandon him, leading to the deaths of many on the battlefield of Marineford. Sometimes, I want to ask Old White, is Ace's life more important than others? Yet I also understand White. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. It is impossible to treat them equally. Tonight at 10, I will return here. Prepare to be defeated by me. The battle between Luffy and Usopp began in despair and ended in tragedy. Tears welled in Luffy's eyes as he lowered his straw hat and bit his lip tightly, trying to hold back his tears. How heavy! This is the burden of a captain. Don't be confused. If even you are indecisive, who can we trust? Pack your things. We will not board this ship again. Despite saying this, I couldn't shake off the feeling that in the end, Merry would save us. This sentiment was utterly overwhelming. With our luggage in hand, our group settled into an inn. Though it was already late at night, this night would be anything but calm. Robin was likely already in the midst of assassinating Mr. Iceberg. By dawn, our group would be wanted by the entire Water City. Until the following night, Robin would once again enter Mr. Iceberg's room, but this time she would not be alone. From here on, I wouldn't need to intervene. I could simply observe the developments. Thus, I entered the Kamui space to continue my training. I had begun to grasp one of the 6 styles, the moonwalk, and I believed that with further training, I would master it. The training for the tailed beast ball was also at a crucial stage. I had learned to control the chakra ratio. However, I still needed to adapt to the weight. Moreover, I needed to figure out how to launch the tailed beast ball. The ordinary method would not effectively unleash its impact, so I would need to consult Kurama. Kurama, how do I launch the tailed beast ball? Does the tailed beast ball need to be launched? I was left speechless. For him, this was indeed not a concern. Hey, Kurama, I'm gathering the tailed beast ball in my hands. Of course, I need to think about how to launch it. Are you not thinking straight? Just throw it. No. Big brother, if I just throw it, how will it have any impact? Then just spit it out. Noticing my unkind expression, Kurama understood that this method wouldn't work. So he fell into deep thought. After much contemplation, he finally came up with a not-so-viable solution. Why not go tailed beast transformation? That way, you can directly spit it out. Huh? Really? So you mean you're willing to fuse with me? Not exactly. Big brother, your mood swings are very unfriendly to my body. Seeing me looking dejected, Kurama seemed to feel a bit guilty. Wanting to undergo tailed beast transformation doesn't necessarily require fusion. Hearing this, my eyes lit up again. Kurama continued, in fact, if I give you enough chakra, you could directly transform. With his words, I completely understood. The red, transparent chakra enveloping my body was the first form, known as the cloak of the tailed beast. When my body was entirely wrapped in red and black chakra, it would be the second form. The third form would be the so-called tailed beast transformation, where I would directly take on the appearance of a tailed beast and could use the chakra and skills of the tailed beast indefinitely. Oh, Kurama, you're the coolest. I'm grateful to have you. Hey, I didn't say I would help you right now. Haha, that's fine. You've already said it. One day you'll help me. I have great faith in you. Having received the willing assistance of the QB in my transformation into a tailed beast, I no longer need to worry about the tailed beast ball. Little spirit, there's a matter I find perplexing. What troubles you, QB? When you wish to unleash the tailed beast ball, you can simply summon me, and I shall assist you. Why then? Must you learn to wield the tailed beast ball on your own? Ha ha ha. One can never have too many skills. I chuckled, successfully diverting the QB's attention. Yet the inquiry held merit. Initially, I share that sentiment, but the summoning of a tailed beast and the subsequent launch of the tailed beast ball is a time-consuming process. In critical situations, it becomes cumbersome to manage. Thus, mastering the tailed beast ball independently is imperative. At the very least, when it comes time to show off, I want to require the QB's supervision. As dawn broke, I noticed that everyone had vacated their rooms. The recent events had evidently left them devoid of the desire for solitude. Observing the group enjoying the breeze on the rooftop, I resolved to check on that injured individual. By the seaside, the sound of clattering echoed aboard the merry-go. I slowly ascended to the deck, confronting the frail figure before me, unsure of what to say. What brings you here? Ah, Usopp, are you truly unaware that the merry-go can no longer sail? The clattering ceased as Usopp lowered his gaze. On the Sky Island, have you forgotten what you heard and saw? Usopp suddenly turned, his expression one of shock, his lips trembling slightly. You mean you also witnessed it? Indeed, I did. Do you wish to know who he is? That night, like you, I awoke to the sound of hammering. When I approached the merry-go, a figure clad in a raincoat spoke to me through the thick fog, uttering the same words you heard. Is that true? You saw it too? Absolutely. Just as you surmised. So who is he? Do you know what a ship spirit is? A ship spirit is a mythical entity among sailors. Only vessels cherished by their crew can manifest such spirits. Do you understand why he appeared? No, I do not. Do you recall what he said to you? I remember. He mentioned that he would guide us for a while longer and urged us not to worry. Now, reflect on that statement. If it truly originated from the merry-go, why would it be expressed in such a manner? Usopp fell silent, his gaze fixed on the hammer in his hand, tears gradually spilling forth. You imply that he already knew he was unwell from that moment on. I gazed silently at the little goat at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze caressed us gently, and a sudden wave splashed over the goat's head. I have always known, though I struggled to accept it. After enduring pain, a person becomes stronger, yet a ship is not a person. I understand. I am simply afraid. Truly, I am terrified. Each of you is as formidable as a monster. And surely, we will encounter even stronger foes. In such moments, I fear I will be a hindrance to you all. Poor Usopp, finally expressing his innermost thoughts. He continued, the last time I faced Aokiji, I realized something. Such a powerful adversary, and neither Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, nor even you could withstand him, let alone someone as weak as I. In our future voyages, we will undoubtedly confront even stronger enemies. If I do not grow stronger, I will lose the face to remain on this ship. Usopp, you seem to have misunderstood a crucial matter. With tear-filled eyes, Usopp looked up at me, seemingly awaiting my words. I smiled gently. You're not weak at all. In truth, you possess immense potential and remarkable talent, but it has yet to surface. Furthermore, your self-perception is misguided. Perception? Precisely, you are a sharpshooter. Do you know what a sharpshooter must prioritize? That goes without saying, accuracy. You have only addressed half of the truth. In fact, as a sharpshooter, patience, composure, and precision are all indispensable qualities. Usopp softly repeated these three terms. Luffy, that individual, can be described as passionate, but truthfully, he is rather single-minded. Hence, our team requires someone who is adaptable, level-headed, and capable of striking decisively at the enemy's weak points. I gazed at him with fervent intensity, instilling a sense of belief in him. You mean, I could become such a person? It is not that you can become one. You must become one. As a sharpshooter for the Pirate King, this is your duty. My words encouraged Usopp, reigniting the light of hope in his eyes. Yet, it quickly dimmed once more. But, given the current rift between me and Luffy, how can I possibly turn back? I patted his shoulder sincerely. After saying this, I turned to leave, having noticed that 2 kilometers away, Sanji and Chopper were approaching. It seemed they were coming to inform Usopp about the impending tsunami tonight. After finding a secluded corner to conceal myself, I re-entered the Shunwei space. My psychological counseling session with Usopp had finally drawn to a close. As the saying goes, a favorable wind propels the ship, while a tempest relies solely on the marksman. Usopp has indeed rescued the Straw Hat crew from perilous situations multiple times. However, Usopp's growth period is prolonged, and he will not reach his peak until after Enies Lobby. Therefore, I must ensure he does not collapse under pressure in the interim. As his support, I must safeguard him. I immersed myself in rigorous training. I had nearly mastered the 6th form's moonwalk. In fact, what I developed seems to transcend the traditional moonwalk. While the moonwalk allows one to tread upon air, my version enables me to walk upon chakra. By utilizing my Byakugan, I scrutinized the various chakra points on my feet, releasing a substantial amount of chakra from these points. By employing the principle of reaction force, I could elevate myself off the ground. However, this method proved quite taxing on my chakra points. After several attempts, the soles of my feet ached unbearably. Were it not for the regenerative abilities of the Hashirama cells, I might have abandoned this technique. Nevertheless, with continuous practice, I could now awkwardly execute the moonwalk. Naturally, I named it something new, as the thought of it made me feel like a genius. My training with the finger gun had also shown significant progress. With the enhancement of Sage Chakra, my fingers became exceptionally hard, rivaling the finger gun technique itself. Yet, I remained determined to master the finger gun, as it represents the application of basic armed hockey. Relying solely on ninjutsu would complicate future battles. The same reasoning applied to the iron block. Currently, my progress with the Gale Foot was the slowest. This technique requires the use of kicks to create slicing effects, which is a challenge for someone accustomed to training hand speed. I have invested the least time in this technique. I'm also aware that once we reach the New World, very few will utilize the Gale Foot. Everyone is equipped with armed hockey, rendering any slicing attacks akin to mere tickling. There's truly no need to exert such effort. The objective is simply to complete the tasks assigned by the system, and that suffices. Through my relentless training utilizing the Shadow Clone technique, I have been able to consolidate my experiences and train further. Before long, I had mastered 4 out of the 6 techniques, successfully fulfilling the system's requirements. A glance outside revealed that night had fallen. It dawned on me that I needed to intercept Robin. This must not be delayed. Upon exiting the Shunhui space, a fierce gust of wind assaulted me, rendering my eyes nearly shut. It appeared that tonight's tsunami would be significant. The system's reward was timely, providing me with yet another Chakra Fusion card. With this addition, I now possessed 4 cards. Acquiring 4 more would enable me to fuse them into a Tier 3 card, thus allowing me to exchange for Dust Release. The thought filled me with excitement, further ignited by the emergence of a new task, to create an innovative S-rank ninjutsu. Additionally, a new character card had appeared, Rob Lucci. This new task seemed quite simple, and I recalled an idea that could be realized immediately. However, I decided to hold off for the moment. It was already dark, and matters concerning Robin required my urgent attention. With a swift use of the flying thunder god technique, I materialized directly at Robin's location. By sheer coincidence, I found myself outside a window, and Robin was entirely unaware of my impending arrival. The moment I opened the window, my head collided with it, resulting in quite a bump. Consequently, I plummeted downward. To my chagrin, I discovered I was on the 3rd floor. Just as I was about to crash to the ground, I instinctively employed the newly learned mutated moonwalk technique. Ninja-san, what are you doing here? I rubbed my sore forehead and gazed at Robin with a look of grievance. Hey, Robin, where's the fire? This is not the time for chatter. You must hurry. My body floated in midair, and, as I peered into the room, I was taken aback by the commotion within. 4 individuals stood with their backs to me, all adorned in colorful cloaks, 3 men and 1 woman. A bit further ahead, I spotted Zoro, who was kneeling on the ground, his body riddled with 3 gaping wounds, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Behind him stood a furious Luffy, mouth agape, with blood splattered across his form. Nami and Chopper were also present, looking considerably cleaner, yet equally anxious and shocked. To either side, 2 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, but I had no time to discern their identities. Suddenly, a tall figure with horns materialized before me. CP9 is on duty. Bystanders, stand clear. Goodness, this fellow had quite the temper. In an instant, I recognized him. You, Bruno, how dare you resort to direct attacks? No, wait, he was using his feet. The technique, Raging Gale, struck my abdomen. Witnessing the authentic Raging Gale made me realize that my own version was but child's play. However, as a ninja, I need not rely solely on physical prowess. We could certainly engage in a ninjutsu showdown. A smirk played on my lips as Bruno's kick passed through me, crashing against the wall behind. Roar. To evade my Raging Gale, you must be no ordinary opponent. Shave, finger pistol. In an instant, Bruno vanished, and a finger appeared against my forehead. However, to his astonishment, his finger pistol merely passed through my head. TCH, I heard you excel in physical techniques. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi blade materialized in my hand, effortlessly piercing his body, enhanced by lightning-infused chakra. Splash! Bruno expelled a copious amount of blood. Who the hell are you? How dare you ambush me? Had I been prepared, your blade would never have harmed me. Hey, as a government agent, how can you use such foul language? I offer, let me give you a chance. You believe yourself invincible. I will stab you again and see if I can penetrate. Arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of toughness, steel. My heart swelled with joy. How had such a fool managed to survive this long? Having already endured a stab, he was still unsatisfied, eager for another. Given his smug expression, it was clear he relished the opportunity to witness my downfall. I cannot let this pass. I reinforced the Kusanagi with lightning chakra and thrust it towards his chest. Clang! My strike, augmented with the cutting effect of lightning release, would pierce through even the most formidable armor. Just as I prepared to conclude matters with this audacious fool, clang, my blade was unexpectedly deflected by an unseen force, narrowly missing Bruno's chest. Who dares obstruct my vengeance? As I prepared to voice my outrage, another figure appeared beside me. Fool! An enemy capable of hovering clearly possesses formidable strength. You fell for such a simple provocation, Bruno. Your training still lacks refinement. The man before me, hands in pockets and wearing a top hat, had deflected my blade with a flick of his finger. Rob Lucci. Oh, you know me? A notification chimed. Detected host encounter with Rob Lucci. Character card unlocked. Reward, yang released chakra distributed. A round of applause followed, omitted for brevity. What a letdown. I anticipated you to be a formidable adversary, yet you are merely this. Bruno, dispose of him. Hey, shave slash. Lucci had turned to re-enter the room, but unexpectedly, Bruno again coughed up blood. As I received my punishment, Bruno charged at me once more. This time, I denied him an opportunity and swiftly severed his left arm. Discarding the blood from the Kusanagi, I glared menacingly at Lucci. I hear you take great pleasure in posturing. You scoundrel. Lucci, now thoroughly enraged, lunged at me. His speed had markedly improved compared to Bruno's. However, to my eyes, it resembled a slow-motion spectacle. It seems you possess great confidence in your velocity. With that, I vanished from his sight, utilizing the flying thunder god to reappear inside the room. Previously outside the window, Luffy and Nami had failed to notice me due to the lighting. Now, Bruno's shouts had alerted them to my presence. When I reappeared, I had already begun treating Zoro, and only then did the others notice me. Lightsaid, how did you arrive here, and when? Ah, Nami, Shoppe. I apologize for my tardiness. I then lowered my gaze to Zoro. Do not fret, I shall tend to your wounds. Seeing my audacious demeanor, Kaku, who had been peering out the window, instantly erupted with fury. He swung his blade at my back. Employing the principle of Niji's heavenly spin, I swiftly unleashed chakra at the acupuncture point on my back, deflecting Kaku's sword. Having delivered Zoro to Chopper, I returned to confront Kaku. All these maneuvers transpired in the blink of an eye, and Kaku's blade remained suspended in the air. In the next moment, he soared upward, a gaping hole on the belly. The moment I unleashed the Wanju, Califa was utterly stunned. From my emergence to the moment I sent Kaku flying, she witnessed only the final act. By the time Lucci returned to the room, the tides of battle had undergone a monumental shift. Initially, the four of them descended upon the enemies like deities, effortlessly sweeping them aside. However, to their astonishment, my mere appearance had incapacitated two of his comrades. You bastard! Lucci ceased to conceal himself, transforming into his leopard form, towering over 3 meters. A plume of white smoke billowed from his mouth. In the name of CP9, I shall enact justice upon you here and now. Shave, 6 King Puncture. This time, I had no intention of evading. I stood my ground, allowing his attack to strike my chest. Of course, I did not stand there completely defenseless. I merely used Kimui to shift my upper body. Consequently, Lucci's strike inflicted no harm upon me. I perceived that dealing with such a foe devoid of haki was akin to bullying the weak. Yet, Nami and the others held a different perspective. They witnessed Lucci instantaneously transform into a monstrous figure, swiftly teleporting beside Kazuki. Before Kazuki could react, Lucci's strike pierced his chest. Their involuntary cries echoed through the air. No. Kazuki, watch out. Stop. After delivering his blow, Lucci smirked, preparing to deliver a triumphant proclamation. In that fleeting moment, I contemplated a great deal. If I were to eliminate Lucci outright, it would undoubtedly hinder Luffy and the others' growth. Moreover, if I displayed overwhelming strength, while Luffy and the others might feign indifference, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Furthermore, during my previous encounter with Akiji, I had already revealed too much of my capabilities. Zoro, though silent, had sought me out for training, revealing that he was beginning to sense a crisis. This expedition to Eni's lobby was an opportune moment for the entire crew to evolve. It tested their experience, combat prowess, and bonds of friendship. If I were to disrupt this, then what was the point? There would be no reason to venture into the new world. Thus, I resolved to feign death. With that determination, I collapsed to the ground. To my surprise, this act had an unintended effect on Luffy and the others. As I fell, gravely injured, Luffy became utterly dazed. Previously shouting his desire to confront Lucci, he now stared at my seemingly lifeless body as if petrified. Nami and Chopper were equally stunned into silence. The only one unfazed was Lucci. This arrogant man, reveling in his triumph, addressed the others with bravado. This is the fate of those who defy CP9. Among all devil fruit powers, the Zoan type is most suited for close combat. You have felt its terror, Haven to you? After delivering this statement, Lucci turned to Robin, saying, "Your mission is concluded. Retreat." Robin cast a lingering glance at me, and as she prepared to turn away, she thought she noticed me winking at her. However, upon closer inspection, I remained in my previous state of unconsciousness. She dismissed it as a mere illusion, but Lucci, noticing her distraction, inquired, "What's wrong, Nico Robin? We should leave." Without a word, Robin leaped out of the window. "Califa, take Bruno and Kaku and leave first. I will resolve matters here and join you shortly." Califa stared intently at me, oblivious to Lucci's words. What she witnessed was entirely different. She could not comprehend how I had just dispatched Kaku with ease. Yet a moment later, she felt a chill at her neck. Yet upon inspection, there were no wounds. Had she merely misjudged the situation? It was only when Lucci called her name a third time that she snapped back to reality. What is it, Lucci? Califa, what is the matter? I instructed you to take Bruno and Kaku and leave. Oh, right, understood. Once their group had vacated the area, Lucci approached Luffy once more, saying, Straw Hat Luffy, do you now comprehend the disparity in our strengths? Ah, forget it. I shall simply cast you into the sea and leave you to your fate. With that, he seized Luffy by the head and hurled him away. Zoro, who had just been treated by me, though his wounds no longer bled, still felt pain. Upon witnessing Luffy's ejection, he unsheathed his sword and struck at Lucci's arm. Iron block. No, you too. With a single punch, Lucci sent Zoro flying as well. He then pivoted, executing a gale foot that cleaved through the ceiling of the room. Witnessing Lucci's gale foot, I realized this man was indeed formidable. Just that one strike left a perfectly clean cut, completely different from Bruno's kicks. The ceiling collapsed instantaneously, threatening to crush Nami and Chopper. Kamui, my gaze intertwined, and Nami and Chopper were instantaneously transported to the Kamui space. Just then, the ceiling descended, and Lucci was oblivious to their disappearance. Having completed this, Lucci finally exited the room. Once he was far enough away, I first retrieved Nami and Chopper. They were still unaware of what had transpired, and only relaxed upon hearing that Lucci had departed. Nami, what on earth just happened? How would I know? Those guys are too powerful. Luffy and Zoro are unable to contend with them. Indeed, even Kazuki has been defeated. You two should flee. A great fire is about to engulf us. Mr. Iceberg, struggling, managed to rise. Hurry, Chopper, save him. Nami and Chopper rushed out with Mr. Iceberg, while the others fought the flames. Mr. Iceberg began to recount Robin's circumstances to Nami. Once Mr. Iceberg had finished explaining Robin's plight to Nami and Chopper, I gradually stood up. I was not abandoning my ruse. Rather, the justification for it had evaporated. Awakening at this moment was optimal. Adjusting my expression, I appear beside Nami and Chopper. Kazuki, you are awake. Listen, regarding Robin. I crouched down to treat Mr. Iceberg and the foreman, Polly. Upon hearing Nami's words, I looked up, smiling at her. Robin-chan is doing this to help us escape, right? Huh? How do you know? Of course, I have never doubted her. This revelation clarified all actions. Now, it was up to Luffy to decide. Luffy had been thrown away, and I had no idea where he ended up. Do not worry. I will seek him out shortly. Your priority is to pursue Robin. If you can catch up, splendid. If not, it is of little consequence. Huh? Why? Robin and the others should be on the last sea train. Due to the storm and tsunami, they are likely already en route. What shall we do? I cast a discreet glance at Mr. Iceberg before replying to Nami. I suspect Luffy will undoubtedly chase after them. If that fails, we shall take a ship. Nami had yet to utter a word when the foreman, Polly, could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing our intention to set sail, he quickly interjected. What nonsense are you talking? With such fierce winds and waves, how can we possibly venture out to sea? We must wait until tomorrow morning. Nami and he engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed, while I remained silent, casting a glance at Mr. Iceberg. The gentleman appeared perplexed, undoubtedly thinking, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep staring at me? Thus, he met my gaze and uttered a chilling remark. Don't look at me. I don't do secret deals. I couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Goodness, you're quite trendy. You understand that much. However, I knew he had grasped my intention, to send Nami and Chopper to the station to pursue Robin. Meanwhile, I began to sense the positions of Luffy and Zoro. When I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear near Zoro, I found him indeed stuck in a chimney. Hey, green algae head, what kind of hairstyle is that? Quite unique. Upon hearing my voice, Zoro retorted, stop the chatter and get me out of here. Ha, not until I have my laugh. My heavens, how can anyone get stuck in a chimney like that? Are you trying to emulate Santa Claus, delivering gifts to this house? Quit laughing or I'll chop you. Ha ha, how do you plan to chop me with a chimney? Oh, I should really take a picture for when I'm feeling down. It would surely bring laughter. Stop laughing and hurry. In this pirate world, there are no social media circles. Otherwise, I'd definitely post a few pictures. After I had teased Zoro enough, I shattered the chimney with wood release. All right, you can return now. I need to find Luffy. Once I sensed Luffy's location, I directly moved between two towering buildings, crouching in the gap to observe Luffy. Hey, Captain, are you cosplaying? What are you dressed as? A cock? Huh. Light of justice. You're just in time. I'm stuck. Think of a way to get me out. I shoved Luffy out with a wooden push. Could you be gentler? That hurt. Haha, but you're out now. Now hurry. The tsunami is coming. When I returned to the shore with Luffy and Zoro, Nami and Chopper had also come back. Of course, in between, I had rescued Zoro once more from wandering in a narrow alley with Luffy. There was no need to elaborate on that. Nami reiterated the situation about Robin to Luffy, and we all fixed our gaze on him, awaiting his response. Luffy stood up, adjusting a straw hat. What else is there to say? We set sail immediately to rescue Robin. I tidied my clothes. You fool, a tsunami of this magnitude makes sailing impossible. Then what do? We can't just watch as Robin is taken away. Indeed, Robin-chan is willing to sacrifice herself so we can safely set sail. How could we possibly accept this? Exactly. How could you be so heartless? Hey, don't rush. I never said we wouldn't go. However, setting sail is not a feasible option. Right, Kokoro-bazin? The old woman, still drinking behind us, cast a peculiar glance my way upon hearing her name. Bosan, if you have a solution, please help us. Our companion has been captured. Luffy realized he could no longer remain silent at such a moment. Hey, pirates, do you even know what enemies you are about to face? The shipwrights of Carrera chimed in. Didn't you see? That tsunami was just the beginning. A much larger super tsunami is on its way. Even if we provided you with the sturdiest ship, you wouldn't make it. Give up. By tomorrow morning, you could go wherever you like. Exactly. That's the world government we're talking about. Ordinary people wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose the government. Suddenly, Nami seemed to recall something I just remembered. This so-called judicial island is the legendary place known as the Gate of Justice. Gate of Justice? Indeed, behind the Gate of Justice lies the underwater prison. If we don't rescue Robin now, our only option will be to venture into that prison. I squeezed the water from my hair and calmly continued Nami's thoughts. Kokoro-bazin took another sip of her drink. Are you truly willing to confront the world government? All for one companion? Yes, give it up. Pursuing them is a dead end. Exactly. If you go, it's tantamount to walking into a trap. Luffy fell silent, his expression dark and foreboding. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. Shut the hell up. If you don't give me a ship, I'll just take one. In any case, we must set sail right now. The crew of Carrera fell silent. Enough. Straw Hat Kid, you're in the wrong this time. Luffy knew he had gone too far, but thinking of Robin's plight, he couldn't maintain his composure. I approached him and offered a chicken leg. Luffy, calm down. Eat something first. We'll find a way regarding the ship. However, Luffy wanted to say something, but I silenced him with a glance. When I turned back, Kokoro-bazin spoke up. Since you were so unafraid of death and wish to wage war against the world government, come with me. I will bring out the sea train. Huh? Their SAC train? How is that possible? Our group followed Kokoro-bazin to an abandoned warehouse. This place has been neglected for 8 years. It might not even work. Upon entering, a train with a shark head appeared before us, exuding an imposing aura. Hey, Espaga, what are you doing here? Kokoro-bazin. It seems we think alike. Indeed, reasoning with fools is futile. At this point, I no longer needed to intervene, so I walked directly into the train and found a corner to sit down. Once again entering the Kamui space, I resumed my training with the tailed beast ball. In truth, I originally intended to use Kamui to take Luffy and the others directly, but reconsidered. On one hand, they had just suffered defeat and needed time for reflection. On the other hand, Frankie's subordinates and Carrera's shipwrights needed to join as well. I couldn't expose my Kamui space in front of them. Additionally, I wanted to test whether my tailed beast ball could withstand the tsunami. Thus, my training here was urgent. Summoning technique. What is up? Fox brother. Remember we agreed that you'd let me transform into a tailed beast? Can we try today? What now? You don't seem to be in any danger. Though I don't need it right this moment, I'll certainly need it tonight. So, I'm waking you early to avoid any mishaps at a critical moment. You're quite troublesome. I appreciate your efforts. Let us try it out now. Exhausting? Not really. But I must clarify beforehand that merging my chakra and transforming into a tailed beast are two entirely different concepts. You must prepare yourself mentally. I am utterly oblivious to the distinctions within this matter, merely assuming it to be a diversion from the QB. Thus, I nodded eagerly. The QB, observing my demeanor, recognized that I had not taken his previous words seriously. Without further ado, he asked if I was ready. I affirmed, and he opened his mouth wide, spinning rapidly before plunging into my chest. I felt as though my brain might explode, as a torrent of information surged into my mind, predominantly suffused with emotions of hatred. My body convulsed incessantly, my eyes glazed over, froth escaping my lips, and I was on the brink of losing consciousness. The QB retreated, lying on the ground, chuckling at my predicament. It took me a considerable time to regain my senses. What on earth is happening? You see, I told you so. The transformation into a tailed beast is not so simple. From your appearance, it is evident that you cannot withstand it. Therefore, it is best to abandon this endeavor. The QB vanished into the realm of Kamui. After a moment of calm reflection, I finally comprehended the situation. This was a clear case of incompatibility with the QB. It seemed I had failed to achieve a harmonious union of body and mind with the tailed beast, resulting in the failure of the transformation. It appeared that Naruto had experienced something similar. He could only utilize the QB's chakra without fully opening his heart and accepting it, thus unable to engage in battle alongside it. My circumstances appeared even more dire than Naruto's, as I was utterly incapable of enduring the QB's negative emotions. The moment it entered my body, my mental fortitude shattered. This was indeed troublesome. The path to transformation into a tailed beast seemed far from straightforward. Ah well, since this is unattainable, I might as well practice some other ninjutsu. Speaking of which, I still have a system task pending. System, what is my current phase task? Ding. Create an S-rank ninjutsu. This should pose no challenge for me. After a sly grin, I flipped my hand, and a Rasengan appeared. Ding. The ninjutsu detected is the Rasengan, which is classified as A rank and does not meet the requirements. Hey, don't rush me. I am in the process of creating a new S-rank ninjutsu. Just watch. With that, I infused the Rasengan with lightning attribute chakra and hurled it forth. As it left my hand, it began to diminish in size, ultimately vanishing into thin air when it reached the sky. After 5 seconds of waiting, nothing appeared. However, suddenly, a wooden post directly opposite me exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully developing a new S-rank ninjutsu. Lightning Release Rasengan. Reward: 8 trigrams, 64 palms, now granted. The familiar slap did not land upon my face. Yet my clone in the Rocketman received a painful bump on the head. Fortunately, the clone I left outside was a wood clone. Had it been a shadow clone, it would have vanished immediately. I emerged in a fury, just as I was about to curse. Clap, clap, clap. Well, here we go again. Hey, Luffy-san, has your companion been possessed? Could he have encountered some water monster and become a vessel? Idiot, be quiet. Luffy's words came too late. Anticipating what was about to unfold, he covered his face, deciding it was best not to watch. I regarded Frankie's subordinate with a sinister grin. You big fool, you are the one who has been possessed. Zoro, standing nearby, remarked coolly, who told you to act like a fool, flailing about? It is no wonder they would think that. How dare this kid play such tricks on me? Ah, Zoro is right. Perhaps I have been possessed by a chimney. Upon hearing the word chimney, Zoro's expression changed dramatically. Drawing his swords, his face elongated, and his teeth sharpened. Beware, or I shall cut you. After the revelry, my phase task reappeared. This time, the task was to complete the transformation into a tailed beast. Character card, Monkey D. Garp. I set the task aside for the moment and looked up to see that the originally cramped carriage was now filled with numerous strange individuals. I hastily inquired, Hey Luffy, what is the deal with these folks? Carpenter Kara, Lulu, Darius, and Yolo. Enough noise. By the way, how did you all get up here? Haha, it's fine, Kozo. We're now comrades in the same battle. Hey Pirate Kid, the water gods have arrived. Nami opened the window and was instantly rendered speechless by the sight of a towering tsunami before her. Could a mere human traverse such a monstrous wave? Frankie's crew at the rear of the train relentlessly bombarded it with cannon fire. Yet, against the tsunami, the shells had no effect whatsoever. Step aside. Witness the might of the Frankie family Super decay cannon. Even a warship would be obliterated by a single shot. Boom! Splash. This so-called super decay cannon merely left a splash upon the surface of the tsunami. How could this be? It was utterly ineffective. Some of the individuals in the carriage had already begun drafting their last words. The screams of Chopper, Kaimon, and the little rabbit nearly deafened me. Luffy looked at me, pointed a finger, and grinned. Kozo, go handle this. Understood, Captain. Hey, Straw Hat. Are you sure it's all right to let him handle alone? That's the water gods were talking about. Ah, we're doomed. We're doomed. Mom, save me. I'm finished. I see my great-grandmother. Don't worry. Kozo can handle this. I stepped out of the carriage. This train was impressively swift. Kyubi, lend me some chakra. Of course. Here is half of my chakra. Make sure to catch it. With the Kyubi's chakra coursing through me, I once more entered the Kyubi mode. The familiar sensation washed over me, and everything around became tranquil. The towering tsunami that loomed before me began to slow. Following that, the clones in the Kamui space were released, allowing me to transition into the Sage Fox mode. To my surprise, this Sage Fox mode brought about some changes in my appearance. I had previously donned a blue Chunin vest and ordinary ninja sandals, with long black hair billowing in the wind. Now, having absorbed half of the Kyubi's chakra, I entered Sage mode. The bright yellow chakra cloak gleamed radiantly in the darkness. Would release Clone Jutsu. Lacking the enhancement of the Tail Beast Bomb, I could only rely on my clones for assistance. The two would clones, and I stood at the front of the train. Sage Art. Super large Raisin Shuriken. 3 Raisin Shurikens, each radiating a blue glow and exceeding 5 meters in diameter, roared through the air, their sharp sounds drowning out the train's rumble and the tsunami's clamor. Boom! Thud! The 3 Raisin Shurikens struck the same point with tremendous force. After a violent explosion, the Frankie family behind them discovered that the towering tsunami before them had inexplicably vanished. The long stretch of iron tracks lay exposed in the air, while the rocketmen sped ahead. Not a single drop of rain was to be found. Oh, it has disappeared. Incredible. Inside the carriage, everyone gazed in awe at the tsunami, which loomed like a high wall, finally realizing the truth. It was my recent attack that had evaporated the 50-meter-wide wave before us. I told you, Guangxi Zhu could handle it. Luffy grinned broadly, his smile radiant. Zoro opened a bottle of liquor and took a hearty swig, feeling that the situation was quite justified. Hey, are you all not the least bit shocked? That was the water gods, after all. You just evaporated them all in an instant. Of course, Luffy exclaimed. Guangxi Zhu is my comrade, and having such power is only natural. All right, everyone, quickly eat up to replenish your strength. The great battle is about to begin. I sighed at the sight of the vanished tsunami. This was my strongest technique, and was this all the effect it could achieve? After all, Old Man Carp had once sent a mountain flying with a single punch. In my Senka mode, it took 3 blasts to achieve a 50-meter effect. It seems I still have much to practice. I trudged into the carriage, my expression downcast. The Frankie brothers behind me noticed my demeanor. Wow, he seems rather dissatisfied. Is he even a monster? I entered the carriage with a gloomy face. Luffy hurried over to commend me. Well done, Guangxi Zhu. It was okay. I thought the destructive power could be greater. It seems I have reached my limits. Frankie's 2 younger sisters whispered in a corner. He's already so strong. Yet he still seems unsatisfied. Indeed, what kind of monsters are we dealing with? Suddenly, the sound of a small phone bug rang. Hello, is that Sanji? We overheard Nami and Sanji's conversation, and it seemed Sanji was gearing up for a ruckus. I smirked, sensing that things were about to get lively over there. Leaving a clone behind, I focused on Sanji's position. Just as I was about to teleport, Nami unleashed a wave of surprise. Before my eyes, Nami shed her clothing and nonchalantly began changing outfits. Her form had developed significantly. This growth was astonishing. Just a few months ago, she barely had a B cup, and now she had already reached a C. I wiped away my nosebleed. It was not a place to linger. Flying Thunder God. Hey, you lecherous cook, showing off again. Are you? What brings you here? Huh? How did you suddenly appear? Ding. Host has encountered Carter, Flame, successfully unlocking character card. Reward. Xiangling perception ability now granted. Light of Zhu. How did you end up here? Zhou, Usopp. You've mistaken me. I am not Usopp. I am the Sniper King. Hi, Sniper King. May I ask how you know me? Well, it's because Usopp told me. That's right. I roll my eyes. However, I've heard that these two might not be the same person. The Sniper King hails from Sniper Island, while Usopp is from Syrup Village in East Blue. All right, enough of that. Speaking of which, Cook, what is your current situation? We're about to fight our way through the carriages one by one. What brings you here? How's Nami doing? Nami? She should be fine. Just now, she was changing in front of us. Wow, that figure was stunning. What did you say? Hey, Guangxi Zhu, don't provoke him any further. I feel like he's about to transform. Looking at this guy, his hair was standing up. Was he about to become a Super Saiyan? Just follow your own plan in battle. Don't worry about me. With that, my figure vanished once more, this time appearing beside Robin. Ninja-san, how did you end up here? Hoba. Long time no see. This place is dangerous. You should leave quickly. Hey, wait. I just got here, and you're telling me to leave? That's not it. You don't understand. Our opponent this time is far too powerful for us to handle. Seeing the worry in Robin's eyes, I understood that she was truly afraid of the so-called Demon Slayer order. Robin, what do you think of my strength? Robin paused for a moment, contemplating seriously. You're very strong. Among the people I know, you rank at the very top. However, you don't understand. This opponent is the world government. Even if you are powerful alone, what about the others? Do you enjoy being with us? At this, Robin fell silent. I could tell she was reminiscing, observing the occasional smile that crossed her face. I realized she genuinely enjoyed being with us. It was precisely because of our bond that she would make such choices. If sacrificing herself could save us all, she would do so without hesitation, facing death head-on. If I were to take you away, what would you do? Robin was instantly taken aback, recalling the Demon Slayer order and the consequences she faced in the past. Cold sweat broke out, jolting her awake. Absolutely not. You don't understand the situation. The tragedy of O'Hara must never be allowed to repeat itself. Oh, you're truly overthinking this. Let me put it this way. Do you know why Aokiji didn't capture Luffy last time? Robin was bewildered by my sudden change of subject. Perhaps because he couldn't be bothered? Let me enlighten you. Luffy's grandfather is a Marine Vice Admiral. Have you heard of the title Hero Carp? What did you say? That legendary figure is Luffy's grandfather? Robin was now drenched in sweat. Everything makes sense now. No wonder Luffy possesses such vitality. No wonder he could handle Crocodile without breaking a sweat. No wonder Aokiji didn't directly kill the Straw Hat crew. Monkey D. Gaup. Such a significant figure is the grandfather of this little pirate crew captain. Haha, now you're surprised. There's even more astonishing news. Do you know who Luffy's father is? Just as I was about to reveal the identity of Luffy's father, fate intervened, and the door to our carriage was suddenly knocked upon. Knock knock. Nico, Robin, what are you mumbling about alone in this carriage? I was in the midst of enlightening Robin about Luffy's background when suddenly a high-ranking member of the world government appeared. I had intended to disclose the identity of Luffy's father, but this interruption left me with the feeling that some unseen force was preventing me from doing so. Well then, it seems everything is indeed predestined. This indicates that it is currently impossible to disclose the information regarding Luffy's father. Should the world government become aware of this, they might go to any lengths to retain Luffy. In such a scenario, they could use Luffy as a hostage to coerce Dragon into disbanding his revolutionary army. If that were to occur, the global dynamics would undergo a significant transformation. I estimate that Marin Fondo would be unable to withstand such a level of warfare. Never mind. It is better not to dwell on this. The fellow approached Robin, inhaling deeply through his nose. I smell pirates. Robin was taken aback, astonished that he could discern the presence of others solely by scent. However, she understood that my invisibility technique was flawless. Thus, she remained composed, gazing out the window with an air of indifference. Nico, Robin, what are you muttering about? None of your business. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. I said, none of your business. This scoundrel had actually managed to mimic her perfectly. Do you have any idea who is in carriage number 2? Men. He was left speechless by Robin's retort. I watched from the Kamui space, feeling elated as Robin adeptly rebuked the fool. When I saw his indignant expression, I promptly transported him into the Kamui space. He looked around, bewildered. Where's this? I couldn't be bothered to engage in pointless chatter. Suddenly appearing before him, I locked my Sharingan onto his pupils. Tsukuyami. In an instant, he froze in place and gradually collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and trembling. It seemed futile. Even if he were healed, he would remain a fool. When I emerged again, Robin was anxiously watching me. Before she could speak, I transformed into the very appearance of that imbecile. Adjusting my tie, I addressed Robin. Nico Robin, abandon any thoughts of escape. You must understand that outside are the skilled operatives of CP9. You cannot flee. Upon seeing me in that guise, Robin immediately grasped my intent. She quietly sat in her chair, gazing out the window, silent as ever. I chuckled softly and exited the first carriage. Returning to carriage number 2, I approached Lucci. Observing this pretentious fellow, I was at a loss as to how to teach him a lesson. Honestly, I had at least 100 ways to eliminate him. However, the abundance of options left me indecisive about which to choose. If Nico Robin is fine, you may leave. Oh, I see. Just now, Nico Robin asked me to convey a message. She mentioned she has clues regarding the blueprints and hopes to arrange a deal with you. Upon hearing blueprints, Lucci's eyes widened. Though he made no further movement, I felt a surge of anxiety. Surely Lucci WhoJoined dismissed the blueprints. After all, their primary task over the past few years revolved around this. Could it be that he discerned my true identity? Impossible. My transformation was flawless. Lucci scrutinized me intently, casting doubt upon my confidence. Just as I prepared to drag him into the Kamui space, Lucci stood up. Kaku, you two keep watch here. No problem. Following Lucci into carriage number 1, he said, Nico Robin, I hear you have clues about the blueprints. Speak now. Robin looked at Lucci in disbelief. Lucci quickly realized he might have been tricked, turning to see me grinning at him. Who exactly are you? Oh, you're curious, are you? Come on in. In an instant, I transported Lucci into the Kamui space and remarked to Robin, tell me, if I were to eliminate him now, wouldn't it spare us a great deal of trouble? Robin was left speechless, but I merely jested. Luffy was still intent on honing his combat experience. It seemed best to simply teach him a lesson, and I had other experiments I wished to conduct with Lucci. Upon entering the Kamui space, Lucci showed no signs of panic. Who exactly are you? I reverted to my true form, revealing myself. Oh, have you forgotten me so quickly? Lucci regarded my face. I thought I'd already killed you. Your naivety has truly defeated you. Did you not realize I'd been holding back in our previous encounter? Are you suggesting that during our battle, you were intentionally lenient with me? Lucci's voice began to tremble as he realized he had been utterly outmatched in the realm of bravado. This individual before him was even more adept at pretense. Unable to contain himself, he let out a slight sigh. What a foolish fellow. Fine, I'll give you 3 seconds. You'd better run. 3, 2, 1. Seeing that I had made no move, he charged at me, extending a finger aimed at my throat while muttering, since you chose to waste time, then perish. Sure gone. As his finger was about to pierce my throat, I countered with Tekai. Bang! I was knocked back to the ground. I didn't expect you to wield the 6 styles as well. However, your half-baked technique cannot compare to mine. Indeed, while I had blocked his Shurgan, my Tekai was insufficient against him. Fortunately, I had reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding a piercing blow to my throat. Had I not reacted quickly, he would have landed a direct hit. Cough! Your Shurgan is indeed impressive. I concede in that regard. Let us compare other skills. I rubbed my throat vigorously, stood up, and tossed a handful of shurikens around. Once I sensed their positions, I challenged Lucci. I hear your Soru is quite remarkable. Shall we compare? Without waiting for a response, I invoked Flying Thunder God. My figure vanished instantly. Slash. When I reappeared, Lucci had yet to react, and I had cut a gash across his back, blood oozing forth. I vanished again. Lucci was astonished. He never expected someone could surpass him in speed, which severely damaged his pride. He frantically utilized Soru within this space. But no matter where he fled, I would appear right behind him. After he sustained numerous injuries on his back, he finally ceased his resistance. Observing his apparent surrender, I too came to a halt, twirling a shuriken with my fingers, smirking as I asked, "Why have you stopped running? Don't tell me this is all the stamina you possess." Lucci glared at me fiercely, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. He stood there, motionless. This left me somewhat vexed. What kind of technique was this? If the enemy does not move, I should not either? Oh, so you wish to play this game with me? I invoked Flying Thunder God again, positioning myself directly in front of him, eager to see if he truly would not budge. To my surprise, no matter how I moved, Lucci remained completely still. Upon my return to his rear, I was poised to inflict another wound upon him. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. He evaded my assault with an uncanny agility, twisting his body at an odd angle. In the blink of an eye, he pivoted and thrust his spear directly into my shoulder. Remarkably, he had not opened his eyes throughout the encounter. A gaping wound now marred my shoulder, which I had neither the time nor the need to attend to. In an instant, he vanished again. This time, Lucci did not remain stationary. He too disappeared from sight. Just as I was about to pause and ascertain his location, his spear reappeared, piercing through my other arm and creating another bloody orifice. Astonished, I exclaimed in disbelief at the peculiarity of his movements, feeling as though they were entirely different from before. I refused to believe that I could be outpaced. Once more, I vanished, this time reappearing at a considerable distance. Indeed, I could now observe Lucci's actions clearly. It became evident that he had employed the technique of paper drawing to evade my initial strike, and as I moved, he used the shave technique to keep pace with me. Whenever I halted, he seized the opportunity to attack with his spear. He struck only once each time, never lingering in battle. The previous instance was a result of my excessive speed and distance, which had prevented him from pursuing me effectively, thus revealing his vulnerability. My calculations indicated that his range of movement extended approximately within a 10-meter radius. As long as I remained within this vicinity, he could effortlessly match my speed. However, if I ventured slightly farther, he required a brief pause, albeit momentary, which granted me the space to react. This old fellow's combat prowess was undeniably exceptional. With this understanding, I resolved to demonstrate what true speed entailed. I continuously darted within this space, denying Lucci any opportunity to strike. Thus, we circled within this realm for approximately 3 minutes before I finally came to a halt. I raised my hand to deflect Lucci's incoming spear. Gradually, he opened his eyes and inquired why it ceased. "Do not tell me you possess such little stamina." To my surprise, he retorted with my own words. Yet, I felt no anger, calmly responding, "There's no need to flee. The moment I move my finger, you shall perish where you stand." "What nonsense are you speaking?" he replied. I acknowledged his speed, but asserted that it had not reached a level that rendered me incapable of response. With a sly grin, I added, "Oh, is that so? Then do take a careful look around you." Upon uttering these words, I moved my finger, and a series of delicate sounds of entangling threads resonated throughout the space. Before Lucci could comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by numerous invisible threads, which pierced into his flesh, causing blood to seep from his wounds. Lucci stared in shock at his own body, exclaiming, "How is this possible? When did you?" In response to his query, I reveled in my triumph. "Haha, since you have so earnestly asked, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, well, enough of that. To get to the point, during the last 3 minutes, I left a thread at each point before I changed direction, thus luring you into a trajectory that would ensnare you." "That is impossible. I felt no indication of your actions," he protested. I shrugged, feigning helplessness. "It appears that someone is more skilled than you. It seems difficult for you to accept. Do not think you have won merely by this." Iron block. Under the iron block, the threads could advance no further. I clapped my hands in excitement, declaring, "You truly are a high-ranking warrior cultivated by the world government. Yet, you're still just a high-ranking warrior. If I were to employ this technique, how would you respond?" I approached him, extending a finger and declaring, "Spear?" A resounding clang echoed as my finger snapped. To my astonishment, this fellow was remarkably resilient. My spear had no effect against his iron block. It seemed that within the 6 techniques, only the shave could slightly surpass him. What was even more disheartening was that my shave was essentially the Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, in strict terms, I had suffered a crushing defeat in the contest of the 6 techniques. As I met his disdainful gaze, my frustration grew. Do not revel too soon. Although I lost in the 6 techniques, why not experience this technique? The ultimate secret of Konoha's martial arts, the 1,000 years of death, With a swift motion, I used a handkerchief from his pocket to vigorously wipe my finger. I was merely jesting with you. Now you understand that your iron block indeed has weaknesses. Train well from here on. Discarding the handkerchief, I extended another finger, this time using my other hand, infusing it with lightning chakra. It appeared akin to the Raikage's one-finger thrust. I grinned mischievously at Lucci. Isn't your iron block formidable? I wish to see if you can withstand this strike. Humph. As long as it's not where you just attacked, go ahead and stab wherever you like. But I must warn you, should your finger break again, I shall not be responsible. Rest assured, I am merely conducting an experiment. With that, I lunged toward his chest. With a swift thrust, my finger penetrated effortlessly. How is this possible? My iron block has been breached? I shook the blood from my hand. Your iron block is not as impressive as you claimed. Having severed the threads binding Lucci, I observed him engulfed in self-doubt. I had no intention of granting him time for sorrow. Hey, how about we compare martial arts this time? Foolish one, just because you spare me does not mean I will show you mercy. To even think of comparing martial arts with me, regret shall come in due time. With that, Lucci transformed into his leopard form, towering over 3 meters. With a fierce roar, he launched an assault against me. The world shifted in an instant. Each of his attacks left a discernible trajectory in my vision. Not only did I deftly evade his strikes, but every move he made was recorded by the Sharingan's replication ability. After a few exchanges, Lucci ceased his onslaught. I did not expect your paper drawing to be quite impressive. Hee, you flatter me. However, this is not merely paper drawing. You've completed a set of moves. Now it is my turn. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A Taiji diagram materialized beneath my feet, with Lucci positioned at a specific point on the diagram. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Humph, engaging in such trivial antics again. Iron block. Each finger, augmented with chakra, struck Lucci's body with a resonating impact. 4 palms. Clang, 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 clang. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Upon completing the sequence, white smoke emanated from Lucci's form. He calmly brushed off the dust and regarded me with an air of composure. I already told you, such techniques have no effect on me. Alas, it becomes evident that this individual possesses no semblance of acupoints. Otherwise, my martial arts technique would have rendered him incapable of extracting chakra. It appears that this maneuver requires further refinement. The technique, known as TheNinja, executed by Qingyao Lucci, manifests as a slashing strike that astonishingly transforms in mid-air into the shape of a small bird. However, such an attack could hardly inflict harm upon one as resilient as I. I effortlessly evade all of his assaults. Is there not a more formidable technique at your disposal? This is utterly insufficient. Umph. Let's first see if you can withstand my strike. TheNinja, Baoepnagari. Lucci persistently employs TheNinja. Yet all his slashes ascend towards the heavens. Hey, where are you aiming your attacks? I remark. Foolish one. All my strikes, upon rebounding off the ceiling, shall come crashing down upon you. Hearing his words, I find myself in a state of alarm. That bizarre tempest with such density would be impossible to evade and would certainly leave me riddled with wounds. Moreover, I currently lack the capability to utilize Shenwei to transport myself elsewhere. As I gaze skyward at the multitude of gleaming slashes, I realize their sheer volume is staggering. Alas, I have miscalculated. Am I truly expected to endure this? Observing those slashes radiating a cerulean luminescence, ascending ever higher, a sudden epiphany strikes me. Are you truly so dim-witted? This space was conjured by me. There is no ceiling to impede the descent. Lucci, taken aback, inquires, "What did you say?" No wonder they have yet to descend. I am left in disbelief at my own oversight. However, if his technique were to truly descend, I would indeed find it difficult to endure. Very well. I concede that your move, if executed, would indeed inflict significant harm upon me. Let us proceed to the next technique. Lucci, feeling quite embarrassed, realizes he has failed to assess his surroundings accurately, leading to a grave misjudgment. How humiliating, and thankfully, there are no others present. In your next move, you shall meet your demise. TheNinja, Sholi Jian. As I observe him unleash a slashing strike from his foot, I am left speechless. This fool dares to wield shuriken before a ninja? Imbecile, your attacks hold no efficacy against me. Watch closely, for this is what true shuriken resembles. With a deft motion of my right hand, I execute Fengduan Luo Xuan Sholi Jian. The spiraling shuriken I conjure obliterates all of Lu Qi's Ti Lan Jiao shuriken. He attempts to evade my shuriken with a swift maneuver, yet I keenly anticipate his movement. Ninjutsu, Ingzi Maimo Shu. A slender shadow surges forth from beneath my feet, swiftly ensnaring Lu Qi. Rendered immobile, he is struck squarely by a spiraling shuriken. Puffed. Lu Qi's beast form is utterly incapacitated, reverting him to his human state. Goodness, your physique is remarkably resilient. Despite enduring my strike, you have not perished. Cough, cough. Your technique is indeed formidable. Even my iron defense falters against it. As I observe his form beginning to pale, I realize the spiraling shuriken inflicts enduring damage. It continuously ravages the cellular structure within his body. Though he may not be dead yet, he is rendered immobile. Such an affliction is a fatal blow for a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Must we truly capture Luo Bin? You fail to comprehend. Her very existence embodies sin. Hey, she merely possesses knowledge beyond others. Is that a crime? Ha ha ha, you are truly naive. For ordinary individuals to pry into the divine secrets. Do you not realize that this in itself constitutes a crime? Indeed, he speaks with a semblance of reason. Innocent as a common man may be, the consequences of seeking knowledge beyond their station are not trivial. Luo Bin's transgression lies in her overabundance of knowledge. Why have you fallen silent? Do you also find merit in my words? Lu Qi finds a corner to lean against, striving to regain his strength. After much contemplation, I find myself unable to directly counter his assertions. I do not know. However, Luo Bin and those scholars merely seek the truth. Is that truly a fault? You are indeed rather innocent. This world harbors many realms beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Some truths, to know them, is itself a crime. Ha ha. If that is the case, it implies that the concealed truths are inherently flawed, rather than the seekers of knowledge being at fault. The so-called world government must have committed some heinous act, inciting public outrage, which is why they seek to conceal it so fervently. In this light, Luo Bin is blameless. The true fault lies with this deceptive world. Lu Qi falls silent, and in this moment his unwavering belief in justice begins to waver. Indeed, if there were no desire for concealment, why the desperate attempts to hide? Observing his silence, I continue. Furthermore, your notion of justice resembles the extermination decree of Ur. It annihilated all inhabitants of Ahala Island, including the innocent and the unaware. Is this truly justice? Silence. You ought to be the one to be silent. The world government enacts its so-called justice to perpetrate acts of arson, murder, and plunder, deeds far more nefarious than those of pirates. If this is what you call justice, I would sooner embrace a life of crime. Shut your mouth. Justice is justice, and sacrifice is an unavoidable aspect, yet it preserves the lives of the majority. You speak nonsense about sacrifice. Are you in your right mind? If you were one of those marked for extermination by the decree, how would you feel? Suppose you were merely fishing on that island and were caught in the crossfire. What would you think? Then I could only say that my luck is unfortunate. To hell with your bad luck. Do you not understand? Those individuals were all political sacrifices, including you and me. Is this what you call justice? Enough of this. There are countless individuals who choose the path of piracy in this world. Why not more who join the Navy? Indeed, your argument carries weight, I admit. Momentarily at a loss for words. If only Na Ring were here, a single retort could sway this fellow. Enough of this discourse. You will not release Luo Bin, will you? Not unless I am dead. Alas, this individual is truly resolute. I can no longer waste breath on him. With hands clasped before my chest, I begin to form seals. Then you shall meet your end. Muduan, Qian Chaji Shu. As I raise my hands, a wooden spike plunges into Lu Qi's left arm. Upon contact with his flesh, it rapidly blooms into the form of a tree stump. Next, I proceed to his right arm, left leg, and right leg. Why not just kill me? You cannot perish yet. Our captain awaits your upgrade. I merely wish to ensure you experience some hardship. With that, I step out of the Shin waste space. Ninja-san, why are you still here? Where's Lu Qi? Hee hee. Wait, and you shall see. Having spoken, I arrive at the junction between carriages 1 and 2. With a forceful kick, I burst through the door. Kaku slowly raises his head, and upon seeing me, his pupils dilate in shock, his hand instinctively covering the area where he was previously wounded. "You scoundrel!" Bruno lifted his gaze to meet mine, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. However, before he could launch an attack, I swiftly extracted Lucci and hurled him directly into Bruno's embrace. Witnessing Lucci drenched in blood, Bruno was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, Lucci, pull yourself together. Are you all right? Are you still alive?" Califa looked at me in sheer terror, cold sweat trickling down her face. Even Robin, who stood behind me, appeared utterly astonished, her forehead glistening with perspiration. "All right, enough of the shouting. I've already treated him. This guy isn't dead. With proper care, he should be able to walk and assist us. You bastard, come at me." Bruno set Lucci down and charged directly at me. Pointing gun. Wow. Some people really have no regard for their lives. Even in this situation, he's still flaunting his 6 styles. Drawing the Kusanagi sword, I infused it with lightning chakra. The moment Bruno's pointing gun struck my body, I rendered that part of myself intangible. Then, with a swift motion, I arced the Kusanagi through the air, severing his other arm, which spiraled through the air. Oh, thud. This fool repeated the fate he had met outside Mr. Iceberg's room. With the Kusanagi in hand, I swiftly appeared beside him. He lay on the ground, groaning. I struck his face with the sword. Smack. Seriously, are you that confident in your own strength? Smack, smack. What are you trying to prove in my presence? Smack, smack, smack. Is it really necessary? Oh, so your iron block is the hardest. Huh? Smack, 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 smack. Stop. I turned to Robin, utterly surprised that it was she who shouted for me to cease. Robin-chan, what's wrong with you? Ninja-san, we need to go. Tell Luffy I will not return with him. No, Robin, what are you so afraid of? You wouldn't understand. Just do as I say. Also, I have decided to die here. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Do you see the light outside? That is Justice Island, also known as the island that never sleeps. This woman is truly something else. Fine, fine. I can't persuade you. Let Luffy come to convince you. Irritated, I squatted down, picked up Bruno's severed arm, and used healing jutsu to mend it. Then, I extracted the stump from Lucci's body and healed him as well. Turning to Kaku and Califa, I warned, you two remember, if you dare to torture Robin, you are as good as dead. For now, I'll let her leave with you, but later, our captain will come to retrieve her. You better tread carefully. With that said, I prepared to depart, but upon seeing Bruno still groaning on the ground, my frustration boiled over, and I delivered 2 more slaps to him. Smack, smack. You better remember this, with that pathetic iron block of yours. Just stay out of sight to avoid embarrassing yourself, all right? Smack, smack, smack. Listen, do you hear that? Can you hear me? Wow, I can't believe I actually made him cry. What bad luck. I quickly got up, casting a reluctant glance at Robin. With a determined heart, I used the Flying Thunder God technique. Inside the Rocket Man's carriage, Sanji was recounting the hidden truths about Robin. Oh, is that so, Kazuki? So that means this earlier one was a clone. I dispelled the clone, and after gathering the information, I understood what had transpired in the carriage. Luffy, listen closely. I almost brought Robin back just now, but she absolutely refused to come with me, talking about some demon-slaying order. Remember, no matter what, you must persuade Robin to come back, understood? Luffy, taken aback by my outburst, weakly replied, got it. In frustration, I found a corner and plopped down on the ground. So what's the plan? Well, you guys wait in the carriage for a bit, and we'll help you open the door. Then you can go and give those guys a good thrashing. It's that simple. Excellent, it's settled then. Hey, pirate guys, the front door is here. We exchanged glances and all stood up. Let us go. It felt like one voice was missing. Upon closer inspection, I realized, damn it, Luffy is already gone. Crap. Luffy had taken the lead and dashed straight into Justice Island's gates, moving faster than Califa and Frankie combined. Initially, I wondered whether I should assist him by dealing with the Navy grunts, but it seemed I wouldn't need to lift a finger. Perfect. There were still 5 minutes left. I could accomplish much in that time. After that skirmish, my chakra was somewhat depleted. I needed a recharge. All right, I'll choose him. Summoning technique. What are you doing up at this hour? Oh, monkey, good morning. What the hell, it's late at night, disturbing my sleep. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ha ha, don't be angry Lend me a bit of chakra, and I'll let you go back to sleep soon. So troublesome. Here you go. Just don't bother me again. All right, with the chakra of the four tails, I won't need to worry about running low. Shadow clone technique. All right. With 2 clones helping me refine Sage chakra, I can unleash my techniques freely. But there was still one matter to attend to first. Transformation technique. The surrounding companions exclaimed. Oh, Kazuki, why have you transformed into blonde hair? Wow, the pirate looks so handsome. I thought to myself, isn't that obvious? I've transformed into the appearance of the Eternal Maiden. Just wait until I mesmerize all of you. Of course, I didn't need the Hokage cloak or the Konoha headband. I gave them a radiant smile, causing Frankie's 2 sisters to transform into peach blossom-eyed beauties and swoon. Ha ha! The Eternal Maiden truly is stunning. Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, scrutinized me closely, and I sensed he was about to let something fly. Hey, you actually look like a person now. You've improved drastically from your previous appearance. Zoro, seeing my golden locks, immediately felt uneasy and covered his head, saying, "Why is there another blonde fool? But this fool doesn't have curly eyebrows. It's not amusing at all. What did you green-haired idiots say? I might as well kick you to death." Clang, clang, clang. Kazuki, why did you transform? Looking at Chopper's innocent expression, I smiled gently with the face of the Eternal Maiden. Chopper, the ninja's principle is to conceal oneself. Wow, so cool. Ninja, meow. Ninja, meow. Ninja, meow. Sniper King, Chopper, the little girl, and the little rabbit all cheered in excitement. Are you all fools? Nami wiped her forehead, expressing her disbelief at us. Ugh, pirates, prepare yourselves. We will breach the front gate in 2 minutes. Just on time. The 2 clones have also entered Sage mode. I turned to them and said, all right, you all breach normally while I check on Luffy. It seems he is surrounded by hundreds of people. Having said that, I immediately made my way to Luffy's side. As soon as I appeared, indeed, there were at least 500 Navy soldiers surrounding him, and rooftops in the distance were filled with more. Hello, Luffy. You certainly know how to stir up chaos. Huh? Who are you? Fool, you should know who I am. Excellent. It's Guang Zhizhu. Just in time. Help me eliminate them. I'm off now. Understood, Captain. The Marines on the opposite side were initially warning each other about the additional presence of someone with Luffy, but were taken aback when Luffy simply flew away. As they were about to turn around and pursue, I blocked their path. My apologies, esteemed Marines. Our captain is in a bit of a hurry. Could you kindly let us pass? Attention, everyone. This individual is a companion of Straw Hat Luffy. Attack him. Kill him. Faced with the multitude before me, it seems I must resort to a devastating ninjutsu. Sage art, fire release, great fire annihilation. A fire wall with a diameter of 50 meters emerged, engulfing all in its wake. The square before me transformed into a sea of flames, where the Marines writhed in agony, struggling and screaming. Haha, my apologies, I must take my leave now. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tallest building, I spotted Frankie's subordinates charging ahead with 2 enormous beasts. Zoro and the others appear to be missing. It seems they have likely reached the Judgment Hall. Hee. Since that's the case, allow me to assist you little minions. Skydance technique. Haha, the sensation of soaring through the air is truly exhilarating. If only I had the Rinnegan, I could effortlessly obliterate Judicial Island. Alas, I do not possess it at the moment. Nevertheless, flying high above like this is still quite enjoyable. Look, there's someone flying up there. Fool, don't say such nonsense. How can anyone fly? It's true. A user of abilities? What kind of ability? Observing the numerous Marines below, I hovered in mid-air and began to form hand seals. Sage art, water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of seawater erupted from my mouth, submerging all the streets below. The Marines were swept away, stumbling and flailing in the deluge. Hey, Janbai, Kara, hurry forward. It's the pirate brother. Fool, are you trying to drown us? Don't mix us up with the enemies, you idiot. Oh, my apologies, everyone. Having dealt with the Marines at the main entrance, I must hasten to the courthouse. Skydance technique. I do prefer to avoid using it if possible. Not only does it waste chakra, but it also causes discomfort to my feet. I had initially planned to utilize the body flicker technique to reach the rooftop and rest for a moment while awaiting them. After all, a spectacular scene is about to unfold there. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. However, before that, I must address the Marines at the base of the building. Arriving at the entrance of the courthouse, I found that the heavy stone door had been breached by Zoro. The giant frog, the Kingwa, was battling against the Marines. "Hey, Frankie S. subordinates, all of you, get inside the courthouse." "Huh? Pirate brother, what will happen to these Marines if we all go in?" "Hee, rest assured. These fellows will vanish in an instant." "All right, if you understand, commence the operation." These individuals exchanged whispers, unsure of how to proceed. Janbai, seeing my confident demeanor, commanded everyone to enter the courthouse. Soon after, a large number of Marines surrounded the area. Inside, the pirates were informed that they were encircled. "Surrender immediately, or we shall resort to force." As they spoke, several individuals wielding massive meteor hammers entered my line of sight. Each stood around 2 meters tall, with shoulders at least a meter wide. The iron meteor hammers they wielded were even larger, with a diameter of at least a meter and weighing several tons. Additionally, there were troops riding dogs, their faces twisted with malevolence as they licked their weapons. "Excuse me, may I inquire if all the Marines on this island are present here?" The pirates blocking the way replied, "Regardless of who you are, if you do not move, our 8000 Marines will charge." "Oh, there really are 8000. Hee. Just perfect." I clasped my hands together, immense chakra coursing through my body. Sage art would release Flower Tree World. The moment I unleashed my ultimate technique, the ground began to tremble, and small saplings sprouted from the cracks in the pavement. These saplings visibly grew at an astonishing rate, transforming into towering trees within mere seconds. Massive red flowers bloomed atop these trees, and in an instant, the yellow pollen surged forth, enveloping the entire square. The Marines, already staggering beneath the trees, now stood in disbelief at the sight before them. Someone shouted, "It's poisonous." Everyone held their breath. The pollen is highly toxic. However, by the time they realized, it was already too late. Those who failed to restrain their breath collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while those who managed to hold their breath fell victim to the trembling branches, crashing to the ground. Some were impaled by sharp spikes, while others lost their rhythm of breath. In any case, all 8000 Marines lay incapacitated. Janbai, witnessing this scene, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. His sword fell from his hand as he stood frozen in place. I too felt unwell, as this technique truly consumed a significant amount of chakra. I had accumulated quite a bit of sage chakra beforehand, but after this technique, my reserves were nearly depleted. Gritting my teeth against the discomfort, I rushed toward the courthouse. Glancing back at Frankie S. subordinates, I saw they were still standing there, stunned, which infuriated me. "Hey, are you all stupid? Hurry up and run. That pollen is toxic." And quickly lower the drawbridges on both sides. "Our captain is still waiting to cross. Honestly, you all are so clumsy." Without waiting for their response, I soared toward the rooftop. Janbai and the others finally regained their senses, gazing at my departing figure. Is this guy a god? Only a deity could possess such extraordinary skills. If he isn't a god, then he must be a monster. Indeed, the previous swordsman and the suited man were already formidable enough. I didn't expect this individual to be even more powerful. However, why is it that someone so capable is not the captain? Ignoring their murmurs, I focused solely on reaching the rooftop as quickly as possible. My chakra was nearly exhausted and in dire need of replenishment. What the heck? Who is this? Turning around, I was met by a colossal creature with 3 heads. The left head declared, "Pirate, your recent actions have been deemed guilty." The right head countered, No, it's not guilty." The middle head proposed, "Let us compromise. This court sentences the pirate to death." Both sides chimed in, "How is that a compromise?" "You fool." I was utterly speechless. This creature must be a fool. I turned to Janbai and the others below and said, "Hey, you handle this 3-headed dog. I'll be on my way." Oh, upon my arrival at the pinnacle of the tower, I distinctly heard Luffy's voice proclaiming, "Second gear." At the summit of the Judgment Tower, Bruno gazed curiously at the smoke-emitting Luffy before him. "Gear? What does that mean? Do you think a little smoke emanating from your body will enable you to defeat me? I must express my gratitude for your presence. It is because of you that I can protect my comrades." Oh. The battle between Second Gear Luffy and the Foolish Bull is truly a spectacle, I thought, quickly finding a corner to sit. As Luffy entered second gear, his skin took on a slight reddish hue, enveloped in a white plume of smoke. His speed surpassed Bruno's, and with 2 jet-powered punches, he left Bruno dazed. When Bruno emerged from the air door, Luffy unleashed a jet rocket punch that sent Bruno spitting blood. Undeterred, Bruno opted to confront him head-on with an iron block, believing he had mastered the 6 styles. "Let me show you the pinnacle of the iron block," he declared. "Steel. Gomu gomu no, get rocket." The impact of Luffy's punch connected solidly with Bruno, yet his expression remained unchanged. Luffy's pupils widened in surprise. "You, my friend, are quite resilient. In that case, prepare for something even more entertaining." Just as he placed his thumb in his mouth, Bruno collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing this, I chewed on sunflower seeds and slowly approached Luffy. "Captain, that move was a bit ruthless, wasn't it?" "Haha, I suppose it was," Luffy replied, panting. "Are you all right? It seems you are still unaccustomed to such exertion." "The aftereffects of second gear are quite significant," I remarked. Indeed, during the recent battle, I had observed a remarkable transformation in Luffy's body through my Byakugan. It resembled the Raikage's lightning armor, forcibly activating cellular vitality with lightning chakra, enhancing both his speed and reaction time. However, this approach slightly drained his life force. He compressed all his blood into his heart, increasing its burden. If it were an ordinary person, their heart would have burst by now. But since he is merely rubber, he appeared unaffected. Furthermore, I made a startling discovery. When I first used my Byakugan on Luffy, I noticed 3 small black dots within him. Now these dots had significantly enlarged, transforming into 3 orbs of dark gray energy. After witnessing Luffy's recent combat, I realized that these orbs represented haki. Remarkably, Luffy's haki is developing at an astonishing pace. But if he possesses haki, why resort to such life-draining techniques? I pondered aloud. By the way, Captain, it would be wise to refrain from using such techniques too frequently. I understand, but my opponent is quite formidable. If I don't utilize them, I might not prevail, Luffy replied. While I recognized that asking him to rely on haki at this moment was unrealistic, I felt it necessary to offer him a reminder. Cough, cough, listen closely, Luffy. Have you not noticed that there is a mysterious energy within you? If you can harness it, the damage you inflict will be even greater. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, Luffy responded, pulling out 2 pieces of meat with bones from his pocket and sitting down to feast. Do you remember when you battled Arlong? The move that inflicted a fatal wound on him contained that very energy. You also used it against Crocodile and even Enel. Luffy blinked, appearing as if he were listening to a foreign language. I recognized that discussing such matters with him was perhaps premature. It seemed that only Rayleigh could provide the necessary guidance for Luffy's haki awakening. Regardless, just remember one thing. It is anger. Only in moments of intense rage will you be able to unleash the hidden energy within you. Do you understand? Huh. This sounds oddly familiar, Luffy mused, reminiscent of someone speaking to Son Gohan. Well, now is not the time for that. Robin is waiting for us. Luffy stood atop the railing of the tower and shouted. Robin! I could only shake my head in exasperation as I approached the railing. Just as I was about to ascend, I realized it was a bit high, so I opted for my sky dance technique instead. Robin, we are here to rescue you. Hurry and come out. Seeing no response from the opposite side, Luffy looked at me and scratched his head. Light's assistance, take me over. Patience, she will be out shortly. How do you know? I grinned. I have Byakugan. As expected, Frankie released a tremendous fart, using the recoil to propel Robin out. See? I told you she would come out. Ah, indeed. Hey, Robin, we are here to rescue you. Robin's face lit up with a fleeting smile upon seeing Luffy, though she quickly masked it. Yet recalling the Buster call, she steeled herself. You must leave. I have resolved to die here. Despite the distance, Luffy managed to engage in conversation with Robin. Zoro and the others had also broken through the roof. Appearing on the rooftop, we stood defiantly, glaring at the CP9 members opposite us, both sides poised for battle. Luffy, digging in his nose, retorted Robin, What do you mean about dying? We have come to save you. If you wish to die, you can discuss it with us after we return. Exactly, Robin-chan. Tears welled in Robin's eyes as memories flooded back. Ever since she turned 8, everyone had sought to kill her. It seemed her very existence was a burden. She had constantly fled, and those who once offered her refuge betrayed her upon learning her identity. The name Nico Robin had become synonymous with a substantial bounty, devoid of any other significance. For 20 years, the only thing that had kept her alive was the hope instilled by Saul's words. One day, she would find comrades willing to protect her. Perhaps that day had truly arrived. However, in that moment, Spandam's words yanked Robin back to reality. A bunch of foolish pirates. Do you see this? With a mere press, I can activate the Buster Call, the power capable of erasing O'Hara from the map entirely. Robin gazed at the golden transponder snail in his hand, recalling the events of O'Hara. 10 warships, 5 rear admirals. None had survived, neither scholars nor civilians. Fear once again overwhelmed Robin's reason. No, absolutely not. You have no idea what the Buster Call truly is. Haha, once I press it, the chances of pirates escaping this island will be 0. It's not as simple as you think. You mentioned O'Hara disappearing from the map. But do you see any people on the map? Spandam paused, as if he had never contemplated this question. Robin sank to her knees, powerless, as O'Hara remained an everlasting pain in her heart. How could she allow such a horrific event to transpire again? If the demon-slaying order is invoked here, all of you shall be reduced to ashes along with this island. You speak nonsense. How could the Navy possibly turn against its own? Spandam was flustered, unwilling to accept the reality before him. However, upon witnessing Robin's state, despair filled his eyes. It all seemed painfully real. Even Lucci, who was known for his ruthless demeanor, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead upon hearing the brutality of the demon-slaying order. Such is the cruelty of the order. Now once again directed at my cherished comrades. This is something I cannot allow to happen. Hey Robin, what on earth are you saying? Luffy was utterly bewildered. Perhaps he simply did not wish to comprehend. The more I desire to be with you, the more I fear I will bring you misfortune. There will come a day when you will abandon me entirely, and that is my greatest fear. Thus, I do not want you to come to my rescue. If I am destined to die, I might as well perish here. Robin finally spoke her heart, but this sorrow was beyond the understanding of others, particularly that foolish Spandam. Ha ha, what an extraordinary theory indeed. Foolish pirates, do you see the flag flying atop the tower? Spandam pointed at the banner that represented over 170 nations. This is the world. In the face of such enormity, can you grasp the magnitude of the organization this woman is up against? Ah! Luffy looked up at this so-called world. He finally understood who Robin's enemies were. Sniper King. Yes. Pierce that flag. Understood. A colossal firebird erupted from Sniper King's weapon, screeching as it pierced through the so-called world. Spandam was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how anyone could be foolish enough to oppose the entire world. Hey, foolish pirates, do you comprehend what it means to attack the flag? Do you truly wish to be enemies with the world? Then so be it. Luffy's frantic shout sent Spandam tumbling to the ground in fright. Robin, since this incident began, you have always spoken of leaving and wanting to die. Yet, I have not heard you utter a single word. Speak. Say that you want to live. Large tears streamed from the corners of Robin's eyes. Throughout her life, she had often been told to die, leading her to feel that her very existence was a sin. She even believed that if she were to perish, perhaps the world would be a better place. However, Luffy's words made her realize that she could indeed continue to live. At this moment, the voices of Sarone and her mother seemed to intertwine with Luffy's. Live on. Can I truly live? Robin could no longer contain her emotions. At that instant, she gazed at her comrades, finally igniting her fury against the world. She roared, struggling with all her might. I want to live. Take me back to that vast ocean. In the past, watching anime did not evoke such feelings, but witnessing it unfold before her eyes was truly shocking. Observing the flood of tears from Robin, we all wore expressions of relief and joy. Exactly. Who would actually wish to die? Leave the rest to us. Spandam, witnessing the pirates before him, could not comprehend whether these individuals were genuinely dull-witted or simply wicked. Frankie, moved by the scene, wept profusely, and when he ceased, he slowly rose, a thick stack of papers in his hands. Spandam, do you know what I hold? It's Spandam. You scoundrel. Wait, is that? It's the design blueprints for an ancient weapon The genuine article. Do you want it? Hurry, give it to me. Frankie grinned triumphantly, then exhaled a plume of flame, incinerating the blueprints entirely. What have you done, you madman? Chopper quietly asked me. Hikari, what is Frankie doing? Ah, matters of adults are not for children to inquire about. That makes no sense. You better explain this to me. Oh dear, this is a long story. What he had just was a blueprint for a weapon capable of resisting ancient weapons. So why'd he burn it? The world government already possesses that ancient weapon. If they were to take Robin away, it would be tantamount to having the key to activate it. In other words, the government could directly annihilate the world. So why burn it? Why not hide it? That is the romance of a man. In a gambling game, the lower the odds of winning, the greater the sense of accomplishment when one does win. This lad has essentially staked the safety of the entire world on us. If we fail to rescue Robin, then the world will face destruction. Oh, now I understand. Frankie is indeed quite daring. Well, since it is so, I shall forgive him for injuring Usopp. This guy is a true warrior among men. Just look at him wearing nothing but his underwear. My explanation seemed to enlighten not just Chopper, but others as well. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp exchanged glances and exclaimed, now I see. On our side, Frankie ignited the battle spirit. However, on the opposing side, things took a turn for the worse. Spandam, in agony, collapsed to the ground, consumed by rage, and leapt up, ready to strike Frankie down with a blade. I can no longer bear to watch. Kamui. In the next moment, Spandam was transported to the Kamui space. I followed suit into the Kamui realm. This fool clearly had not grasped where he was. I gave him no time to react. Swiftly seizing the golden transponder snail from his grasp and binding him securely with wood release. Outside, CP9 was thrown into a panic. Their superior had vanished. When I reemerged, I held Spandam aloft, suspended in midair. My lifespan is being shortened. I'm gonna fall. Help. Silence, you big idiot. If you shout again, I'll toss you down. This scoundrel was giving me a headache, so I decided to threaten him first. Lucci and the others, upon seeing me holding their commander, wore expressions of sheer dread. Hey, who are you? How did you capture him? Release our commander at once. Lucci, let us exchange hostages. I'll count to 3, and if you do not agree, I'll drop this fool. I wonder if he has the ability to survive the plunge into this abyss. Lucci was in a dilemma. Nico Robin was a serious criminal, yet he could not neglect his own commander. Lucci, please save me. In my capacity as the CP9 commander, I command you to come quickly. I noticed Lucci hesitating. I warn you, I possess little patience. Without waiting for his response, I let go. Whoosh. I'm going to die. Help. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the opposite side, and, with a few swift movements, appeared beneath Spandam. Shave. Moonwalk. Commander. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was focused on Spandam, I unleashed 2 successive bursts of power, successfully transporting Robin and Frankie to our side. Ouch, that hurts. By the way, can't you be gentler? Frankie complained. Hey, light of assistance, was that your doing? Usopp inquired. You seasick fool, well done. Sanji chuckled. Luffy, you idiot. I still need to send the pigeon master flying. Why did you bring Robin back now? Nami, you fool. Having Robin in our hands is better than her being with them. Hey, pirates, don't think that rescuing Nico Robin is enough. Look at her hands. It was only then that we noticed the sea prism stone handcuffs on Robin's wrists. We had forgotten about the key. See? If you want the key, come over. Are you threatening me, little brat? I approached Robin. Hey, Robin, don't be afraid. Even without the key, I can free you. Wow. Light of assistance is truly a genius. Ninja-san, I will rely on you. Rest assured, leave it to me. A triumphant smile spread across my face, filled with confidence as I turned to Zoro. Hey, green-hair guy, chop off Robin's hands. Zoro, are you crazy? Luffy, what is wrong with you? Nami, are you a demon? Chopper, this is bad. Light of assistance wants to chop off Robin. Sanji, you seasick fool. Do you believe I will kick you to death? Hey. I must say, you truly lack humanity. Even Robin looked at me with sweat on her brow, probably thinking something she dared not say. Calm down, everyone. Robin is a Hana no Mi user. Even if her hands are severed, they can regrow later. Besides, with Chopper and me here, we can ensure her hands are reattached. It will only hurt a little, Robin, just bear with it. Nami sprang into action, delivering a powerful blow to my head. You better stop right now, you bastard. I was struck on the head by Nami's blow, unable to evade in time. I suspected she had also mastered shave. With a large bump on my head, I looked at them with indignation. What are you all doing? This is a great plan. We could end the fight quickly. If we act fast, we could return to Water City for breakfast. Absolutely not, you bastard. Whoosh whoosh. I sulked in the corner, feeling frustrated. What is this? No one appreciates such a good suggestion. It's truly a waste of my goodwill. Hey, why are you still sitting there in the corner? Come over and help us get to the other side. What a thankless task. After just being hit, they now want me to assist them. Moshi Moshi pirates. What are you doing? Rocket Man will arrive at the battlefield in 4 seconds. 4 seconds? Meow meow. Upon hearing this, Luffy understood, stretching out his rubber arm. He wrapped it around all of us, then leaped off the roof of the courthouse. Help! We're falling, we're falling. Why are you taking me? I can fly. You idiot. Thud. Crash. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hey, get up. That little impact doesn't count for anything. Don't equate us with you, you rubber idiot. Very well. Everyone is safe and sound. Shut up. It hurts like hell. After each giving that rubber idiot a good thrashing, we finally settled down. Hey, pirates, what do you see? A figure with a zipper for a mouth suddenly spoke from the roof above. Huh? The key? Hand it over. Wait. Even if I give you this, it's useless. Why? Because this key of mine may not be real. Each member of CP9 is distributed across various floors. Only by defeating us all can you obtain all the keys. Among these keys, only one is genuine. Furthermore, due to your abduction of Nico Robin, Admiral Akiji's fleet is on its way. What did you say? Exactly. So, you cannot escape. Thank you for sharing this information. Chit-chat, you've let something slip. Luffy, being impulsive, could hardly tolerate this. Hey, I ask you, where is the Pigeon Master located? Hee, defeat me, and I will tell you. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately prepared to strike. I quickly intervened. Hey, Luffy, behave yourself. Don't let this guy provoke you. We need to split up, otherwise, Akiji will arrive, you fool. Don't stop me. I want to send that Pigeon Master flying. Luffy struggled desperately, his arms stretching as I held on tight. After some thought, I decided to let him run. DLL figured out after being beaten. Comrades, let us assign tasks. Everyone, listen carefully. All gathered around. I pulled hard on Luffy's arm, hoping he would at least let me finish speaking. Listen, we have 6 enemies. Remember, our main goal is not to defeat them, but to find a way to obtain the keys. That's all, got it? Understood. Zoro sheathed his sword. Admiral Akiji is approaching. Failure equals wasted time. Everyone, we must win at all costs. Luffy roared, then dashed off. Hey, Frankie, I heard you have considerable strength. Stop with the nonsense. My strength this week is extraordinary. Good. I'll leave this guy to you. I pointed at the dancing owl and provocatively looked at Frankie. Rest assured, leave it to me. Excellent. Sniper King, Chopper, take Robin, Coco Lobasan, the little girl, and the little rabbit to find a place to hide. Also, treat their injuries. The rest is up to us. Hey, Commander, I don't want to fight. Have mercy on me. Nami clung to my leg, pleading not to participate in the battle. Don't worry, Nami-chan. I will definitely protect you until the ends of the earth. Be quiet, you curly-haired one. Hurry up and set off. What did you say? Green algae head, don't get lost and waste time. These two quarreled while running upstairs. Nami was set to perform splendidly this time, as Califo was waiting to be defeated by her. There was no way she could sit this one out. However, in her current state, it was difficult to ignite her fighting spirit. So, I devised a plan. Nami, there are plenty of treasures inside. You wings ahead. Instantly, she transformed into a treasure hunter, brandishing her stick and shouting, Yoshi, I'm off. Very well, they have all mobilized. Next, I shall command the entire scene. Commander Quan Shui has arrived. Bai Hua. No response. What the hell? I have no chakra left. I must quickly recover. As I sat in meditation, everyone rushed to other floors. Even Frankie, in search of cola, ran to the 2nd floor looking for the kitchen. Chopper was already tending to Robin's wounds. Although her injuries were not severe, the exhausting schedule over the past few days, coupled with her recent crying bout, had truly drained her both physically and mentally. The Sniper King approached me, gazing at my meditative form, seemingly recalling what I had said to him earlier. He muttered under his breath, "Calm down, is that accurate? If that is the case, I cannot merely wait idly here." After saying this, I dashed upstairs. "Hey, Sniper King, where are you going?" I stopped Chopper. "Don't worry. Chopper, remember, he is a hero. Is Robin's injury all right?" "Yes, although she still needs rest, she is fundamentally fine now. As long as we can unlock the handcuffs, there should be no problem." "Excellent. I'm nearly ready here as well. You stay here and protect Robin well. I'll be back shortly." Entering Sage mode. My chakra was now ample. Bai Hua, the entire building lay beneath my watchful eye, devoid of any blind spots. Sanji and Khalifa were on the 6th floor. Zoro and Kaku on the 5th, Nami and the long-haired one on the 3rd, and Frankie and the owl on the 2nd. Good, everyone is in combat mode. Huh, no. Nami is in danger. What the hell? Luffy has fallen into the water. What in the world is happening? Hey, Usopp Sniper King, hurry to the 3rd floor. Nami can't hold on any longer. I shouted to the Sniper King's retreating figure. After giving my instructions, I instantly appeared beside Luffy. What is wrong with this guy? He actually tried to row a small boat to the other side. There are 2 whirlpools in that sea. Grabbing his leg, I tossed him back to the shore. This fellow truly has a knack for getting himself into trouble. In just a few minutes, he fell into the sea. Thankfully, it wasn't into the deep abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Phew, that was close. I almost drowned. Are you an idiot? I told you to follow my commands. Running off on your own has led you to this predicament. But I need to go take down the Pigeon Keeper. I know you want to take him down, but no one is competing with you. Why the rush? Besides, do you even know where he is? You just rushed ahead. If it weren't for my sensing your location, you might have drowned. Huh? Didn't you tell me to stay angry earlier? You said that would unleash my potential. Oh my, so you remembered that. Luffy, you must understand that anger does not equate to recklessness. Your behavior is perilous. While I encouraged you to maintain your anger, it does not mean you should lose your ability to think. Surprisingly, Luffy listened attentively for once, gradually calming down. The previously anxious expression vanished, replaced by a more resolute gaze. I understand, Guang Zhizhu. Now tell me where that Pigeon Keeper is. Seeing him return to his usual seriousness, I began searching for Lucci's position. I hadn't seen him inside earlier, uncertain of where he had gone. Found him. In the basement? Where could this guy be going? Led me. Hey, Lucci, you must protect me well. Although we are currently in a secret passage and the pirates cannot discover us, for safety's sake, my security must be the priority. Lucci halted his steps and slowly turned around. The fool Spandam was still walking forward, completely oblivious. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "What a pile of junk. Nico Robin didn't get captured. Katarina Devon has fled. The blueprints are gone. The golden transponder snail has been lost. What a disaster." Nevertheless, now that someone was willing to take the blame, he figured he ought to make a quick escape. Although he would be scolded from above, it was better than losing his life. The long corridor echoed with his voice alone. Suddenly, he noticed something was amiss in the surroundings and decided to stop and check if Lucci was still there. Upon doing so, he was nearly scared to death. I and Luffy were locked in a staring contest with Lucci. Whoa, the pirates are catching up? How could you possibly know we were here? The 3 of us couldn't be bothered with this fool. Aha, Pigeon Keeper, we've finally found you. Ah, so, it is you the defeated one. What business do you have with me? What else? Of course, I am here to take you down. Having finally delivered Luffy to safety, I decided to let these 2 handle it from here. Luffy, just give him a good beating. I'm still a bit worried about Nami, so I'll take my leave. Oh, go ahead. After I knock him out, I'll come find you. Who are you trying to knock out? Soru. The 2 had already begun to clash. Well, you 2 continue your fight. I have business to attend to, so I will take my leave. With that, I vanished from the warehouse in an instant. Did I say you could leave? Arashi Kyaku. Oh my. Bang. Damn it. That bastard Lucci nearly kicked me with that move. Hey, little cat. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Be more careful. You almost kicked me just now. Who are you calling little cat? Arashi Kyaku Chaos. A torrent of slashes surged toward me when suddenly a red figure flashed through the air. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Fixing my gaze, Luffy. Guang Zhizhu. You go ahead. I will hold him off here. Hee, did you see that? This is our captain. Yash. Then I will leave it to you. With that, I swiftly disappeared In fact, I had originally intended to pursue Spandam, hence my speed had been slightly slower. Otherwise, that little cat would never keep up with my pace. However, reflecting on it now, the golden transponder snail is in my possession, rendering him completely ineffective. Killing him would only waste time. As this crossed my mind, I pulled out the golden transponder snail from my pocket. At a glance, damn it, I took the wrong one. What is this? I clearly snatched Spandam's transponder snail. How could it be an ordinary one? Thinking again, no way. Could I have truly made a mistake? Damn it. Put away this ordinary transponder snail and hurry to find that idiot. He must not press the wrong button. My yellow hair stirred slightly, and I vanished from that space. The next moment, I appeared in the corridor. This guy Spandam sure is quick on his feet. In such a short time, he has already run quite far. My figure flickered through the passage, and finally, after several seconds, I caught up with Spandam. Hey, idiot, where do you think you're going? You caught up so soon. Help! After finally catching up to this fool, I thought I could finally relax, but instead, I was met with a scene that made my heart stop. This idiot Spandam, upon seeing me, completely disregarded whatever he had in his arms. He hastily pulled out the phone worm and pressed it down, shouting into the microphone for help. CP9, I am your commanding officer. I am currently trapped in a corridor. Please come to my rescue. Frustration surged through him as he exclaimed, "What the hell is that in your hand? Is that a golden phone worm? Can't you see clearly before making a call?" Spandam glanced down at his hand. Discovering the golden phone worm, his finger inadvertently pressing the activation button. No. How is this possible? I distinctly remember that the golden phone worm was taken from you. Panic set in as he pondered the bizarre situation. Did you really activate the extermination order? I have no idea. I thought I had taken it, but it's right in your hand. Care to explain? What do we do now? Spandam asked anxiously. Quickly call headquarters. Perhaps we can cancel it. All right, but I don't have a phone worm. It was then he remembered he had a regular phone worm. Handing it to Spandam. Here, use this. Upon receiving it, Spandam trembled in shock. What are you doing? Hurry and call headquarters. You idiot. The phone worm wasn't hung up. Now the entire island can hear our conversation. His brain felt like it was crashing. He needed to think quickly to devise a way to cover this up. Clearing his throat, he picked up the ordinary phone worm, ready to deliver a speech. Frankie's little brothers and anyone capable on the island, retreat immediately. This fool has activated the extermination order. Get on the sea train and escape now. Don't worry about us. With that, he drew the sword Chowji and swiftly struck Spandam's leg. You fool, just lie here and wait for death. Spandam's screams echoed in his ears, but he paid no heed, focusing on locating Nami. In an instant, he teleported to her side. Upon arrival, he was met with a captivating sight. Khalifa emerging from her bath. His nose bled uncontrollably, causing him to faint, and his transformation faded. Nami, am I here just to lie down? He heard her voice, tinged with disbelief. Initially pleased to see him, she was now dismayed by his sudden collapse. It wasn't that he was weak. Khalifa's figure was simply too stunning. Moreover, she had emerged from the bathtub without affording him any time to react. When he turned to Nami, he noticed something was amiss. She was completely slick, devoid of any wrinkles. He realized she had fallen victim to the enemy's ability. Struggling to form a seal to wash away the foam on Nami's body, Khalifa moved too swiftly. She appeared beside him and thoroughly examined him from head to toe. While being touched by a beautiful woman was delightful, being groped by a naked one left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Afterward, he felt all his strength drained. He underestimated the power of this devil fruit ability. It not only cleansed physical impurities, but seemed to drain his strength as well. If developed further, this fruit could potentially eliminate a person's very soul. The thought was terrifying, yet Khalifa had yet to fully comprehend its potential. Guangzhuju, are you all right? Mefine. I could still get up for 3 rounds of mahjong. Is that for real? Of course it's not. I'm completely drained of energy. He lamented. Nami, hurry and get some water. The soap needs to be rinsed off. With a swift kick, Khalifa struck him in the face, sending his body crashing through the walls of the room and flying outside. Although the kick revealed a glimpse of spring scenery, the aftermath was severe. Khalifa's blow was powerful. He crashed through several layers of walls, plummeting downwards from the 6th floor. As the dust settled, he noticed another slick body nearby. Turning his head with great effort, he exclaimed, "Yo, Sanji, you're here too? Ah, you clumsy idiot. It seems you've been defeated as well." He quickly defended himself. "No, I just felt it was too hot upstairs and came down to cool off." "Stop lying. What happened to your nose? Why is there so much blood?" Thinking back to Khalifa's figure made him chuckle foolishly. Sanji, being perceptive, immediately caught on. "You pervert. Did you see something you shouldn't have?" Hey, no. I swear I didn't see anything." Despite his words, memories of that figure and those long, fair legs lingered in his mind. Suddenly, he heard a mournful sound. "What is that?" He turned to see a comically distressed Sanji. "What the hell? Why are you crying? It's so unfair. I saw nothing. Yet you gotta see that hideous creature. Can't you just go die for a moment? What are you even doing here? Sulking over jealousy." Unexpectedly, Sanji's tears washed away the foam from his face and hands. "Huh? What's happening? I can move. Hey, idiot, look. I can move." Suddenly enlightened, Sanji realized that water was the key to washing away the foam. "Huh, I'm a genius." As he propped himself up with his hands and found a faucet to clean himself, the urgency struck him. "Hey, Sanji, hurry and wash me off too." Sanji, with a smirk, lit a cigarette and raised an eyebrow. "Is that how you ask for help?" Looking at his infuriating expression, he could hardly contain his anger. "Please, help me." "What? Speak up. I can't hear you." Suppressing his frustration, he shouted, "Sanji-san, hurry." Just as he prepared to plead, a sudden disturbance occurred. The ceiling was shattered, and a colossal monster roared as it burst through. What the hell is going on? As he turned to Sanji for assistance, the wall above them was smashed open, revealing a gigantic creature. He quickly recognized the pink hat. "Chopper, what did you say? That is Chopper? How is that possible? Chef, hurry and clean up. Otherwise, Chopper will be in danger." In disbelief, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Chopper was supposed to be on the first floor. How could he possibly end up here? Moreover, his current state is evidently akin to having consumed 3 blue ore balls. What could have transpired that compelled Chopper to engage in such a desperate battle? How is Robin faring? With a mind full of questions, I noticed that Sanji, the foolish one, was still standing there dazed. "Hey, stop staring. Hurry up." It was only then that Sanji seemed to regain his senses, kicking me towards the water faucet. After being drenched from head to toe, I finally returned to normal. Chopper was relentlessly destroying the surrounding structures, roaring and launching indiscriminate attacks. In an instant, I appeared beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. His current size rendered him immobile, so I resorted to contact-based teleportation. Just as I prepared to transport him to my Kimui space, I was taken aback by Chopper's swift reaction. He raised his hand and swatted at me with a powerful gust of wind. My form flickered again. Though I avoided Chopper's assault, he successfully interrupted my spellcasting. Just as I was at a loss, I turned to see the water faucet. I had a plan. Suiton no jutsu. Given my current chakra reserves, I could barely create such a large water prison. Thankfully, the faucet provided an unlimited supply of water, compensating for my chakra deficiency. The massive water prison ensnared Chopper entirely. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chopper is a devil fruit user. He could drown. Calm down. This amount of water is merely fresh water. It shouldn't pose a problem. Trapped within the water prison, Chopper began to revert to his normal state due to the lack of oxygen. Once he had returned to his original size, I dispelled the jutsu and commenced treatment. "Hey, how are you feeling? You're not dead." However, it's clear that he has endured a fierce battle. I wonder who could have reduced him to this state. Moreover, Chopper was always with Robin. I can only guess how she is faring at this moment. Upon hearing that Robin was in danger, Sanji immediately lost his temper, shouting as he prepared to search for her. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as a wall on the 4th floor shattered, drawing both Sanji's and my attention. From the looks of it, that was Zoro's location. Previously, Haku had the upper hand without consuming his fruit. Now, the situation must be even more perilous. Fortunately, Usopp was not causing any trouble this time. Otherwise, Zoro would surely be in danger. Huh? Usopp? No way. That long-nosed fool ran off by himself. He can't possibly be Zoro's sword-wielding companion now. Can he? Lacking chakra, I could not ascertain the exact circumstances. However, with Sanji already gone, I felt little urgency. I quickly settled on the ground to recover. Many battles still lay ahead. I managed to summon the QB and borrowed some chakra from it, alleviating my current predicament. I unleashed the Hakujo. On the 6th floor, Nami was engaged in battle with Califa. It appeared she was holding her own. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, Kaku was mercilessly pummeling Zoro. Damn it. Usopp was indeed hindering him. Oddly enough, I remembered there should also be a werewolf present. On the 2nd floor, Frankie was rummaging through the refrigerator. The owl he'd been fighting was nowhere to be found, suggesting he had resolved that conflict. But on the 1st floor, strangely, there was no one there. That shouldn't be the case. Even if Robin was absent, Kokoro and the little girl should still be around. What's going on? Enlarging the vision range of Hakujo slightly, I finally spotted more individuals. The owl lay unconscious in a cave outside the tower, presumably blasted by Frankie's wind cannon. Kokoro, the little girl, and the bunny were sprinting through the underground passage. Most shockingly, the werewolf had brought Robin to Spandam. The trio was now racing towards the bridge of hesitation. I couldn't believe it. My home had been invaded. This was intolerable. Sensing Robin's location, I performed a flying thunder god technique and appeared beside her. Just as I steadied myself, I immediately transported Robin to my Kamui space. Spandam recognized me instantly and let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig. The werewolf stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Spandam, his eyes radiating a menacing aura, fixating on me. Hey you, hand over Nico, Robin. Looking at this scoundrel who dared to invade my home in my absence, my anger surged. The audacity of him even posing such a question was utterly intolerable. I glanced at Spandam behind him and smirked. Heck, cripple, you certainly run fast. It's you. Gabra, quickly deal with him. At your command, sir. Gabra, licking his large tongue, fixed his gaze on me before transforming into his werewolf form. I scoffed. You ignorant fool, daring to act behind my back. Since my rage has no outlet, allow me to show you what fear truly is. Ha ha, kid, you look decent. Who would have thought you were merely a braggart? Gabra dismissed my words, and in response to my mockery, he retorted with insults of his own. The cripple beside him stoked the flames further. Do you know who stands before you? This is CP9S Superhuman. Gabra possesses a strength of 2,000, not to mention, he wields the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. A person like you wouldn't last 3 seconds against him. Sir, you flatter me, although your words ring true. If this fellow were to develop a psychological trauma, he might just flee in terror. Ha ha, rest assured. Such a person could never escape your grasp. You're all skilled in the 6 powers, after all. Oh dear, it's no wonder you are the commander. You truly understand. Moreover, within CP9, I am the only one capable of fully transforming into iron. Should I treat him with a bit more gentleness? Enough nonsense. Tear this guy apart 1,000 times. Even so, it won't erase my grudge for the broken leg. Roar. So he inflicted such great harm upon you? Very well, kid, you heard that right. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you a chance. It's just that our commander won't allow it. So you can rest assured and go to your death. Don't worry, the pain will only last an instant. Watching the 2 buffoons banter back and forth, I suddenly lost my anger. While they were busy posturing, I quietly began to gather Senjutsu chakra. Once they finished their exchange, I entered sage mode. Hey, have you 2 finished? Care to come over and give it a try? I too am curious about what the afterlife is like. Gabra, this time, said nothing further. His form flickered and vanished from sight. I must admit, he was quite swift. However, apologies, when facing me, the situation is entirely different. I initially intended to evade with the flying thunder god technique, but after some contemplation, I decided against it. Thus, I remained stationary, watching Gabra launch his attack at me without moving an inch. Jayabula felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his speed so remarkable that his opponents could scarcely react. As he stood there, lost in thought, I gazed into his eyes and offered a subtle smile. At that moment, Jayabula found himself enveloped in a blood-red realm. He was bound to a crucifix, confronted by 3 manifestations of myself, each wielding a knife. One by one, they began to pierce his body, and even if he attempted to defend himself with iron, it proved futile. I materialized within the world of Suki no Mi, observing Jayabula as I spoke gently. Congratulations on entering the world of Tsukinomi. What is this place? He demanded, bewildered. Are you a fool? I have already stated that this is the world of Tsukinomi, a realm of my own creation, where space, time, and weight are all under my dominion. As I spoke, my hands continued their relentless task, driving the knives into his flesh. Jayabula's cries echoed through the air, a heart-wrenching sound of despair. He struggled, yet found himself utterly powerless, forced to endure the excruciating pain in silence. I continued. For the next 72 hours, I shall persist in this torment. Upon hearing this, Jayabula's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Time passed, and when he awakened, he discovered that he remained in the blood-red world, still bound to the crucifix. However, where there had once been 3 of me, now there were 30. The low, ominous voice returned. In the realm of Tsukinomi, space, time, and weight are all under my control. The stabbing resumed, and Jayabula's cries of agony filled the air once more. He reminded himself to endure, for it was merely 72 hours he had to withstand. But soon, despair settled in as he realized the time remaining. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. How can this be? He thought, bewildered. So much time has elapsed, yet it is merely 1 second. In the world of Tsukinomi, space, time, and weight remain under my control. Help, please. In this manner, Jayabula endured inhuman suffering within the realm of Tsukinomi. Just as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse, I released him. The moment he returned to the real world, Jayabula collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Spandam continued to mock me. Huh, serves you right for sever my leg. Yes, Jayabula, finish him off. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Jayabula sprawled on the ground, twitching in agony. The suddenness of the change left him momentarily stunned. The once formidable Jayabula now lay on the ground, writhing in pain, and Spandam could not comprehend the situation. Hey, stop joking. Jayabula, what's wrong? Get up and defeat this guy. Unfortunately, Jayabula was incapable of moving. Even the slightest attempt to lift a finger brought forth excruciating pain, though his exterior bore no visible wounds. He had endured 3 days and nights of stabbing in the realm of Tsukinomi, with every inch of his body affected. Despite the absence of physical injuries, the psychological scars were profound. An experiment once revealed that a blindfolded prisoner, bound and told they would be cut, would react as though truly harmed, even if the blade was fake. Ultimately, the prisoner exhibited symptoms of blood loss, despite no actual injury. Jayabula, having experienced 3 days of relentless torment, returned to reality only to suffer the consequences of that mental anguish. Spandam continued to attempt to rouse Jayabula, unable to believe that someone of his caliber could be so swiftly vanquished. Even I had not anticipated the severity of the Tsukinomi technique. I had assumed that the physical prowess of the denizens of the pirate world would surpass that of the Naruto realm. However, I had overlooked the fact that even the strongest body could falter against psychological attacks. Upon reflection, it became evident why the latter stages of the pirate world featured such devastating haki. It was merely the infusion of spiritual attacks into physical strikes. Yet, I had no time to ponder further. Seeing Jayabula incapacitated, I hastily retrieved the key from him and, with a flash, vanished from sight, leaving Spandam behind. With Jayabula's key in hand, I swiftly made my way to Nami. At that moment, she had just triumphed over Khalifa. The surrounding debris indicated the ferocity of their battle. Observing the disheveled Khalifa, with her fair skin marred by scorch marks, I could not help but admire her captivating figure. What are you staring at, you pervert? Hurry and free Robin. I have the key. Nami's furious shout snapped me back to reality. After a flurry of attempts, Robin's handcuffs remained unyielding. It seemed the true key might still be with Lucci. I instructed Nami to take Robin to find Frankie while I proceeded with the remaining keys to Zoro's location. Zoro's area was equally chaotic, as he and Usopp sprinted ahead, pursued by a colossal giraffe. The moment I appeared, Zoro and Usopp erupted in joyous celebration, reveling in the thrill of their chase. As I contemplated how to halt Kaku and pass the key to Zoro, a sudden explosion shattered the tranquility. A cannonball struck the edifice above us, creating a gaping hole. Debris rained down as the sounds of cannon fire echoed ominously. Is the Navy arriving so swiftly? I thought, alarmed, and I quickly tossed the key to Zoro before leaping onto the wall to survey the scene. What I beheld was nothing short of spectacular. Surrounding Judicial Island were at least 10 warships, encircling the island completely. Cannonballs fell like rain upon the land. This was the Demon Slayer Order in action, a grand display of force with an astonishing number of warships deployed. Although we were still at a distance, their speed suggested they would reach the island within 5 minutes. Our time was rapidly dwindling. Oi, green-haired idiot, move quickly. The Navy is here. We need to finish this and flee. I know. You go alert the others. I dove down from above, seized Usopp by the nose, and with a swift motion, vanished from the room. Usopp, find a way to inform them to hastily evacuate this island. I will confront the warships. What? There are 10 warships opposite us. You must be jesting. Gazing at the enemy vessels, I too felt a twinge of trepidation. These are no ordinary ships. Their resilience far surpasses that of typical vessels. Not to mention the incessant barrage of cannon fire from above. In response to Usopp's concerns, I merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, even if I cannot destroy them, they shall not capture me. Hurry and notify everyone to rendezvous at Choyu Bridge. And do bring Robin along. With that, I summoned Robin from the realm of Shinwei. I apologize, Robin. I cannot guarantee my safe return. However, with Long Nose protecting you, you should be just fine. Now off you go. Ninja-san, hey Sniper King. You are the hero of Sniper Island. Protecting Robin should pose no problem, right? Quickly leave. Oh. Watching Usopp fade into the distance, I summoned the QB. Extracting its chakra once more, I entered Sage mode. The firepower of the warships was formidable. Under such circumstances, utilizing clones to attack was not feasible, as they would likely return without success. It appeared that only my true self could confront them. Braving the enemy's cannon fire, I plunged into the water. With the aid of the Sueton, Suefu no Jutsu, I effortlessly evaded all assaults and approached the 3 warships head-on. Hey, look over there. Is there someone standing on the surface of the sea? What nonsense! How can anyone stand on the water? You must be seeing things. No, I saw it too. What is going on? Quickly inform the Vice Admiral. Observing the chaos aboard the enemy vessels, I remained unperturbed. Channeling chakra throughout my body, I swiftly formed hand seals, ninjutsu, secret technique, steam catastrophe. By infusing sage chakra into this jutsu, my Sueton, Suefu Bunshin reached a height equivalent to half a warship in its base state. If I continued to charge, it would undoubtedly exceed the size of a warship. What on earth is that thing? Hurry and fire. It's coming towards us. The Sueton, Suefu Bunshin raced across the surface of the sea, braving the enemy's cannon fire, and in an instant, it was upon the deck of the warship. The soldiers attempted to retaliate with firearms, but by then, the Sueton, Suefu Bunshin had completed its initial charge. Vice Admiral, the enemy's movements are incredibly swift, and they seem unfazed by gunfire. Fool, if guns won't suffice, then resort to swords. But under no circumstances must you allow it to escape. However, it's merely one person. Why waste manpower? You fool, this is the Demon Slaughter Order. We cannot let a single one escape. At that moment, my clone had reached the deck of the warship. A hulking man leaped forward, wielding an enormous axe, regarding my clone with disdain. Ha, you strange creature, lacking eyeballs. No matter, I shall send you back to be reborn. With that, he spun his body while gripping the axe with one hand, advancing towards my clone. Although my clone possessed no intelligence, it was under my control. One clone maneuvered around the massive brute, deftly navigating the ship. My hands transformed into elongated blades, mercilessly reaping the lives of the other soldiers. Amidst the cacophony of screams, my clone's form began to swell, eventually evolving into its ultimate state. Subsequently, a brilliant white light radiated from the clone. The soldiers, witnessing this, halted their advance, rushing to subdue it. However, the keen-eyed among them had already taken cover. Danger! Everyone, get back! Someone shouted, but by now, it was too late to retreat. Boom! With a resounding explosion, The entire crew was seared by the scorching heat of the steam blast. Their skin reddened and blistered in an instant. It is known that steam burns are far more severe than those from boiling water. Just as despair gripped the soldiers, another astonishing event unfolded. After expending energy, although my Suiton, Suefu Bunshin, reverted to its original size, it commenced a new wave of assault. The elongated blades on its arms once again annihilated the defenseless soldiers. Observing the devastating effectiveness of this technique from my watery concealment brought me immense satisfaction. However, my own condition was far from favorable. The side effects of steam catastrophe were glaringly apparent. I felt utterly drained and could barely move. Hiding in the water, I realized the chakra consumption of this technique was percentage-based. Based on previous experience, employing steam catastrophe would deplete 90 of a user's chakra. I recall that when I previously used it, my chakra was limited, resulting in a smaller clone. I had hoped that with my significantly increased chakra reserves, I would not feel as feeble this time. Yet, to my dismay, the outcome was the same. It appeared my strategy had failed, and I would need to devise an alternative approach against the remaining warships. Finding a relatively secure spot, I promptly concealed myself. The Suiton, Suefu Bunshin, continued to wreak havoc, and the 3 warships ahead were nearing destruction. Seizing the opportunity, I began to recover my chakra. Fortunately, my Mokuton had enhanced my constitution. After a brief rest, I could move normally again. However, I could only move. Unleashing ninjutsu was beyond my capability. At that moment, the Suiton, Suefu Bunshin, had completed the eradication of the 3 warships and returned to my side. The infinite explosion technique truly proved formidable, demonstrating remarkable efficiency against these naval forces. It seems the second Mizukage was indeed a genius. I turned to face the remaining 7 warships, a subtle smile gracing my lips. I wondered which vessel contained Akiji. It appeared I would have to resort to a mystical method. I pointed my fingers in multiple directions, murmuring, "Little rooster, whoever I point to, I shall select." Excellent. It is the 3 ships to the west. The Suiton, Suefu Bunshin, set forth once more, with a clear target and purpose. Soon, the sounds of battle and explosions erupted from the western warships. Taking advantage of this commotion, I summoned the Hachibi. I had already absorbed Kyubi and Yanbi's chakra several times. One should not focus solely on one source. Thus, this time, the fortunate recipient was Hachibi. The Hachibi, known for its communicative nature, readily shared its chakra with me after I briefly explained the situation. With half of Hachibi's chakra, I felt invigorated once more. Additionally, being an octopus, Hachibi possessed an innate affinity for Suiton. Consequently, I could directly manifest myself on the battlefield to the south. "Hey, Navy personnel, stop searching. I am right here." Utilizing the Suiton, Suefu no Jutsu, I transformed into a towering water creature standing 30 meters tall. What on earth is that? A water monster? Fire the cannons. Do not cease firing. However, their cannonballs struck me without inflicting any harm. I drew the Kusanagi sword, recalling that it could extend in length. I was uncertain how to activate it, but considering that ninjas typically channel chakra to manipulate their weapons, I gave it a try. To my surprise, the Kusanagi sword transformed into an impressive blade over 20 meters long. A sly smile crept onto my face as I infused it with the attribute of lightning, enhancing the potency of my impending strike. The Navy soldiers, upon witnessing the emergence of my colossal sword, remained unfazed and launched another assault against me. Among them were certainly some capable individuals, yet for one who could render themselves intangible, all their efforts were in vain. The 20-meter blade, augmented by the lightning attribute, effortlessly cleaved through the naval vessel. Just as I prepared to finish off the remaining 2 ships, a formidable opponent appeared. "Little brat, state your name." This individual seemed somewhat familiar, appearing to be a naval vice admiral. However, my knowledge of him was limited. Observing his appearance, wearing a hard hat, with purple hair flowing behind him, draped in a navy coat, and a cigar clenched between his teeth, his fierce demeanor stirred a sense of recognition. It is Vice Admiral Gueju. This esteemed figure possessed extraordinary strength, capable of defeating this adversary without a doubt. Indeed, This self-righteous pirate has destroyed our warship. Such an act is utterly unforgivable. Vice Admiral Gaeju, utilizing his exceptional life-returning technique, could transform his hair into arms. He was also a master of the 6 styles, employing 8 blades to inflict lethal damage upon his foes. I chuckled lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as I replied, "First, I am not a little brat. Second, you would do well to exert some effort. Otherwise, you may find it challenging to defeat me." How audacious! With that, he vanished and reappeared directly before me. 8 blade style, Hamba. I remained motionless as 8 razor-sharp blades passed through my form with elegance and flair. However, the damage inflicted was 0. Vice Admiral Gaeju, it seems you could not eliminate me with your initial strike. Are you prepared to receive mine? Aware of the Vice Admiral's rank, I did not dare to underestimate him. His previous attack lacked haki, suggesting he was underestimating me. I transformed into a towering water giant, raising the Kusanagi sword and swinging it down with the force of a mountain splitting in 2. "Arrogant brat, let me witness your true strength," Vice Admiral Gaeju roared, unleashing all his blades in an attempt to block my strike. Yet my blow was far from easily thwarted. The 20-meter-long sword, propelled by the howling wind and crackling lightning, descended relentlessly. Upon contact with his blades, the potent lightning-infused chakra sliced through the top 4 swords as if they were mere tofu. Vice Admiral Gaeju, true to his rank, quickly enveloped the remaining 4 blades with armed haki. However, although he managed to block my sword, he could not withstand the force behind it. His body was sent crashing into the naval vessel behind him. With a thunderous crash, the ship's deck shattered beneath him, and the Kusanagi sword cleaved through the vessel effortlessly, splitting it into 2 halves. Just as I prepared to taunt him, I was unexpectedly struck in the chest by a sword. Slowly turning to confront my assailant, I seethed, "You seek death." Just as I had sent Vice Admiral Gaeju flying and was ready to mock him, a tremendous slash opened a gash in my massive form. I had to admit, the timing of this attack was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with my materialization. Fortunately, I was in a water-like state, otherwise, I would have been caught off guard. Yet, even in this form, the attack had inflicted damage upon my true self. It appeared that haki possessed a mysterious quality, capable of bypassing my water transformation and striking my essence. I turned my gaze, seething with rage, towards the newcomer. He sported a handlebar mustache, his face marred with scars, and wore a crimson cloak. A gleaming steel blade traced a perfect arc through the air. "Are you seeking death?" Whether it was my palpable fury or the realization that I was unscathed, the Vice Admiral before me revealed a look of terror. "Damn pirate, do not be arrogant. You there, arm yourself with weapons imbued with sea stone. This fellow is a devil fruit user." "Understood, Vice Admiral Deo Bowman." Yet the Vice Admiral hesitated, "But sir, does sea stone truly affect him? He is amidst the ocean, after all. I've never heard of a devil fruit user who could manipulate seawater." His words caused Vice Admiral Deo Bowman to pause, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, I had suspected he was a devil fruit user. It seems that is not the case. However, he understands that only haki can inflict harm upon me. Adjusting his grip on his blade, he prepared to launch another attack, only for a figure clad in a blue vest to materialize before him. Yes, it was my oil water clone. The curved blade on its arm flashed as it swung towards Vice Admiral Deo Bowman, who seemed poised to be cleaved in 2. Suddenly, the oil water clone was sent flying, its massive form colliding with the ship's mast. Yet, this collision served as a fortuitous boost for the oil water clone. With a thunderous bang, the cries of numerous naval soldiers echoed in the aftermath. I turned in confusion towards the one responsible for attacking my clone. To describe him, he wore an exceedingly long hat, had squinted eyes, a long beard, and wielded dual swords. Vice Admiral Stalaberry. Before I could inquire about his identity, a naval soldier had already called out his name. Although I had no distinct memory of him, his ability to strike down my clone suggested he was no ordinary opponent. At that moment, Vice Admiral Deo Bowman, whom I had previously sent flying, reappeared before me. 2 formidable Vice Admirals united, each wielding 5 blades. Their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon me. "Damn pirate, will you not surrender?" "Huh. It appears you two intend to overwhelm me with numbers. When dealing with pirates, One must eradicate evil completely. Oh, is that so? And what of the naval soldiers on Judicial Island? Should they perish as well? The two were visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a query. With a sneer, the scarred Vice Admiral Deo Bowman retorted, they failed in their mission and deserve punishment. They should feel honored to sacrifice themselves for justice. My goodness, what absurd reasoning. I was utterly speechless, sensing that he belonged to the Akainu faction. I realized that reasoning with such a person was futile, so I resolved to engage them without further ado, swinging my blade once more towards the two. They fought desperately to defend themselves, but to my astonishment, I found myself at a disadvantage. Incredible. Armed haki can be wielded in such a manner, can it? If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the versatility of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry. I am currently in a state of liquid transformation. Thus my shadow has expanded significantly. I swiftly divided it into two, racing towards the two rear admirals. As they prepared for my next assault, they were utterly oblivious to the ground beneath them. The shadow mimicry technique ensnared both of them, while my oil water clone advanced once more. At point-blank range, an explosion erupted. Boom! The two rear admirals, just realizing the peril, attempted to flee, yet they were immobilized, utterly powerless to move. Consequently, they suffered a severe blow, their bodies scorched. Howling in agony, yet utterly helpless, I controlled Sudarabari, wielding his twin blades, to strike at Deo Bowman. Then, I turned once again, allowing Deo Bowman to wound Sudarabari in return. Thus, the two admirals continued to inflict wounds upon each other, gradually succumbing to excessive blood loss, eventually collapsing. I possessed nothing in my hands. It was you two who engaged in mutual combat. I am in no way implicated. You despicable pirates cannot escape. Everyone on this island is doomed to the same fate. I cannot be bothered with them any longer. Only one ship remained. It appeared that Akiji was not aboard. Otherwise, he would have already made an appearance. With a sense of relief, I toppled the last few naval vessels. Thus, the extermination order had lost all significance. Who claims that warships are formidable? Out with you all for a timeout, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from above the island, capturing my attention. Upon witnessing the spectacle, I could not help but exclaim, "No way, this is unbelievable." Having dealt with the rear admirals and the warships, I thought that peace might finally return. Yet, to my dismay, another grave complication arose. The Justice Gate, which had just been opened for the ship's passage, unexpectedly closed. As the gate shut, various whirlpools formed upon the sea surrounding Judicial Island. The warships, which had been slowly sinking, now began to spin, drawn into the vortex's center. Although I was unaware of who had closed the gate, I was quite thankful for it. This saved me a great deal of trouble. The entire Judicial Island had transformed into a sea of flames. It seemed unlikely that any survivors remained within. Finding a small corner, I activated the white flower. Upon glancing over, I noted that my comrades were remarkably swift. Except for Luffy, everyone else had gathered on the bridge of hesitation. However, the recent bombardment had obliterated both ends of the bridge. I utilized a flying thunder god technique to teleport beside them. Everyone has arrived quite promptly. Hey, Kazuki, did you take down those warships? Not particularly, they were rather weak. I was merely warming up when they were all dispatched. By the way, who closed the Justice Gate? That truly helped me out. The others exchanged glances, and Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. From his expression, I realized that such a deed was likely his doing. I must admit, Sanji possesses a clear mindset and defined goals. Oh, Robin, your handcuffs are undone. Indeed. I owe you my gratitude. Ite sanuting. Is Luffy the only one remaining? Usopp looked gravely at Luffy, who was still battling Lucci in the distance. At that moment, Luffy had shed his mask, standing on the fractured bridge, fists clenched tightly. Luffy, defeat him, and we'll return together. Luffy struggled to turn his head, catching sight of Usopp on the bridge, and his pupils dilated in shock. Lucci seized this moment. Fool, you still have time to look elsewhere? 6 powers, 6 king pistol. Lucci ensnared Luffy with his tail, driving his hands into Luffy's abdomen, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. After enduring this strike, Luffy immediately coughed up blood. Zoro, arms crossed. Approach me. Hey, is that Haki? I stared at Zoro in astonishment, surprised that he had uncovered this secret. How did you know? Can you tell? No, at that moment. I sensed that the pigeon-raising guy's attack contained something else. As it turned out, Zoro was correct. Ordinary physical attacks posed no threat to Luffy, the rubber man. It would be improbable for him to even let out a grunt, let alone vomit blood. Thus, Lucci's technique was indeed infused with armament haki. Sanji fixed his gaze on Lucci. So this is what they call haki. It seems rather peculiar. Indeed, haki is a technique effective against Logia-type devil fruit users, or rather, it is exceptionally potent against all devil fruit users. It can even enhance ordinary attacks. Simply put, it allows your strikes to possess penetrating power. Lucci is indeed formidable. If not for the Straw Hat Kid holding him off, we would have undoubtedly suffered significant casualties. Frankie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clearly shaken by Lucci's attack power and method. Sometimes, I noticed that Luffy seems to be able to identify his opponent from the outset. Chopper, while treating the others, murmured, "You could interpret that as his beastly instinct." Just as we prepared to continue observing the unfolding drama, a cannonball exploded not far from us. Thankfully, it struck the sea. Otherwise, we might have been finished. Zoro instantly drew his sword, turning to face the direction from which the cannonball had come. "Hey, Kazuki, didn't you say you had dealt with all the warships?" I too gazed at the slowly approaching warship, perplexed. What was the meaning of this? I had clearly taken care of 10 warships. Yet, the situation was far from over. The warship formation shifted from a line to a cluster. Only then did we realize that a dozen more were approaching from the distance. Whoosh! Boom! Countless cannonballs erupted around us. Why are there so many warships appearing again? Zoro, drawing his 3 swords, wore a face of terror. We must protect this bridge pillar. Otherwise, we will all be at the mercy of the sea. Frankie glanced around. How the hell are we supposed to defend this? Our target is simply too vast. Sanji kicked a cannonball flying past. At this point, we must find a way to hold our ground. Otherwise, we will all perish here. I surveyed the area as a deluge of cannonballs rained down upon us. Beneath us, we had merely this less than 100 square meter bridge pillar as our platform. It was evident that we were truly surrounded. Just as we found ourselves with no escape, a voice suddenly exploded within our minds. With cannonballs cascading down like rain, standing on a mere 100 square meter foothold, we were unable to flee. In such dire circumstances, we had indeed fallen into a predicament. In truth, even if we wished to leave, there seemed to be complications. On one hand, Luffy was still locked in combat with Lucci. We could not simply abandon him. On the other hand, the environment was decidedly unfavorable. Our current position was surrounded by the sea. I could utilize wood release to craft a vessel, yet I was uncertain of its internal structure. The contraption we had managed to create could only be propelled by human effort. It was utterly unfit for an escape. Moreover, nearby lurked treacherous whirlpools. Any misstep could lead to being drawn in. In the distance, a fleet of warships awaited. Yet, in this dire moment, a voice pierced through my thoughts. I was momentarily taken aback and turned to my companions. Chopper was weeping profusely, glancing at the sea, on the verge of despair. "Mary, a savior had arrived." "Excellent." With everyone gathered, it was time to devise our escape. Usopp stepped forward, shouting hoarsely, "Luffy, hurry up. Hand him over. We're making a run for it." The steam rising from Luffy had not ceased since earlier, indicating that he was exerting himself. However, time was of the essence. If we did not act swiftly, we would plunge beneath the waves. Zoro unleashed a powerful attack, clearing the incoming cannonballs, and muttered, "Hey, you can fly, can't you? Go deal with those warships." As if I wouldn't want to, came the retort. "Haven't you noticed? The Navy has shown no inclination to bring their ships closer. It seems they intend to obliterate our pillar with cannon fire." Frankie raised his hand, gesturing upward. "Then you need to figure out how to counter those cannonballs. My cola energy is running low and I can barely hold on. Nami, can't you conjure a mirage or something to obscure our presence from the enemy?" Nami had already begun to panic, and it was understandable. Her methods were ineffective against the falling shells from above. "Do you think I want to?" In this environment, even if I alter the refraction of light, the enemy has already determined their range. It won't make a difference. Cursing the Navy's treachery under my breath, I steel myself. "Damn it, give me 2 minutes." No, just 1 minute. I pressed my palms together, drawing upon the last remnants of my chakra. In this situation, I had no better options. I leaped onto the surface of the water and unleashed a grand water jutsu. Suiton. Kirigikure no jutsu. First, I shrouded our surrounding waters in a thick mist, then followed with Suiton. Suijin Hiki. A massive circular wall of water encased our pillar. To prevent the cannonballs from striking the pillar, I reinforced the thickness of the water wall. Thus, even if the enemy attacked at their predetermined angle, the shells would only collide with the water curtain. The threat posed by the slowed cannonballs had diminished considerably. Seeing this, everyone felt a wave of relief. Hey, now we can't see Luffy. How are we supposed to escape? I was tempted to scold Zoro for his question, but to maintain the stability of the water barrier, I could not afford to be distracted. I could only squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Figure it out yourself, you fool. Usopp listened intently and then turned to us. Everyone jump into the sea. Mary is here to pick us up. Only then did I remember that Mary had navigated past the whirlpool and was now near our pillar. Once they were all aboard, I withdrew the water barrier and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Mary. Hey, we're all on board. What about Luffy? Don't panic. Focus on getting out. Leave the rest to me. I sat cross-legged, recovering chakra, while keeping a vigilant eye on Luffy's battle. The two combatants were now consumed by rage. Unwilling to yield, Luffy sought victory, driven by the memory of being flung away by Lucci in Water 7, leaving him trapped in a crevice. Mocked by Kaku as merely a filler. As someone who aspired to be the Pirate King, he could not afford to be defeated twice by the same foe, especially one who sought to abduct his comrades. Hence, this time, he was determined to win at all costs. Lucci also aimed for victory, incensed that the boy he had tossed aside yesterday could now match him blow for blow. He was not one to be trifled with. His name alone could instill fear in children. How could he, the strongest of CP9, be bested by a rubber monkey? Both had their reasons not to lose, thus unleashing their final reserves of strength. In his beast form, Lucci was panting heavily, while Luffy struggled to keep his body upright. Style hat Luffy. Do not worry about your friends. I will send you all to hell so that you may meet again. Luffy roared back, shut your mouth. Lucci's pupils dilated as he relinquished his life-returning form, his body once again towering. In his leopard form, Lucci vanished from Luffy's sight, reappearing behind him. Luffy was quick to react, turning to thwart Lucci's scheme. You think I'd fall for that again, you bastard? However, as Luffy attempted to evade Lucci's strike, he found himself immobilized. Glancing down in confusion, he realized Lucci's tail had ensnared him. Just as Luffy was taken aback, Lucci aimed both fists at his abdomen, Rokugan. Maximum output. Luffy coughed up blood and fell, his eyes rolling back in exhaustion. Of course, Lucci too felt the aftermath of his attack. Having no strength left to control Luffy, he begrudgingly released his tail and silently walked away. After taking a few steps, he uncontrollably spat blood, shocked at the severity of his injuries. Just as he stood there in disbelief, Luffy stirred once more. He staggered forward a few paces, suddenly regaining clarity. Just as he seemed about to collapse, he squatted down to steady himself and, with a fierce roar, unleashed his final technique, Goma Goma no, Gatling. Countless fists rained down upon Lucci with relentless fury. Luffy, head bowed, paid no heed to whether his strikes landed. He was fueled solely by an indomitable will. He roared, channeling his fury into each blow. His fists not only struck Lucci but propelled him back, shattering the wall behind. Yet Luffy did not relent, perhaps having forgotten the notion of stopping. With the last remnants of consciousness, he understood that he would not rise again after this attack. Thus, he resolved to continue until he fell. The wall behind Lucci was shattered, and his body was thrust upwards by Luffy's assault. His vision blurred, body collapsing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It appears to inform everyone that he, Rob Lucci, the mightiest of CP9, has lost consciousness. I open my eyes wide. Luffy has triumphed. Nami, find a way to escape the whirlpool and let the others handle the cannonballs. I will bring Luffy back. Upon finishing my words, I concentrated on Luffy's location and, in the next instant, I found myself by his side. Luffy lay on the ground, his back to me, but as he heard footsteps, he instinctively turned around, baring his teeth and preparing for another attack. However, upon recognizing me, he immediately relaxed, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground. I swiftly caught him. "You've worked hard, Captain. You've won." Luffy managed a weak smile before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. I picked up the straw hat beside me and, carrying the injured Luffy, returned directly to the Going Merry. At this moment, under the guidance of the brilliant navigator Nami, the Going Merry had already entered the swirling current and was frantically fleeing towards the open sea outside Enies lobby. With my arrival, everyone anxiously gazed at Luffy behind me. "Chopper, it's your turn now." After a moment of excitement, Chopper began urgent treatment. Observing the worried expressions of my companions, I offered a faint smile, assuring them that Luffy would be all right. Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. However, my subsequent words tightened their spirits once more. "We cannot afford to let our guard down just yet." I pointed towards a distant warship, causing everyone to turn their heads. Not far away, dozens of warships were lined up, blocking our path. The opposing pirates shouted, "You have nowhere to escape. Surrender immediately." Observing the audacious navy, Frankie adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "Brothers, lower the sails. Leave the rest to me." "Wait, are you really going to surrender to the Navy at a time like this?" "Enough chatter. Just do as I say." Frankie approached the stern, straddled the railing, and extended a cannon from his sturdy arm. "Have the sails been secured? Now, let me show you what a miracle looks like. Though the ship may sustain some impact, I trust you one team mind." With a powerful thrust, the Going Merry soared into the sky once more. Usopp crouched in a stance. Don't underestimate this ship's experience. Ultimate move, Super Smoke Star. As the Going Merry flew above the warships, a towering figure flashed past. Upon seeing that silhouette, I was instantly drenched in cold sweat. With Frankie and Usopp's assistance, the Going Merry broke through the Navy's blockade. Our group successfully escaped the confines of Enies lobby. Just as everyone began to relax, the sea behind us suddenly froze. It was Admiral Aokiji. Indeed, as the Going Merry ascended into the air, I had spotted him. I initially thought he might let us go without interference. It seems I was overly naive. After all, he is an admiral. Given the severity of the destruction at Enies lobby, he would certainly seek a scapegoat. The sea froze rapidly, and in an instant, it threatened to encase the Going Merry as well. I leapt into the air. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." With that, I swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire. Annihilation. As my chakra erupted from my mouth, it formed a fire wall 50 meters wide before me. Ice and fire existed simultaneously at that moment. Although my fire wall successfully slowed Aokiji's freezing of the sea, it could only hinder, not completely halt it. Aokiji stood atop the ice, while I stood on the surface of the sea, facing each other from a distance. "You were called, what was it again?" "Oh, it's Kazuki, you fool." "Ah, yes, Kazuki. By the way, what you did this time is a bit excessive." Faced with Aokiji's inquiry, I could only helplessly shrug. "We merely reclaimed our companion. What is wrong with that?" Aokiji seemed speechless at my candid response. "If I were to capture all of you now, would that also be considered wrong?" In the face of imminent danger, my mind raced rapidly. Aokiji hadn't made a direct move yet, still engaging in idle chatter with me. Moreover, he had mentioned if, suggesting he wasn't truly inclined to capture us. With that thought, I smiled broadly. Indeed, that wouldn't be entirely incorrect. However, I doubt you would do that, would you? Aokiji looked at my playful demeanor, scratching his ear. "How do you know I wouldn't? Ha ha. Don't forget, we've fought before. I have a fair understanding of who you are." Aokiji paused, flicking away the earwax from his fingers, then began to dig at the other ear. Seeing him silent, I continued, "Old man Garp should be arriving soon. It's not every day that he gets to see his grandson. You could just capture us next time." In truth, my underlying message was that since Luffy is Garp's grandson, as Garp's disciple, capturing his grandson would be difficult to explain. "So let's go this time." Aokiji seemed to grasp my implication. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I can let Luffy go, but it would seem unreasonable for me to return without anyone." His words hinted at capturing someone else, which was unacceptable. Our crew is not like the others. We don't have many members aboard. making it impossible to provide him with several to report back. Yet, in a moment, I had an idea. Oh, I see. Thus, I utilized would release shadow clone technique, transforming the clones into the appearances of my companions. You can freeze them and take them back. This way, no one will question you. Moreover, in front of the Navy, you can sink these people into the depths of the sea. This way, there will be no evidence left to dispute your actions. After saying this, I even winked at Akiji. Akiji shook his head with a bitter smile. Do you think I would fool them? If in the future your group causes more trouble, what then? I recalled that Luffy is indeed not one to remain compliant. Furthermore, not long after Water 7, we would reach Sabeti Archipelago. Luffy had previously struck a celestial dragon there. Given that the matter had escalated to the point of involving the higher-ups, it was understandable that Akiji would raise this concern. Then, why don't you just tell your superiors that you accidentally let us slip away? You are an admiral. I believe the higher-ups wouldn't press you too hard. Your idea is quite clever. However, I will be the one taking the blame. This guy had been talking for ages without offering a solution of his own. Instead, he kept circling around the issue. I genuinely didn't understand what he was plotting. Nevertheless, I couldn't follow his lead on this matter. Such things, unless he mentioned them, I would never bring them up. Two cunning foxes speaking to each other is merely a test of patience. I chuckled, not at all. You lack confidence in yourself. You must remember, you are an admiral now. The upper echelons do not concern themselves with trivial mistakes such as yours. Wouldn't you agree? Shinji fixed his gaze upon me, and after a prolonged silence, he finally lost his patience. In any case, the dignity of the Navy must be upheld. Thus, I have no choice but to take you all back with me. I cannot fathom what is troubling this fellow. He seems utterly unyielding today. Just as I prepared to confront him with fierce determination, he spoke slowly, unless you return to the melee, where you are embraced by the warmth of your comrades. However, I refrained from voicing my thoughts about the deal with Shinji. Reflecting on his words leaves me somewhat bewildered. I have faith in your abilities. Hence I wish for you to assist me with the task. If you agree, I shall allow you to depart. Conversely, should you refuse, I will have no alternative but to eradicate you all here. May I inquire what you wish for me to do? That is not permissible. Come on. What if you ask me to commit some heinous act? Fear not. The task I require of you is within your capability, albeit slightly challenging given your current strength. Therefore, you must expedite your training. With that, Shinji ceased to respond to my inquiries and vanished from my sight. Though uncertain of his intentions, there is an enigmatic aura about Shinji that seems at odds with his languid sense of justice. Hey, Guangzizu, what are you pondering? Luffy, perched on Chopper's shoulder, scrutinized me with curiosity. This fellow had awakened remarkably quickly after a brief slumber. Chopper glanced at me, and I hastily gestured for silence. Upon seeing this, Chopper promptly sealed his lips. It's nothing. By the way, considering your grave injuries, it would be wise not to move around recklessly. I understand. However, where is Usopp? I just saw him a moment ago. Turning my head, I spotted Usopp cowering in the corner, trembling as he clutched his mask. I decided to tease this timid soul. Hey, Sniper King, do you know where Usopp has gone? Upon hearing the inquiry, he quickly stood up, adopting a serious demeanor. Everyone need not worry. Usopp has already departed on a small boat. Such words are only effective in deceiving Luffy and Chopper. Luffy, unable to locate Usopp, lay atop the figurehead of the melee, gazing at the cerulean sky, a content smile gracing his face. Brothers, we have triumphed in this battle. In the midst of our revelry, we failed to notice the looming presence of another large ship. It was the sharp-eyed little girl and rabbit who immediately recognized that it was the crew of Kalira. Yet before we could celebrate, a wave surged forth, causing the melee to fracture dramatically at the deck. We stood frozen in shock at the sight of the deep fissure. Luffy anxiously called out to Kalira's crew for assistance in repairing the melee. Yet, we all understood that the melee was beyond salvation. Standing on the small boat, Luffy held a torch, gently caressing the battered hull of the melee. Melee, thank you for your unwavering guidance. The depths of the sea are dark and lonely, yet we shall always keep watch over you. With that, he ignited the melee's hull with the torch. Perhaps the melee sensed it was time to bid farewell. Consequently, the vessel ignited swiftly. In no time, The entire ship was engulfed in flames. Parting is always heart-wrenching. At that moment, the melee fulfilled its mission. Thick smoke ascended into the heavens, while radiant snowflakes descended. Amidst the flickering flames, our thoughts drifted back to the day we first met her. Though our journey together was brief, these experiences have become our cherished treasures. In truth, if the melee were merely a vessel, its destruction would be inconsequential. However, it transformed into our companion, soaring with us to great heights and guiding us out of peril during this battle. It seemed that from the beginning, we had been under its protection. I'm sorry. Once again, that familiar voice echoed, but this time it did not directly invade our minds. I had hoped to carry you all a bit further, but it appears that is not to be. The voice of Mei Li resonated in our ears. Nami and Chopper collapsed in exhaustion, while Usopp's tears flowed freely. Farewell, Mei Li. May you journey well. By the time we returned to the Water City, it was already afternoon. We were assigned to rest at dock number 1. Listening to the sounds of snoring around me, I allowed myself to relax completely and enjoyed a deep slumber. The next morning, I found a secluded corner and commenced my new round of training. As I had not sustained severe injuries, after a good night's rest, both my body and spirit were in optimal condition. I surmised that under these circumstances, I should be able to successfully perform the tailed beast transformation in one go. Once again, I summoned the QB. Let us begin. Hey, what are you up to? I am commencing tailed beast training. Forget it. I've told you, my chakra is beyond your capacity to handle. Better not. I need to sleep. Don't. Naruto succeeded. So why can't I? Regardless, I must try. If you do not acquiesce, I shall summon you every 5 minutes. Under my insistence, the QB finally agreed to assist me in practice. However, as I once again merged with the QB's chakra, I experienced a reaction of rejection. Although I could not discern the reason, I simply could not endure the will of the QB. After several attempts, I collapsed to the ground. Hey, QB, don't just watch. Think of another way to help me. The QB lay on the ground, casting a glance at me with its immense fox eyes before adjusting its posture and drifting back into slumber. Observing the QB's demeanor, it seemed devoid of enthusiasm. I could not ascertain what slight I had committed against it. Nevertheless, I did not dwell on it overly much. After all, everyone has their off days. And perhaps the QB was simply in a mood today. Without the QB's assistance, I was left to ponder alone. I sensed that there was a barrier preventing my progress. After numerous attempts, I finally understood why I had been unable to achieve tailed beast transformation for so long. To transform, one must embrace the suffering of the QB. Previously, I had viewed the QB as a mere spectator. I had never genuinely accepted it from the depths of my heart. Although we had maintained a decent relationship on the surface, I had never managed to break through my internal defenses. In light of this realization, I began to comprehend the reasons behind the QB's current state. Having found the method, I commenced the process of accepting it. Time flowed slowly until, in a fleeting moment, I suddenly realized that I had become entirely unaffected by the hatred embedded within the QB's chakra. In one decisive move, I successfully achieved tailed beast transformation. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing tailed beast transformation. Reward. Chakra Fusion Card 2 is now being issued. After enduring yet another round of slaps, I gazed at the fusion card in my hand. This reward was truly hard-earned. With the addition of these 2 cards, only 2 more remain before I can fuse them into a 3rd-tier card. The thought alone sends a thrill of excitement through me. Immersed in my training, I lost track of time. Upon returning to my quarters, I found Luffy, that rascal, asleep while munching on food. How did he manage to master such a skill? Just as I finished my drink, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the wall suddenly shattered. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, I swiftly positioned myself before the gaping hole. You must be the Straw Hat crew, right? Haha. A few gentlemen wish to meet you. As the dust settled, a tall man clad in a dog-headed hat emerged from the breach. A closer inspection revealed, lo and behold, it was none other than Old Man Carp. Here, already? The old man surveyed the room, and upon noticing Luffy still asleep, he vanished in an instant. Sanji and the others barely had time to react before they felt a gust of wind, and Carp's form reappeared before Luffy. His massive fist resembling a sandbag. was aimed directly at Luffy's head. The impact resounded like thunder. When everyone turned to see what had occurred, they were astonished to find that I had blocked Old Man Carp's strike. In that fleeting moment, I had dashed to Luffy's side, but the old man's speed was too great, leaving me no time to employ my ninjutsu. Thus, I could only draw my great blade, Samahata. At the very last moment, I managed to intercept Old Man Carp's iron fist. However, while his punch appeared light, the force behind it was another matter entirely. I braced Samahata with my shoulder, yet the impact still caused my arms to tremble. Desperately channeling chakra through my feet, I anchored myself to the ground to avoid being sent flying by the old man's blow. Slowly lifting his head, a smile crept across his lips. "Aha, you must be one of Luffy's companions. Quite the capable man you are." Following this, he sported a peculiar grin and increased the force behind his fist. At that moment, I experienced a sudden change. Ding! The system detected that the host encountered Carp and successfully unlocked the character card. Reward: Chakra Fusion Card 2 is now being distributed. A series of applause followed, 26 claps omitted. Due to my momentary lapse, the old man sent me flying with a single punch, and Samahata landed heavily upon me. Yet, Samahata was no mere inanimate object. The moment it was struck, it unleashed its iron spikes. Fortunately, Old Man Carp had employed Busashoka Haki. Otherwise, his hand would have been pierced through. Even so, he took advantage of the distraction to rub his fist and cast a penetrating glance my way. However, I was not so fortunate. Though I swiftly retracted Samahata, my shoulder was still wounded, and blood flowed freely. Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Frankie, and all the others present had no idea what had transpired. They only heard the sounds of impact and Carp's words before I was sent crashing against the wall. This series of events left everyone bewildered. What on earth just happened? The old man who had sent me flying stood atop the table, rubbing his fist and laughing heartily. "Ha! You certainly have some skill. You must be Hikari no Sook." My right hand glimmered with blue light as I gradually healed the wound on my left shoulder, realizing that the old man posed no real threat. My previous engagement with him was merely an attempt to personally experience the prowess of this legendary marine. It was indeed formidable. At least in my current state, I was no match for him, whether in physical prowess or hockey application. Aware of his intentions, I quickly reassured my companions and, wiping the blood from my lips, gazed up at Old Man Carp. "I never expected you to have heard my name. What an honor it is." While conversing with Old Man Carp, I continued to tend to my injury and approach my companions. Chopper noticed the blood on my shoulder and immediately inquired, "Hikari no Sook, are you all right? Why is your arm bleeding?" Sanji wore a look of grave concern. "Who is this guy? You couldn't even block his attack?" The old man, picking his nose, showed no inclination to explain. Upon seeing Luffy still asleep, he frowned and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. "Get up already." With that strike, Luffy's eyes nearly popped out, and the chair beneath him shattered into pieces. "Ah, it hurts. Help." As the old man removed his hat, he remarked, "You really caused quite the ruckus, Luffy." "Huh, Gramps? Grandpa? What? A Marine Vice Admiral is actually your grandfather?" Luffy clutched his head in shock. "Everyone, please do not engage him. I've come close to being killed by my grandfather countless times." I sat down on the floor, displaying my astonishment as I gazed at the grandfather-grandson duo, fully aware that we were about to enter the family reunion phase. Thus, my presence was inconsequential. Just as I prepared to slip away unnoticed, the old man disregarded Luffy and approached me directly. Stroking his chin, he grinned widely. "Ha ha ha. Kid, are you interested in joining the Marines?" This truly took me by surprise, as I pointed to myself in disbelief. "Wait, are you talking about me?" "Yes, indeed." Before I could react, Luffy leapt up and shouted at his grandfather, "Shut up. Hikari no Sook is my partner. How could he possibly join the Marines?" Upon hearing this, Carp became furious. He seized Luffy, lifting him into the air like a small chick. "You idiot. How dare you say your grandfather is talking nonsense?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I won't say it again." Chopper was so frightened that he started spinning on the ground. Oh no, Luffy has been captured by the Marines. As everyone grew increasingly anxious, the focus turned to Old Man Carp and Luffy, who were both surprisingly asleep. It was truly impossible to deal with these two. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, I quietly exited the room. In such a situation, my training took precedence. Once again, I found myself at a secluded beach, retrieving the rewards I had just obtained. With this, I now possessed 8 cards. System, I currently have 8 second-tier fusion cards. How can I exchange them for a third-tier card? Ding! No exchange is necessary. Your cards have automatically upgraded to third-tier fusion cards. I examined the cards in my system space and discovered that they had indeed been upgraded. Clearly inscribed upon them was the ability to fuse 3 different types of chakra, as well as the option to combine 2 different types. Hey, I've been waiting for this card for quite some time. System, activate the third-tier fusion card. Ding! Please select the types of chakra to be fused. Without hesitation, I chose wind, earth, and fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the new ninjutsu. Dust release. Original realm separation technique. Ha ha ha. It has not been an easy journey. After such a long time, I have finally obtained this ninjutsu. Subsequently, I clapped my hands together to perform wood release, causing a small sapling to sprout from the ground before me. As I channeled more chakra, the sapling grew sturdier, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Gazing at the robust tree before me, I felt it was still insufficient, so I employed ice release on the tree. A thick layer of ice, half a meter deep, enveloped the entire tree. At last, I nodded in satisfaction. This tree was now at least 2 meters thick. I then drew my large blade, Shargon, and swung it fiercely at the tree. The impact reverberated through my arm, yet the tree merely sustained a minor fracture in its icy exterior. A smile of satisfaction crept across my face once more. Standing before the tree, I positioned my hands opposite each other, feeling the flow of 3 types of chakra within me. I merged and released the dust release. Original realm separation technique. A transparent triangle materialized in my palm. As I unleashed my chakra, the triangle swept outward, transforming into a triangular prism. With a flash of white light, it surged toward the tree before me. As the prism passed, clouds of dust were raised in its wake. Once the dust settled, the scene before me far exceeded my expectations. The tree remained unscathed, save for a triangular hole in its center. Precisely the size of the shape, I had just gestured with my hands. I was greatly dissatisfied. Although this technique exhibited considerable power, piercing through the tree, the size of the hole was far too small, unworthy of my efforts. However, I was now obstructed by the tree. Behind it, the surface of the sea appeared to be divided, a sight I had not witnessed. At this moment, I was still pondering ways to enhance the power of this technique, but I no longer possessed excess chakra to unleash it once more. In conclusion, while the piercing ability of this technique was commendable, its damage radius was excessively limited, requiring a significant amount of chakra. I felt that even with my current chakra reserves, I could manage no more than 3 uses at most, which was already a considerable strain. Unbeknownst to me, an entire day had elapsed. Upon returning to my companions, I entered the room only to sense an atmosphere that felt somewhat off. Luffy had 2 large bumps atop his head, and the others refrained from speaking. Nami slumped over the table, looking utterly dejected. "What happened to you all?" I inquired. "By the way, Nami, could you lend me some pocket money? I want to go buy something." As soon as the words left my mouth, everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they gestured for silence. Nami rose from the table, a wave of murderous intent emanating from her. "What did you just say?" Seeing the redness in Nami's eyes, I quickly grasped the situation and carefully replied, how about? Never mind. I just realized there's nothing I really want to buy." Chopper let out a sigh of relief, as if a crisis had been averted. I awkwardly scratched my head, poured a glass of water, and sat at the dining table, awaiting the meal. At that moment, Sanji walked in and informed us that Usopp was pondering how to return to our side. Luffy, Chopper, and Nami immediately brightened up, eager to go welcome him. However, Zoro unexpectedly adopted a serious demeanor. "No way. I forbid any of you from going to bring him back." Nami immediately protested. "Why is that?" Chopper chimed in, "Zoro, what are you doing?" Zoro shouted, "Shut up. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I want to allow you to apologize. Do you hear me, Luffy?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. While I understood Zoro's intentions, his words were rather blunt. Hey, Zoro, what are you talking about? I interjected. I said be quiet. Regardless of what happened before, since we decided on a duel, everything should be determined by the outcome. Zoro drew his sword and approached Luffy, tapping him on the head with the blade. You all better understand this. Even if this guy is a complete fool, he is still the captain. At a critical moment, disregarding the captain's orders is unacceptable. I must admit, Zoro's words struck a chord. Although Luffy had been struck on the head, he had calmed down. Indeed, as Zoro had pointed out, I had already reminded Luffy that this was not a mere game of pirate make-believe. Nami wanted to argue, but I understood her point. However, everything should wait until he returned so we could properly educate him. Zoro unsheathed his sword and thrust it into the ground with force. That doesn't excuse him for abandoning his comrades. After this battle, I hope everyone understands, this is not a game of pirates. When we encountered Akiji, Robin, Luffy, and even Law had been prepared to make sacrifices. Shouldn't that be enough to awaken him? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Nami, I must say, this green-haired guy is right this time. When Law was nearly killed, it was to buy us time to escape. Luffy even attempted to preserve our lives through dueling. Sanji's words remained unfinished, yet everyone understood. Usopp's situation was indeed excessive. Since our voyage began, we had never considered parting ways, no matter the adversity we faced. Perhaps the oath we all took when setting sail encompassed not only the pursuit of our individual dreams, but also a deeper meaning of life and death together. I looked at Sanji, thinking to myself that he was speaking beautifully now, but when we reached Cake Island, he had also suggested abandoning his comrades. What a conundrum this guy is. Noticing the heightened emotions among everyone, I cleared my throat and stood up. As everyone fell silent, knowing I had something to say, even Zoro sheathed his sword, focusing intently on me, aware that I would provide a convincing rationale. Zoro makes a valid point. However, we should also grant Usopp a chance. Here's the deal. If his first words upon returning are a heartfelt apology, then we can discuss everything further. Suddenly, my gaze shifted and a powerful chakra surged forth. Everyone present felt a sudden chill. If this guy still behaves as he did before, trying to gloss over things, then I declared I will kill him. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Hey, that is a bit extreme. ISNT it? Zoro quickly retorted. Huh? ISNT that what you meant? No. I simply meant to leave him here. I spread my hands. ISNT that essentially the same? Zoro attempted to explain, but I cut him off. Don't worry, I share your sentiments. Currently, only Zoro and I recognized Usopp's potential. This guy would undoubtedly become a formidable presence in the near future. Zoro stood beside me, trying to restrain my resolve. I pushed his hand aside and continued thus. Such a person, if not utilized by me, must be eliminated by me. Rest assured, Soren, I stand by you. Nami immediately displayed a look of disdain, gazing at Soren. You truly are pathetic. Sanji, true to his moniker, was infuriated. Chopper, you are truly disappointing. Robin, with an unsightly visage and a dark mind, exclaimed, Enough already, you rascals. I never uttered such words, nor did I intend to imply that. I merely wished to say, we won't be taking him along on the voyage. Not that I meant to eliminate him. You seasick fool, how dare you tarnish an innocent's reputation? After my interjection, the atmosphere among everyone lightened considerably. In any case, Soren was correct. Regarding Usopp, if he sincerely apologizes, we shall accept him once more. Otherwise, he must remain in Water City. Luffy donned his straw hat and plopped down on the ground, stating there are still a few days until departure, so I shall wait for him here. However, as we prepare to set sail, Usopp had yet to arrive. Although the long-nosed one was absent, Frankie's underlings had come bearing good news. Straw Hat, there's a serious issue. Come out quickly. What is it? Have you seen the new bounty notices? Your bounty is extraordinarily high. His words stirred a sense of trepidation within me. I wondered if Akiji had helped conceal my identity. I certainly did not want to be hunted. Zambai revealed a stack of bounty notices prominently featuring Straw Hat Luffy. 300 million berries, ship destroyer, light S assistance, 29. 8 billion berries, pirate hunter Soren 1. 2 billion berries, demon child Robin. 80 million berries, black leg Sanji. 77 million berries, sniper king. 30 million berries, Little Thief Nami, 16 million berries. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, Pet, 50 berries. Iron Man Frankie, 44 million berries. As I gazed at the bounty notice, I was utterly speechless. It even bore the image of the fourth Hokage, leaving me completely dumbfounded. If Akiji had not helped conceal my identity, my likeness would surely be present. Conversely, if he had, why was my name still listed? In summary, I sensed that Akiji was likely unaware of the bounty notice. Otherwise, why would he include a photo of the fourth Hokage? Upon seeing this pile of bounty notices, I was not the only one feeling vexed. Sanji was practically ready to explode. Hey, it's one thing for the seasick fool's bounty to surpass mine. But why is the algae head's bounty higher as well? And who is this person? Is this how you truly look? Speak plainly. After the commotion, Zambai indeed proposed that we take Frankie with us. Even if he had not suggested it, Luffy had no intention of letting Frankie go. However, determining how to get him on board was somewhat troublesome. Luffy, leave it to me. I'll bind him with wood release and bring him aboard. I volunteered eagerly. Brute. How disappointing. Go throw up or something. No, you all handle it yourselves. I'm going to check the ship first. Being scorned by this group left me quite displeased. Usually, they all had a plethora of nefarious ideas, yet when I proposed one, they began to ridicule me. Such shamelessness. Carrying Nami's orange tree, I was the first to arrive at the scrapyard. Mr. Iceberg, still asleep, suddenly awoke. Please continue sleeping. They're still behind. I'll rest a bit. Looking at the large object covered in cloth before me, its height was already twice that of the Going Merry. Although I had seen the new ship's design, it was said that Frankie had developed new, ingenious ideas. Perhaps the ship had undergone further transformations. Just as I was daydreaming about how magnificent the new vessel would be, Luffy and the others finally arrived. With the captain's arrival, Mr. Iceberg finally unveiled the curtain. Straw Hat, Frankie has said that if you wish to become the Pirate King, you must sail on this ship of the King of Beasts. Wow, what the heck? This looks just like the Thousand Sunny in my memory. I had such high expectations, yet this is truly disappointing. Nevertheless, it must be said that the ship was indeed massive. Its colors were vibrant, with the prow shaped like a lion's head and the anchor transformed into two adorable lion claws. Wait a moment. There really is a change. I suddenly noticed that the stern of the Thousand Sunny seemed to have transformed. Originally, the stern had a two-story round room. The first floor was a library, with a circular table in the middle surrounded by bookshelves and a row of sofas beneath the bookshelves. The second floor contained a bathroom with an enormous bathtub. I must admit Frankie was indeed meticulous. The next area was distinctly different. Descending to the lower level, there was a ladder leading to yet another level. Upon entering, I immediately recognized that this room was undoubtedly designed specifically for me. The surrounding walls were unremarkable, merely a standard wooden structure, with nothing placed in the center of the floor. Only a massive character forerun was hung on the wall. Ingeniously, at the very back, there was a small door that could be opened. Should one open it, they would directly access the outside of the ship, even plunging into the sea. In truth, it was still uncertain to whom this room belonged. However, I considered it mine due to the small pool situated beside the door. This pool was exceptionally smooth, with a drain leading straight to the ocean. Additionally, above this little pool, a thoughtful inscription read, "Vomit Pool." Clearly, this was tailored specifically for me. I truly must express my gratitude. One day, I shall deliver a well-deserved beating to that scoundrel Frankie. With a head full of black lines, I clenched my fist tightly, gritting my teeth as I said, "Thank you, you perverted scoundrel." After touring the new ship, Luffy clamored to recruit Frankie. Initially, I had considered not participating, but upon recalling that vomit pool, I felt compelled to seek revenge on that rascal. Thus, I volunteered to accompany Luffy on our journey to the back street. As we arrived at the bustling street, a building suddenly exploded. Various shouts echoed through the streets. That peculiar Frankie was indeed running about with his lower half completely exposed. I must admit, Frankie had quite the physique. However, I pondered whether he could still use it. I recalled he had a move, something like a centaur, where he could separate his legs. Was it possible that during separation, he did not detach that part as well? Watching that appendage swing back and forth as Frankie sprinted, I found the scene rather bizarre. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Wow, Ninja, what are you doing? Let go of me. I propelled Frankie forward through the streets using my shadow. His speed was evidently slower than mine, thus he was essentially forced to follow my pace. I truly must thank you. I wonder where you heard about my seasickness. Ha ha, I'm quite thoughtful, having prepared a pool just for you. A trivial matter. There is no need for your gratitude. I appreciate your intelligence. In this brief moment, I have already accompanied Frankie and dashed from the back streets directly to the derelict shipyard. With a swift halt, I carefully released the shadow mimicry technique as I approached the precipice ahead. Frankie, caught off guard by inertia, tumbled heavily to the ground. By the time Luffy arrived, my mission would be complete. The remainder would depend on how Luffy coerced him onto the ship. Upon returning to the vessel, the voice of the system echoed in my mind. A notification rang out, announcing a phase task. Utilize dust release to severely injure an enemy. Character card, Brook Moria. So soon shall I employ dust release. It appears I must hasten my practice. Primarily, mastering dust release proves to be quite challenging. Although I can now unleash it, the range of destruction remains rather limited. I recall the elder Anoki, who could eliminate multiple Uchiha Madaras would clone with a single blow. To reach such a level, it seems further contemplation is necessary. Speaking of the elder Anoki, I suddenly remembered his ability to fly. If I could master such an aerial skill, it would be akin to gaining wings. My current method of chakra release allows me to barely lift off the ground, yet it is not particularly kind to my feet. Why, I wonder, could the elder fly? Is it related to dust release? Just as I pondered this, I sensed a large ship approaching from 2 kilometers away. I quickly confirmed with Baiwa, and to my astonishment, Luffy's grandfather was heading our way. Hey Luffy, hurry. Your grandfather seems intent on coming to confront us. Wait, wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't pursue us? Who knows? It appears we must remain vigilant. I turned to Frankie, who was clutching his lower half, rolling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Luffy tossed him a pair of swim trunks, saying, Frankie, come aboard my ship. The bear man grinned. Ha, such a fine vessel. To be entrusted to you amateurs who only know how to patch things up, I truly feel uneasy. Very well, I shall begrudgingly take on the role of shipwright. While we were immersed in the excitement of acquiring a new ship and new companions, an untimely loudspeaker blared in the distance. Hey Luffy, this is Grandpa. Please respond, over. The voice of Old Man Carp, amplified, became extraordinarily intimidating, akin to an electromagnetic cannon bombarding our ears. I understood that he was merely putting on a show. He could never truly bring himself to harm us. However, once struck by his haki-infused cannonballs, I realized that even if he intended to jest, his formidable haki was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Hey Luffy, we need to run. Your grandfather seems serious. Luffy nodded, and Nami, Zoro, and Sanji began to methodically raise the sails in preparation for departure. Yet, they appeared hesitant, seemingly waiting for someone. I quickly deduced that Usopp had not yet boarded. It seemed we were destined to confront Old Man Carp head-on. I leaped into the sea, employing the water release, water transformation technique, successfully transforming into a colossal water creature matching the height of the new ship. I managed to withstand several rounds of Carp's cannon fire. Hey Hikari, can you hold on? To be honest, Old Man Carp is no joke. Although his cannonballs seem unimpressive, I know well that those haki-infused projectiles are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to resist. Damn it, Luffy. Your grandfather is out for blood. I can't endure this bombardment for long. We need to find that heartless one, bring him along, and make our escape. As I spoke, I deflected a few cannonballs with my sword, Samahata. However, Samahata proved uncooperative. After a few deflections, it began to stab at my hand. Fortunately, in my water form, I would not bleed. Seeing my enormous form, Old Man Carp ceased holding back. Haki coiled around a cannonball and hurled it toward me. This projectile clearly aimed to intimidate, disguised as an ordinary cannonball, but I quickly recognized the haki-infused attack. Let us not forget, my Byakugan can perceive the presence of haki. My gigantic body swiftly formed hand seals, ice shield, ice wall technique. With that, as chakra surged through me, my formerly liquid form started to solidify. Even against Old Man Carp's haki-infused explosive, it merely left a significant dent on my left leg. I smirked. How about that, old man? Kid, your defense is impressive. Now, let us see how you handle this. With that, a massive iron ball appeared behind him, its diameter at least 5 to 6 meters. Not to mention its weight. The enemy ship beneath Carp's feet began to sink, the waterline nearly level with the deck. Goodness, how heavy could it be? This strike may very well be unmanageable on the water. However, if I cannot withstand it, I shall redirect it or cleave it apart. Currently, I ponder what techniques I might use to repel this iron ball. Alas, I found none. The almighty push or universal pull could potentially work, but I lack the Rinnegan to activate such skills. This is truly a dire situation. It seemed my only option to cleave through the iron ball would involve dust release. However, I have yet to fully master it. If, like before, I could only create a small hole, that would be quite embarrassing. What to do? Suddenly, in a fraction of a second, inspiration struck. Of course, I have this technique. Without time for excitement, I initiated it with 0 frames. Summoning technique, Kurama, beast transformation. Quickly, with the cooperation of the 9 tails, I instantly entered my tailed beast form. Just as I was engaging in this transformation, the immense iron ball was nearly upon me. I was not idle. I gathered energy in my mouth, intertwining blue and red chakra. Ultimately, in a maw of my tailed beast form, I completed the condensation and compression. Tailed beast bomb. I swallowed the compressed tailed beast bomb, and an overwhelming urge to vomit surged through me. My stomach convulsed, and even my abdominal muscles began to contract. Just as the iron ball was about to land on my head, I released the powerful tailed beast bomb. It collided directly with the gigantic iron ball. The immense recoil sent me crashing into the sea. The force of the recoil was tremendous, and the impact was even greater. The colossal iron ball weighed at least several dozen tons, yet upon colliding with my tailed beast bomb, flying directly in the opposite direction, I crashed heavily onto the distant surface of the sea. The ensuing waves were so immense that they nearly capsized the old gentleman's warship. In contrast, the sunny behind me remained unaffected, as I had frozen the surrounding waters. Although the waves were formidable, they merely shattered the ice layer, leaving the vessel unscathed. After delivering that strike, I intended to boast a little to the old man, only to find someone even more boastful than me. Grandfather. There was also that other person. My tailed beast ball sent the enormous iron sphere soaring, prompting Luffy to start calling out to the other side. Grandfather and that other person, don't forget their names. It was truly delightful to see you all again. Turning around, I noticed that the sails of the Sunny had been furled. Usopp had also boarded the ship, seemingly ready to make a swift exit. In an instant, I returned to the deck. Hey, Frankie, have you decided on a name for the ship? Frankie wore a look of despondence, resembling a wronged bride. Chopper raised his little hand, joyfully declaring, "The ship shall be named Wanliangwang." I chuckled heartily, teasing Frankie, "Oh, Frankie, you've really outdone yourself with that name. It's far superior to mine. Kazuki, what name did you choose?" I'm thinking of calling it the Lion Violent Gang Champion." Frankie's eyes nearly bulged out upon hearing my chosen name. No wonder he was so astonished. It was the name he had conceived. I spoke it merely to annoy him. Sure enough, upon hearing it, everyone displayed disdainful expressions. "Nami, what's that?" I expected a grander name. "Zoro, as expected, your imagination has its limits." "Sanji, no wonder, considering this fellow probably lost his mind while sailing." I elongated my face and bared my teeth, exclaiming, "Quit your rambling." That name was conceived by Frankie. Robin stifled a laugh, while the others appeared entirely unconvinced. Frankie, too, bore an expression as if he had no connection to the matter. My frustration mounted. I initially aimed to annoy Frankie, only to find myself on the receiving end of ridicule. What a disheartening situation. With Luffy's command, "Let the wind propel us," the Sunny soared into the sky, gliding gracefully. Frankie, rubbing his nose, smugly proclaimed, "Though it consumes 3 barrels of cola, it can fly for 1 kilometer. It can perform the same feats as the Mary you previously sailed on. Truly impressive. I'm mused that if we could lighten the ship's weight, we could fly even further." Suddenly, a revelation struck me like a thunderbolt. I realized the reason why the old man, Anoki, could fly. It was the art of weight manipulation. How could I have forgotten such a simple concept? With this technique, I could take the Sunny wherever I desired, potentially even to Raftel without issue. Excellent. It seems I must devote time to mastering this art. As we celebrated our new ship and companions, the world trembled under the weight of our bounties. On Smoker's side, who is this blonde-haired fellow? Why does it bear Kazuki's name? Are the Navy's photographers completely useless? Smoker-san, have you seen his bounty? It's 29. 8 billion, just a hair below Straw Hat Luffy. Fool. This fellow's strength has long surpassed that of Straw Hat Luffy. Such a bounty is entirely justified. On Mihawk's side, he rowed his small boat, examining the bounty notice in his hand. Kazuki, finally, here it is. He flipped through, and unsurprisingly, came across the bounty of the 4th Hokage. Mihawk furrowed his brow. This Kazuki, why do I feel he doesn't look like this? On Akiji's side, Ship Destroyer? Ah, indeed a fitting title. Yet, the bounty amounts suggest they have not yet grasped the true danger this fellow poses. Kong, having just bid farewell to his grandson and in good spirits, overheard Akiji muttering and quickly inquired, "What is this? You seem to hold Kazuki in high regard." "Ah, I didn't say that. I merely have fought against him." "Ha ha. Then by your logic, what bounty would be appropriate for him?" Akiji reclined slowly in his chair, gently donning his eye mask. 1 billion. Ha ha. That truly is impressive. In a corner, Kuro and that other fellow were completely petrified. Hey, did you hear that? Admiral Akiji actually stated that Kazuki's bounty should be at least 1 billion. No way, really? Is that fellow that formidable? Considering the Admiral's words, it seems Kazuki and Akiji have already battled. This should be a fair assessment. Goodness, this is astonishing. I've never heard of such a high bounty. On Blackbeard's side, haha, Straw Hat Luffy, his bounty has risen so high. It seems we should choose him this time. Hey, Captain, why does this Kazuki fellow sound so familiar? Oh, does it matter? We'll take them all out in one fell swoop. Who would have thought such a small pirate crew would amass a total bounty of 10 billion? Truly remarkable. However, their conversation was overheard by a bare-chested man on the roof. Who are you just saying you would take out? On a certain island, Blackbeard and his crew gazed at the bounties of the entire Straw Hat crew, deciding to set out for a raid. Ha! The Straw Hats are in Water 7, right? Indeed, Captain. Not far from here. Right within our range. Ha! Those poor souls have truly bad luck. Ha! Let us set off to claim the heads of the Straw Hats and negotiate with the government. At this moment, a somber voice resonated from above. Hey, who are you just saying you would take the heads of? Blackbeard turned around, his face filled with astonishment. Oh, Ace Captain, on the Sunny. The celebratory feast had lasted all afternoon. Having feasted and drunk to my heart's content, I returned to the training room to develop the art of weight manipulation. While I had some understanding of this ninjutsu, the challenge lay in the hand seals required. Sigh, if only I had Hashirama's abilities. A clap of my hands, and whatever I desire would manifest. Why not give it a try? I'll give it a shot. After all, what is there to lose? Thus, I channeled the chakra within my body, primarily focusing on Earth-type chakra. Clapping my hands together, I sensed the flow of chakra within me. Ninjutsu, art of weight manipulation. No response. How peculiar. What could be the issue? Never mind, I should consult someone. Summoning technique. Hey, little one, long time no see. QB, I have a question. After expressing my doubts to the QB, he admitted that he had no solutions either. After all, he rarely employed ninjutsu. So this technique involving hand seals was not his forte. Well, it seems I can only await the rewards bestowed by the system. After sending QB away, I reclined on the deck, as it was my turn to keep watch. The blooming of Baiwa allowed me to survey a 3-kilometer radius with clarity. Gazing at the twinkling stars above, I suddenly noticed one dimming. I recalled someone mentioning that when a star extinguishes, it signifies a death. I wonder if such notions hold any weight in the world of pirates. Suddenly, my brow furrowed as a thought resurfaced. How is Ace faring? I settled cross-legged once more to sense Ace's presence, yet I found nothing. This is bad. The vastness of the pirate world rendered it impossible to locate Ace amidst the islands that lay far apart. However, the earlier dimming star filled me with unease. Could it be that Ace has truly gone after Blackbeard? I had warned him before. Surely, he wouldn't meet a disastrous defeat. Although my concern was palpable, I had no means to assist him at that moment. Wait a moment, It seems Luffy possesses Ace's Vivre card. Ah, Itruliema a genius. Stealthily, I approached Luffy and retrieved Ace's Vivre card from beneath his hat. Indeed, the edges of the card had begun to smolder, and it had shrunk considerably. It appeared that Ace was indeed in peril. Realizing that Ace must have clashed with Blackbeard, I resolved to lend my aid, especially since I harbored personal grievances against Blackbeard. Tearing off a small piece of the card, I quietly exited the room, leaving a shadow clone aboard the ship. My true self headed toward Ace's direction. Guided by the Vivre card, flying consumes chakra, so I opted to utilize the body flicker technique to sprint across the ocean surface. Even so, it took the entire night before I finally sighted an island. Checking the Vivre card once more, I confirmed that Ace was indeed on this island. I settled at the edge of the shore, resting to recover my chakra while contemplating my strategy. From the Baiwa, I noticed a dying bonfire in the island's center, beside which lay 5 individuals, yet Ace was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Ace had been vanquished by Blackbeard? No, that couldn't be right. The Vivre card was still moving, indicating that Ace was alive. Indeed, I soon spotted Ace in a distant pit. I gazed at the sun, which had begun to rise in the distance, mentally strategizing my objectives for this venture. First, to rescue Ace. Second, to reclaim the Gura no Mi. If possible, it would be best to eliminate Blackbeard and his crew right here, thus sparing myself considerable trouble. Excellent. Having made my decision, I hastily devised a battle plan. Blackbeard's abilities are notably tricky, akin to Pain's Rinnegan. Standard ninjutsu holds little efficacy against him. Of course, aside from inflicting pain, it is challenging to deal any fatal damage. If all else fails, I could resort to Doton, effectively causing him excruciating pain. Oh right, isn't he supposed to have an extraordinary threshold for pain? In that case, I shall employ Tsukuyami. Wait, Tsukuyami is a mental attack, and there are 5 opponents. It would be impossible to incapacitate them all instantaneously. Moreover, Tsukuyami requires the target to gaze into my eyes to be cast. Should the enemy be prepared, I would be at a disadvantage. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me, and I formed a plan. So this is Blackbeard's crew. Prepare to meet your demise. With both hands forming seals, I, stationed at the shore, recognized that this would undoubtedly be a protracted battle. Thus, I silently completed the required seals for Shadow Clone Technique, conjuring 3 clones to assist in refining my Senjutsu chakra. Following this, I clapped my hands together, summoning Wood Clone. I produced 5 Wood Clones, each possessing considerable strength and resilience. With them, I could engage Blackbeard's crew, ensuring a one-on-one confrontation. Of course, one of them would advance towards Ace. Although Ace appeared to be shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, I, not being a devil fruit user, need not worry about being restrained. Once more, I formed seals for water release. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the entire island, shrouding the already dim light of dawn. Under the cover of the dense mist, I stealthily approached Blackbeard's crew, just as I was within 10 meters of them. The bullet grazed my cheek without warning, sending a chill down my spine. It had come perilously close to striking my face. Blackbeard stirred awake, muttering, Hey, what is going on? He had sensed a killing intent, though it seemed he dismissed it as merely a figment of his imagination. Why is the fog so thick around here? Beiji scratched his head. There's no one around. It must be your imagination. Poison Q took a swig of his drink. In such heavy fog, it's best to sleep a little longer. Blackbeard scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and thus settled back down comfortably. At that moment, concealed behind a great tree, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I hadn't anticipated their vigilance to be so acute. Van Oka, as a sniper, is indeed sensitive to killing intent. Unfortunately, I lacked Doton. Otherwise, I could have approached them from below and caught them off guard. Now, it was too late for regrets. In that case, I ordered my clones to encircle the Blackbeard crew, halting 20 meters away from them. Shadow imitation technique. 5 dark shadows, like agile serpents, swiftly closed in on the unsuspecting adversaries. Suddenly, one figure darted aside, successfully evading the shadows on the ground. The remaining 4 shadows managed to restrain the other 4 members. Who? I grinned menacingly, stepping forth from the mist to confront the man with white wings at his back, exclaiming, "You are Luffy, quite impressive to evade my attack." The other members of Blackbeard's crew shouted in protest, clearly displeased by my ambush. Paying no heed to their curses, I manipulated Van Oka to lift his weapon and fire 3 shots at Luffy. Luffy's form flashed as he swiftly sidestepped, appearing directly before me. His staff pierced my throat. However, such an attack bore no consequence for a wood clone. The clone lost its color, transforming into a mere wooden stump. Yet, Van Oka's gun fired once more, this time targeting Beiji's, Poison Q, and Blackbeard. Under the control of shadow imitation technique, the 3 could not move an inch. After each received 3 shots, they collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. My clone approached them, activating Kamui, and transported the trio into the Kamui dimension. In a critical moment, Luffy delivered a kick to Blackbeard's body, successfully interrupting my transfer. I too was not idle. At the instant Luffy completed his kick, the technique of instantaneous movement was initiated, and I found myself directly before La Fate. A flash of crimson light ignited in my eyes as I invoked the moon reading. La Fate's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Within the realm of Shenwei, I executed the wood release intertwining technique. Fan Ao Ga, Du Gui, and Ba Jie Si each fell victim to 3 of my wooden spike assaults. The moment these spikes pierced their bodies, they began to grow wildly, expanding within them before erupting outward. The trio writhed in agony on the ground, yet this only exacerbated their wounds, causing the spikes to penetrate even deeper. While these 3 were ensnared in the Shenwei space, my clones hastened to the seaside, swiftly relocating them and casting them into the ocean. Upon completing this task, the clones dissipated, and I received feedback from my original form, confirming that the operation had succeeded. Blackbeard lay on the ground, bewildered. "Who are you? Why have you attacked us? What have you done with my companions?" I sauntered toward Blackbeard, a smirk playing on my lips. "Ah, you truly are a forgetful one. Even I had forgotten. What a pity. Let me show you something that should clarify matters." Pressing a finger to my eye, I spread my eyelids with 2 fingers, causing 3 pentagrams to whirl in my pupils. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames enveloped La Fate's body. Although he had lost consciousness, the searing pain jolted him awake, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Blackbeard, startled, gazed at the flickering flames, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suddenly, it seemed a realization struck him, and his eyes widened. "Black flames. So it is you." I clapped my hands, mockingly exclaiming, "Congratulations, you finally remembered me. I bear no grudge against you. Why treat my companions this way?" Upon hearing this, my gaze hardened, and I glared at the hulking figure before me. "Nogadai, how can you utter such words? What about my Gura no Mi?" Upon hearing the name of the fruit, Blackbeard finally recognized my identity. In fact, our first encounter had been after I had transformed, and now I was presenting my true form. It was not his fault he had failed to recognize me immediately, for although I had just employed a familiar technique, the difference in appearance left him uncertain. Only when I mentioned the Gura no Mi did he confirm my identity. To my surprise, this scoundrel laughed heartily instead of being alarmed. The Gura no Mi? Haven't I already given it to you? Why are you asking for it back? Are you trying to renege on the deal?" His words ignited my fury. Even now, he dared to speak such nonsense. The Gura no Mi he had given me was merely an ordinary fruit. Though it bore some resemblance, it was by no means a genuine devil fruit. My dear fellow, you're mistaken. At that time, you had already tested the Gura no Mi. To claim it as fake now is rather deceitful. Seeing the mockery etched on his face fueled my rage. This bastard intended to renege on the deal. My eyes narrowed as I wasted no time, launching 2 shuriken at him. Unexpectedly, he seized the opportunity while I spoke, utilizing the cover of the dense fog to surreptitiously unleash the powers of the Yami no Mi. With a mere gesture, he absorbed my shuriken into his dark space. I was taken aback. What was happening? I had not engaged with Blackbeard's shadow imitation technique. How could he move so freely? Before I could comprehend the situation, A heavy blow struck my head, sending my body uncontrollably flying sideways, crashing into a large tree. Soon after, a cloud of black smoke erupted from Blackbeard's back, engulfing the surrounding area. Struggling to raise my head, I realized the attack had come too swiftly. In an effort to conserve chakra, I had deactivated my Sharingan after using Amaterasu. Now, I was paying dearly for my oversight. Turning my gaze, I was astonished to see Luffy launching an assault against me. Although I had controlled Blackbeard's body, I was unable to restrain him from unleashing the powers of his fruit. He had stealthily extinguished the Amaterasu flames engulfing Luffy. I had to admit, Luffy's kick was tremendously powerful. My head throbbed as if it might shatter. Yet, this left me perplexed. How had Luffy awakened from the moon reading? Previously, CP9's Debula had succumbed to my technique, collapsing into a state of utter despair, unable to resist any longer. How had he managed to escape? My mind raced with countless questions as I fixated on Luffy. He swung his cane, approaching Blackbeard, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Captain. I did not expect this fellow to possess Haushika Haki. Fortunately, he does not yet know how to wield it. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to rise." In truth, when I first encountered him, I was unaware of his capabilities. It seems we are facing formidable foes. It is best to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they may become a lingering threat. Indeed, their dialogue was laden with significance, leaving me utterly bewildered as to whom they were referring. My mind clouded with questions, I managed to rise once more. The injuries from that last kick had already healed. Facing these two opponents, it was clear that I could no longer afford to conserve chakra. Clapping my hands together, I unleashed the wood release, eternal binding. Delicate branches sprouted rapidly from beneath the feet of the two adversaries, ensnaring Blackbeard's legs. Luffy, unaware of the situation, swiftly retreated several meters the moment the branches appeared, narrowly evading my attack. The branches that ensnared Blackbeard continued to grow robustly, culminating in the emergence of a towering tree behind him, firmly trapping his body. I observed Blackbeard struggle in vain. The more he fought, the tighter the constraints became, until his entire head was engulfed by the tree. Having previously retreated, Luffy advanced once more, drawing forth his cane, which transformed into a long blade, relentlessly slicing at the branches binding Blackbeard. Futile, I bellowed, accelerating the output of my wood-release chakra. The branches he severed grew even sturdier than before. Subsequently, I altered my hand signs, instantaneously switching the nature of my chakra. Dust release, world separation technique. A blinding white light ignited between my hands, forming a transparent triangle aimed at the tree-shrouded Blackbeard. Luffy, lacking understanding of the technique's power, contemplated intervening. However, this move was one of penetrating damage. The triangle morphed into a triangular prism, piercing through Luffy's shoulder and swiftly traversing the great tree behind him. As the white light passed, all was obliterated. Luffy coughed up blood, turning to gaze at the wound on his shoulder, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he was quietly astonished. Fortunately, I had just acted a tad slowly. Otherwise, that strike would have landed squarely on my head, and I would undoubtedly have been incapacitated on the spot. At this moment, it seemed I remembered that my captain was still behind me, so I hurried over to inquire about his condition. Captain, are you all right?" "Yet." No sound came in response. Only the blood that continuously flowed from the tree trunk seemed to provide an answer. Just as I was preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Haihozi, I suddenly felt my body sinking. In fact, I had already begun to sink. I just hadn't noticed while I was activating my wood-release technique. This was due to the visual distortion caused by the floating terrain on the opposite side. Therefore, I paid it no mind, but now it seemed my line of sight had already dropped by half. Looking down, I was alarmed. The very spot where I had been standing was now engulfed in darkness. Moreover, my legs had completely vanished into the black hole, and I was sinking at an ever-increasing rate. I was finished. I had fallen into Haihozi's dark fruit ability. This fiend intended to draw me in. However, trapped within the black hole, I found myself utterly unable to leverage any strength. My chakra erupted from beneath my feet in a desperate attempt to resist the descent. Then, I heard a burst of laughter. Hee hee, I can't believe it. WhoJoined is still alive. Without time to ponder further, I sensed a flying thunder god mark nearby. My figure flickered, and I escaped the black hole. When I halted to assess the situation, my legs had been crushed down to mere bone. Strangely, I felt no pain at all. Could it be that WhoJoined's black hole had rendered me devoid of sensation? How could this be? In a state of shock and anger, I found myself unable to stand and could only lie on the ground. I unleashed my healing technique to its fullest extent. Meanwhile, WhoJoined's laughter grew louder. Hee hee, I can't control you at all. I'm starting to really like you. Young man, how about becoming my partner? Spare me nonsense. I suggest you return the Tunton fruit to me, or else. I was baffled as to why this guy, despite being hit by my dust release, had not met his demise. Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed he was not severely injured. How could that be? My assault was designed to fully inflict the destructive force of dust release. Even a simple attack from my wood release should have been enough to send this old coot packing. I watched as a figure slowly emerged from the great tree. Who else could it be but WhoJoined? Hee, young man, what are you going to do now? Hey, are you a fool? Have you not noticed that your 3 companions have already vanished? Nanny, WhoJoined quickly turned around, only to see his 3 comrades lying motionless on the ground. Thinking it was merely a false alarm, WhoJoined prepared to mock me. Little did he expect that as I uttered a single command, a plume of white smoke erupted from the 3 bodies, and they vanished from sight. You bastard, what have you done? WhoJoined finally panicked. In truth, when I had pulled those 3 into the Kamui space, I had used a shadow clone to transform into their likeness, lying still in their place. Meanwhile, the real trio had already been tossed into the sea, likely to perish without a trace. Hee hee, it's futile to explain this to you. Now, hand over the Tunton fruit promptly. You bastard, that was my hard-earned comrade. WhoJoined extended his hands towards me, with a swirling darkness in his palms, which was expected to generate a formidable gravitational pull. However, I had no devil fruit abilities to speak of. Even if he attempted to draw me in, it would be in vain. Nevertheless, to create the illusion of being drawn towards him, I feigned compliance while keeping my back turned. Unbeknownst to him, my eyes had already shifted in hue. Sage mode. I formed hand seals once more. Raikiri. Immediately, I pivoted and dashed forward, closing the distance to WhoJoined. The man was quite tall, and my jump was insufficient, forcing me to aim for his abdomen with my Raikiri. The intense lightning chakra radiated with electric brilliance, effortlessly piercing through WhoJoined's belly. My entire arm sank into him, and seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I pressed my palm against his abdomen, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark. Just as I was about to revel in my success, I realized I could not extract my arm. Looking up, I found WhoJoined grinning wickedly at me. This was not good. I had been careless. I had fallen into his trap. It turned out that WhoJoined was aware of my ruse and had formed a black vortex on his body, prepared to absorb my attack at any moment. I had mistakenly assumed that WhoJoined's ability would not permit him to corporealize. Thus, it had not occurred to me that even without corporealization, he could negate physical attacks by establishing a black hole in advance. I hastily braced my feet against WhoJoined's large belly, releasing chakra as if it were free. Locking eyes with WhoJoined, I activated Tsukuyami. WhoJoined had not anticipated that my legs would recover so swiftly, nor that I would dare to use a mental attack against him. Seizing the moment while he was dazed, I swiftly retreated, maintaining a distance of 15 meters between us. WhoJoined lay on the ground, twitching, and soon a dark red glow emanated from his head. His previously rolled back eyes returned to normal. Indeed, it's Conqueror's Haki. Young man with such strength, why remain a bounty hunter? Join me in overturning the world. Damn it, this old coot is truly insane. After I have beaten him so thoroughly, he still wishes for me to be his partner. Is he out of his mind? And why does he equate my Tsukuyami with Conqueror's Haki? The two are not even of the same nature. Conqueror's Haki is far more powerful than Tsukuyami. If he truly possessed it, he would have dispatched both of them long ago. As I pondered, I turned to look around. Where's Luffy? At that moment of distraction, a bullet pierced through the back of my head, exiting through my forehead. I hadn't even registered what was happening when a voice exclaimed from behind me. Huh? I got shot, yet I'm still alive? Clearly, this fellow's observation hockey was top-notch. Gee, Captain, we are here. Just as I contemplated finding Luffy, I sensed Van Oka, Poison Q, and Bai is closing in behind me. Despite being bloodied, those three were still alive. Van Oka even managed to shoot me in the head, but thankfully, I had used Kimui to phase my body, or else I would have been in serious trouble. Even so, Van Oka's hockey-infused bullet still caused my head to feel heavy. Moaha, young man, it's now 5 against 1. Are you certain you wish to continue fighting? Without needing to turn around, I gazed at the 5 figures gradually surrounding me, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. These individuals possessed an unexpectedly high level of resilience. The 3 individuals, who had clearly fallen victim to my grafting technique, were unceremoniously cast into the sea. Remarkably, they not only survived but were also rescued, appearing merely a touch weakened. Just as tensions escalated between us, a voice resonated through the air, proclaiming, "Chout Doma Die." It should be noted that the odds were actually 5 against 2. The crowd turned to discover Ace rising to his feet. Although his hands were bound behind his back, his gaze remained resolute as he looked at me. It was then I realized that the flying thunder god mark I had sensed earlier was indeed on Ace. As I retreated to his side, I inadvertently roused him from his stupor. Despite his frail state, he had intended to assist me in my battle against Blackbeard. Though he had been unable to find an opportunity until now, with me surrounded, I had hoped that, despite lacking the powers of a devil fruit, my individual combat prowess could at least hold off one of our adversaries. In an instant, I appeared beside Ace, placing a hand on his shoulder to activate my technique. Ace vanished from sight, and shortly thereafter, so did I. Raphael was the first to react, urgently warning, "Captain, danger." Yet, his warning came too late. I materialized before Blackbeard. My formidable blade, Sharkskin, appearing out of thin air and slicing through Blackbeard's abdomen. The air was filled with his agonized screams. After executing this strike, I vanished once more. The crew rushed to Blackbeard's side, inquiring about their captain's condition. Perched atop a tree, I drew forth several kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, launching them toward Blackbeard. Raphael, wielding his staff blade, deflected them with a flurry of clangs, while Van Oka fired his gun, causing the kunai to be repelled. A slight smile crept across my face as, in the next moment, Sharkskin vanished, and Kusanagi was drawn across my chest, chakra crackling with electricity. I then disappeared again into the branches. Upon returning to my vantage point, I discovered another presence on the ground, specifically a person who had lost an arm. "Duku, are you all right?" I inquired, gazing down upon the individual with a severed limb. To my surprise, before I could deliver a mocking retort, Duku erupted into laughter. "Huh, you just had to touch me, didn't you? Huh, seems your luck has run out." It dawned on me that I had indeed fallen into a trap. My body began to undergo a transformation. Muscles contracted, and I stared at myself in horror. Disbelief etched across my face. What have you done to me? In mere moments, my form was irrevocably altered. My once robust muscles had slackened, my waist had thinned, and my chest had softened. The small appendage that had been of some utility had vanished entirely. The expressions of those around me shifted to one of peculiar, lascivious delight. Who would have thought? You've turned into a woman, and quite a pretty one at that. In disbelief, I groped at my lower body, realizing with a shock that it was indeed gone. In my moment of panic, I was struck by 3 bullets from Van Oka. Beijis seized a stout tree and swung it with force against my abdomen. My body flew uncontrollably backward, blood erupting from my mouth. This was it. After my transformation, I could no longer utilize my technique, and my body was incapable of phasing. The chakra within me was inaccessible, as Blackbeard's dark smoke threatened to ensnare me. I hastily produced an explosive tag and cast it to the ground without a second thought. Thankfully, the explosion obscured their view and halted Blackbeard's abilities. Seizing the opportunity, I turned and sprinted toward the shore. That wretched Q had transformed me into a woman. Such a power I had only witnessed in the hands of the king of transvestites. I never imagined this fellow could wield such a gift. Yet I recalled that Q was a doctor. How could this have happened? Could it be that he had poisoned me? The more I pondered, the more it made sense. If I had indeed been poisoned, there was hope. With the support of Hashirama cells, I might not achieve immunity to all toxins, but I could gradually decompose and assimilate them, albeit over a prolonged period. Upon reaching the shore, I plunged into the depths of the sea. Just as I prepared to utilize the Hashirama cells to absorb the poison within me, my body began to transform upon contact with the seawater. How could I have forgotten? Regardless of one's strength, the powers of a devil fruit are rendered ineffective in seawater. My form reverted to its original state, and the flow of chakra within me surged once more. After resurfacing, I released Ace from the space of my technique. "Hey, big brother, how are you feeling? Can you still move?" I inquired. "Guangjiju, how did you end up here? What did that scoundrel teach?" "Apologies, I have yet to defeat him. I nearly fell victim to him just moments ago. By the way, what's the deal with these handcuffs? Is there a key?" While I instructed my clone to heal Ace, I also focused on restoring my chakra. Ace sat upon the ground, sighing. "There's likely no key. That fiend Teach acquired these from an unknown source. His abilities are quite peculiar. I recall mentioning to you that Teach has grown stronger, even without a devil fruit. His combat prowess surpasses yours." Ace fell silent, and his expression revealed only a sense of resentment, devoid of any hint of regret. "So, big brother, what do you plan to do next?" "I haven't quite figured that out yet. I can't return to father without dealing with Teach. I have no face to show. How about you come back with me to Luffy's side? Everyone would be delighted to see you." Ace smiled faintly. "I think I'll pass on visiting Luffy. I once told him that our next meeting would be at the pinnacle of piracy, and this isn't the right time." I understood Ace's predicament. He had ventured out with the intention of confronting Teach, but had nearly lost his life in the process, making his reluctance to return quite reasonable. "Perhaps you should visit Shanks instead. You could discuss matters regarding Luffy, and also seek to learn something." Ace was taken aback, unsure of what I meant by learning something. Observing his bewilderment, I gently elaborated. "In light of this battle, you should realize that individual combat strength is not solely derived from devil fruit abilities. It is equally about the mastery of haki." Ace stared blankly at the ground, seemingly processing my words. "Among the four emperors, Shanks possesses the most formidable command of haki. Should you visit him, not only could you rid yourself of those handcuffs, but you would also learn to wield haki effectively. Once you grow stronger, confronting Teach will surely pose no issue." With that, I rose and began to walk toward the woods. "Where are you going?" I turned and smiled, determined to settle the score with that rascal, Tiki, who still owed me a devil fruit. Without granting Ace the chance to voice his objections, I swiftly utilized Mokutan to craft a small vessel, tossing him aboard and sending him drifting into the vast ocean. Ace shouted excitedly at me, and although I felt a twinge of reluctance, after all, my elder brother was indeed a man of integrity, I silently urged him on. "Brother, go seek out Hongfa. You are, after all, the son of Roger. Hongfa will undoubtedly be willing to teach you the ways of haki, so you can set off with peace of mind." Ace, floating afar, called out to me, but the distance rendered his words indistinct. With the boat now set adrift, I had also healed from all my injuries. This time, I was determined to ensure that Tiki, that old scoundrel, would reap what he sowed. I transformed into Ace's likeness and soared into the sky, soon spotting Blackbeard and his crew. To my surprise, that rascal had actually tried to escape by ship. Hovering above them, I called out, "Hey Tiki, you think you can run away?" The expressions on their faces morphed into sheer terror. "Ace, how is this possible? You can fly? And how did you break free from your shackles?" I had no intention of answering his queries. Gaton, Gaki no Hutsu. A colossal fireball plummeted from the heavens, leaving Tiki no time to unleash his powers. The fireball was about to obliterate their ship when Bagus opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. "Crap, that's hot." The power of the suck fruit. Goodness, that rascal had actually fed Bagus the suck fruit. "Tiki, you scoundrel." I plunged into the sea. "Hey, what's happening with Ace? Is he attempting to take his own life?" As a power wielder, to jump into the ocean voluntarily, it seemed he was indeed prepared for self-destruction. It's hot. Could it be that upon witnessing my abilities, he felt hopeless and chose to end his life? Regardless, let this With Ace dead, Whitebeard will not let this slide easily. Our immediate priority is to locate the Straw Hat crew and negotiate with the government using their heads as leverage. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, I utilized the Sway-Un technique to violently lift their ship. The vessel split in two, and aside from the flying Lafitte, everyone else tumbled into the sea. In their panic, Lafitte managed to grab hold of Tiki's leg, barely rescuing Blackbeard in the process. Standing upon the water's surface, I furiously addressed the old scoundrel. Tiki, this day next year will mark your demise. Suiton, Suiridan no Jutsu. A massive water dragon erupted from my back, roaring as it surged toward Blackbeard, who was too stunned to react. With wings sprouting from his back, Lafitte desperately dodged in the air. However, the water dragon, summoned from the ocean, possessed an extraordinary force. It was colossal, relentlessly pursuing the both of them. Futile. You might as well await your end. Just as I prepared to unleash another torrent of water, I suddenly felt my feet sink downward. Upon fully submerging, I realized it was that rascal, Van Oka, who had grabbed my legs and yanked me into the depths. Such a trick could never be my undoing. Ignoring the flailing fool, I summoned my chakra and soared back into the sky. Suiton Daibaku Susho. Just before releasing this ninjutsu, I sensed the mark of the flying thunder god and instantly appeared beside Blackbeard. In an instant, boundless seawater enveloped the three of us, expanding outward from my center. A vast oval-shaped domain submerged us completely. Blackbeard and Lafitte stared at me in shock, utterly bewildered by my sudden appearance and the immense volume of water I was expelling. The sea proved to be a formidable adversary for these power wielders. Blackbeard released a bubble of air and rolled his eyes back as his body sank. Yet, this technique also inflicted damage upon me. After all, I was not like Kisame, capable of breathing through my gills. Controlling the oval sea domain to descend to the ocean's surface, I watched as Blackbeard and Lafitte gradually sank. Only then did I release the ninjutsu, collapsing onto the water and gasping for breath. Before I could expel the water from my mouth, the ocean's surface suddenly froze. Just as I was about to be encased in ice, I felt a force kick me away. In my airborne tumble, I caught sight of a silhouette, an exposed back adorned with a cross tattoo. Ace. My body crashed onto a wooden vessel. The sea was instantly frozen, and Ace became a statue of ice. Even the small boat I landed upon was encased in frost. Thankfully, Ace granted me a moment's reprieve. After landing, I unleashed a surge of chakra and ascended back into the sky, glaring furiously at the figure responsible. Akiji, do you wish to die? Alala. Why such hostility towards me? Have you forgotten the terms we agreed upon? His words momentarily stunned me. Indeed, I had promised him something to ensure my comrade's escape. However, I had not anticipated his swift arrival. But my fight with Blackbeard has nothing to do with our agreement. Akiji, gazing up at me, found it somewhat strenuous to converse. So he promptly elevated himself to my level. Yet, while I soared through the sky, he stood upon an iceberg. After assessing the height between us, he nodded in satisfaction and spoke slowly. Ace and I were adrift on a small boat, swaying upon the ocean's surface. Ace, are you all right? Ace rubbed his head. Although a few ribs were fractured, he could still move with difficulty. By the way, how do my shackles come undone? To this, I realized that the key to his shackles had indeed been given by Akiji just moments prior. A few minutes ago, Ace and the entire sea had been encased in ice. Hey, Akiji, my battle with Blackbeard doesn't count as a breach of our agreement, does it? Are you here to take me away? Alala, can't you be a bit more courteous? Besides, if you truly want to run, it wouldn't be easy for me to take you. Oh, spare me the flattery. I have business to settle with Blackbeard. Adada, that one do. In any case, I have secured Blackbeard. What do you mean by secured? I'm still in Shijiazhuang. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's leave it at that. Blackbeard is useful to me. I paused, intrigued by his mention of usefulness, but I held my tongue. So if I were to release Blackbeard, would that fulfill our previous agreement? That could be considered so, but just as I felt relieved to finally owe him nothing, he shifted his tone, adding another but. No way, Akiji, what do you want now? Akiji tossed something my way, small and contained within a box. I reflexively caught it, only to regret my actions. Damn it. I fell for the same trick during my fight with Blackbeard. How could I be so foolish? Hey, don't think that you could buy me off with just a little gold. I'm not short on money. Shinji was sweating profusely. Open it and you'll see. I held that small box in one hand. Given its size, it didn't seem like anything of great value. Moreover, it was unlikely to be a bomb or anything of that sort. Shinji understood that explosives were completely ineffective against me. Upon opening it, I discovered it was a key. What am I supposed to do with this? Is this the key to the Marine Headquarters treasury? Enough with the wild guesses. This is the key to Ace's handcuffs. Consider it a gift for you. You two should hurry and leave. Oh, what a stroke of fortune. Although I couldn't eliminate Blackbeard this time, at least I managed to settle things with Shinji, and I saved Ace in the process, which is something to be content with. I carried Ace's ice sculpture forward, disregarding the direction, planning to leave this cursed place first. Suddenly, I heard Shinji's voice echoing in the air, reminding me that I still owe him a favor. He fashioned a key out of ice, indicating that the key was not given freely. Damn it, who says big guys are always foolish? This fellow is sharper than a monkey. Back to the present, faced with Ace's inquiry, I could only respond vaguely. Never mind, don't ask. In any case, you are free now, and don't pursue Blackbeard anymore. Seeing my hesitation, Ace realized that someone must have visited while he was frozen. Besides, there are not many in this world who can freeze an entire sea. This realization led to a clearer understanding of that person's identity. I lowered my head to tend to Ace's wounds. He had nearly perished at the hands of Blackbeard. Thankfully, his vitality was robust. And since Blackbeard intended to offer him to the Marines, otherwise he wouldn't have survived this long. By the way, how is Luffy? Oh, Luffy is fine. We just acquired a new companion, and with a new ship, we are preparing to head to Fishman Island. Perhaps thinking of Luffy brought a rare smile to Ace's face. By the way, how did you find me? Don't you remember? You left a Viver card with Luffy. I followed its guidance to find you. Is that so? How will you return? Speaking of which, it makes me uneasy. During the battle with Blackbeard, I was transformed into a woman by Poison Q. Thus, my clone left on the ship was also affected and vanished entirely. This complicated matters a bit. After a sigh, I had to resort to the most rudimentary method. No worries, I can run on the sea. Moreover, Luffy and the others have entered the Devil's Triangle. I believe it will be easy to locate them, and as long as they are within a 10-kilometer radius of me, I can sense their presence. In that case, you can board my ship. Though it may be a bit cramped, I can manage to accommodate you. Are you referring to that ship powered by flames? Ace smiled slightly. We drifted aimlessly on the sea. I must say, Ace indeed possesses a touch of fortune. Before long, we stumbled upon a dark expanse of water. Through my perception, I successfully located our companions. Ace, why don't you come aboard my ship for a while? No. As I said before, now is not the time to meet Luffy, and I need to quickly find red-haired Shanks to learn how to use hockey. Seeing Ace regain his vigor, I felt a sense of relief. Just as Ace was about to depart, I suddenly recalled something. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something. Just as Ace was preparing to leave, I called out to him again. I initially wanted to share the news that Sabo is alive, but the words caught in my throat. Yet, this moment of restraint would haunt me for a lifetime, leading me to atone for my sins with my own life. However, at that time, I had no inkling of the grave consequences that would ensue. Ace looked at me with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I think your ship is quite nice. Could you help me get one as well? Ace lowered his head in silence, then raised it again with a bright smile. I'll make sure to help you get one when the opportunity arises. However, I did not notice the strange glint in Ace's eyes. Thus, the two of us, each with our own agenda, parted ways on the sea. Ace watched me disappear into the surroundings, letting out a gentle sigh. He turned the ship around, clenched his fists tightly, and headed back in the direction he came from. I utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive on the Thousand Sunny, and upon my arrival, an ominous feeling washed over me. The deck was littered with footprints, and the surroundings were ominously dark, which I could understand. We must have reached Moria's large ship. However, given the current state, it felt as though the Sunny had been ransacked. Could it be that they have already clashed with Moria? There was no time for careful consideration. I swiftly made my way to the dining room. Oh my, this scene is honestly one of my greatest fears. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Usopp, Frankie. These fellows were all sprawled on the ground, their faces adorned with marker drawings. Their bodies were covered in footprints, and Luffy was in a particularly dire state. Being a rubber man, he had been tied up with his own skin, his face and heels bound together, resembling a full-size pirate ship. Sanji's curly brows were painted pitch black. If one didn't know better, they might think a mosquito coil had been placed on his face. Zoro had all three swords lodged in his mouth, his cheeks bulging, looking as if he might choke on the sword handles. The visual impact was simply unprecedented. No matter how much I shouted or knocked, these fellows were in a deep slumber. There seemed to be no other option. I would have to deal with Moria. That way, these guys would surely awaken. Thus, I sat down on the ground, activating my white flower technique. I created clones to extract seawater and produce a large quantity of salt. In the meantime, I summoned the QB, informing it that this place was haunted. The QB showed great interest in exploring, but before leaving, I extracted a portion of its chakra. I must say, Moria's ship is indeed massive, exceeding 3 kilometers in length. Even my white flower technique struggled to cover it entirely. By combining the sensory abilities of the incense and the white flower, I resolved the distance issue. My perceptive radius now exceeded 5 kilometers, thus encompassing the entire island within my senses. Oh no! Nami is about to be kissed by that beastly man. I hurriedly performed a flying thunder god technique to teleport over. Bam! Crash! Lord Absalom. Ouch, that hurt. Who dares to kick me? I lifted my leg and sent the beastly man flying, then executed a flurry of death swings, successfully waking Nami. Light's assistance. Oh, Nami. Is this a wedding preparation? Don't you want to join us for an adventure? Woo, I was forced into this. All right. Luffy and the others have all been defeated. Now the Sunny is filled with bodies. You should go back and keep an eye on them. And you? Of course. I'm off to give Moria a good thrashing to make him obediently hand over their shadows. Nami hesitated for a moment, suddenly contemplating something. Speaking of which, Luffy's zombie is indeed a formidable entity. In any case, if we cannot defeat it, we must flee at once. Rest assured, it will be entrusted to me. Let us depart swiftly. At that moment, the beast man rose, lifting an arm in my direction, arrogantly proclaiming, I advise you to let her stay, for I shall eliminate you in an instant. Once you are dead, I will still pursue her. With a dismissive expression, I dug at my earwax. A tactic I learned from Shinji. This posture inexplicably exuded a sense of languor. All right, you can annihilate me. You are absolutely correct. May we commence? You scoundrel. Just as the words left my lips, a tremendous sound erupted from Absalom's hand. A cannonball hurtled directly toward my body. However, the projectile merely swayed and passed through me, crashing into the chair behind me with a resounding crash. Clatter. The sound of the shattered seat echoed. How is this possible? Gasped the onlookers, along with Absalom's astonishment. Roar. Zombie generals, advance. Eliminate this scoundrel. The clash of armor resounded as at least 30 zombies of varying heights charged toward me, roaring with fury. Blades flashed, and countless weapons pierced my body once more. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Absalom, confident in his victory, smirked, Ha, truly a feeble opponent. Now, I shall pursue that girl. When I return, the wedding will continue. Just then, a deep voice resonated, causing Absalom to shudder. Hey, you imbecile. Did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing my voice, Absalom jolted in disbelief. He turned to see over 30 zombie generals' weapons still embedded in my body. Yet, I effortlessly turned around, dramatically. Exclaimed the wall-painted zombies in astonishment. How is this possible? His body has been penetrated, yet he can still move? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do remember, these are zombie generals. Each possesses combat prowess equivalent to that of a Navy captain. Hey, have you noticed? Those zombie generals have not moved since their initial attack. No way, you cannot be suggesting they have fallen. Can you? Absalom's whiskers trembled. Everyone, do not panic. This fellow must be a devil fruit user. If that is the case, summon cannonballs infused with sea stone. As you command, Lord Absalom. However, he was already a step too late. Just as the zombies attacked me, I faded from corporeality and unleashed the shadow mimicry technique. Yet, my technique differed from Shikamaru's, which controlled a single shadow. Instead, I formed a shadow with a diameter of 10 meters beneath my feet. All who stood within this circle were rendered immobile, incapable of any action. I then arranged them in a line before me, instructing them to open their mouths. Utilizing the technique of shuriken throwing, I hurled salt chunks into their mouths. In an instant, I purified over 30 zombies, leaving Absalom utterly stunned. Nevertheless, this individual was evidently not an ordinary foe. Witnessing my formidable combat prowess, he promptly activated his invisibility ability. Look, Lord Absalom has begun to use his powers. With this, the arrogant fellow shall soon be vanquished. Yet, they failed to understand that such invisibility was as good as non-existent in my eyes. Hey, look at the terror in his eyes. Ha, what a perfect expression. Let us see how long he can endure. Just as the spectators reveled in their arrogance, I said, Hey, Absalom, shall we place a wager? My footsteps ceased. Who? Do you still have a leisure bet? With a single move, I could obliterate you. Without warning, a cannonball came hurtling toward me. I remained motionless. Futile, you cannot strike me. In truth, Absalom grasped that his previous attack could not harm me. I chuckled and continued. Now, allow me to present my wager. Who, go ahead. I shall stand here with my eyes closed. If you cannot capture me within 30 seconds, I shall simply walk away. What did you say? Are you certain? Quite certain. Let's begin. With that, I closed my eyes and clapped my hands. Would release. 4 pillars prison. A wooden cage emerged from beneath his feet, ensnaring him within it. Having completed this in merely 5 seconds, I wore a sinister smile as I approached him step by step. You have lost. In the instant our gazes locked, Suki no Mi, Absalom's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. The wall-painted zombies gasped in shock, unable to close their mouths. Seizing the moment of their stupor, I hurled another wave of salt chunks. After concluding my task, I clapped my hands and exited the room. That rascal Moria still believed he could control the shadows of everyone on the island. I have now purified them all. Let us see whose shadow he intends to use. As I stepped out of the church, a wild boar zombie burst through the wall, calling out for Lord Absalom as it charged toward me. Oh my, ISNT that Lola. To my surprise, this wild boar zombie did not recognize me. Upon seeing me eliminate Absalom, its eyes turned crimson with fury. You scoundrel, what have you done to my Lord Absalom? It charged at me, wielding twin blades. I merely tapped my toes, conjuring a shadow that swiftly restrained her. I tossed another salt chunk and turned to leave. With so many zombies on this island, it would be quite a waste of effort to deal with them alone. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom! I beheld at least 1,000 clones surrounding me and grinned with satisfaction. With this, the task simplified considerably. I dispatched my clones to various locations to purify the zombies while I sat down to recover my chakra and observe the positions of the others. Soon, I identified Brook's location. He was still engaged in battle with Ryuma's corpse. Such a thrilling moment could not be missed. Just as I prepared to fly toward Brook, a figure descended from above. Boom! The ground trembled. Before me stood a figure clad in overalls, towering over 3 meters tall, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a sprouting garlic bulb. Moria of the Moonlight. Hee. You're the one purging zombies all over, aren't you? Ding. The system detected that the host encountered Moria and successfully unlocked the character card. Reward. Ninja Technique book is now being distributed. Claps. This section omits 26 claps. Unexpectedly, just as I was forcibly controlled by the system, the head of garlic, surprisingly devoid of martial virtue, raised its hand and seized my shadow, swiftly cutting it with a snip, causing me to faint immediately. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back aboard the Sunny. Jiawei looked at me with a mix of disappointment and exasperation, revealing that he was the one who had rescued me. After expressing my gratitude, I encouraged him to continue exploring the island. Turning around, I noticed that everyone else had yet to awaken, and to my astonishment, Nami was nowhere to be found. Observing the group sprawled on the ground filled me with frustration. After delivering a few more blows to rouse them, it was time to awaken them fully. Just then, Nami returned to the ship. Guangzizu, what are you doing here? I stammered, unsure of how to begin. Well, there was a bit of a problem, and I accidentally lost my own shadow. How is that even possible? This is bad news. Luffy zombie is already formidable enough. Now that your shadow is lost, just how powerful will the zombie made from it become? I smiled lightly. Do not worry. Even if Moria takes my shadow, it will be of little use. My abilities are rooted in ninjutsu, and even if I were turned into a zombie, it would not pose much threat. After all, zombies lack chakra. Furthermore, in terms of physical strength, I may be even weaker than Usopp. Upon hearing this, Nami, recalling my status as a ninja, assumed I might possess some unique traits and chose not to pry further. However, upon seeing the unconscious individuals on the ground, her anger flared up once again, and she proceeded to give them another thrashing before turning back to me. Why are these guys still not awake? Generally speaking, after losing their shadows, they won't regain consciousness for 3 days, so their condition is rather normal. But how come you woke up so quickly? Hee, that's a ninja's secret. Nami rolled her eyes at me and gestured toward the group on the floor. All right then, please, esteemed ninja, wake them up. I grinned with pride. Hee, today I shall impart a lesson. Watch closely. Taking a deep breath, I shouted, the timid, perverse, beautiful swordswoman from O'Hara has come to see the doctor with meat. The group on the ground shuddered at the proclamation. Perverse, swordwoman, meat, doctor, O'Hara, beautiful, timid. Finally, they began to awaken. Nami exclaimed, these guys are hopeless. As I watched everyone slowly rise, Nami asked, Hey, what on earth happened to you all? You look as if you've been completely wiped out. At that moment, the group was busy cleaning their faces when a voice came from behind me. In fact, they really had been wiped out. Without turning around, I could tell from the voice that it was Brook. Nevertheless, I feigned ignorance and asked, Who are you? Me? I am Brook. May I inquire if you are one of their companions? Ding. The system detected that the host encountered Brook, successfully unlocking the character card. Reward. Executioner's sword has now been issued. I rubbed my face, looking at the tall skeleton before me. To be honest, Brook's appearance did possess a certain charm. Nami, placing a hand on her forehead, said, All right, you there, could you kindly explain what has happened to these rascals? Forgive me, but I'm not you there. I am Brook. Ignoring the exchange between Nami and Brook, I let out a loud shout. Comrades, it's time to counterattack. Luffy, what the heck? These guys have taken all our food. Zoro. Hey, you the seasick one. Why did it take you so long to come out? Sanji, Nami-chan, where have you been all this time? Huh, Angel? No. It's definitely Nami-chan. Usopp, my nose hurts so much. Chopper clung to my leg, crying out, Guang Zizu. These guys truly excelled at talking amongst themselves, even in such dire circumstances. I cleared my throat lightly and stood up to address everyone. All right, enough chit-chat. To summarize, we currently have only one thing to reclaim, our shadows. No, wait, too. We also need food. Fine. So, 2 it is. But everyone must be aware that we currently lack shadows. If we do not resolve this before dawn, we may very well perish here. The atmosphere grew serious. Observing their expressions, I felt a surge of pride. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Brook to enlighten us about the weaknesses of zombies. Just as Brook was about to reveal the zombies' vulnerabilities, Luffy devoured the cheese in his hand and clapped his hands together. In any case, as long as I knock Moria away, all our shadows will return. I must admit, Luffy's analysis was quite sound. However, taking on Moria alone would be somewhat challenging for him. It wasn't due to a lack of combat prowess, but rather a deficiency in battle experience. This fellow was indeed a bit too naive. If he charged in, he would undoubtedly be toyed with by Moria. Hence, I dismissed his plan to defeat Moria as mere nonsense. Still, I maintained a facade of agreement. After all, he was the captain, and only through experiencing failure would he learn the harshness of reality. All right, since the captain intends to take down Moria, do be careful along the way. The rest of you, pay close attention. First, let us exclude Luffy from the equation. The remaining tasks are crucial. Thus, I began assigning tasks. Zoro, you go find Brook's zombie. He possesses a fine sword, and if you defeat him, that sword will be yours. Zoro exclaimed, Really? It must be true. Do you think my title of Information Prince is merely for show? Very well, then tell me where that guy is. I used a shadow clone to guide this directionally challenged individual. Otherwise, I genuinely feared he would wander off to Raftel. Sanji, you and Chopper will look for a penguin zombie and Zoro zombie. Remember, the goal is to defeat them and reclaim your shadows. Nami and Frankie, your zombies are a small dog and a large gorilla. That should not pose much of a challenge for you. Robin and Brooke. You two will seek out Robin and my zombie. Although I am unsure what my zombie looks like, I can assure you it is not very strong, so you should have no trouble dealing with it. As for Usopp, you will take down Perona. That gloomy ghost girl is someone only you could defeat. Ignoring Usopp's pleas for mercy, I sent everyone off. However, before they departed, they all paused in unison, asking, "And what about you? Don't tell me you're planning to do nothing." I lifted my gaze to the horizon, my expression growing resolute. "Leave Luffy's zombie to me." Upon hearing this, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper expressed their concerns. "Absolutely not. You'd better wait for us." "Exactly. You have no idea how terrifying Luffy's zombie is." "Yes, indeed. You should avoid confronting him. If it comes to that, just wait until Luffy deals with Moria. That way, you won't have to face Luffy's zombie." I raised my hand to halt their further discourse. In truth, I had no doubt that Luffy could triumph over Moria. However, should Luffy find himself ensnared in Mariah's intricate schemes until dawn, we would still be bereft of our shadows. In such a case, our entire force would face annihilation. Upon hearing this, they fell into silence. Furthermore, in the event that Luffy failed to swiftly vanquish Mariah, if our shadows had returned, we could still continue to fight even with the break of day. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. If you can complete your tasks promptly, hasten to assist me. Having said this, I sank down onto the ground, closed my eyes, and began to refine my Senjutsu chakra. Additionally, I had just acquired the technique of heavy and light rock. This skill could significantly enhance my flying capabilities. Moreover, if I could lighten Luffy's zombie, I could simply hurl him into the sea. In that scenario, even Mariah would be unable to manipulate him further, unless that garlic-headed fiend infused his own shadow into Luffy's zombie form. I also recalled the ninjutsu scroll I had obtained earlier, a most valuable item. Although time was of the essence, learning a couple of specific ninjutsu techniques would not pose a problem. As I opened the scroll, I was immediately daunted by the words on the first page. It boldly proclaimed, "Ninjutsu Scroll, Volume 8, Sealing Techniques." How could I possibly learn from this? The page was densely packed with various illustrations and texts, inducing a sense of dizziness just from glancing at it. Perhaps it would be best to study it at a more opportune time. When I opened my eyes again, I found that everyone had vanished. Through my perception, I discovered that they had all entered the interior of the small island. Those with greater speed had already engaged in battle. Excellent, in that case. I must also act swiftly. Utilizing the cover of the thick fog, I slowly ascended into the sky. The sensation of being unseen while observing others was rather exhilarating. Yet, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Despite having scanned the entire ship with my Byakugan, I failed to locate Luffy's zombie. This was unexpected. Luffy's zombie should have been a colossal figure. How could it be missing? Unwilling to succumb to disbelief, I flew forward once more. Suddenly, a large face loomed before me, accompanied by an ear-splitting voice that echoed in my ears. The proximity and volume of the sound rendered me unable to comprehend his words, but the sheer noise knocked me from the sky. As I plummeted, I finally discerned the identity of the figure, Oz. Upon crashing back to the ground, it became clear why I had initially overlooked Oz. I had mistakenly assumed he was aboard the ship, thus my search had not extended skyward. To my astonishment, he had climbed up the ship's mast, reaching heights far beyond my own flying altitude, which is why I had not spotted him immediately. At that moment, Oz was gazing into the distance and chanced upon my approach. Intrigued by the sight of someone capable of flight, Oz leaned closer, his large eyes fixated on me. I had not anticipated that the real Oz would be so immense. My own height of 18 meters seemed merely the size of his pupil. His booming voice created a shockwave, dispersing the surrounding air. As I fell from the sky, I quickly employed chakra propulsion, barely managing to avoid a disastrous landing. Just as I regained my footing, Oz descended upon me. The impact reverberated, sending seawater surging into the ship. The zombies that had previously hidden in the forest were inadvertently purified by Oz's arrival. "Hey, you can fly? How fascinating. Were you?" The imposing presence of the real Oz was indeed formidable. His height was nearly twice that of a giant. Had I not been airborne, merely gazing up at his face would have likely resulted in neck strain. Having never fought such a towering opponent before, I felt a strong sense of nervousness. Though I was not afraid, My palms were nonetheless clammy with sweat. Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? I swallowed hard and propelled myself to Oz's level. Hey, Oz, where's that fool Mariah? Mariah? Who is that? I don't know him. It seemed that Oz had not fully awakened yet. This was fortuitous. If he were to gain Luffy's abilities, the ensuing battle would become troublesome. With resolution, I clapped my hands together. Senjutsu Myo Jinmen, already in Sage mode. I unleashed a powerful technique akin to Hashiramas. A massive gate pillar descended from the sky, crashing down with the force of a mountain, pinning Oz to the ground. The first pillar pressed against Oz's neck, followed by the second and third, completely immobilizing his limbs and neck. What is this? I can't move. After executing this technique, I too felt the repercussions. I had been naive to think I could perform Hashirama's technique without entering Sage mode. The chakra consumption was indeed staggering. Although I had entered Sage mode, my base chakra reserves could not compare to Hashirama's. This technique drained my chakra entirely, and I promptly lost consciousness, without further resistance. While Oz remained trapped, he sustained little damage. Regrettably, I had intended to seal Oz and then utilize the heavy and light rock technique to reduce his weight before casting him into the sea. Now, having only completed the first step, I found myself kneeling. How embarrassing! When I awoke again, the scene before me filled me with regret. Chopper, Usopp, Nami, Robin, and even Frankie and Sanji lay defeated. Their bodies were smeared with grime and blood, and chaos reigned around us. Luffy was nowhere to be found, while Zoro, adorned with a headband, struggled to support himself with his sword. His trembling hands revealed that he was on the brink of collapse. Zoro shoved the sword into his mouth, seemingly preparing for a final stand. Summoning technique. Lord Snail, please assist in healing my comrades. Following this, a body flicker technique shielded Zoro. Hey, green algae head. I'm still alive. Don't rush to your demise. Upon seeing my silhouette, Zoro exhaled in relief. You bastard, you woke up too late. My apologies. Leave the rest to me. I sensed a thud behind me. It seemed Zoro had also succumbed. I turned to face Oz, my thoughts drifting to my fallen comrades. A surge of fury ignited within me. Hey, Oz, let us commence the second round. With that declaration, I adopted a stance and clapped my hands together. Wood release, silent bind technique. Countless branches erupted from my hands, rapidly ensnaring Oz. Upon contact with his body, the branches thickened and hardened. Once the skill was fully unleashed, Ozzy found himself completely bound, resembling a large Zongzi. He felt no pain, merely an agonizing inability to move. Inside him, Moria suddenly chuckled mischievously. You think you could trap Ozzy like this? Garlic head, how can you know without trying? Hee, Ozzy, break free. As you wish, master. With that, Ozzy began to growl softly. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the confines of the wood release. You truly do not know the limits of your own strength. This level of wood release is beyond even a Ninetales. Just as I was feeling triumphant, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Ozzy, to my astonishment, his body suddenly shrank. Nanny, Ozzy's form diminished, or more accurately, he became slimmer. Then, he slipped out from the bonds of wood release and instantly vanished. By the time I regained my senses, he had already unleashed a barrage of attacks upon me, using his rubber machine gun. I must admit, Ozzy is indeed formidable. Not only large, but also possessing Luffy's remarkable speed, akin to Luffy's second gear. His rubber machine gun was almost too swift for me to react. However, he still faced a significant disadvantage due to his size. Each attack left wider gaps between them. This discrepancy was not apparent with Luffy, but Ozzy's fists spanned over 5 meters in width. Such distance was ample for me to evade. With a swift motion, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, retreating from Ozzy's attack range. What was happening? Zoro quickly alerted me that Moria could manipulate the size of shadows, causing Ozzy's body to undergo irregular transformations. Thus, what had just transpired was likely Moria's doing. It became clear I had to concede that in terms of shadow control, Moria vastly outperformed the Nara clan. Even if the Nara clan could manipulate the size of shadows, they must first possess shadows. Moria could eliminate your shadow entirely, just as I currently experienced. Without a shadow, one could not employ shadow imitation techniques or any other shadow-related ninjutsu. Moreover, even if you sought to control Moriya's shadow, he could simply seize yours and sever it. That wretched Moriya has such tricks up his sleeve. Presently, Ozzy was pounding the ground nearby, seemingly relishing his attacks, completely unaware of my absence. Yet, I had no intention of alerting him. Stealthily, I approached from behind, employing the technique ninjutsu, dark walking art. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, enveloping both Ozzy and me. What is going on? Why has it become so dark? The area was pitch black, devoid of any light. However, this darkness only affected Ozzy and Moriya. My senses remained unimpeded by the loss of sight. Moriya was utterly bewildered by the situation, but concealed in the shadows. I could not help but chuckle. That old fool had unwittingly revealed his position with his voice. It was perfect. I clasped my hands together in a triangular formation, invoking dust release, original realm separation technique. A triangular prism pierced through Ozzy's abdomen, simultaneously striking Moriya within. Moriya clutched his severed arm, fury etched upon his face. You bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a phase task. You have been awarded a Sharingan upgrade card, now distributed. With a series of applause, I realized too late that this reward would expose my location. Indeed, Moriya, who had been unaware of my position, activated his skill the instant he heard the sound. Shadoba. Countless bats surged toward my location, with several sinking their fangs into my arms and thighs. Damn it, it's the system's fault for forcing my body to materialize. Otherwise, those shadow bats could not harm me. Yet, the system's antics were not over. Ding! Phase task issued. Learn at least one sealing technique. Character card, Tyrant Bear. How absurd to issue a task at such a moment. Moriya, seizing the opportunity to strike while I was vulnerable, commanded Ozzy to launch another assault the instant his shadow bats reached me. A massive fist rained down upon me like a storm. Unable to phase out of harm's way, I had no choice but to endure. Thus, I clapped my hands together, would release, great barrier technique. Boom! Ozzy's fists rained down violently upon my shield. In truth, the moment I employed any other ninjutsu, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate. By the time Ozzy's rubber storm rained down upon me, there were no barriers left. My companions witnessed me getting pummeled in full view. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Usopp and Chopper screamed and rushed towards me, but thankfully Zoro and Sanji intercepted them, preventing further chaos. Hee, this is the consequence of opposing me, Moriya cackled, oblivious to his own severed arm. Wait, could it be that Light's assistance has already been defeated? Usopp's face was a mask of horror. Sanji, calmly puffing on a cigarette, reassured, don't worry, that guy's not so easily vanquished. At that moment, as the dust settled, a colossal wooden demon face emerged from the site of Ozzy's recent attack. All right, Ozzy, take care of the remaining ones. Chopper's expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at the demon face. Then the face split apart layer by layer, and I soared upward from within. Yo, Garlic Head, who do you intend to deal with? Moriya, clutching his bloodied arm, glared at me fiercely. You bastard, you're still alive. Ozzy, take him down first. As you wish, master. Facing the towering Ozzy, exceeding 60 meters in height, I felt a surge of defiance. You think being tall makes you impressive? Just wait. Sage Art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. As I activated the dark walking art, I summoned the 9 tails, 4 tails, and 8 tails, requesting at least half of their chakra. I had no choice. I had previously lost consciousness due to insufficient chakra. With a severe fear of inadequate firepower, I decided to unleash my ultimate technique this time. With the chakra from 3-tailed beasts combined with my Sage mode, I prepared to unleash my most powerful move against the towering Ozzy. Clapping my hands together, chakra surged within me. A faint blue glow enveloped my body, and my initially modest white hair began to grow wildly under the influence of would release and yang chakra. Look, what is that? It can't be real. His hair is longer than Robin's. Hey, it's not just his hair. Look, his clothes are changing too. What is this? Why is he emanating a yellow glow? Is he about to transform? Merging with the tailed beast and ninjutsu chakra. My form has morphed into Naruto's Kyuubi Sage, fox mode. Yet, I have my eyes tightly shut, initiating a grand would-release technique, completely oblivious to this phenomenon. In the next moment, a towering Buddha statue emerges from beneath my feet. As the statue fully rises from the ground, it reaches a height comparable to Ozu. To my astonishment, the majestic statue is adorned with numerous arms. Bathed in yellow light, I stand atop the Buddha's head and suddenly open my eyes. A blinding radiance instantaneously pierces the heavens. At the moment our gazes meet, Moria trembles uncontrollably and collapses to the ground. Following this, I unleash a fierce roar, transform into Buddha. The Buddha statue beneath me abruptly opens its eyes, its previously solemn expression transforming into a fearsome visage. Its gaze is filled with murderous intent, and the 1,000 arms behind it clench into fists, relentlessly pounding down upon Ozu. These 1,000 arms are not mere illusions. They are tangible limbs, inflicting damage far surpassing Luffy's rubber machine gun. Boom! Each punch lands squarely on Ozu, creating deep indentations. Ozu's massive form is driven into the ground. Yet the assault does not cease. The fists rain down mercilessly upon every part of Ozu's body. Even Moria, who had sought refuge within Ozu's massive frame, cannot escape the onslaught. Each heavy blow shatters Ozu's bones and rends Moria's flesh. My companions stand agape, utterly astonished by the unbelievable scene unfolding before them, at a loss for words to describe the profound impact it has upon their souls. This barrage of attacks persists for a full 3 minutes. As the dust settles, the ground has been transformed into a profound pit, measuring several meters deep and encompassing hundreds of square meters. Within the crater, Ozu has been reduced to a flat surface. His teeth shattered, his horns obliterated, and not a single part of his body remains intact. Moria lies atop Ozu's abdomen, his body indented, the once bulging belly now flattened, blood pooling from his mouth, clearly rendered unconscious. Suddenly, a black sphere bursts forth from Ozu's mouth, landing squarely at Luffy's feet. Wow! Moria has been defeated. Cheers erupt, but they do not come from my companions. Straining against the pain coursing through my body, I manage to turn my head and discover a group of individuals emerging from the woods. In truth, I am not unscathed from executing this move, as it did not solely draw upon my chakra, resulting in a degree of backlash. The wood release technique continuously siphons chakra from my body through the cells of Hashirama. And once my own chakra is exhausted, it begins to absorb the tailed beast chakra. However, the tailed beast chakra contains many impurities, necessitating filtration through my Hashirama cells. This causes my life force to surge uncontrollably, supplying the 1,000 hands technique with wood release chakra. Consequently, every cell in my body is racked with pain. Had it not been for Lord Snail's healing, I might have succumbed to my injuries halfway through. Fortunately, I have managed to endure. Moreover, with Moria's defeat, my own shadow has returned. Gazing at my approaching companions, I force a smile. Before I can utter a word, I catch a glimpse of a tall figure behind my friends, holding a book and fixating intently upon us. It is the tyrant Kuma. This individual is none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the half-machine tyrant Kuma. In an instant, he teleports beside me. You are the ninja that Akiji spoke of? Ding. The system detects the host's encounter with tyrant Kuma, successfully unlocking the character card. Reward. Sealing scroll 10 is now distributed. The sound of applause is truncated here. Overwhelmed by the system's antics and my injuries flaring up, I lose consciousness and collapse. Hey, Kuma. Did he just say Tyrant Kuma? This is incredible. He is as massive as Moria. He is another of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma. Oh no, why is there another 7 warlord here? This guy had a bounty of 296 million before becoming a warlord. Is he really Tyrant Kuma, the one infamous for his brutality? At that moment, Kuma, who had been standing on a distant platform, suddenly vanishes from sight. You are the ninja that Akiji spoke of? My goodness, how swift. It truly resembles teleportation. This speed seems to surpass even my flying thunder god technique. Gazing upon this towering figure, at least 5 meters tall, the pain surging through my body quickly overwhelms my mind. I struggle to suppress the urge to faint and take a cautious step forward. Im Hikari Nosu. My goodness, this individual possesses extraordinary combat prowess. Not only can he repel all physical attacks, but his body is also augmented. If I were to collapse now, my companions would truly be doomed. Thankfully, he seems to be seeking me out. Just as the rumor suggested, he is indeed a formidable opponent. The pain intensifies, yet I grit my teeth and persist. Well then, I appreciate the compliment. Unfortunately for you, your luck has run out, as you will perish here. My pupils constrict instantaneously. This fellow truly intends to take my life. However, taking me so easily will not be a simple task. Just as Kuma's enormous hand reaches toward me, the chakra that had been completely depleted within me finally stirs to life under the strain on my vitality. Understanding that physical attacks are ineffective against this foe, I redirect my chakra to my eyes. In an instant, my golden-eyed pupils whirl furiously. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu. With my left, I casting Tsukuyami, and my right, I unleashing Amaterasu. Kuma is struck by both attacks. His body sways unsteadily, and dark flames from Amaterasu engulf his visage. He retracts his outstretched hand, stumbling backward on the verge of collapsing. However, before he can hit the ground, I falter first. Turning to my companions, I muster a weak smile. I am sorry, everyone. The remainder is in your hands. With that, I lose consciousness entirely and crash heavily to the ground. There is nothing more I can do. My chakra has been depleted, and the pain is unbearable. Nevertheless, I take solace in having defeated Moria, alleviating any concerns regarding shadows. This serves as my final contribution to the team. I hope they are wise enough to manage. If Kuma seeks my life, then let him take me away. Should I find myself taken to the naval headquarters, I would simply declare that it was Qingji who instructed me to act thus, and assert that I am but a mere undercover agent for him. In any case, I would deflect all inquiries onto him. Thus, I drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, I discovered that the sun had already risen high in the sky. I must admit, the regenerative capabilities of Moku-tun are indeed remarkable. This extensive cellular damage has managed to heal. However, I am uncertain how much time has elapsed. The surrounding silence is unnerving, yet I refrain from opening my eyes immediately, considering the possibility that I may have been abducted by a bear. I choose to remain still and feign death. Nevertheless, I clandestinely employ my sensory abilities and be a Kugan to scan my surroundings fervently. Through my exploration, I ascertain that I am not at the naval headquarters, and within a 10-kilometer radius, there is no sign of a bear. Of course, I also find no trace of Moria or his subordinates. In a state of confusion, I open my eyes to find myself lying atop a large stone, surrounded by a row of corpses, familiar faces that seem to invoke a sense of recognition. Hastily, I rise and approach the nearest individual, crouching down to administer treatment. However, the moment my healing technique makes contact, this person suddenly opens his eyes. Oh, Ninja-kun, you are awake. Hey, everyone, wake up. Our benefactor has returned to consciousness. In an instant, the row of corpses beside him sits up. I find myself seated on the ground, utterly astonished by their antics. Ignoring their display of gratitude, my primary concern is to uncover what transpired after I lost consciousness. Just as I prepare to inquire, Chopper comes rushing towards me, sobbing profusely, tears and snot streaming down his face. He embraces me tightly, choking out, "Hikari no Suk, you are finally awake." I was so frightened. I have never seen such severe injuries before, and I did not know where to begin your treatment. Your meridians are completely severed, and not a single bone is intact. Everyone said you had died. Had it not been for the faint heartbeat, we would have prepared to bury you. Is that so, my friend? Just hearing you say that sends chills down my spine. Is this the extent of damage that a human could sustain? Did you think of me as a puzzle? Yet, upon seeing his sorrowful expression, it becomes evident that the situation was indeed dire. Although Chopper is still a child, he is a pirate who has weathered many storms. Gently, I pat his head, signaling him to calm down. Once he relaxes, I pull him away from me, using him like a cloth to wipe away the remnants of his tears and snot. I then express my gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Chopper. Your medical skills are truly exceptional. They have facilitated my swift recovery. Before Chopper can fully grasp my words, the previously lifeless corpses interject. Are you a demon? Ignoring their banter, I turn to Chopper and inquire, how is everyone? Chopper's expression shifts to one of grave seriousness, tears welling in his eyes as he stammers, Luffy, Luffy. A sudden jolt of alarm strikes me. Could Bear have harmed Luffy? After all, he is a comrade of Luffy's father. I leap to my feet, sensing the markings on Luffy's body, and seize Chopper. In an instant, we vanish from spot. The next moment, we materialize aboard the Thousand Sunny, where Luffy lies peacefully asleep in bed. I am overcome with confusion. Hey Chopper, what on earth is going on? ISNT Luffy perfectly fine? I never said Luffy was in danger, Chopper retorts, nearly causing me to faint from fright. What I meant was that Luffy barely managed to drive away that bear-like creature. And now he is resting. I pinch Chopper's face, fiercely rubbing it as I growl. Chopper, if you continue to speak in such a breathless manner, I might just break your antlers to use as medicinal ingredients. Chopper rolls his eyes and hurriedly apologizes. I am sorry. I won't do it again. Very well, as penance. Quickly tell me what transpired afterward. Are you referring to what happened after you lost consciousness? Yes, recount everything you observed. It turns out, after I fell unconscious, Bear quickly regained his footing and employed a special ability to launch black flames at us. He intended to carry me away, but at that moment, his transponder snail rang, and he answered it before our eyes. It was a call from high-ranking naval officers instructing Bear to eliminate the Straw Hat crew. Naturally, Luffy and the others resisted, leading to a confrontation with Bear. However, his techniques were exceedingly peculiar, rendering our companions unable to land a hit. In a desperate bid to save everyone, Luffy declared he would face Bear alone. Hearing this, I cannot help but chuckle internally. Luffy is indeed a character. When he cannot win, he opts for a one-on-one duel, and invariably, his opponents are somehow connected to him. They must endure the humiliation to preserve Luffy's reputation. However, contrary to my expectations, Bear was not swayed by such tactics and remained adamant about eliminating everyone aboard the ship. Thus, he utilized his bizarre abilities to create an air bomb, incapacitating us all. Prior to this, Bear had already incapacitated our crew with his extraordinary power, and coupled with the bomb, he believed he had succeeded in wiping us out. Yet, he underestimated the resilience of the Straw Hat crew. Assuming we were all dead, Bear departed, allowing us to escape a dire fate. As I processed Chopper's account of the events, an unsettling sensation lingers within me. However, it is evident that Chopper is not deceiving me. His heartbeat remains steady and synchronized with his words, suggesting honesty. This implies that Chopper lost consciousness and did not witness what followed. Gazing at the unconscious forms of Luffy and Zoro, I sense that matters are far more complicated than they appear. Clearly, if I wish to uncover the subsequent events, I must consult Zoro, the key participant. While treating Zoro, I realize that his injuries are exceedingly severe. It seems Bear's attack was no trivial matter. After my healing, Zoro soon awakens. Hey, green algae head, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Zoro stares at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to my inquiry. After a prolonged silence, he sighs and murmurs, "It's nothing. My abilities were insufficient. By the way, how long have I been asleep?" I am momentarily taken aback by his question. In truth, I do not know the current time. 3 days. At this, Chopper begins to sob once more. I exchange a glance with Zoro, silently urging him to console Chopper. Then, I exit the room, leaving Zoro to reflect on the situation. He murmured to himself, "Is the gap already so vast?" Upon returning to my training room, I sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of deep contemplation. I meticulously recalled the battles I had fought, whether against Haiharu, Akiji, or Moria. It struck me that my current combat style felt excessively reckless. I had acquired too many techniques, which prevented me from establishing my unique fighting style. I often found myself eager for a swift resolution, and my utilization of chakra also posed significant issues. Logically, the amount of chakra I possess now is considerable. According to the calculations of the Naruto world, I should have at least over 200 units of chakra. Note, One unit refers to Kakashi's total chakra. However, during each battle, I constantly felt that my chakra was insufficient. This was the most critical issue. I needed to diligently train my chakra control. This was merely one aspect. The other was my combat intelligence. The fourth Hokage could dominate the ninja world solely with the Flying Thunder God technique. Although individuals in the pirate world possess superior physical attributes, resilience, and recovery capabilities compared to those in Naruto, it seemed implausible that, despite my extensive knowledge of ninjutsu, I could not decisively defeat my opponents. Not only could I not eliminate them instantly, but I often found myself running out of chakra, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Future battles would undoubtedly become more arduous. If I continued in this manner, I would truly fall far behind. A profound sense of crisis loomed over me, and my desire to grow stronger became profoundly urgent at that moment. However, I was perhaps not the only one feeling this way. Zoro, observing my departing figure, muttered to himself. He recalled the techniques I employed to defeat Moria. While he recognized my strength, he had never anticipated it would reach such heights. Were those techniques something an ordinary human could wield? Meanwhile, Sanji, having finished cooking, sat smoking and gazing at the ceiling in a daze. It was not until Frankie called him for the third time that he snapped back to reality. After hosting a grand feast, Luffy successfully invited Brook to join us as our new companion. In Luffy's words, Brook was simply a chosen one. With his explosive hair and skeletal visage, any musician who possessed even one of these traits would undoubtedly be invited by Luffy to join our crew. Not to mention his acquaintance with Laboon. It felt as if Brook was the hidden powerhouse. Perhaps the tale of the Pirate King was merely Brook's memoir. In short, with the addition of a new companion, all past grievances among us dissipated. As for me, I did not pursue any truths. I recalled Sanji's words that the best outcome was for everyone to be safe and sound. After enjoying a hearty meal, we set sail once again. On that day, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Not only was there no cloud cover, but even the wind seemed to be absent. At the dining table aboard the Sunny, Frankie sipped cola and inquired of Nami, "What shall we do next?" Nami took a sip of coffee and glanced at the clouds above. It appeared that there would be no wind throughout the day. Thus, taking a moment to rest was not a bad idea. After breakfast, I returned to my training room, as usual. Just as I was preparing to delve into my chakra research, I was unexpectedly approached by Zoro. Locking eyes with a green-haired swordsman, I was utterly perplexed by his intentions. After a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly turned red. Seeing his flushed face startled me. What on earth is he up to? Surely, he doesn't harbor any improper thoughts about me? What do you want? Zoro, unable to meet my gaze, awkwardly scratched his face. Well, about that. You mentioned hockey earlier. Are you certain I can use it? So, that was his question. I was taken aback. After calming my nerves, I turned to him and said, as for hockey, I do not possess it myself, so I genuinely have no idea how to cultivate it. I had hoped you would teach me, yet you were the one asking me. Zoro looked astonished. What? You can't use hockey? That shouldn't be the case. Kuma wouldn't lie. His voice grew increasingly faint, and I could barely catch the last part. What are you mumbling about? It's nothing, you just go on with your own thing. Shortly after Zoro left, Sanji joined me. Upon seeing me meditating, he entered without knocking. Hey, can't you knock? What an impolite fellow. Sanji tossed me a cigarette. Indeed, I have never received formal education. I gazed at the cigarette in my hand, having not smoked in quite some time, and thought, is this guy trying to poison me? In truth, everyone has encountered such situations. A brother who usually speaks sweetly suddenly offers you a smoke. The first thought that comes to mind is that this cigarette must be toxic. Habitually, I placed the cigarette behind my ear. Although it had been a while since I last smoked, that wretched habit was hard to break in an instant. Is your body all right? I stared blankly at Sanji, bewildered by his sudden concern for my health. I dreaded the eerie silence that often accompanies unexpected inquiries from friends. Is something wrong with you? Just say what you need to say. Why beat around the bush? Well, speaking of that technique that allows you to soar into the sky, is it similar to the moonwalk that Lucci and the others possess? In truth, the ability to ascend into the sky was a form of ninjutsu I had mastered. However, referring to it as ninjutsu would be incomprehensible to him, and he would not be able to cultivate it. Thus, I decided it was better to refer to it as moonwalk. Yes, indeed. Have you recently mastered this technique? Not yet, but I feel I'm just one step away. In fact, I wasn't particularly well versed in moonwalk either. However, as long as your leg strength is sufficiently robust and you can step on enough air, it shouldn't be exceedingly difficult. By the way, I just overheard you and the green hair guy talking about hockey. Do I possess it? Hey, don't eavesdrop on others' conversations. Hurry up and tell me. Offending the cook could mean no food. All right, you win. I suppose you do have hockey, but as for how to unlock it, that's beyond my knowledge. To be honest, I'm quite envious of you guys. I don't possess hockey myself, so future battles may be quite challenging. In fact, before I crossed over, the anime only depicted Luffy's crew journeying to Sabaody Archipelago. Thus, I was largely unaware of the events that ensued. However, as Luffy's right-hand man, Sanji undoubtedly wielded hockey. Otherwise, his position as the third strongest would indeed be too weak. Upon hearing my words, Sanji assumed I was engaging in a form of frivolous boasting. The cataclysmic spectacle of my previous confrontation with Ozzy surely sufficed. If he were to master hockey, he would undoubtedly overshadow us all, rendering our participation in battles unnecessary. However, upon reflection, he realized I had no motive to deceive him and thus ceased his inquiry. Departing instead, just as I prepared to resume my training, Usopp, Frankie, and Chopper arrived one after another. Even Brook sought my counsel. It was perplexing to witness their newfound fervor for training. Yet, what was their intention in seeking me out? I was merely a unique entity in this world. On the surface, my ninjutsu appeared formidable, yet its efficacy would wane in the latter stages. I, too, was eager to discover how I might enhance my combat prowess. After dismissing the crowd, I finally found the tranquility to focus on my training. I had yet to utilize the rewards I had previously obtained, one Sharingan upgrade card. As it stands, I had already attained the Mangekyo Sharingan. If I were to upgrade once more, would I not acquire the Rinnegan? The mere thought filled me with exhilaration. With the Rinnegan, I would be capable of employing the techniques of universal pull and heavenly obsession. What could I possibly fear then? System, use Sharingan upgrade card. Ding. Successfully used. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Why not the Rinnegan? Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, it was fortunate I had not yet activated Susanoo, for otherwise, my vision might have been compromised. In the past, it took merely 15 days for the second pillar to go blind after awakening the Mangekyo. Even the stray dogs passing by were subjected to his Tsukuyomi. And lighting a cigarette would require the use of Amaterasu. Itachi, on the other hand, preserved his sight throughout his life. Meanwhile, he squandered his Mangekyo on a mere half-moon throw. Nevertheless, with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now in my possession, I need not worry about such concerns. The remaining task was to delve into the Book of Sealing. Upon reopening it, I meticulously examined its contents. To my surprise, it contained numerous rare pieces of knowledge. One chapter even outlined a method to break the Shiki Fujin seal. Goodness, could this book be penned by Aunt Snake? There was yet another matter that left me perplexed. What utility would this sealing technique serve? In the world of Naruto, it might hold some merit, but here, the inhabitants lack chakra. Even if I were to master the sealing arts, I would not be able to apply them against them. It was vexing, yet I had no choice but to study it. I recalled that this was a stage task, thus I had to persevere. To my astonishment, I discovered that even some common barrier ninjutsu were classified as a form of sealing technique. As I continued to turn the pages, I finally encountered something of interest. Though it was not a sealing technique, it was nonetheless featured in this book. I chuckled to myself as I embarked on learning this particular technique. Flying Thunder God technique. Logically, Flying Thunder God is considered a type of ninjutsu, yet I was unsure why it appeared in this book. Moreover, it was not the variant employed by the second or fourth Hokage, but rather one formed through intricate text. Perhaps this was the technique utilized by the fourth when releasing the tailed beast bomb. Regardless, I was relieved to finally find something to learn. Through relentless effort, I eventually mastered the complex script. My stage task was now complete, yielding a rather impressive reward, a chakra fusion card. Concurrently, my next stage task was to establish a new bloodline limit. The character cards granted were for Hades Rayleigh and Admiral Kizaru. the Sunny became lively once more. As a mermaid girl named Cammy joined our ranks, I recalled my character card and surmised we were preparing to enter the Sabaody archipelago. However, it appeared that Luffy had already resolved to rescue an octopus ball vendor. Little did he know, this vendor was none other than Hachi, a former companion of Arlong. Such trivial matters did not require my presence. After becoming acquainted with Cammy, I returned to my training. After all, the upcoming Sabaody promised a cast of intriguing characters. Yet, as I trained, an unsettling distraction plagued my focus. I found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, and my chakra refinement was not as fluid as before. It felt as though an unseen event loomed on the horizon. This sensation had not manifested since my arrival here. I attempted to re-enter my state of focus several times, but to no avail, and my hunger grew insistent. Thus, I decided to seek out Sanji for something to eat. To my astonishment, as I stepped outside, I found fish soaring through the sky. What on earth was happening? Just then, light was fortuitously present. A brawl was undoubtedly imminent. Luffy grinned widely, brimming with excitement. I scrutinized my surroundings and soon realized that I had arrived in Sanji's homeland. Struggling to suppress my laughter, I discreetly observed Sanji, curious to see his reaction upon spotting that individual. Shadow Krun Technique. A puff of smoke erupted, and 20 of my clones materialized in the sky. What is this guy's situation? Brothers, eliminate him. This fellow is employing sorcery. Haha. So what if he is using sorcery? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the flying fish. Charge! As my clones took flight, preparing to annihilate the erratic flying fish knights, Luffy and Zoro seized my collar. What do you intend to do? At least leave a few for us. Each time, you single-handedly dispatch the enemies, depriving us of our chance to strike. Hey, are you too upset? My apologies, my apologies. You two can pursue other tasks. The individual inside that house is their leader, Luffy. You may wish to investigate. Zoro, you can go and cut down Hachi's cage. I cheerfully assigned them alternative tasks, and just like that, their irritation dissipated. My clones swiftly dealt with the flying fish knights, and their leader soon made his entrance. A towering figure clad in black, adorned with an enormous helmet obscuring his face. As Luffy prepared to launch a direct attack, I expertly intervened. Hey, why are you stopping me? Hee. Luffy aimed for his helmet. Something amusing will surely transpire. Is that true? Do you know this person? Hee. Not only do I know him, but we all do. You are deceiving us. There is no way we could know this individual. All right, just go ahead. Once you knock off the helmet, you'll see. After briefing Luffy, I resumed my covert observations of Sanji. Sanji noticed my peculiar behavior and immediately turned, asking, "What are you laughing at?" I stifled my laughter once more, reflecting on the remarkable coincidences that life presents. Thus, dear Sanji, you must hold your composure. Upon hearing my words, not only was Sanji intrigued, but the others were also eager to see what this fellow looked like. Dibaloo slowly emerged from the grass shed, riding a black bull, and as he gazed at the crowd before him, his suppressed fury was nearly overwhelming. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Straw Hat Crew, do you know how much I long to meet you? Especially you, Blackleg Sanji. As Dibaloo ranted, I exchanged a knowing glance with Luffy. Understanding my cue, Luffy's rubbery arms stretched forth and delivered a punch to Dibaloo's helmet. With a clang, the helmet fell away, revealing his extraordinary face, leaving everyone utterly stunned. What, Sanji? To their astonishment, Dibaloo bore an uncanny resemblance to the wanted poster of Sanji. After the initial shock, laughter erupted among the crowd, save for one individual. Sanji's veins bulged with rage, visibly furious. Suddenly, he bellowed, "What the hell does that have to do with me? Don't be so verbose. Can you honestly say this has nothing to do with you? If it weren't for you, how could I possibly be pursued by the Navy every single day, ultimately forsaking my homeland to end up on this little island?" As Dibaloo spoke, his sadness deepened, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for you, my once peaceful life would not have turned into this arduous struggle. The one responsible for my current plight is you, Blackleg Sanji. Such heartfelt words left Frankie and Chopper in tears. Wow, I can truly feel this guy's pain, It must have been incredibly tough for him. Indeed, his survival until now was a testament to his unfortunate fate. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd began to empathize with Dibaloo. After all, he had done nothing wrong and was being relentlessly hunted by the Navy simply because he resembled a scoundrel. Who could bear such an unjust calamity? Sanji shouted in anger. What the hell does that have to do with me? That picture looks nothing like me. Besides, can't you change your hairstyle or something? Dibaloo paused, deep in thought, then slapped his palm in realization. Right, why didn't I think of that? However, he quickly sensed his bravado waning and resumed his fierce demeanor, defending himself. Why should I change my hairstyle? This is just how I look. It was your appearance that shattered my peaceful life. Sanji felt wronged as well. The photo on the wanted poster bore no resemblance to him, yet carried his name. This made him particularly sensitive. And now someone insisted he acknowledge that hideous image as his own. He was truly at a loss. We all understood that the situation was a personal vendetta between them. So everyone stood still, unwilling to intervene. Nevertheless, Dibaloo's resentment towards Sanji seemed to extend to our entire crew. Seizing the opportunity, he directed his black bull to charge at Luffy. The bull, towering over 2 meters and weighing at least 1,000 kilograms, was angrily pawing the ground. Charge! Upon Dibaloo's command, the black bull lunged towards Luffy. Aware that we were in the wrong, Luffy had no intention of retaliating against the bull. With a fierce glare, he unleashed his Haushika Haki. The bull, which had been enraged, suddenly snapped back to reality, beads of sweat forming on its face. It staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. What just happened? Did Luffy do something? Luffy looked at me with a puzzled expression. Zoro, his face tense, asked, "Is this the Haki you mentioned?" In truth, the moment Luffy released his Haushiku, goosebumps surged across my body, while others were oblivious. I felt my own body stiffen in that fleeting instant. Although it lasted but a moment, the thought that Luffy, still in the early stages of mastering Haushiku, could wield such formidable power was staggering. I could hardly fathom what it would be like once he fully honed it. I would likely be unable to even manifest my form before him. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, and Zoro's question snapped me back to reality. I stared intently at Luffy, a grin spreading across my face. Indeed, but this is no ordinary Haki. Zoro, noticing my sweat, turned to Luffy in astonishment. So that is how it is. Heh, Luffy is truly impressive. I knew he had it in him, but experiencing it firsthand revealed just how powerful it is. Haushiku truly lives up to its reputation. Haushiku? What is that? Zoro inquired. It is said that only those with the qualities of a king can awaken this Haki, making it an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Zoro grinned. If that weren't the case, our captain would have to be replaced. Our hushed conversation seemed to go unnoticed, yet oddly, it felt as if everyone had heard us. Meanwhile, Sanji's fury intensified due to Dibaloo's attack on Luffy. With a swift kick, he unleashed a barrage of perfectly executed kicks on Dibaloo. I observed Luffy in a daze. The release just now was surely an unconscious act on his part. However, its impact on me was profound. I must acquire Haki. I wondered if Rayleigh could teach me. When I finally regained my focus, I found that the battle had concluded. Dibaloo had been transformed into a handsome figure by Sanji's kicks, and Xiaoba was safely rescued. Now, he was preparing takoyaki for us, and the air was filled with a delectable aroma that I couldn't resist indulging in. After satisfying our hunger, Xiaoba mentioned that he would take us to have our ship coated, and under his guidance, our crew made our way to Sabaody Archipelago. Before disembarking, I decided to employ a transformation technique. This time, I took on the appearance of Jiraiya. I must admit, among all the characters from Naruto, Jiraiya is my favorite. His demise truly saddened me for a long time. Hey, Hikari, why have you turned into an old man? He, a ninja, must always maintain an air of mystery. Besides, I plan to explore the island and gather some intelligence. After bidding farewell to the others, I made my way onto the island. In fact, prior to my rebirth, my knowledge of One Piece only extended up to the Sabaody Archipelago. Therefore, with the remaining plot unclear, it was wise to gather some information first. Hey, don't wander off. Otherwise, how will we find you? Oh, that is not a problem. Every island has its number. I'll just return here in the end. See, Xiaoba said so. You can rest assured. It's just number 41. I can remember that. After parting ways, I chose to explore casually. However, the appearance of a figure in the distance did not seem to bode well. Excuse me, is there a restaurant around here? The small island number 41 wasn't too large, and I quickly crossed a bridge along a narrow path. Finding a secluded corner, I created a multitude of shadow clones. After all, gathering intelligence was far more convenient with shadow clones. Transform each shadow clone into a distinct individual, setting forth in various directions. Meanwhile, upon arriving on a particular land, the main body encountered a man who immediately struck one as dubious. Excuse me, could you kindly inform me if there are any restaurants nearby? The man, wielding a long blade with tattoos adorning his hands, donned pants with a black and white spotted pattern that seemed rather eccentric. Despite it being summer, he wore a knitted hat. Slowly, he turned his head, casting a scrutinizing glance in my direction. Apologies, old man. This is my first time here as well. I have no idea where any restaurants might be. At that moment, a white bear clad in a yellow work uniform dashed past him. Captain, there should be a restaurant over there. I was taken aback. A polar bear that can talk? How astonishing. Could it be that this bear, like Chopper, had consumed a Hito no Mi? Or perhaps it was the case that a human had consumed a Kuma no Mi. The wonders of the sea truly astound. There's indeed a restaurant. I am grateful to you. May I ask your name? The polar bear, resting its head against its paw, quietly responded, I'm called Beepo. Seizing the opportunity to shake his hand, I discreetly marked him with a flying thunder god seal. After expressing my gratitude once more, I proceeded toward the direction of the restaurant. Dining was secondary. Places like bars, nightclubs, and establishments of ill repute were unparalleled choices for gathering information. While I bore the appearance of Jiraiya, I felt compelled to indulge in my former profession. However, lacking the audacity of my mentor, I settled on visiting the restaurant instead. Upon entering an establishment, I was surprised to find a considerable number of patrons. A woman's voice incessantly urged the owner to expedite the serving of dishes, surrounded by a throng of companions. I must confess, her manner of eating was quite extravagant, rivaling even that of Luffy. At the counter, I ordered a plate of seafood fried rice along with a bottle of the beverage for 1982. The owner surprisingly informed me that it was unavailable. Very well, I shall have whatever you have. The owner exhibited a peculiar expression, perhaps perplexed that an elder would choose a beverage over alcohol. This was indeed an oddity. I paid little heed to their judgments. After all, what good would it do to indulge in alcohol? In the midst of my meal, I discreetly observed the movements of those around me, engaging in casual banter with the restaurant owner. Through my inquiries, I gathered some pertinent information. This was island number 16, deemed an ungoverned territory, a veritable haven for pirates, bounty hunters, and human traffickers. Furthermore, I was astonished to learn that this so-called Sabati archipelago even hosted celestial dragons, alongside a marine headquarters station nearby. Notably, I heard that any disturbances on the island would summon marine admirals, which further astonished me. To my disbelief, human trafficking was legal on this island. What sort of absurd place was this, where the so-called righteous marines were said to safeguard the residents' safety? I was thoroughly bemused. After extensive inquiries, I became aware of the so-called human auction. Though I had no immediate intention of attending, I was keen to witness firsthand the extent of corruption within the world government. Thank you, owner. No need for change. Which island hosts the auction? Ah, thank you. Esteemed guest, it is on island number 1. Just exit here and head west, and you shall arrive. Thus, I prepare to set forth for island number 1. Of course, as I passed by the gluttonous woman, I inadvertently left a mark upon her. 3 hours later, my shadow clones dissipated and the gathered information flooded into my mind. To my surprise, the individual accompanied by the polar bear was also a pirate, with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Trafalgar Law, the Surgeon of Death. What a resounding name. Far more impressive than my own moniker of the battleship destroyer. Setting off once more, I sought to explore further. In truth, every 3 hours, I compiled a wave of intelligence, as per my agreement with the clones. Just as I was savoring a skewer on my journey to island number 1, I noticed everyone around me kneeling. This startled me. I was merely enjoying a skewer, and there seemed no need for such reverence. Glancing around, I realized they dared not lift their heads. A voice nearby whispered, "Idiot, kneel quickly. A celestial dragon is approaching." Turning, I beheld a man adorned with a round mask, riding on the back of another man, slowly advancing towards me. The man on the ground wore a collar, connected by a hefty iron chain. The masked individual resembled an astronaut, his appearance utterly foolish. What astonished me further was the sudden emergence of a green-haired figure, wielding 3 swords and clutching a bottle. Zoro? This fellow, fixated on the astronaut, uttered a remark so absurd it left me wanting to laugh for days. "Oh, what is wrong, old man? Are you lost?" I could hardly contain my exasperation. This fool, a notorious directionally challenged individual, dared to offer navigation. The astronaut, clearly taken aback, promptly drew a gun, aiming it at Zoro. In the next instant, I witnessed Zoro vanish, executing a swift maneuver before unsheathing his sword, evidently poised to eliminate the astronaut. Just as Zoro was about to strike, a little girl suddenly clung to him, knocking him to the ground. "Wah, brother, why did you die?" I was still processing the situation when I noticed Zoro lying still on the ground. However, this absurd astronaut dared to fire at him. I could not tolerate such an affront. Flipping my hand, I twirled the Kusanagi sword. With a swift motion, I charged toward the astronaut. In truth, my intention was merely to shatter that comical transparent mask, but to the onlookers, it appeared as though I aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Hey, what is this fellow doing? Just moments ago, one fool nearly attacked a celestial dragon, and now another has emerged. They must have thought I was serious. If he strikes, we are all doomed. Someone stop this madman. Just as the Kusanagi was a mere centimeter from the mask, I suddenly felt my body being transported into an alternate space. With a whoosh, I vanished from my original position. Upon landing, I found myself at least 100 meters away from the astronaut. What just happened? A deep voice intoned, "Old man, do you know what you're doing?" I turned to see Beepo before me. "You cannot strike that person." Recognizing a familiar face brought me some relief, although I had not shattered the mask. It mattered little now. Is there something particularly special about that individual? Law smacked his forehead, finally grasping the situation. Before me stands a white-haired figure, utterly foolish and naive. "Ah, Nuasa, that is a celestial dragon. If you harm him, the marine admirals will come, and we will all meet our doom." I am in disbelief, realizing that this is indeed a celestial dragon. Truth be told, I had no intention of harming him. I merely wished to pop the balloon atop his head. Luo stands speechless. The celestial dragon has already departed, and Zoro rises, surveying the surroundings. I discern that he is searching for me, and in a flash, I appear before him. "Hey, Zoro, were you trying to make me laugh to death?" "Huh? Guangjiju, what are you doing here?" "Ha ha ha, let us not discuss me. How dare you, a directionally challenged person, guide others? Mind your own business, you jerk." Zoro and I just as we stroll in another direction. However, the others nearby seem perturbed. Luo's group hides around the corner. What? These two actually know each other. Captain, the one with 3 swords, seems to be the pirate hunter Zoro. Did you hear that? Zoro called him Guangjiju. Could he be the infamous ship destroyer? Hawkins' group observes, it's only natural they escaped. Neither of these two bears the mark of death today. Captain, are these two dim-witted? Kid-S group chimes in, "Hey Kira, aren't these two from the Straw Hat crew?" Indeed, to have 3 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million on the same ship is quite remarkable. Ha ha, they are indeed intriguing individuals. The monk stands atop the roof. The second in command boasts a bounty of 298 million. It seems he possesses a domineering aura rivaling that of the captain. I have been keenly observing their conversations. In truth, my earlier attempt to strike the celestial dragon was a test to gauge who would intervene. It seems that Luo and someone named Boney could be worth befriending in the future. As for the others, it is best to avoid encounters. A murderous smile inadvertently spreads across my face as Zoro walks alongside me. "Hey, seasick one, there were some formidable individuals back there. Don't worry, I've marked them. They cannot escape my sight. TCH, you're surprisingly quick. Jealousy is futile. I 1T teach you. Who wants to learn from you, jerk?" I munch on skewers while Zoro drinks heavily. Together, we saunter forward, and upon reaching a corner, I abruptly pull Zoro aside. He appears bewildered, ready to voice a question. But I swiftly cover his mouth. Don't make a sound, look over there. Zoro squints, that guy, I remember him. Hurry, cover my mouth. In an instant, we vanish from sight. Idiot, don't let slip. All right, I understand. Now let go. By the way, where are you heading next? Back to the ship. There's nothing worthwhile to explore below. Where are you going? Hee, I want to check out the auction house. Perhaps I might encounter some interesting characters. Then go play by yourself. I'm leaving. Seeing Zoro turn to leave, I quickly grasp him. No, brother, where are you going? That's the opposite direction. In the end, I dragged Zoro along, genuinely worried he might wander off to the EC. He reluctantly followed, grumbling. Come on, it's not like I'll get lost. Are you foolish? It's precisely because I worry about you that I'm bringing you along. Our bickering led us to island number 1. Zoro gazes at the number on the large tree. What? Didn't TU say you were going to the auction? Why are you bringing me back to the ship? You're not lost, are you? His words infuriate me. You're the one lost, you fool. This ISNT where our ship is docked. What are you talking about? Our ship is at island number 1. I clearly saw it when I came out. There's no way I'm mistaken. I'm exasperated, grateful I brought him along. Otherwise, he would have no idea where to go. What are you made of, fool? Our ship is at number 41, not 1. This stubborn, directionally challenged individual refuses to believe me, and I can't be bothered to argue further. Striding straight into the auction house. However, I am halted by the guards at the entrance. Apologies, but we do not welcome the impoverished here. I turn to Zoro and say, forget it. You should head back. They don't want you here. Zoro erupts. You're the impoverished one. I step forward, but the guard truly blocks my way. Please return. Zoro, upon hearing this, bursts into laughter. See? They're clearly talking about you. Oh, come on. I can't believe this. These guys are quite polite with their words, yet their statements are infuriating. Hey, kid, which of your eyes sees me as impoverished? Apologies, but it was not my intention to offend. It's just that both of my eyes have seen it. As I prepare to lash out, the guard smugly taunts me. I advise you not to entertain any foolish ideas. Do you know whose territory this is? Whose? Why, it belongs to the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo. If you cause trouble here, be wary of your life. What the hell is Don Quixote? I'll shove Cervantes down your throat. I seize the guard's mouth, ready to throw him aside, only to be met with an embarrassing moment. He remains immobile, revealing my lack of strength. Damn it, how humiliating. Zoro collapses in laughter, pounding the ground with such vigor that it leaves a dent. This only deepens my embarrassment. In a fit of rage, I flip my hand, and the sword, Kusanagi, appears. In the next moment, it is lodged in the guard's mouth, though not fully penetrating. I only aim to intimidate this disdainful individual. As expected, he instantly wets himself. The commotion at the entrance draws the attention of many guards, weapons in hand, surrounding me. At this moment, a foreman-like figure emerges. Who dares cause a disturbance? Pushing through the crowd, he sees me with my sword in one of the guards' mouths. This guest, do you understand where you are? If you wish to act recklessly, at least choose a suitable location. I advise you to be more cautious. Good grief, what is up with this Don Quixote? Are they really that formidable? Why are their subordinates so arrogant? I refuse to believe it. Sharingan, the formerly arrogant manager, is instantly ensnared by my illusion. He raises his hands and chokes the guard at my feet. Despite the guard's desperate pleas for mercy, the manager's consciousness remains unyielding. Only when he has choked the guard to death do I release the illusion. Before the manager can react, I stride up to him and slap him across the face. Are you even human? Why would you kill your own comrade? Though he spoke harshly to me, surely he did not deserve death. You truly lack humanity. Indeed, upon hearing my words, the companions of the managers glared at him with righteous indignation, wishing to rush forth and eliminate the one who had slain their comrade. The man, gazing down at his own hands, was about to offer an explanation when I employed my illusion once more. As a result, he shouted and charged towards his other companions, leading them into a brawl amongst themselves. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped into the fray, completely disregarding the chaos outside. Hey, it was you who orchestrated this, wasn't it? Zoro immediately caught up to me, inquiring aloud. Indeed, I replied. That fellow had a foul mouth. A slight reprimand was in order. Besides, others will merely assume it was an internal conflict among themselves, with us having no involvement whatsoever. You really are insidious, he remarked. Enough of the idle chatter. The auction is about to commence. Let me see what intriguing items are up for bidding. Zoro plopped down beside me, crossing his arms and scrutinizing the glowing stage below. As more individuals were auctioned off, Zoro's fury escalated. Then the organizers presented a large fish tank, and both Zoro and I immediately sensed something amiss. A mermaid? I exclaimed. To our astonishment, the curtain was drawn back to reveal a living mermaid before us. Kemi. The crowd erupted in excitement. Look, a living mermaid. My goodness. This is truly the prime item. I could hardly believe that this auction had procured a living young mermaid. Frustratingly, I had just spent all my money, leaving me unable to bid for the mermaid. Fool, even if you had money, it wouldn't guarantee you could purchase her. Do you realize the value of a mermaid? Someone chimed in. A specimen like that would fetch at least 50 million. Do you really think you stand a chance? Hearing the crowd chatter, Zoro abruptly stood up, trembling with barely contained rage. It was evident that he was struggling to suppress his fury. Yet, I was taken aback by the audacity of these so-called humans. Not only auctioning off their own kind, but also targeting our friend, Kemi. Hey, seasick one, I'm going to take them down. Do not try to stop me. Before I could respond, a voice rang out. I bid 500 million. Gasps filled the room. Zoro turned angrily to see which scoundrel had the audacity to make such a vile bid. To his surprise, it was the celestial dragon who had previously asked for directions. Zoro was ready to strike the celestial dragon when I restrained him, signaling for him to remain calm, for there were alternative means to rescue Kemi besides outright violence. In that moment, I also spotted Nami and our other companions present at the scene, just as the host was about to bring down the gavel. I raised a bidding paddle and calmly declared 510 million. This untimely bid once again stunned the audience. They could hardly believe that someone dared to compete with a celestial dragon. My bid caught Nami's attention. Upon seeing Zoro beside me, she instantly understood that I intended to save Kemi. Immediately, she dashed over to my side. What are you doing? We don't have that much money. I grinned mischievously and whispered, we are pirates. If we don't have the money, we can simply default. What does it matter? Nami paused for a moment before a sly smile spread across her face. You truly are devious. Shoo, keep your voice down. The host looked at me, clearly distressed. Sir, your request puts us in a very difficult position. What I would like to sell to you. He glanced at the celestial dragon, his face filled with embarrassment. I smiled lightly. What? Is it not the rule of an auction that the highest bidder wins? Or do you abandon your principles due to the other party's status? The celestial dragon scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. You dare to compete with me? You truly have a death wish. With that, he drew a gun and aimed it at me. The host swiftly fell to his knees, pleading, Your Excellency Charlos, please calm down. You must not act this way. Charlos kicked the host aside. Get out of my way. I will make this scoundrel understand that there are some people in this world who should not be trifled with. I remained composed, yet the surrounding audience, filled with fear of Charlos, distanced themselves from me, anxious not to be implicated in my affair. Hey host, after my bid. No one else raised their offer. Therefore, you may bring down the gavel. The host, bruised and battered, glanced at me and then at Charlos, caught in a dilemma. Just then, Charlos declared, Fine, if you wish to play this way, I will play along. I bid 600 million. With a shout, the competition shifted back to a monetary battle. Very well, I replied, a triumphant smile on my face. 610 million. 700 million. 710 million. You scoundrel, I bid 1 billion. Nami had already shared my intentions with our companions, so we all looked at this fool with sympathy. Competing with us, who had no intention of paying, even if he shouted 100 billion, we would still respond. The crowd continued to swell, and just as I was about to call out 1 billion and 10 million, a tremendous noise erupted from the walls of the venue. Boom! As a result, my bid went unheard, and the host, quick on his feet, promptly brought down the gavel, announcing that St. Charlos had successfully acquired the fishman for 1 billion berries. I stood up in a fit of rage, eager to discover which idiot had ruined my opportunity. To my astonishment, it was none other than that fool Luffy. Hey Luffy, you imbecile, you couldn't have come in at a more inconvenient time. I seethed. The host was indeed clever. He had no desire to offend the celestial dragon and was unsure how to navigate the situation until this incident occurred. To say I did not raise my bid would be an understatement. Even if I had, he would have feigned ignorance and sold the fishman to Charlos. Enraged, I marched to the stage, grabbing the host by the collar. I clearly raised my paddle. Why did you still bring down the gavel? Well, sir, I genuinely did not hear your bid. Furthermore, I believe no one else in the audience heard it either. He leaned in closer and whispered, I advise you to let it go. After all, he's a celestial dragon. Accept the reprieve offered to you. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Taken aback by his audacity, the other audience members began to chime in, supporting the host. Indeed, we did not hear your bid. Hey, don't you dare pull a fast one. I felt frustrated by what seemed like a deliberate disruption. Observing his age, he hardly appeared capable of producing 700 million. The audience continued to bicker, and in a fit of anger, I turned sharply to Luffy. Could you not have arrived just a tad bit later? Luffy, oblivious to the situation, turned to see Kimmy on stage and without hesitation, sprinted towards the platform. Xiaobot desperately clung on, but his opponent was none other than Luffy. This fellow, brimming with raw strength, was not someone Xiaobot could hold back. I glanced over to the far side and spotted a red-haired lad. Oh, ISNT that kid? How amusing. Our captain simply loves to stir up trouble. If you have nothing to do, you'd best retreat quickly. You never know. Our captain might just take a swing at the celestial dragons. After saying this, I swiftly turned to my companions. Kid met my gaze, and I noticed his eyelid twitch. Yet upon hearing my words, his irritation dissipated instantly. He turned to the masked man beside him and remarked, Hey, Kira, are these guys really this unreliable? I bet they're just talking big. Attacking the celestial dragons? Only an idiot would do that. What a brazen character he was. I was just preparing to discuss our plan to rescue someone when chaos erupted once more in the venue. Turning my head, I realized Xiaoba had revealed his 8 octopus arms. The attendees at the auction treated him as if he were a contagious patient, fleeing in terror. That alone was enough to infuriate Luffy, but the foolish Saint Charlos, against all reason, shot Xiaoba. Luffy's rage surged uncontrollably. We had set out for a joyous outing, only to lose Cammy. After finally locating her, we entered the venue, only to be met with a beating from our own crew. While a beating was deserved, it was simply unfortunate timing. I figured I should at least get Cammy away, but Xiao Ba stubbornly obstructed me. Xiao Ba stood his ground, having enjoyed the octopus dumplings. And being friends, he wasn't truly angry. Alas, a certain imbecile had the audacity to shoot my friend. With all these incidents piling up, it was truly intolerable. Luffy turned on the spot, his eyes filled with rage. That oblivious Saint Charlos continued dancing, celebrating his capture of a fishman. I was genuinely worried about this fool's intellect. Luffy clenched his fists, feeling angrier than he ever had in his life. All his strength coalesced in his fists as he marched toward Charlos, each step fueled by fury. I was utterly stunned. It seemed my words had indeed come true. Cursed be my ill-fated predictions. As if it weren't enough, Xiaoba, despite having been shot, still desperately clung to Luffy, attempting to prevent him from attacking the celestial dragons. He muttered something about deserving his fate, attributing it to previous events involving Nami. He expressed gratitude for having lived this long. However, Luffy could not bear to hear anyone speak of relinquishing their life. At that moment, Luffy's anger reached its zenith. Coincidentally, the oblivious Charlos shot Xiao Ba twice more. Now, we had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. I could clearly sense that Luffy was losing his rationality. He shrugged off Xiao Ba, his teeth grinding audibly. His right fist, filled with pent-up rage, began to darken. With each step forward, his fury intensified. Even Kid began to fear this transformation in him. Was he serious? I swiftly positioned myself before Xiao Ba, casting a healing spell over his wounds. Luffy had already reached Charlos. In that instant, I felt Luffy's conqueror's haki beginning to emanate, concentrated in his fists. With a thunderous roar, Luffy's furious punch pierced through Charlos' skull. The entire venue fell silent. My apologies, but I hear that striking this fellow will summon an admiral in his fleet. Zoro smiled slightly, slowly sheathing his sword. It's your fault for acting too quickly. I didn't even get a chance to strike him. I quit from the side. Well, why not take another swing now? You just love to show off. What did you say? Watch it, or I'll chop you up, you scoundrel. Xiao Ba, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you've really stirred up trouble this time." Ha! Don't worry, we've caused our fair share of chaos already. This one won't make a difference. After reassuring Xiao Ba, I began assigning tasks. Hey, Frankie, Cammy's key should be somewhere in the back. Go find it. We'll handle things here. Chopper, carry Xiao Ba. I've already healed him. If he doesn't move around, he should be fine. Chef, Green Algae, deal with everyone in the venue. Luffy, the Navy will likely show up outside. Take care of them. We'll start our escape in 2 minutes. Understood? Yes. Just as I finished assigning tasks, the other 2 celestial dragons began to shout, "You lowly peasants dare to lay hands on my son? We are the progeny of the creators of this world. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions against us?" In an instant, I appeared before him. Hey, old man, I can tolerate you calling them lowly peasants, but I'm an esteemed descendant of the Dragon Clan. In my presence, you're nothing. With a swift motion, I drew my executioner S-blade and struck it across the idiot's head. To my surprise, he collapsed instantly onto the ground. My lifespan is shortened. Someone has attacked a celestial dragon. Guards, come quickly. Eliminate these pirates. Run. These pirates have gone mad. In an instant, the crowd began to flee. Kid looked at me, drenched in sweat. What kind of person are you? Are you not afraid of death? Kid, hurry and retreat. These folks aren't right in the head. Over there, Law, who had been observing the commotion, became tense after I knocked out a celestial dragon. Sir, you truly have guts. Beppo, we're leaving. Oh, Zoro rushed in front of me with his sword drawn. Are you an idiot? You really struck him. I shrugged. Whether I hit 1 or 2, it's still a hit, and I wanted to see how it felt. But honestly, this guy feels great to hit. It's quite satisfying. Are you an idiot? Are you a demon? While Zoro and I discussed the sensation of hitting a celestial dragon, the female celestial dragon beside us sat down, utterly shocked. She had never imagined someone would dare to strike a celestial dragon, let alone 2. What on earth is going on? I glanced at the woman and signaled to Zoro, "Look, there's another one. Want to get a try?" Zoro wore a perplexed expression, but before he could act, Sanji kicked him. "You fool, she's a lady. Do you dare to lay a hand on her? I'll kick you to death. TCH damn chivalry." Sanji delivered several kicks to both Zoro and me. "Hey, are you done yet? What time is it? Stop fooling around and get over here to fight." Nami shouted from a distance, brandishing her stick at the 3 of us. Only then did we notice the venue was filling with guards, some being the protectors of the 2 celestial dragons, while others were staff from the auction. Just as we were about to turn and engage, the roof of the venue exploded. Brook and Robin descended from the heavens, effortlessly dispatching a few minor foes. The female celestial dragon, emboldened by our inaction, rose defiantly. "You lowly scum, not only did you assault my brother Charlos, but you also dared to strike my father. This is utterly unforgivable. I will make you pay." Before she could finish her tirade, an individual fell from the sky, landing squarely upon her head, rendering her unconscious. I pondered who this clever individual could be, making such a dramatic entrance. To my surprise, he stood up, exclaiming, "My sincerest apologies. I hope I didn't hurt you. It was Usopp. You've doomed us all. Even the Chateau de Charleria has been compromised. Straw Hat Crew, you are finished. You will not leave this place alive." I turned to Zoro and remarked, "See, it's our Sniper King at work, the Lulacon's Slayer." Sanji glared at Usopp, understanding that this situation was purely coincidental. Usopp, looking innocent, was oblivious to the magnitude of the chaos he had caused. As we engaged the guards, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. I felt every hair on my body stand on end. The surrounding guards collapsed, and from the auction stage, a figure emerged through a shattered wall. We gazed in terror at this person, cold sweat trickling down our faces. In that moment, I felt paralyzed, as if faced with some fearsome beast, a primal dread preventing any movement. An elderly man with white hair and glasses, exuding both refinement and a hint of wildness, stepped forth. His commanding presence overshadowed my own. A scar above his left eye hinted at his extraordinary nature. He took a sip of his drink and laughed heartily. "Brother Giant, look at this chaos. The auction has concluded. The money has been stolen. It is time to enjoy a good drink. His carefree demeanor was a stark contrast to the tension enveloping the hall. He appeared as at ease, as if he were wandering through his own kitchen, while we remained on edge. The murderous intent I had sensed moments ago was unparalleled in my experience. Rayleigh, Little Eight immediately recognized the old man. Nanny? He is Rayleigh? The Dark King Rayleigh? I was taken aback by Little Eight's exclamation. After all, one of my system character cards featured Rayleigh. Yet, this Rayleigh did not spare me a glance. Upon noticing Little Eight's injury, his expression turned serious. He stroked his beard and surveyed the surroundings. After a moment, he addressed Luffy. I see. It was you who saved Little Eight. I was astonished. Was he capable of perceiving events from mere minutes prior? At that moment, more guards rushed in. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, and an overwhelming aura swept through the hall, causing the soldiers to collapse instantly. Conqueror's Haki, Zoro and I exclaimed in unison, our eyes wide with disbelief as we stared at the old man. He then relaxed his expression, looking at Luffy. That hat suits a formidable person. I have long wished to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. My goodness, this old man radiated an incredible presence. Sir, you recognize my hat? Yes, but this is not the time for such matters. Rayleigh approached Cammy. Do not fear, young lady. I shall assist you in removing that collar. Little Star quickly interjected. Wait. Sir, that collar is made of sea stone. It could explode. Chopper added. Yes, yes. Frankie is already searching for the key. Please, do not do anything reckless. I stood frozen, not from fear or Rayleigh's aura, but from sheer curiosity. This old man emanated a powerful sense of mystery, as if he truly could remove the collar. I was not alone in this feeling. Rayleigh gently touched the collar, which began to emit a beeping sound, a countdown echoing ominously. Each beep felt like a harbinger of death, each sound inching Cammy closer to peril. In a flash, amidst a blur, the collar around Cammy's neck vanished. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would have assumed it was mere bravado. That sea stone, which could withstand even my Amaterasu, had been effortlessly removed. The commotion outside intensified, suggesting an influx of Navy forces. Rayleigh glanced at us apologetically, indicating it was time for us to flee. Are you all capable of handling the Navy outside? The still-sweating kid, Law, and Luffy turned and headed towards the exit. Hey, you two, stay out of the way. I can handle the Navy alone. What? Who do you think you are ordering around? Watch your back. Only lowly pirates boast such bravado. Those outside aren't enough for me to contend with alone. You two should retreat. The trio argued as they exited the hall. Inside, Rayleigh hoisted Little Eight onto his back. Although Frankie had found the key, it was no longer of use. Distributing the slaves was a minor act of kindness. Brothers, the task is complete. Let's break free. Frankie lifted Cammy, and we forged ahead. My mind wandered. This Rayleigh, was he truly that powerful? How had I never heard of such a figure before? During my previous intelligence gathering, no one mentioned him. He appeared quite familiar with Luffy. Perhaps he was not an adversary after all. I decided to observe as we moved. Ever since his appearance, it felt as though we were being led by the nose. I quietly approached Zoro. Hey, Mosshead, do you think this old man is a good or bad person? Huh? Why do you ask? I don't know. If he intends to harm us, it could be disastrous. I doubt it. Did you not see that he is a friend of Little Eight? Besides, he just expressed a desire to meet Luffy. Thus, he should not pose a threat. I hope you're right. As we burst forth from the hall, the scene before us was truly breathtaking. Upon our exit, we were met with an awe-inspiring sight. Over 1,000 Navy soldiers were arrayed before us, meticulously adjusting their formations. Cannons and firearms were neatly positioned, all poised for a decisive confrontation with pirates. Meanwhile, our 3 captains were engaged in a childlike game, standing in a circle and declaring, rock, paper, or scissors. Just imagine, surrounded by Navy soldiers ready for battle, each one a fearsome figure, prepared to reduce us to mere targets at the slightest provocation. Yet, these 3 formidable captains remained entirely unfazed, ignoring the gravity of the situation around them. With a singular focus on achieving a decisive victory in the game of rock, paper, scissors against his 2 opponents, this scene left us utterly awestruck. Vang Diffa, is it truly acceptable for you to be so willful? I've already been bested by these 3 immature individuals. What are you doing? Hurry and take down those Marines. Luffy turned to me, saying, Hey, Guangzizu, just a moment. Hooray! I have one. Leave all the Marines to me. Keat interjected. Oi, Straw Hat. You were slow to play just now. This round doesn't count. Let us go again. Captain Law retorted. Is that really fair? Every time we win against you and the Straw Hat Captain, you claim we were slow. Nami, it's your turn. In a flash, Nami vanished from sight. The air was filled with a furious roar, followed by 2 resounding slaps. You big fool. Smack. Luffy rubbed his face with one hand and activated Gear 3rd. His colossal right fist swung forward, scattering a large number of Marines. What are you doing? Fire your guns and attack. We have attacked. But the enemy seems unfazed by our bullets. Fools! If they are unafraid of bullets, then use swords. Ah, Commander, the swords are flying uncontrollably into the sky. What did you say? Amidst the bewilderment of the Marines, Captain Kidd's right hand was continuously attracting everything from massive swords and firearms to tiny nails and bullets. Once completed, an enormous arm composed entirely of metal surged forward with a whistling sound towards the opposing Marines. Meanwhile, Captain Law rested his sword on his shoulder. Fingers spread apart, declaring room. Instantly, a spherical, transparent space appeared around him. He then drew his sword and exclaimed, Butchery! The bodies of the Marines trapped within his sphere were sliced apart. Remarkably, those dismembered soldiers did not perish. With a flick of his wrist, Law caused the severed limbs to spin in the air and reassemble. When they fell to the ground, the Marines had transformed into grotesque beings with multiple heads and limbs. Some heads placed on others' bodies, and some limbs attached to barrels. Commander, all 3 enemy captains are devil fruit users. Conventional attacks are utterly ineffective against them. The commander, witnessing the scene before him, realized their strength was insurmountable. However, retreat was not an option. Thus, he steeled himself and ordered his troops, listen up. The Admiral is on his way. Our task is simply to delay them. Do you understand? The soldiers recognized that this mission was far simpler than capturing. Moreover, as the commander mentioned, the Admiral would soon arrive. Witnessing the Admiral's presence was a matter of great honor for these lower-ranking soldiers. Hence, they were determined to display their valor and would never concede here. Rejuvenated with fervor, the soldiers reorganized their offensive, preparing to ensnare us entirely. On our side, the 3 childish captains had just showcased their powers, reveling in their first round of victory, when the opposing Marines regrouped. Hey, you 3, stop playing around. The Admiral is coming. Each of you should break through. I hurriedly warned these 3, fearing they would resume their childish competition. I then turned to my comrades and said, Brothers, just run ahead. I'll handle the rest. Just as I was preparing to unleash a powerful attack to dispatch the Marines, Sanji and Zoro suddenly charged forward, shouting in unison, Kyodo Masak. Let us take care of this. You lead them to safety. What are you 2 doing? Let me finish them off quickly, so everyone can escape without worry. My intentions were not selfish. I possessed all-out skills, whether through earth spikes, fire techniques, or even water techniques. I could unleash devastating area attacks. However, if it fell to them, it would take longer to defeat the enemy. Surprisingly, this time they seemed resolute. Even Nami, Chopper, and others began to oppose my approach. Frankie tossed Kemi into my arms, insisting, You take them and run. Leave the rest to us. I stared in confusion at Rayleigh, who burst into laughter, saying, Your companions are truly remarkable. Finally, Rayleigh spoke to me, marking a significant moment for my character card. The reward this time was quite unique, granting me a memory exploration ninjutsu of the Zhongshan clan. However, there was no time to study it properly. My comrades were still fighting behind me, so I hesitated no longer, shouldering Kemi and the little starfish and sprinting ahead. I could have stored them in my Kemui space, but since they were not true allies, it was best they remained unaware of my other spatial abilities. As for Rayleigh, although he was acquainted with Luffy and somewhat a friend of Brook, I felt it prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Hey, Uncle Rayleigh, where are we running to now? Rayleigh, while running, chuckled and replied, Indeed. Let's head back to my place. Turn left at the upcoming intersection. With the correct path in mind, I was able to accelerate my pace. However, I was astonished to find that regardless of how fast I ran, Rayleigh kept up effortlessly behind me. Keep in mind, I was utilizing the speed of the instantaneous technique. Was this old man truly that formidable, able to run so easily while carrying Brook? This ignited my competitive spirit. After all, I was a young man in my prime and could not be outdone by an elder. Thus, I allowed the chakra in my feet to flow once more, enhancing my overall speed. As the trees rushed past, even Kimmy on my back began to exclaim how fast we were moving. However, maintaining this pace was a test in itself. My cardiovascular system struggled to keep up. At this moment, speaking was impossible, and even breathing required concentration. To my surprise, Rayleigh still wore that cheerful expression, seemingly unfazed by the chase. I thought, wow, this old man is incredible. Just as I prepared to push myself further, Rayleigh spoke. Slow down. I smiled smugly, thinking, the old man is finally showing signs of fatigue. If you don't call for a stop soon, I might just collapse. Fortunately, with his cue, I halted, panting heavily as I said, This is what you said to stop. Rayleigh, unfazed, chuckled heartily. It seems we may have run too quickly. I wonder if Luffy and the others will still be able to catch up with us. I plopped down on the ground, tongue out like a panting dog, and said, yes, maybe we should wait for them a bit. I felt utterly embarrassed. The old man was unaffected, while I, a young man, appeared more distressed than a dog. Rayleigh proceeded toward a house on my right. I was unsure of his intentions and prepared to intervene, but he simply pushed the door open and said, come in. We've arrived. I completely ignored him, waiting until he had fully entered the room before I collapsed onto the floor, fervently recovering my strength. By the time Luffy and the others arrived, I feigned nonchalance and followed them inside. This time, I refrained from speaking much, primarily because I had been somewhat harshly tormented by that old man. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Inside the room, I merely listened to their conversation, not daring to interject. It was only when Rayleigh declared that he had once been a member of Roger's crew, essentially serving as the first mate, that I was utterly taken aback. Nanny! The water I had just sipped erupted from my mouth, splattering on Zoro's face. He made no move to wipe it away, instead staring at Rayleigh with a dazed expression akin to mine. No wonder. It was clear why this old man possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly surpassing us in both the application of Haoshiku and physical prowess. I was astonished to learn he was the first mate of the Pirate King. Truly impressive. Such power was indeed well-deserved. I was engulfed in shock until Luffy's exclamation of you. So, jolted me back to reality. Observing Luffy's furious demeanor, I was left puzzled as to what had ignited such outrage. I had no desire to uncover the whereabouts of One Piece, nor did I even wish to ponder its existence. I was uninterested in embarking on meaningless adventures. Luffy, that kid, was in a state of mind that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. His words reminded me of the world I once knew, where individuals were perpetually eager to chase outcomes. People would often ask whether a task held any significance before undertaking it, pondering what benefits would arise from their actions. However, it seemed everyone had forgotten that this world inherently lacks an abundance of meaningful endeavors. Only by engaging in an activity can one discern its value, whether right or wrong. Even if the outcome is incorrect, what does it matter? The true joy lies in the process of completing the task. An incessant pursuit of results may cause one to forget the original motivation for undertaking the endeavor. Our voyage is no different. Even if we ultimately fail to find One Piece, what does it matter? The adventures we share along the way are the finest gifts of all. The scenery we encounter en route is far more memorable than the elusive One Piece. Rayleigh, the old gentleman, required 3 days to coat our ship. During this time, we needed to evade the pursuit of the admirals from the Navy headquarters. Therefore, our captain, Luffy, decided to indulge in some amusement at an amusement park. The result, much to everyone's delight, was that Nami unleashed a powerful electric blast, transforming it into a giant bun. Thus, our amusement park plans ended in failure. While we were wandering along the road, a massive figure appeared without warning. Bartholomew Kuma. Goodness, what is this situation? It had barely been a few days, and here we were again. My companions braced themselves for battle. However, this time, there was no reason for them to engage. During my last encounter with him, my chakra had been depleted, preventing me from properly exchanging blows. Suppressing my excitement, I swiftly entered a combat stance and shouted to my companions, "Hey, everyone, don't interfere. Let me handle this. Be careful, Kozo. This guy's strength is no joke." Upon seeing Kuma for the first time, Zoro immediately gritted his teeth, staring at him as if they had a deep-seated grudge. I didn't give them a chance to react, clapping my hands and invoking Mokutan, Jado no Jutsu. Instantly, the barren ground sprouted countless wooden spikes. These spikes should have easily pierced Kuma's feet, akin to puncturing tofu. However, to my astonishment, his feet seemed to be made of steel. My spikes failed to penetrate, instead emerging from the gaps in his feet. What a remarkable hardness. Realizing my initial attack had been ineffective, I quickly launched a second wave of assault. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. 5 wooden clones emerged from my body, each sprinting in different directions. 3 of them sat cross-legged, beginning to gather Senjutsu chakra, while the other 2 moved aside, biting their fingers to summon the Kyubi and the Hachibi, ready for transformation at any moment. I remained the sole figure on the front line. "We meet again, Kuma. This time let me." Before I could finish, Kuma fired a laser from his hand. The beam pierced through my body, detonating behind me. A vast cloud of dust erupted, but thankfully I had managed to phase my body just in time, narrowly evading Kuma's attack. However, this assault revealed something unusual. Logically, Kuma's palm, being made of a rubber-like substance, shouldn't he be capable of firing a laser cannon? Yet, as I observed him raise his hand, I noticed a tube-like apparatus in his palm. This realization sparked a bold hypothesis. Could it be that this creature, resembling Kuma, was not the real Kuma at all? Soon enough, this figure confirmed my suspicion. Upon realizing his first attack had missed, he swiftly unleashed a second laser from his mouth. Nevertheless, I remained rooted in place, refusing to dodge. After those 2 attacks, I was now fully convinced that this being was not the true Kuma. However, my stillness caused my companions to panic further. They believed I was incapacitated and had taken damage from Kuma's attack. Instead of retreating, they prepared to charge at Kuma. I quickly darted in front of Luffy. Grateful for my timely intervention, Luffy had already entered his 2nd gear and was preparing to activate his 3rd gear on top of that. I could not allow him to engage in such a life-draining endeavor. I interrupted Luffy's incantation, calling out, "Wait, Luffy. This guy is not Kuma." Then I shouted, "Everyone, stand back. I've got this." I clapped my hand again and summoned Mokutan. Roku no Toko. Chakra surged as 6 saplings rapidly sprouted from beneath Kuma's feet. Those saplings grew at an astonishing rate, soon towering over Kuma, wrapping around his limbs and thickening until he was firmly ensnared. Eventually, the 6 trees fused into a colossal trunk. From a distance, it appeared as though Kuma was growing from within this immense tree. Naturally, during the growth of the tree, I remained active. I signaled to one of my clones, who promptly dispelled itself. The immense Senjutsu chakra flowed into my body, and I smirked inwardly, acknowledging the impressive quantity of chakra. With a flick of my hand, I initiated Senjutsu, Futon, Rasen Shuriken, accompanied by the resounding roar of wind-based chakra. The spiraling shuriken began to take form. Yet, I felt it insufficient. Thus, I infused the Rasen Shuriken with the flames of Amaterasu. Once the tree had completely ensnared Kuma, I still felt it prudent to take additional precautions. Another clone began forming hand seals. Xianfa, Bingdan, Xisiang Binglao. The bear, which was already ensnared by Mudu and rendered immobile, now found its limbs frozen. Surprisingly, it continued to struggle. However, even with its strength, it was utterly incapable of breaking free from the 2 layers of confinement. In desperation, it gathered a beam of laser energy in its mouth. Yet, I had no intention of granting it any further opportunities. A clone in Sage mode raised its hand and unleashed a Rasengan, striking the bear squarely on its chin just as it attempted to release the laser beam. The chin, being a highly mobile joint, required minimal force to be rendered immobile. Thus, my Rasengan effectively sealed the bear's mouth, causing the laser to detonate within. But that was not the end of it. Do not forget that my other self had been preparing a formidable technique for quite some time. Go forth, Zhuang Dun Rasengan Shuriken. Amita Tandru Explosion. A black Rasengan shuriken expanded in the air. Upon contact with the bear's body, it began to slice relentlessly. The bear's body had been augmented, no longer entirely flesh, but rather resembling steel. This material, possessing a hardness surpassing that of ordinary steel, was capable of withstanding any assault. However, my Zhuangdun was no trifling matter. Bolstered by the black flames of Amaterasu, it consumed all in its path, and with the properties of wind release, it could cleave through any object. Thus, under the relentless cutting and burning, the bear's body was forcibly severed in two. The sight before us astonished all our companions. Is this for real? I pondered. I knew he was strong, but to this extent? Had that warlord truly been vanquished so easily? Zoro gazed at the bear, now in two halves, his eyes reflecting excitement, reluctance, and envy. Yet he concealed these emotions well, unnoticed by others. However, in sage mode, my perceptive abilities were heightened, and his emotional shifts could not escape my awareness. Luffy dashed to my side, exuberantly slapping me on the back. "Konosu, you're amazing," he cheered, while I felt as though my back might shatter under his enthusiastic blows. I swiftly dodged another slap. "All right, enough. You're going to break me." As I reveled in the accolades from my comrades, Robin pointed out a small inscription near the bear's collarbone. "Ninja-san, come look at this. Did you put this here?" Curiously, I approached to see the inscription reading PX4. "No, my flying thunder god mark ISNT like this." "What is this?" Robin pondered, her chin resting thoughtfully. "PX is quite unfamiliar to me. I've never encountered it in any book." However, this revelation subtly indicated that this individual was not the same bear we had encountered previously. After Robin's analysis, my companions realized they had mistakenly identified the bear. The once jovial atmosphere began to shift into one of tension. Sanji added, "If what Robin-chan says is true, then this so-called 4 refers to the 4th number. This implies there may be a 13th. The implications of this bear-like creature left us all in eager anticipation, awaiting Sanji's conclusions. With his serious demeanor, it appeared he had indeed uncovered something significant. Could it be that they are twins? He speculated. I nearly lost my balance, exclaiming, "Come on, can you be serious? You're telling me they're a twin? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my spicy strips?" While it was evident Sanji was joking, many in our crew were not of entirely sound minds. Chopper exclaimed, "Really? Wow. Sanji, are you a genius?" Before I could correct Chopper, Luffy interjected earnestly, "Chopper, they aren't twins at all. Look at the number 4. That's enough proof that they..." Suddenly, everyone was taken aback, astonished that Luffy, who often acted like a fool, had managed to analyze the situation so astutely, even catching such a minute detail. Just as we were about to commend Luffy, he declared, "They must be quadruplets." I was taken aback, unable to contain my exasperation. "You gotta be kidding me. Now you're suggesting quadruplets? How did you even think of that?" While I merely scoffed, Nami had already taken action. With 2 resounding slaps, Luffy's head swelled with 2 large bumps. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "PX refers to the pacifistas." Alarmed, I turned to face the imposing figure before me. "Who are you?" I demanded. From the distant hillside, a man wielding a massive axe slowly spoke. "What you just defeated was merely the pacifista, number 4. I was taken aback. This individual was no ordinary foe. To have appeared silently within my Byakugan's range, without my detection, was extraordinary. "Hey, who are you?" I pressed. His expression shifted, glaring at me. Asking is futile. My defenses are world-class, and my lips are sealed. I have no obligation to divulge any information. "Then you must at least introduce yourself," I insisted. "I've already stated. I am the world's most tight-lipped, Zhang Taowan. Do not expect to extract even the slightest information from me." "Ah, so your name is Zhang Taowan." I noted. He seemed momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, "What I just said was a voluntary disclosure, not a response to your inquiry." However, our attention was drawn to the imposing figure behind him. Wait, could it be? I wondered. Is there another one? I had predicted they were quadruplets. Fool! Is this really the time for jokes? Yet, the possibility remained that the previous one was a mere imposter. Regardless of its authenticity, it presented us with an opportunity for battle. Indeed, you're right. Konosu, this time it's our turn to handle this. My companions, having witnessed how effortlessly I dealt with PX4, were eager to test their mettle against this new foe. They seemed to have forgotten the fear they once felt when confronted by the bear. Nevertheless, this worked to my advantage, with them engaging another pacifista. I could confront Jean Tao Wan myself. Judging by his arrogant demeanor, he certainly believed himself to be formidable. Thus, I readily acquiesced to their request. All right, you all may proceed. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Jean Tao Wan observed the group of pirates before him, clearly unaware of their own limitations. They should not presume that defeating a ship named He Ping Zhu would grant them the audacity to be so arrogant. In a fit of exasperation, he pointed forward with a chubby hand and commanded, "Go, PX1, teach them a lesson." The tall figure behind him remained silent, raising his hand to prepare a laser beam. Zoro, with a slight twist of his lips, unleashed a powerful spinning slash towards PX1. However, this strike barely inflicted any damage. PX1 merely sustained a minor tear in its clothing and continued to fire lasers at them. Luffy immediately entered gear second, ready to create a clone and charge forward. Unexpectedly, just as he made a move, Jean Tao Wan dashed forward wielding a massive axe. Observing Jean Tao Wan's intent to interfere in Luffy's battle, I smirked. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. My shadow slithered forth like a nimble serpent, ensnaring him just 5 meters away. The force of inertia rendered Jean Tao Wan's body rigid, causing the enormous axe to crash to the ground before him. He found himself unable to move, bewildered and enraged, yet with his intellect. He could not fathom what had transpired. I controlled him to turn and face me. Jean Tao Wan, is it? No need to rush off. It would be inappropriate for you to meddle in their battle. How about we sit down for a cup of tea instead? Though Jean Tao Wan had turned to face me, he remained oblivious to the reason behind his immobility. Seeing my audacious expression only fueled his fury. You wretched scoundrel. Did you orchestrate this? What have you done to me? I waved my hands dismissively. Whoa, whoa, whoa. While one may indulge in a meal, one must not speak recklessly. In truth, I have yet to do anything to you. At that moment, Jean Tao Wan suspected that I might be a user of some devil fruit ability, and he covertly attempted to break free from my control using haki. However, he soon realized that my technique was not derived from a devil fruit. Even with haki, he could not nullify my shadow imitation technique. After a futile struggle, he ultimately ceased his resistance, though his confusion deepened. How could someone without abilities possibly control his body? His wariness towards me intensified. Noticing my insolent grin, he mustered his spirit and declared, "Cunning pirate, do not prattle on. My defense is the strongest in the world. Even if you have me under control, you cannot breach my defenses." I chuckled heartily. Oh, really? Your so-called world-class defense seems rather unremarkable to me. Why not let me put it to the test? Clearly unimpressed by my words, Jean Tao Wan smirked defiantly, then come at me. If you cannot breach my defense in 3 moves, you must release me. I could not comprehend the source of his confidence, yet to avoid dampening his spirits, I reluctantly agreed. This so-called supreme defense. Would he flinch if I thrust a knife into his abdomen? As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, they fear the kitchen knife. Conveniently, I possessed a large kitchen knife. However, it was too cumbersome for my use, so I opted instead for the Kusanagi sword. With a flick of my wrist, the Kusanagi appeared in my hand. Jean Tao Wan's expression shifted momentarily upon seeing the sword, only to be replaced by a hint of a smile. His grin became tinged with mockery. "Ha ha, you intend to use that against me? You must be underestimating the might of my world-class defense. Enough talk, come at me already." I regarded him with astonishment. Could this fellow truly be so formidable? Despite the slender blade of my sword, its cutting ability was exceptionally potent. Moreover, I had infused it with lightning chakra. Logically, the strike should cleave through even steel. Yet, he displayed no fear. Did he possess a hidden trump card, or had I genuinely underestimated him? No, I could not resort to such a trivial attack. I would be the subject of his ridicule. In terms of cutting power, I had no superior techniques at my disposal. Suddenly, a thought struck me. It seemed my last reward was a chakra fusion card. With that, I could create a new bloodline limit. When it came to cutting ability, I recalled Uchiha Madara's Rantan Koga, which had sliced through Naruto's truth-seeking ball. All right then, it was settled. If even Rantan could not breach his defenses, I would have to resort to dust release. With this in mind, I began a mental dialogue with the system. System, use the chakra fusion card. Beep. Which two chakra attributes would the host like to fuse? Water and lightning. Beep. Fusion successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new bloodline limit. Rantan. Beep. Congratulations. The host has completed a stage task. The reward of truth-seeking ball is now issued. Though I faced a reprimand from the system, the acquisition of such a formidable ninjutsu was worth it. However, I currently lack the power of the 6 paths to utilize the truth-seeking ball. It appeared I would have to wait until I absorbed the chakra of the remaining tailed beasts before I could wield it. For now, I set aside those thoughts. There was an adversary before me awaiting my attack. Clearly, Zhantao Wan was growing impatient, standing there unable to move, while the individual controlling him wore a myriad of expressions, yet showed no inclination to strike. Was this fellow merely planning to stand there until the end of time? Impatient, Zhantao Wan shouted at me, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you intimidated by my world-class defensive abilities? If not, why not just admit defeat? It is no shame to be bested by someone with the world's strongest defense." His incessant chatter was grating on my ears. I could hardly fathom why he had so much to say. Standing still, I was engaged in the fusion of a new ninjutsu. Must I inform him of this? Truly absurd. Ignoring his incessant prattle, I immersed myself fully in grasping the essence of Rantan. With newfound clarity, I approached Zhantao Wan with a smirk. "Apologies for the wait. You are Zhantao Wan, correct?" We agreed that I would have 3 opportunities. Let us commence with the first. You best prepare your defense. Zhantao Wan scoffed. "Hurry up. With an attack of your caliber, I doubt I even need to exert my full strength to withstand it. Before my world-class defense, I advise you to use your utmost might." This fellow remained as loquacious as ever. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate." With a clap of my hands, the water and lightning attributes of my chakra converge within my palms. As the 2 hands collide, the 2 distinct natures of chakra intertwine incessantly. Soon, a black lightning begins to manifest from the tips of my fingers. The lightning dances erratically, indicating that my Rantan has yet to fully merge. The true essence of Rantan is characterized by a violet hue. Therefore, I continue to amplify the fusion of the 2 chakra types. Gradually, the black lightning ceases its erratic movements and transforms into a straight beam of energy. Success! A surge of joy fills my heart. I did not anticipate achieving this so swiftly. Zhantao Wan, you must brace yourself for my attack. I have yet to test the potency of this technique. With a fierce roar, I declare, Senjutsu, Rantan Koga. In that instant, as my Rantan Koga strikes Zhantao Wan, I feel as though my face has been collided with by a fully loaded Boeing 747. The heavy impact distorts my visage, sending my body uncontrollably hurtling towards a large tree to my right. Then, with a thunderous crash, an explosion erupts as I collide with the tree. My Rantan Koga does not land on Zhantao Wan as anticipated. Instead, due to my fall, it schemes past PX1. At that moment, a voice emerges from where I once stood. "Oh dear, how terrifying. That level of attack barely missed you, Zhantao Wan." Startled, Zhantao Wan gazes at the tall man clad in striped yellow attire, exclaiming, "Admiral Huang Yuan." "Oh dear, that was indeed perilous, Zhantao Wan." Confused, Zhantao Wan inquires, "What are you talking about? The attack just now nearly claimed your life. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Otherwise, your entire being would have been cleaved in 2. How is that possible?" "Oh dear, if you doubt me, just look over there." Zhantao Wan turns to follow Huang Yuan's Shang, witnessing PX1's body, which has just been grazed by my Rantan Koga, revealing a clean gash on his abdomen. Slowly, the upper half of PX1's body begins to slide downward. As the body ultimately falls to the ground, PX1 explodes violently, flames soaring skyward and creating a deafening roar. Only then does Zhantao Wan comprehend how fortunate he is to have evaded my previous attack. Cold sweat drips from his body as an overwhelming sense of impending death paralyzes his feet. An endless fear of mortality weighs heavily upon his heart. Zhan Taoan, Zhan Taoan, are you all right? Huang Yuan's voice acts as a lifeline, rousing the dazed Zhan Taoan. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others are desperately engaged in battle. Yet they are unable to inflict any substantial damage on PX-1. Recalling my earlier encounter with one, they are struck by a newfound understanding of my combat prowess. Simultaneously, they feel fortunate to be my companions. As their apprehension grows with every passing moment, they begin to contemplate surrender. Nevertheless, Zoro grits his teeth and presses on. Unable to fathom why, against the same adversary, I emerged unscathed while he finds himself utterly helpless. When did this disparity become so vast? Refusing to accept fate, he urges Sanji to kick PX-1 towards him. Sanji unleashes a scorching kick, sending PX-1 crashing before Zoro. Subsequently, Zoro employs his strongest technique at this stage, Oni-Ki, 9-sword style, Ashura, Demon 9 Flash. 9 blades carve a deep wound into PX-1's body. However, it is evident that PX-1 has yet to suffer a fatal blow. Just as despair begins to envelop the group, a purple light slices through PX-1's form. In an instant, his upper and lower halves separate effortlessly, followed by an explosion that signals his demise. As the group rejoices in having vanquished a pacifist, Zoro notices that the explosion occurred at the site where the purple light manifested. Turning back, he realizes my figure is conspicuously absent from where I once stood. After searching again, he finally spots me staggering upright from the source of the purple light. Zoro gasps, struggling to believe that the purple light was indeed conjured by me. Has the gap in strength truly widened to such an extent? However, now is not the time for sentiment. I rub my face, feeling the weight of the previous blow. Were it not for the relentless restoration of the Hashirama cells, I would have perished. Slowly rising, I gaze at the spot where I once stood, only to notice a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, a tall figure appears before me. The individual, adorned with brown glasses and clad in a black and yellow striped suit, strokes his chin while observing me. I recall that the Straw Hat Pirates have a member known as the Battleship Destroyer, with a bounty of 298 million. That must be you. Although your appearance differs from the wanted poster, I surmise that only someone capable of delivering such an attack could be you. Ding. Host has encountered Admiral Huang Yuan, successfully unlocking character card. Reward. Bietian Shun is now being distributed. If it weren't for the system's automatic recognition, I would not have identified this individual as the legendary Marine Admiral, Huang Yuan. However, even as an admiral, having endured such pain at his hands, I see no reason to spare him. With fury igniting within me, I glare at this man, my Sharingan spinning wildly within my pupils. Were you the one who struck me? Huang Yuan regards my golden irises, his brows furrowing slightly. How terrifying, your gaze. Nevertheless, it was indeed I who struck you. A smirk graces my lips. Then prepare to meet your demise. Tsukuyami. Upon witnessing the man before me, Robin exclaims in terror, Keigong Driju, run. That man is Admiral Huang Yuan. Yet, in the face of this Marine Admiral, I feel no hint of retreat. Robin's warning serves as a reminder to my companions, who grow increasingly tense. Having just endured a fierce battle, they now must confront a Marine Admiral, which poses a significant challenge for them. However, Robin's warning comes too late. I confront the towering figure, instantly activating my strongest illusion, Tsukuyami. Yet, I am aware that such an attack cannot overpower this so-called Marine Admiral. My intention is merely to distract him for a fleeting moment, allowing me to unleash other techniques. Indeed, under the influence of Tsukuyami, Huang Yuan sways, his eyes rolling back as he teeters on the brink of collapse. I seize this opportunity, simultaneously dispelling the other two clones, gathering an immense amount of Senjutsu chakra. I clap my hands together and declare, Senjutsu, Suet on Dabasho ha. Countless torrents of seawater surge from my mouth, instantly inundating the surrounding grassland. The water, seemingly endless, continues to amass, engulfing us all in its relentless swell. The range of this ninjutsu is exceedingly vast. The entirety of island number 16 lies within its dominion. However, this technique is akin to a double-edged sword for me. While I exert control over others, I am also submerged in water. Although the agony I endure is significantly lesser compared to that of the user, my inability to breathe renders my endurance fleeting. Nevertheless, my fellow users, Luffy, Chopper, and Robin, are in a precarious state. Though it was never my intention to involve them in this predicament, we have reached this point with no turning back. As a minute elapsed, Chopper expelled a multitude of bubbles, indicating he could no longer hold on. Yet Kizaru, too, was nearing his limit. If only he could withstand a moment longer. I believe I could vanquish this Marine Admiral. After 2 minutes, Luffy, Chopper, Robin, and Brook lay completely unresponsive. In truth, I too was suffering, observing my companions in torment. I found it impossible to persist any longer. Even if I could eliminate Kizaru through this means, what would it matter if my companions perished? Yet, I felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Should I succeed in defeating Admiral Kizaru here, our future paths would surely be smoother. However, my friends were already incapacitated. Even Zoro had released bubbles from his mouth. Alas, I could go no further. The moment I dispelled the ninjutsu, I rushed to my companions' sides. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, I commenced their rescue. 2 minutes later, one by one, they awakened. I lower my head, unable to meet their gazes. I am deeply sorry, everyone. I was too earnest, and it caused you all to suffer. Light speed kick. Speed is weight. I presume you have never experienced a light speed kick, I declared. Bang! Before I could finish my sentence, I was forcefully kicked away. Kizaru, panting heavily, slowly spoke, "One must not be careless. I never anticipated you possessed such strength. It appears you cannot be allowed to live." With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before me in the blink of an eye, launching a light speed kick. My comrades had no time to intervene, witnessing Kizaru's foot approaching my head. "Fool!" I blurted out, inciting Kizaru's wrath. He did not hold back. His kick was genuinely aimed at my life. However, he had underestimated me. Initially, I had been caught off guard, which allowed him to strike. Now prepared, his so-called light speed kick was rendered ineffective before my Sharingan. Furthermore, I had utilized Kimui to make my body intangible. Even Kizaru was powerless against me. You did not manage to strike me. I did not expect you to lack a physical form. Is it some Logia-type ability? Yet, considering you can manipulate seawater, you surely do not fear it, do you? If that were the case, your power would be truly terrifying. With that, he conjured a radiant sword of yellow light. Tengoku no Ken. A gleaming long sword materialized in his grasp, and he relentlessly swung the blade towards me. However, I evaded each strike. In this stalemate, neither of us could land a blow on the other. Realizing his attacks were futile, Kizaru swiftly ascended into the air, forming a hand sign, Hachi Shaku Kogu. Countless beams of light rained down upon my location. In truth, Kizaru dared not approach me too closely. My recent water release had caused him significant distress. He understood that had my companions not faltered, he too might have met his demise. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded before him. I floated slowly into the air, defying his onslaught. This was due to the immense destruction his attacks wrought upon the ground. My comrades lay below, unable to evade. Furthermore, his attacks had not struck my feet, enabling me to materialize them and utilize the thrust of my chakra to levitate. This spectacle left Kizaru dumbfounded. How terrifying! Your ability allows you to fly. I smiled broadly, responding, "You flatter me. If I recall correctly, your bounty is merely 298 million. It seems you've been undervalued." "Ha! By your estimation, how much should it be?" I continued. "I believe multiplying it by 10 would be reasonable." "Ha ha! You overestimate me," Kizaru retorted. "Youngster, you indeed possess strength. However, I am not prepared to concede." With a slight smile, Kizaru vanished once again. I immediately sensed something amiss, turning to see Kizaru had appeared before Luffy. His speed was astonishing, truly akin to light itself. Even my Flying Thunder God technique could not match his pace. Kizaru was the true embodiment of the yellow flash. He stepped onto Luffy while gathering laser beams at his fingertip, shooting through Luffy's shoulder with a swift whoosh. I blinked in and out of existence, and by the time I manifested before Kizaru, Luffy was already bleeding profusely, crying out in agony. Before I could assist him, a sudden, sharp pain pierced my chest. Looking down, I realized Kazura had shot 3 laser beams directly through my heart while I had been momentarily tangible. That cunning old man had seized the opportunity. After such an assault, even I could not recover swiftly. Yet Kizaru, as if discovering a new continent, murmured, "Oh my, I did not expect this to succeed. I shall need to unleash more attacks." With this, he unleashed a barrage of laser beams at my chest. Do not ask me why I did not evade. Luffy still lay behind me. It was Robin who, displaying her cleverness, noticed Luffy's predicament and attempted to relocate him. Unfortunately, it was too late. I had absorbed numerous laser hits. My heart was devastated. Although Hashirama cells could heal wounds, they were powerless against such a vital organ. Once I saw Luffy had been moved, I felt a semblance of relief. Turning to Kizaru, I felt my chakra whirl intensely in my eyes. Betsu Tenjin. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Kizaru halted his actions, staring at me in bewilderment. My companions rushed to my side, and Chopper, upon seeing the gaping hole in my chest, burst into tears. Blood continued to flow from my mouth as I trembled, raising my hand to gently wipe away Chopper's tears. Scanning the remaining faces, I spoke softly. "I am sorry, my friends. It has been a true joy to share this journey with you. Chopper, do not cry. You will surely become a great doctor. Luffy, you must become the Pirate King." Blood began to choke my throat, and I gazed at my remaining companions, yet words failed me. However, I had done all that I could. The Yellow Monkey has also fallen victim to my Tian Shun, and from this point onward, they must forge their own path. Just as I was preparing to close my eyes and face death with tranquility, a figure in the distance startled me into an upright position. Damn it! At such a moment, another formidable foe has appeared. I find myself at a loss for words, unable to warn my companions to flee. Thus, I endure the excruciating pain and swiftly move towards that silhouette. The others are bewildered by my actions, but upon turning to look, they all gasp in unison, "Tyrant Bear." Zoro quickly glances at the book in his hand and instantly deduces it's the real deal. What on earth is this fellow doing here at such a critical juncture? Hey, Kazuki, don't go. Kazuki, come back. Sanji has never run this fast before. Perhaps at this moment, he has finally grasped the technique of moonwalk. He mutters about the seasickness of that rascal, urging him not to perish so easily. However, it is evident that his speed still requires improvement. In an instant, I find myself before the bear, Tian Shun. My eyes simultaneously unleash the Tian Shun upon the 2 formidable opponents. The sole purpose of my Tian Shun is to safeguard the Straw Hat Pirates. I wonder if those from the pirate world will be affected by such a level of illusion. Regardless, I have done all that I can. There are no regrets left. I gently lay down on the ground, feeling the ebbing of my life force, and peacefully close my eyes. Surely, Luffy will become the Pirate King, won't he? Will Zoro possess Haushikahaki? Nami's bosom. Surely it cannot grow any larger, can it? That rascal Usopp, did he inform Luffy that he is the Sniper King? Is Sanji's curly brow hereditary? Chopper, you merely have a slightly blue nose. You are not a monster at all. Robin, once the truth of history is revealed, remember to burn a copy for me. Frankie, can't you wear a pair of pants? Brook, your skull looks far more handsome than your actual form. I genuinely wish to accompany everyone on their adventures once more. Ding. Life force of the host has descended to its lowest level. Immediate rescue protocols initiated. Cellular activity at 50. Ding. Host body can no longer sustain high-intensity cellular activity. Adrenaline is being urgently secreted. Ding. Full body scan of the host completed. Survival rate at 1. Emergency measures will commence in 30 seconds, during which the system will convert its energy into the host's life force to enhance survival capacity. 3, 2, 1. Ding. System downgrading. Host life force is recovering. Survival rate at 10. Ding. System has been downgraded to the lowest level. Host survival rate at 48. System sleep mode is about to activate. Host survival rate at 62. Captain, look. What is that? A flash of dark energy surrounds us. Seemingly the result of the figure known as the Captain utilizing a certain ability. Is a person, Nanny? Who is this individual that they can fly? From the looks of it, it seems they did not intend to fly themselves. Such incredible speed. Move aside. There is no explosion as anticipated, only the soft sound of landing. Hey, Captain, look at this indentation resembling a bear's paw. What is it? Could it be that Bartholomew Kuma? Is this for real? So, this person was sent flying here by that bear? It seems so, judging by the wounds on him. It appears he was pierced by some powerful beam of energy that penetrated his internal organs. No way. The only person I can think of who could cause such damage is without a doubt Admiral Kizuru. Are you implying that this fellow was injured by Kizuru and then sent flying here by Kuma? This is the extent of what we currently understand. The rest will have to wait until he awakens for confirmation. I do not know how much time has passed before I slowly regain consciousness. Hey, Captain, that person has awakened. Sensing a crowd surrounding me, I wish to distance myself from these individuals, but every part of me aches as if it is splitting apart. Hey, kid, it would be best if you do not move around right now. Otherwise, your injuries may flare up again. After struggling to adjust to the light, I finally discern the appearance of the person speaking to me. A head of red hair, with 3 terrifying scars above his eyes. Red-haired Shanks. Shanks smiles slightly. It's good that you're awake. I haven't even asked your name yet. This individual before me is none other than Luffy S. Benefactor. The shock overwhelms me, rendering me unable to hear Shanks' words. What on earth is happening? Oh, so you're calling me? That name is indeed peculiar. Hey, big brother. You could donate your ears if you don't need them. Who would have such a name? It seems that Shanks appears somewhat dazed. After a light cough, I introduce myself. I am Kazuki, not calling me. Shanks' face instantly flushes crimson as he grabs his hair in horror. Oh no, I actually misnamed someone. Come on, Captain. Can you let him finish speaking? I was about to clarify the situation when a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I fell back into slumber. When I awaken again, a bonfire has been lit nearby. Many people are dancing and laughing around the fire, and the relaxed atmosphere begins to ease my previously tense state of mind. Staring at the ceiling, I reflect on my prior memories. It seems that Kizaru did not manage to take my life. Furthermore, the illusion I cast on Kuma and Kizaru before my imminent demise may have some effect. As for Luffy and the others, I wonder how they are faring. Without the relentless pursuit of Kuma and Kizaru, they should be safe for the time being. System. How long have I been asleep? What is happening? Why is it unresponsive? Wait, could it be that my previous dream was indeed real? I call out frantically to the system in my mind, hoping for some response. However, contrary to my desires, the system remains silent. I check the system space. Fortunately, the system's sealed space is still accessible. In the corner at the top, a small line of text reads, System in sleep mode. Remaining time, 3,647 days, 6 hours. My goodness, over 3,000 days, which means at least another 10 years. It appears that my injuries are indeed severe. To merely regain my life, it has taken the system 10 years of slumber. Although the system has been prone to striking me, its current state of dormancy evokes a sense of loss within me. Alone in this world, the system's companionship had alleviated my solitude. Now, it seems I must endure a lengthy separation as the system sleeps. A strong sense of unwillingness compels me to clench my fists tightly. Some black energy from my body silently flows into the system space. The previously stated countdown of 3,647 days, 6 hours suddenly changes. The remaining time is now 3,647 days, 2 hours. What has happened? How did it suddenly decrease by 4 hours? As I gazed at the fluctuating numbers, a profound confusion enveloped me regarding the situation at hand. The fleeting surge of black energy that had just manifested was equally perplexing. Yet, I decided to relinquish my attempts to comprehend it. Given that the system had managed to reduce my dormant state this time, it stood to reason that further reductions could be achieved in the future. With this thought in mind, I began to adopt a more relaxed demeanor. My primary focus was to first recuperate from my injuries. Lying in bed, I found myself immobile. Yet I could still sense the flow of chakra within me. Upon invoking it, I discovered that although my chakra was nearly depleted, a trace remained. However, this newly emerged chakra was swiftly absorbed by the cells of my body's tissues. Those cells that absorbed the chakra soon began to exhibit vitality. It appeared that my inability to heal stemmed from the severity of my original injuries. Compounded by the continuous absorption of my chakra by the Hashirama's cells. This duality prevented me from mending my wounds. Nevertheless, now that I was awake, I could take control of the distribution of my chakra. At that moment, the door swung open. "Ah, little brother, you're awake." "Yes, indeed. I owe you my gratitude, Shanks." "Haha, it's nothing. We merely happen to be on this island." He replied, "By the way, you mentioned your name is Guangji Zhu, correct?" I was momentarily taken aback, not fully understanding why Shanks suddenly inquired about my name. "Yes, that's right." At this point, Shanks produced a bounty poster and pointed to the handsome blonde-haired man depicted on it. "Is this Guangji Zhu?" Upon seeing the image of the fourth Hokage, I finally grasped the situation. The bounty poster had captured his likeness at the time, and now, due to my severe injuries, I had reverted to my original appearance, which is why the red-haired pirates had not recognized me immediately. Embarrassed, I scratched my face. Indeed, that is the name. However, I must clarify that this photo does not accurately represent me. "Oh, what is the story?" I understood that red-haired wasn't genuinely curious about me. Rather, his concern lay with Luffy. He had come to verify my identity after hearing my name match that on the bounty. I smiled slightly, saying, "In any case, our captain, Luffy, has repeatedly mentioned the great favor you have extended to him." This left Shanks momentarily speechless, his previously stern demeanor softening into a joyful expression. "So, you truly are one of Luffy's companions?" The man with dreadlocks, whom I recognized, also engaged in the conversation. I responded with a smile, "Indeed. Usopp is aboard our ship as well. He is in excellent health and has become a courageous warrior of the sea." The man stared at me with wide eyes, and upon hearing my words, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He recalled abandoning his family to venture onto the sea, even missing the chance to visit his deceased wife. A grown man weeping like a child was quite a sight. Shanks ordered that Usopp be removed from the room, as his sobs were rather bothersome. After discussing Luffy's current state with Shanks, he smiled warmly, lost in reminiscence. It seemed that even the formidable Emperor revealed a gentler side when reminiscing about his dear friend. Following 3 days of recuperation courtesy of the red-haired pirate's hospitality, I finally felt strong enough to rise from my bed. On this day, I approached Shanks. "Shanks, I wish to inquire about something." He was reading a newspaper when I approached, promptly inviting me to sit. "What is it? Are you uncomfortable with your accommodations or craving something specific to eat?" I shook my head and asked, "Do you know Ace?" "Luffy's brother." "Ace? You mean the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port-Gas Ace?" "Precisely. That's him. I often heard his name mentioned. I wondered what had happened to him. Has he not come here?" Shanks pondered for a moment before responding. "We did encounter him, but that was quite some time ago. Are you looking for him?" His words startled me. I recalled our last encounter with Ace coinciding with our battle against Moria. "No, he hasn't visited recently?" Shanks shook his head solemnly. "That's odd. When I parted ways with Ace, he mentioned he would seek out red-haired. Yet now, he has not appeared. Surely he hasn't become lost at sea like Zoro?" However, upon observing the expressions of Shanks and his crew, I suddenly felt the weight of an unsettling realization. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. Have you met Ace?" "Of course, just a few days ago. I even told him to seek you out." "Seek me out?" "Yes, at that time, Ace was engaged in battle with Blackbeard. He was captured by Blackbeard, and it seemed they intended to take him to the Navy headquarters. Fortunately, I intervened and saved Ace." The more I spoke, the more astonished Shanks and the others appeared. When I mentioned urging Ace to find Shanks, their expressions became even more peculiar. "What is going on? If Ace hasn't come, he must be lost somewhere or perhaps returned to the Whitebeard ship. There is no need for concern." Seeing their serious faces, I finally understood that something was indeed amiss. Shanks fixed his gaze upon me. "Are you saying that you have already rescued Ace? And he explicitly stated he would seek me out?" His piercing stare made me uneasy. I must admit, Shanks' imposing aura was palpable. His mere gaze seemed to cause the very air around us to tremble. "Yes, that is correct. What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Shanks began to pace. Deep in thought, the long-haired man named Beckman approached him and whispered something into his ear. Shanks then turned to me and tossed the newspaper he had been reading. As I looked at the expressions of those around me, I could not fathom their concern. Yet, the moment I opened the newspaper, I was met with an alarming revelation. The headline bore a massive photograph of Ace, kneeling on the ground. The Navy headquarters has decided to execute Fire Fist Ace in 7 days. Instantly, I sprang to my feet, my hands trembling as I clutched the newspaper. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. I had spoken with Ace. He had assured me he would seek out Shanks. Given his status as the son of Pirate King Roger, Shanks would certainly be willing to teach him the ways of hockey. Consumed by shock, I was oblivious to the presence of those around me, lost in a whirlwind of self-talk. I had not anticipated that my words would evoke such astonishment in others. The surrounding individuals stood in stunned silence. The passage I just shared, once disseminated, possesses the power to transform a bankrupt newspaper into the wealthiest entity in the world. Not to mention the profound impact it would have on Xianx, who has already received immense favor from Luoji. He could scarcely believe his ears. In fact, he had previously speculated that Ace might indeed be Luoji's progeny. As a former member of Luoji's crew, he undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than the average individual. Upon learning of the demise of Port Gasti, Rouge, Admiral Carp had indeed appeared on that small island. Consequently, he followed Carp to the East Sea. However, once Carp became aware of his presence, he ceased his pursuit. Although he did not personally witness Luoji's son, he had nonetheless confirmed that Luoji's son resided in the windmill village of the East Sea. Thus, he returned to the Grand Line, enduring countless hardships, and ultimately discovered the Gomu no Mi. Initially, he intended to deliver the fruit to Luoji's son in Windmill Village. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, it was consumed by Luffy. Moreover, Luffy uttered words akin to those of Captain Luoji, leading him to deduce that the devil fruit indeed has the capacity to select its host. Hence, he abandoned his quest to locate Luoji's son, where he later encountered Ace. Although he did not recognize him at first glance, through careful calculation, he became convinced that Ace was very likely Captain Luoji's offspring. At the very least, their ages coincided remarkably. Additionally, Ace's subconscious behaviors evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Although he lacked absolute certainty, he began to pay closer attention to Ace's actions. It was only when Ace became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates that he could no longer keep track. Yet today, he was astounded to hear from my own lips that Ace was indeed Luoji's son. How could he not be shocked? On one hand, he was astonished that his earlier suspicions were validated. On the other, he was taken aback that I possessed such clandestine knowledge. He stared at me in disbelief, while I continued to speak as if entranced. This should not be happening. Ace had already departed. I had witnessed him leave. How could he possibly be captured again? Could it be that Akiji was responsible? No, that couldn't be right. He had given me Ace's key, and surely he would not have apprehended Ace after my departure. Besides, if Akiji intended to capture Ace, he would not have needed to wait until I left. Could it be Blackbeard? That old rascal had nearly drowned due to my actions. How could he have recovered so swiftly? What on earth was happening? I sank to the ground, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. Yet the newspaper before me made it clear. Regardless of what transpired after my departure, Ace had indeed been captured by the Navy. Furthermore, he was scheduled for public execution in 7 days. As I collapsed to the ground like a lifeless rag doll, the people around me were astonished by my mutterings. Fortunately, a large figure gradually crouched beside me. "Hey, are you all right? You just recovered. You can't be so emotionally overwhelmed." I sprang to my feet. I must save him. Nanny? Ace must have encountered some extraordinary circumstances after our separation, leading to his capture. I cannot allow this to stand. I must inquire. I stood up abruptly and strode toward the tent's exit without a backward glance. "Where are you going?" I turned my head, resolute in my intention to confront this fool and demand to know why he refused to heed my advice. In truth, I felt as if I were under some enchantment. Imagine knowing a person's fate and then by sheer coincidence encountering them. You inform them of the grave repercussions of their actions, and yet, for reasons unknown, they refuse to listen. In such a situation, I should ideally refrain from intervening. As it is said in metaphysics, that one ought not to meddle in the karmic affairs of others. Yet, I was consumed by frustration. I felt compelled to dissect the reasoning and convey it to him. This lad appeared to agree wholeheartedly, yet he still acted contrary to my counsel. Anyone would feel incensed in my position. If I had been unaware, it would be one thing. However, having elucidated everything so clearly. And with him having promised to follow my guidance, he turned around and reverted to his previous predicament. It was akin to a friend seeking your advice regarding their situation, sharing their plight, and then, after you provide a thorough analysis and outline a clear path forward, they agree to follow your suggestions, only to turn around and make the opposite decision. How could I possibly endure such indignation? I was determined to find Ace and confront him, demanding to know why he would not adhere to my advice. With resolve, I marched outside, only to be intercepted by Beckman. I looked up at the towering man. "What is it?" He took a drag from his cigarette. "Your injuries have yet to heal. Venturing out to sea is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, without a log pose, you cannot possibly locate him." His words brought me a measure of calm. Indeed, without a log pose, how could I rescue him? Suddenly, an idea struck me. I retrieved a piece of paper from the system space. The paper was reduced to a mere corner, singed around the edges. Beckman's eyes widened. "Wait, is that?" "Indeed, this is Ace's life card. It appears there is hardly anything left. It seems Ace is in grave peril." I realized I needed to act swiftly. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted. "Hold on. If you truly wish to go, I'll 1T stop you. However, given your current condition, even if you went, what difference would it make? The enemy possesses the might of the Navy's 3 great powers, in addition to several warlords, and their ordinary forces exceed 100,000. Yes, even if you went alone, it wouldn't change anything." "That's right. Moreover, under these circumstances, Whitebeard will surely mobilize to rescue him. You should simply focus on recuperating here." In truth, they were correct. Whitebeard would undoubtedly set out to save Ace. I need only wait patiently for the outcome. Yet my frustration lingered. They also had a point. My injuries had not fully healed. Even if I went, it would serve no purpose. Therefore, I bit my finger, formed a series of seals, and then slapped the ground. Summoning technique. "QB, I need your assistance. Grant me some chakra." With the support of the Nine Tails chakra, I swiftly began to heal my injuries. In fact, just a few days prior, I had been unable to summon the Nine Tails. My chakra had been depleted, rendering both ninjutsu and sage mode impossible. Fortunately, the treatment I received from the red-haired pirates had finally allowed me to recover a modicum of strength. Under the alternating use of the sage mode, I have finally managed to balance the consumption of chakra by the cells of Hashirama. Until today, I have only just begun to experience a surplus of chakra. Just moments ago, in response to my furious summons, my chakra astonishingly surged to a level sufficient to summon the QB. This is even better. With this formidable ally, I can swiftly recover from my injuries. As I visibly healed at an astounding pace, Shanks and his crew, aside from their astonishment, realized that I had now become akin to Ace of the past. No matter the attempts to impede me, they would be futile. When I finally rose to my feet, all my wounds had completely healed. Moreover, it seemed that my total chakra reserves had experienced a notable increase due to this encounter. Perhaps it was the result of previously exhausting myself too much that left me in a hollow state. Once empty and then refilled, this led to a significant enhancement of my abilities. However, I did not dwell on this matter. I expressed my gratitude to Shanks and his crew before soaring into the sky, heading towards Ace's life card. Hey, Captain, this guy can actually fly." Shanks observed my retreating figure, as if having made a certain decision. "Let us go." "Go." "Captain, where are we headed?" "To Marineford." "Wait, seriously?" "Captain, think carefully. It's not the right time for us to go there." Indeed, Whitebeard has already moved, and if we do not secure our territory, Kaido might take the opportunity to seize all our lands. That's right. Our scouts reported yesterday that Kaido has begun invading Whitebeard's territory. It seems he intends to test the waters while Whitebeard is away rescuing people. Shanks's expression shifted instantaneously, and his formidable conqueror's haki surged forth. The sturdy tent pole, which had been reliable, was suddenly pierced, breaking in half as if struck with tremendous force. Ace must be saved. We'll reclaim our territory later. In truth, Shanks had already intended to participate in the battle at Marineford. However, upon receiving news of Kaido's unusual movements, he had refrained from departing immediately. Yet now that he had confirmed Ace was the son of Captain Roger, he felt compelled to act without delay. He could have remained ignorant of such matters. But now that he was aware, he could not allow Ace to perish before his very eyes. Brothers, prepare for battle. Remember, this time, no matter what, we must rescue Ace. I flew swiftly, disregarding the consumption of my chakra. Whenever my chakra neared depletion, I summoned a tailed beast to replenish it. Thus, with continuous acceleration, I finally arrived at Water 7 on the third day. Gazing down at this familiar place, I decided to land and devise a plan to confront Ace. I recalled that Water 7 had a direct sea train to Judicial Island, and behind Judicial Island was a gate of justice. It was said that those who entered the gate would find themselves in the underwater prison. This meant that if I could find a way to reach Judicial Island, I could access the underwater prison. Excellent. With a plan in mind, I stealthily approached the train station of Water 7. Disguising myself as an ordinary journalist under the pretense of interviewing the Marines, I boldly prepared to board the train to Judicial Island. However, I was met with the unexpected news that Judicial Island was temporarily closed to the public. After some subtle inquiries, I discovered that this was due to the previous demon-slaying edict, which had resulted in a complete lockdown of the island. Moreover, it was said that the island was heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to approach. This was indeed not favorable news. The fewer people there were, the less likely I would be able to blend in. Just as I was frowning in frustration, another train arrived at the station. After inquiring further, I learned that this train was specifically designated to transport workers to Judicial Island for renovation work. What a stroke of luck. I quickly found a concealed spot and transformed again, disguising myself as a worker to blend in with the crowd. As I stood at the end of the line, a sharp-nosed government official approached me. Dressed in a black suit, he leaned closer to sniff me, his rat-like eyes fixating on me. "Who are you? Why do I smell the scent of a pirate on you?" To my surprise, this was the same individual who had entered Robin's carriage. I recalled having given him a thorough beating, and I was astonished by his keen sense of smell. Although I had altered my appearance, he could still discern that I was a pirate. As I hesitated whether to eliminate him in an instant, a brilliant idea struck me. Acting foolishly, I pointed to my ears and then to my mouth, shaking my hands vigorously, "Abba, Abba, Abba." Upon realizing my charade, he concluded that I was deaf and mute. He likely did not comprehend the caliber of individuals the government had recruited this time. With a person like me, communication would be challenging. Nonetheless, he understood that for this construction, someone like me was ideal. To maintain the dignity of the world government, they did not require highly skilled workers, only those who could keep secrets. Thus, without a doubt, I was the perfect candidate. He shook his head in resignation and turned away. Finally, I had successfully deceived him. Such minor characters were the most troublesome. Had a conflict arisen, I would have had no choice but to force my way through. Fortunately, I had managed to fool him. Following the individuals ahead, I boarded the sea train and casually found a seat to begin contemplating. Entering Judicial Island should pose no problem. But how would I unlock the gate of justice? Moreover, the underwater prison was likely no ordinary place. How could I directly locate Ace? Perhaps I should throw myself into the net? At this thought, I couldn't help but chuckle. Itruliema genius. Once I successfully disembarked, taking advantage of the lack of attention, I swiftly utilized Earth Release to arrive deep within the Judicial Tower. Observing the desolate scene before me, the demon-slaying edict truly wreaked havoc. There was no time to dawdle. The previous bridge of hesitation had been obliterated. Thus, even following the route from my memory, I had no means of entry. However, such obstacles would not deter me. Stealthily, I entered the restroom, ensuring no one was around before I quickly utilized a wood clone technique. Then, I transformed into the fourth Hokage, and the wood clone also executed a transformation. Spandam. Hee. However, this transformation seemed less than perfect, failing to capture the character's lewdness. Spandam held a chain in one hand, the other end attached to the fourth Hokage in handcuffs. With this, the cast was complete. Spandam attempted to alter his tone and led me towards the Marines. "Hey, you lot, hurry and open the gate of justice. I have brought with me an important prisoner, and this time I shall surely be promoted and prosper. Ha ha ha." From a distance, Spandam began to issue orders to the station Marines. Despite my efforts to convey Spandam's arrogance, the soldiers still stared at him with puzzled expressions. They exchanged hushed words, and one of them hurriedly approached Spandam. "Sir, how did you arrive here?" "Enough with the nonsense. Open the door quickly. Don't delay my promotion." Observing the hesitant demeanor of the Marine before me, I began to feel uneasy. Surely, I had not revealed my true identity, had I? The soldier cautiously inquired, "Sir, may I ask if you have the relevant documentation? Without it, we cannot open the door. It is against protocol." "Ah, you audacious fool. Do you not see I am personally bringing a criminal? I am already here. What need have I for such ridiculous documents? However, you are aware of the new regulations. I'm merely following orders. Perhaps you could fetch some sort of authorization?" Frustrated by the soldier's obstinacy, I thought to intimidate these gatekeepers with the name of CP9. Little did I know, it was far easier to encounter a formidable foe than to deal with these minor obstacles. Not only could I not procure any documents, but even if I could fabricate one, I had no idea what should be inscribed upon it. Thus, I resolved to persist in my blustering. With a fierce expression, Spandam slammed his hand upon the Marine's cap. "Do you have any idea who this criminal is? And do you know who I am? I am the commander of CP9. When did it become your place to question me? Open the door at once, or I shall personally see to your demise." As Spandam berated the young soldier, two others whispered behind him, "Hey, did you see? Is that the captured individual? It does look like him. It might very well be the destroyer of warships, Guangxi Zhu, a pirate with a bounty of 298 million. Spandam, with a smug expression, looked at the young soldiers. "Now that you know, hurry and open the door. You must understand, I have gone to great lengths to capture this criminal. If he escapes, can you bear the consequences?" Yet the soldier remained unmoved. Just then, a figure approached from the distance, prompting the soldiers to stand at attention. Admiral Garp. Admiral Garp, munching on a scallop, approached us with a swagger. "Ha! What is happening here?" Admiral Garp, Commander Spandam claims he has apprehended a criminal and wishes to transport him from the Gate of Justice to the underwater prison. However, he has not presented any documentation. Garp raised a hand, halting the soldier's explanation. He picked his nose while glancing at Spandam, then turned to me with disdain, mockingly exclaiming, "You think you could capture this fellow?" Spandam was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was facing a hero of the Navy. However, as a commander of CP9, he was not accustomed to such open derision. Just as he prepared a retort, Garp shot him a piercing glare, an overwhelming presence, causing Spandam's cloak to billow behind him. Speechless, Spandam fell silent. Garp's demeanor shifted. "I will take this prisoner inside. You may return from whence you came." With that, he snatched the chains from Spandam's hands and gestured for the soldier to open the door. The remaining two soldiers respectfully escorted Garp toward the Gate of Justice. As I watched Spandam retreat in disgrace, a smirk involuntarily crossed my face, though I quickly masked my satisfaction. Indeed, I am a genius. Garp led me forward. While the two soldiers whispered behind us, Admiral Garp truly commands respect, unlike that so-called CP9 commander. Right, how could he possibly capture a criminal with such a high bounty? Who would believe that? Besides, let us not forget, Guangxi Zhu was part of the Straw Hat crew that wreaked havoc on Judiciary Island. At that time, the entire CP9 was defeated, and now he claims to have apprehended a criminal. Such words could only deceive children. All right, keep your voices down. We wouldn't want that commander to overhear. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Who cares about him? A fool who only thrives due to his father's influence is hardly worthy of respect. Exactly. If it weren't for his foolish decree, my compatriot wouldn't have died amid the cannon fire. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I wish I could punch him. Hey, let us just talk. No need to act rashly. As Garp and I listened to the commotion behind us, we shared a silent laugh. Spandam was indeed a character. During the decree, he had revealed many truths, which accounted for his notorious reputation. Soon, Garp ushered me through the Gate of Justice. When I had previously visited Judiciary Island, I had only glimpsed the gigantic gate. Now that I walked through it, I discovered there was nothing behind it at all. The soldier leading us respectfully invited Garp aboard his ship before turning to leave. Garp waved his hand in farewell. The soldier, proud to have seen a hero of the Navy, had no idea of the consequences he might face if questioned later. In truth, he could not fathom why the legendary Admiral Garp would appear alone at Judiciary Island. Of course, even if he understood, he would not dare to inquire. After all, this was a hero of the Navy. Watching the soldier salute excitedly, even as the ship sailed far away, he stood like a pole. Garp escorted me to a room and instructed the soldiers to prepare food. I boldly sat down in a chair, requesting a plate of meat bones from Garp. After savoring a bite, I grinned. Plan B is a success. Thankfully, I was aware of Spandam's unreliability, which allowed me to keep a backup plan. I had my clone assume Garp's appearance during the argument between Spandam and the gate soldiers, making a timely entrance. I assumed the old man wouldn't mind, and likely, no one would question his whereabouts. I suspected a few astute individuals might notice Garp's lack of a deputy, but by then, I should have reached my destination. As I watched the warship sail forward, I truly had no idea whether they had uncovered my true identity. When I saw that there was nothing behind the Gate of Justice, I was astonished, yet I knew I must not slip up at this moment. Thus, I had Garp act as if he were enjoying his scallops, which helped me maintain my ruse. As time ticked away, my heart began to race with a palpable anxiety. Could it be that my identity had been compromised? These naval officers seemed to be graduates of a performing arts academy. I longed for a clever ruse to turn the tables. Constantly casting glances at the Navy personnel outside, I found it difficult to enjoy my meal in peace. Suddenly, a soldier approached my room, causing my entire being to tense up. Yet, I feigned composure, eager to observe their next move. To my surprise, the soldier merely knocked gently on the door, announcing, "Admiral Garp, we are nearing the advanced city. You may step out now." Understood, I replied, masking my confusion with an air of nonchalance as I made my way onto the deck. Before me loomed a colossal gate, leaving me utterly baffled. Was this not the Gate of Justice? How had I returned to this place? Were these Navy personnel playing tricks on me? I heard the soldier bellow, "Open the gate." Moments later, the massive door creaked open, revealing a grand castle before my eyes. In the distance, an expansive, circular fortress emerged, its formidable walls shrouded in mist, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Directly ahead lay a modest dock, which, while not large, extended approximately 100 meters in length. Flanking the dock stood soldiers in various uniforms, each maintaining a stoic demeanor. At the end of the dock stood a massive iron gate. Admiral Garp led me down an exceptionally long staircase, with soldiers murmuring in hushed tones, "Hey, did you see that? That's the hero of the Navy, Admiral Garp. His presence is truly formidable." It said he was once offered the position of Fleet Admiral, but he declined. Wow, he is incredibly impressive. Many of the inmates here were apprehended by Admiral Garp himself. He truly is the Navy's hero. As I listened to their chatter, I realized just how formidable Admiral Garp was. With such popularity, navigating the situation would be quite the challenge. Upon entering the advanced city, the great underwater prison, a female soldier respectfully saluted before us. Garp gestured. "This individual is now in your charge. He is said to have a bounty exceeding 200 million. What a joke. He could never withstand a single punch from me." "Admiral Garp, you've worked hard. Such a lowly criminal is certainly beneath your notice," the soldier replied, gazing at Garp with admiration before motioning for me to be taken inside. 4 individuals approached, one brandishing a stack of documents, stating, "Bounty, 298 million berries. Ship destroyer Guangzhou," confirming incarceration. The surrounding soldiers gasped in astonishment. "Did you hear that?" A criminal with a bounty nearing 300 million was easily defeated by Admiral Garp in one punch. "Fools, that man is Admiral Garp. He chased the pirate king Roger across the seas. Dealing with a petty criminal with a 300 million bounty is child's play." A voice interjected, "Hey, you two, what are you talking about? Don't forget, this is a notorious pirate. It may be easy for Admiral Garp, but for you, it could be exceedingly dangerous. Be cautious." "Understood, sir." The soldier turned to Garp, saying, "Welcome to Advanced City." To everyone's surprise, he quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. I inadvertently revealed my own ambitions. I am merely the deputy warden, Hannibal." The speaker donned an Egyptian pharaoh's headdress and wielded a large iron fork. Garp, uninterested, continued to pick his nose, seemingly indifferent to Hannibal's presence. Noticing Garp's demeanor, Hannibal hesitated briefly, but, recognizing Garp's significance, composed himself and led him further inside. As we pushed open a wooden door, We finally entered the depths of Advanced City. The walls were adorned with instruments of torture, each stained with traces of blood. Surrounding us were cages made of stone, echoing the pained cries of various inmates. The air was thick with the scent of blood, creating an eerie atmosphere. This seemed to be the very embodiment of the legendary hell. Carp walked on, unaffected by the grim scene before him. Admiral Carp, you are now within the inner sanctum of Advanced City. That scoundrel of a warden, Magellan, is currently in his office on the 4th level below. Would you like to see him? Carp flicked away a piece of nasal debris, slightly furrowing his brow. Have him come up. I have matters to discuss. Certainly. I will contact him immediately. Please, rest in this lounge for a moment. Hannibal's attendant quickly interjected, guiding Carp into a room. Meanwhile, the so-called deputy warden approached me. You must be Guangxi Zhu. Prepare him for the intake process, then toss him into, let me see. He produced a ledger, seemingly cross-referencing something. His aide remarked, Deputy Warden Hannibal. Based on the bounty, he needs to be incarcerated on the 5th level. Very well, we shall proceed thus. With new arrivals in my prison, I must ensure they are treated well. I misspoke, not my prison. With that, he personally escorted me forward. We finally halted before a massive water tank, which resembled a swimming pool built into the ground. The water bubbled vigorously, and the air was thick with humidity. A few inmates were being punished, suspended by their feet with their heads down. A soldier pulled a rope, and the unfortunate soul was unceremoniously tossed into the tank. Heart-wrenching screams and violent struggles ensued, accompanied by the rattling of chains. After 3 minutes, the prisoner had yet to resurface. Was this a deliberate attempt to drown him? Satis. This is the water torture. Generally, one must be submerged in boiling water at 100 degrees for over 10 minutes to achieve sterilization and disinfection. Hannibal clearly intended to instill psychological fear through visual stimuli, hoping to intimidate me with his words. However, he underestimated my resilience. Such punishments held no significance for me. Though my hands and feet were shackled with sea stone, I was not a devil fruit user. Moreover, such methods were ineffective against my ninjutsu. At the moment I was submerged, my entire being became ethereal. I assure you, not only could I withstand 10 minutes, but even if I were to play mahjong underwater, I would not need to catch my breath. When I was hoisted back into the air, my face bore no trace of fear, and I even held a hint of mockery towards Hannibal. Ha ha ha, is this all you got? The world's #1 underwater prison is not so intimidating after all. Hannibal's eyelids twitched, a glimmer of malice flickering in his gaze as he gritted his teeth. Stay down there. Prepare for boiling punishment. My true self endured various tortures, but for one who could phase through and possessed self-healing abilities, it merely amounted to a waste of chakra. Though the punishment inflicted upon me is trivial, the commotion I have created is indeed monumental. This, of course, is entirely by design. In doing so, I am able to capture the attention of the masses, thereby alleviating some of the burden on Kapu. After all, I am not the true Kapu. Should my ruse be discovered in the glaring spotlight, it would be unwise to eliminate someone so brazenly. Utilizing my perceptive abilities, I swiftly discerned the layout of the entire impel down. I also located Isis' position. It turns out this so-called prison resembles a towering pagoda. I find myself in the uppermost section above sea level, which serves as the administrative area. Below the surface lies the 1st to 6th levels. Isis is confined within the 6th level. At last, I have found you, Isis. Moreover, through my observant gaze, I stumbled upon a peculiar detail. There exists a space between the 5th and 6th levels. How intriguing. Could it be that special prisoners are held there? It is no wonder this place is dubbed the Great Undersea Prison, as everything is submerged beneath the waves, situated in a windless zone surrounded by various sea kings. Once incarcerated, escape is virtually impossible for the prisoners. While I have gained insight into the prison structure, I still struggle to recognize all the key figures involved. Yet, this does not daunt me. With a light cough, I summoned a soldier. The moment he closed the door, I transferred him into my Shunwei space. Subsequently, I conjured a clone and transformed into the likeness of this soldier, confidently striding out. Thus, no one would notice the soldier's disappearance. However, the soldier trapped in Shunwei space was far less fortunate. After rendering him unconscious, I directly employed the memory retrieval technique of the Zhongshan clan. This enabled me to attain a deeper understanding of the entire Impel Down. The prison comprises the following levels beneath the sea. First level, Honglian Diu, Crimson Lotus Hell. Second level, Mengshou Diu, Beast Hell. Third level, Ji Diu, Hunger Hell. Fourth level, GR Diu, Heat Hell. Fifth level, Jihan Diu, Extreme Cold Hell. Sixth level, WhoJoined Diu, Endless Hell. Additionally, I meticulously examined the appearances and personalities of several key figures. Armed with this information, I nonchalantly made my way outside. The soldiers, upon seeing me, did not impede my progress. Following the soldiers' memories, I arrived at a colossal elevator. The guards at the entrance, upon recognizing the naval hero, displayed nothing but nervousness and refrained from any inquiries. I entered with an air of confidence, fully aware of IC's location, and naturally chose to head directly to the 6th level. To my astonishment, as I entered the 6th level, the gates of Impel Down swung open once more. An elderly man descended slowly from the warship. With his grizzled hair and flowing white cloak, he was unmistakably Kapu, the rear admiral. The guards at the gate were taken aback. How could another Kapu appear? Had their memories betrayed them? Kapu gazed at the bewildered soldier, who stood frozen in shock. Given his already foul mood, Kapu snorted. Why are you dazed? Open the door at once. Why, yes, of course. But, Admiral, did you forget something? Faced with the imposing presence of the true Kapu, the young soldier dared not question his authenticity, convinced instead that his eyes had deceived him. Perhaps he simply hadn't noticed Kapu's departure. Kapu, momentarily puzzled by the soldier's words, nonetheless thought of IC still trapped within. Perhaps he ought to retrieve him. With a deep sigh, he chose not to respond to the soldier's query. However, his silence only served to confirm the soldier's assumptions. Inwardly, the soldier mused, truly, a rear admiral of the Navy moves with remarkable speed. No one even noticed his departure. Thus, under the soldier's guidance, the genuine Kapu successfully entered Impel Down. With a stern expression, Kapu advanced, while the surrounding guards hesitated to approach, sensing his displeasure. Meanwhile, a colleague behind him gestured frantically, cautioning against provoking the already irritable admiral. Kapu traversed the prison as if it were an uninhabited realm. Once he entered the elevator, the guiding soldier remarked to his colleagues, "Do you see? This is the naval hero. His aura is truly invincible. Hey. While Admiral Kapu's presence is formidable, why do I feel as though I have encountered him before? I knew you would say that. You see, he actually ventured out earlier. He has returned to retrieve something he forgot. Is that true? I had no idea. That's why you're stuck here as a guard. With his speed, how could you possibly have noticed? Otherwise, how could he be a naval hero? Just stick to your post." The guards, caught between belief and skepticism, soon ceased their concerns. Even those in the monitoring room, observing two Kapus, merely assumed they were witnessing different angles of the same individual. However, they failed to note that the two Kapus occupied distinct locations, one in the elevator and the other on the 6th level. Transformed into Kapu's visage, I approached IC. Beholding him, bloodied and suspended by his arms, an uncontainable fury ignited within me. What folly is this? Ignoring advice and ending up in such a state. This is your just desserts? I assent it? Just as I was about to berate him, IC weakly lifted his gaze, murmuring, "It's you." His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of despair, revealing the torment he had endured since arriving here. Witnessing his exhausted form, I lost the inclination to scold him, letting out a long sigh. "Are you all right?" Given my tone and words, IC mistook me for Kapu, responding without any hint of surprise, merely lowering his head as if he could not bear to meet my gaze. I mistakenly believed he had recognized me, but his demeanor suggested he felt shame. I could empathize with his feelings, for he had disregarded my counsel before. It was only natural for him to feel this way upon facing me again. "I see. What compelled you to act so foolishly? Had you followed my advice from the start, you would not be enduring such suffering." While these were my words, IC interpreted them differently. In his youth, Kapu had urged him and Luffy to become formidable naval officers, so that they would not find themselves in such dire circumstances. Kill me. Just do it quickly. IC believed that his current predicament would surely provoke action from the Whitebeard crew. If he were to perish now, perhaps it would spare them from further casualties. Additionally, to die at the hands of his own grandfather would be a twisted form of solace. However, I was taken aback by IC's declaration. Although I understood he had wronged me, I did not believe it warranted a death sentence. Had his pride truly swelled to such an extent? A simple apology could resolve this matter, yet he chose the path of self-destruction. Upon hearing his words, my anger intensified. Could death truly resolve the issue? In reality, all I desired was a simple apology. Is it not essential to acknowledge one's mistakes with an attitude of contrition? However, AIC perceived that even if he were to perish, it would not quell the ongoing conflict. What more do you expect of me? At this point, death appears to be my only option. To my surprise, he became obstinate. This fellow, how dare he confront me? Do you think it's easy for me? I traveled a great distance to rescue him, only for this rascal to contemplate death. How utterly irresponsible. I sat aside, seething with resentment, unwilling to acknowledge this heartless individual. Is it truly so difficult to utter an apology? After all my efforts to save you, can you not utter a few humble words? Frustrated by his indifference, I could only voice my genuine thoughts. AIC was momentarily taken aback, staring at me in disbelief. He could not fathom that the obstinate grandfather he knew would utter words of salvation under such dire circumstances. Reflecting on my grandfather's character, he self-deprecatingly smiled and thought, "Never mind, I know precisely who you are. How could you possibly be here to save me? I was truly naive to have believed your words." Even for a fleeting moment, this revelation left me bewildered. What was happening? Did he think my intentions to save him were insufficiently sincere? Or did he believe I had come to this underwater prison merely for a leisurely visit? Was my desire to rescue him not evident? Before I could clarify, the previously quiet prison was interrupted by the sound of mechanical pulleys in operation. This noise was familiar to me, as I had just descended upon this very contraption. Suddenly, I realized someone was approaching. I quickly glanced over, and the sight almost took my breath away. Approaching me was none other than the legendary marine warrior, known as the Iron Fist Kapu. Unbelievable. This was truly unfortunate. I merely intended to borrow the old man's esteemed reputation. Never did I anticipate his actual presence here. Yet, the situation was urgent, leaving me no time to lament. I scanned my surroundings and discovered the stark bareness of this place. There was not even a hiding spot. A cursory glance revealed that beside AIC lay a pair of empty handcuffs and leg shackles. It seemed there was supposed to be a prisoner here, but for reasons unknown, that individual had vanished. This was fortuitous. Fortunately, I was clever. There's an old saying in Longwa, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Thus, as Kapu drew nearer, I boldly crossed into AIC's cell and seized the handcuffs beside him. I whimsically transformed into a burly man with a bushy beard, mimicking AIC's demeanor, and ensconced myself in the corner. AIC was perplexed by my actions, but he clearly heard the approaching footsteps. He assumed that this grandfather had defied orders to investigate him, fearing discovery. Yet, how could his grandfather possess such shape-shifting abilities? Amidst his confusion, a gruff voice called out, "Yo, IC." AIC mechanically turned his head, his voice trembling, "JJG Jiang." In truth, the moment Kapu appeared, I silently cursed my fortune. Why had I hidden here when I could have utilized Shenwei's space? Now, what was meant to be a private conversation between the two of them had inadvertently become my eavesdropping session. If Kapu were to become enraged, I might very well face obliteration. That would truly be a jest. Fortunately, I was currently nestled in the shadows, and with no light to illuminate me. I hope Kapu's eyesight was particularly poor. As AIC uttered Ji Jiang, Kapu settled onto the ground, casually placing down a kerosene lamp. In the dim, flickering light, he gazed gravely at AIC. To have survived such grievous wounds, AIC, it seems you have caused quite the turmoil within the Marine headquarters and the entire world government. AIC was utterly uninterested in the chaos of the world government. The scene before him was far more pressing. Just as one grandfather had appeared, Another had followed. Yet, it was evident that this one was indeed genuine. Given that fact, who was the figure hiding beside me? Not only could he shapeshift, but he had also infiltrated the world's most secure prison. He gazed incredulously at Kapu while stealing furtive glances at me. My position was relatively concealed, and most would not notice me. Thankfully, Kapu had brought a kerosene lamp, which cast a shadow at just the right angle, enveloping AIC within its glow. However, coincidentally, as the light flickered, the tip of my big toe emerged at the edge of the illuminated circle. Initially, I had not noticed this trivial detail. It was AIC's keen observation, or perhaps his scrutiny of my identity, that led him to spot the glimmer of my toe. He drew in a sharp breath, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Fortunately, Kapu had just finished speaking with AIC and was now laughing heartily, oblivious to the anomaly. IC frantically gestured towards me, but I was lost in the triumph of evading Kapu's scrutiny, entirely unaware of AIC's subtle movements. It was not until Kapu ceased his laughter that I became aware of my surroundings. He scrutinized AIC's occasionally twitching lips and the frantic movement of his eyes. AIC, what is the matter with your eyes? As soon as he uttered those words, tension enveloped the three of us. I was anxious, fearing that AIC had betrayed me to the old man. AIC was anxious, having been caught in his little act. Kapu was anxious, concerned that the brutal torture AIC had endured had left him in this state, revealing his incompetence as a grandfather for not noticing sooner. I quickly glanced at AIC, who remained in his previous posture, stuttering and at a loss for words. Following his gaze, I discovered that my shiny big toe had indeed fallen within the radius of the flickering light. This revelation nearly caused my heart to stop. Thankfully, I regained my composure, realizing I could not afford to act rashly in this situation. I had previously experienced Kapu's overwhelming hockey in Water City. His mastery of armament hockey was nearly unparalleled. Thus, I needed to maintain steady breathing. Who knew whether the old man possessed top-tier observation hockey as well? Therefore, it would be prudent to ensure that my toe remained concealed from the flickering light without any movement on my part. However, how could I accomplish that? My body must remain still, yet the light was in motion. The only solution was to shift the light source. Yet, the light source was right beside Kapu. Attempting to move it would be akin to casually approaching Kapu, patting his shoulder, and saying, "Oh, old man, what a coincidence. You're here to see your grandson too. Ha. I must take my leave now. See you later." With such words, perhaps I could deceive them after all. After much contemplation, I finally devised a plan. It is no wonder they call me a genius. Silently, I executed a ninjutsu to resolve the issue. Indeed, it was the shadow imitation technique. Controlling the shadow, I discreetly enveloped my glowing, smooth, big toe. Thus, the toe, once visible, now appeared as a dark silhouette, blending seamlessly with the ground. Witnessing my unexpected maneuver, Ace nearly couldn't restrain himself from giving me a thumbs up. Once I completed this task, Carp began to emerge from his sorrow. Do you know that Whitebeard has already set his plans in motion? According to our informants, Whitebeard's crew is steadily gathering forces, heading towards Marinfando. Upon hearing this, Ace snapped back to reality. The situation described by the old man was indeed the worst he had anticipated. Kill me now. It is futile. Even if you perish, Whitebeard will not let this go. We have already angered this king of the seas. Then, a scene unfolded that left me astounded. At that moment, Ace shed tears of regret. Carp silently departed, for with his status, there was little he could do. His visit was merely as a grandfather see a grandson he hadn't met in many years. As I watched the old man's retreating figure, it seemed even his once stalwart back had slightly bent. Once his footsteps had completely faded, Ace quietly inquired, "Or I come out?" "He has gone far." Sigh. The old man has it tough. With two grandsons like you, he must be worried sick. Stop with the nonsense. Who exactly are you? This question left me momentarily speechless. As I had assumed, he had already uncovered my identity. I never expected he still remained oblivious. Could it be that Ace had been driven mad by the tortures of the prison? Once I reverted to my true form, Ace's expression was truly remarkable. 3 parts awkwardness, 3 parts surprise, and the rest was pure bewilderment. All right, enough said. I do not wish to know why you were captured. Since I am here, you shall come with me." At this, Ace was genuinely taken aback. You truly have come to rescue me?" "Not exactly. Initially, I intended to come in and have a fight with you, but seeing you in this state, I find it difficult to raise my hand against you. You have no idea how furious I was to hear that you were captured by the Navy. How could you let yourself get caught like this? Aren't you curious? Hey, are you angry with me? Forget it. I won't say more. In any case, do you truly have a way to get me out? Isn't that obvious? Although my combat prowess is not remarkable, I am confident that few could match me in escape. Unfortunately, I am currently shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Otherwise, I could aid you." I smiled with satisfaction. Such a matter was a triviality for me now. Watch this. With a clap of my hands, under the fusion of two different chakra types, a slender branch slowly sprouted from my fingertips. I aimed the branch at Ace's handcuffs, feeling for the lock's position, and transformed the branch into a key shape. Utilizing wood release, I successfully unlocked Ace's cuffs. With that, no one could hinder our escape. Ace gazed at this miraculous scene, and his thoughts began to broaden. At this moment, he truly realized that perhaps he could regain his freedom. If he did not face execution by the Navy, then perhaps all was not lost. With all the handcuffs released, Ace stared at his own hands in a daze. I seized the opportunity to heal his injuries. Although time was pressing, preventing complete healing, I could at least treat him to a degree that would not hinder his movement. "All right, Guangxi, what should we do next?" This question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving me momentarily stunned. I awkwardly chuckled, for I had only planned how to enter and had not yet considered how to exit. Ace's confidence resurfaced on his face. "In any case, let's first leave this cursed place. Otherwise, we shall confront them directly. Without the sea stone handcuffs, it will not be so easy to stop me. Let me show you the strength of the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard." I must say, this was the Ace I knew. Confident, imposing, and ablaze with fiery enthusiasm. Just as we were devising our escape plan, footsteps echoed through the corridor. I quickly activated my Byakugan and realized that several guards were leading a tall man towards us. This individual did not appear to be an ordinary human, with two small fangs glimmering as he approached Ace's cell. "Not good, they are coming. Ace, what do you think? Should we fight our way out?" Ace halted my advance with a hand, seemingly struck by a thought. He quickly turned and reshackled himself. This scene left me utterly bewildered. "What are you doing, brother?" Do not speak. Quickly hide." Suddenly, I recalled that there was still something else I needed to do. I was truly on the verge of losing my mind with his antics. Left with no choice, I mimicked Ace's actions and bound myself next to him. The footsteps grew louder. Ace looked up, realizing I was still there, and panicked. "No, you need to hide." "Brother, am I not hiding well enough?" Carp did not discover me. Furthermore, have you ever heard the saying, "The most dangerous place is the safest"? Before I could finish, Ace interrupted me in a hushed tone. "You fool, have you considered that your position may have been occupied previously?" "What? Are you suggesting that the person coming is the one who was originally locked here?" Ace was now frantic, nodding his head like a chick pecking a grain. "What bad luck this is. How could it be so coincidental?" Quickly, I shifted into the Kamui space just as the guards arrived at the cell door. "Huh? Why is this door open? Huh? Why isn't this cell closed?" "Fool, check on the prisoner immediately. If someone escapes from this level, it will lead to a catastrophe. Moreover, the person inside is one who has been specifically ordered to be closely monitored." The two guards instantly panicked and hurriedly opened the cell door, entering to find Ace still listlessly hanging on the wall, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief as they slowly patted their chests. Oh my, that scared me. Thankfully, the prisoner did not escape. Otherwise, we would not have enough lives to lose. Indeed. However, it seems we need to assign more guards to keep watch. That's right. Fire Fist Ace's execution is scheduled within the next couple of days. We cannot afford any mistakes. After speaking, the guards bound the tall man in the spot I had previously occupied. I wiped the sweat from my brow in the Kamui space, realizing that Ace's prediction had been spot on. Had I remained there, it would have indeed led to a significant problem. Once the guards departed, Ace lowered his voice and said, "Jinbei, there is good news." "What is the matter?" "AIC. It is hardly a time for good news. Just wait a moment, and you shall see." AIC listened intently to his surroundings and, noticing that no one was paying attention, said to me, "Guangjiju brother, come out." They have already left. There was no need for AIC to call out. I had been keeping a close watch on those guards. Once they turned the corner ahead, I made my entrance. Jinping was clearly taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise at my presence. AIC, with a triumphant smile, said, "Brother, could you help me loosen the cuffs on my friend?" Jinping quickly interjected, "AIC, who is this?" "Haha, this is my inept little brother, Luffy's companion. He has come all this way to rescue me." The man named Jinping sparked a flicker of recognition within me. I recalled that he seemed to be one of the Shichibukai when I had previously explored the memories of the soldiers. However, this revelation surprised me. I had always thought the Shichibukai were allied with the Marines. How could this man have fallen to be imprisoned here? "I see," sensing my confusion, promptly explained. This brother Jinping was indeed once a member of the Shichibukai. However, he has always maintained a close relationship with me, and his incarceration here is partly due to my circumstances. "Because of you?" "Indeed." Upon learning of my capture, he unhesitatingly chose to share my cell. In fact, it has been thanks to Jinping's assistance that I have endured the torments without succumbing to death. "I see, you exaggerate. I merely cannot abide the Marines' ways," Jinping replied, lowering his head in a gesture that seemed to transform his words into a plea. Though I was not well acquainted with him, I found him to be a commendable individual. In these times, it is rare to find someone willing to endure such suffering alongside AIC simply out of friendship. Furthermore, those imprisoned here are undoubtedly formidable figures. It is indeed remarkable for someone of his stature to act so honorably. Thus I smiled and said, "Brother Jinping, my purpose here is to rescue AIC. Therefore, your request holds little weight. Moreover, given your bond with AIC, if I successfully extricate him, he shall certainly return to aid you as well. Besides, facilitating your escape would merely be a trifling effort." Without further delay, I employed the technique I had previously used to free both AIC and Jinping from their shackles. Our escape team had now gained another member, yet we still lacked a plan for our departure. "All right, everyone, our current dilemma is how to leave this place undetected. Do either of you have any suggestions?" AIC whispered, "I believe that with the combined strength of the three of us, we could simply fight our way out. It is the simplest method, though it carries significant risk." I shook my head. That approach would not only drain our stamina, but also attract stronger foes. Do not forget that AIC is currently a high-priority target. If you reveal yourself again, it is likely that a Marine admiral will come to apprehend you. Jinping stroked his yellowing beard and remarked, "Guangjiju brother is correct. If there were a way to make them believe AIC is still in place, our chances of escaping would greatly increase." His words sparked an idea within me, but before I could share it, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor once more, this time more chaotic. I quickly gestured for silence. As I opened my eyes, I was taken aback. At least 7 or 8 individuals were approaching. What is happening? Why is it so lively today? Oh, is there a woman among them? I warned the others, there are many people coming this way, seemingly headed for AIC. Let us remain as we are for the time being. Upon hearing this, both men understood the gravity of our situation and, without hesitation, donned their handcuffs again, resuming their previous postures. I once more entered the Shenshur space, my mind racing with frustration. What on earth was happening? It felt like waves of individuals were continuously arriving. In truth, the three of us could have escaped long ago. However, AIC and Jinping were severely injured, and while my healing abilities were effective, treating others consumed far too much time. Thus, several hours had passed before I managed to stabilize their conditions. Had I initially transported them to the Shenshur space, I could have accomplished it alone without issue. Indeed, if it had only been AIC, I could have done so effortlessly, but with Jinping's presence, I had to consider alternative methods, as I was not well acquainted with him and could not afford to reveal my full capabilities. Yet, this complication increased the difficulty of our escape. Nonetheless, if all else failed, we could resort to the Shenshur space. While I pondered our escape plan, the group of individuals reached the front of our cell. 5 people in total approached, and to my surprise, I recognized 3 of them. Hannibal, the female officer at the entrance, and the vice admiral I had encountered on Judicial Island. The other two were a tall man clad in a black coat with long ram-like horns adorning his head, rumored to be the warden of this prison, the infamous Magellan, and a strikingly tall woman, about whom I had no information. I must say, this woman was exceptional. She appeared to stand at least 8 meters tall, with a balanced figure. Her long legs seemed to extend beyond measure. Her dark, lustrous hair flowed gracefully behind her as she moved. A woman with such proportions possessed a face that was equally remarkable. Both her features and complexion were exquisite. The shouts of the surrounding prisoners indicated that her presence was nothing short of catastrophic in this place. As everyone was captivated by her beauty, Hannibal proclaimed, "Fire Fist Ace, you have a special visitor, someone you would never expect." With that, he stepped aside, allowing the beautiful woman to take 2 steps forward. Her bashful demeanor was truly endearing. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Goodness, this introduction sent shockwaves through the surrounding cells. Normally, even in the absence of women, the prisoners rarely saw light. Yet now they were graced with the presence of this unparalleled beauty. They could hardly contain themselves, shouting and clamoring to get closer to the pirate empress. The crude remarks escalated, reaching an indecent level, but the crowd showed no restraint, drowning out Hancock's voice. However, with a thunderous shout, Magellan silenced the cacophony in an instant. Yet soon after, the insults began to fly in his direction. Some have even begun to launch personal attacks against Magellan. Clearly, such vitriol is unbearable for any man, let alone one who is accompanied by an extraordinary beauty. Magellan's eyes instantly turned crimson, feeling as though his male dignity had been insulted. "You bunch of scoundrels have seemingly forgotten who governs this prison." In a furious roar, Magellan's body began to liquefy, and from his back emerged 3 liquid serpents. The moment the purple serpents appeared, someone recognized the technique. "It's poison, the poison dragon. Hey, don't joke around. Oh no, please don't make a move. We can talk this out. Why resort to weapons?" The previous jeers transformed into desperate cries filled with terror. However, the pleas of the prisoners did not evoke any sympathy from Magellan. The 3 poison dragons spiraled through the air and charged towards the various cells. I witnessed one prisoner merely touched by the liquid from the poison dragon. Subsequently, he clutched his throat and screamed incessantly, while his body visibly withered away, until he melted into a puddle. Magellan's venom had astonishingly eliminated a prisoner in such a short span of time. It is worth noting that those confined here are notorious figures, and yet one had perished so easily. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the entirety of the 6th level. The power of the Doku no Mi is truly terrifying. However, what shocked me even more was not this. Amidst the chaos caused by Magellan, the pirate empress unexpectedly revealed a piece of news. "Fire Fist Ace, Luffy is here to rescue you." The moment those words left her lips, my astonishment regarding Magellan was swiftly diverted. Luffy has actually arrived? I quickly scanned the entire underwater prison. To my astonishment, he truly had come. Luffy was currently running amok on the 2nd underground level alongside Buggy. After uttering this statement, the pirate empress fell silent. It was not until Magellan quelled the surrounding chaos that the 5 of them turned to leave the space. "Hey, Ace, could this Luffy be the brother you often mention?" "There is no doubt. My brother is indeed that kind of person. He never thinks things through and is completely a big fool." Ace was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. He had never anticipated that Luffy would come to rescue him. I emerged from the Shinwei space, having just witnessed Luffy's antics, and helplessly rubbed my forehead. Well, this has truly become a lively affair. Luffy has now caused a tremendous uproar. What? This only strengthens my conviction that the person here is undoubtedly Luffy. I have seen him, and he is currently liberating a plethora of prisoners on the 2nd level with Buggy. This is simply astounding. All right, my friends, things have escalated considerably. I suspect our captain has learned of Ace's predicament and come to rescue him. In that case, what shall we do next? I sank down helplessly onto the ground. Having such a captain is indeed a source of worry. Although I was quite angry with his actions, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Hey, did you see that? This is our captain, daring to charge in here alone to save someone. How impressive, right? The 2 looked at me and muttered softly. Is everyone from the captain to the crew like this? Is there no one normal in this pirate crew? What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. Speaking of which, what should we do now? With Luffy causing such a ruckus, Ace and Jinbei are at a loss. Hee, in fact. We can completely take advantage of the chaos Luffy has created to escape. Brother Guangxi, please elaborate. It is like this. Magellan has just departed from the 6th level. If he learns about the disturbance caused by Luffy, he will undoubtedly rush over to quell it. Thus, this is a perfect opportunity for us to escape. Wait. Are you suggesting that we ignore Luffy and flee amidst the chaos? Ace could hardly believe I would make such a decision. How could I disregard my captain? So, do you mean? In truth, I did not come alone. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, I realized my previous words had caused a misunderstanding and hastily explained. The person before you is merely a clone. My true self is currently situated on the 5th level of this prison. Therefore, we can act separately. My true self is keeping an eye on Luffy, and there should be no major issues. In fact, it is quite possible that we will escape the prison even before us. As I released their handcuffs once more, they looked at me with incredulity. What happens next? How do we escape? I pondered for a moment. The simplest method would be for me to create a hole in this wall. Then we can escape through the waterway. As soon as I finished speaking, Jinbei immediately interjected. That is impossible. A wall of this caliber cannot be destroyed. Furthermore, outside is filled with seawater and various sea kings lurking nearby. The water route is utterly unfeasible. Jinbei was correct. Setting aside whether we could breach a wall of this magnitude, even if we could, with the ocean outside, we would still be doomed. Hey, don't forget, I can fly. Although the outside is all seawater, I can swiftly carry you above the surface. Once we are airborne, no one will be able to track us down. No, hold on. I know you can walk on water, but when did you acquire the ability to fly? Haha, big brother, I too can grow. Flying is not an extraordinary feat, Ace and Jinbei felt I was boasting. If flying is not considered difficult, then nothing is. It is worth noting that flying abilities are the nemesis of most devil fruit powers. While one may not be able to strike the opponent directly, they cannot attack you either. The strength of Logia-type users lies precisely in their inability to be hit. Jinbei stopped me, Brother Guangxi. Even if you can carry the two of us while flying, you must realize that if we destroy this place, the seawater will flood the entire space. At that point, not a single prisoner will survive. In fact, this is also another one of my objectives. On one hand, it could buy us time for Magellan. If we flood this place, being a devil fruit user, he will certainly be unable to apprehend us immediately. To be honest, while his poison abilities might not affect me much, they're still quite troublesome. If I can avoid confrontation, that would be best. As for the other side of the matter, regarding that, these prisoners are not ordinary individuals. When Magellan attacked them, he showed no hesitation. So I believe they are not worth saving. I comprehend, yet Jinbei still wishes to articulate something, but I interrupted him, saying, Jinbei, you do not harbor any sympathy for these criminals, do you? Jinbei paused for a moment and replied, Indeed. Each of these individuals bears crimes so heinous that it would be better to dispose of them all at once. I personally do not feel any compassion for them. Rather, I propose that if our intention is to incite chaos, we should release them all. With their abilities, they would undoubtedly leave Magellan overwhelmed. Ace clapped his hands, exclaiming, What a brilliant idea. I bowed my head in contemplation for a moment before shaking it gently, stating, These individuals are far too dangerous, precisely because of their exceptional abilities. Should they escape, they would inevitably become an obstacle for us in the future. It would be far better to eliminate them swiftly. Ace quickly interjected, What is the matter? Brother Guangzizu? Are you afraid of their potential retaliation in the future? Jinbei chuckled as he gazed at me. Ace continued, setting aside the fact that if you release them, they would only feel gratitude towards you. Even if a few wished to seek revenge later, would you truly fear them? Or do you think Luffy would fear them? In truth, I genuinely did not wish to let these individuals go. I understood the principle of eradicating evil. And though Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King and must not shy away from challenges, I feared that these old rogues might engage in clandestine, unsavory dealings behind our backs. That would pose a significant problem. After all, there is no such thing as a foolproof defense against thieves. No, this would be far too troublesome. it would be best to eliminate them outright. Ace and Jinbei exchanged knowing smiles, conceding, well, it's your decision. However, we are left with one final question. How do we destroy this wall? If it is the destruction of the wall that you seek, I can certainly assist, but you must first agree to take me with you. We turned towards a voice, revealing a figure with a golden hook, radiating a glimmer in the darkness. Crocodile. How fortuitous. I never expected to encounter him in such a place. Considering his abilities, it seemed that dismantling the wall would not pose any challenge for him. Ha ha ha. I suppose this wall presents quite a dilemma for you. But for me, it is childish play. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Zero, what a coincidence to find you here. Old Sam was taken aback. Is that really you? What is wrong, Brother Guangzizu? Do you know this fellow? Haha, we had a skirmish back in Alabasta. Aware of the animosity between me and Old Sand, Jinbei refrained from saying more, feeling that Old Sand's involvement would expedite our prison break. After a moment of contemplation, I ultimately decided, very well, we shall take you with us. However, upon our successful escape, you must assist me with a task. What task? I have yet to determine that, but rest assured, it will be within your capabilities. So what say you? Old Sand furrowed his brow in thought, and, after a brief pause, he seemed to resolve himself, stating, fine, as long as you can get me out, I will agree. Upon hearing our agreement, the surrounding criminals began to express their willingness to assist me with a task in hopes of being included in the escape. I feigned ignorance, employing a key crafted from wood release to liberate Old Sand, then conjured water release to create a small pool of water beneath us. Utilizing the water on the ground, I fashioned 3 water clones, transforming them to resemble the 3 of them, and sent them into their respective cells. This way, even if someone came to inspect, they would find no one had escaped, thus creating a sense of complacency and providing us with an opportunity for our breakout. Brother Guangzizu has indeed considered everything. This way, others will merely perceive it as a simple wall collapse, unaware that an escape is underway. Precisely, this tactic is truly remarkable. Moreover, the seawater will eliminate everyone around, leaving no witnesses. Even if Magellan intends to investigate, he will uncover nothing. Old Sand lit a cigar, regarding me with an expression imbued with a different sentiment. Haha, I hope we can deceive them. All right, Old Sand, it's your turn. Old Sand placed his hands upon the wall, furrowing his brow as he activated the abilities of the sand fruit, the atmosphere around us shifting. It appeared Old Sand was preparing for significant action. However, after 2 minutes, the wall remained unchanged. Old Sand scratched his face, awkwardly admitting, it seems there is sea prism stone within. My abilities are being suppressed. Goodness, brother. Your aura was impressive, yet you are faltering when it comes to the task at hand. I shoved Old Sand aside and pressed my fingers against the wall, carefully assessing its texture. Brother Yamato once mentioned that the more solid the wall, the easier it is to find a point of weakness to shatter it. After a thorough search, I finally discovered a small flaking point on the wall. Turning to smile at them, I then clapped my hands, causing 3 vine-like tendrils to extend from my back, firmly securing the 3 of them. I then said, everyone prepare yourselves. A substantial amount of seawater will soon flood in. Jinbei glanced at the vines around his waist, both marveling at my unique ability and resolving to perform admirably in the water. After bidding farewell to the 3 slender, root-like tendrils emerged from my fingertips, slowly infiltrating the tiny cracks in the wall. As my chakra flowed into them, the tendrils gradually thickened. Once I sensed the seawater from beyond the wall, I understood that it had completely pierced through. With a slight smile, I reminded them, it's coming. As these words left my lips, everyone entered a state of readiness for battle. I then expanded the opening to accommodate even the stoutest Jinbei. Since my tendrils still blocked the entrance, the seawater had yet to rush in. However, the immense pressure from the deep sea was beginning to overwhelm me. Gritting my teeth, I shouted, hold your breath, it is about to begin. Subsequently, I could no longer contain it. Vast volumes of seawater pressed against my wooden structure, pushing me back into the cell. The force of the impact was so great that it sent me tumbling. Ironically, the back of my head struck the cell door. In truth, I could only blame my lack of experience. Despite my meticulous planning, I had not anticipated the terrifying pressure of the depths. With that collision, even my would-release clone was not spared, vanishing without a trace. My disappearance was inconsequential, but it placed Ace and the others in a precarious situation. The vines I had created with would-release, which were interconnected, had now vanished entirely. The three of them flailed wildly in the water, utterly disoriented. At that moment, my original self in the 5th level of the freezing hell immediately received feedback from the vanishing clone. Previously, my original self had been observing the information of the entire prison after being thrown into a cell. Upon learning that Luffy had infiltrated the Impel Down, I felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Just as I was contemplating rushing to his aid, Ace's clone suddenly vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, I began to sense the location of Ace's flying thunder god technique. In an instant, I transported myself to Ace's side. My eagerness clouded my judgment, and I failed to consider that we were underwater. The immense water pressure expelled all the air from my lungs. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness once more, I hastily employed the water transformation technique, which allowed me to regain my composure. With a swift motion, I grasped Ace in the palm of my hand. However, I could not locate the other two. The murky waters obscured my vision, and a myriad of sea kings obstructed my search for Jinbei and Lao Sha. After a brief contemplation, I resolved to prioritize getting Ace to safety. With a powerful dive, I surged to the surface, conjuring a small boat from would-release to place Ace upon it, while leaving a clone to tend to his injuries. I then submerged once more, tirelessly searching for Jinbei and Lao Sha. After evading several sea kings, I finally spotted Lao Sha, who was on the verge of sinking to the ocean floor. Fortunately, I rescued him just in time. Yet, Jinbei remained elusive. As I returned to the small boat with Lao Sha, preparing to use my Byakugan to survey the area, a serpent-like sea king emerged from the depths. Its body, visible above the surface, stretched over 20 meters, causing me to swallow hard. I readied a gale release technique to strike down the beast, only to be taken aback as it began to ascend, releasing a tremendous shockwave from its abdomen. It was not until the creature lay belly up on the surface that Jinbei slowly surfaced from the water, exclaiming, "Is everyone all right?" To my astonishment, Jinbei, a formidable fisherman, revealed that he was not a devil fruit user. I noticed the webbing between his fingers akin to that of frog. After a moment of relief, we realized our escape was not yet complete. Surrounding us, seemingly materializing from thin air, were at least 10 warships encircling us tightly. Initially, I anticipated the Navy would at least issue a warning through a loudspeaker. Instead, they commenced a relentless barrage of cannon fire upon our small vessel without hesitation. Over a dozen warships unleashed more than 200 cannonballs, hurtling toward our fragile craft. The cacophony of explosions persisted for nearly a minute, marking the first wave of their assault. Hours earlier, my real self had endured the harsh initiation of imprisonment, leading me to the 5th level of this frigid hell. Observing the prisoners frozen like popsicles sent a shiver down my spine. The guard who had been overseeing me hastily tossed me into a cell before fleeing. Evidently unable to withstand the extreme cold, I initially sought to acclimate myself and prepare for an escape. However, the biting cold was unbearable. Reluctantly, I utilized would-release to conjure a substantial amount of timber, igniting it with fire release. To the astonishment of my fellow inmates, a small campfire was born. The notorious criminals, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, were moved to tears by such a modest gesture. They knelt before me, expressing their gratitude profusely. My initial intent to eliminate them waned as I found myself unable to carry out such an act. Huddled in a corner, I warmed myself by the fire while using my Byakugan to monitor the prison surroundings. The comforting warmth allowed me a moment of respite. I sighed in relief upon discovering that my clone had successfully infiltrated Ace's cell. It appeared that the plan was unfolding smoothly. Furthermore, my mission to Impel Down extended beyond rescuing Ace. I had another crucial task at hand: finding Xiaofeng. Having previously scouted the prison with my Byakugan, I knew that Xiaofeng was confined in a cell on the 3rd level. It seemed he had not found the individual he sought. Summoning another clone, I instructed it to take my place in prison while I assumed the guise of a soldier, boldly striding out of the cell. Once I confirmed that no one was watching, I made my way toward the central forest of this level. However, after only a few steps, I encountered several snow-white wolves, all baring their teeth at me as if I were a potential meal. To avoid raising an alarm, I hurried into the forest, only to realize that I had stumbled into a den of wolves. Surrounded by over 30 white wolves, the chill in the air sent goosebumps cascading down my skin. Gazing at their soft fur, I felt as though I had discovered treasure. With a clap of my hands, I unleashed an upgraded version of the shadow mimicry technique. The shadow binding technique. The dark shadows raced across the white snow, swiftly ensnaring all the wolves in their grasp. Before they could react, the slender shadows coiled tightly around their necks. A satisfied grin spread across my face as I unleashed another surge of chakra, ensuring these wolves would be reborn anew. After enjoying a delectable feast of wolf meat, I began to contemplate my next course of action. During my time feasting on wolf, the esteemed carp had already departed from Impelled Down. This development afforded me the freedom to move more discreetly within the prison. Suddenly, I sensed an approaching presence. I quickly rendered myself incorporeal while maintaining my original stance. The newcomer was a man clad in thick cotton clothing and dark sunglasses. He stopped approximately 20 meters from me. "Hey there, I see you have quite the skill. Our leader wishes to meet with you. I hope that is convenient," he said, his tone sincere and his words clear. He did not appear to be seeking trouble. I slowly turned to scrutinize him, noting that he was neither a guard nor a prisoner. "Might I inquire what your leader desires from me?" While I inquired, my gaze was drawn to his warm-looking coat, causing my eyes to widen. In such frigid conditions, I was clad only in a prison uniform, while he donned a thick coat. It must be exceptionally warm, I thought, as I approached him, shivering and clutching my chest. "That coat of yours, it must be incredibly warm," I chuckled, a silly grin spreading across my face. Upon hearing this, the man visibly took a step back, his expression tense and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Calm down, brother. Just take it easy." My attention was entirely consumed by his coat, rendering me oblivious to his words. With a swift lunge, I employed the shadow imitation technique to instantly immobilize my opponent. Once I donned his cotton clothing, I began to scrutinize him closely. To my dismay, I found myself nearly retching at the sight. The scruffy man before me was absurdly clad in fishnet stockings. Feeling repulsed, I recoiled. "What on earth are you doing, my friend?" The fellow whom I had stripped of his garments was now a frozen lump, rendered mute by the cold. With my fingers poised together atop his head, I commenced the secret technique of the Zhongshan clan to delve into his memories. It turned out he was one of those dwelling between the 5th and 6th levels. Additionally, I learned the entrance to this underground realm. As I guided the remaining members of the White Wolf alongside this bizarre companion, we followed the path etched in his memory and arrived at their stronghold, a sight that left me astounded. The spacious hall was teeming with people, men and women alike, joyfully drinking and conversing, starkly contrasting the cells of the other levels. My entrance drew significant attention, and a tall figure, a flamboyant individual with a mane of purple curls and a delicate crown atop his head, approached me with a flourish. "Welcome to the new Human Yao paradise. We are well aware of your situation. To escape so swiftly, you must possess remarkable strength," he exclaimed with a jovial tone. "Oh, you recognize me?" I replied, taken aback. "Of course. We monitor every corner of Impelled Down. For a long time, we have sought individuals of great strength to join our ranks. Based on the memories of the previous Human Yao, it was evident that this individual was likely their leader." "Well, are you the Human Yao King, Ivankov?" "Indeed. Now that you've arrived in our paradise, enjoy yourself for a while. We shall discuss matters later." I couldn't help but notice his carefree demeanor, even brushing off the incident where I had inadvertently caused his subordinate to suffer from frostbite. His enthusiasm was infectious. It was no wonder that someone with such an open heart could achieve great things. Gratefully, I stepped aside to allow him to see his frozen underling. "Ah, how embarrassing. It seems your brother has caught a chill. Surely you have medical personnel here? Perhaps he could use some cold medicine?" Ivankov stared at the frozen figure, blinking in disbelief. Suddenly, he recoiled, his face stricken with fear as he crashed into the wall. "What do you mean a chill? This is solid ice. Are you a devil? I awkwardly scratched my head. It should be fine. His exposure was brief, and he can certainly be saved. Ivankov appeared to regret inviting me, but having already spoken, he could not retract his words without losing face. Thus, he begrudgingly instructed others to take the frozen figure for treatment. When he returned to me, he opened his mouth several times, but could not find the words. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "You should rest." As he turned to leave, I quickly stopped him. "Excuse me, Ivankov?" "Miss?" he replied, sensing my awkwardness. Names are merely aliases. Gender is but a social construct. It matters not what one is called. Truly magnanimous, I silently gave him a thumbs up. "Ivankov, I have brought some wolf meat as an apology for your brother." With that, I produced over 30 white wolves from my system space. Ivankov's demeanor lightened slightly at the sight. I said little more, pivoting to grab a chicken leg from the table to satisfy my hunger. After indulging, I sought a room to rest. While it was termed rest, I was actually monitoring the movements within the prison. The upper levels exhibited no anomalies, but the 6th level had a new presence in Ace's cell, seemingly plotting something. I dismissed it as merely an escape plan, for with a clone stationed there, no significant problems should arise. Casually, I glanced toward the deepest part of the prison and was startled to discover what appeared to be a mysterious space beneath the 6th level. Previous scans had failed to reveal it, and even now, I could only vaguely sense something lurking below. Yet, with my current abilities, I was unable to discern it clearly. My temper flared. My eyes, a fusion of Sharingan and Byakugan, were but a step away from the legendary Rinnegan. How could there still be mysteries I could not unveil? It was indeed perplexing. As I concentrated all my chakra in preparation for a deeper examination, unexpectedly, a pair of purple eyes emerged from the previously dark space. My sensory abilities abruptly ceased, leaving me unable to perceive my surroundings. What manner of creature resided in the 7th level, capable of devouring my perception? It was terrifying. Regaining my composure, I dared not probe further, opting instead to keep a vigilant watch over the remaining 6 levels. However, I was certain that the eyes I had glimpsed held significance. Though I had only caught a fleeting glimpse, those pupils were unmistakably human. Strangely, they seemed familiar. Unbeknownst to me, within that 7th level space, the being with the purple pupils let out a faint chuckle. "Finally, you have arrived. It seems I shall soon be free." Unbeknownst to me, as I resided on the 55th level, I had unwittingly awakened a formidable creature. Meanwhile, my attention was drawn to another matter. Indeed, a familiar figure had appeared on the 1st level. Luffy. To my astonishment, I had encountered Luffy within Impelled Down. I recalled that I had been dispatched by Kizaru, only to inexplicably find myself on Shanks Island, where Luffy and the others had been at a loss for how to escape. I wondered if my final act against Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma had borne any fruit. Despite my multitude of questions, I observed Luffy darting about the 1st level, evidently intent on rescuing Ace. He appeared to be alone, suggesting that his companions had not accompanied him. What could this mean? Had Luffy not informed anyone of his secret venture into Impelled Down? The excitement of seeing Luffy caused me to momentarily forget about the creature lurking in the 7th level. The pressing matter at hand was to locate Luffy, ideally to escort him away. Otherwise, his commotion would surely attract attention. However, I reconsidered. If Luffy caused a ruckus on the upper levels, it would inevitably draw the guards of Impelled Down, thereby facilitating Ace's escape. The more I pondered, the more troubling it became. If that is the case, I shall lend a hand. Let's create an even greater commotion. With a plan in mind, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Luffy. He was currently hiding in the rafters, seemingly plotting his next move. My sudden appearance caused him to momentarily falter. Once he recognized me, he joyfully exclaimed, "Guangji Zhu, how did you end up here?" "Haha, Luffy, it has been ages. I was just about to inquire what brought you here." Our commotion instantly attracted the attention of the guards. I grasped Luffy's hand and urged, "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." Within the realm of Shenwei, Luffy gazed at me with a blend of surprise and joy. "What's going on?" "Guangji Zhu, we all thought you had perished. To see you again is truly wonderful." He embraced me, weeping profusely, resembling a helpless child yearning for care. I, too, felt a pang in my heart. In truth, I believed my demise was certain. Had it not been for the system's self-sacrifice to awaken me, my fate would have been sealed. All right, Luffy, please tell me what transpired after my death. Luffy steadied his emotions and began to recount the events that followed. After I had utilized the technique Btion Shun on Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma, their attitudes had undergone a complete transformation. Kuma even sent Warship Peach and other pacifists flying. And only when the surroundings were devoid of others did Kizaru cease his assault on the Straw Hat crew. Kizaru was then preoccupied with devising a means to relocate the crew. Ultimately, it was Kuma who employed his powers to disperse the Straw Hats to various locations, claiming it was to allow us to hone our skills. Initially, Luffy was adamantly opposed to this, but upon witnessing my lifeless body, he comprehended that the new world was no trivial matter. Given our crew's current combat prowess, it was impossible for us to stand firm in the new world. Thus, Luffy reluctantly resolved to separate for 2 years to individually strengthen our abilities. Everyone mournfully buried my body on Sabaody Archipelago. During this time, Nami, Robin, and Chopper wept to the point of near asphyxiation, and it was only under Kizaru's urging that they finally parted ways. As for Luffy, he was sent to Amazon Lily by Kuma. Accompanying him was the legendary Pirate Empress, a stunning beauty. Afterward, Luffy learned of Ace's impending punishment, which prompted his arrival here. When I recounted the events on my end to Luffy, I, of course, omitted the details regarding the system, merely stating that my recovery abilities underwent a significant transformation within 3 hours post-mortem. It was through the continuous absorption of life force that I managed to resurrect. However, I refrained from mentioning my encounter with Shanks. Upon learning that I too aimed to rescue Ace, Luffy's excitement intensified. With my assistance, he felt a renewed sense of confidence, as his individual chances of rescuing Ace were rather slim. By the way, Luffy, listen closely. My clone is already by Ace's side and will likely bring him to safety shortly. Really? Your actions are so swift. You've already located Ace? Indeed, but to truly rescue Ace, we must work together. What do you mean? To be precise, Ace is on the 6th level. We need to create chaos on the 1st level to divert the enemy's attention, allowing Ace and the others to escape more safely. Although I don't fully comprehend. You mean we just need to cause a ruckus, right? I was at a loss for words at Luffy's thought process, yet he was indeed correct. Yes, that's essentially the idea. Of course, we also have a second option. What option? I smirked mysteriously before continuing. We could simply do nothing and leave this place. Nanny? Think about it. My clone will soon rescue Ace, so whether we go now or not makes little difference. Thus, leaving here would be the most straightforward choice. But Luffy appeared somewhat bewildered by my reasoning. Initially, he was filled with fervor to save Ace, yet my words had seemingly led him to consider abandoning that pursuit. He felt a twinge of discontent. Luffy, consider this. Even if you see Ace now, how do you plan to bring him out? Of course, we'll just fight our way through. Such a course of action would not only waste energy, but also yield a low success rate. It would be wiser for us to wait here. If Ace is rescued by me, we could simply turn and leave, conserving our strength to face any external threats. Conversely, if Ace is not rescued, he will undoubtedly pass through here, at which point we can seize him from the guards. This way, our chances of success would be significantly heightened. Luffy appeared to reconsider my analysis, realizing that his initial plan to charge in and save Ace might have been overly naive. After pondering, he acknowledged that my strategy, while seemingly lazy, was indeed a viable option. Originally, he had come to rescue Ace, likely to be met with scorn, and would certainly upset Ace. If we could ensure Ace's safety now, there was no need to provoke him further. However, having traveled such a distance without even seeing Ace seemed rather unacceptable. Caught in a dilemma, Luffy found himself torn. I understood that at this juncture, he needed to make his own choice. As his first mate, I could only provide him with insights. Regardless of which path he chose, I would stand by him unwaveringly. Guangxi Zhu, I know you are clever in adept analysis. Your method will undoubtedly make our plan more efficient, but I am rather simple-minded. My sole purpose in coming here is to rescue Ace. Nothing more. Luffy tentatively gauged my expression, finding it unchanged, and continued, Thus, I must confirm Ace's safety before I can feel at ease. Therefore, I have decided to meet him. The atmosphere grew tense. For Luffy's words seemed to convey a hint of apprehension about my reaction. This left me feeling somewhat awkward, having been companions for so long. It appeared he still held a slight reservation towards me. It was a feeling I couldn't quite articulate. It wasn't distrust, yet it felt as if he was being overly cautious. Nevertheless, since it was the captain's decision, I would certainly not oppose it. Very well, Captain. I shall lead you to him. Really? Indeed. Luffy's spirits lifted at this affirmation. Let us head over now. Not so fast. Allow me to assess the situation with Ace first. I then employed my Byakugan once more to scan the entirety of Impel Down. On the first level, where Luffy and I were situated, the guards had just passed by to investigate but found nothing amiss. They returned to the monitoring room. No anomalies were detected on other floors. However, it appeared that something critical was occurring on the 6th level, as Magellan was launching an assault on the other prisoners using his abilities. The present moment does not seem opportune. Currently, Luffy and I must navigate through time discreetly to avoid drawing attention. The most formidable figure within the prison is Warden Magellan. Thus, if he appears on the 6th level, we shall refrain from advancing. Once he departs, we will execute our ambush. Haha, this is the essence of guerrilla warfare. Given the current circumstances, it is prudent for us to remain here for the time being. Luffy appears somewhat disheartened. It is evident that he longs to reunite with his brother. Fear not. While we cannot yet approach Ace, there is someone we must meet. Besides Ace, is there anyone else you wish to see? Luffy is entirely oblivious to whom I am referring. Once we encounter him, you'll understand. In fact, you will be pleasantly surprised. Really? He must be an exceptional chef, right? Or perhaps he cooks the most delectable meat. Haha, Luffy, that rascal, reveals his humorous talents once he relaxes. When the surroundings are clear, Luffy and I shift locations again. In the next instant, I employ the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Luffy and myself to the 3rd level. The moment we land, Luffy is assailed by waves of heat, instantly drenched in sweat. Before we can speak, a voice from the cell announces, 1-2. 1-2. The way of men, the way of women, pales in comparison to the way of the hermaphrodite. Hey, you two, join me in dance. 1-2. At this moment, Xiao Feng has yet to notice the presence of 2 newcomers in his cell. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, Luffy instantly recognizes who it is. Feng-chan. Xiao Feng is momentarily taken aback, the voice sounding unfamiliar, yet remarkably familiar. He mechanically turns around, and his eyes meet those of the 2 men. Xiao-ha-chun. Light-chan. It's been such a long time. The 3 embrace, the joy of reunion flooding their hearts, tears of excitement streaming down youthful faces. Once calmness returns, Xiao Feng is the first to inquire, Straw Hat-chan, Light-chan, how did you 2 end up in my cell? Feng-chan, I said we came specifically to rescue you. Do you believe it? Xiao Feng hesitates for a moment, but after just a second, he resumes his ballet steps, tears cascading down his face. Fool, of course. I believe it, because we are friends. Feng-chan. This boy came specifically to make me cry. I released the handcuffs. By the way, Feng-chan, you mentioned wanting to find someone. Have you located him? Xiao Feng shakes his head, admitting that a miraculous person cannot be found so easily. So, if you do find him, what do you plan to do? Of course, I will rescue him. All right then, I shall lead you to him. Xiao Feng's spinning ceases as he gazes at me in disbelief. Really? You know where he is? Of course. In fact, I just left him a few hours ago. That's wonderful. Light-chan, hurry and take me there. After a brief smile, I turn to Luffy and say, Luffy, I'm taking you out for a feast. Really? I want to eat big chunks of meat. Haha, absolutely. With that, I place my hands on both their shoulders, feeling the resting place from the 55th level. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, we arrive there directly. I introduce the 2 to Ivan-chan, just as I prepare to present them. Suddenly, memories from Ace's clone flood my mind. Realizing the urgency, before I can greet anyone, I use the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Ace. Instantly, I find myself tumbling uncontrollably in the sea until we are surrounded by naval ships. Light-kun, I thought you had vanished. How have you returned? Now is not the time for such discussions. Jinbei, quickly, deal with the ships ahead. Old Sand and Ace regain their composure. For those with the powers of the natural type devil fruit, cannonballs are utterly ineffective. In a battle at sea, those with abilities typically find themselves at a disadvantage. However, with my aerial support, the tides of battle have turned. Haha, this is the most exhilarating fight I've had in ages. I wholeheartedly agree. Hey, Light, should we commandeer a warship for transport? That is entirely unnecessary. Using a warship would merely result in circling around here. However, it could serve as a temporary base. Thus, I hover in the air, skillfully dodging various cannonballs while relying on my positioning to place these two kings aboard a warship. Next comes their time to shine. I ascend once more, hiding amidst the clouds, activating my Byakugan to closely monitor the situation and impel down. Following our escape, an immense volume of seawater surged into the 6th level. The inmates, shackled, perished regardless of whether they possessed abilities. Clearly, this incident exceeded my expectations. Due to the rapid spread of seawater, I had no time to report the situation on the 6th level. Meanwhile, our comrade Magellan is searching for Luffy on the 1st level. Aside from sensing a slight tremor throughout the prison, he remains unaware of any other anomalies. However, this delay has resulted in the complete annihilation of the 6th level. Witnessing the relentless advance of seawater, I flash once more. Luffy, in the midst of feasting, excitedly informs me of the tastiest dishes upon my arrival. I hastily locate Ivan-chan. Ivan-chan, quickly evacuate everyone. The 6th level is flooding, and the water will soon reach here. Ivan-chan blinks his large eyes in a look of disbelief, then bursts into laughter. All right, Light Cohen, I'm no longer angry with you. Go eat something first. Seriously? At a time like this, you suggest I eat? Soon everyone will be in peril, and you still have the leisure to feast. I'm not lying to you. The 6th level is nearly inundated with seawater. My anxiety renders me incoherent, while he remains leisurely unfazed. Just as I am at a loss for words, one of Ivan-chan's subordinates suddenly shouts in panic, Lord Ivan, we just received word that massive amounts of seawater are flooding the 6th level, and it is spreading towards us. Nanny, everyone grows tense. See, I wasn't mistaken. Quickly, evacuate everyone. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Without further ado, I ignore him and teleport to Luffy's side. Luffy, come with me immediately. Ace has been rescued. I will take you to see him. Upon hearing this, Luffy quickly shovels in a few more bites of food and stands up in a flash. I understand that time is of the essence, but my current abilities are limited. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God, I can only transport 3 individuals at most. In this space, there are at least 100 people. I am utterly incapable of relocating them all. Ivan-chan and Feng-chan, I can take both of you out first. However, the remaining individuals cannot be transferred all at once. Ivan-chan, drenched in sweat, understood that there was no time to ponder in this dire situation. Yet the over 100 individuals were all his companions, and abandoning them was out of the question. Thus, he raised his arm and shouted, Everyone, gather your belongings within 1 minute and proceed to the upper level. What? So sudden? They hurriedly sprang into action, for significant decisions have always been made in haste. After speaking, he glanced at me with a slight smile, saying, I could never abandon my people. You go ahead. Upon witnessing Ivan-chan's resolve, Xiao Feng decided to stay as well, to assist everyone in their escape. All right, Feng-chan. Follow them for now. I'll be right back. Let's go, Luffy. I firmly grasped Luffy, and in an instant, we vanished from the 55th floor. The next moment, we found ourselves aboard a warship outside Impel Down. Due to inertia, Luffy rolled uncontrollably on the deck. Just as he was about to crash into the railing and tumble overboard, Ace suddenly appeared, catching him by the leg. Hey, Luffy. Ace, it's great to see you unharmed. What do you mean, great to see me unharmed? I told you I wouldn't die, you fool. The reunion between the brothers was charged with emotion, but I had no time to indulge in their banter. Crocodile approached me and said, I still have a few subordinates left inside Impel Down. If possible, I want to rescue them. What a selfish old fool, even at a time like this. He was thinking of his own interests. You guys, first take down all the surrounding warships, but do not damage the one we're on. I'll figure out how to save them. Ace, Luffy, Crocodile, and Jinbe all nodded in agreement with my plan. They then launched a frenzied assault on the nearby ships. Ace smirked Fire Fist. Luffy bit his finger, Gear Third, Giant Pistol. Crocodile lit his cigar, Desert Saber. Jinbe dove into the water, employing Fishman Karate. In the blink of an eye, the 10 surrounding warships sank beneath the waves. While they found the task relatively easy, the pressure on me intensified. I wished to save more individuals, but the Flying Thunder God technique allowed me to transfer only 3 at a time. With so many people in Impel Down, I had to make multiple trips. Even a pack mule wouldn't endure such labor. Suddenly, a thought illuminated my mind. During the Ninja World War, how could the 4th Hokage transfer the entire Ninja Alliance? There were thousands of them, and he simply commanded it to happen. What was the principle behind that? The more anxious I became, the more chaotic my thoughts were. I regretted not paying better attention to Naruto back in the day. I couldn't even recall the technique now. While I was anxiously scratching my head, Luffy suddenly said something that reminded me. Hey, Keigong Druju, can't you create shadow clones? If one person can't be transferred, just make more clones. Oh my, what a simple realization. Luffy understood this principle, yet I had failed to grasp it. Truly remarkable. Luffy, you're a genius. With that, I summoned the tailed beast and forcibly extracted chakra from the opponent. Then, as the chakra flowed, I executed the multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, thousands of clones appeared on the deck. Everyone pay attention. Feel for Fengshan's mark and move to that side to bring everyone over. Action. Soon, the figures around us began to vanish in an orderly fashion. Ace remarked, with so many clones, it's akin to a small-scale war. Indeed, the power of Keigong Druju is truly unfathomable. You think just because there are many, it's impressive? If I told you that each clone possesses the same abilities as Keigong Druju, would you still be able to smile? What do you mean? Are these clones indestructible? Luffy, familiar with my techniques, calmly responded, this type of clone has poor durability. As soon as they take damage, they vanish. As Luffy spoke, he recalled the move I executed against Moria on the terrifying 3-dimensional sailing ship. That was a truly earth-shattering technique, even surpassing his Gear 3rd. This also contributed to a slight sense of reverence he felt towards me deep down. He sensed that he wasn't the strongest on the ship, which left him feeling somewhat discontent. One day I will surpass you. Luffy vowed silently as he gazed at my back. Before long, the shadow clones returned to the deck. But this time, they were accompanied by several of Ivan-chan's subordinates. In less than 2 minutes, all of Ivan-chan's people had been rescued. We're saved, Keigong Druju. Thank you so much. Not all, as long as everyone is safe. From the feedback of the clones that had entered, it was reported that the guards in Impel Down had discovered the incident on the 6th floor and were currently addressing the emergency. Crocodile approached me, saying, take me back inside. I need to find someone. I looked at him in confusion. Didn't Shao Foam already come out? Who else are you looking for? Mr. One. Oh, you mean the one defeated by Zoro? Exactly. Stop talking and take me there quickly. Hey, Crocodile, don't you owe me a favor? Can't you be a bit more courteous? Though I voiced my complaints, I still led Crocodile back into Impel Down. Fortunately, I had a clone on the 5th floor. Otherwise, I would have had to take the water route to get in. Crocodile, do you know which floor he is on? I don't know, but he definitely ISNT on the 6th floor. This guy is being so straightforward. Is he planning to make me search floor by floor? Where will we even look? Impel Down is so vast. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Crocodile had a thought and turned to me, saying, by the way, on which floor did you find Mr. 2? You mean Shao Foam? Yes, on the 3rd floor. Why? Crocodile smiled confidently, then it settled. We'll go to the 4th floor. I grab his arm, hold on. Are you really planning to search room by room? Let me take a look first. Clapping my hands, I activated my Byakugan and scanned the 4th floor thoroughly, and indeed I spotted Mr. 1. While I was rescuing people, Magellan was having a tough time. Still suffering from his earlier stomach troubles, he was struck by the news that the entire 6th floor was submerged, which felt like a bolt from the blue. He hastily adjusted his pants and began directing the guards to seal the breach. However, the immense water pressure made repairs exceedingly difficult. After expending an unknown amount of manpower, they finally managed to block half of the breach. Of course, he didn't remain idle either. He immediately initiated a thorough inspection of the entire Impel Down, fearful that some prisoners might take advantage of the chaos to escape. When a subordinate reported that Ace's body had been discovered on the 6th floor, it nearly caused him to faint. The significance of WhoJoined AIC is unparalleled, even more critical than the entirety of the Impel Down. He serves as the pretext for the Navy's onslaught against the Whitebeard pirates. If AIC were to perish, even if no Navy personnel were injured, it would still be deemed a catastrophic defeat. Now, hearing that AIC is still alive brings a modicum of relief. Yet the dire news of his demise is utterly devastating. Such a grave matter is beyond the capacity of a mere warden to contain. As he orders the retrieval of AIC's remains, he simultaneously contacts his superiors to report the situation. Before long, the call connects directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Magellan meticulously relays the current circumstances. Sengoku is flabbergasted, questioning how such a breach could occur. Is this a case of shoddy construction or perhaps corruption among officials? Furthermore, why does calamity strike precisely when preparing for battle against Whitebeard? The coincidence is simply too absurd. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he forces himself to maintain composure and instructs Magellan to preserve AIC's body. His current thought is that, even if he cannot publicly execute AIC, exposing his remains would serve as a deterrent in itself. Just as Magellan concludes his conversation with Sengoku, another report reaches him. All naval ships surrounding Impel Down have sustained damage. Misfortunes seem to gravitate toward the wretched. Magellan feels as though his own life hangs by a thread. He hastily orders a search in the surrounding waters, reasoning that since the gate of justice has yet to open, any enemies nearby cannot have ventured far. However, he remains oblivious to the existence of anomalies such as myself. While my main body and Lao Sha set out to rescue Mr. One, my clone stealthily approaches beneath the warship. With both hands supporting the ship's keel, my chakra surges forth, invoking the technique of Chao-Ching Zhongyan. Subsequently, the several hundred-ton vessel begins to lighten until I gently raise it, causing it to float gracefully in the air. The crew aboard the warship soon realizes that they are, in fact, airborne. What in the world is happening? How have we taken flight? Who possesses the power to elevate an entire warship into the sky? Sanji remains silent, exchanging a meaningful glance with Icy, whispering, "Icy, brother. I wonder if our father ever spoke to you of a certain individual." AIC, with a serious expression, replies, "Are you referring to that person?" Luffy, oblivious to their exchange, impatiently interjects, "Who are you two talking about?" Sanji sighs. 22 years ago, someone escaped from Impel Down. He was a user of the Fua no Mi, capable of making anything he touched float. AIC glances at the white clouds above, murmuring, "Indeed, just like this." Sanji turns to Luffy, stating, "Luffy, my little brother, I feel your crew may truly lead an era." After a thorough search, Lao Sha and I finally spot Mr. One. Their gazes meet amidst the crowd, his eyes burning with fervor and deep emotion, as if they could melt him. His gaze sparkles with surprise and shyness, momentarily lowering before he cannot help but look up again. In that instant, an air of intimacy envelopes them, and time seems to stand still, their eyes conveying an endless longing. Such a charged exchange of glances makes it difficult to imagine a conclusion without marriage. I find myself unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, fearing they might embrace at any moment. I hastily interject, "Goodness, this wretched place is unbearably hot. My soles are nearly scorched. By the way, can you two hurry it up? I know your bond is strong, but must you gaze at each other like this at such a time?" My words evidently catch Lao Sha off guard. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he asks, "Hey, Mr. One, are you willing to continue following me?" "Of course, boss." Lao Sha grins and turns to me. "Hey, should you not hurry and unlock the shackles?" "Hey, you really think too highly of yourself," I retort, rolling my eyes. As I prepare to insert the key into the lock, a harsh voice interrupts us. "Stop right there." We three look up, aghast. Magellan, "How did you end up here?" Magellan, bewildered by the sight before him, notes that these individuals were clearly imprisoned in their respective cells, and even Crocodile's corpse remained in the 6th level. How could he encounter them here? Perhaps he was merely hallucinating? Yet, upon further reflection, he resolves to apprehend them regardless of their identity. Magellan exudes a sinister aura, his body enveloped in a strange toxic haze, his horns and wings giving him a demonic appearance. He takes a deep breath and exhales a vast cloud of poison, declaring, "No matter who you are, you shall perish here." The toxic gas rapidly spreads, withering everything it touches, the floor and walls alike, the land sizzling from corrosion. As the noxious fumes close in on us, I clap my hands together, unleashing a powerful wind technique, foam done, live foam bow, creating a fierce cyclone that disperses the imminent toxic mist. You too, think of a way to escape. I will hold him off. However, Lao Sha appears to disagree with this approach. With his fur coat billowing, he conjures a small whirlwind in his palm. Sai Lang. The vortex charges towards Magellan's toxic cloud, sweeping away the poison on the ground. Let me handle him. You take Mr. One and leave. Are you sure you can withstand him? This guy's a poison specialist. Let's talk, just go. By the heavens, this fellow is indeed arrogant. Nevertheless, the title of 50-50 is not merely a boast. Magellan's toxic cloud, although expansive, is countered by Lao Sha's whirlwind. In this initial clash, it seems Magellan has suffered a minor setback. Feeling somewhat reassured, I waste no time and swiftly appear beside Mr. One, placing a hand on his shoulder and commanding, "Let us go." The next moment, our figures vanish from the 4th level of Impel Down. Magellan stands momentarily stunned. What is happening? Have they truly disappeared? Someone, quickly search everywhere. Those two must be found alive or dead. Yes, a legion of soldiers springs into action. Yet, witnessing Tisena, Lao Sheskov, don't waste your energy. You will never locate them. Magellan, undeterred by Lao Sha's words, is already astonished at not having witnessed my departure. If they cannot be found, it would spell disaster. Throughout history, Impel Down has been renowned for its stringent defenses. If someone has managed to escape from here, it would be an unprecedented event. Thus, as the warden, he cannot allow this to occur. Concurrently, he is determined not to let Crocodile slip away. With narrowed eyes, Magellan's body begins to exude toxins, the purple venomous liquid oozing outward from his form. Keluokedir, as a prisoner of the 6th level, you must be aware that I possess the authority to execute you on the spot. Ha. To execute me, you must first possess such strength. Though Lao Sha speaks confidently, he does not dare underestimate Magellan. Pressing his right hand against the ground, the ability of the Sha fruit is activated. The previously solid floor visibly begins to soften and turn to sand. Erosion cycle. Magellan does not take this lightly, for he knows Lao Sha is a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. With a shift in his gaze, 3 massive dragons formed of venom emerge from behind him. Venom dragons. Lao Sha looks up and notices the venomous dragons moving at an incredible speed, instantly appearing before him. Initially, he had intended to alter the terrain to gain the upper hand in battle. However, Magellan is unconcerned with the changing landscape and is solely focused on eliminating him. Thus, Lao Sha decisively relinquishes his plan and violently swings his arm, unleashing a crescent-shaped sand dune. The sand dune strikes the venomous dragon directly. Had this attack landed on a human, it would have instantly drained the moisture from their body. However, now it strikes the venom, successfully halting the dragon's advance. Yet the moisture absorbed into Lao Sha's body becomes a latent threat. The toxin infiltrates Lao Sha's system, gradually corroding his nerves, which he remains oblivious to. Seeing that he has interrupted the venom dragon's assault, Lao Sha begins to feel triumphant. Ha. The venom dragon is nothing but this. Magellan, witnessing his previously unstoppable attack being thwarted, feels a pang of dissatisfaction as 3 venom dragons continuously launch assaults from behind him. Lao Sha persistently utilizes sand dunes, absorbing the venomous dragons. Ha. Do you know other techniques? Merely relying on this one cannot defeat me. Magellan is exasperated, as this technique usually concludes battles instantaneously. Yet today, it bears no effect. Just as he contemplates alternative strategies to counter Lao Sha, his keen eyes discern a significant detail. He realizes that although the venomous dragons have been absorbed, a portion of Lao Sha's body remains unable to transform into sand. This implies that the venom can be treated as a liquid, thus capable of countering Lao Sha's assaults. Magellan smirks, thinking, if that is the case, Let me deliver something even more delightful. Venom pufferfish. He takes a deep breath, his mouth bubbling as if to spit, and expels a massive sphere of venom. The rapid venom continuously shoots towards Lao Sha, who, bracing against the onslaught, transforms his body into sand, evading the attacks of the venom pufferfish. Any dodged venom pufferfish that strikes the wall causes the stone to erode, emitting wisps of smoke. Lao Sha comprehends that the power of this attack extends far beyond what he initially perceived. Not a single drop of venom can touch him. However, as he continues to evade, he suddenly realizes his vision is becoming blurred. Subsequently, his legs begin to falter and his entire body grows weak. What is happening? Lao Sha steels himself, gazing at Magellan. He had successfully evaded all of his opponent's attacks. Why then does he now exhibit signs of poisoning? When did this scoundrel manage to poison him? Yet Magellan offers no opportunity for Lao Sha to ponder, relentlessly launching attacks with the venom pufferfish. One of the pufferfish heads toward Lao Sha, whom he could have easily evaded. However, just as he attempts to move, he stumbles, his knee buckling, and he finds himself kneeling on the ground. A torrent of venom strikes Lao Sha squarely on the head. This is disastrous. The venom prevents Lao Sha's body from transforming into sand, and he is hit squarely by his opponent's attack. Although the impact is not overwhelmingly strong, Magellan is a professional sorcerer. The potent toxin causes Lao Sha to continuously spit blood. As he lowers his head to inspect the situation, he realizes why he's been poisoned so deeply without warning. Magellan, while firing the venom pufferfish, has been continuously releasing toxic clouds. These clouds, initially a mere thin layer on the ground, have been amplified to a higher degree due to the venom pufferfish. This explains why Magellan continues to attack, even when he knows the pufferfish cannot hit Lao Sha. Inhaling the toxic clouds passively, Lao Sha's movements begin to slow. Moreover, the earlier absorption of the venom dragon, now activated by the toxic clouds, has led Lao Sha to fall completely into Magellan's trap. Observing the incapacitated Lao Sha, Magellan approaches and mockingly states, "Well, Kelookidir, do you wish to return to your former cell, or would you prefer to die here?" Lao Sha finally comprehends the strength of this warden. To be honest, while his techniques may not be particularly extraordinary, the synergy of toxins and their manipulation of the battlefield far surpasses Lao Sha. He remains silent, casting his gaze aside. Magellan is taken aback, as this man, despite being in such a state, still refuses to concede. Very well, regardless of your position, you cannot escape the fate of death. You are far too poisoned to have any chance of survival. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, the toxins on his right arm begin to accumulate fiercely, transforming from a purple hue to a vivid red under his relentless enhancement. Magellan slowly declares, "Fear not. With this attack, even if you possess celestial abilities, you are doomed." Judgment of toxins. A serpentine stream of crimson liquid emerges from his right arm, roughly the thickness of a finger and half the length of a palm. The serpent leaps from Magellan's arm and courses toward Lao Sha's body. Just as Lao Sha prepares to accept his fate, he exclaims, "Earth escape, earth flow wall." A sturdy earthen wall rises instantaneously between Lao Sha and the serpent, successfully intercepting the path of the blood-red snake. Lao Sha turns to see, "You have finally arrived. Why are you so slow?" Lao Sha chastises indignantly. Turning back, he notices his companion is already bleeding profusely from all orifices. When the world happened? Cough, cough, spare me the chatter. Hurry and escape. Lao Sha's injuries are more severe than I had anticipated, and witnessing his increasingly purplish complexion, I realize that we cannot afford to delay any longer. Hey, how'd you get so hurt? Speaking of which, are you still alive? You should go on without me. I fear I may not last much longer. This is bad. He is on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, no matter how I employ healing techniques, I cannot stabilize his condition. Seeing Magellan circumventing the wall and appearing before me, I grit my teeth and vanish with Lao Sha right before Magellan's eyes. Upon arriving at the escape squad side, I urgently summon Ivan. Ivan quickly assessed the situation. He is already rambling incoherently. Oh dear, this is indeed serious. His gaze is unfocused. His lips are turning purple. He clearly exhibits symptoms of poisoning. If we do not procure an antidote promptly, I fear this man may not live much longer. No, what time is it now? And you're still cursing. No, what I meant was, I'm going to fetch the antidote. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat Magellan? Mister. One was taken aback. Even his boss was beaten to such a state, so it was certainly futile for him. However, in this situation, it was unrealistic to simply stand by and watch. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately resolved, no, I must go. Even if I cannot defeat him, dealing with a few minions should not be a problem. Moreover, the antidote was certainly not with Magellan. It must be located somewhere and impelled down. Upon hearing this, I found his reasoning somewhat convincing. Very well, I will take you there. You go to find the antidote while I hold Magellan off. Upon hearing this, Luffy felt that something interesting was about to unfold. Now that Ace had been rescued, he was in high spirits. With nothing else to do, he volunteered to accompany me. Hey, Luffy, this guy's a bit of an enemy. Well, isn't everything fine now? Let's just forget about the past. I truly have no way to resist this captain. His charisma is simply extraordinary. Thus, after repeatedly instructing them to return immediately once they obtained the antidote, I led them back to impel down. To avoid encountering Magellan, I chose to teleport to the 5th level where my clone was. Little did I expect, as soon as we appeared here, the towering black silhouette before us made Mr. One's legs tremble. Hey, Hikari no Sook, how could you bring us right in front of him? This is truly the worst scenario. How was I to know? In any case, you two should run quickly. I will hold him off. Saying this, I rubbed my hands together. This truly was a tragedy. We had clearly avoided him, choosing a secluded spot, yet the main character was right here. Could it be that he sensed a portion of my aura? Or was it merely a remarkable coincidence? Previously, upon seeing that I had taken old sand, Magellan hurried to my cell, intending to investigate the situation closely. Just as he prepared to drag me out for questioning, it turned out we had just teleported here. Upon seeing me, Magellan exclaimed, "So, you dare to return?" Without a second thought, venom instantly enveloped his entire body. Where do you think you're going? Leave everything behind. Venom gas bomb. As I watched Magellan prepare to unleash something from his mouth, I quickly clapped my hands together. Earth release, tectonic shift. The ground beneath Magellan's feet suddenly sank, as if the once flat surface had been excavated into a deep pit. The venom he expelled was also blocked by the surrounding earthen walls, causing his attack to only strike himself. Hey, Luffy, you all hurry up. Oh, leave it to me. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly stopped, feeling a chill. Where's this? Venons Dragon, Toxique Passage. Emerging from a pit was a cylindrical tunnel formed by venom. I never expected Magellan to be so creative, using this method to escape from the deep pit, with a formidable foe before me. I had no time to explain the details to Luffy. I believed that with his protagonist aura, he would surely find a way out. The Magellan that reappeared before me had a shift in his gaze. You, it seems, should not be underestimated. Not at all. I merely have this one technique. After saying this, I clapped my hands once more. Earth release. Earth imprison. The soil within a 3-meter radius of Magellan began to pile upwards. And while he was in a daze, the earth completely enveloped him. I smiled triumphantly. This technique was used by the TheNinja team to trap the Nara team. In this space, it not only absorbed the opponent's chakra, but also continuously repaired the surrounding walls. To escape, he would need to exert some effort. Just as I settled down, intending to recover some chakra, I was astonished to see the earthen mound before me slowly melting. No way. My technique was supposed to be nearly invincible. It could enhance the power of the earth release barrier by absorbing the opponent's chakra. However, I had overlooked one crucial detail. The people in the pirate world do not possess chakra. Thus, the barrier, which should have been immensely solid, was shattered by Magellan's charge. It was also my fault for not continuously supplying chakra to the barrier. Otherwise, it could have held for a while longer. The Venom Dragon's head emerged first, followed by his entire form. You truly cannot let your guard down for even a moment. The warden is too kind with his words. You are the same. We exchanged glances, and a hint of caution flickered in our eyes. I understood that his ability revolved around poison, while I possessed some resistance to venom. It was best not to test it personally. However, under these circumstances, ordinary ninjutsu would be largely ineffective against him. Among the 5 elemental releases, it seemed that only Earth Release could withstand his attacks. Thankfully, this was the 5th level, where there was ample soil for me to perform Earth Release. Otherwise, the chakra consumption would be excessive. Suddenly, Magellan's eyes turned red. He raised his hands, and with this motion, a deluge of venom ascended above my head, reaching about 10 meters in height. While I could not discern his intent, the nature of this technique clearly suggested it was formidable. Therefore, I began to throw shuriken in all directions. Magellan, seeing my actions, sneered, "It is futile. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you cannot escape from this attack." Roar! Venom sword rain. As predicted, the venom that had risen into the air began to fall like raindrops. The density was such that it could not merely be described as raindrops. It resembled a curtain descending. Surrender, you will not escape. This poison is lethal with even the slightest contact. He truly overestimates me. Even without poison, a stone falling on me would be unbearable. Fortunately, I threw my shuriken quickly, targeting an area outside the rain of venom, and in a flash, I shifted away. Magellan watched as my body flickered and vanished from his sight. The speed was so swift that even he could not react. However, he did not anticipate what would follow. Just as I regained my stance, I swiftly turned to face him and unleashed a powerful technique. Dust Release, Destruction of the Realm. A triangular beam of light instantaneously severed Magellan's head. In truth, I found myself uncertain about whether Magellan's Doku no Mi belonged to the Logia or Paramecia type. If it were Logia, this strike would not significantly affect him, as Logia users can transform into elements. Even if his head were severed, it would not be a major issue. However, if he were Paramecia, then this strike would essentially be fatal. After all, if the head is gone, even a Paramecia would perish. Yet, my concerns materialized. Despite having his head severed, Magellan's body did not collapse. Instead, venom continuously oozed from the neck, and under the compounding effects of the toxic liquid, a new head began to form. As his eyes turned blood red and a thunderous roar echoed through the air, the originally purple venom on his body transformed into a deep crimson. What a pity! Had I been an ordinary superhuman, I would have surely perished by now. However, since I am still alive, you shall meet your demise. Venomous Colossus, Judgment of Hell. The red venom accumulated incessantly, manifesting into a towering giant of over 50 meters in height. The giant's eyes were hollow, emanating a dark, foreboding glow, while the venom swirling around it emitted an eerie mist. One droplet fell upon a rock, instantly producing a hissing sound as it burned through, creating a pit in the stone, even melting the soil beneath it. Goodness, what kind of venom is this that can dissolve rock? I must not come into contact with it. Reason told me that this substance far exceeded the bounds of mere poison. I absolutely cannot allow it to touch me. The venomous Colossus roared and swung its fist toward me. Fortunately, though it possessed formidable lethality, its speed was rather slow. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I continuously evaded its attacks, managing to keep myself safe. However, this situation was hardly sustainable. With no means to strike back, I could only flee, which left me feeling quite frustrated. If you can summon a giant, then so can I. With this thought in mind, I once again dodged the assault of the venomous Colossus. In the next moment, I found myself amidst the trees, channeling chakra in both hands as I pressed downward. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Suddenly, two massive mountains began to converge on either side of the red venomous Colossus. The giant's arms braced against the mountains, preventing a complete merger. This maneuver successfully thwarted the advance of the toxic giant. However, before I could revel in my triumph, an unforeseen event transpired. Although the red venomous Colossus was pinned between the two mountains, it was not an ordinary giant, as smoke began to emanate from where its hands touched the mountains. The two peaks started to change color, transforming from earthy hues to a venomous red. Subsequently, the mountains began to melt, gradually collapsing. Realizing that the creature was close to breaking free, I activated another ninjutsu. Earth Release, Marsh of the Underworld. The ground beneath the struggling venomous Colossus transformed into a quagmire, pulling its body deeper into the mire. Despite its frantic attempts to escape, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. As the sinking accelerated, The half-submerged Magellan realized the peril he was in. Thus, he commanded the red venom to rise, allowing the liquid absorbed by the swamp to flow back out. To my astonishment, even this tactic proved ineffective. Crouching low and clapping my hands together, I intensified the flow of chakra within me. Earth released colossus of rock. As the stones beneath my feet piled up, a giant composed entirely of rock emerged, standing tall and comparable to the venomous colossus. I commanded the rock giant to deliver a barrage of punches and kicks against the toxic behemoth, despite the fact that the rock giant would lose some mass upon contact. Its continuous replenishment successfully halted the advance of the venomous colossus. Magellan, witnessing his ultimate attack fail, felt both anxious and enraged. However, the rock giant, in terms of height, strength, and resilience, appeared to be equally matched with his venomous colossus. He understood that prolonging this battle would yield no favorable outcome. With a grim expression, he seemed to make a decisive resolution and bellowed, "Crimson rock, toxic tide." An overwhelming deluge of red venom spread like lava, engulfing everything in its path and instantly converting it to vapor. The speed of this toxic wave was akin to a tsunami, the crimson liquid contrasting sharply with the white snow blanketing the ground. As I beheld this molten-like venom enveloping my surroundings, Magellan cackled maniacally, declaring that I was doomed. Indeed, the rapidity of this venom was astonishing. Even with my evasive maneuvers, I barely managed to evade its assault. Yet, it was evident that Magellan would not allow me to escape so easily, even as I retreated to the edge of the forest. The relentless tide of red venom continued to surge forward. Behind me lay countless prison cells, housing an innumerable array of captives. This man truly had the heart of a killer. No wonder he was the warden. As I momentarily lost focus, anguished cries and the sickening sound of flesh melting emanated from the nearest cell. Realizing that I had nowhere left to retreat, I took to the skies. Although Magellan's attack had covered the entire ground, it posed no threat to one who could fly. Observing me gliding effortlessly above, Magellan was taken aback. "You can fly?" I chuckled, claiming it was merely a minor ability and that I could not sustain it for long. I had previously claimed to possess only one technique. Yet I had unleashed numerous abilities in succession. I would not trust a word you utter. This was rather embarrassing, as it made me appear deceitful. I truly possess only these few techniques. Beyond that, I have nothing more. Magellan, gazing at the fallen rock giant, and then at me, resolved never to believe anything I said again. Yet, he had no intention of remaining silent, for he had other strategies at his disposal. His crimson rock toxic tide was far from its full potential. As it melted the ground, it released a colorless, odorless gas. Anyone who inhaled this gas would unwittingly suffer internal decay, ultimately leading to death. His reason for engaging me in idle chatter was to await the moment I succumbed to the poison. However, I remained completely oblivious. It wasn't until a bird fell from the sky, without warning, that I sensed something amiss. Just as I prepared to investigate, a sharp pain surged through my abdomen, and I involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Ha ha! At last, I've outsmarted you. I never anticipated you would be so formidable. It is truly not easy to deceive you. Blood continued to spill from my mouth, and my body gradually grew weak. In this dire situation, the only explanation I could fathom was that I had been poisoned. But when and where had I been poisoned? I looked at Magellan, bewildered, as he laughed heartily, evidently unwilling to divulge any information. My body could no longer support me, and I collapsed to the ground. Just as Magellan reached for me, I inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Narrowing his eyes, Magellan muttered in disbelief, "You?" Just when I was on the verge of capture, I had been rescued. It was Luffy. In the second gear, Luffy's entire body was enveloped in steam. Just moments ago, he had whisked me away to safety at a critical juncture. However, the ground nearby was saturated with venom, preventing him from landing. He could only perch atop a tree. "Konosuke, are you all right?" I coughed up a mouthful of blood, enduring the excruciating pain within. "I won't die. Did you acquire the antidote?" "Rest assured, it's all taken care of." At that moment, Magellan turned his gaze towards us. "Straw Hat Luffy, I never anticipated you would walk into a trap. Since you're here, you might as well stay." I understood the urgency of our situation. Lingering here was perilous. Where's Mr. One? On the 3rd level. We must go. Luffy attempted to say more, but I felt my injuries overwhelming me. Sensing Mr. One's position, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Luffy and myself to Mr. One's vicinity. Yet, this simple transfer caused me to cough up more blood. Luffy cast a worried glance in my direction before turning to urge the bald man. Is it ready yet? Konosuke is injured. Coming. I have one final vial of medicine. It will be ready shortly. Konosuke, wake up. We can leave now. In what felt like an instant, my consciousness began to fade. Even Luffy's voice became muffled. However, my subconscious warned me that I had not yet escaped danger. I cannot afford to succumb to sleep. Gathering my strength, I finally glimpsed the faces of Luffy and the dark-haired man. Yet Magellan's voice reverberated around us. Useless. Stalhakit. He is beyond saving, and you too have been poisoned. It simply hasn't manifested yet. The dark-haired man swiftly positioned himself in front of Luffy and me. You two go ahead. I will hold him off. There was no point in arguing. I lacked the strength to retort. Yet I had to admit this fellow had guts. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I grasped Luffy with my left hand and clutched the dark-haired man's ankle with my right. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Master Magellan. The 3 of them have vanished. They are all poisoned. They cannot have gone far. Conduct a thorough search. Yes, sir. The guards on the 3rd level began to gather. And Magellan's face contorted with rage, his eyes aflame, his expression as grim as the sky before a storm. As soon as I landed, a cacophony of screams erupted around me. Voices filled the air, but I could not discern their words. The toxin had begun to impair my hearing. The sensation of nearing death enveloped me once more. However, drawing from my previous experience, I was not entirely helpless. I knew that as long as my chakra remained intact, I could continually heal myself. Mechanically, I touched my mouth and summoned forth the summoning technique. Lord came, I beseech you. Then I succumbed to sleep. In my dreams, I felt my body undergoing a continuous reconstruction. My internal organs were scorched by the poison. Yet thanks to the regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells, coupled with Lord Kame's treatment, it seemed that something else was also mending me. Ultimately, through a confluence of various healing forces, my physical strength underwent a remarkable transformation. To summarize, I was beginning to align more closely with the resilience of the pirate world. Of course, in that moment, I remained oblivious to this anomaly. When I awoke once more, a man with a pineapple-shaped head and blonde hair came into view. You're awake. Hey, who are you? Where's this place? This is the Whitebeard Pirates. You can call me Marco. Whitebeard Pirates. You mean this is Ace's home? By the way, where's Luffy? You have too many questions. First, eat something. I gazed at the steaming bowl of soup, and my hunger surged intensely. My stomach growled audibly. I cast an embarrassed glance at the man with the pineapple head, who responded with a hearty laugh, seemingly unfazed. Excuse me, do you have anything more filling? Soup alone, isn't quite enough. Marco paused, then burst into laughter as he exited the room. After satisfying my hunger, I ventured onto the deck. The expanse of this deck was truly vast, seeming at least several times the size of the Sunny. At the center stood a colossal mast adorned with a massive cross, the design identical to that on Ace's back. Surrounding me were throngs of people, easily numbering in the hundreds. They all stared at me with peculiar expressions. Yet, I sensed no malice in their gazes. Their expressions were akin to that of suppressed laughter, reminiscent of constipation. These individuals were obviously hardened rogues. Yet I felt no profound fear. The atmosphere was merely peculiar. I understood that I had been rescued by them, and they were likely Ace's comrades. Therefore, to convey my goodwill, I turned and smiled at them. Unexpectedly, after merely a few spins, I felt a familiar wave of nausea wash over me. Ugh! The crowd erupted in unison. Don't throw up at a time like this, you fool. I had intended to greet Ace's companions, but the old malady of seasickness returned. Consequently, after a few spins, I lost control and vomited profusely. The surrounding individuals ribbed me mercilessly, and I felt my face flush with embarrassment. Realizing my folly, I crouched down and explained, I'm just a bit seasick. I couldn't help it, ha ha ha. As a pirate, You get seasick? What kind of ailment is that? The crowd continued to jest. In truth, I had adapted to the sunny quite well, but I hadn't anticipated succumbing this time. It must have been due to the unfamiliarity of the ship. I sheepishly scratched the back of my head. Is there any food left? I'm feeling a bit hungry after that. Then don't throw up, you fool. They chorused. At that moment, Ace stepped forward, draping his arm around my shoulders. Ha. I'm glad you're awake. Food will be here shortly. Seeing Ace, I finally encountered a familiar face. Ace, were those acrobats you hired earlier? I gestured towards the individuals who had been mocking me. To my surprise, they immediately countered, "You're the one who is an acrobat." Ha, these are all my comrades. I'll introduce each of them to you. With that, Ace led me to the center of the deck and pointed to a massive figure standing at least 5 meters tall. Old man, this is Kono Suk, who rescued me and is also my brother Luffy's companion. Kono Suk, this is the father I often mention to you. Gururara, I truly appreciate your help with Ace. Gazing at the enormous, white-bearded man, sipping from a bottle while enjoying his drink, I felt an indescribable sense of carefree grandeur. For a moment, I was left speechless. It was only when Ace patted my head that I snapped back to reality. I quickly stammered, I was thinking of giving Ace a good beating, but seeing him in prison was just too pitiful for me to go through with it. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard halted his drinking, and the others were equally taken aback. Aisu swiftly covered my mouth and then delivered a light punch to my abdomen. This elicited laughter from everyone present. I clutched my stomach, feigning severe injury. Go, okay, you're finished. After this punch, I won't survive without 3 hefty elbows. My jest provoked another round of laughter, even from Baihuzi, who was chuckling heartily. Guamala, Guangzizu, Itruli admira yo urcharakte. Since you saved Ace, you've done me a great service. I can grant you one request. Speak your mind. Indeed, Guangziju. Old Dad does not make promises lightly. Think carefully before you speak. The old man's tone was rather imposing, implying that he could fulfill any request. You boast, claiming you can send me back to my original world? If you can achieve that, I will prostrate myself before you 3 times. However, it was understandable. He had been spoiled by his adopted sons. After all, he was just an old man. It wouldn't hurt to humor him a bit. Oh, really? In addition to the 3 elbows, could I request a large portion of seafood fried rice? Everyone paused for a moment, followed by a burst of laughter. Baihuzi gave me a profound glance. Gulalala, of course, that is no problem. Everyone, let the feast commence. Roars of delight filled the air as platters of sumptuous delicacies were laid out on the table, accompanied by an array of beverages and exquisite treats. Moreover, there were various beautiful women to keep me company, casting flirtatious glances while toasting to me with words of gratitude. I felt somewhat embarrassed. Although I had lived 3 lifetimes, I was still quite earnest. Now, seeing my blush, the female pirates grew bolder, starting to touch me in a teasing manner. I hastily distanced myself from these little enchantresses and sought out Ace. By the way, Ace, where's Luffy? What happened while I was unconscious? Luffy said he wanted to thank the Empress, so he went to Jioshi Island. As for the others, Jinbei returned to Fishman Island, stating he would come to see you in a couple of days. Crocodile and his companion decided to procure a ship to set sail again, so they left as well. Ivanov and the others, upon realizing that Luffy is the son of Dragon, initially intended to take him away, but Luffy refused. Hence, they returned to the transvestite island. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How'd I end up on Baihuzi's ship? Isn't that obvious? You were poisoned quite severely. If it weren't for Marco's treatment, you would have been in dire straits. Besides, I couldn't just leave you there. But how did you find Baihuzi's ship? That is simple. Jinbei is a fishman, and he utilized the smaller fish around to relay messages. Before long, we located Old Dad's fleet. To be honest, this time, we owe you a great deal. Otherwise, with 43 ships, all of Old Dad's subordinates would have gathered to fight the Navy to the death. Just as I was about to express my gratitude, Marco approached and said, "What are you all doing here?" "Ace, Old Dad wants you to take Guangziju to see him." "Who? Why does he want to see me?" "Old Dad, we're here." "Oh, you've arrived." "Ace, step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Guangziju." Ace looked at me with confusion, and truthfully, I was also uncertain about what the old man wanted. Once Ace stepped out, I turned to the large figure of the old man lying on the bed. Please sit down. Do not feel too constrained. I have yet to express my gratitude for saving Ace. As he spoke, he rose, seemingly intending to bow. I quickly stopped him, insisting it was unnecessary since I had already expressed my thanks. Goo-la-la-la. I merely wished to change my sitting position. I was a bit fatigued from lying down. I realized I had been outwitted by this old man. Goo-la-la-la, in truth. You not only saved Ace's life, but also the lives of our entire WhoJoined crew. I was taken aback. Where was this coming from? Noticing my expression, WhoJoined smiled slightly and continued. In fact, I had a premonition. Ace's impulsiveness would lead to great trouble, which is why I initially did not approve of his departure. However, since he has set sail, it is ultimately my fault. The old man took another sip of his drink and added, later, when I heard he'd been captured by the Navy, I realized that this battle was inevitable. Moreover, in this battle, I foresaw a grim future. As he spoke, the old man stared blankly at the ceiling. His words astonished me. He mentioned seeing rather than feeling. Could it be that this old man had also experienced rebirth? That shouldn't be the case. If he had been reborn, he wouldn't have allowed Blackbeard to linger for so long. It seemed more likely he had made an educated guess, a sort of intuition. However, I was surprised that Ace had been saved by you. This also grants me a few more years of life. I truly thank you. Hee, you're too kind. Ace is a good person, and he is still so young. Goo-la-la-la. Indeed, he is young, but my time is running short. Therefore, before I pass, let me take you, the spy for Blackbeard. As he spoke, the old man's gaze shifted, locking onto me with intensity. His aura suddenly surged, causing the curtains and chandelier to sway without wind, and the walls around us visibly dented. I felt uncomfortable under this overwhelming pressure. It was familiar, the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, this old man possessed the Conqueror's Haki. The pressure from his Conqueror's Haki intensified, leaving me bewildered. What spy? Brother, you've got the wrong idea. We are pirates, not part of some undercover operation. Seeing that he showed no signs of easing up, I too felt anger rise within me. What kind of person do you think I am? Did you not just say, I saved your life? Why now do you wish to silence me? I concentrated my chakra in my legs, standing firm, reminding myself not to retreat even an inch. However, under my chakra's influence, WhoJoined surprisingly felt a sense of pressure. Even the floor beneath my feet began to crack. This startled me. I remembered not having such a level of chakra before. Why had I suddenly become so much stronger? In truth, I misunderstood. The floor cracked due to the increased chakra I exerted. The primary reason was WhoJoined's Conqueror's Haki causing the tremors. WhoJoined squinted, mentally marveling. What is this kid's background? Under my level of Conqueror's Haki, he is able to withstand it. It seems he is certainly not a simple character. Since that is the case, let us test your limits. With that, the black-red Conqueror's Haki began to radiate outward. Under WhoJoined's scrutiny, he unleashed the ultimate technique of Conqueror's Haki. This technique had once been used against Roger. He doubted this kid could endure it. Of course, that was his inner thought. For me, it merely felt like the pressure around me had increased. Then, something miraculous occurred. The black-red Conqueror's Haki was partially absorbed by a certain part of my body. It was as if I had taken a small taste and discovered it quite delectable, prompting me to absorb it wildly. Then, something extraordinary unfolded. Under the imposing presence of the white-bearded captain's Haushika Haki, instead of feeling overwhelmed, I found the burdens upon me diminishing rapidly. As I absorbed this overwhelming aura, it was evident that I craved more. Unbeknownst to me, the lengthy digits on my system panel were visibly decreasing, reducing by over 100 days in mere moments. My nonchalant demeanor left the white-bearded captain somewhat astonished, leading him to ponder whether he had truly aged to the point of being unable to handle a mere child. Unwilling to accept this possibility, he amplified his Haushiku output. As he exerted himself, my system rejoiced, feeling insatiate as if it had just received a sumptuous feast. A few minutes later, the captain sat down heavily, breathless, and exclaimed, "What manner of creature are you?" After my thorough explanation, he began to accept my claims. His keen intuition revealed that I was indeed not a spy for Blackbeard. Subsequently, we engaged in a profound dialogue, exchanging perspectives on the matter at hand. Our opinions diverged regarding Blackbeard's fate Yet we maintained a cordial atmosphere while analyzing the future landscape. The captain asserted that, given the current circumstances, a strategy of cautious victory was paramount. In contrast, I believed we should seize the moment to attack, undermining Blackbeard's power while it remained inchoate. Gazing skyward, the captain seemed lost in reminiscence, recalling how Blackbeard once implored him to stay, only to realize now the depths of his ambition, which even eluded his perception. Alas, it is too late for such reflections. Just tell me what we should do now. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. And from now on, do not seek trouble with Blackbeard. What? Surely, you cannot dictate such matters to me. The captain shot me a glare. You're still so young, yet so impatient in your actions. This is unacceptable. In any case, you are not to pursue him. What has gotten into this old man? Not even Luffy can command me to behave in such a manner. Before I could retort, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling that I could leave. This is outrageous, old man. However, seeing him already reclined and snoring, it was clear he had no interest in continuing our conversation. Frustrated, I exited the room. Ace hurriedly approached, asking, "What did Dad say to you?" My anger still simmering, I was hardly in the mood to be cordial, especially since the source of my ire was his father. I grumbled to Ace and quietly retreated to my resting quarters, setting aside other matters. I needed to analyze the situation thoroughly. From the information I'd gathered, the Navy at Marineford had invited various journalists, preparing to execute Ace publicly. Just as they were gearing up for a fierce confrontation with the white-bearded pirate king, it was unexpected that not a single member of the Whitebeard crew showed up. This perplexed Sengoku, prompting him to dispatch numerous spies to investigate the Whitebeard's intentions. However, all reports indicated that the Whitebeard crew had no plans to rescue Ace. As the Navy set the stage for the execution, they discovered that their adversaries had not appeared. Faced with a dilemma, Sengoku ordered Ace's corpse to be displayed on the execution platform at Marineford, intending to provoke Whitebeard into a confrontation through the humiliation of Ace's remains. Yet, once preparations were complete, Ace's body inexplicably vanished. The original water clone, without chakra or the support of water, could only sustain itself for 3 days, which was its limit. Consequently, before numerous journalists, Ace's body transformed into a puddle, completely disappearing from sight. This revelation made Sengoku understand why the Whitebeard crew had no intention of rescuing Ace. Enraged, Sengoku initiated an investigation into every facet of the situation, leading to the Navy's first large-scale internal purge. Meanwhile, Blackbeard had intended to delve into Impel Down's depths to seek formidable allies, but to his dismay, all prisoners in the 6th level had perished from drowning. Coincidentally, Magellan, still furious for failing to capture me, encountered Blackbeard, resulting in a fierce battle that decimated several of Blackbeard's original comrades. The confrontation was brutal, leaving Blackbeard severely poisoned. Had it not been for Poison Q's desperate rescue, it was likely that Blackbeard would have lost most of his crew. Even in the aftermath, both Shiryu and Lafitte succumbed to their injuries without timely treatment within Impel Down. Blackbeard, Poison Q, and Van Augur narrowly escaped, but thereafter vanished from sight. It was astonishing how my seemingly minor actions triggered such significant repercussions. Yet, amidst the shock, I found myself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, regardless of the turmoil, Ace was alive, which somewhat alleviated my past regrets. All that remained was to diligently train and strive to reunite with my comrades. 3 days later, I approached the white-bearded captain to bid farewell. "Young lad, why the sudden departure? Is it the food aboard the ship?" No. It's just that my injuries have healed completely. I wish to find a place to train diligently. Thank you all for your kindness during my stay. Training, you say? Very well. If that is your wish, we shall not keep you. After I vanished from the Whitebeard ship, Ace suddenly inquired, "Dad, why did you let Light's assistants leave? You promised me you would teach him how to use hockey." "Grrrr, Ace, you underestimate this kid. Besides, we have other matters to attend to." "Dad, why did you let Light's assistants go? Did you not promise to teach him how to wield hockey?" "Grrrr, Ace, you underestimate this kid." "What do you mean?" The white-bearded captain gazed into the distance, seemingly answering Ace while also speaking to himself. "Moreover, my time is limited." "Dad, what is the matter with you?" "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, we have other matters to address. Please gather everyone for me. High in the sky, I gradually flew forward, unsure of how long I had been traveling without sighting a single island. With no other option, I took out Rayleigh's life card, allowing me to progress along a straight path. In truth, I had not determined my destination. Although Ace had promised me that Whitebeard would teach me how to use hockey, I was acutely aware that I was incapable of training in hockey. Hence, I did not dwell on it and chose to depart. After all, my techniques were of a different nature altogether. If anyone were to teach me, it would have to be the Sage of Six Paths himself. Without hesitation, I chose to depart. At that moment, Whitebeard did not attempt to detain me, indicating that I could no longer rely on him. My initial plan was to find a random island and commence my secluded training. However, unexpectedly, I encountered no islands along the way. It wasn't until I arrived before Rayleigh that I finally saw a familiar face. Huh? Aren't you one of Luffy's comrades? I can't believe you're still alive, I exclaimed, coughing slightly. Rayleigh, it's good to see you again. Could you spare me some food? After indulging in a hearty meal with Shachi, I intended to retreat from my training. Rayleigh swirled the wine in his glass and slowly inquired, So, are you ready to leave already? Didn't I already pay? Are you attempting to extort me? I replied, perplexed, as he took a sip of his drink before leisurely saying, Don't you wish to become stronger? Of course I do. However, my situation is rather unique. I'm unable to cultivate hockey, so I must seek alternative methods. Rayleigh scrutinized me thoughtfully, furrowing his brow for a lengthy moment before shaking his head. To be honest, I have never encountered a situation like yours. I shrugged, indicating that I was already aware of this fact. Noticing my indifference, Rayleigh shifted the topic, asking, by the way, Do you know where Luffy is now? I heard he is back at Amazon Lily with the Empress. As for whether he has arrived there, I cannot say. I see, he replied, seemingly relieved to know Luffy's destination. What is the matter, Rayleigh? Are you planning to seek out Luffy? Indeed, that is my intention. Would you care to join me? After much contemplation, I ultimately declined. Rayleigh did not press further, saying, Well then, do not forget to return in 2 years. Rest assured, I replied. Just as I was about to leave, I turned back to Rayleigh. After marking both him and Shachi with the Flying Thunder God technique, I departed. Shachi, observing my retreating figure, asked Ray-san, Is it true he cannot cultivate hockey? Rayleigh squinted, uncertain. Logically speaking, even a regular person should exhibit some signs of hockey awakening after experiencing numerous battles. However, what is it? I see no evidence of hockey within him, neither armament nor observation. That is indeed strange. I heard from Monkey-chan that this child has always been the strongest in the Straw Hat crew, yet he has yet to awaken hockey. Indeed, I have observed that, regardless of whether it is Luffy, the one with the belly pouch, or the cook, even the amusing long-nosed fellow, all have shown signs of hockey, yet this strongest one has none. What a pity. Perhaps he will awaken hockey in 2 years. I hope so. Future battles will be exceedingly arduous without the inclusion of hockey. In truth, I had not failed to awaken hockey. Rather, the system had absorbed all forms of hockey, rendering me invisible to outsiders in terms of hockey presence. However, I was unaware of this fact even now. After departing from the Sabiti archipelago, I flew along the Red Line, progressing further into the Grand Line. Once I entered the Calm Belt, I flew for several days until I finally discovered a small island. Without a second thought, I descended to rest. This island was not particularly large, but fortunately, it appeared devoid of other inhabitants. The vegetation, though peculiar, seemed harmless. It indeed was an ideal location for secluded training. Consequently, I employed Wood Release to construct a simple wooden house on the flat ground. I eagerly entered, intending to indulge in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. However, while I had noble intentions, reality often presents challenges. Just as I was enjoying my restful sleep, a tremendous roar emanated from the sea, and my wooden house vanished without a trace. Initially, I believed this uninhabited island would serve as a splendid training ground, but the sea kings here were quite abundant. Just as I was preparing to rest, my shelter was upended by the roar of a sea king. Disturbed from my respite, I retaliated with a dust release technique, creating a triangular hole in the creature's body. After successfully slaying a sea king, I managed to procure some meat. Following a satisfying meal, I began my training anew. At present, I faced several primary challenges. First, my physical condition was lacking. While the cells of Hashirama could continuously heal injuries, my bodily strength was still insufficient to rival Zoro, let alone Sanji. Thus, I needed to persist in my training. I also had another idea concerning this matter. Susanoo. It is said that Susanoo has 3 forms: the skeletal, the residual image, and the complete form. However, despite possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I was still unable to activate Susanoo. After all, I do not share the Uchiha bloodline. All the jutsu I possess are acquired through the system's lottery. While standard jutsu requiring hand seals are manageable, the scale of jutsu like Susanoo is beyond my capacity for independent research. This led to a rather awkward predicament. If I wished to activate Susanoo, I would need to complete system tasks. However, the system had entered deep slumber. Pondering this, I opened the system panel and was taken aback to discover that the system's slumber time had decreased by over 100 hours. What could cause this? Reflecting on the events that transpired recently, I found nothing particularly unusual. Yet, the time inexplicably dwindled by more than 100 hours. Such a revelation left me momentarily bewildered. The reduction in the system's slumber time indicated that I could awaken the system sooner, which in turn meant I could activate Susanoo earlier. I began to meticulously recall everything that had occurred recently. Aside from engaging in battles at Impel Down, I had been mostly dormant. The only event that seemed relevant was my time with the Whitebeard crew. Following this line of thought, I finally managed to ascertain a detail: the confrontation with Whitebeard. I had previously wondered why the pressure he exerted on me had lessened over time. Could it be due to the system? If that were the case, it would imply that my system is capable of absorbing Conqueror's haki. The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. I should have asked Rayleigh to confirm this. Regretting my oversight, I quickly used Wood Release to create a clone to seek out Rayleigh for confirmation. Meanwhile, my original self had other matters to attend to. Returning to my earlier thoughts concerning defensive capabilities, relying solely on activating Susanoo would necessitate an increased chakra supply. Regardless of the amount of chakra, it would eventually deplete. Thus, this method could only be considered a backup plan. Upon this thought, I clasped my hands to form seals and employed the technique of multiple shadow clones, dividing them into various groups to engage in distinct training activities. Some participated in combat exercises, while others focused on the refinement of chakra. A few utilized summoning techniques to call forth tailed beasts. Regarding the tailed beasts, my intention was clear: if I could harness their vast chakra reserves, I believed future battles would no longer incite anxiety over chakra shortages. Therefore, it became imperative for me to seal the chakra of the tailed beasts. While I admire Naruto's approach, the notion of becoming a Jinchuriki seemed rather unrealistic, as it was unlikely that the tailed beasts would permit me to become their vessel. Thus, I had to devise an alternative method, sealing the tailed beast chakra within scrolls. This way, when a need arose, I could access the chakra through the scrolls. Although the process was somewhat intricate, it would undoubtedly yield more chakra than I possessed. However, my initial attempt to seal the tailed beast chakra met with failure, primarily because the scrolls were incapable of withstanding such power. Nonetheless, this setback led me to another possibility akin to Tsunade's sealing technique, which was indeed documented within the Ninja Techniques tome. With this newfound knowledge, I could first absorb the tailed beast chakra, then utilize sealing to retain it within my body. By perpetuating this cycle, I believed that one day I would attain the freedom of chakra. Admittedly, this method was somewhat slow, yet it filled me with joy. After all, I possessed the ability to utilize shadow clones, which made reducing my training time a trivial matter. Thus, I could effectively address my first weakness. The second weakness lay in my offensive capabilities. During my maritime journeys, I would undoubtedly encounter more users of Logia-type devil fruits. Against such foes, I would find it impossible to strike their physical forms, rendering me incapable of inflicting lethal damage. After countless searches for items, I stumbled upon something remarkable. If this item were functional, it could resolve a significant dilemma. While contemplating how to attack Logia users, the discovery in my inventory illuminated my thoughts. Indeed, it was the Kyuryuyu. This artifact possessed unparalleled hardness and offensive power within the Naruto universe. I recalled that the Kiryu required the chakra of all tailed beasts, along with mastery over the six paths power for its utilization. Currently, I could only store it in my inventory, yet I was confident that I would soon wield its power. It was not merely confidence. Rather, my current endeavors involved the continuous absorption and sealing of tailed beast chakra. Thus, I firmly believed that one day I would succeed in utilizing the Kiryu. Speaking of my absorption of tailed beast chakra, I glanced at the nine tails before me. Kyubai, my apologies. I must trouble you for assistance in my training. The nine tails regarded me with exasperation, rolling its eyes and remarking, "Can't you find something more productive to do?" I chuckled. "Do not be angry. What I am doing is indeed a serious endeavor. Besides, look at the scenery here. It is quite beautiful." The nine tails retorted, "Beautiful, you say? What about that enormous lizard by the shore?" "Oh, you mean that? It is a local specialty known as the Sea King. Quite large, isn't it?" I replied, "Indeed, it appears substantial. Did you defeat it?" Merely a stroke of luck." I laughed. "You've been improving lately, not only vanquishing such a large lizard but also daring to challenge me," the nine tails commented, shifting its tone to a reproachful one. "What do you mean? I'm merely training," I defended. "Is this what you call training? Absorbing my chakra and storing it within yourself? That is theft, do you understand? Come now, it is just a bit of your chakra, and I have given you time to recover," I reassured. The nine tails glared at me. "One clone absorbs only a tiny bit, but look around. There must be thousands of clones here." I observed the multitude of clones stationed throughout the island, attempting to seal the nine tails chakra, and felt a twinge of anxiety. The small island was now teeming with clones, and the sheer density was overwhelming. With an awkward smile, I apologized. "I didn't mean to rush things. Besides, this doesn't significantly impact you, does it? Outside of this island, you're free to roam as you please." "How can you say that? This island is the only place aside from the ocean," the nine tails retorted. How about fishing by the shore? The little fish around here are quite charming," I suggested. At this, the nine tails erupted in fury, baring its teeth and exclaiming, "Surrounded by giant lizards. And you suggest little fish? That little fish is over 30 meters long." Realizing my request might have been excessive, I regretted not having let the nine tails vanish earlier. After a moment of venting its frustration, the nine tails seemed to calm slightly, glancing at the multitude of clones with a hint of melancholy before vanishing without a word. I couldn't fathom the reason for its anger, but its departure finally granted me some peace. I resumed my efforts to clear the Sea Kings from the vicinity. Since arriving on this island, a Sea King had visited every 4 hours, and I must admit, they were quite polite, always announcing their arrival with a roar. Each time, I would soar to meet them and unleash a dust release, granting them a chance at rebirth. Gradually, the frequency of Sea Kings disturbing me diminished, allowing me to train in peace. One day, I summoned the nine tails once more, intending to extract its chakra. "Are you out of your mind? After all this time, why do you persist in absorbing only my chakra?" The nine tails glared at me in fury. It's because I have the best rapport with you," I replied. "But you should not exclusively absorb my chakra. Have you not noticed how much weight I have lost?" The nine tails' observation struck me. It indeed appeared rather gaunt compared to when it first arrived. After sincerely apologizing, I resolved to switch to absorbing from another beast. Meanwhile, my clone, guided by Rayleigh's life card, had flown for several days and finally located him. If at ISNT, the light of assistance. "Long time no see," I greeted. "Rayleigh, I have a favor to ask." Rayleigh paused, setting down his drink. "Oh, what can I assist you with?" I scratched my head awkwardly. Could I trouble you to use your Conqueror's Haki against me?" The Navy had faced repercussions for failing to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in Admiral Sengoku being held accountable by the Gorosei. In the realm of the Warring States, what transpired this time? Did you not assure us that you could completely eliminate the one known as by Huzi? It seems your preparations for this endeavor were rather lacking. In truth, through my investigation, I discovered that an individual named Guang Zhizhu had swapped the corpse of Ace. "Oh, such a thing occurred?" "Indeed, this Guang Zhizhu utilized his identity as a pirate to to willingly become imprisoned and impelled down. However, he simultaneously leveraged his abilities to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Impelled down? Are you implying that this person voluntarily surrendered himself to prison with the sole purpose of liberating Fire Fist Ace? Precisely. What of Magellan? Did he not notice? Magellan deduced the situation only after the fact. While deductions may not serve as evidence, one must not overlook a criminal's mistakes. Please elaborate on the events that transpired. Marshal Jean Guo recounted Magellan's reasoning in detail. Had I been present at the scene, I would have realized that this was not merely deduction, but rather fact. In the astonishment of the Gorosei, Jean Guo elucidated the entire sequence of events. Are you suggesting that this Guangxi Zhu, by his own strength, managed to dismantle the Navy's operation in this war? Indeed. What have you uncovered regarding who this Guangxi Zhu is and what abilities he possesses? The current information reveals that Guangxi Zhu is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 298 million. As for his abilities, he is known to possess the power to manipulate Earth, as well as the capabilities of duplication and disguise. The Gorosei fell into silence, contemplating what kind of devil fruit user could exhibit such abilities. To my knowledge, no fruit grants such a multitude of powers. Could it be that your intelligence is flawed? That is not the case. Moreover, Guangxi Zhu is not a devil fruit user. Meanwhile, on an island in the Grand Line, the Blackbeard pirates were present, where two lifeless bodies lay on the ground. These were evidently the remains of the previously defeated Burgess and Lafitte. Captain, are you certain this will work? Though I am unsure, we must attempt it nonetheless. These two individuals have truly suffered ill fate. Enough talk. They're beyond saving, so we might as well try. If it succeeds, they may yet live. With that, Blackbeard placed his hands upon the chests of the two. Subsequently, he activated the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. From his palms emanated a vast quantity of black smoke. The smoke gradually enveloped Burgess and Lafitte. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Blackbeard's forehead. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered, and a peculiar energy flowed from Burgess's body into Blackbeard's. The moment the colorful radiance made contact with Blackbeard, he cried out in agony, followed by his body convulsing. His anguished screams echoed throughout the northern peninsula. Just ashore, Old Sand and Mr. One looked up, puzzled at the distant forest. Boss, it appears this island is teeming with monstrous beasts. Wukadas. As long as we can eliminate that clown, it's a fine place. Yet, several hundred meters behind Old Sand, a figure soared through the air, drawing closer. Ha. That crocodile scoundrel has lured me to such a desolate island. Over at Blackbeard, the cries had subsided, leaving only the perspiring captain with a somewhat exhilarated grin. Have I truly succeeded? Itapirso. Now, I comprehend the true utility of this fruit. How remarkable. I had not anticipated the fruit could be utilized in this manner. One wonders, did that individual already know back on Guaya Island? Most likely. I never imagined that scoundrel would possess greater knowledge of this fruit than I. Thankfully, I did not hand it over, otherwise we would all be doomed. A wave of apprehension washed over the three. Yet, gazing at the figure on the ground, excitement surged anew. Ha. Burgess and Lafitte have merged. What name shall I bestow upon them? The individual who had lain on the ground gradually rose to his feet. He moved his shoulders and suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. A formidable hadiate du toit, scattering the surrounding withered grass. The figure stood as tall as Burgess, but appeared somewhat smaller in stature, though his muscles were remarkably robust, and his complexion was pale as parchment. Van Oka was inwardly astonished. He had not expected that merging the two would lead to their revival. However, this transformation seemed rather haphazard, as if Burgess's body had merely acquired Lafitte's head. The figure surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a calm manner. You may call me Bay Fightsala. Upon the island, Blackbeard first employed the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to seize the Gura no Mi from Burgess. He then consumed it himself and employed its abilities to create a Gura factory. Subsequently, he ingested the recently deceased Burgess and Lafitte. Through his modifications, he successfully fused the two into one entity. Thus, this individual named Bay Fightsala was not merely revived, but rather reborn. Van Oka and Poison Q stood in awe at the scene before them, utterly astonished that the Gura no Mi could reconstitute two individuals into one. Ah. Splendid Bay Fightsala. Now we must find you a devil fruit. What would you desire? I wish to reclaim the Gura no Mi. Blackbeard paused, narrowing his eyes slightly. Having just obtained the Gura no Mi, he now realized that this devil fruit was indeed more complex than he had imagined. Initially, he thought that since Burgess was deceased, the powers of the Gura no Mi should not go to waste. Hence, he chose to absorb it into his body. However, to his surprise, upon acquiring the Gura no Mi, he found that he established some form of communication with it. It seemed that within this fruit lay a certain self-awareness, which was imparting knowledge to Blackbeard on how to manipulate and utilize it. This was precisely why Blackbeard, after absorbing the Gura no Mi, consumed the bodies of Burgess and Lafitte. Following this, the Gura no Mi began to form a unique space within Blackbeard's body. This space allowed him to absorb and transform any matter he consumed. Hence, the new being, Bayfightsala, was born. Furthermore, there was another astonishing development that Blackbeard did not disclose to his companions. The Gura no Mi and his original Yami no Mi appeared to be undergoing a reconfiguration within him. The Yami no Mi possessed abilities akin to gravitational forces, capable of attracting all matter. Meanwhile, the Gura no Mi could directly absorb and reconstitute the attractive matter. Consequently, Blackbeard had, in a sense, achieved a form of transcendence. The powers of these two devil fruits, which should have intertwined, instead caused Blackbeard's body to face the threat of explosion due to their inability to coexist. However, in the present circumstances, an unexpected mutation has occurred. To summarize, the current Blackbeard resembles a factory. As long as he is provided with sufficient specific items, he can first utilize the power of the Enin fruit to compress and decompose those items. Following that, he employs the power of the Tun fruit to reorganize the decomposed fragments, thus creating new objects. These objects may, one day, transcend limitations and break through. In other words, in the future, it is conceivable that Blackbeard alone could manufacture the desired human warriors. Yet, he remains unaware of this potential. Nevertheless, having acquired these two devil fruits, a voice in his mind continually urges him to hunt for another type of devil fruit. Although Blackbeard is uncertain about which fruit to seek, his instincts inform him that consuming it will undoubtedly enhance his strength. This urgency to hunt for devil fruits, even while still recovering from his weakened state, exemplifies his desperation. Unexpectedly, the newly reborn Buffett Tesla wishes to reclaim the Tun fruit. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. However, as Blackbeard urgently requires allies and cannot eliminate this individual, he ponders for a moment, chuckling, ha. The Tun fruit is no longer available to you. You may select another. Buffett Tesla, not overly concerned, replies, Then let us wait. I have yet to decide what I need. In truth, his memories are somewhat muddled, as he was originally two distinct entities, now rejoined as one, resulting in a slight cognitive disarray. The four of them dine while discussing their upcoming plans. Suddenly, they sense vibrations emanating from the ground. The once solid earth begins to turn to sand. Van Oka swiftly reacts, leaping to the treetops. His scope sweeps the area. Captain, it seems someone is fighting to the north. Blackbeard's movements halt, clearly taken aback by the unexpected conflict. Have you discerned who it is? If I am not mistaken, it should be Crocodile and Doflamingo. What brings these two here? Uncertain. Should we intervene? Let us conceal ourselves and observe the situation first. Van Oka shifts his focus. Captain, to the south, someone is landing on the island. It appears to be a group of pirates, led by that South Sea figure, Jewelry Bonnie. Bonnie? Is she the supernova? What is her purpose here? This question is evidently misplaced, as Van Oka offers no response. Buffett Tesla, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Captain, what a splendid opportunity. Eliminating them would grant us numerous devil fruit powers. In the northern battlefield, Crocodile gazes at Doflamingo descending from the sky, raising his hand to unleash a desert sword. You crocodile bastard. Why are you so merciless? Doflamingo, you fool. Why do you persistently pursue me? By the way, how did you escape from impelled down? How was the temperature of the blood pool? Crocodile's eyelids twitch. Being captured and impelled down is a disgrace. This individual before him dares to mock him with such matters. Igniting his fury, with a flick of his wrist, a small tornado manifests in his hand. Enough of your prattle. What do you want with me? How about we join forces? Join forces with someone like you? Indeed, the outdated Whitebeard has no future. Though he has narrowly escaped annihilation this time, his demise is not far off. What are you implying? Thus, in the forthcoming era, strength shall reign supreme. Our time will undoubtedly arrive. Crocodile scoffs derisively. You are unworthy of standing alongside me. If you wish for my assistance, at least exhibit some respect. I thought you would reflect deeply while impelled down. Yet, you still maintain this attitude. Crocodile's eyes narrow. You seek death, do you? Do not say that. Join me. First, we eliminate Whitebeard, and then we will assimilate his territory. I believe we shall soon become the new emperors of the sea. We shall see if you possess the capability. Sandstorm. Crocodile unleashes the tornado, instantly engulfing Doflamingo's form. Doflamingo's fingers twitch, and his body ascends, twisting in midair, successfully evading Crocodile's attack. I had thought you to be a sensible individual. You are quite verbose. Crocodile, no longer wishing to waste words, fires off several tornadoes. The scene becomes engulfed in a sandstorm, rendering even the airborne Doflamingo unable to see Crocodile's silhouette. He does not dare to underestimate Crocodile, as he is a renowned figure, and both his strength and intellect are highly regarded by Doflamingo. This is precisely why he has relentlessly pursued Crocodile, seeking his alliance. While Crocodile stirs up a cloud of dust, it has no effect on Doflamingo, who remains aloft. Doflamingo attempts to manipulate Crocodile's body with his strings, but finds it futile, as his opponent can transform into sand indefinitely. Their battle reaches a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet neither is willing to relent. Observing Doflamingo floating between two grand trees, Crocodile begins to comprehend how this individual is capable of flight. He places one hand on the ground, causing the surface to crack. The once firm earth rapidly begins to turn to sand. The surrounding trees gradually lose moisture, their once vibrant green leaves wilting swiftly. Doflamingo, witnessing the transformation of the ground into desert, cannot discern Crocodile's intentions, yet the looming sense of danger compels him to regard Crocodile with caution. Crocodile, believing that this maneuver would cause Doflamingo to lose his footing and plummet, is surprised to find him still suspended in midair, with a slight tremor of his cigar. Crocodile transforms his hand into a gun, aiming at Doflamingo. Sand gun. He fires relentlessly, sending sand bullets hurtling toward Doflamingo. Observing the approaching sand projectiles, Doflamingo swiftly gestures, creating a white thread that forms a protective shield, effectively blocking Crocodile's sandy ammunition. With another flick of his fingers, the sandy ground beneath him begins to turn white. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerges from the earth, aiming directly at Crocodile's abdomen. Sensing the shift in his surroundings, Crocodile, relying on his ability to transform into sand, does not evade and continues firing at Doflamingo above. However, this attack from Doflamingo is evidently imbued with haki. The white spike, emanating a dark aura, pierces through Crocodile's body. Stunned, Crocodile gazes in disbelief at his wounded abdomen. You bastard! How dare you injure me? Enraged, he fully transforms into sand, swirling around him in a peculiar yellow haze, encircling Doflamingo. In an instant, the yellow sands enveloped Ming-Gu completely. The figure of Lao Sha was entirely obscured, and only a furious roar echoed, desert prison. A spherical mass of sand tightly encased Ming-Gu, beginning to constrict relentlessly. As the surrounding space dwindled, Ming-Ji's heart raced with anxiety, realizing that his previous maneuver had thoroughly provoked the crocodile. Doflamingo. To the south of the island, Blackbeard and his crew lay hidden within the woods. Observing the Bonnie pirates disembarking on the shore, a malevolent grin spread across his face. Captain, what are your orders? They have entered my range. Let us hold off for now. Let us see what they intend to do, Blackbeard replied. What is there to wait for? Let me go out and annihilate them. Buffett Tesla could hardly contain himself. He had just acquired newfound power and craved a battle to familiarize himself with his transformed body. However, his captain insisted on remaining passive. Blackbeard extended his hand, halting the eager Buffett Tesla. Patience, there are many adversaries on the other side. If we cannot eliminate them decisively, it will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. And do not forget, Oka mentioned earlier that there are others fighting to the north of the island. What is the worry? If it comes to it, we can take them all down, Buffett Tesla retorted. Don't be hasty. A good hunter must be patient. Let us observe first, Blackbeard said, deepening his concealment. Yet, he was not idle. Using the shadows of the trees, he began to unleash the powers of his dark fruit. Unbeknownst to others, black mist slithered silently across the southern beach. Bonnie and her crew angrily reached the shore. Captain Bonnie, are we really heading to the Navy headquarters? Of course. I want to know where they've taken our people, Bonnie replied, her eyes reddening as she discreetly wiped away tears. But Captain Bonnie, we are pirates. Going to the Navy headquarters is akin to seeking death. Enough with the nonsense. Prepare yourselves. We set sail at dawn, Bonnie bellowed. Though her crew was perplexed, they obeyed without question. As Bonnie munched on pizza, glancing at her life card, her heart ached. The once gentle person she knew had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to uncover the truth of what had transpired. At that moment, one of her crew approached. Captain Bonnie, should we inform Dragon? Bonnie paused, pondering for a long while before whispering, for now, it's better not to tell him. Then, should we contact Akainu? Stop the chatter. What do we need that guy for? Just looking at him makes me furious. After her crew departed, Bonnie's thoughts drifted back to her past. Once a celestial dragon, Bonnie lived in the holy land of Mariewa, her father being a prominent figure among them. He doted on her, and Bonnie, an insatiable glutton, had her whims indulged without question. However, one day, news reached Mariewa about a peculiar devil fruit discovered in a nation called Sorbet in the South Blue, the sway fruit. To prevent it from falling into the hands of other families, Bonnie's father took her to Sorbet Kingdom, where they encountered the king, Bartholomew Kuma. After a cordial exchange, when the fruit was presented, gluttonous Bonnie snatched it away. Her father, rather than expressing anger, was filled with affection, believing the fruit was meant for her. Yet, a sudden tempest arose, whisking away both Kuma and Bonnie. Later, they discovered that the storm was conjured by the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon. In the midst of the revolution, Kuma was easily swayed by Dragon to join their cause, while Bonnie resisted, viewing Dragon and the revolutionaries' portrayal of celestial dragons as mere brainwashing. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, she found it unacceptable. Yet, it was understandable. Bonnie was young and had been sheltered by her father's indulgence, oblivious to the Celestial Dragon's atrocities. From that moment on, she often declared, "I can never forgive you," a phrase that became her mantra. Among the revolutionaries, however, one individual stood out, Kuma. He offered Bonnie a fatherly love, and their shared experience of abduction forged a unique bond. Years later, the world government instituted the Shichibukai system to recruit formidable pirates, hoping to bring them under government control. The Revolutionary Army deliberated whether to send someone undercover, fully aware of the risks involved. Then, Kuma stepped forward, offering to become a Shichibukai, bringing Bonnie to the world government as part of the plan. Thus, Kuma successfully became a Shichibukai, returning Bonnie to Mariewa. Upon their reunion, her father was overwhelmed with emotion but harbored deep resentment toward Kuma, contemplating his execution. However, Bonnie intervened, sparing Kuma's life, though the seeds of hatred were sown. From then on, Bonnie's father took her back to Mariewa, assigning Admiral Akainu to protect her closely. Bonnie lived in Mariewa for several years, during which she utilized her powers to rejuvenate some celestial dragons. Gradually, she began to realize the truth. The exploitation of the lower classes by the celestial dragons was appalling. This revelation shattered Bonnie's ideals, prompting her to devise an escape from Mariewa. Finally, on a chaotic night, With flames illuminating the sky and cries echoing, Bonnie seized the opportunity to flee. Thereafter, she adopted the name Captain Bonnie and became a pirate, also aligning herself with the Revolutionary Army, some of her companions being revolutionaries as well. As Bonnie was lost in her memories, the Navy received a report. Admiral Sakazuki, I have something to report. Kumin, speak. We have just intercepted information. The pirate Captain Bonnie's whereabouts have been discovered. Upon hearing Bonnie's name, Akainu froze momentarily. Provide me with the precise location and prepare 3 warships. I shall personally go to retrieve her. Yes. Akainu silently lit a cigar, internally reflecting, at last, I have found her. Escaping from the Holy Land years ago has left me burdened with considerable infamy. Your father's identity has placed immense pressure upon me. This time, you absolutely cannot escape. Thus, Akainu led 3 warships, each boasting a combat power of at least 3,000, towards the small island to welcome Bonnie. Meanwhile, on the island, Blackbeard was fixated on Bonnie, contemplating his next move. Captain, is it not yet time? Let me directly confront them and eliminate them all. Blackbeard turned his head, casting a fierce glare at Bartholomew. Gesturing with one hand, Bartholomew found himself gripped by the throat. I have already stated my intentions clearly. I hope you understand. When I instruct you to act, you shall do so. Remember this. The murderous glint in Blackbeard's eyes made the once arrogant Bartholomew tremble. He suddenly recalled that his captain was no mere gentle soul. He might indeed kill him. By the way, Akka, I remember that this Bonnie is also a bounty hunter with a reward exceeding 100 million, correct? Indeed, Captain. Her bounty stands at 140 million berries. Ha ha ha. In that case, capturing her and delivering her to the Navy might yield some valuable rewards. Poison Q interjected. That makes sense. Currently, what we lack are companions and a ship. Perhaps we could use her to acquire a warship. Ha ha ha. That depends on whether she is willing to become our ally. Now, everyone, prepare for battle. Once they are asleep, we shall strike swiftly and silently. The other 3 chuckled, evidently growing somewhat impatient. As night fell and the Bonnie pirates began to rest, Blackbeard, under the cover of darkness, spread the powers of his Yami no Mi across the beach. Listen carefully. Once I make my move, keep an eye on the others. If anyone makes a sound, take them down immediately. Prepare yourselves. Subsequently, Blackbeard activated his powers in an instant. The tents and belongings of the Bonnie pirates were swiftly absorbed into the dark void. At that moment, several of Bonnie's subordinates reacted, shouting, enemy attack. Protect the captain. Just as they raised their voices, Van Akka's gun erupted with a barrage of shots. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots pierced one of their chests. Bartholomew reached his maximum speed, appearing beside another in an instant. With a swift motion, he seized a crew member and slammed him into the ground, burying him completely before he could react. However, the noise still escaped. Bonnie jolted awake, her body darting several times to evade the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, she had not escaped the area enveloped by Blackbeard's powers. Upon witnessing her fallen comrades, Bonnie's fury ignited, and she charged towards Bartholomew. Her right hand shimmered as she activated the powers of the Sway no Mi, intending to transform the imposing figure before her into a mere child. Yet, as her hand passed through Bartholomew's form, the anticipated transformation did not occur. Instead, Bartholomew retaliated with a powerful punch, sending her flying. Bonnie stared in disbelief at her own hands. What is happening? My powers have failed? Blackbeard emerged from the shadows with a sinister grin. Ha ha, you must be Bonnie, right? I hear your bounty exceeds 100 million. What a coincidence to run into you. So, would you like to become my partner? Bonnie gazed at the hefty figure before her, feeling an indescribable disgust. I will not spare you, you filthy pig. Release my comrades at once. Oh dear, such a venomous tongue. If you wish for me to release your companions, it will depend on your abilities. With that, Blackbeard gestured dark hole. A powerful pull emerged, drawing Bonnie towards his hand against her will. Initially resisting, Bonnie, realizing she was drawing closer to the dark figure, ceased her struggle and activated her powers, preparing to seize Blackbeard's age upon contact. However, events did not unfold as she had envisioned. Once captured by Blackbeard, she was horrified to discover her powers had vanished. How could this be? Bonnie gasped in terror, her body thrashing in desperation. Blackbeard tightened his grip on her throat. Huh, I have captured you. If this is all the talent you possess, it seems you are unworthy of becoming my partner, for you are far too weak. Release your filthy hands, you vile pig. Blackbeard disregarded her pleas, instead teasingly lifting her chin with a finger. You are too weak to be my partner. How about this? Why not become my woman? I will treat you kindly. A wave of nausea surged within Bonnie, the repulsive sensation enveloping her. Despite her aversion to expelling food at that moment, she truly wished to vomit. Yet, as her throat was constricted, she was unable to do so. In a moment of defiance, Bonnie spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Blackbeard's face. You pig. I will not spare you. Blackbeard wiped his face, seemingly unfazed by the insult. A look of disappointment crossed his features. Oh dear, such a fierce temperament. Perhaps I should reconsider. I prefer gentlewomen. It would be better to trade you for a warship. The battle between Bonnie and Blackbeard was nothing short of a complete rout. In fact, she could not even utilize her powers, leaving Blackbeard unaware that Bonnie was a devil fruit user. This would later lead Blackbeard to regret missing this opportunity repeatedly. In truth, Bonnie's Sway Sway No Mi was precisely the fruit Blackbeard coveted. If he had obtained it, the three fruits within him would have interacted to create unimaginable abilities. Bonnie's fruit allowed her to transform into whatever her imagination conjured. Should Blackbeard acquire the Sway Sway No Mi, he could generate devil fruits himself. He could absorb compress and decompose ordinary fruits with the Yami Yami no Mi, then utilize the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi to reconstruct them into new, unique devil fruits. This meant that if Blackbeard absorbed the Sway Sway no Mi, he could produce devil fruits at will, achieving true freedom and sustaining a legion of capable allies. Future titles such as Yonko or Pirate King would be mere trifles. He could even adopt a new moniker, King of Fruits. The entire world would lie under his dominion. Regrettably, Blackbeard missed this opportunity. Year after year, the fruits slipped through his fingers. At that moment, he was instructing Fan Oka to contact the naval headquarters, offering a bounty of 100 million for a criminal in exchange for a warship. The naval headquarters promptly relayed the information, which soon reached Zhonghua. Are you saying someone has captured a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries? Indeed, Admiral. Zhonghua was acutely aware that anyone capable of apprehending such a formidable pirate could not be an ordinary individual. Yet, their request for a warship was perplexing. Given the complications he faced previously, Zhonghua resolved to investigate personally. Furthermore, if the individual's identity proved suitable, he would attempt to capture them, providing closure for the earlier incident. Carp, enjoying some scallops on the side, remarked, Hey, Zhonghua, your expression suggests you have something on your mind. Indeed, I suspect from their phrasing that they are also a pirate. Therefore, I intend to see for myself. Carp, seasoned and astute, quickly grasped Zhonghua's intent. What is the matter? Is the pressure from above too great? Zhonghua, incensed, retorted, Isn't it all because of your good grandson? What does my grandson have to do with this? You do realize it was your grandson's companion who rescued Ace, leading to my scolding from above. Haha, my grandson is truly remarkable. So what is your plan? I will personally go and have a look. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, having received the Navy's consent, was happily enjoying roasted meat. Captain, what shall we do next? Well, the matter here has been resolved. After we finish eating, let us head north. Perhaps we can recruit a couple of partners. Oh dear, the two over there are no mere pushovers. Haha, regardless of who they are, as long as we possess the strength to make them submit. What is there to fear? Hee, their luck seems rather poor. As they traversed the dense jungle, they emerged onto the northern beach, only to see a massive sandball in the sky, devoid of any sign of Lao Sha or Minggu. Oka, are you certain you're not mistaken? Quite certain. Just as Blackbeard pondered the absence of Lao Sha and Minggu, Mr. One suddenly appeared, eyeing them warily. Before he could speak, Fan Oka raised his hand and fired 3 shots. The bullets struck Mr. One, forcing him to stagger back. Fan Oka, astonished, lowered his weapon, exclaiming, "What an unusual body." Mr. One, having sensed the lethal intent, quickly hardened his body to withstand the onslaught of bullets. It seems you are here to seek your demise. Mr. 1's eyes gleamed with malice as his feet transformed into blades. With several powerful leaps, he closed the distance towards Fan Oka. Sensing the imminent danger, Fan Oka, a skilled sniper, knew he excelled in long-range combat. Should he be engaged in close quarters, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. As Mr. 1 approached, Fan Oka swiftly leaped back, landing atop a tree. He fired 3 shots once more. This time, his attack slowed Mr. 1's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Oka somersaulted in midair and fired yet another shot. This maneuver not only increased the distance between them, but also allowed him to attack. Even if he missed, it would impede Mr. 1's assault speed. Mr. 1 was forced to retreat, narrowly dodging one bullet, but the subsequent shot grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. Seeing blood only intensified Mr. 1's ferocity. Dust slash. With this technique, all trees in his vicinity were transformed into neatly cut cubes. However, despite its impressive appearance, the attack lacked lethality. By the time he executed it, both Fan Oka and Blackbeard had already distanced themselves. Maintaining his stance, Mr. 1 prepared for another strike. Blackbeard steadied himself, raising a hand. Gravity! Mr. 1's body uncontrollably tilted to the side, as if a rope were pulling him. Just as Blackbeard was about to seize him, a furious roar echoed. Desert Sword. A colossal blade of sand pierced Blackbeard's body. His heightened sensitivity to pain made the impact excruciating, causing him to writhe on the ground. Lao Sha's deep voice resonated. Are you here to seek death? Witnessing his captain writhing in agony, Fan Oka unleashed a series of shots. Yet, such attacks were utterly futile against Lao Sha. Du Q, attempting to charge forward, found himself collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Buffett swiftly approached Lao Sha, landing a powerful punch on his head. Lao Sha, casually smoking a cigar, disregarded the assault entirely. Just as both sides prepared for battle, an unexpected voice interrupted. ISNT this the Blackbeard crew? What brings you here? Blackbeard slowly rose, chuckling. Ha, da Flamingo Crocodile, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace complained, Old man, how do we end up here? Gulalala, well Ace, consider a vacation. Ace, calm down. The old man has his plans. As Ace stormed into the cabin, Marco quietly remarked, Old man, is that scoundrel Teach truly on that island? Most likely. There were reports of him sighted and impelled down. In such a short time, he couldn't have strayed too far. The two fell silent as Whitebeard gazed at the dimming sky, sensing an ominous feeling akin to his life slipping into darkness. Observing Whitebeard's melancholic expression, Marco quietly distanced himself. Approaching Ace, he found him with a spoon in hand, his head buried in a plate. Chuckling softly, he said, Hey Ace, wake up. Startled, Ace exclaimed, Marco, what do you think the old man brought us here for? Are you still fretting over that? The old man certainly has his reasons. Perhaps it's to train you. Train me? There's no need to come all this way for that. What about the other captains? Oh, you mean Jozu and the others? They've returned to the New World. After all, we came out to rescue you. Now that you are safe, someone needs to keep an eye on things at home. Ace nodded and promptly fell back asleep. My wood clone was initially meant to seek Uncle Rayleigh. I hoped he could assist me in experimenting whether Haushikahaki could reduce the system's slumber time. Upon arriving at Shachi, I learned that Uncle Rayleigh had already departed for Amazon Lily. With no other acquaintances who wield Haushiku, I had no choice but to retrieve Rayleigh's life card once more. However, the journey thus far seems to have been rather lengthy. Relying solely on my clones presents certain challenges. Reluctantly, I must engage my true self. After several days of flight, I finally spotted an island where I could rest. Upon landing, I noticed a considerable amount of decaying timber along the shoreline. Unperturbed by any oddities, I ventured deeper into the island's forest. After a painstaking effort, I managed to catch a rabbit and, after relishing my meal, succumbed to slumber on the ground. It was my lack of experience that led me astray. Typically, one should thoroughly explore an island to ensure it poses no danger before taking a respite. Yet, I simply ate and fell asleep, exhibiting a complete lack of situational awareness. Fortunately, I retained some cleverness and utilized my wood-based abilities to construct a wooden hut high in a tree. In this manner, Anyone traversing below would be oblivious to my presence. During my slumber, a multitude of individuals were converging on the island. To the east, Zhangguo and Kapu were slowly approaching with 2 warships. To the south, Akainu and 3 warships appeared in the island's line of sight. To the west, the Whitebeard crew was also preparing to land. Upon awakening, I intended to search for something to eat. As I entered the forest, I stumbled upon an unsettling sight. A woman was bound to a tree, her pink hair disheveled and her hands suspended above her head. Upon closer inspection, I realized she bore a slight resemblance to someone I knew, though her face was marred with blood, obscuring her true identity. Cautiously, I approached, preparing to brush aside her fallen hair to discern her features. Unexpectedly, she let out a fierce cry, vowing vengeance upon me. Startled, I exclaimed, "I shall release you, but please do not bite me." The blood on her face had dried, gluing her eyelids shut and rendering her unable to see clearly. Nevertheless, she seemed to sense that I bore no ill intent and acquiesced to my actions. After a brief wait and observing her lack of hostility, I slowly lowered her to the ground. However, the handcuffs she bore appeared to be made of Hailu stone, indicating that she was either a devil fruit user or notorious criminal. Uncertain of her true nature, I hesitated to release her completely. Consequently, I escorted the woman to the shore, intending to cleanse the blood from her face with seawater. Just as I was about to do so, a colossal warship materialized before me. A chill ran down my spine as I instinctively grasped the woman's hair and vanished from the spot in a flash. From the warship, a voice remarked, "Not bad. Your speed is commendable. It seems you have kidnapped Bonnie." The speaker leaped from the ship, landing where I had just stood, removing his hat and scratching his head. When I looked up, I was taken aback by his imposing presence. He donned a striking red suit adorned with a blooming flower, and a pristine navy cape billowed behind him. "State your name. Who are you?" I demanded. He paused, and the fierce expression on his face startled me. "Hand over Bonnie at once, or you shall perish here." He then spoke no further, and from his right hand, plumes of smoke began to emanate. Thick, dark magma dripped ominously at his feet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I inwardly lamented that I was facing the legendary Admiral Akainu. I never imagined you would recognize me. Excellent. This will save us much trouble." As he finished speaking, his brows furrowed, and without further ado, he unleashed a powerful punch. The fiery magma surged towards me, exuding an unbearable heat that threatened to consume everything in its path. Clutching Bonnie, I retreated hastily. In truth, I had not fully comprehended Akainu's words. Otherwise, I would not have brought Bonnie with me. Seeing Akainu initiate an attack, I assumed it was a consequence of my earlier actions and impelled down, provoking the Admiral's pursuit. Thus, my immediate instinct was to flee. Fortunately, my speed was sufficient to outpace Akainu, who could not keep up with the molten onslaught. After a few strides, I found refuge within the forest, where the trees mitigated some of the magma's assault. However, seeing my escape, Akainu let out a furious roar and gave chase, unleashing torrents of magma that engulfed the southern island. The forest began to blaze, and, as I ran, I shouted, "Hey, you're setting the woods ablaze. Have you no sense of responsibility?" Akainu, perhaps for the first time, was taken aback by my moral rebuke. "What did you just say?" he retorted. The Admiral pursued relentlessly, primarily hindered by Bonnie's presence. Otherwise, I could have engaged him directly. However, I could not abandon her. In that moment by the shore, I recalled that she was the girl who had once saved Zoro. Given our shared pirate identity and her past kindness, I could not leave her to Akainu's mercy. Yet, I was unable to utilize my Kimyui space to conceal her, as she was an outsider, and I had to protect my secrets. In this state of conflict, I resolved to flee northward with Bonnie. My strategy was simple. If I could reach the northern waters before Akainu, I could escape directly across the sea. No matter how formidable Akainu might be, he would be rendered helpless upon encountering the ocean. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to pursue me by boat, he would have to navigate a considerable distance, granting me ample time to vanish. Thus, there was no need for me to confront Akainu directly. I simply needed to run. If I could reach the northern shore, victory would be within my grasp. However, Others had different perspectives. First and foremost, Akainu would not allow me to escape. To him, encountering a Marine admiral and then turning to flee without so much as a greeting clearly marked me as a villain, perhaps even a wanted criminal. Regardless of my actions, Bonnie was his target. He would not permit her to evade capture, knowing her father held significant influence. Years ago, he had nearly eliminated me, and failing to retrieve Bonnie would bring shame upon him. Thus, upon witnessing my retreat, he pressed on with unyielding determination. Moreover, Bonnie found herself in a predicament. Previously, she had been ensnared by Blackbeard, rendered nearly powerless. When I finally freed her, she was eager to see who had come to her aid, hoping that familiarity might grant her freedom. Instead, she overheard that Akainu was approaching and that a confrontation was unfolding between him and her rescuer. Akainu was not an unfamiliar figure to her, having once protected her for a time. Legend had it that he was a notorious figure in the underworld. To fully understand this, one must delve into Akainu's past. It is said that Chi Quan's father was also a notorious underworld figure, commanding a group of loyal subordinates who collected protection fees from the townsfolk. In his perspective, a leader must fulfill the duty of protection once they have accepted payment for it. Thus, despite his fearsome exterior, he was well liked by the townspeople. Growing up in such an environment, young Chi Quan struggled to understand why his father felt compelled to safeguard the villagers. His father explained that one must use their resources to alleviate the troubles of those who pay them. Though young Chi Quan found this difficult to grasp, it did not diminish his respect for his father. Consequently, he aspired to become a gang leader himself, aiming to inherit his father's position. To that end, he adorned himself with a large tattoo sleeve. However, one fateful day, a band of pirates invaded the island, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, causing immense suffering to the villagers. Chi Quan's father believed it was his obligation to protect the villagers, having collected their protection fees. Without hesitation, he engaged in battle against the pirates. At that time, a contingent of the Navy was stationed in their town, and one of the Navy's admirals was a close friend of Chi Quan's father. Although Chi Quan's father was a member of the underworld, his generous personality resonated well with the admiral, solidifying their bond. During the pirate assault, both the admiral and Chi Quan's father fought valiantly. However, the pirates were formidable and unscrupulous, seizing many villagers as hostages and negotiating with Chi Quan's father and the admiral. They demanded that if the two would willingly become prisoners, they would release the remaining hostages. Everyone understood the trap. Should they comply, it would surely mean their demise. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chi Quan's father and his admiral friend agreed to the exchange. As they prepared to leave, the admiral gifted Chi Quan a navy cap. The two men gallantly marched towards their fate. Although Chi Quan could not comprehend his father's actions, he recognized him as a man of conviction. Tragically, events unfolded as anticipated. Both Chi Quan's father and the admiral were slain. This ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Chi Quan, transforming him into a relentless killing machine. He unleashed all his potential and eradicated the pirate crew. By the time reinforcement from the Navy arrived, Chi Quan had already vanquished all the pirates. In recognition of his actions, he was exceptionally recruited into the Navy. From that moment on, driven by a profound hatred for pirates, he donned the admiral's cap and joined their ranks. Now, Chi Quan harbors an intense animosity towards pirates, believing that any method to eliminate them is justified. Over the years in the Navy, this sentiment has expanded to encompass all criminals. This explains why, during the incident at O'Hara, he did not hesitate to eliminate everyone, ensuring that no criminal escaped. Fueled by an extreme sense of justice and bolstered by his formidable strength, he rapidly ascended to the rank of admiral. Presently, this embodiment of absolute justice, Chi Quan, is relentlessly pursuing me. Unaware of the impending danger, I managed to reach the northern shore of a small island while fleeing. As I emerged from a forest, I noticed several figures on the beach. At that moment, I could hardly afford to be discerning. Observing that they were not clad in Navy attire, I hastened towards them, for the sea was near, and if I could reach it, I could commence my counteroffensive. As I drew closer to the group, I was unexpectedly called out, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Lao Sha looked at me incredulously, and in that moment, I recognized him. However, it was clearly not the time for conversation, and I urgently shouted, "Please help me fend him off. Chi Quan is coming." My intention was clear. If they could stall him for even a moment, be it 5 minutes or merely one, I could set down Bonnie and find a moment to confront Chi Quan. To my dismay, each of them exhibited greater cowardice than the last. Upon hearing that an admiral was chasing me, they fled faster than I did. Fortunately, Lao Sha displayed some loyalty. He lit a cigar and slicked back his hair, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I'll hold him off." When I glanced to the side, I was astonished to see familiar faces. "Blackbeard, you scoundrel, return my belongings at once." As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. The moment I recognized Blackbeard, he too identified me. Yet, unlike me, he was acutely aware of my capabilities and held leverage over me. Naturally, he had no desire to confront me now. Moreover, upon hearing that Admiral Chi Quan was pursuing me, his apprehension grew, especially upon noticing Bonnie in my grasp. A thought struck him. Perhaps Chi Quan was on the island to negotiate with him. Ordinarily, he would have avoided such encounters. But now it seemed that I had unwittingly taken the blame for him, prompting a swift desire to escape. Thus, he quickly gathered his companions and fled towards the western coastline of the island. To my astonishment, Blackbeard wasted no time in fleeing, prompting me to pursue him. As I chased him, Blackbeard appeared to recall a childhood memory of escaping with his father. Born in a relatively impoverished town, Blackbeard's mother discovered she was expecting triplets before his birth. Although his parents lacked wealth, they were reasonably educated. Upon learning they would have 3 children, they felt immense joy. However, when the time came for delivery, they found that only 1 child had been born. The doctor revealed that this child had originally been part of a set of triplets, but a phenomenon of absorption had occurred in utero, resulting in 1 surviving child with 3 hearts and even 3 distinct personalities. This revelation brought considerable attention to the previously quiet town, with rumors of a monstrous child spreading like wildfire. The stigma led to the ostracization of Blackbeard's family, and tragically, his mother died during childbirth. His father, burdened by the negative reputation, took young Blackbeard and fled to distant lands. Despite their frequent escapes, Blackbeard's father cared for him deeply and recognized his son's extraordinary resilience. As he rarely fell ill, a fervent admirer of pirates, particularly the formidable rocks who wielded the Yami Yami no Mi, Blackbeard's father instilled in him the belief that the strongest devil fruit was the Yami Yami no Mi, and that Blackbeard's unique constitution was perfectly suited for it. It was as if he were destined for that very fruit, and thus, his father was determined to ensure that Blackbeard acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, even providing him with a guide to the devil fruits. Afterward, he cautioned Huji that without the conqueror's haki, the path to strength lay solely in the acquisition of a devil fruit. Of course, all this would hinge on Huji consuming the Yami Yami no Mi first. This particular fruit not only has the capacity to absorb the powers of other devil fruits, but could potentially align with Huji's unique constitution, possibly making him the first wielder of multiple devil fruit abilities. Following the battle at God Valley, the corpse of rocks was acquired by Huji. Thus, seeking the Yami Yami no Mi necessitated remaining aboard Huji's ship, which was the optimal choice. Young Huji kept these thoughts discreetly tucked away in his mind. Subsequently, the two of them evaded capture while searching for Huji. One day, Huji's father passed away, and he finally encountered the individual he had longed to meet, Huji. The death of his father deepened Huji's resolve to join Huji's pirate crew. Therefore, upon finally meeting Huji, he knelt down, pleading desperately to remain aboard the ship. Huji, a tough exterior concealing a tender heart, did not explicitly refuse, but tacitly accepted Huji's plea. Soon after, Huji, with his 3 hearts, took turns on watch, requiring no sleep, and quickly distinguished himself. Yet, he firmly remembered his father's words. He must wait until he consumed the Yami Yami no Mi before taking action. Coincidentally, the long-awaited day arrived, and he obtained the fruit he had yearned for. Consequently, he did not hesitate to eliminate his comrades to secure it. This is why when Ace pursued Huji, He remarked that the fruit had chosen him. Presently, WhoJoined finds himself being hunted by me. Without hesitation, I draw several kunai, channeling lightning chakra through them with a single-hand seal. I launch them towards WhoJoined. A pained wail echoes as he collapses, paralyzed. I dart forward, placing my foot on him while intensifying the lightning in my hand, gripping his throat. You think you can escape? Ignoring WhoJoined's cries, I tighten my grasp around his neck. His comrades, witnessing their captain beneath my foot, are consumed by rage, attacking me in a frenzy. However, in my furious state, aided by the combination of Byakugan and Sharingan, I flawlessly anticipate all their assaults. Before their strikes can make contact, I phase out of the way, rendering their attacks futile. I even owe thanks to Fan Oka. His bullets, rather than harming me, struck WhoJoined instead. Already in agony, WhoJoined is further incapacitated by Fan Oka's shots, nearly losing consciousness. Return what is mine. Just as I prepare to end WhoJoined, I noticed his sudden silence. He flashed a strange smile as countless tendrils of darkness surged beneath him. I scoffed. You should know that such tricks have no effect on me. WhoJoined managed a strained grin. I am aware, but things have changed now. The dark energy seemed to come alive, surrounding both him and me like a pitch-black maw. Of course, my other hand held Bonnie. Ha ha ha, how astonishing. You never expected the Gura no Mi could be utilized in this manner, did you? As the surroundings grew increasingly dark, WhoJoined surprisingly broke free from my grip. This caught me off guard. Nonetheless, my priority was to escape swiftly. Fortunately, Lao Sha was nearby, and sensing his flying thunder god mark, I instantly transported myself and Bonnie away. Although I evaded WhoJoined's control, Lao Sha was not faring well either. Admiral Akainu had dealt him a grievous blow, leaving half of his face obliterated. Lao Sha, where's your face? Enough chatter. Let's move quickly. I toss Bonnie to Lao Sha. This woman is in your care. Ensure she survives. With Bonnie removed as a burden, I could finally unleash my full potential. In fact, during my training on the isolated island, I discovered something remarkable. 4 devil fruits. The natural type devil fruits consist of substances that inherently exist within this world. Their users can be seen as embodiments of these substances, possessing independent thoughts or self-awareness. Conversely, ninjutsu is considerably more intricate. Firstly, the various elemental jutsu correspond to respective natural materials, similar to the natural type devil fruits. While they exhibit diverse forms, they possess a certain uniqueness compared to true natural substances. After all, these are creations born from a ninja's chakra. Compared to the pre-existing elements of the world, ninjutsu is somewhat inferior. This explains why ninjutsu tends to be less effective against natural type devil fruits. Nevertheless, there exists a higher realm within ninjutsu, known as senjutsu. This form of jutsu entails absorbing energy from the natural world, empowering the original ninjutsu to its rightful strength. Thus, when engaging in combat using senjutsu, it is nearly equivalent in potency to natural-type devil fruits. However, the amount of senjutsu chakra one possesses ultimately depends on their inherent chakra. Once absorbed by the ninja, the senjutsu chakra must achieve equilibrium with the ninja's chakra. An excess of senjutsu chakra would lead to being consumed by natural energy, resulting in petrification. Conversely, insufficient senjutsu chakra would diminish its effectiveness. Fortunately, following my previous training and the enhancement from the tailed beast chakra, my chakra reserves have escalated to a new level. With this understanding, I now approach natural-type users with renewed confidence. Gazing at Akainu before me, I smirked would release clone jutsu. At that moment, someone witnessed my technique and was left dumbfounded, exclaiming a copy fruit. Just as I engaged in a chase with Akainu, another wave of individuals arrived on the island. Sengoku and Carp had landed on the eastern shore. After surveying the area and finding no signs of life, they ventured further into the island's interior. It was only upon discovering a forest fire and the sight of molten rock that they realized Akainu had also arrived on this island. They began to take the situation seriously. Without hesitation, they followed the traces on the ground to the northern beach. Upon their arrival, they witnessed me employing the clone technique. Sengoku stared at me in disbelief, murmuring, "The ability of the copy fruit?" Carp was taken aback. "What copy fruit?" Sengoku shook his head, disregarding Carp's confusion. "This is impossible. The world government has sought this fruit in secrecy for hundreds of years. How could it suddenly appear here?" "Hey, Sengoku, what are you talking about?" "Carp, this is serious. We must capture that person alive." Kapu glanced at me, then at Zhangguo, completely bewildered by how his old friend could be in such a state of panic. What was going on? After a moment of turmoil, Zhangguo, seeing that I had engaged with a Kainu, felt somewhat reassured. Responding to Kapu's inquiry, he slowly revealed the truth, which dates back to the inception of the world government. At that time, the newly established world government sought to unify currency, specifically the berries of the pirate world. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. However, a devil fruit known as the copy fruit emerged, possessing the ability to replicate indefinitely. This posed a grave threat, for if the world government were to implement a currency, the ability to replicate, it would plunge the entire world into chaos. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the higher-ups immediately convened to discuss solutions, how to create anti-counterfeiting measures for the currency, and how to contain the user of the copy fruit. Yet, this fruit seemed to elude capture, disappearing entirely after being discovered by the world government. After much deliberation, it was concluded that utilizing seastone could establish a form of currency protection. However, seastone is exceedingly hard and expensive, rendering it impractical for currency production due to a lack of liquidity. By a stroke of fortune, a celestial dragon stumbled upon a glowing cocoon. Initially, its purpose went unnoticed, even by the celestial dragon who possessed it. This cocoon was not an inanimate object. It appeared to possess the ability of immortality. The silk it produced was remarkably sturdy. As it continued to spin silk, the celestial dragon fashioned garments from it. The unique fabric was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also incredibly durable, making it highly favored among the celestial dragons, who began to regard the cocoon as a divine creature. The silk it produced eventually became the material for the garments worn by the celestial dragons. Years later, a celestial dragon who had consumed a devil fruit discovered that wearing these garments rendered him utterly powerless. This revelation prompted a newfound interest in the cocoon. Research revealed that this type of garment possessed capabilities equivalent to sea stone. Moreover, the silk was incredibly soft, making it ideal for application on banknotes as an anti-counterfeiting measure. Consequently, the world government promptly initiated research to determine whether this material could be utilized for currency protection while dispatching numerous agents to verify the uniqueness of the silk. After years of investigation, it was finally established that this particular silkworm existed solely in one location worldwide. This discovery solidified the currency system of the pirate world and alleviated fears of the copy fruit's abilities, as even if currency could be replicated, the silk with seastone properties could not. Initially, tranquility returned to the situation, and the anti-counterfeiting technology gradually faded from public consciousness. However, unbeknownst to many, a family had been preserving this secret, the family of Captain John. Within their lineage, they were aware of the existence of another type of cocoon emitting blue light. Securing this item would signify the acquisition of untold riches. Thus, Captain John set sail and fortuitously encountered rocks. In a hidden domain, they indeed discovered this treasure. With this newfound asset, Captain John and Rox deliberated on negotiating with the higher echelons of the world government. Unexpectedly, at God Valley, they faced two formidable adversaries. Rox perished, and Captain John escaped. Fortunately, they did not carry the cocoon with them, but had left it on a distant island. To conceal this secret, they divided the record of the island's location. Captain John retained a glass sphere, while the pointer was entrusted to Rox. Captain John further split the glass sphere into two hemispheres, crafting a bracelet to keep it close at hand. Since the battle at God Valley, Rox had died, and Whitebeard carried off his body along with the pointer. Had only Captain John known of this affair, it might have remained inconsequential. However, two of their crew members, Silver Axe and Wang Ji, were also privy to this information. These two would later become part of the zombie generals created by Moria. Thus, Silver Axe and Wang Ji followed Captain John, not out of loyalty, but rather a desire for a share of the treasure. In truth, at that time, Charlotte Linlin also coveted Captain John's riches and, in collaboration with Kaido, initiated a pursuit of the three. Yet, given the strength of the trio, Linlin and Kaido could not gain the upper hand, leading to their eventual separation. Before parting ways, Linlin gifted Kaido the fish fruit. Aware that Silver Axe and Wang Ji were after his treasure, Captain John feigned ignorance, primarily because he himself could not locate the treasure. After all, the pointer leading to it had been given to Rox, who was now deceased, leaving its whereabouts uncertain. Nevertheless, it was highly likely that it remained with Rox, whose body had been taken by Whitebeard. Thus, Captain John began devising a plan to find Whitebeard while simultaneously evading Silver Axe and Wang Ji. Having spent years with him, the two had realized that he never spoke of the treasure. Frustrated, they resolved to eliminate him. Ultimately, Captain John fell victim to their machinations. When he died, he clutched the bracelet, piquing their curiosity. However, they could not fathom the secret it held. They then recalled a person, Kaido's wife, Nico Anna, who had once served aboard Rock's ship and possessed the ability to decipher historical texts. Upon remembering her, they transported Captain John's body and the bracelet through arduous trials to Wano. Seeking Kaido, after a hearty meal, they intended to have their sister examine the bracelet for its secrets. Unbeknownst to them, Nico Anna had already departed from Kaido and returned to her homeland of O'Hara. Hearing that they were searching for her, Kaido, in a drunken rage fueled by the pain of losing his beloved and having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, erupted in fury. Originally, they anticipated a confrontation, but they had not foreseen Kaido's immense strength after consuming the fish fruit. He swiftly overpowered them, resulting in their demise, leaving their fates entwined with Wano. Years later, Moria sought a duel with Kaido, employing his abilities to control the corpses of Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. After the failure, the bodies of 3 individuals were taken away. Subsequently, the arm insignia appeared aboard the Moria ship. It was later acquired by Luffy and brought into the Impel Down, where it fell into the hands of the clown Buggy. However, Buggy was unaware that possessing this insignia alone would not lead him to the treasure. After all, the pointer remained with Rox, and after Captain John's demise, the secret was lost to all. At this moment, Sengoku observed my replication ability and mistakenly assumed I had consumed the replication fruit. This piqued his interest, for the celestial dragons had long been relentless in their pursuit of the replication fruit. Yet, Sengoku was only aware of the existence of the fruit, lacking knowledge regarding its significance and Captain John's treasure. Carp, astonished, gazed at Sengoku, incredulous that the world government would place such importance on a single fruit. However, he vigorously shook his head, asserting that Guangzizu was not an ability user of the replication fruit. Had he kept quiet, Sengoku would not have learned my name. But now he was taken aback. What? He's Guangzizu? Carp immediately realized his mistake, diverting his gaze and pulling out some shellfish. I have some shellfish here. Would you like to have some? What nonsense! Get to work. The shouts from the soldiers soon alerted me. Initially, I faced one opponent against 2, but the sudden influx of Navy soldiers overwhelmed me. Hey, Lao Sha, can you still move? Lao Sha had previously fought against Akainu. Although he was renowned for his ability to hold his own, battling a top-tier expert had taken a toll on his sand essence. After my intervention and treatment, he had not significantly recovered. Now, seeing more Navy soldiers arrive, he realized he could no longer remain passive. Otherwise, everyone would meet their demise. Thus, he forced himself to rise and exchanged a glance with Mr. One, preparing to take down those soldiers. However, before he could act, an overwhelming aura swept across the battlefield. The Navy soldiers opposite dropped their weapons in fear. Conqueror, Haki. Who is it? Everyone on the battlefield ceased their actions, and those Navy soldiers collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Gulalala, what a coincidence. Whitebeard, Ace, Grandfather, Old Man. The arrival of Whitebeard truly stirred the scene into chaos. Those still standing gazed at him in astonishment. It must be said, Whitebeard truly deserved the title of the world's strongest at this stage. With his presence, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Neither Akainu nor Blackbeard made any moves, seemingly waiting for Whitebeard to speak before engaging in battle. Sengoku and Carp approached, standing alongside Akainu. Although only 1,000 soldiers remained behind them, these individuals clearly had the capability to withstand Whitebeard's conqueror as haki. The combat prowess of these soldiers should not be underestimated. The Navy soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Hey, did you see that? The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. The 1st Division Commander, Marco the Phoenix. The 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace. They are all formidable figures. Why are they here? Who knows? Regardless, everyone, stay alert. There must be no slackening. The Navy soldiers braced themselves, not anticipating that what began as a routine operation would lead to such circumstances. Was the original plan to eliminate Whitebeard being executed here? As they had surmised, upon seeing Whitebeard, Sengoku immediately instructed his aide to notify the Navy headquarters for reinforcements. To buy time, he stepped forward and loudly inquired, "Whitebeard, what brings you here?" Whitebeard twirled his sword above his head before slamming it down to the ground. "Gulalala, is that you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? What? Have you come here to capture me? Stop with the nonsense. I'm the one asking you." Sengoku was left speechless, surprised that this old man would play such games. Noticing Sengoku had no retort, Whitebeard turned to Blackbeard. "Oh, Teach, long time no see." Blackbeard, gripped by fear, could hardly move. It was not merely due to Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, but because he understood that Whitebeard's purpose for coming this time was primarily about him. He suppressed his terror, swallowing hard, reminding himself, "Do not be afraid. I, Blackbeard, am not what I once was." Having acquired the power of the Yami Yami no Mi and combining it with the Gura Gura no Mi, my current strength should be enough to triumph over Whitebeard. Yet, no matter how much he tried to convince himself, upon seeing Whitebeard, all he felt was dread. There was no escaping the overwhelming presence of a titan looming before him, one who intended to take his life. Old man, humph. At such a time, I senti it a bit inappropriate to call me that. Ever since you killed Thatch, our father-son bond has been severed." Whitebeard spoke these words with a hint of sorrow. Throughout his life, he had valued emotions above all else, whether in love or kinship. Especially after his unfulfilled love for Elizabeth, he had come to treasure familial bonds even more. The fact that Teach, whom he had always considered a son, would commit such an act of killing a comrade was something Whitebeard could never have fathomed. As Teach observed Whitebeard's melancholic expression, he felt a pang of emotion as well. Although his initial intention for joining Whitebeard's crew was to acquire the Yami Yami no Mi, Whitebeard had indeed treated him well over the years. "Old man, I'm also saddened by Thatch's death. However, if there is to be blame, it lies with you." "Blame me?" "Indeed, if it weren't for the rules you set back then, Thatch would not have died." Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. He had indeed stated that any devil fruit found aboard the ship belonged to whoever discovered it. However, as a parent, he could only impose such rules. Otherwise, it would lead to favoritism. Fairness was a requisite for any parent. Seeing Whitebeard fall silent, Blackbeard pressed on. "Do you remember? Because of this rule, I could have obtained the Yami Yami no Mi from Thatch through negotiation. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to kill him. Thus, Thatch's death is entirely your fault." "Old man, you're talking nonsense." Ace erupted in fury upon hearing Blackbeard's justification. He had already been seething at Blackbeard's presence. And now this audacious individual dared to shift the blame onto his beloved father. How could Ace not be enraged? Blackbeard, noticing Ace's outburst, merely grinned, taunting, "Oh, Captain Ace, long time no see. How's the temperature of the blood pool in Impel Down?" Ace recognized the mockery in his words, and the humiliation ignited his rage. Fire Fist, Aso, filled with fury, unleashed his fist, transforming it into a blazing inferno that hurtled towards Heihuzi. Heihuzi narrowed his eyes, gazing at the approaching fireball, and an enigmatic smile crept across his face. Suddenly, he opened his massive mouth and swallowed the flames whole. Ah, boiling hot. This temperature is indeed formidable. Everyone was left in awe by this display. Immediately afterward, Heihuzi raised one hand, aiming it at Baihuzi's chest. "Look, old man, this is my newly acquired power." As he spoke, The flames from AIC's fist exploded forth from his hand, moving with greater swiftness than before, and in an instant, it struck Baihuzi's chest. With a resounding boom, a gaping hole appeared in Baihuzi's chest, blood slowly dripping to the ground. He stared in disbelief at the wound on his torso. Though a fleeting moment of panic washed over him, he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Huzi before him, he surprisingly smiled instead of expressing anger. Gulalala, Tiki, is this the confidence you possess to defy me? Huzi was taken aback. He had underestimated the world's strongest man. Although he had landed a blow, Baihuzi's aura remained undiminished. In fact, the sight of blood seemed to rejuvenate him, infusing him with an undeniable dominance. With a swift motion, he struck his blade against the ground, and with an astonishing angle, he seized Huzi by the neck with his right hand. A surge of immense strength followed, lifting Huzi's hefty form effortlessly. With a squat, he thrust Huzi into the earth. Huzi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, this was not the end. Baihuzi clenched his right fist, activating the Jun Guoshi ability. A white energy sphere enveloped his fist, and with a forceful punch, he struck Huzi. Huzi felt as if his entire body was disintegrating, pain radiating from every inch. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. At the moment AIC made his move, others sprang into action. On the side of Sengoku, he called out, "Hey Carp, Akainu, remember to protect Huzi." Carp, puzzled, responded, "Why should we care? Let it be defeated by Baihuzi. After all, he is one of the Shichibukai, which technically places him within our Navy's camp. We cannot simply ignore him." Akainu, equally perplexed, argued that he is still a pirate. Even as a Shichibukai, he is not to be trusted. Sengoku felt frustrated with these two, each so obstinate. Had he known, he would have never accepted the role of fleet admiral. Dealing with this group was an endless source of worry. After this conflict, he considered resigning. To hell with this position. Whoever wants to be fleet admiral can take it. However, despite these thoughts, he realized he must first address the immediate situation. Thus, he assumed his authority as fleet admiral and issued commands. Now, Carp and Akainu, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. As AIC's fist descended upon Huzi, Akainu launched his attack towards Baihuzi. However, before his magma fist could strike AIC, Marco soared into the air, transforming into a blue phoenix, effortlessly intercepting Akainu's assault. It appeared to be an evenly matched confrontation. Yet only Marco knew he had suffered a hidden setback. The phoenix's healing flames could not negate Akainu's magma. Akainu adjusted his black gloves, gazing at the airborne Marco. Zoan-type mythical beast, the phoenix Marco. How rare to witness such a spectacle. As Marco spiraled in the air and descended back to the ground, he discreetly concealed his injured left hand. A smirk formed on his lips, acknowledging the Navy Admiral lives up to his reputation. Meanwhile, on Huzi's side, as he sensed his captain was about to be struck by AIC's flames, Van Oka quickly retreated, creating distance. He raised his gun and fired. Poison Q surged towards AIC, his palm outstretched. Yet his target was not AIC, but rather Baihuzi. Understanding that AIC's Logia abilities may render his sickness fruit ineffective, as his powers required physical contact. Thus, he deemed AIC too risky a target. Otherwise, his own hands might face dire consequences. Buffet Sula accelerated his massive frame, disappearing from sight, seemingly intending to utilize his brute strength to collide with AIC. Their movements successfully captured my attention. Initially, I had hoped Baihuzi would deliver some pre-battle declaration to buy time for me to enter Sage mode. However, before I could utter a word, AIC had already lost patience and engaged Huzi directly. With AIC's initiation, Huzi's crew followed suit. Yet, I noticed Baihuzi's forces were somewhat sparse this time. In light of this, I decided to assist Baihuzi's group. Although my main body had not entered Sage mode, my avatar was freed by the engagement. I sat cross-legged, and as the white flower bloomed, all information from the battlefield flooded my senses. Observing the eruption of chaos, I felt the chakra within me flowing, activating the white flower's power, granting me a comprehensive view of the battlefield. Not only could I discern everyone's positions, but I could also predict their forthcoming actions. With such a capability, not being the overarching commander of the battlefield would indeed be a waste. First, AIC had launched an attack, leaving him no time for anything else. However, Van Oka's bullets were aimed at him. This assault posed no threat to AIC, so I need not intervene. Secondly, Marco had already taken to the skies, heading toward the Kainu. Their strengths appeared evenly matched. Even if a Kainu held a slight edge, Marco would likely not falter in the short term. Thus, he required no assistance. Following that, Poison Q's right hand had changed color, indicating the activation of his Fruits ability. Judging by the trajectory of his attack, it was evidently directed at Baihuzi. Hey, this guy has some guts, daring to strike at the world's strongest man. I must commend him. As for Buffet Sula, he was indeed targeting AIC. Having analyzed the situation thoroughly, I made my move. In an instant, I vanished from my position. While still airborne, my chakra surged, and I swiftly appeared beside Buffet Sula, delivering a powerful kick. Buffet Sula's massive body was uncontrollably propelled towards Poison Q. With a crash, the two collided, and simultaneously, Poison Q's hand made contact with Buffet Sula, activating the Sickness Fruits ability. Accompanied by their terrified exclamations, I successfully withdrew. I released a flurry of shurikens, each imbued with lightning chakra. The shurikens and kunai flickered with arcs of electricity as they soared towards Van Oka. By the time I completed this sequence of actions, Van Oka's bullets struck AIC. However, the embodiment of Ace's flames remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Van Oka found himself in a vulnerable position after expending his ammunition, leaving him defenseless. Consequently, he was struck by 3 of my shurikens. Simultaneously, a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique appeared at his feet. Following this, I vanished once more. The Rasengan formed in an instant, crashing down with tremendous force, shattering Van Oka's firearm and mangling his shoulder in the process. Every action of mine was witnessed in its entirety by Lao Sha and Mr. One, who were positioned by the seaside. How astonishing! In a mere moment, I managed to launch an assault on 3 individuals simultaneously, exhibiting a speed almost beyond human capability, truly breathtaking. This scoundrel had grown remarkably in such a short period. What Lao Sha did not realize was that I possessed the Shadow Clone technique, which allowed me to expedite my training. After executing my series of attacks, I was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Van Oka. To my surprise, he disregarded his injuries and, enduring excruciating pain, pressed his gun against my forehead. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! After firing, he retreated swiftly, vanishing into the depths of the forest. After Ace was shot, he prepared to seek vengeance on Van Oka, only to witness the scene of my head being shot. Letting out a furious shout, he dashed to my side. Initially, Ace had tears ready to fall, but upon closer inspection, he found no blood at the site of the supposed wound on my head. Confused, he gently set me down. The body that had been shot transformed with a loud bang into a stout tree-like figure. Meanwhile, I wiped the sweat from my brow, grateful for my life-saving technique. Otherwise, I would have truly met my demise. Ace turned and exclaimed, "You're not dead." Haha. Fortunate I was quick enough to evade. Otherwise, I would have perished. Though I spoke thus, I realized that my momentary pride had nearly cost me my life. Such situations must never occur again. This scene was witnessed in vivid detail by another individual on the battlefield, Don Quixote da Flamingo. At the moment Lao Sha confronted Blackbeard, he had already freed himself from the sand prison, successfully suspending himself in midair using his strings. He observed everything unfold before him. Initially, he had been an amused spectator, but upon seeing Whitebeard's appearance on the battlefield, his ambitions reignited. If he could slay Whitebeard here, he would undoubtedly gain fame and fortune. Perhaps even the title of Emperor of the Sea would be within his grasp. Yet, reason advised him to remain observant. Opportunities to eliminate Whitebeard were exceedingly rare. However, should he succeed in killing Whitebeard, he would attract relentless pursuit. Such a scenario was clearly unwise, prompting him to concoct another scheme, to use another's hand to achieve his goal. The battlefield was still not chaotic enough. He needed to wait until both sides were fully engaged in battle, when everyone's attention was diverted from him. Only then would be the optimal moment for him to strike. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. Nevertheless, my recent attack had altered Doflamingo's mindset. An insidious plan began to take root in his mind. While I had narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the brief respite allowed the three adversaries to regain their composure. The poison Q gang's buffet successfully detoxified, and the two resumed their assault on Ace and me. Ace, you go assist Marco. I will handle this. After speaking, I clapped my hands together and performed the technique. Inuan Swamp. Beneath the feet of the two adversaries, the once solid ground transformed into a quagmire. As soon as they stepped onto it, their bodies began to sink. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already submerged halfway. There was no alternative. Speed was of the essence. To expedite their descent, I unleashed my chakra with abandon. As the mud reached their chests, a bullet suddenly shot out from the forest. Remarkably, it grazed my scalp. A few strands of white hair floated gently to the ground, accompanied by a soft gasp behind me. You actually evaded it? Without looking back, I took advantage of the white flower's enhancement, revealing the assailant's position. In an instant, I executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Fan Oka, realizing I had vanished from the scope of his rifle, became acutely aware of my presence just behind him, and given the proximity, he understood that resistance was futile. Silently, he lowered his weapon and spoke slowly. Why is your speed so incredible? To prevent this young man from escaping, I formed hand signs and activated the shadow binding technique. Take a look at your recent wound. Upon hearing my words, Fan Oka quickly turned his head. He noticed a small X-shaped mark on the unharmed skin surrounding his injury. What is this? I replied with a slight smile. A secret. Suddenly, three shadowy figures transformed into sharp blades that ruthlessly pierced his body. Oh dear, I was absolutely thrilled. To be honest, this was precisely how the fourth Hokage dispatched his foes. When I executed it, I felt quite elegant. After indulging in a moment of excitement, I recognized that this was not the time for celebration. Therefore, I hurried back to the battlefield. In the Yukon swamp, only two heads remained. Regardless of their abilities, in such a situation, they could only obediently succumb to the depths. Observing that their fate was sealed, I promptly made my way to the next battleground. Just then, Whitebeard had thrust Blackbeard into the ground. A brilliant white halo shimmered around his right fist, aimed squarely at Blackbeard's head. Simultaneously, a shockwave of the same hue struck Whitebeard's arm. However, Whitebeard's speed proved slightly superior. Blackbeard coughed up blood, and the shockwave forced Whitebeard back by a couple of steps. Whitebeard lifted his gaze, and amidst the glimmer of gold, a colossal golden-haired figure materialized on the battlefield. The Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan Buddha form. The Buddha of War truly lived up to its name. Carp looked at Sengoku in confusion. Sengoku, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking Whitebeard? Sengoku ignored him. Addressing Whitebeard, due to my position, I cannot stand by and watch you kill Blackbeard. Gururara, what a stubborn sense of justice. Sengoku, don't blame me for not warning you. A person like him in your navy is not a good thing. In truth, Sengoku understood that someone like Blackbeard could betray even the man who raised him for years. Whitebeard, how could a mere title of warlord hold him back? Yet, he had no choice but to heed the orders from above. This was also why he often found himself in a position of conflict. However, he did not wish to elaborate further. He simply had to act according to his own judgment. With that, Sengoku made his move, prompting Whitebeard to demonstrate his true prowess. He clenched his fists, crossing them over his chest, and then forcefully slammed them behind him. As if tearing through the very fabric of dimensions, a multitude of fissures emerged in the air. Subsequently, the entire island began to tremble. Kapu immediately sensed impending doom and swiftly turned to the soldiers, exclaiming, "This is bad. The island is about to split. Quickly, seek shelter and be wary of falling into the crevices." However, under such circumstances, maintaining one's balance proved exceedingly challenging, rendering the search for cover nearly impossible. Thus, amidst the cries of the soldiers, they plummeted into the vast chasms. Kapu realized that Whitebeard was deadly serious and leaped into action. raising his massive fist to strike at Whitebeard. With his eyes partially closed, Whitebeard observed the haki swirling around Kapu's fist and understood that this blow was no mere shockwave. With a mocking tone, he said, "Gulalala, Kapu, you old fool. Be careful not to shatter your back with such force." Nevertheless, he swung his great sword, imbued with formidable haki, and brought it down in a sweeping arc toward Kapu's fist. The clash of their haki sent tremors through the ground, causing it to quake. The dispersed haki alone was enough to crack the earth. A faint black-red aura silently infiltrated my body, causing the system's time to decrease by several hours once more. In this exchange, the two were evenly matched. However, the onlookers perceived the confrontation differently. Was this truly the clash between the world's strongest pirate and the world's strongest navy? That seemed a bit exaggerated. I found myself staggering backward from the impact of their confrontation, astonished by the sheer power of haki. Without any great display, it could produce such explosive effects, far more understated than my Susanu's colossal Buddha form. Alas, I lacked the ability to wield haki myself. Otherwise, I would have surely competed with these naturally gifted individuals. Clenching my fist tightly, I paid little attention to the battle on Whitebeard's side. Although the old man was facing two opponents, it was evident he was not at a disadvantage. However, the situation for others was rather dire. Whitebeard had brought merely over 100 subordinates, now facing more than 1,000 Navy soldiers. Even if the opposing force was not composed of elite Marines, it still posed significant challenges for Whitebeard's crew. While those Navy soldiers had just suffered a devastating blow from Whitebeard, their ranks had also taken a toll. Consequently, I resorted to ninjutsu, hoping to swiftly eliminate the adversaries before me. By doing so, I could allow Whitebeard's men to find refuge. Little did I expect that Whitebeard's recent attack had shattered the once intact island into countless fragments. What was once a grand island had now been transformed into numerous small islands, each barely able to support 3 to 5 individuals, and as the waves surged, they began to drift apart. This left Whitebeard's already outnumbered crew in a precarious position. Without delay, I dispelled one of my clones, and the Senjutsu chakra swiftly returned to my body. With the enhancement of Senjutsu, my perception of the surrounding circumstances elevated once more. Then, with a clap of my hands, I invoked the technique, Senjutsu, Ice Release 1,000-Faced Ice Prison. As chakra flowed into the technique, the air began to freeze beneath the feet of each Navy soldier. Within 10 seconds, only a handful of Navy soldiers remained able to move, while the others had been fully encased in ice. "Hey, look, it's the freezing effect. Could it be that Admiral Akiji has arrived?" One remarked. "Don't be foolish. If it were Akiji, why would he freeze his own men?" Another retorted. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the freezing effect had indeed only ensnared the Navy. Whitebeard's crew murmured among themselves, seemingly unaware that this was my handiwork. I surveyed the battlefield with satisfaction. Though I had exhausted all my chakra in one fell swoop, I had eliminated over 400 foes. With this, the fighting strength of the Navy and pirates had become nearly equal. The remaining Navy soldiers were likely the elite, so I hoped Whitebeard's crew would rally their efforts. After accomplishing this, the battlefield was left with only 2 ongoing skirmishes. One was between Akainu, Marco, and Ace. Due to elemental disadvantages, Ace was being driven back by Akainu, and his unrefined use of haki prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Marco was not faring much better. His abilities leaned more towards healing, and facing such a formidable admiral rendered him quite constrained. The other confrontation was on Whitebeard's front. Blackbeard had now awakened and was launching surprise attacks on Whitebeard. With Kapu and Sengoku already demanding Whitebeard's utmost caution, Blackbeard's ambushes were proving to be quite the nuisance. Thus, I swiftly appeared before Akainu and conjured Senjutsu, Ice Release. Great Ice Wall Technique. A 20-meter-wide ice wall instantly obstructed Akainu's magma attack. Akainu appeared taken aback. He had not paid attention while I was freezing the Navy earlier, and now seeing the ice before him, he genuinely believed Akiji had betrayed him. Seizing the opportunity to block Akainu's magma assault, I quickly urged Ace and Marco, "You two, hurry and assist Dad." Upon hearing my command, They quickly turned to Whitebeard's direction, realizing that he was covered in wounds and seemed to be severely restricted in his abilities. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was indeed Blackbeard's doing. Ace gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Teach, you bastard, just wait until I get my hands on you." He started to charge toward Blackbeard. My frustration boiled over. Why couldn't he choose a more winnable fight? "Ace, you go intercept your grandfather. Remember, you must only engage him. Otherwise, it's better if you don't intervene at all." Marco's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea. Ace, hurry." Though Ace was strong, the stakes of this battle were too high. To put it plainly, Ace was in a position where he couldn't defeat anyone. However, facing Kapu, while he might still lose, at least he wouldn't die. Though Ace was confused, he reluctantly agreed, influenced by Marco's words. Hey, the Admiral is still here. You think you can just run away without acknowledging me?" A red human figure slowly emerged atop the ice wall, surrounded by swirling black smoke. As the ground beneath us began to be engulfed by encroaching magma. Magmama. Akainu's body transformed into scorching magma, charging towards the three of us at breakneck speed. The 1-meter-thick ice wall offered no real defense against his assault. The black-red magma not only covered the ground but surged towards us like a roaring tsunami. The air filled with steam from the evaporating ice. As Ace and Marco stood stunned by the scene before them, I invoked Senjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A 3-meter-thick earthen wall erupted from the ground. The black-red magma collided against the wall, sending droplets of lava raining down around us. Had I managed to block it? Perhaps. "You two, hurry up." Upon observing the bulging veins on my head, the two individuals realized that Akainu's attack was not easily thwarted. After exchanging a glance, they leaped towards Whitebeard. Just as they departed, the earthen wall was entirely consumed by flames. Akainu adjusted his hat and slowly rose, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, you managed to withstand my assault?" With my gaze fixed upon him, I noted that Ace and the others had already retreated. I grinned. "So you are Admiral Akainu." I initially sought a weaker Logia user to hone my skills, yet I unexpectedly encountered the strongest one. Although I spoke with bravado, I understood in my heart that Akainu's magma ability was among the most formidable. The only element that could counter it was ice release. However, the recent ice wall had proven nearly ineffective. Consequently, conventional ninjutsu could not prevail against him. If ninjutsu was futile, then I would resort to taijutsu. Alas, I was a novice in that domain as well. Moreover, he was magma incarnate. Whether I could land a hit was irrelevant, for I would likely perish in the attempt. If ninjutsu and taijutsu were ineffectual, then my only recourse was jinjutsu. Resolving this, I shouted, "Akainu, prepare yourself." Tsukuyami. The Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, Tsukuyami activated as Akainu glimpsed my eyes. I beheld Akainu halt his advance, bound upon a cross within the realm of Tsukuyami. He surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, glancing at the ropes and snaring his arms. With a long blade in hand, I appeared before him, declaring, "In this realm of Tsukuyami, I wield dominion over time and space." However, before I could finish my preamble, Akainu's eyes gleamed with disdain. "Ha, little brat, such feeble attempts cannot hope to control me." With that, his body transformed into magma once more. The ropes ignited instantly, and even the wooden structure behind him began to emit black smoke. This time I was left astounded. Although I commanded the realm of Tsukuyami, it seemed ineffective against him. Not only did I fail to control him, but I also sensed an impending rupture in the space around us. In truth, I had not fully grasped the true application of Tsukuyami. Originally intended as a psychological assault, my misapplication diminished Itachi's earnest efforts. Within the Tsukuyami realm, Akainu's magma spread across the ground, igniting everything around us. Having never encountered such a scenario, I decisively dispelled the Jinjutsu. Covering my eyes, I lamented my failure. Indeed, Admiral Akainu was formidable. The tides of battle had turned against me. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu all proved ineffective. How was I to fight now? Akainu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the real world, his gaze toward me now more ferocious. "It appears you have failed to ensnare me, brat. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless." He assumed a low stance, launching a powerful punch. Great eruption. A massive molten fist hurtled towards me. I swiftly evaded the attack. Even if I could not defeat him, I was confident that no one could catch me in flight. However, evasion alone would not suffice. I needed to devise a strategy to strike this old codger. Once more, I darted, positioning myself atop the ocean surface. Suidan no Jutsu. A blue dragon emerged from the water's surface, coiling through the air before barreling towards Akainu. Surprised that I could manipulate seawater to attack him, he retaliated with several blasts of magma, then deftly sidestepped. As a wielder of elemental powers, his fear of seawater was palpable. Although the water dragon evaporated partially under his magma, it remained one of the few techniques capable of affecting him. Thus, I resolved to abandon any semblance of decorum. Suitan, Misubunsin no Jutsu. 8 clones encircled Akainu. Prepare to be baptized by the sea. Ninjutsu is the Misuere no Jutsu. The 8 clones raised their hands simultaneously, conjuring a colossal, circular water prison. After my previous encounter with the dam's water surge, I had devised this form of water prison to avoid drowning. Akainu glanced around, hearing the term water prison, and instantly comprehended the danger. He elementalized, transforming into a pool of magma. At that moment, the colossal water prison took shape. Observing the bubbling magma within, I smirked inwardly, thinking this time I shall not easily dispel the water prison. Prepare to be thoroughly submerged. Although this technique was powerful, it also constrained all of my clones. Thus, until I dispelled the ninjutsu, I was unable to move. Fortunately, while I could not shift, I could still observe the battlefield. Marco was engaged in a fierce exchange with Sengoku, a blue light swirling through the air, while Sengoku unleashed devastating shockwaves akin to cannon fire, forcing Marco to evade. On the other hand, Ace faced a more harmonious confrontation. Carp clearly held back against Ace, scolding him as they fought, while Ace darted around in evasion. With their assistance, Whitebeard found himself at a considerable advantage. Although his devil fruit powers were ineffective against Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi, Whitebeard's battle experience and sheer strength surpassed Blackbeard's by a significant margin. Despite both sustaining injuries, Whitebeard's onslaught was undeniably fierce. As he swung his blade in a sweeping motion, he executed a stunning counterattack. Just as Blackbeard narrowly avoided the initial strike, the subsequent blow appeared at his midsection. "Old man, surely you do not intend to kill your own son," Blackbeard exclaimed with a quivering voice. Such a tactic might have been ineffective against others, yet it momentarily stunned Whitebeard. Blackbeard's pupils constricted as he recognized this rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, consuming Whitebeard's arm along with the blade. Whitebeard clutched his gushing wound, his eyes ablaze with fury. The veins on his forehead throbbed. His anger was not solely directed at his severed arm, but also at the fact that the one he had regarded as a son now sought his life. Blackbeard, chewing rapidly, burst into laughter. "Ha, old man, you remain so naive. Now that you are weaponless and have lost an arm, how can you contend with me?" Whitebeard's fury intensified. The muscles on his remaining arm bulged as he compressed the power of the Gura no Mi into a white energy sphere. He swung his fist in a retaliatory strike, aiming to shatter Blackbeard's mocking mouth. Blackbeard, seemingly anticipating the attack, manifested dark energy around his hand and effortlessly seized that punch. Whitebeard, with unyielding confidence, struck with a blow that surprisingly bore no fruit. In a moment of dazed reflection, the ground beneath him erupted with several spear-like objects, which pierced through his chest with unwavering force, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The 2 individuals present were taken aback, though Blackbeard quickly regained his composure. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the still bleeding wound, sending Whitebeard crashing to the ground. Concealed in the shadows, Mingu reveled in his triumph. Having perfectly timed his attack to coincide with the instant Whitebeard's powers were siphoned away. Furthermore, the spears were infused with the formidable haki of Conqueror's will, rendering Whitebeard utterly defenseless against the ambush. This scene filled me with agony, compelling me to relinquish my control over Chi Inu. In an instant, I appeared by Whitebeard's side, activating my healing technique as a verdant light enveloped his wounds. However, as I devoted myself to his recovery, the ground beneath us grew increasingly searing. Before I could react, a cavernous wound opened anew in Whitebeard's already bloodied chest, from which a crimson figure emerged. Hell's Red Lotus. Chi Inu transformed into molten magma, piercing through Whitebeard's body and reducing my hands, pressed against his chest, to mere skeletal remains. Both Whitebeard and I expelled blood simultaneously, with my hands rendered useless. I lost the ability to form seals. Fortunately, the cells of Hashirama within me began to mend my injuries. How I wished for Baiju to be by my side to instantly replace my hands, but alas, under such circumstances, that remained a distant dream. Thus, I ensnared Whitebeard with my legs and activated Flying Thunder God, transporting us directly to Lao Sha's side. Lao Sha's previous injuries had been nearly healed by my efforts. Upon witnessing Whitebeard's sudden appearance, a momentary look of astonishment crossed his face. He gazed greedily at Whitebeard, raising his hand with the intent to sever his head. Just as I stabilized myself, I noticed the murderous intent etched on Lao Sha's face, sending a shock through my heart. "Hey, Lao Sha, what are you doing?" I called out. Lao Sha's hand remained suspended in the air as he cast a glance at me, revealing a hint of bittersweetness in his smile. Lao Sha had originally hailed from a wealthy family, and in his youth, he was dashing and affluent. Frequently mingling in high-class venues, he had encountered countless beautiful women, leading to an almost total desensitization to their allure. One fateful day, as he visited a lavish establishment, a stunning figure caught his eye. With an extravagant hairstyle, heavy makeup, and boisterous demeanor, this girl was a stark contrast to the typical beauty. Yet, it was precisely this uniqueness that ensnared Lao Sha's attention. Despite her glaring incongruity with those around her, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Perhaps for Lao Sha, the conventional notion of beauty had become stale, resulting in a kind of aesthetic fatigue. This girl, with her bold makeup and unconventional style, was a breath of fresh air. Unable to contain his intrigue, he approached her, subsequently learning her name, Ivankov. Indeed, it was our Ivankov, at that time newly inducted into the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov had been tasked by Dragon to obtain certain documents regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. The information they sought was known solely to Crocodile's family, which brought Ivankov before Lao Sha. After successfully capturing his attention, Ivankov employed the powers of the hormone fruit to make Lao Sha fall deeply in love with her. Consequently, she was able to secure the information about Pluton. After completing her mission, Ivankov utilized the hormone fruit once more to restore Lao Sha's rationality. However, the anticipated wrath did not manifest. The newly composed Lao Sha found himself genuinely enamored with Ivankov, frequently penning letters to express his longing. This predicament placed Ivankov in a quandary. On one hand, she wished to confront Lao Sha, as being a man receiving love letters from another man was exceedingly awkward. On the other hand, she did not want to expose her identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, she informed Lao Sha that she would only marry the world's strongest man, hoping to dissuade him. Yet, this excuse only ignited Lao Sha's competitive spirit. Much like Su Chun, it was perhaps in that moment that he truly discovered the meaning of life, transforming from a wayward scion into an idealistic youth with purpose. Thus, Lao Sha set sail in search of the world's strongest individual. During his journey, he fortuitously acquired the San fruit, and with his keen intellect and decisive nature, he became renowned. However, despite his newfound fame, he was acutely aware that he had yet to attain the pinnacle of strength. This realization motivated him to continue his quest for the strongest. At the height of Lao Sha's renown, the world acknowledged Joel D. Roger as the strongest man. Consequently, Lao Sha set his sights on Roger, convinced that defeating him would win Ivankov's affection. However, Roger's public execution delivered a harsh lesson to Lao Sha. Adrift without purpose, he found himself engulfed in confusion. With the strongest man deceased, how could he fulfill his vow? After some inquiries, he discovered that the current strongest individual was none other than Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Determined, he resolved that defeating Whitebeard would elevate him to the apex of power. Subsequently, Lao Sha indeed encountered the Whitebeard pirates, but he faced off against the then 2nd Division captain. Initially, their clash was evenly matched, a testament to Lao Sha's intelligence. However, during a subsequent engagement, he employed a cunning trick, unexpectedly slaying the 2nd Division captain. This enraged Whitebeard, whose principle was clear: combat was permissible, but killing his comrades was absolutely intolerable. Thus, Whitebeard personally intervened, severing one of Lao Sha's hands and leaving a gruesome scar across his face. This battle not only cost Lao Sha his left hand, but also marred his handsome visage. Once a striking figure, he was now marked by a scar, deepening his hatred for Whitebeard. Following his defeat, Lao Sha fled, realizing that with his current abilities, he could not hope to kill Whitebeard. Consequently, he recalled the ancient weapon, Pluton, that had been passed down through his family. He believed that with Pluton, he could vanquish the strongest man. Thereafter, Lao Sha lurked in Alabasta. Upon hearing the news, Ivankov was pained to discover that Lao Sha had truly ventured to challenge the world's strongest man for her sake. This realization stirred conflicting emotions within her. She sought out Lao Sha once more, revealing her true identity and the secret of her being a man. Yet to Lao Sha, Ivankov's actions seemed merely a convenient excuse for his failure to become the strongest. The failures and the excuses of his beloved had begun to warp Lao Sha's mind towards a perverse direction. Upon encountering Bai Hu Zi once more, the sentiments of old grievances and new resentments prompted a vengeful spirit that began to overshadow his rationality. "Hey, Lao Sha, what are you doing?" Lao Sha gazed at his ailing adversary, the flames of vengeance consuming his reason. "It's been a while, Bai Hu Zi," despite the blood gushing from his chest. Bai Hu Zi, recognizing Lao Sha, mustered the strength to stand. "Gulalala, Crocodile Kid, it appears you haven't learned your lesson. Bathe in blood. Beuzi isoha intensifid." With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremor punch that disrupted Lao Sha's advance and shattered his very being. What a vexing situation. These two were supposed to be allies. And now, look at them, fighting each other. "Hey, you two stop fighting. Lao Sha, didn't you promise to agree to one condition? Are you breaking your word? Do you believe I will toss you into the sea?" Lao Sha hatet. Though his back was turned to me, at least he refrained from attacking Bai Hu Zi further. Bai Hu Zi cast a surprised glance at me, realizing Lao Sha as intent to refrain from aggression, and then leaped towards Bai Hu Zi. "Hey, where are you going? You're still injured." Bai Hu Zi ignored me, and while airborne, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body faltered, and he plummeted to the ground. Over there, Chiquan observed that Bai Hu Zi was still alive. "Damn Bai Hu Zi, how can he possess such vitality? Let me send you to the underworld." With that, he propelled himself off the ground, launching a magma fist towards Bai Hu Zi's head. Though Bai Hu Zi had but one arm remaining, he faced Chi Quan without fear. Blue energy coalesced around his fist, colliding with Chi Quan's crimson power. The ground trembled violently as the two energies clashed fiercely. Just as they reached a stalemate, dark energy began to spread beneath their feet. After a brief tremor, both of their powers vanished. Chi Quan was bewildered, but Bai Hu Zi was well acquainted with such phenomena. With a flash of black and red in his eyes, he swung his arm and delivered a punch that sent Chi Quan flying. This attack, imbued with haki, halted Bai Hu Zi's intentions to ambush. Behind Bai Hu Zi, the dark energy morphed into a massive mouth, which began to dissipate. Bai Hu Zi soared forward once more, channeling his strength into a punch aimed squarely at Bai Hu Zi's face. Unstoppable, he launched it. Bai Hu Zi understood that there was no turning back. His arm transformed into Bai Hu Zi's great sword, spinning around to strike Bai Hu Zi's arm. Crack! A muscular arm flew through the air. Both arms were rendered useless. Ace and Marco rushed towards this scene, and the weary Bai Hu Zi, who was on the verge of collapse, heard Ace's shout and surprisingly regained his consciousness. With a fierce headbutt, he struck the ground. The air shattered instantly, and the sea began to crack. Beneath his feet, a massive chasm materialized. After executing this, Bai Hu Zi bellowed to the heavens, "All of you flee. This is the captain's final command." His voice resonated across the skies, and upon witnessing their father's dire state, every crew member of Bai Hu Zi was moved to tears. Bai Hu Zi, now severed of both arms, appeared to enter a final rage state. As he unleashed his conqueror's haki, a single kick sent everyone reeling. Even Sengoku was forced back several steps. This was not the end. The earthquake he had just initiated triggered a tsunami towering dozens of meters high, encircling him and the Navy. Baihu Z, utilizing the tsunami, created a barrier of several meters that isolated him from us and ensnared the enemy within. Thus, even if one wished to rescue him, there was no way to do so, only to witness Baihu Z and his foes meet their end together. We, situated outside the tsunami, could not see what transpired within. Yet, Baihu Z cleverly harnessed the tsunami's recoil to propel us far away. Ace cried out in agony. Even with his fiery body, he could not break through the tsunami's grasp. The crew, resigned, boarded their ship, accepting the grim reality of Baihu Z's demise. Everything unfolded too abruptly. Alas, my hands were rendered useless, otherwise I might have been able to intervene. Just as everyone succumbed to sorrow, a voice unexpectedly emerged. What? He actually died, just like that? What a bargain for him. All heads turned towards the source, revealing a brash figure at the ship's stern. Chi Quan. Ace's eyes blazed crimson. You dare say that again? Chi Quan frowned, his murderous intent enveloping the ship. Kid, if you wish to die, I can grant you that right now. Ace, undaunted, perhaps felt that there was nothing left to fear. I said, say it again. Chi Quan's eyelids twitched. He was not a docile person. Having endured this insult, his patience was at an end. Just as he prepared to annihilate everyone aboard, a figure appeared. A snow-white skeletal hand wrapped around Chi Quan's waist. Both plunged into the sea. In that critical moment, I swiftly appeared before Chi Quan. Tsuki no Jomi. The illusion technique activated instantly. Although I knew it could only hold him for a brief period, that moment would suffice. Seizing the opportunity while Chi Quan was momentarily dazed, I embraced his waist and plunged into the sea. This maneuver was familiar to Chi Quan, and after a brief moment of confusion, he easily broke free. However, his speed was somewhat hindered. Now fully submerged in seawater, he had completely lost his strength. Unfortunately, I was not faring any better. After he escaped the illusion, I experienced a backlash. A sensation of dizziness unlike any I had known suddenly engulfed me, rendering me unconscious. At this moment, neither of us could move, yet I began to slowly rise to the surface, while Chi Quan sank gradually. When I regained consciousness, I found myself adrift on the ocean surface. Gazing at my wrists, where my hands had vanished, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over me. This was disastrous. Without hands, how could I form seals? Without the ability to form seals, was I not rendered useless? I wondered if the Hashirama cells could restore my hands. Helplessly gazing at the sky, I pondered my next steps. Should I, like Lao Sha, fashion myself 2 hooks? Without hands, even soaring into the air had become inconvenient. Previously, I could use the light-heavy rock technique to lighten my body, but now, I could only rely on Moonstep. However, that technique consumed too much chakra, and it would be best to avoid it if possible. Thus, I resorted to running across the ocean surface. Fortune smiled upon me, as I soon discovered a small island. When I finally reached the shore, I truly realized the drawbacks of being without hands. Indeed, just as it is now, feeling the urgent need to relieve myself, I found myself hindered by an unyielding belt. Gazing at my bare wrists, I realized I was in quite the predicament. Fortunately, I was not on a deserted island. Soon enough, I encountered a sweet-looking young girl, seemingly in her 20s. I understood that time was of the essence, as my discomfort was escalating. Clearing my throat, I inquired with a voice imbued with charm. Hello, beautiful lady. She turned to me, her large eyes sparkling, exuding the aura of a well-meaning girl. Hello, may I assist you? I endeavored to present a gentle demeanor. I apologize, but could you help me with my belt? Her initially kind smile morphed into one of horror, her eyes betraying a rising panic. Ah, get away from me, you creep. My goodness, her voice was unexpectedly high-pitched. Instinctively, I covered my ears, only to see her faint at the sight of my hand. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. Sensing the impending chaos, I dashed towards the sea, not out of fear of the inhabitants, but to avoid the disgrace of an accident in front of so many witnesses. Immersed in the ocean, my pants became wet, obscuring the reason for my predicament. As night fell, I sat on the beach reflecting on the day's events. I pondered whether WhoJoined was still alive. His last move had been remarkably powerful, overwhelming everyone with water. However, even if he had perished, it was of little consequence. With my ability to perform WhoJoined, I could potentially resurrect him if I could locate his remains. Yet, this depended on the restoration of my hands. I recalled that Naruto had his hand regrown using Hashirama's cells. I possessed such cells within me, though they were not capable of spontaneously forming into hands. It seemed that the tailed beast mode could substitute for my missing hands, which was indeed a splendid idea. However, lacking hands prevented me from utilizing summoning techniques. Therefore, I resolved to harness the tailed beast chakra that I had sealed away to attempt entering tailed beast mode. Fortunately, channeling chakra did not require hands. After numerous attempts, I successfully entered tailed beast mode before noon the following day. With the power of the tailed beast chakra, I managed to simulate hands. After consuming several grilled fish to replenish my strength, I set out once more, determined to return to the previous island. My intentions were twofold: to ascertain whether any new survivors remained and to seek WhoJoined's body. To avoid drawing attention, I chose to approach from above. Thankfully, I took this precaution, otherwise I would have found myself in serious trouble. Observing the clusters of Navy personnel below, I had to turn back. Subsequently, I utilized the Shui Hua technique to draw closer, curious about their activities. As I stealthily approached the vicinity of the island, a familiar voice reached my ears. Alas, how tragic! How did he survive such injuries? Peeking out cautiously, I was taken aback to recognize the speaker. Lying on the ground was none other than Admiral Aokiji. His languid demeanor confirmed my suspicions. To my astonishment, the person sprawled on the ground was none other than Akainu. Wait a moment. I had previously dragged Akainu into the sea with the intention of perishing together. How could he be here now? Were the Navy here to retrieve his body? Ha ha ha, Sengoku. You owe me your gratitude. If I hadn't saved you, you would have truly met your end. Old Man Carp was wringing out his wet clothes while conversing with Sengoku, who sat on the ground. WhoJoined, that monstrous figure, unleashed such potent ninjutsu at the last moment. Enough of the complaints. His body remains unfound, likely sunk to the ocean floor. Did you not find him while you were down there? Carp shook his head, remaining silent as he gazed at the busy Navy in the distance. By the way, Carp, what is the situation with Sakazuki? I don't know. When he wakes up, you can ask him yourself. As they conversed, Akainu indeed regained consciousness. The Navy personnel nearby assisted him in changing clothes, and once he lit a cigar, he approached Sengoku, brimming with fury. Hey, Sakazuki, what on earth happened? Sengoku inquired while examining the documents in his hands. I fell victim to that little brat-ass trick. Speaking of which, who was that little brat I fought? Oh, you mean Kozo? Carp interjected. A pirate, huh? Is there a bounty on him? I believe there is. Why do you ask? Nothing much, since he is a pirate. I can easily hunt him down. Upon hearing my name mentioned, I quickly submerged deeper into the water. These individuals were formidable. If they discover my presence, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Sengoku fed the documents to a goat and sighed heavily. Sakazuki, it's fortunate you're here. Orders have come from above. Aokiji, you should listen as well. Aokiji pointed to himself in disbelief. Yes, it's you. Now, everyone else disperse. The Navy, realizing the significance of the matter, hastily scuttled away. You too leave. Stop pretending to be foolish. Sengoku barked at Carp. Huh? Can't I listen? Nonsense, get going. Once only Aokiji and Akainu remained, Sengoku lowered his voice. Orders have come from above once more. They wish to select someone to infiltrate a Yonko-S crew as an undercover agent. Upon hearing this, it was as if thunder struck. Both men stared at each other, at a loss for words. They could only feign ignorance. One gazing at the sky while smoking a cigar, the other digging his ears. Well, you know me, I despise pirates. How could I possibly go undercover? Aokiji blurted out. Wait a minute, that's not right. I also detest pirates. I can't do it either. Seeing the two of them deflect responsibility, Sengoku cleared his throat. Well then, let us not discuss that. My earlier request to resign from the position of admiral has been approved. Thus, I hope to select one of you to assume the role of admiral." Both men were taken aback. What was going on? One moment they were discussing undercover work, and now they were talking about the position of admiral. Was this old man losing his mind? Aware of the underlying deceit, the two remained silent. Noticing their lack of response, Sengoku continued, "Personally, I lean towards Akiji for the position of admiral." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately grew anxious. "Wait, I believe such a decision should at least involve a proper selection process. How can it be decided solely by your word?" Sengoku internally chuckled, but maintained a composed demeanor. Indeed, Sakazuki's suggestion is quite reasonable. He discreetly glanced at Akiji's expression. However, to his disappointment, Shinji seemed indifferent to who would assume the position of admiral. Sengoku, being somewhat acquainted with Shinji, understood that this individual would not easily become embroiled in political strife. Naturally, with a mentor like Carp, it was no surprise that such a disciple would emerge. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt compelled to berate Carp for a moment. Yet, he could not neglect the orders from above. And with a troubled expression, he said, "Alas, I have already communicated this issue to the higher-ups, and their response essentially instructs you both to resolve this matter yourselves. So, you two must figure it out." Shinji shrugged, saying, "Then I withdraw. Let Sakazuki be the admiral." Akainu remained silent. It was evident that Shinji's response pleased him. At this moment, Sengoku's spirits lifted as he vigorously shook Shinji's hand while affectionately patting his shoulder. "Haha, that's settled then. Since you consent, hurry and make arrangements to select a Yonko crew to act as undercover agents. We will immediately announce your resignation from the position of admiral." "What? No. What do you mean?" Shinji was utterly bewildered by Sengoku's words. Were they not just discussing the matter of the admiral? How had it transformed into an undercover mission? After Sengoku's patient explanation, they finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that these two tasks were essentially one and the same. One would become the admiral, while the other would serve as an undercover agent. Now, it was Shinji's turn to feel anxious. "No, this is not fair. I simply do not wish to be the admiral. Why must I also take on the role of an undercover agent? Who do you suggest should be the undercover agent? I cannot do it. My psychological resilience is atrocious." Sengoku cleared his throat, his gaze fixed intently on Shinji. "Do you understand what an order is? Moreover, the pirate forces inherently possess greater combat prowess than the Navy. To maintain world peace and diminish the pirate threat is imperative." Shinji felt dejected, while the reasoning sounded grandiose. The task of being an undercover agent weighed heavily on him. He attempted to voice his concerns, but was promptly interrupted by Sengoku. "All right, enough of that. You two should engage in a duel on that island. The victor shall become the admiral, while the loser will take on the role of an undercover agent." At this point, Akainu, who had remained silent, stood up, took a drag from his cigarette, and slowly spoke. "Deciding through combat is acceptable to me. However, from your words, it seems we are to go to a specific island. Is there something special about that location?" Sengoku narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Akainu's perceptiveness. Merely mentioning a location had allowed him to pinpoint a flaw in the plan. This matter required a thorough recounting. Previously, a certain scientist had conducted experiments on artificial devil fruits on that very island. Upon hearing the name Vegapunk, both Shinji and Akainu became serious. Through Sengoku's explanation, they grasped the background of the situation. Vegapunk was a theoretical scientist who had endeavored to research the concept of artificial devil fruits. However, due to a lack of funding and resources, he had been unable to proceed and thus sought collaboration with the world government. It was evident that the world government was eager to cooperate with him. Consequently, Vegapunk, accompanied by an assistant, began his experiments on a small island known as Punk Hazard. After obtaining Kaido's bloodline factors and conducting numerous experiments, he finally achieved a technological breakthrough. By this point, the artificial devil fruits were deemed a complete success. And during this research, other types of products were also created, such as weapons imbibed with devil fruit abilities. Upon successfully creating the fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form, Vegapunk believed the technology had reached its zenith and saw no need to continue. However, upon receiving news of the successful creation of artificial devil fruits. The world government realized the immense potential of such a project. If mass production could be achieved, it would undoubtedly elevate the power of the world government to new heights. Thus, they dispatched the CP organization to persuade Vegapunk to continue his work. Yet, upon realizing the government's ulterior motives, Vegapunk began to scheme for himself. His assistant, Caesar, had been researching a form of mass destruction weapon, and Vegapunk exploited Caesar's experiments. On one occasion, following an experiment, the Punk Hazard Research Facility was completely obliterated. Of course, in Caesar's view, the explosion resulted from his failed experiment, unaware that it was all part of Vegapunk's machinations. After that incident, the world government invited Vegapunk to conduct another type of experiment, though invited was merely a euphemism for confinement. As a scientist, Vegapunk was willing to continue his research wherever he was, so he began studying human modification under the watchful eye of the world government. This led to the development of the Pacifista Project. Simultaneously, they meticulously searched for the artificial devil fruit on that island. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, they cannot locate it. Although Vegapunk falsely claimed that the devil fruit was a failure, the agents of the world government were not naive. Their principle was that regardless of success or failure, the fruit must be produced. Thus, they initiated a search of the island, yet all their endeavors proved fruitless. The primary reason was that the fruit had been hidden away by Caesar, who aimed to utilize Vegapunk's technology to develop his own artificial devil fruits. Having once been an assistant, he possessed some understanding of the process, and, coupled with having a finished product, he felt more confident. However, he had not fully mastered the critical technological elements, resulting in the creation of only failed products. These failures, consumed by various experimental subjects on the island, evolved into a new strain known as the gifters. Naturally, Caesar traded these fruits with Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Kaido, all while proclaiming to the outside world that they were successful artificial devil fruits. Only he knew that the success rate was merely 110%. Those that succeeded transformed into gifters, while those that failed became deranged. The failed products that Caesar developed ultimately found their way to the naive and affluent teacher, Kawai. The island Sengoku had just mentioned was, in fact, the former laboratory where Vegapunk conducted his experiments on the Azure Dragon fruit. Although the government publicly claimed that the site had been destroyed, it was conceivable that a secret base still existed somewhere on that island. Thus, the idea was birthed to have Qingji and Akainu engage in combat on this island. Their battle would likely result in the complete destruction of the location. In doing so, not only would the choice for admiral be determined, but the loser would also be dismissed from the Navy and assigned to infiltrate the Yonko organization, providing a plausible rationale. Moreover, the island itself would be obliterated. Such a triple benefit was undoubtedly enticing to the world government. Upon hearing this plan, Akainu wholeheartedly supported it, confident in his own strength and eager to spar with Qingji. However, Qingji remained somewhat resistant. He thus directly contacted Admiral Kong, who candidly informed him that prior to him, Kizaru had already expressed his intention to withdraw from the competition for admiral. The remaining candidates can only be chosen from Akainu and Akiji. If Akiji is disinclined to take on this role, he must perform convincingly, not only losing gracefully, but also undertaking an undercover mission. This notion was utterly unacceptable to Akiji, prompting him to resolve to confront Akainu with earnest intent. Consequently, the two agreed upon a date and made preparations to journey to Punk Hazard. Upon hearing such confidential matters, I was left completely astounded. I was unaware of the whereabouts of this island, Punk Hazard. It was to be ravaged by these two formidable individuals. After they departed, I began my search for Whitebeard. Despite scouring the ocean floor thoroughly, I was unable to locate any remains. This led me to question whether Whitebeard had truly perished. Strangely, not only was Whitebeard's body missing, but Blackbeard and his companions' remains were also unaccounted for. Returning empty-handed to the island, I found myself once again engulfed in confusion while gazing at the azure sky. Initially, my intention was to find Whitebeard's body, so that I could utilize the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect him. Now, with his whereabouts unknown, I was at a loss for what to do next. Ultimately, I came to a realization Regardless of the circumstances, I needed to focus on several key objectives. First, I must enhance my own strength. Second, I should find a way to awaken the system. Third, I must locate Ace and clarify the situation regarding Whitebeard. With this plan in mind, I immediately created several clones to initiate their respective tasks. Early the following morning, the clones set off, one to find Ace and another to seek Rayleigh. Guided by the life card, I soared through the skies. After 3 days, I finally arrived at a small island. Luffy and Rayleigh were training, and upon noticing my approach, their initial anxiety dissipated as they recognized me. "Guangxi, what brings you here?" Luffy exclaimed. "It's been a while, hasn't it? By the way, do you have any food?" I inquired. I devoured one leg of a whole roasted pig, leaving the rest to Luffy. "Hey, why are you eating more than I am?" He laughed. "Oh, don't mind that. By the way, you Haven T, explain how you ended up here." I glanced at Rayleigh beside me and began, in short, "A lot has transpired lately." Through my patient explanation, they learned that Whitebeard had mysteriously vanished. Of course, I refrained from saying that Whitebeard was dead, as I had not found his body, leaving his fate uncertain. However, that was not the main focus. Primarily, I had come to seek Rayleigh. "Oh, do you need something from me?" he asked. "Could you possibly use your Conqueror's Haki to assist me?" After receiving Rayleigh's consent, my clone remained behind, serving as Luffy's sparring partner while continuously absorbing the Conqueror's Haki released by both of them. On Whitebeard's ship, Ace was clamoring to set sail, and unable to endure any longer, Marco delivered a resounding slap to Ace's face. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those around, Marco, with tears in his eyes, implored Ace, "How long will you continue to be so reckless?" Ace, having been struck to the ground, gradually calmed as he listened to Marco's words. "Previously, you wanted to set sail to seek vengeance against Teach, yet you were captured by the Marines. We all prepared for sacrifice, still resolutely aiming to rescue you." Ace wore a dejected expression, recalling the regret that consumed him during his time in the underwater prison. He had thought that if given another chance, he would ensure that no one else would be drawn into such conflict. Noticing Ace's silence, Marco continued, "After you were rescued, the matter should have ended there. However, for the sake of your spirits, Dad still resolutely sets sail to find Teach and avenge you." "What? Avenge me?" Ace exclaimed in disbelief, astonished to learn that his father had ventured out to seek retribution on his behalf. Marco discreetly wiped away a tear, affirming, indeed, knowing that his time was limited. He sought to use his final opportunity to eradicate the torment that Teach inflicted upon you. Alas, he ultimately could not escape a tragic fate. Ace was left speechless, grappling with the realization of why his father would do such things. Did he truly deserve the sacrifices of such a magnificent man? Why? He questioned. Dad simply wanted you to live. The weight of those words drained Ace of all strength. Observing Ace's newfound tranquility, Marco then dismissed the others. Gently stroking Ace's head and adopting a softer tone, "Ace, calm down. Do you remember Dad's last command? Reflect on what you need to do next. Do not squander Dad's heartfelt intentions." With that, he left Ace alone with his thoughts. At that moment, my other clone arrived on Whitebeard's ship. "Hey Ace, what are you up to?" Ace, seeing me, practically sprang into action, grabbing my arm. You're all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" "But weren't you the one who brought Akainu into the sea? How did he not drown?" I chuckled. "What do you mean? I'm not a devil fruit user. I merely fell into the sea, so how could I be harmed? As for Akainu, he is surprisingly resilient, far more than I anticipated." Upon hearing that I was unharmed, Ace finally exhaled in relief. However, his concern returned as he noticed my bare hands. "What happened to your hands? Didn't Akainu injure them?" After some effort, I managed to recover without severe damage. By the way, the Marines are about to make a significant move. I informed Ace about the impending clash between Akainu and Akiji. Ace was overwhelmed by the barrage of information and momentarily lost for how to respond. "Ace, what's wrong? You seem a bit dazed," I remarked. "Oh, it's nothing. What are your thoughts on the situation? In any case, one of them will become an undercover agent. Moreover, it is said that one will be chosen from among the Yonko's crews. This will require your analysis, as I am not very familiar with the Yonko. I only know that you and Shanks are among them, but I am unaware of who the remaining two are." Just then, Marco approached slowly. "The other two Yonko are Kaido and Big Mom. Both are quite unique, so I doubt either Akiji or Akainu would opt to align with them. I turned to see Marco donning a pair of glasses, looking surprisingly refined, quite unlike a pirate. Why do you say that? I inquired. Let me share some intelligence. The Big Mom crew operates on a familial basis, thus they would never accommodate outsiders. How intriguing. On Whitebeard's side, we have a group of faux sons, while this Big Mom has gathered a legion of genuine sons as pirates. Curiosity piqued, I asked Marco how many sons Big Mom actually had. It is said that she has 46 sons and 39 daughters. What prompted this sudden inquiry? He asked. I silently calculated in my mind, 46 plus 39, goodness. That amounts to over 80 children. Even if one begins to give birth at the tender age of 18, that would still amount to 80 years of motherhood. Thus, this matron must be at least in her 90s. While counting on her fingers, she exclaimed in astonishment at her extraordinary prowess. However, a woman in her 90s appears older than Brooke, who is aboard our vessel. Does she still possess the ability to procreate? This is nothing short of monstrous. Marco, though perplexed by my calculations, certainly knows the matron's true age, and thus he interjected, who said she is over 90. She is only 68. What? 50 years birthing over 80 children. How is that even possible? Ace, invigorated by the conversation, countered, No, you're mistaken. Who established that one can only bear one child? There may very well be cases of multiples. Marco realized that our attention had drifted to the realm of the unbelievable. He rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the absurdity. In truth, we had all erred in our assumptions. The matron, known as Charlotte Linlin, is the wielder of the Soru no Mi, a fruit granting her the ability to manipulate souls at will. Thus, upon turning 18, she discovered that she could enable embryos to survive independently, effectively bypassing the processes of pregnancy and childbirth. This explains how she managed to bring forth such a multitude of offspring in such a brief span of time. Indeed, Linlin realized this unique ability when she bore her first child, Perispero, with her partner, the Longbred. The children conceived by this method bear a significant resemblance to their father's genes. Consequently, Linlin sought out powerful men, hoping to cultivate even mightier progeny. Her initial target was the Rocks Pirates. At the age of 20, Charlotte Linlin joined the Rocks Pirates, with the intention of bearing stronger children with formidable men. Captain Rocks, fully aware of Linlin's aspirations, paid her no heed. Subsequently, Linlin attempted to approach Whitebeard, yet he, being a paragon of loyalty, was infatuated with Elizabeth at the time and offered her no opportunity. As for others, such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Captain John, and Silver Axe, they too were cognizant of Linlin's intentions, thwarting her efforts. However, the appearance of one individual presented Linlin with a new target. Indeed, it was Wang Ji, who possesses a quarter of Fishman lineage. After bearing triplets with him, she gave birth to Katakuri, Daifuku, and Oven. Wang Ji's Fishman bloodline was inherited by Katakuri, which explains his nickname, Big Mouth Monster. Of course, among the Rocks Pirates was also Kaido. Although Kaido is immensely powerful, he was merely 11 years old when Linlin joined, making any romantic involvement impossible. Linlin held a particular fondness for this younger brother, which is why she bestowed upon him the Yuo no Mi. After acquiring her abilities, Linlin adeptly utilized them to forge various strategic unions. This is also the reason why the Big Mom Pirates would never accept Akainu or Akiji. So, are you suggesting that this undercover agent will appear among us? Ace suddenly awakened, as if he had grasped a crucial point. Marco's gaze shifted dramatically indeed. Ace's analysis is remarkably astute. Kaido's faction does not require such formidable combat power. As for Shanks, he always exudes an enigmatic aura. I suspect he would see through the Navy's schemes almost immediately. The more Ace listened, the more alarmed he became, feeling as though he had ensnared himself in a web woven by others. While I too found the situation somewhat astounding, it ultimately bore little relation to us. The Straw Hat Pirates would never permit such two uninteresting individuals to join our ranks. Even if we all consented, Luffy would undoubtedly refuse. Besides, they intend to infiltrate the Yonko crews. What is our small band compared to that? However, gaining insight into the affairs of the powerful could provide us with a preliminary understanding of future circumstances, laying a foundation for upcoming battles. Thus, I shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, you mentioned that Kaido does not require formidable combat power. What is that about?" Marco explained it's not that he doesn't need it. Rather, he would utilize it. Although Kaido is immensely strong, his intellect leaves much to be desired. However, his subordinates are exceptionally cunning. Therefore, the admission of newcomers often undergoes a period of scrutiny. Moreover, considering that the undercover agent is at the level of a Marine Admiral, they would at least occupy a position among the three calamities. This would inevitably disrupt the previously stable hierarchy. After Marco's elucidation, I gained a substantial understanding of the Yonko, particularly Shanks. This individual does not seem to align with Luffy's expectations. He is someone to be approached with caution. Should he lead Luffy astray, it could spell disaster. After acquiring the desired information, I bid farewell to Ace. The dissolution of my clone also allowed all the information to be shared with my original self. Meanwhile, my original was contemplating how to utilize Hashirama cells to cultivate hands. Although I could simulate hands using the tailed beast mode, maintaining that mode was incredibly taxing on chakra. Hence, after much contemplation, I devised another method. First, I would employ tailed beast mode to create a wood clone, then sever the clone's hands and attach them to my own. While theoretically feasible, it provided me with a direction to strive toward. Ultimately, after several trials, I successfully restored my hands using this method. With my hands returned to me, I began my personal training. Thus, 2 years swiftly passed in a flurry of relentless practice. One day, the clone that had been accompanying Luffy was dismissed. The information gathered over the 2 years flooded back into my mind, pulling me from my training. It appeared that the time had come to reunite with my comrades. After 2 years apart, I wondered how everyone was faring. Zoro and the others were still unaware that I was alive. Even Luffy had no knowledge of my current state. The thought alone filled me with excitement. I longed to see them again. After bidding farewell to the island where I had dwelled for 2 years, I officially set sail for the Sabaody archipelago. In truth, several significant events had transpired over the past 2 years. The first was that the much-publicized public execution of Ace never took place, leaving the world to speculate on what had truly transpired. Rumors circulated that Whitebeard had struck a clandestine deal with the world government, thereby preserving Ace's life. Others suggested that the Navy feared the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, apprehensive of a one-sided outcome, which led to Ace's release. Furthermore, there were whispers that Ace had been rescued by a powerful figure, one the Navy could not afford to confront, which is why the execution was never made public. Naturally, such rumors were debunked once the Navy announced the successful eradication of Whitebeard. Nevertheless, many still harbored doubts. Although the Navy claimed to have slain by Huzi, the absence of his corpse renders this assertion highly dubious. The second matter pertains to Huzi, who has acquired the abilities of dual devil fruits. He has also gathered an array of formidable individuals, establishing a new crew known as the Huzi Pirates, whose power has now reached a level comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Some clandestinely refer to him as the 5th emperor. The third incident involves the fierce battle between Chi Quan and Xing Ji. It is said that they fought for 10 consecutive days and nights on an island, altering the very landscape of the terrain. Ultimately, Chi Quan emerged victorious, while the defeated Xing Ji withdrew from the Navy. The fourth notable event is that Buggy became the first person in history to escape from Impel Down, taking a multitude of criminals with him. However, the specifics of how Buggy managed to flee from the prison renowned for its stringent security remain shrouded in mystery. In summary, these past 2 years have been rife with rumors, causing widespread unease. The tales surrounding the Straw Hat crew are particularly extraordinary, especially the incident at Sabaody Archipelago where Straw Hat Luffy brutally assaulted a celestial dragon, generating an explosive impact. It is said that following this confrontation, the Straw Hat crew was pursued by a Marine Admiral. Remarkably, they not only defeated the 3,000 Marine soldiers who attempted to encircle them, but also triumphed over the Admiral Kazu, leading to his withdrawal from the race for the position of Fleet Admiral. Moreover, Credible sources suggest that Buggy's prison break was orchestrated by the Straw Hat crew, who also rescued Ace, preventing the Navy from publicly executing Fire Fist Ace, thus tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Consequently, the reputation of the Straw Hat crew has reached unprecedented heights, with some individuals even using their banner to openly recruit powerful pirates. This has led to unscrupulous pirates indiscriminately slaughtering civilians and marine soldiers in pursuit of lucrative bounties. In an effort to maintain peace, the world government sought to recruit a cadre of skilled individuals from the civilian sector, forming a new naval force, which included Fujitora. Born into a wealthy family, Fujitora developed a penchant for gambling and idleness, prompting his parents to seek a swordsmanship teacher for him. This initiative sparked a transformation in Fujitora, who became enamored with the art of the sword, making significant strides in his skill. However, his gambling addiction persisted, exacerbated by the arduous nature of his sword training. One fateful day, Fujitora found himself at a casino bustling with unfamiliar islanders. After several rounds, he lost all his money. A man resembling a leader proposed a wager. If Fujitora lost, he would surrender all the treasures aboard his ship. If he won, the man would relinquish all his family's possessions. In his inebriated state, Fujitora unconditionally accepted the challenge. However, after a single round, he realized he had been duped. Losing his own money was one thing, but relinquishing his family's estate was altogether unacceptable. Relying on his swordsmanship, Fujitora prepared to confront the man. A bystander quickly alerted Fujitora's family. By the time his father arrived, Fujitora had already been defeated, with the opponent presenting evidence of a signed agreement indicating that Fujitora had forfeited all his family's wealth. Fujitora's father refused to accept this, leading to a confrontation between him and the opponent. Among them lurked a formidable combatant who easily vanquished Fujitora's side, resulting in the family being thoroughly robbed. In a fit of rage, Fujitora's father took his own life, while his mother succumbed to illness due to the emotional turmoil, leaving Fujitora and his swordsmanship teacher behind. After their recovery, the duo embarked on a quest to seek vengeance against the pirate crew responsible for their misfortunes. However, they encountered adversaries of unparalleled swordsmanship, leading to the defeat of Fujitora's teacher and the blinding of Fujitora himself. From that moment forth, Fujitora became a blind swordsman, wandering the world. He sought out various sword masters, enhancing his skills and fortuitously gaining the gravity fruit, significantly augmenting his power. Eventually, he crossed paths with the very pirate who had blinded him, who had since used his ill-gotten gains to embark on a new age of piracy and encountered Roger's crew. In a subsequent battle, he successfully injured Rayleigh, leading to his rise in notoriety and a substantial bounty. Years later, empowered by the gravity fruit, Fujitora confronted his nemesis once more. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. After a fierce struggle, he finally defeated the pirate, avenging his past grievances and delivering him to the depths of the underwater prison. Within the confines of the prison, the defeated pirate, reflecting on his past, devised a sword technique specifically targeting the eyes of his foes. However, he found himself unable to enact revenge, as time was not on his side. Coincidentally, another swordsman was imprisoned alongside him, who had previously been defeated by Mihawk and sought vengeance against him. The two bonded over their shared experiences, and the eye-targeting sword technique was shared with the imprisoned pirate, igniting his excitement. 2 years ago, when Ace escaped from Impel Down, this individual also managed to break free. He immediately sought out Mihawk for revenge, only to find that Mihawk was not present on the island. Instead, he encountered Perona, mistakenly believing her to be Mihawk's wife, intensifying his desire for vengeance. However, adhering to the code of honor of a swordsman, he refrained from harming women and requested Perona to summon Mihawk. Perona, recognizing the individual as a challenger seeking Mihawk, sought out Zoro instead, knowing he had previously defeated several opponents of this nature. Initially reluctant to engage, as he was preoccupied with battling a formidable foe, Zoro's interest was piqued upon hearing that the newcomer was exceptionally strong. During their clash, Zoro sustained an eye injury, reminiscent of the technique that had once blinded Fujitora. Perona had intended to intervene, yet Zoro remained resolute, understanding that losing this battle would disqualify him from receiving Mihawk's guidance and hinder his growth. Despite losing an eye, Zoro unleashed an unparalleled potential, ultimately defeating his opponent. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that the technique which had blinded Fujitora also inflicted harm upon Zoro, suggesting a mysterious connection between their fates. Similarly, another formidable individual recruited into the Navy is Ryukyu. In his youth, Ryukyu was a member of the underworld, leading a life rife with violence. Initially intent on continuing this lifestyle, he was inspired by a news report regarding Chi Quan's enlistment in the Navy. Having once been a member of the underworld himself, Chi Quan's ascension to the Navy prompted Ryukyu to contemplate a similar path. Moreover, considerations of identity ceased to be an obstacle during Sengoku's tenure as Fleet Admiral. Luño had no chance of joining the Navy, so he chose to set sail and hunt down pirates. Perhaps, in doing so, he might earn a place in the Navy, much like Akainu. Years later, he discovered an unsettling truth. The pirates he could defeat were largely obscure, while those of great renown proved insurmountable, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. One day, he encountered a man entirely encased in armor. Upon meeting on the high seas, Luño inquired about his identity, threatening to eliminate him if he were a pirate. The man replied he was not a pirate, but was on a quest for a certain object. This individual was Hercules, whom Usopp had encountered on the Boyne archipelago. Hercules recounted that his family had long possessed a devil fruit capable of controlling plants. Initially, Luño had little interest in devil fruits, but upon learning that this particular fruit had remained uneaten for many years, the two decided to travel together to the Boyne archipelago. Upon their arrival on the island, they found all the flora to be peculiar and could not identify which was the devil fruit. Moreover, both the plants and animals on the island exhibited considerable strength. They agreed to consume plants resembling the devil fruit. Ultimately, fortune favored Luño. One day, he discovered that his body could sprout plants, leading him to suspect he had consumed the elusive devil fruit. He began searching for Hercules to inform him, but he could not find any trace of him. Luño assumed that Hercules had met the same fate as his comrades, consumed by the island, and left with a sense of disappointment and regret. Subsequently, Luño harnessed his newfound abilities to hunt pirates, eventually earning a reputation as a renowned pirate hunter. Later, when Akainu ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral and initiated a conscription plan, Luño successfully joined the Navy, filling a vacancy among the admirals due to his formidable strength. While the Navy was mobilizing, the pirate world was also rife with activity. In the past 2 years, several formidable adversaries emerged, such as Caribou, who wielded the powers of the swamp devil fruit. However, these developments were of little concern to our crew. Our primary focus was on reuniting for our next adventure. Upon arriving at the bar run by Shaki, I pushed open the door, and Uncle Rayleigh immediately recognized my presence. "Ah, you're here quite early," he remarked. "Haha, Uncle Rayleigh, thank you for your support over the past 2 years." "Shaki, it has been a while," I greeted her. "Oh dear, the ninja boy has arrived," she responded. "By the way, has everyone else arrived?" Shaki elegantly flicked away the ash from her cigarette and replied. "Zoro was the first to arrive, but he went out for drinks. Nami arrived 3 days ago and is currently shopping. You're the third to arrive." "I see. Then I shall return to the ship for now." Although 2 years had passed, my system had not fully unlocked. Even with the influence of Uncle Rayleigh and Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, the remaining time on my system was reduced to merely 4 years. In truth, I was quite content. After 2 years without the system's companionship, I had gradually adapted to this lifestyle. Moreover, due to previous rewards, I had developed new techniques. For instance, while I was physically on the ship, my perception range extended to 3 kilometers around me. At first glance, this range seemed unchanged, possibly even diminished. However, this ability took me 6 months to master. In simpler terms, my previous perception could be classified as active perception, while I had now upgraded this skill to a passive effect. In summary, despite the mere passage of 2 years with the aid of shadow clones, I had developed numerous new techniques. Even without Haki, I felt more confident in future battles. Upon returning to the Thousand Sunny, I was surprised to see Bartholomew Kuma, battered and bruised. The moment he spotted me, His eyes glinted red, and he declared, "The Straw Hat crew has appeared. The mission to protect them is complete." Before staggering away, I was astonished by the overwhelming power of the fallen god, and it was evident that even Kuma had sustained severe injuries. It seemed that the attack on the Thousand Sunny had not been orchestrated by mere amateurs. Even after 2 years, the world government's pursuit of the Straw Hat crew had not ceased. I could only wonder if even more formidable foes would emerge in the future. Lying on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, I found comfort on the soft, jelly-like coating beneath me. A sense of unprecedented tranquility washed over me, allowing me to relax completely and soon drift into slumber. I was abruptly awakened by a scream and groggily sat up. Seeing Nami in a panic, I shouted, "Stop yelling. Why, you're alive!" She exclaimed, "I was alive before, but now it's uncertain." Nami cautiously approached and gently pinched my arm to confirm I was indeed alive, after which tears streamed down her face. She enveloped me in a tight embrace, her large, warm eyes continuously pressing against my forehead. "What the heck? You made me so worried. I'm so glad you're alive." Goodness, it had only been 2 years, and the little girl had transformed into a young woman. Her large, round eyes were soft and fragrant, making it difficult for me to breathe. After struggling to push away the emotional Nami, I gasped for air and said, "I thought I might not make it either, but thankfully my vitality is quite resilient, allowing me to see you all again. Speaking of which, you seem to have been drinking plenty of milk these past 2 years." Nami glanced down, wiped her tears, and blushed with a smile. "I'm doing all right. By the way, how did you survive?" "Well, let's save that conversation for when everyone else arrives. Otherwise, it feels like I would have to repeat myself multiple times." Nami nodded, agreeing with my reasoning, and ceased her inquiries. We headed to the kitchen, intending to boil some water, when suddenly I sensed something unusual on the entire Shambadi archipelago. Navy soldiers were gathering in droves, and judging by their direction, they seemed to be approaching us. I smirked at Nami. "It seems we have guests." Nami looked at me in confusion, not understanding my meaning. I brought my fingers together and quietly whispered a command. 3 kilometers away, the Earth's color began to fade, and paper inscribed with runes suddenly appeared. The paper began to smoke, followed by a flash of flames. A series of explosions erupted, sending the Navy soldiers tumbling head over heels. Once the explosion subsided, the ground had dropped by more than 2 meters. Many Navy soldiers lay scattered, groaning in pain, evidently suffering significant injuries. "Did you hear that? It sounds like an explosion. Is someone fighting?" Nami held a teacup, her ears twitching as if trying to confirm the existence of the explosions. I smiled slightly. "Indeed, there has been a battle, and it has already concluded." With nothing else to do, I proactively utilized my reconnaissance ability, allowing me to survey the entire archipelago, even from the outskirts of the Shambadi Islands. This capability greatly facilitated both danger prevention and observation tracking. I can even simultaneously employ the heart-to-heart technique of the Zhongshan clan, thereby achieving spiritual communication with anyone on the island. Just as I contemplated whether to give it a try, I spotted a target, Chopper, donning a blue hat. The little fellow was leisurely strolling along, playfully swiping at the grass with a small stick, exuding an endearing charm. With a mischievous spirit, I called Nami to my side. "Nami, place your hand on my forehead." "What's going on?" she queried. "Hurry and press down. You'll understand." Reluctantly, Nami placed her trembling hand upon my brow. In the next moment, her vision soared above the entire Shambard archipelago, rapidly descending and landing upon Chopper. "What is happening?" she exclaimed. "Huh? Chopper." Chopper, several kilometers away, halted in his tracks, bewildered, glancing around to find no one in sight. A cold sweat broke out as he stuttered, "Who's there? I'm not afraid of you." Witnessing Chopper's startled reaction, Nami shook my arm vigorously. "What's going on? It feels like we're greeting Chopper from another dimension. What kind of technique is this?" "Isn't it amusing? Let me give him another scare." With that, I closed my eyes once more, pinpointing Chopper's location. With a clap of my hands, slender branches began to sprout gently from beneath Chopper's feet. These branches, delicate and supple, were unlike any with techniques I had previously employed, mimicking Chopper's gait. One tendril softly coiled around his shoulder as I lowered my voice. Chopper, I met a tragic end. Why haven't you come to my rescue? Chopper trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks as he quavered, I need help. Nami slapped my forehead. Enough. Don't frighten him anymore. Bring him over here, quickly. TCH, this girl can't handle a little fun, I thought, though seeing Chopper curled up on the ground, frozen with fear, softened my heart. I guided the branches to transform into my likeness, took Chopper, and with a swift movement, we appeared aboard the Thousand Sunny. Nami enveloped Chopper in a comforting embrace, soothing him. When Chopper finally opened his eyes, he burst into tears. Nami, I just heard Light S assistants calling for me. I was so scared. I really wanted to save him. Nami shot me a glare before continuing to comfort Chopper. Once Chopper regained his composure and turned to look at me, he froze in place, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Little did we know, Chopper was not merely a reindeer, nor a raccoon. In reality, he was a creature from the final island, Raftel. Years ago, Chopper's mother, while pregnant with him, had ventured to Drum Island for leisure. After all, Raftel is quite close to Drum Island, almost directly opposite it. While she was frolicking, a whale named Laboon collided with the red soil continent, causing her to fall. She had hoped to ascend Drum Island once more and return to Raftel, but tragically, she was swallowed by Laboon. Perhaps by fortune, she encountered Uncle Dr. Ho, who rescued her. However, this meant she could no longer ascend Drum Island, and thus had to continue forward. After several twists and turns, she arrived at Drum Island, where she gave birth to Chopper, exhausting all her strength in the process. At that time, Chopper was taken in by a herd of reindeer. As Chopper grew older, the herd soon realized that despite his resemblance to them, he was not of the same species and began to drive him away. By chance, Chopper consumed the Hito no Mi, eventually meeting his mentor, who took him in once more. In truth, Chopper could understand the language of all creatures. This ability was not solely a gift of the Hito no Mi. It seemed that all beings on Raftel possessed this talent. Yet Chopper's journey had been a solitary path back home. Even more disheartening was Luffy, who now reflected that Raftel appeared to be relatively close to East Blue's Windmill Village. Had they not entered the Grand Line and instead traversed the windless zone from Drum Island, they could have reached Raftel directly. Instead, they had chosen the longest route to Raftel. After 2 days, Luffy finally appeared, burdened by an enormous pack, trudging forward. However, behind him, a throng of Navy personnel was in pursuit. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy has been spotted. Immediate reinforcements are needed at Island 16. Though I was not present on the scene, reading lips was trivial for the Sharingan. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Luffy has landed on the island. I will go fetch him. Really? Luffy is here. Fantastic. That little rascal has finally shown up. Yo-ho-ho, Luffy-san has arrived. Zoro volunteered. I'll go greet him. Everyone was taken aback. What is happening? The world has truly changed. Even the directionally challenged are leading the way now. I quickly intervened, trying to pacify him. Brother, why don't you take a break? Nami echoed exactly. If Luffy can't find you, we'll have to search for you. Sanji chimed in. Yes, right. We've already reached Fishman Island while you're still here. Amid our banter, Zoro grew irate. What? You latecomers are criticizing my top-notch skills? Sanji could not tolerate Zoro's retort, just as these two were locked in a glare. I'd already used a clone to bring Luffy back aboard the ship. After 2 years apart, our reunion stirred emotions that words could not express. Yet, it seemed the Navy had no intention of granting us a moment of respite. 20 warships began to converge upon the Thousand Sunny. Boom! Splash! The cannon fires splashed the sea, signaling that this was not the time for reminiscing. I provocatively glared at Zoro. Green algae head. It's been 2 years since we last met. Let us have a contest. Hey, do you think I'm afraid of you? What is the challenge? Sanji, sensing our playful rivalry, rushed over. What is happening? Count me in. I grinned. That works. There are 21 warships over there. Let us see who can take down the most. Haha, this sounds exciting. I want to join. Luffy leapt onto the deck, eager to take the lead. Suddenly, a mechanical alarm rang out from the shore. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, it's Bartholomew Kuma. Help. He is aiming at us. What should we do? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji true to their observation haki, immediately turned their heads. A voice from ashore called out, "Straw Hat Crew, listen carefully, you are surrounded. Hasten to abandon ship and surrender, or we will unleash an assault upon you." Usopp swiftly adjusted his small telescope and exclaimed, "Isn't that War Peach Maru? What brings him here?" Va Peach Maru, with his great axe slung over his shoulder, declared, "I have now joined the Navy. Therefore, this time, you shall certainly not escape. PX5, PX7, PX2, commence operations." The three peacekeepers, with hands and mouths emanating lasers, all aimed at the Sunny. In the next instant, I materialized before one of them, arms raised with fingers spread apart. Ninjutsu, dust release, original realm separation technique. Whoosh. Boom. A colossal cube emerged from my palm, instantly encasing one of the peacekeepers within. Following a flash of white light, PX vanished from sight. Va Peach Maru stood in stunned silence. Nami covered her mouth, speechless in astonishment. Light of Assistance. Chopper was moved to tears. Wow. It seems Light of Assistance has grown stronger. Brook plucked a string on his instrument. Indeed, I recall 2 years ago he could handle it, but it took considerable effort. Frankie adjusted the posture of his arms. Moreover, have you noticed? The range of his technique seems to have expanded significantly. Robin swept a hand through her long hair. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji observed as I, utilizing my speed advantage, struck first, shouting, "Hey, that's against the rules." In a flash, Luffy's right arm stretched like a spring. Second block. Jet pistol. Bang. Boom. Another peacekeeper was struck squarely in the face by Luffy's punch, exploding on impact. If my swift elimination of one had astonished War Peach Maru, Luffy's attack surely elicited an exclamation of disbelief. How is that possible? The Straw Hat Kid has learned to use haki? However, further astonishment awaited him. A shadowy figure flashed several times. Demon Wind Foot, Meat Grinder Kick. Simultaneously, atop the Sunny, one sword style. Long spear breaking path. A blue slash cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the peacekeeper on the shore. Bang, bang. Zoro's slash and Sanji's kick struck true. Va Peach Mahuzite. Have these fellows truly grown this strong? In less than 30 seconds, the three peacekeepers were rendered useless. The Navy's soldiers began a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. Understood. Gunfire erupted all around. Would release, cloud platform technique. From the earth along the shore, a wooden platform extended, supporting Luffy securely. I smiled slightly. "Captain, please." Luffy grinned knowingly. With eyes closed, he opened them again, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that swept across the 5,000 Navy soldiers before us. Sanji remarked, "Goodness, that conqueror's haki." Zoro sheathed his sword, stating, "Naturally, if the captain lacked such prowess, it would be time for a change." Looking at the Navy forces one by one, they fell, eyes glazed over, unable to rise. Conqueror's haki. That kid has mastered it in just 2 short years? War Peach Maru felt he had overestimated the Straw Hat crew. He had brought only 5,000 soldiers and 3 peacekeepers, yet their combat capabilities had been utterly decimated in under a minute. 2 years ago, even 2 peacekeepers could have inflicted a fatal blow on the Straw Hats. Having dealt with the foes onshore, we returned to our ship. Green Algae Head, not bad. It seems your swordsmanship has improved significantly over these 2 years. I teased Zoro, pointing at the fallen peacekeeper. Still, I was somewhat astonished. 2 years ago, he could not even leave a scratch on it. Now, he had nearly severed it in half. Zoro, eyeing the damage he had inflicted, let out a cold snort. "Oomph. You think you're funny? Want to test my full power?" Good lad, unappreciative of kindness. Just as I was about to taunt him further, Sanji interjected, Hey, do you think you're so tough? Does Hawkeye know? Huh, what does that have to do with you? 7th place. As I sensed the two were about to quarrel, I quickly interjected, "Enough chatter, the competition has begun. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance, you can go first." It dawned on them that the wager was against the opposing warship. Goodness, observing the encircled warship and the rain of cannonballs falling around, Sanji took the lead. Moon step, solo flight. Leaping through the air, Sanji soared above the warship. "Hey, you lousy cook, that's cheating," Zoro lamented, unable to fly himself. Just moments ago, The enemy was on the shore, but now the warship was at least 500 meters away, a distance that would severely diminish the power of his slashes. What's wrong? Are you scared? Heh, I'm off first. Green hair. Who are you calling green hair? Watch it, or I'll chop you down. I laughed heartily, soaring into the sky, ignoring the green-haired figure hopping around on the ship. Luffy lay at the bow, lamenting how wonderful it is to fly. If only I had developed a flying skill too. Although his rubber arms could stretch, the 500-meter distance surpassed his limits, leaving him watching as Sanji and I dealt with the warships. I perched cross-legged beside Sanji. Hey, Pikachu, why does your moon step look so strenuous? Get lost. Who is Pikachu? You jerk? All right, then you better get started. How about we add a time limit? Sanji, elegantly suspended in the air, lit a cigarette. Hey, that's a good idea. How long? How about 10 seconds? Let us see how many warships you can take down in that time. No problem. Watch as I showcase my kicking techniques honed through 2 years of hellish training. With that, Sanji flicked the cigarette butt away, raised one leg high, and unleashed. Demon Wind Foot, Seafood Platter Kick. Flames erupted from his feet, and as he executed the technique, the flames were hurled towards the warships below. Boom, boom, boom. Time is up. Glancing down, I noted that while only one warship had sunk, the masts of 5 others had been severely damaged. Given a little more time, I was confident they too would soon follow suit. Breathing heavily, Sanji exclaimed, "So what do you think? You're impressed now, right, you jerk? Ha ha ha. Impressive. Just as Sanji seemed about to plummet, I swiftly caught him. In a flash, I reappeared aboard the Sunny. Meanwhile, the others remained busy, intercepting the relentless barrage of cannonballs. Hey, have you all finished? Why isn't the enemy's attack diminished at all? Almost there. Just give me 10 seconds. Aware of their mounting pressure, I too had to become serious. Clapping my hands together, chakra surged through me. Sage art, water release, sea split wave technique. With a fierce shout, I observed as a crack slowly appeared on the surface of the sea beneath the lineup of warships across from us. As my roar grew louder, the fissure expanded, ultimately splitting the entire surface of the sea. 20 warships plunged into the abyss below. What on earth is happening? How can the ocean crack open? Oh no, we're falling. Help! I watched the warships vanish before me, a subtle smile gracing my lips as I returned to my companions. Hey. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Although I have no eyes. Ho. Amazing. It truly has split apart. What a marvel, Guangxi Zhu. Have you truly become this formidable? It is absolutely breathtaking that you can effortlessly alter the terrain. Such feats, I had thought only Akiji could accomplish. Robin turned to glance at me. Could it be that he has reached the same level as Akiji? With the surrounding navy dealt with, we were finally ready to set sail. Luffy has indeed matured significantly over the past 2 years, leaping onto the deck to address everyone. My dear friends, it has been 2 years since we last met, and there is so much to discuss. However, now is not the time. For now, let's embark on our journey. Nami, how is the course looking? Nami smiled confidently, saying everything is fine. Frankie, let us set sail. Oh, as we stood, the jelly-like membrane beneath us inflated, and the Thousand Sunny officially gained the ability to navigate underwater. Brothers, steer full ahead. We are off. The Thousand Sunny first rose slightly, then plunged head first into the sea. Below the surface, the ship continued to descend, and the scenery transformed with each passing moment. Various fish swimming past us, a sight far more thrilling than any film. Soon, we found ourselves in the depths of the ocean. The sunlight had begun to fade, and the temperature around us started to drop. Hey, Nami, why is it getting colder? Isn't it obvious? We have been submerged for quite a while now. With no sunlight, of course, it's cold. Indeed, from the looks of it, we are approximately 5,000 meters below the surface. Observing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that being alive seems rather splendid. At that moment, Robin approached me, asking, "Ninja-san, can we speak now?" Everyone turned to look at me, curiosity evident in their eyes. I settled down cross-legged and began recounting the events that transpired after my death. Of course, there was no need to disclose the details of the system. However, I could share about rescuing Ace from Impel Down and the battle on the unnamed island against Whitebeard. although I refrained from embellishing my narrative, merely presenting the facts calmly. The shocking nature of the events left my companions on edge. After recounting those two incidents, I also shared the information I had gathered from Sabaody Archipelago. However, Luffy seemed utterly uninterested in such matters, and the others felt similarly, save for Robin, who appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, and everyone became alert. After all, we were in the deep sea, so how could a light suddenly appear? Frankie activated the Thousand Sunny's headlights, yet the opposing light was too blinding, rendering Sunny's lights ineffective. Just as we were at a loss, a gigantic fish emerged behind that light, with its massive jaws agape. It seemed intent on swallowing the Thousand Sunny whole. Damn those distant light fools. Is there no one to handle this? But it was too late for words. As we were about to be devoured along with the ship, Luffy raised his arm, and Zoro unsheathed his sword, seemingly ready to strike. To our surprise, Nami darted forward and gave both of them a good smack on the head. Stop it, you fools. Do you want to get us killed? Now is not the time to watch Nami beat people up. I clapped my hands and exclaimed, Ninjutsu would release door departure technique. I extended one hand and swiftly shot forth a slender wooden log from my palm. As the log penetrated the membrane, it rapidly expanded, encasing the Thousand Sunny in mere seconds. However, on the other side, countless sharp spikes lined up in an orderly fashion. From a distance, the Thousand Sunny appeared to transform into a colossal sea urchin. The giant fish bit down, its mouth completely pierced, blood flowing as it met its demise. Knowing we were now out of danger, I dispelled the ninjutsu and smiled. Hey, Luffy, would you like some fish? Luffy, sporting a large bump on his head, rushed over at the mention of food, nodding vigorously. Minutes later, each of us had a plate of grilled fish, relishing the surrounding darkness as we awaited the arrival of Fishman Island. Hey, Guangxi Zhu, your technique is incredible. How can you share vision like that? Is this also ninjutsu? It feels like you can do anything. It's amazing. I quickly interrupted their praises and offered a simple explanation. In truth, it was merely a matter of sharing my passive perception through the secret techniques of the Nakama clan. While it might be difficult for others to grasp, one could imagine me as a surveillance camera, using sensors to transmit images directly into their minds. Luffy as the monitor, Zoro as the camera, Usopp as the sensor, Chopper providing the visuals, and Brook chiming in with his jingle. A remarkable ability indeed. You all didn't quite understand, did you? With the shared vision, despite the dim surroundings, we avoided danger. Thus, as we passed through a tunnel-like opening, a blinding white light suddenly engulfed us. The contrast was so overwhelming that everyone struggled to open their eyes. I gazed at the enormous sphere in the distance, perplexed by its nature. At that moment, 4 towering sea beasts emerged, each standing as tall as the Thousand Sunny. Their fierce visages fixated on me. A lion, a rhinoceros, a giraffe, and a gorilla. Behind these 4 massive sea creatures, a shadowy voice resonated. You're the Straw Hat Pirates, correct? I have heard you defeated the Fishman Arlong. A fishman resembling an eel perched atop one of the sea beasts. Looking down at me, I picked my nose, gazing at this individual, unsure of what he meant. Did he wish to invite us to a meal? Whether or not we are the Straw Hat Pirates would depend on what he intended to do. Just as I was about to feign a few words to gauge his intentions, Luffy stepped forward, fixing his gaze on him, declaring, Indeed, if you seek revenge, feel free to come at us. Hey, Captain, you seem a bit hasty. Are you truly going to fight here in the ocean? We don't seem to have the upper hand. If you join us now, the new Fishman Pirates, all past grievances can be forgotten. Zoro boldly interjected. Everyone turned to him, expecting some constructive input. You look quite like an eel, so you must be an eel man. We were all taken aback by Zoro's comment, astonished that even at this moment, he was stoking the flames. The eel man clenched his fist, fury rising on his face, veins bulging on his forehead, ready to explode. Before he could take action, the Sangney ship emitted a tremendous roar as the wind was violently expelled. The air within the membrane was instantaneously evacuated, pressing everyone aboard firmly against the deck, rendering them utterly immobile. The Sangney ship howled as it surged toward the enormous sphere in the sky. Following a violent collision, we found ourselves submerged in water. Initially, I assumed the Sangi would disintegrate upon impact with the sphere. To my astonishment, the sphere was composed of the same material as the membrane. It is no wonder that Frankie is such a clever fellow. He decisively resolved this conflict. However, the pressing question remains, what shall we do in this predicament? Beneath the sea, there lies yet another underwater realm, and we have been scattered by the immense inertia. If it were merely a matter of falling into the ocean, that would be manageable, but there are 4 individuals with abilities aboard the ship. If we fail to locate them, it will be tantamount to drowning. I grasped Robin beside me with one hand. At this point, there was little else to do. Saving one is better than none. I placed Robin on the shore, observing her alabaster skin and long legs, her entire form drenched. The 2 prominent features on her chest gleaming brightly, nearly blinding me. Goodness, this young lady has become remarkably fair in just 2 years. Could it be that she bathes in milk daily? Speaking of which, she is now completely soaked. And to prevent her from catching a chill, I felt compelled to remove her wet clothing. Yes, that seems like the right course of action. My gaze fixed on the zipper of Robin's garment, my hands involuntarily trembling. I swallowed hard. The scene was so exquisite that it stirred the most primal of impulses within me. After all, I pride myself on being an upstanding gentleman. How could I engage in such opportunistic behavior? Thus, I gritted my teeth and tightly shut my eyes. The moment my fingers brushed against the zipper, my body shuddered. As I exerted pressure downward, the zipper gradually parted. Once it traversed a hillock, I suddenly felt the air tremble, as if 2 large bunnies burst forth from the taut fabric. "Ninja-san, what are you doing?" Robin suddenly inquired, startling me to the core. My eyes flew open. It is indeed our Robin-chan, whose reflexes are astonishingly swift. As she wrapped her arms around her chest, 2 additional arms appeared above me, effectively covering my eyes. Anyone else would surely have been unable to see. However, alas, an uncontrollable flow of blood surged from my nostrils, leaving me weak in the knees. Yet one part of me remained defiantly erect. "Ninja-san, I didn't expect you to be such a lecherous wolf." Robin, aware that I had seen too much, nonchalantly released her grip. I truly did not intend for this to happen. This involuntary reaction is quite distressing. While wiping my nose, I shuffled backward, reminding myself that I must not collapse at this moment. Otherwise, my true intentions would be revealed. Robin cast a sultry glance my way, a smile gracing her lips, an expression I had never encountered before. Her smile left me feeling somewhat insecure. What was the meaning of it? Mockery? Contempt? I quickly lowered my head to inspect myself. Not only was I not diminutive, but I appeared quite formidable as well. What could she possibly mean by that? Just as my thoughts swirled, Robin gazed out at the sea, casually remarking, "I wonder how Luffy and the others are faring?" At this, I felt a surge of indignation. Hey, that's rather hurtful. However, there was no need to argue about it. Otherwise, I would appear lacking in confidence. Thus, I reluctantly played along with her comment. Let me take a look before I respond. To my surprise, the area was indeed quite vast. My 3-kilometer visual range was insufficient for complete coverage. Therefore, I activated my active perception. Even then, it merely extended my range to 10 kilometers. Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper are at 7 o'clock. Nami, Frankie, and Brook are at 3 o'clock. Usopp is at 11 o'clock. But where has the green-haired creature gone? Why can't I locate him? It appeared everyone had dispersed. Speaking of which, what are your plans moving forward? Robin, adjusting her hair, seemed to have bridged the gap between us with the earlier incident. Since we have all separated, let us proceed independently. I am particularly interested in exploring the history of this nation. The history of this nation? Indeed, given the enduring existence of Fishman Island, it must possess a rich history. As Robin spoke of history, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It is no wonder. Her quest to uncover the world's history was the very reason she chose to venture out to sea. It seems that despite our 2 years apart, Robin has not forgotten her original aspirations. Ninja-san, where do you intend to go? Me? I'm not quite sure. I suppose I will just wander for now. In contrast to Robin's clear objective, I appeared somewhat indifferent. Reflecting upon my journey, it seems I have lacked a definitive purpose from the beginning. My prior travels with Luffy were driven by the system's tasks. Now that the system has collapsed, it should have been the perfect time for my departure. Yet, I never anticipated that 2 years later, I would still choose to accompany Luffy. I ambled forward, my disinterest in the beautiful scenery apparent. My mind lingered on the question of what this journey was truly for. Forget it. Perhaps life inherently lacks meaning. Therefore, I shall take each step as it comes. It is a rare opportunity to have arrived in the pirate world, and moreover, this is the legendary Fishman Island. This is not a destination accessible to just anyone, so I should relish the beauty surrounding me. Additionally, since I have arrived at Fishman Island, I might as well visit Jinbei. I recall that 2 years ago, when parting ways with Jinbei, he specifically entrusted me with a valuable item upon my arrival at Mermaid Island. I wonder what it could be. Now that I am here, I shall go and find out. Adjusting my mindset, I set off once more. As I walked, I arrived at a bustling area that resembled a commercial street. However, the locals seemed less than enthusiastic upon seeing me. Hey, look, it's a human. Shoo, keep your voice down. They say humans carry viruses. We mustn't get too close. Quick, look, that person is staring over here. Turn away before we catch the virus. Exactly. Humans should hurry and leave this island. Whispers filled my ears as groups of fishmen pointed and murmured about me. I had not paid attention to their discussions before, but now it seemed there was something amiss. I feigned ignorance to their chatter and approached the most assertive individual of the group. Upon noticing my approach, he promptly turned away and retreated into his shop, hastily closing the door behind him. His swift actions left me bewildered. Was such a display truly necessary? He didn't even bother to pretend. Just as I was about to seek another target, a fishman clad in armor approached, resembling a soldier. He wielded a steel fork and glided toward me with purpose. With a distance of merely 3 meters remaining, he came to a halt, yet made a gesture of stopping. Human, do not advance any further. What do you intend to do? The tone of his voice was imbued with palpable impatience. I discreetly surveyed my surroundings, where the expressions of the gathered crowd were rife with hostility, seemingly unconvinced that the soldier's words bore any impropriety. I cleared my throat and retorted, "Do I need to inform you of my intentions?" Upon hearing my words, the fishmen around me were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with indignation. If they had shown any restraint moments ago, the facade had now been utterly shattered. Damn it! I told you humans are an inferior race. How dare you act so arrogantly? Another added, "Indeed, what audacity, speaking to us in such a tone. Wouldn't it be better if all humans perished? Hey, guard, eliminate him quickly. Allowing a human to remain here is nothing short of polluting our waters." The soldier-like fishman, already incensed by my calling him a fish, was further emboldened by the surrounding discourse. He brandished his trident before his chest and slammed it down on the ground, causing fissures to appear in the once solid earth. He glanced at the cracks beneath him, seemingly satisfied with his display of strength, and with a derisive smirk, he addressed me. "Inferior races lack manners. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? You should know that I could end your life at this very moment." With that, he pressed his toes down, shattering the bricks beneath him. Did you see that? The new fisherman pirates are formidable. Even the guards are this strong. Isn't that obvious? The strength of a fishman is inherently over 10 times that of a human. Those who can join the new fisherman pirates are truly the elite among them. Listening to the mockery from the surrounding fishmen, I seemed to catch a key phrase. New fisherman pirates? Is that your source of arrogance? New fisherman pirates? Are they truly impressive? The familiar name evoked memories of my encounters in the East China Sea, where I had once clashed with Arlong. How nostalgic. The man before me, seeing my seemingly oblivious demeanor, remarked, "Are you frightened? If you kneel and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather, I will pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, I found myself too weary to engage with this fool, and besides, I had pressing matters at hand. I had no idea where Jinbei was. My earlier search had yielded no results nearby. However, despite not locating Jinbei, I did spot a familiar figure within a building behind the group. Thus, I began to stride towards that direction, wholly disregarding the guard before me. The man waited expectantly for me to call him grandfather, but when he opened his eyes, he found I had already walked several meters away. Seeing that I had treated him with utter indifference, and with many fishmen observing the spectacle, the guard's pride was wounded. His face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Halt! How dare you disregard my presence? I was inclined to spare you, but now, even if you bow, I shall not forgive you." With that, he twirled his trident above his head and charged towards me. I had no inclination to deal with him. The familiar figure I had sensed earlier seemed to be fleeing from something. Just as the trident was about to strike, my form vanished in an instant. The next moment, I reappeared 100 meters away. Following that, I executed several swift movements, completely disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Hey! This human does not seem ordinary. Indeed, he appears remarkably swift. Look, even the guard failed to notice him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Do not alert the guard. However, their whispers, which they believed were discreet, clearly reached the guard's ears. Having initially been so confident, he was now unable to accept that his opponent had vanished in mere moments. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself in the direction I had fled. Meanwhile, I continued to dart about until I was near the familiar figure. The person appeared to be desperately fleeing when suddenly, a shadow obstructed his path. This caused him to react with both anger and urgency. "Hey, move aside. Who? Xiao Ba? Is that really you?" Upon seeing me, Xiao Ba froze for a brief second before recognizing me. However, in that fleeting moment, the relentless pursuer behind him struck his back. Thud! "Hey, Xiao Ba, what happened?" I hurried to examine him, and upon closer inspection, I found his back was akin to that of a porcupine, peppered with arrows. "Hey, Xiao Ba, are you all right?" I wrapped my arm around Xiao Ba's body, channeling healing energy throughout him. Then, I swiftly moved him to a flat surface. Just as Xiao Ba was about to speak, a new wave of flying daggers came hurtling towards us. There appeared to be dozens of them. As they were about to strike Xiao Ba's back once more, I swiftly formed a hand seal and invoked Doton Doria Hiki. The sound of clanging echoed as all the daggers were deflected. "Xiao Ba, what is going on?" "Cough, I'm fine. You should escape quickly." I gently set Xiao Ba down and began to extract the arrows from his back. Despite the healing energy at work, he was still drenched in sweat from the pain. Once I had cleared all the projectiles, the healing energy began to take effect, stopping the bleeding and allowing Xiao Ba to regain some strength. "All right, now we can discuss the details. What transpired?" "Those daggers seemed aimed directly at you." Xiao Ba took a breath. Indeed, those blades were all targeting me. No matter where I ran, they struck true. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, it must be a fruit ability." Noticing his hesitation, I took the opportunity to press my left index finger to his forehead. As my chakra flowed, the secret techniques of the Nakayama clan began to probe Xiao Ba's memories. After 2.5 seconds, I finally understood the situation. "It's Van Dodikan, isn't it?" Xiao Ba stared at me in astonishment. "How did you know?" I smiled and patted his shoulder. "Well, your injuries are no longer serious. Let us proceed together." Xiao Ba tentatively moved his body, realizing that he could indeed move without issue. While astonished, he also felt a new layer of mystique regarding me. "Together? Where to?" "Haha, of course. We are going to find Van Dodikan. He has caused you great harm, and we must seek some form of reparation." As I spoke, I helped Xiao Ba to his feet, my gaze fixed on the building behind him. Xiao Ba quickly interjected, No, let us not. I'm fine now. It has been a while since we last met. Why not find a place to eat first?" Sensing his reluctance to involve me in this conflict, I regarded him closely, noticing a blend of resignation and imploration in his expression. "Very well. It appears there is indeed something you wish to keep from me." Curiously, I reflected that during my earlier exploration of his memories, I had not uncovered anything particularly significant. As I was about to respond, a voice scolded me from behind. "Human, I finally caught up with you. Surrender now." Turning around, I found it was the guard. This fellow, undeterred by previous failures, appeared intent on creating further disturbances for me. I shook my head in resignation. Some individuals truly lack self-awareness and insist on seeking discomfort for themselves. Such people, unless shown the consequences of their actions, remain oblivious to the beauty of the world around them. "Fishman," he sneered, "I've heard you can breathe underwater, correct?" Having finally caught up with me, the guard's expression shifted as he laid eyes on my companion, Xiao Ba. A hint of disdain flickered in his gaze. He harbored an inherent animosity toward Xiao Ba. despite the latter being a former member of the Fishman pirate crew. The mere thought of befriending a human was enough to irk their leader, leading to a general discontent towards Xiao Ba among the crew, while addressing him as Uncle Ba may not genuinely hold him in high regard. The guard let out a cold snort, ignoring Xiao Ba entirely as he glared at me. Of course, we can breathe underwater. We fishmen are fundamentally different from you inferior beings. As he was about to launch into an endless tirade, I hastily interrupted. All right, let us make a wager. If you can survive for 10 minutes in the pool I create, I will comply with your demands. He smirked, dismissing the challenge. 10 minutes? I could last a year or even a decade. This is the essence of the superiority of our kind over your lowly race. Goodness, how verbose you are, I remarked, clapping my hands together. Ninjutsu, boil release, heavenly pool technique. In an instant, a cubic pool measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height enveloped the guard. The water rippled, and as he entered, a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Help, help! Xiao Ba, puzzled by the guard's reaction, wondered why a fishman would fear water. Was there something peculiar about this water? Moments later, the guard's skin turned a vivid red, and his struggles diminished significantly. A minute later, he ceased all resistance. Floating motionless at the surface, his eyes rolled back. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Xiao Ba's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the scene. Could it be? This water is boiling water? I chuckled, pulling Xiao Ba in the opposite direction. What's wrong, Xiao Ba? Aren't you taking me to eat? Let us go, I want boiled fish. Xiao Ba was speechless. He realized the water held some peculiar properties, but hadn't anticipated it was boiling. No wonder the fishman couldn't endure even a minute. Being boiled like this truly turned him into boiled fish. He quickly grabbed my arm, glancing around anxiously. You've caused a serious mess. We must flee. I was bewildered by Xiao Ba's urgency, allowing him to drag me swiftly into the woods to our right. What is going on? It was just a fish being boiled. Why is it such a big deal? Xiao Ba panted. You don't understand. For now, let us escape. Once we had ventured deep into the forest, Xiao Ba finally stopped. Hey, Xiao Ba, weren't we supposed to be going for a meal? Where are we now? Patience, the food is coming soon. Oh, by the way, we are in the sea forest. Generally, few venture here, so it's relatively safe. I surveyed the towering trees around us, astonished that the ocean floor could also harbor a forest. Nature truly is a marvel. This place seemed to rival the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Before long, Xiao Ba had prepared a feast of takoyaki, surprising me with the fact that he had brought seasonings along. After enjoying a delightful meal, I resumed my inquiries about the situation. Xiao Ba sighed. Do you remember the events 2 years ago at the Sabadi Archipelago auction? Yes, and so what? Didn't we send the Tenryubito flying? He shook his head. That is not what I meant. In truth, just as humans despise fishmen, fishmen harbor a significant disdain for humans. I paused, realizing that even within this animated realm, discrimination persisted. It echoed the age-old adage that wherever humans exist, they will inevitably categorize one another. Even in this two-dimensional world, such divisions remain. To me, they are mere illustrations, yet to the inhabitants of the pirate world, they are living beings. In that moment, I gained a fleeting insight into the challenges that lay ahead of me, albeit only a glimmer of understanding. I shook my head in exasperation. So, you mean to say I've stirred up trouble? Xiao Ba managed a wry smile. In Fishman Island, there are many fishmen who are not particularly friendly towards humans. In fact, they may even harbor hatred. And in what? There's a deeper reason. My ears perked up, and I quickly raised a hand to interrupt Xiao Ba before he could elaborate further. Why conceal your intentions after speaking for so long? It's time to reveal yourself. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Ba froze, his head swiveling like a roulette wheel, scanning the surroundings. From the edge of the forest, a hearty laugh rang out. I never imagined your senses would be so keen. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure appeared before us. I sprang to my feet. Jinbei, long time no see. It's been ages, my friend. Jinbei replied warmly. Oh, and Xiao Ba is here too. Indeed, I remarked it's Jinbei, the very ally who escaped from Impel Down with us 2 years ago. Look at you, Jinbei. You seem to be doing well, I observed. Thanks to you. I'm still alive and kicking. With Jinbei's arrival, the atmosphere brightened once more. As we conversed, several more figures emerged from the sea forest. What's going on? Is everyone gathering for a meeting here? Jinbei, Xiaoba began, noticing my wary expression, was about to ask when I interjected, "Wait, more familiar faces are coming. Let me bring them over." I formed hand signs, and in front of the sensed individuals, my clones manifested. In the next moment, my clones escorted them to our gathering. As they appeared, gasps of surprise erupted from the group. "Princess Shirahoshi, what are you doing here?" Xiaoba exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Meanwhile, I greeted the newcomers. "Hey, Luffy has takoyaki. Want some?" "Really? That sounds amazing. I've been hungry all day. Chopper, Robin, come join us." The two were elated to see their companions. I spotted a humanoid stone on the ground and asked Chopper, "What is this? Why did you bring a stone? It seems rather ominous, doesn't it? It looks like it's about to come to life." I couldn't help but marvel at how lifelike the stone appeared. Just as I was about to step forward to crush it, Chopper rushed to stop me. "Wait, don't touch that. This is not a stone, it is Sanji." I was taken aback, realizing that the familiar face belonged to Pikachu. How did this fellow end up as a stone? Chopper wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat hesitant, and pointed toward the captivating beauty behind him. What a useless fellow. He turned to stone just by gazing at a woman. A rather pathetic creature. Following Chopper's gesture, a magnificent female mermaid appeared before our eyes. Indeed, she was a mermaid, with a human upper body and a fish lower half, distinctly different from the fishmen whose bodies grow limbs. Moreover, this mermaid was an exquisite beauty, with flowing pink hair, aquamarine eyes, delicate features, and a perfectly proportioned figure. Most strikingly, she was undeniably large, both in height and in her ample bosom. No wonder that blonde fellow turned to stone. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. Once everyone was seated, Jinbei and I began to introduce ourselves in turn. Although my companions had never met Jinbei before, they were immediately captivated by his charismatic presence. After a brief conversation, everyone surprisingly accepted him. Even Luffy expressed a desire for Jinbei to join us, and the others did not oppose. It must be said, the charm of one's character truly exists. As we grew more familiar, I broached the topic of the fishmen's animosity toward humans. The moment I spoke, several friends from Fishman Island visibly stiffened. It was clear that, although they were part of the group willing to accept humans, they still found it difficult to discuss the actions of their compatriots. Jinbei, embodying his noble heart, stood up, adjusted his attire, and deeply bowed to Nami. Just as we were all taken aback, he slowly spoke. "Miss Nami, I owe you an apology for the events involving Arlong." This left us even more puzzled, and just as we were about to inquire further, Jinbei began to explain. It turned out that Jinbei, Shachi, and Arlong were all once part of the former Sun Pirates. Their captain, Fisher Tiger, was a hero who freed slaves from the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, Fisher Tiger was betrayed by humans. Because of this, the young Arlong blamed the death of his most revered elder brother on humanity. This grievance ultimately led to Arlong's torment of Nami's village. Jinbei, as the first mate, felt remorse for not being able to stop Arlong's malevolence, hence the scene of him humbly seeking Nami's forgiveness. I must say, though Jinbei appeared somewhat diminished at that moment, his stature grew immensely in my eyes. Nami was moved by Jinbei and chose to forgive him. However, just as everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction, an untimely announcement once again heightened everyone's tension. "Brothers, we have a problem." Frankie emerged from the sunny, delivering unsettling news. "It appears something has gone awry." Confused expressions filled the room as everyone sought clarity on his words. "What happened?" "Well, just now we received word from Zoro that a fishman named Hody seems to have taken over the palace and kidnapped the king of Fishman Island." The revelation stunned everyone. Princess Shirahoshi, after a brief moment of shock, began to weep uncontrollably. "Father," I turned to Jinbei, asking about this Hody. Jinbei exchanged glances with Shachi, both appearing to have had their suspicions. They hadn't expected Hody to act so swiftly. With a resigned sigh, Jinbei explained, "Hody is someone we watched grow up. He was deeply influenced by Arlong's malice. This has intensified his already negative feelings towards humans." Shachi continued, Hody was previously a guard at the palace. Dissatisfied with the king and queen's attitude toward humans, he secretly gathered forces. We didn't take his actions seriously, thinking he merely wanted to express his discontent. But we never anticipated he would go so far as to kidnap the king. Princess Shirahoshi, now inconsolable, grasped Luffy's hand and pleaded, "Luffy, please help me save my father." Luffy stood, first comforting Shirahoshi before locking eyes with us. "All right, brothers, it seems we have work to do." His fury was palpable, and it was clear he was ready to confront Hody directly. I quickly intervened, turning to Frankie. "Wait, what else did the green-haired fellow say?" "Nothing much, but it seems he and the others may have been captured as well." Analyzing the situation, I concluded, so this Hody not only kidnapped the king, but also captured the green-haired fellows. What about Hody's side? Has he sent anyone to negotiate? Not yet. Hey, what does that mean? He has taken people, but doesn't he want ransom? That is quite strange. Does he have other motives? While I was deep in thought, Luffy was already clamoring to rescue Zoro and the others. I pulled Luffy back, saying, "Luffy, don't rush. Zoro will be fine. Remember, that guy has trained for 2 years. If he can't handle Hody, then he is really lacking." Although I had confidence in Zoro, I may have underestimated the opponent's strength. Shachi cautioned, Hody's original strength might not be formidable, but if he leverages his environment, he could pose a threat to Zoro. Furthermore, I've heard he has obtained a drug that can exponentially enhance his abilities. Jinbe looked tense as he asked Shachi, "What? You mean that drug?" "Exactly. Hody has somehow acquired a substantial supply of that drug. Taking one can double his strength." Upon hearing this, Princess Shirahoshi began to sob uncontrollably again, desperately pleading with Luffy to rescue her father. Jinbe quickly intervened, gently expressing that Luffy and his crew were not suited for a direct confrontation with Hody. While Shirahoshi understood, her father's life hung in the balance, and she felt utterly helpless. This sense of powerlessness left her at a loss. The atmosphere grew chaotic again. Fortunately, Luffy managed to stop Shirahoshi from crying further. "All right, enough tears. We will find a way to save your father." He then turned to us. "In any case, I'll go deal with this Hody. The rest is up to you." With Luffy's determination ignited, Jinbe quickly added, "Good, Luffy. I'll confront Hody first, and when I call for help, you come in and take him down. This should work, right?" After much persuasion, Luffy finally agreed to follow Jinbe's plan. This way, we split into 2 groups. Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and Chopper concealed themselves within Princess Shirahoshi's pet shark, waiting for Jinbe's signal to descend like divine warriors and confront Hody. On the other side, Luo Bing, along with Frankie and the Sunny, planned to lurk nearby, constantly observing the dynamics of the battlefield. Jinbe had also assigned us another task. If we noticed any particularly violent behavior from Hody's subordinates on the battlefield, we were to intervene discreetly and offer some relief. The 3 of us exchanged knowing smiles, surprised at how perceptive Jinbe was when it came to assassination and covert actions. Entrusting them to me and Luo Bing was undoubtedly the best choice. Having readily agreed, just before we departed, Jinbe pulled me aside and whispered something in my ear. "Guangxi, my brother, remember I mentioned I would give you something? Do you recall?" "Yes, of course I remember. I was puzzled as to why you hadn't brought it up until now." "Haha, in truth, what I wish to give you is but a phrase." I was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly honest and earnest Jinbe was engaging in a bit of mystery. "No, Jinbe, just speak plainly. Why the secrecy?" Jinbe, with a serious expression, offered no explanation. Instead, he leaned closer and quietly said, "There is news regarding Whitebeard's corpse." With that, he moved aside, joining Luffy and the others as they commenced their action plan. However, I was left utterly stunned. If the corpse had been found, that meant Whitebeard was truly dead? Incredible. Whitebeard had indeed perished. This was sure to alter the world's landscape. Moreover, I wondered whether Ace and the others had received the news. If I could locate Whitebeard's corpse, it could prove useful. Yet, Jinbe's ambiguous words left me uncertain if he truly knew its whereabouts. Luo Bing approached me, asking what is wrong. "Nothing, let us hurry over." Luo Bing gave me a suspicious glance, but refrained from pressing further. I arrived at the Sunny, admiring its newly applied coating. Placing my hands upon it, I felt my chakra flow. Ninjutsu, super light heavy rock technique. The sunny began to float gently into the air, and I lifted it with one hand, soaring into the sky. This technique is indeed quite convenient. Indeed, it saves us a great deal of trouble, Frankie and Luo being praised, and I smiled shyly. This technique was learned from the old man, Oyamaki. While it consumed some chakra, it had no adverse effects. As I flew gracefully through the sky, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared before me. Luo Bing, I've spotted those 3 green caterpillars. Is that so? Let us quickly join them. I formed a hand seal and, sensing the positions of Zoro and the others, conjured a shadow clone. Smiling, I greeted them. Yo, Usopp, Brook, you actually let this green caterpillar lead the way? Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Ha ha ha, Guangxi, it's wonderful to see you. Yo-ho-ho, Guangxi-san, it has been quite some time. Zoro retorted. You're the one who would get lost, you fool. Ha ha. All right, let me take you to the Sunny. Usopp, scratching his head and looking around uncertainly, asked, Sunny? Where is it? I pointed above. It's right up there. Nanny? You can already use such a technique? Soon, our 6-member crew arrived above a square, bustling with shadows below. Scanning with my perception, I noted there were indeed numerous individuals present. Among them, approximately 30,000 human slaves were captured by Hody, along with over 70,000 fishmen warriors. This brought the total forces to a staggering 100,000. I was astonished by Hody's considerable influence, managing to sway over 70,000 fishmen to his side. However, these fishmen appear to be mere cannon fodder. What purpose could such lowly henchmen serve in this conflict? They seemed clumsy, and although their numbers were great, they hardly formed a formidable fighting force. It looked like they could only contend with their own kind. Hody sat confidently in a high position, while King Neptune and his 2 subordinates were bound below. Zoro glanced at me. Shall we take them all out now? Robin stopped him. Not yet. We should wait for Jinbei to signal us. While we waited, Jinbei and Shirahoshi arrived at the battlefield. Their appearance caused a stir among the fishmen. However, before long, a gigantic coral flew through the air. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a figure standing atop it, looking exceedingly repulsive, resembling a rat. From the memories of Xiaoba, I recognized him as Vanderdecken. Goodness, I was just thinking of finding him, and here he was. With a smirk, I performed a hand seal in front of my chest. Wind release, light fong. A purple ray shot towards Vanderdecken, instantly creating a hole in his chest. He plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. The tremendous noise drew the attention of those below, who assumed he had fallen due to an accident. Little did they know, even after the smoke cleared, Vanderdecken remained on the ground, unable to rise. Hody snorted, realizing he had chosen an unreliable partner, but he never expected him to be this incompetent. As a fisherman, he couldn't even swim, and now he had foolishly fallen to his demise. What disgrace! Hody produced a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes became bloodshot, and his muscles swelled, making him appear larger. This was evidently the type of drug Xiaoba and Jinbei had mentioned, one that could enhance physical abilities. After consuming the drug, Hody's physical capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. With his newfound strength came a surge of courage, and a casual strike resulted in the deaths of over 10 of Neptune's soldiers. With his confidence inflated, Hody began recounting his achievements. He had infiltrated the royal guard and, years prior, had assassinated the queen, pinning the blame on humans. This successfully incited animosity between the fishmen and humans. Following Hody's instigation, he garnered a loyal following of brainwashed supporters. Most of those present on the battlefield had joined in this manner. Hody believed that, by provoking them, he could shatter Shirahoshi and the 3 princes' morale. However, unbeknownst to him, Shirahoshi and the others were already aware of the truth. Their mother had insisted on her deathbed that they must never speak of this matter, for the sake of the friendship between their 2 races and for Hody himself. With this revelation, Hody had already lost. This was what one called perspective. The petty Hody appeared as nothing more than a foolish jester before the queen. Yet, Hody was indeed a rare breed of monster, his psychological distortions more convoluted than one could imagine. Even upon discovering the truth, he not only showed no remorse, but audaciously berated the princess, labeling her a fool. It is hardly surprising, for his psychological resilience is abysmally weak. A mere truthful utterance from Bai Xing was sufficient to shatter his defenses. Hody realized that mere words were futile, and thus he promptly ordered an assault, resolved to eradicate every last supporter of King Nippuden and the princess. In this critical moment, Bai Xing's voice resounded through the heavens. "Lord Luffy, save me." "Ah, splendid." This signal indicated that it was our turn to make an entrance. Maneuvering the Sunny, we descended into the heart of the square. Amidst the chaos, Luffy and his companions emerged resplendently from the jaws of a shark. Though I was somewhat perplexed about the reason for this battle, since Luffy had already issued the command, there was no turning back. "Dear Hody's subordinates, may fortune be on your side." Ha ha ha, the Straw Hat crew, you truly overestimate yourselves. Behold, I command an army of 100,000 warriors. How can merely 10 of you contend with me? Hody was nearing madness. In his mind, the strength of fishmen surpassed that of humans by tenfold. Thus, in a brawl, 10 humans would barely match a single fishman. Moreover, he was now backed by 100,000 fishmen. With such might, any human force lacking 1,000,000 would stand no chance against him. Unable to tolerate his arrogance, I stepped forward and declared, 100,000. Is it? Watch closely. With a smirk, I gestured dramatically, ninjutsu, combined technique, hydrogen flame, cataclysm. The name of the technique fell, yet an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Nothing transpired. Hody quickly mocked. "Ha ha, is that it? You must be joking." I had no time for jest. This technique was simply slow to manifest. However, its destructive power was undoubtedly immense. "Hey, you lot, think of a way to ascend, or else you might find yourselves in dire straits." No sooner had I spoken than I bellowed. A brilliant blue light erupted within the square, followed by a fierce blaze that engulfed everyone present. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, the explosion reverberated through the air. Once the smoke cleared, the ground within a kilometer radius had been forcefully upheaved. I gazed upon my handiwork with satisfaction, astonished at its magnitude. A year prior, on a whim, I had contemplated whether this technique could be utilized. In truth, its principle was quite simple, employing lightning release to electrolyze water into hydrogen and oxygen. With merely a spark, one could incite an explosion of cataclysmic proportions. At the time, it was merely an idea, yet the results were astonishingly effective. Observing the chaos around me, I felt a swell of pride. Even without the Conqueror's Haki, such an explosion was far simpler and more direct than it. However, like the Conqueror's Haki, this technique did not distinguish between friend and foe, which was its sole drawback. Indeed, after unleashing this attack, I found myself with several bumps adorning my head. "Are you trying to kill us, you idiot? What a ridiculous technique. It doesn't discriminate between friends and foes. Should you dare to use that technique again, I'll kick you to death, you fool." Well, that's how it is. Fortunately, my companions were no ordinary individuals. They were either astonishingly resilient or remarkably defensive. After that strike, only our crew and a few of Hody's commanders remained standing. With my head adorned in bumps, I provocatively regarded Hody. "Well, young man, it seems your 100,000 warriors have dwindled to a mere handful. What will you do now?" Hody's eyes bulged with rage as he surveyed his fallen comrades, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. "You bastard," I hastily interrupted. "Enough, enough. At a time like this, why spout bravado? Just skedaddle." One strike eliminated 120,000 foes. Besides Hody's 100,000 subordinates, an additional 20,000 onlookers were also affected to varying degrees. This incident serves as a cautionary tale. Observing can be perilous, so enjoy your snacks with care. Following my strike, I was ordered to refrain from using any further techniques. Indeed, any techniques at all. Owing to my actions, my companions, who had trained for 2 years, were unable to showcase their prowess. Consequently, I was assigned to the king's side to protect Princess Bai Xing and the 3 princes. I approached the king with a sheepish demeanor, intending to offer a polite yet awkward smile. To my dismay, the king, propped up on a wooden frame, expelled a cloud of smoke from his mouth before fainting. Embarrassed, I approached Jinbei, untying him while offering my apologies. "I'm sorry. I lost control of my strength." Little did I know, Jinbei erupted in fury, his mouth agape, as if to devour me. You idiot! Who told you to use such a dangerous technique? You nearly killed the king. His invective was fierce. I had already loosened one of his bindings, yet unable to withstand his tirade. I retied him. Jinbei, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Untie me." Not only did I not free him, but I also secured 2 tight knots, then found a fist-sized rock to stuff into his mouth. "Sorry, you're too loud. Now, calm down. I fear you might bite me." With that, I stepped away. Returning to the king, I checked his condition, nodding before addressing Jinbei. "Look, this is the king. See how tranquil he is. Unlike you, whose mouth drips with honey." "Oh, so you were inquiring about the king's condition?" Jinbei, resigned, nodded, having abandoned hope of being untied. "He's all right, though his heart rate is a bit rapid, and he has extensive burns on his skin. It's not a major issue. Rest assured, don't forget, I possess healing abilities. There's no need for concern. It's a piece of cake." Summoning technique. Lord Slug, I beseech your assistance. Under Lord Slug's healing, the wounds of King Nippuden and the 3 princes visibly began to mend. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Hody raged on. With the absence of minions, they began to engage with Hody's remaining commanders individually. However, including Hody himself, there were only 5 of them, far too few to divide among themselves, resulting in a turn-based combat scenario. Hody's 4 subordinates were pummeled by Usopp, and then subsequently by Chopper. In this back and forth, their will to fight dissipated entirely. Overcome by despair, they collapsed onto the ground, refusing to rise regardless of the methods employed against them. Some even resorted to handcuffing themselves. No matter the blows or insults hurled at them, they remained unresponsive and unmoving. This left my companions utterly perplexed. During this time, Brook even attempted to reinvigorate their spirits through music, yet to no avail. In stark contrast to his subordinates, Hody exhibited a much more formidable demeanor. After being kicked by Sanji, I coughed up a handful of medicine. Then, after being slashed by Zoro and left bleeding, I took another dose. By the time it was Luffy's turn, Hody had lost most of his human form. With a punch imbued with armed haki, Luffy struck Hody on the chin. At that moment, as Hody fell, a hint of relief washed over his face. From a distance, I saw Hody collapse and couldn't help but cheer. "Oh yeah, it's finally over. By the way, Mr. King, when are we having the feast? We've been busy for quite a while." After the recent treatment, King Neptune had completely regained his health, even healthier than before, and he looked at me with confusion. I knew what he wanted to say, and I quickly raised my hand. "No need to thank me. While treating you, I also took care of your back injury." King Neptune grasped my hand gratefully, nodding in appreciation. "Hey, I have even better news. I also managed to address your kidney deficiency. You are now in prime condition, capable of fathering 100 or so children without issue." Everyone around was momentarily stunned, and Shirahoshi covered her face, blushing. Just as everyone was getting up to return to the Ryugu Palace for the feast, the eldest prince quietly approached me, glancing around cautiously. He whispered, "Divine Doctor, could you treat me as well?" In the Ryugu Palace banquet hall, everyone began to indulge in the feast. The atmosphere, which had been serious moments ago, had returned to its usual harmony. King Neptune intended to say a few words of toasts, but to his surprise, we were like ravenous thieves. As we devoured our food, he found it impossible to interject, so he simply set aside his elegance and focused on eating more. After satisfying our hunger, I looked around the table at everyone, each clutching their stomachs in contentment. However, a sudden realization struck me, a very important one. As I surveyed the surroundings again, I noticed something was amiss. Indeed, among those feasting, one seemed to be missing. I instantly sprang to my feet, so swiftly that even the chair beneath me did not register my departure. The chair shattered under the force of my movement. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look at me, my expression grave, terror evident on my face. The crowd thought something serious had occurred, halting their actions and eyeing me with suspicion. Tension filled the banquet hall as I expanded my perception to its maximum range. A 20-kilometer radius essentially covered half of Fishman Island. While I could only sense specific objects, it did not hinder my search for the missing person. Sure enough, within moments, I vanished from the banquet hall of Ryugu Palace. The next instant, I reappeared at the site of the previous battle. The crater caused by the explosion had been filled in. On the ground lay a blue-skinned figure, bound and struggling. I quickly approached him, helped him sit up, removed the stones from his mouth, and freed his restrained hands. Indeed, amidst our revelry, we had forgotten about Jinbei. His handcuffs were tightly knotted, rendering him unable to escape, and the stones in his mouth prevented him from speaking. Upon seeing me, he glared at me with resentment. Jinbei, oh, I deeply apologize for forgetting you. I sincerely apologized while shattering the stones in his mouth. Phew, phew, phew. Jinbei cleared the debris from his mouth, looking at me helplessly, unable to utter a word. Ha. What a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. I hurriedly released Jinbei from his bindings, carefully helping him to his feet and dusting him off. Just as he seemed ready to voice his complaints, his expression suddenly shifted to one of terror as he gazed into the sky, seemingly frightened by something there. Captain Vanderdyken, you died a tragic death. Rest assured, I will avenge you. I turned to see a colossal creature, towering at least 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide, shedding tears that fell with thunderous force. Each teardrop, over 2 meters in diameter, crashed to the ground with a resounding boom, rivaling the power of a water blast. Hey, Jinbei, what kind of monster is that? Jinbei stared blankly at the giant, a pufferfish fishman, presumably a subordinate of Vanderdyken. After sobbing for a while, the giant suddenly became enraged, launching a barrage of indiscriminate punches toward the ground. Captain Vanderdyken, I will surely avenge you. If I cannot find the culprit, then I shall eliminate everyone. Each punch created a deep crater in the ground, the destructive force akin to that of a bomb. I grasped Jinbei's collar with one hand, swiftly maneuvering us out of harm's way. Come on, think of something. Jinbei struggled against my grip, stammering, You should let me down. At your command. I loosened my grip, and Jinbei slid across the ground for several meters, shouting at the giant, Stop it, Minjin. The giant halted in its tracks, looking down at Jinbei. Oh, Jinbei, what are you doing here? Jinbei sighed in relief. All right, enough of this. Although Vanderdyken is dead, the reconstruction of Fishman Island still requires your assistance. But no buts. It's better this way. With Vanderdyken gone, Princess Shirahoshi won't have to hide in the hard-shell tower anymore. So, there is no need for you to be conflicted. Jinbei's persuasive words effectively convinced the giant to abandon its quest for revenge. Listening to their exchange, I too breathed a sigh of relief. At the time of Vanderdyken's defeat, no one had noticed, thus preventing a conflict between the two races. Moreover, from the perspective of rescuing Princess Shirahoshi, I could be regarded as a hero of Fishman Island, albeit an unnoticed one. Having resolved matters with the bald sea monster giant, I escorted Jinbei back to Ryugu Palace. The banquet resumed, and the previously satiated guests raised their glasses once more, celebrating Jinbei's inclusion into our Straw Hat crew. Hey, I never agreed to join. Jinbei hastily clarified. However, Luffy and the others paid him no mind. Oh well, Jinbei, they just needed an excuse to toast. Jinbei set down his cup, seemingly gaining a clearer understanding of our group. By the way, Jinbei, what did you mean earlier about Whitebeard? Jinbei glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then began to explain. In fact, much has transpired over the last 2 years. Some events were reported, but many others remain known to only a select few. 2 years ago, Whitebeard unleashed his final move on a small island. The sea engulfed everyone present. While he managed to control the ability users, he himself was swept away by the tide. The Marines were rescued by Garp, and Blackbeard was saved by his crew. Therefore, from a purely consequential standpoint, one might say Whitebeard effectively committed suicide. Afterward, with his profound understanding of Baihuzi's territory, Heihuzi, through repeated probing, ultimately uncovered the truth of Baihuzi's demise. From that moment on, he began to incessantly encroach upon Baihuzi's lands, amassing a plethora of formidable talents to join his ranks. After 2 years, Heihuzi had ascended to the status of a new Yonko. Wait a moment. Are you implying that Heihuzi has seized Baihuzi's territory? Did Ace and the others not resist? Jinbei lamented, acknowledging the brilliance of Teach. It turned out that Teach had executed a surprise attack, utilizing his dual devil fruit abilities to decisively defeat several commanders, including Jozu, forcibly seizing their powers. Consequently, the remaining forces of the Whitebeard pirates had retreated into hiding. Despite receiving such explosive news, I was not overly astonished. What about Baihuzi's corpse? Where is it now? Currently, all that is known is that Baihuzi's body has fallen into the hands of a warlord of the sea. A warlord? Indeed. However, that individual is aware of the complexities involved and has thus refrained from disclosing his true identity to the outside world. Although I do not know the name, knowing it is a warlord significantly narrows down the possibilities. Understanding the whereabouts of Baihuzi's remains did ignite a flicker of motivation within me. Nevertheless, at this moment, I was more inclined to seek assistance in activating my system. Therefore, I inquired of Jinbei, who in the New World is capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. He appeared momentarily taken aback by my question. Conqueror's Haki? Why the sudden interest? It's nothing. I simply wish to understand the powerful individuals in the New World. Jinbei took a sip of his drink, slowly setting down the cup as he began to reminisce. Many in the New World possess Conqueror's Haki. For instance, among the old Yonko, nearly everyone can wield it. One might say that those incapable of using Conqueror's Haki cannot truly be considered emperors. My heart swelled with satisfaction upon hearing this. I had not anticipated so many would wield this power. If that is the case, I could confront each one and activate my system. The more I pondered, the more exhilarated I became, eager to capture someone immediately and give them a thrashing. So, who is in proximity to our current location? Jinbei fell into deep thought. If we were speaking of proximity, I recall that Doflamingo seems to be not far from Fishman Island. Excellent, Doflamingo, is it? I shall remember that and set out to find him. I rose and headed for the door, but Jinbei quickly intercepted me. What are you doing? I looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? I'm going to find Doflamingo. As I attempted to leave, Jinbei firmly grasped my arm. Wait a moment. How do you know where to find him? This question caught me off guard. Indeed, where was Doflamingo? The pirate world is unlike others, with significant distances between islands. Without a record pointer, one would have to travel for quite some time to encounter an island, let alone seek out someone on a specific island. Suddenly deflated, I slumped back down. What now? Jinbei chuckled and pulled something from his pocket. Look at this. I gazed at the record pointer placed before me, puzzled. What is this? This is a permanent pointer. Do you know who it points to? I looked at the old fellow, his face adorned with a lewd grin, feeling a surge of irritation. At such a time, he was still teasing me. I snatched it away, stored it in my system space, and made my way out. Jinbei, now panicking, stood and chased after me. What are you going to do? I turned and smiled. I just want to see who this thing points to. Hey, wait. I haven't finished speaking yet. I gave him no chance to continue, rising and dashing out of the banquet hall. As soon as I exited, I noticed something amiss. Crap, this is Fishman Island. Without a coating, we cannot withstand the pressure of the seabed. Upon my hasty return, Jinbei wore a teasing smile, asking me seriously, "Oh, you're back so soon? Did you find that person?" I rolled my eyes at him and sat back down, dejected. Ha ha, my brother, I know you're anxious, but you mustn't rush. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and walk the road step by step. At that moment, Luffy leaned in, opening his mouth to gulp down a fish over 3 meters long, and innocently asked Jinbei, "Hey, what did you just say?" Jinbei had just mentioned taking one bite at a time, and now a bizarre scene unfolded before us. Seeing Luffy sparked an idea in my mind. I threw my arm around his shoulder, speaking in a persuasive tone. By the way, Luffy, I have an incredibly powerful character in mind. How about we go defeat him together? Huh? Go fight? Are we going or not? Luffy frowned, appearing disinterested. Hey, this little brat isn't falling for it. You too. Wait a moment. Who are you going to fight this time? Nami, having overheard my conversation with Luffy, rushed over to confirm, fearing we might provoke a formidable adversary. I shrugged, pointing at Jinbei. I don't know. Jinbei recommended him. Nami quickly turned, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at Jinbei. Jinbei, feeling flustered, prepared to explain, his heart filled with frustration. I gleefully watched Jinbei, relishing the opportunity to shift the blame. All right, Luffy, we have eaten. Let us hasten our journey to the New World. Luffy looked disheartened. So soon? I haven't had enough of the food here. Oh, if you haven't had enough, just take some for the road. Who knows? The next island might have unparalleled delicacies waiting for you. Upon hearing of delectable food, drool began to uncontrollably escape Luffy's mouth, and his eyes morphed into shapes reminiscent of meat. Perfect. I have decided. We shall set sail for the new world now. Oh yeah, the captain is brilliant. Nami held her forehead, feeling helpless with such a captain. Nami, is the record pointer functioning? She looked down to discover that the once stable record pointer was now spinning chaotically. Huh, what is going on? It was just fine before. Why is it suddenly malfunctioning? In a panic, Nami began to pace. That's just perfect. I have a permanent pointer. We can go there. But that won't work. Yours is a permanent pointer. Once we arrive, how will we go to the next island? Haha, that's simple. We'll go there first and see. Perhaps by the time we reach that island, your record pointer will be functional. Nami considered this for a moment, sensing that my reasoning seemed sound, just as she was about to nod in agreement. The catfish minister of Fishman Island spoke up. Young lady, that pointer is a single-use one. In the new world, it is practically useless. You must use this new version. Saying this, he handed her a recording device with 3 pointers. Nami examined it closely, noticing that the left pointer was shaking up and down. The middle one was stable and pointing steadily, while the right one, like the one on her wrist, spun wildly. Thanks to the catfish minister's explanation, we understood that the magnetic field strength in the new world was vastly different from what it had been before. In fact, some islands might suddenly lose their magnetic pull altogether. Thus, ordinary navigational pointers were utterly incapable of facilitating maritime travel. However, with the advent of a new pointer, one could select the most stable among the 3 as the destination island. With this understanding, everyone regained their purpose and began to gather their belongings in preparation for the journey to the new island. 2 days later, our group finally emerged from the depths of the sea. Gazing at the azure sky, it felt as though everything had once again become tangible. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, I employed my technique of duplication, allowing my clone to accompany the others on their voyage while my true self ventured toward the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. Although I was uncertain of the identity of this target, I surmised that this individual must be a formidable warrior capable of wielding the power of Conqueror's Haki. I hoped that through our confrontation, my system would successfully activate. My excitement grew as my speed of flight increased. 3 days later, I finally arrived at the island indicated by the permanent pointer. From a distance, the island appeared peculiar. It was not merely a single island, but rather a cluster of smaller islands interconnected. Each island wafted a sweet, milky aroma, which heightened my already ravenous appetite. Unable to resist any longer, I descended onto an island entirely composed of chocolate. To my astonishment, everything around me, be it the houses or the ground, was fashioned from chocolate. Although there was no meat, it sufficed to satisfy my hunger. Without further ado, I opened my mouth and began to devour the chocolate voraciously. To my surprise, the chocolate was delightful, devoid of the cloying sweetness characteristic of ordinary chocolate. It was crisp in texture, with a sweetness that was perfectly balanced. Immersed in the culinary ecstasy, I inadvertently ignored the shouts of protest from those around me. When I finally regained my senses, I realized, to my shock, that I had consumed an entire house without even noticing. Moreover, it seemed that dining on this island was a transgression. Around me appeared over 20 soldiers, each brandishing long spears directed at me, accompanied by a scribe who incessantly recorded my actions. Do not move. You have violated the regulations of this island. I shall now document your offenses. If you're willing to compensate, you may avoid punishment. Otherwise, the soldiers surrounded me, exuding an aura that suggested they would execute me on the spot if I did not comply. I adjusted my distended belly, intending to rise. However, the tips of 20 spears pressed against my throat, their sharp points glinting ominously, warning me that any movement could result in my demise. I scanned the crowd, preparing to speak, but an unexpected sound erupted from my throat. Burp. The sound resonated across the entire island like a dragon's roar. The soldiers and onlookers alike recoiled in shock. What absurd noise. How rude. I had not anticipated that someone with such a pleasant appearance could produce such an impolite sound. How disappointing. Didn't their parents teach them table manners? Hush, keep it down. If that barbarian hears you, he might bite. Listening to the various jibes directed at me, I felt utterly dejected. What kind of wretched place is this? Everyone here dresses so elegantly, yet they are stunned by a mere burp? They even mention etiquette. What does that have to do with anything? The scribe announced, intruder. Your offenses are as follows. First, illegal consumption of land. Second, illegal consumption of the walls of houses. Third, disregard for warnings, defiance against the guards. Most importantly, burping in a public space. This is a grave offense. Just this one infraction could lead to a sentence of flogging. You are required to pay a fine of 325 million berries. What kind of absurd place is this, where such ridiculous laws exist? It appears that the one who decreed this is a villainous capitalist, to execute without offering a chance for redemption. What kind of nation is this? I maintained a facade of calm while secretly channeling my chakra, fervently absorbing the food within my belly. As the soldiers noticed my lack of reaction, 3 of them stepped forward to drag me away. Just as I was about to incapacitate them all, a melodious female voice interjected. Please wait a moment. Her voice was crisp and lively, imbued with a hint of gentleness that instantly garnered affection. Everyone halted and turned to look. There stood a young maiden, clad in a creamy white fitted dress, her pink hair styled into charming twin ponytails. Realizing that all eyes were upon her, a slight blush graced her fair cheeks. A beauty, an absolute stunner. Although her bosom was not as ample as Robin's, it was perfectly proportioned, and her long, slender legs gleamed with radiance. Lord Bryn. Indeed, it was Lord Bryn. Bryn? Is it the name of this enchanting beauty? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the girl spoke. I apologize for the interruption. This individual is a construction worker I hired. Therefore, the house he consumed was authorized by me. I sincerely apologize for not providing prior notice. The soldiers lowered their spears, and the scribe exhaled a sigh of relief. Lord Bryn, although his crime of consuming the house is absolved, his public burping offense leaves my subordinates in a dilemma. He is from another island and is unaware of our rules. Therefore, I kindly request the scribe to show leniency. As she spoke, she discreetly handed the scribe a piece of paper. The scribe's expression shifted upon reading it, and he instantly beamed with delight. However, he feigned composure, glancing around before stating with a serious tone, very well, since he is an outsider, and this is his first offense, he shall pay a fine of 100 million berries. I was taken aback. Even after all that, I still had to pay 100 million. Fortunately, I still had some gold reserves. Given that a beauty interceded for me, I would let this matter slide. After dispatching the soldiers, I found myself alone with the maiden. Thank you for rescuing me, my lady. She smiled shyly, resting her chin upon her hand. No need for gratitude. This is not a place for conversation. Please follow me. To my astonishment, she took my hand and led me toward the nearby building. My goodness, what is happening? She is holding my hand without any preamble. Moreover, where is she taking me? Surely she does not intend for us to share a chamber right away. I cannot accept that. After all, I'm still a virgin, without a foundation of emotional connection. How could one hope to achieve a union of souls? Soon, the enchanting beauty led me into a house. Before closing the door, she peeked outside, glancing left and right. Satisfied that no one was paying her any mind, she shut the door and turned to lock it. I surveyed the room, which measured approximately 30 square meters, featuring a large circular bed at its center. Apart from that, the space was bare, adorned with pink decor that imbued the atmosphere with a sense of intimacy. My heart raced, and upon turning to face the beauty, I found her blushing and gazing at me. She softly parted her cherry lips and uttered 3 words. Though merely 3 words, my heart skipped a beat, leaving me momentarily frozen. Observing her bashful visage, I felt as though I had become ensnared in a romantic narrative. However, her next statement nearly overwhelmed my senses. Take off your clothes. Is she serious? If this is the game she wishes to play, I might just lose my composure. After uttering those words, she hurried to the window, drawing the curtains until only a narrow slit remained, peering outside with an air of caution. Meanwhile, I stood with my back to her, slowly disrobing while murmuring complaints about how modern girls are so audacious, demanding to undress upon our first encounter. Yet, even after I was fully disrobed, she continued to scrutinize the view outside. Hesitantly, I inquired, but the beauty merely waved me over, signaling for me to approach. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Regardless, it was of little consequence since we were both meant to undress. After all, I am a man. My early disrobing might enliven the atmosphere. I cleared my throat, attempting to capture her attention, and to my surprise, it worked. She finally ceased her observation of the outside world, but when she turned to face me, she appeared momentarily stunned. The sudden transition from bright light to the dimly lit room had rendered her momentarily disoriented, resulting in a brief state of blindness. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. She stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed upon me, yet devoid of any visible emotion. This left me perplexed. What was the matter? Had I, after being scorned by Luo Bin, now fallen victim to the disdain of this beauty? That seemed unlikely. My physique appeared quite impressive. How could I be looked down upon? Perhaps individuals in the world of pirates were generally exceptionally robust, yet that was also questionable, as those aboard our ship were far from remarkable, and I considered myself to be of above-average stature. So, how was I to interpret the beauty's expression? After enduring an excruciating 30 seconds, she finally adjusted to the dimness. However, what astonished her was the sight of a somewhat handsome man standing naked before her. What was this situation? Surely, there was no need for such impropriety. After all, I had selflessly aided her. Even if I hadn't saved her life, I had at least come to her aid. Was this her way of repaying me? Were people from the outside world so uninhibited? There were neither screams nor laughter. Blushing, she discreetly turned her head and softly suggested, you might want to put on a little something. Wait, what does she mean? With such a handsome fellow standing before her, she asked me to dress? Do my 8-pack abs fail to captivate her? It seemed she realized her earlier demand had led to a misunderstanding. I apologize. I meant for you to remove your outer clothing, she clarified. Why didn't you say so sooner? This is embarrassing, I thought to myself as I hastily donned my clothes. Once I turned back around, feigning nonchalance, I regarded the beauty before me. The room's ambience was quite pleasant. I chuckled awkwardly, aware that the tension was palpable. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, you're from the Outer Islands, right? She initiated a new topic, evidently wishing to move past the earlier incident. Yes, indeed. I owe you a debt of gratitude for rescuing me. By the way, why are all the houses made of chocolate? It's so delicious that I can hardly resist. Upon hearing praise for her culinary creations, her spirits lifted. This was her first genuine compliment regarding her food, filling her with pride. Consequently, the atmosphere began to lighten. She approached a small table, poured a cup of red tea, rested her chin on her hands, and looked at me with keen interest. To be honest, this is the first time I've met someone from the Outer Islands. Where do you hail from? I scratched my nose, recalling that I came here seeking a fight. Yet, being in the presence of such a gentle and beautiful girl stirred a feeling of inexplicable excitement within my lonely heart. As for me, I'm not entirely sure what the name of my previous island was. By the way, where exactly are we? She handed me a cup of red tea while elegantly sipping from her own. We are on Cake Island. However, this isn't the main island. It's merely one of the islets. Nanny? Cake Island? I exclaimed, my astonishment evident. Although she did not comprehend my reaction, she understood that her mother's name resonated throughout the entire pirate world. Thus, Cake Island, being the territory of the Yonko Big Mom, was knowledge every newcomer in the New World should possess. Moreover, as the daughter of the Yonko, she took pride in her lineage, albeit with a tinge of discontent, as she was unable to alter her fate. On the other hand, my shock at discovering we were on Cake Island stemmed from the notion that cakes were typically soft and not something that could constitute an island. Furthermore, since Jinbei had not previously mentioned that the log pose pointed to Cake Island, I was taken aback. Even more astonishing was that while I knew one of the Yonko was named Charlotte Linlin, I was unaware that she was the ruler of this Cake Island. Thus, in my astonishment, I uttered words that left Bruin agape. Cake Island? Are you suggesting that this island is made of cake? Bruin was utterly stunned, never having anticipated that someone could be so ignorant of Cake Island. Not only was this territory significant, but even such basic knowledge eluded him. How could an island possibly be made of cake? That was merely a name. Bulleen swiftly waved her hand, insisting that Cake Island was merely a name, not an island made of cake. Oh, I see. That explanation makes sense. Gazing at the beautiful woman before me, I found myself contemplating other thoughts. Was this not an excellent opportunity to glean information about whether there were any exceptionally skilled individuals in this place, utilizing her words as a means? Thus, I discreetly inquired, "May I ask, what is your name, young lady?" "I am called Bulin." "Bulin? Wow, what a lovely name." In truth, I had no idea whether it was a good name. I merely wished to put this girl at ease. Subsequently, through a series of coaxing and deceiving words, I successfully uncovered some intelligence. This territory belonged to one of the four emperors, Big Mom. Goodness, I had initially hoped to find someone slightly weaker to practice my skills, yet I inadvertently stumbled upon the strongest opponent here. Suppressing my anxious heart, I endeavored to appear less astonished. However, my mind began to race. Based on the information I had gathered, although Big Mom was not considered the strongest among the four emperors, she was still a seasoned emperor. Not to mention, the strength of her numerous subordinates was formidable. Moreover, from the tidbits I learned from Bulin, it seemed that her team consisted of rather peculiar individuals, all possessing extraordinary abilities. So what should I do next? A sneak attack? This method might be the most suitable for my current situation. My primary goal was to find someone with Haushika Haki to help me activate the system. Thus, employing a sneak attack would be even more appropriate. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was somewhat underhanded. By the way, Miss Bulin, with such an elegant demeanor, you wouldn't happen to be a princess, would you? Bulin shyly smiled. "No, I am not a princess. I am merely Big Mom's daughter." Goodness, this girl is actually the daughter of one of the four emperors. At that moment, I recalled hearing that Big Mom had many children and her entire crew was composed of familial bonds. With this in mind, I once again looked at Bulin. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. If I were to use Bulin as a hostage, I could challenge the formidable members of her crew to a duel. This would perfectly resolve my predicament. However, it might cause some distress for Miss Bulin. Just as I pondered how to persuade Bulin to become my hostage, she suddenly asked, "Mr. Guangzizhyuk, do you have business on Cake Island?" Looking into her sincere eyes, the words I had prepared to manipulate her suddenly faltered. I couldn't quite understand why, but her gaze seemed to evoke a voice within me, urging me to reveal everything I knew without reservation. Regardless of my background or the purpose of my visit, even my identity as a traveler should be divulged. Just as I was about to lay everything bare, a glimmer of gold flashed in my eyes. A faint aura swirled in my mind, jolting me back to clarity. Simultaneously, a hint of red light appeared on Bulin's forehead, previously concealed by her bangs. Danger! My heart raced with alarm. Goodness, I nearly fell for her charms. No, it was not merely charm. That fleeting red light on her forehead was remarkably eerie, suggesting the presence of something unusual. Thankfully, my Sharingan issued an immediate warning, allowing me to maintain my mental clarity. Thus, it seemed that what this woman had just said might not be entirely truthful. Two individuals, each harboring their own secrets, were probing one another. However, while I tested her through words, she appeared to be attempting to probe me through mind control. Was such a technique truly possible? Was I the only one capable of reading others' memories? Perhaps this woman possessed a fruit ability related to memories. Thankfully, I was no ordinary person. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen into her trap. However, how should I proceed now? If I did not disclose anything, it would imply that I had seen through her intentions. Such an action would surely startle her. Yet, revealing everything was equally impossible. The secrets I held were not for ordinary people to know. Nevertheless, since you initiated this, do not blame me. I unleashed a powerful illusion, the 3 golden stars in my eyes spinning continuously. As for Bulin, she had recognized from the moment she laid eyes on me that I was no ordinary individual. It seemed I was privy to many secrets, and my status as an outsider only heightened her intrigue. Born and raised on Cake Island, she had never ventured beyond its confines, which fueled her curiosity about the world outside. Previously, she had a sister who, in a bid to escape the constraints of fate, had defied their mother. On the surface, she had become a pariah in the family. However, only Bulin understood that her sister's pursuit of a new life was something she could hardly fathom. Subsequently, she had broken the rules to rescue him, and he had indeed left a profound impact on her. whether through blushing, heart-racing gestures or his way of speaking. She gradually discerned that this man seemed to guard himself against her, unwilling to divulge the happenings beyond the island. While Bulin felt anxious, she began to secretly employ her abilities against him. Of course, her intention was merely to control him for a brief moment and glimpse the events that transpired outside, thus satisfying her fantasies about the outside world. However, she did not expect that the moment she activated her power, this man would seemingly take notice. As the golden stars in his pupil spun, she found herself ensnared in a crimson-hued realm. Tsuki no Me. Within the realm of Tsuki no Me, I had dominion over both time and space. Originally, this technique could have inflicted pain to shatter Bulin's spirit. However, given that she had saved me, I could not allow her to suffer. Therefore, it sufficed to keep her restrained within the Tsuki no Mi space. This conveniently aligned with my prior plan. I controlled the unconscious Bulin and confidently exited the room. Using would release, I hung Bulin high in a tree. Upon entering the crowd, I quickly drew the attention of those around me. Although they did not recognize me, the sight of the fainted Bulin sent them into a frenzy of exclamations and chaos. Behold, is that Lord Bulin? Indeed, it is unmistakably Lord Bulin. What is that man doing? Wait, isn't that the fellow who was previously rescued by Lord Bulin? What is his intention? He must have discovered Lord Bulin's true identity and seeks to gain advantage from his mother. Hearing the murmurs around me, a smirk crept upon my lips. After a thunderous roar, silence enveloped the crowd. Listen closely, you have all seen this woman, correct? From this moment forth, summon anyone capable of wielding the Conqueror's haki to rescue her. Otherwise, well, with that, I turned my back and strode towards the island's edge. Could he be insane, daring to cause a ruckus on this island? How foolish, he is clearly courting death. Outsiders truly lack vision. And did you hear him? He shamelessly demands someone with Conqueror's haki to come forth, as if he were formidable himself. Indeed, I could easily dispatch him with a mere slap. Moreover, the only one on this island capable of wielding Conqueror's haki is his mother. Does he truly expect her to confront him? He must be blinded by delusion. Mother has neither the time nor inclination for such matters. It would be simpler to eliminate him directly. As I walked, I continued to overhear the discussions around me. It appears I have been underestimated. Upon reaching the island's edge, I halted. With a clap of my hands, I invoked the technique. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. With the flow of chakra, saplings erupted from the ground. Once these saplings broke through the surface, they grew at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the once densely populated island had transformed into a vast forest. Those who charged towards me were ensnared like candied hawthorn. After this maneuver, the soldiers who initially intended to seize me halted in their tracks. In the midst of their fear, they began to relay the news back to the mainland. Moses, is this the mainland? We have a grave situation. Lord Bulin has been abducted. Yes, indeed, the captors do not seek ransom. It is true. The kidnappers demand someone with Conqueror's haki to come and rescue him. The meaning remains unclear. Commander, what shall we do? Soon, the entire Big Mom crew received the distressing news. Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 3 sweet commanders, was originally dispatched to execute tasks elsewhere. Just as she entered the Cake Island waters, she received word. Report, Lord Smuggy, an unfamiliar individual has captured Lord Bulin. What? Where are they? Currently at Chocolate Island. Turn back immediately and head to Chocolate Island. Understood. Moreover, investigate the identity of that individual. After issuing her orders, she lifted a goblet and randomly seized an individual, squeezing the essence from their body like wringing a cloth. After gulping it down, she remarked, "Where did this savage come from, daring to kidnap Bulin? Accelerate our advance." Observing the island transformed into a complete forest, I realized this environment seemed to favor me. Although the surrounding trees were particularly robust, the enemies might think to use the terrain for concealment. However, all such efforts would be in vain. In my eyes, there are no blind spots. Given this, it seems a bit unfair to them. Perhaps I should convert this area into a platform. An excellent idea. Moreover, transforming it into a platform would grant a clearer vantage point, allowing enemies to detect my position immediately. Splendid, splendid, that's the plan. With a resolution in mind, I gently floated into the air. Forming a hand seal, I executed wind release, light form. From the tip of my fingers, a purplish-black chakra sword coalesced. With a sweeping motion from left to right, I cleaved through the branches of the stout trees. The once dense forest was now sliced into a platform formed of tree trunks. However, only a few severed leaves fell into the sea. The majority remained on the platform. This simply would not do. This was my specially prepared arena. It must be thoroughly cleaned. Thus, with another clap of my hands, I unleashed wind release, typhoon technique. In a powerful gust, the entire island transformed into a flat expanse. Moreover, those who previously inhabited the island were blown into the sea by the tempest. Meanwhile, as Smuggy approached the island, her ship's mast unexpectedly snapped. What is happening? Quickly, go investigate. Lord Smuggy, the mast is broken, but you should come and see for yourself. Confused, Smuggy gazed at the messenger. How could the mast break without reason? The expression on this individual's face suggested something unusual had occurred. Upon inspection, she noted that the break was remarkably smooth. Not a natural fracture, but rather as if sliced by some sharp blade. As she pondered what could inflict such damage, a fierce whirlwind suddenly emerged from the sea. It was the strongest wind she had ever witnessed, even causing the waters to recede. Her small vessel was no exception. Whether by fortune or misfortune, the broken mast had rendered both the main and auxiliary sails useless. Under such circumstances, one could only rely on oars or external power to navigate. However, this inexplicable tempest had pushed her ship back several kilometers. It could have been worse. Had her sails remained intact, she would have been blown miles away. Just as she silently counted her blessings, a colossal canopy of trees descended with the storm. She watched as the massive treetops threatened to crash onto her ship. If that strike landed, her vessel would surely splinter. Hence, she braced herself against the wind, striving to maintain her balance. Yet, the force of the wind was overwhelming. Even with her body aligned parallel to the deck, she could not withstand such a powerful gale. Clenching her teeth, Smuggy drew her long blade and plunged it into the deck, managing to stabilize herself. Soon after, her entire being radiated with a purple glow, and after 2.5 seconds, she was enveloped in violet light. Juice of the purple yam. With a cry, the purple light surged towards the long sword in her hand. Once the violet energy completely enveloped the blade, she swung her arm in a wide arc, striking downwards. A brilliant white sword beam cleaved through the tempest and the enormous treetops, bisecting them effortlessly. Furthermore, even the sea was instantaneously divided. Standing atop the platform with Bulin, I acknowledged the utility of the previous wind release. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I glimpsed an unusual light within the raging winds. I initially dismissed it as mere lightning flickering in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered a ship emerging upon the sea. I was instantly filled with excitement. Perhaps this was the powerful figure come to rescue Bulin. Soon, I discerned the full appearance of a ship. With its mast broken, it was drawing closer, propelled by numerous oars. On the deck at the bow stood a woman wielding a long sword, her expression a portrait of urgency as she scanned the area in my direction. As the vessel reached the edge of the island, I found myself gazing across the expanse at this woman, despite the 2 kilometers that separated us. Yet, I could distinctly sense the formidable killing intent emanating from her. She advanced toward me step by step, with each stride seemingly augmenting her stature. When she was merely 100 meters away, her height approached 30 meters, and the long sword in her grasp had grown to around 5 meters. I looked up at her, excitement flickering in my eyes. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, her words caught in her throat. She had not anticipated that this audacious young man before her would utter her own lines, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure, swinging her long sword with determination. "Release Bulin at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." "Wait a moment, miss. I was the one who asked first. If you choose not to respond to my question, then why threaten me?" I shrugged my shoulders, expressing my frustration across the distance. The woman lowered her head slightly, her patience for me evidently waning. A faint blue aura began to emanate from her form. "Enough chatter. Release Bulin immediately." I see I have encountered a rather impatient individual. I slowly levitated into the air, aligning my gaze with hers. Are you hard of hearing, miss? I have spoken at length, yet you have not answered a single query. The woman's radiance intensified. Her sword raised high as the light from her body transitioned toward the blade. Then, with a sudden motion, she unleashed a swift downward strike, sending a pale blue slash hurtling toward me at an astonishing speed. As it passed, the ground beneath began to crack vigorously and uniformly. I had not anticipated that this woman possessed such prowess. What seemed to be a casual strike had the power to fracture the earth. Furthermore, the ground was comprised of my wood release technique, which, though susceptible to slashes, was significantly tougher than ordinary stone. I was astonished that she could cleave through it so effortlessly. It appeared this woman was indeed formidable. However, I was slightly disappointed that her strike lacked any additional hockey effects. This suggested that either she had underestimated me or was entirely unfamiliar with the use of hockey. I smiled faintly. If this was the extent of her attack, evasion was unnecessary. I could easily absorb it with the strength of my own body. Thus, I began to harden my form, preparing to meet her strike head-on. When the pale blue energy made contact, it was forcefully rebounded back toward her. The woman stared at me in disbelief. While her attack had not been executed with full force, it was certainly not trivial. The fissures in the ground attested to the intensity of her strike. Yet, to her utter astonishment, this floating man had not only deflected her attack, but had not budged an inch in the process. This was formidable indeed. Her wariness escalated, realizing that I was no ordinary opponent. Meanwhile, I glanced down at my chest, relieved to find no damage whatsoever. I had not anticipated that a spontaneous idea from a year ago would yield such remarkable results. Recalling the effort I had invested to enhance my defensive capabilities, I had undergone rigorous impact training daily. Over time, my bodily resilience had significantly improved. However, I understood that this still paled in comparison to the might of armed hockey. No matter how much I honed my body, it was merely a stronger piece of iron. Until I could fully develop the armored hockey, I could not claim true success. During one of my practice sessions, I suddenly remembered a weapon I possessed, the great sword, Jiao Ji. Indeed, this sword had a consciousness of its own. Previously, due to insufficient chakra, I had been unable to wield it effectively. Each attempt to use it resulted in a portion of my chakra being absorbed, coupled with a backlash. Overall, it was a rather troublesome blade. Thus, I had stored it in the system space and neglected it. However, now that my chakra had grown to rival that of tailed beasts, I no longer feared its absorption. One day, after spending time with Jiao Ji, I noticed something extraordinary. After absorbing a substantial amount of my chakra, it began to approach me with a newfound affinity. It resembled a small pet, gently leaning against me with its supple blade. Although it continued to absorb chakra, I could distinctly feel its gentleness during the process. In that moment, I felt a deep connection with it. Consequently, I began to keep it by my side daily. After several months, I found myself preparing to withstand a Rasengan with my body. Just as I braced myself, the Rasengan began to tear through my flesh. At that moment, Jiao Ji suddenly manifested, not only absorbing the chakra from the Rasengan, but also initiating a partial fusion with my body. This revelation captured my attention immediately. I began to actively merge with Jiao Ji, and to my surprise, it was remarkably successful. Upon fully integrating Jiao Ji into my being, I discovered a faint, ethereal gas emanating from it. This gas seemed to move toward my mind, appearing to be the essence of Jiao Ji's consciousness, seeking to merge with mine. A sense of trepidation filled me. Although it was merely a sword, its sentience and desire to invade my consciousness warranted caution. As I pondered this, the essence was suddenly absorbed by the system. Consequently, Jiao Ji fully fused with my body. When I attempted to control the Jiao Ji within me, I was astonished to find that it granted my flesh formidable defensive capabilities. In essence, it was a form of armed hockey. By hardening part of my body, I could withstand incoming attacks. If the opponent employed a strike that made contact with my flesh, I could harden my skin at the moment of impact, forming spikes to injure them. This discovery filled me with immense joy. I had inadvertently acquired a piece of reflective armor, which could shift its position at will in accordance with my consciousness. Through continuous experimentation, I found this reflective armor to be exceptionally powerful. It could easily withstand a regular Rasengan, and under my full control, could even barely endure a wind-release Rasengan. Certainly, this can only be achieved when I maximize my own restorative abilities. Even so, I am confident that my current defensive prowess is on par with that of the armed color. However, it lacks the striking effectiveness against natural types. The fact that I managed to deflect the attack from the woman wielding the long sword is a testament to my reflective armor. Observing her stunned expression, I slowly spoke. Now we can converse, can't we? Naturally, the woman was astonished by my defensive capabilities, yet considering that her sister was still in the clutches of this individual, she had no choice but to acquiesce to my proposition. Moreover, it would be advantageous to glean information about her adversary through dialogue. Thus, the woman returned to her original size, her long sword resting behind her, and inquired, "What do you wish to know? Who exactly are you, and what brings you here?" Isn't this simply reiterating my previous questions? I replied, "If it weren't for my good temper, we would have skipped the conversation altogether and resorted to combat. Furthermore, what is the matter with you? Your temper is quite volatile. I prefer a gentler demeanor." With a resigned sigh, I recognized that reasoning with her would lead to an endless debate. Therefore, I muster my response to her inquiries. "You have posed numerous questions. Which should I address first?" It appears that I am the one asking now. After a moment of contemplation, the woman acknowledged this reality but refused to let her authority wane. She continued to press. "What do you intend to do? How about this?" I suggested, "You answer one question of mine, and I shall respond to one of yours in turn." The woman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let it be so." "Excellent. To begin with, who are you?" I asked. "I am New Samuji." She replied. "And you?" "I am Guangjiju," I said. "What is your relationship with Bulin?" "She is my sister," she answered. "Why did you abduct Bulin?" I queried. "I wish to challenge the strongest members of your team to a duel." "Do you possess the Conqueror's Haki?" she asked. "Why do you desire this?" "I do not. Had you mentioned your inability earlier, we could have avoided this lengthy exchange," she remarked, noticing my silence and wondering what had transpired. "Why have you ceased to respond?" Unbeknownst to her, my interest in conversing had dwindled. With a decisive clap of my hands, I declared water release, water thunder technique. Suddenly, a pool of water materialized beneath her feet, from which 8 chains of lightning surged forth, ensnaring her limbs and neck. The violent electrical current left her body momentarily paralyzed. In the next instant, a circular column of water erupted from beneath her, enveloping her entirely, leaving only her head exposed as she emitted anguished cries. Having subdued the woman named Samuji, I boarded her vessel. The crew of women erupted in startled cries. For it is indeed said that 3 women are equivalent to 500 ducks. The cacophony of their voices was comparable to that of a large-scale MRI scan. "Silence," I commanded, and the atmosphere fell instantly quiet. "You have 5 minutes to summon someone more formidable. Otherwise, these 2 women shall meet their demise." With that, I caressed the ship's hull and unleashed ninjutsu, super heavy rock technique. The ship, previously buoyant upon the sea, began to sink, gradually submerging into the depths. Having completed this task, I turned and soared towards Bulin. Well, it seems that the number of hostages has increased. I wondered if anyone more powerful would arrive. For now, I shall wait and see. On the sinking vessel, panic ensued as everyone frantically dialed for help. The incessant ringing of small den-den mushi filled the air. Soon, the sound of communication reverberated throughout Cake Island. Katakali, lounging in a room while savoring a donut, was suddenly interrupted by the urgent cries of his den-den mushi. Frowning, he felt a surge of frustration. He had clearly instructed them not to disturb him during his downtime. Who dared to disrupt him? Initially inclined to ignore it, he realized the incessant ringing left him no choice but to answer. As soon as he picked up, before he could utter a word, an urgent plea for help reached his ears. "Whoever you are, hurry to Chocolate Island. Master Bulin and Master Samuji have been abducted." Katakali paused for a moment, contemplating. Why did these names resemble those of his 2 sisters? Not just similar, they were identical. Although the names matched, The tone of the speaker evoked a sense of unfamiliarity. Abduction? Now, that was a novel term to him, one he had not encountered in years. It left him momentarily bewildered as he struggled to recall its meaning. In his mind, he pondered, so abduction means being bound for marriage. Well, his sisters were grown. It was about time they wed. This should be a positive development. Yet why did the messenger sound so urgent? Suddenly, realization struck him. Abduction did not equate to marriage. His sisters were in danger. However, what baffled him further was that while it was understandable for Bulin to be in peril, how could Samuji, one of the 3 sweet commanders with a bounty of 900 million berries, also be captured? Though her strength was not the most formidable among the 3, surely she would not succumb to being taken hostage. Katakali's mind raced as he deduced that an unfamiliar and powerful adversary must be involved. If even Samuji could not handle this individual, it implied that the kidnapper's strength was indeed extraordinary. He swallowed the remaining donut in one bite, seized a steel fork nearby, and his eyes glinted with a fierce determination. In an instant, the surrounding structures crumbled to pieces as he dashed out. Meanwhile, Kalijia had also received the news. Having already heard of Bulin's abduction, he had set out for Chocolate Island. To his astonishment, within a mere 5 minutes, Samuji had also been captured. Standing upon a massive cookie, he hastened his glide across the sea surface, soon reaching the shores of Chocolate Island. Yet, he was taken aback by the barren platform before him. Where had all the buildings gone? The grand fountain that once stood there had vanished as well. What on earth was happening? Kalijia's expression shifted as he scanned the distance, quickly spotting 3 figures on the eastern coast. He dared not hesitate. With a clap of his hands, numerous cookie soldiers materialized around him, each bearing fierce expressions and wielding swords and shields as they raced toward the trio. From the moment Kalijia set foot on the island, I had already taken notice of him. This individual, clad in armor with striking purple hair, was certainly a male. At last, I could engage in a proper duel. I wondered if he possessed the Conqueror's haki. As he approached, conjuring cookie soldiers from thin air, I couldn't help but marvel. It appeared that a magician had arrived. 10 cookie soldiers led the charge, their swords gleaming ominously in their grasp. Not a single courteous word was exchanged as they advanced directly towards me. All 10 swords were aimed at my abdomen, and I could not help but smirk. In an instant, I hardened my entire body, rooting my feet firmly to the ground, merging myself with the trunk beneath me. A thunderous sound erupted, echoing through the surroundings. I raised the corners of my mouth, casting a taunting glance at the 10 cookie soldiers. How rude of you to commence with such a formidable attack without a greeting. My dear friend, you certainly lack decorum. The cookie soldiers, witnessing their strike fail, took a few steps back and slowly spoke. It appears you possess some degree of strength. The voice emanated from within the belly of one soldier, while another mimicked its movements. They believed their duet was seamless, unaware that nothing could escape my perception. The power of my Byakugan allows me to see through objects. Moreover, I wield the Sharingan, which not only grants me penetrating vision, but also the ability to bend my line of sight. My friend, you are indeed lacking in subtlety. Are you truly so terrified of being seen that you must hide? The figure of Kalijia, concealed within the cookie soldier's belly, trembled noticeably. What was happening? Had he discovered his secret? Or was his earlier remark merely a ruse? Adhering to a cautious mindset, Kalijia refrained from revealing himself immediately, instead continuing his charade. What do you mean? I did not comprehend your words. I marveled at his audacity to feign ignorance, and with a flick of my wrist, a dark staff materialized in my palm. As I grasped it, my right hand distinctly sank downwards. Kalijia, keenly observing my actions, instantly understood that the object I held was no lightweight. Indeed, it was not. This black staff was forged from the precious Chiodao, an artifact that could only be wielded by one who has harnessed the power of the tailed beasts. Over the course of 2 years, I not only refined the chakra of the tailed beasts, but also mastered the method to employ the Chiodao. Thus, I had become a veritable Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. However, there were distinctions. I had not sealed the tailed beasts within me, but merely refined their chakra. In truth, this cannot be deemed the Sage of Six Paths mode. A more accurate description would be the 10 tails form. When I first entered this state, the chakra enveloping my body caused me to swell several times in size, and the excess chakra was uncontrollable, unlike the nine-tails form, which could manifest limbs in accordance with my consciousness. This perplexed me for quite some time. Just as I contemplated relinquishing this form, an unexpected event transpired. My previously severed arms, under the influence of the 10-tails chakra, began to regenerate. 2 hours later, I found myself with 2 fully restored hands. To my astonishment, I had inadvertently developed the ability of limb regeneration. Through my trials, I discovered that this regeneration could only occur within the 10-tails mode. However, while in this form, my entire body expanded significantly, resembling a colossal balloon. Perhaps this was the reason the 10-tails form enabled my limb regeneration. Perhaps the internal inflation facilitated the regrowth of my hands. Regardless, the advantages of the 10-tails form were evident. Subsequently, when I fused with the Jiaoji, I re-entered the 10-tails mode, gradually returning to my original size. This delighted me, for it seemed the Jiaoji absorbed the excess chakra from the 10-tails, allowing me to revert to my natural form. This made things considerably more convenient. Furthermore, the 10-tails form granted me the ability to control the Vidoer. Originally a mere black sphere, it could now morph into various shapes under my conscious command. However, the Vidoer was not light. To control it, I had to enhance my arms. After extensive research, I finally managed to master the weight of the Vidoer. Presently, in my right hand, it extended into a long staff, which I dubbed the Yi Jingubong, Ru Yi Jingubong form. After executing a couple of flourishes with the staff, I slung it across my back and regarded the cookie soldiers before me with a grin. Haha, since you refuse to behave, do not blame your elder for being ungracious. I paused momentarily, taken aback by my own words. This staff form was indeed extraordinary. Each time I wielded it, I felt transported to an ethereal state, uncontrollably uttering phrases akin to I am Sun Wukong or Grandfather Sunday. Kuli Jia gazed at the black staff in my hand, his heart racing in astonishment. What a remarkable weapon. It was evident that I was no ordinary fighter. The transformation of a simple staff into this formidable black rod suggested that I had infused it with immense power. In this new world, I had heard of the legendary Eagle Eye, who transformed his blade into a black sword and subsequently dominated the realm as the strongest swordsman. I had never encountered, nor even heard of anyone else capable of such a feat yet. Here before me stood an individual wielding this pure black staff. A master, an undeniable master. It was clear that I must unleash my full potential. Given the caliber of weaponry my opponent possessed, they were undoubtedly no ordinary foe. He eyed me warily, cautiously probing. Who are you, really? With the black staff in hand, I twirled it behind me while curiously observing the cookie soldiers before me, meticulously taking in every detail. Ha ha ha! Do not concern yourself with my identity. I am more intrigued to know where you are. A sinister smile crept across my face as I weighed the staff in my hand, contemplating which of the cookie soldiers I should choose. I felt an instinctive certainty that one among them was the target. Pointing at 2 of the cookie soldiers, I feigned deep thought, considering whom to select. My performance had reached its pinnacle. Meanwhile, Kuli Jia was indeed among the cookie soldiers. He shook his head in disbelief, fervently praying not to be chosen. Gradually, his heart raced as he peered through a small hole in the cookie, scrutinizing my every move. After confirming my suspicions, I raised the black staff, swung it with force, and struck one of the cookie soldiers. The sound of crumbling cookies filled the air. I found you. Kuli Jia could hardly believe that I had identified him on my first attempt. Moreover, the force behind that strike was tremendous, capable of inflicting severe damage. Typically, not even a regular attack could harm a cookie soldier, let alone one imbued with powerful energy. In light of the intensity of this assault, it is evident that if it were to strike him, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a formidable blow. He executed a backflip on the ground, swiftly regaining his composure. Then, with a series of rapid movements, he distanced himself from me by 5 or 6 meters. I rested the black rod upon my shoulder, gazing at him with a gleeful smile. I never anticipated my luck would be so fortuitous as to find you so easily. Kuli Jia wiped the corner of his mouth. Although the previous attack had not directly impacted him, the shattered cookies had certainly caused him considerable distress. He understood that the individual before him possessed extraordinary prowess. That seemingly effortless strike had left cookie fragments scattered all around. Caution was imperative. Yet, upon witnessing my triumphant expression, his competitive spirit was ignited. "Oh, is that so? Shall we have another go?" When I looked at Kuli Jia, it was akin to gazing at a fool. This lad still had not grasped that I had known his location from the very beginning, and my earlier display of fortune was merely a ruse to entice him into another encounter. My intention was to toy with this purple-haired young man. Besides, with nothing pressing to occupy me, and since he mistakenly believed my golden rod to be merely a black stick, it would be amusing to give him a fright. Thus, upon hearing his suggestion for a rematch, I eagerly nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. This time be sure to hide well. You mustn't be easily found, or it will cease to be entertaining." Before long, Kuli Jia gently clapped his hands, causing an array of cookies in varying shapes to materialize around us. Subsequently, he began to orchestrate these cookies, directing them to dance in the air. Amidst a flurry of dazzling maneuvers, 10 cookie soldiers reappeared once again. Come fort. This time, you must truly search. Kuli Jia believed he had concealed himself well, even altering his voice, likely thinking it would render his true location untraceable. However, I found this quite amusing. Regardless of whether he masked his voice or transformed himself into a cookie person, he could not escape my discerning gaze. At that moment, he was hidden behind a tree, cleverly camouflaging himself with cookies that mimicked the bark's color. Little did he realize that such rudimentary disguises were childish play for a ninja like me. Although I had already sentenced him to defeat in my mind, I maintained a facade of calm as I scrutinized the cookie soldiers before me. Meanwhile, we stealthily approached Kelia. After 2.5 minutes, I chose a direction that faced away from him, raising my golden rod high. "Haha, found you," I declared, feigning an attack towards an empty cookie figure. Kelia, concealed behind the tree, nearly erupted in laughter. He thought it was sheer coincidence that I had located him. If he were to observe my current actions, he would see me preparing to strike an empty cookie figure. How utterly ridiculous! With such a lack of discernment, even the mightiest of weapons would be of no consequence. I could conjure as many cookie soldiers as I desired. As I prepared to bring my golden rod down, I could no longer suppress my smile. In the next instant, I vanished from my position. Kelia's eyelids twitched. What is happening? However, his thought process was a fraction too slow. My low voice resonated behind him. "He found you." To Kuli Jia's ears, my voice resembled a demon's whisper, sending chills down his spine and causing a cold sweat to trickle down his neck. Yet, I afforded him no opportunity to respond. With a swift motion, I struck. The impact was not only fueled by my full strength, but also accompanied by a minor ninjutsu, Moku Tun, cloud elevation technique. This technique utilized the surrounding tree trunks to form a small platform beneath Kuli Jia's feet, allowing him a secure footing. Coupled with the descent of my golden rod, it propelled his body upwards. In this relative motion, Kuli Jia perceived the rapid fall of the black rod, leaving him no time to react before it struck his head. A wave of pain coursed through his body, and he rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness. I hoisted him up with my golden rod and discarded him like a rag doll at Simu Ji's feet. Although Simu Ji was utterly drained, her head remained above water, granting her a semblance of awareness. Upon witnessing my swift defeat of Kuli Jia, her expression shifted from anger to a hint of fear. She opened her mouth but uttered no words. After all this, I resumed my composed posture on the ground, awaiting the arrival of the next formidable opponent. In truth, I had initially intended to play with Kuli Jia a while longer. However, upon entering the Ten-Tails state, my sensory abilities had significantly amplified, expanding my range of perception to 30 kilometers. I could distinctly sense a towering figure approaching at an extraordinary speed. Thus, my desire to engage with Kuli Jia dissipated, and I resolved to wait for this newcomer. Before long, the imposing figure emerged onto the shore, wielding an exceedingly long steel fork, his presence exuding an intimidating aura. What an intriguing individual. Broad-shouldered, slender-waisted and long-legged. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, reminiscent of a tiger descending from the mountains, ravenous and ready to feast. Bolin, Simuyi, Keliya. He cast a glance at the hostages behind me, exclaiming in astonishment at the increased number of captives. Simuyi's gaze shifted. Katakuli. The man named Katakuli fixed his intense stare upon me. You scoundrel. It appears I cannot allow you to leave this place intact. I slowly rose to my feet, gently applauding. Bravo, my friend. What an impressive aura you possess. May I inquire if you wield Conqueror's Haki? Katakuli disregarded my question and slammed his steel fork into the ground. His devil fruit abilities activated instantaneously. He launched a punch towards me, and upon closer inspection, I noted the formidable presence of Haki enveloping his fist. Nevertheless, I had no intention of evading. Instead, I saw this as an opportunity to test the resilience of a shield I had fused with the skin of a shark. Thus, after a rotation of my Sharingan, I clearly observed the trajectory of his attack. As his fist approached, I solidified both arms, crossing them defensively over my chest, grounding myself to absorb the impact. Katakuli's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light as he unleashed the full extent of his Kenbunchika Haki to foresee the future. He discovered that I had chosen not to evade, but rather to brace myself for his impending assault. Contemplating in his mind, he thought, this individual is truly overestimating his capabilities. He dares to underestimate me, intending to take this punch head-on. Since that is the case, I shall ensure that you do not land a hit. Thus, as he witnessed his own fist successfully closing in, the fruit ability activated, instantly enveloping me. At that moment, I was raising my arms, preparing to defend against Ka airstrike. Unexpectedly, he altered his attack midway. Fortunately, my Sharingan provided an immediate warning. I saw his arm transform into a mass of pliable machi, intending to ensnare me. Without hesitation, I activated my body flicker technique. After a series of swift movements, he successfully evaded Ka Addis assault. Once I stabilized my stance, my eyelids twitched. I fixed my gaze on Ka Air, astonished. A master, Mean Vila, Ka Air. Initially confident that his mid-attack alteration was foolproof, was taken aback when I suddenly vanished from his sight. As I regained my footing, he withdrew his arm. Rubbing his wrist gently, he too fixed an intense stare upon me, inwardly marveling. Indeed, formidable. No wonder he could defeat Kalijia and Simuji. At this moment, both parties regarded each other with a sense of caution. The unspoken understanding between us reached a synchronous peak. This person is undoubtedly extraordinary. Ka-Air locked his gaze onto my eyes and inquired, "What is your name?" Unfazed, I twirled the golden staff in my hand. "Guangjiju." Kaya nodded solemnly, a serious expression emerging on his face. "Be cautious, Guangjiju. The next move will not be so easily evaded." A slight smile graced my lips. This friend named Kataku Lee seemed to possess some depth. Before a fight, he even offered a warning. How curious. Deception is an integral part of warfare. Was he attempting to deceive me, or was he speaking earnestly? I chose not to respond, and simply gestured for him to come at me. Suddenly, a red-black aura surged around Kair. Conqueror's Haki, a powerful energy radiated from beneath his feet, swiftly spreading outward, causing the dust on the ground to rise without the presence of wind. His overwhelming aura seemed to coalesce into a tangible form, rushing toward me with a ferocious intensity. Witnessing such a formidable presence invigorated me, causing my entire body to tremble with excitement. Conqueror's Haki. Finally, after such a prolonged encounter, someone who wielded Conqueror's Haki had emerged. Subsequently, I commanded the system to commence a frenzied absorption. Even the scattered Conqueror's Haki around us was drawn back to me. Yet, sensing it was still insufficient, I took deliberate steps toward Ka-Air, greedily absorbing that long-lost Haki. The dormant time of the system was rapidly diminishing. However, this scene left Ka-Air in a state of astonishment. From a moment he discerned that this person could evade his attack. He understood that this individual must also possess the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki. Thus, before unleashing his Haki, he had offered a subtle hint. If facing someone else with Conqueror's Haki, they would undoubtedly grasp the meaning behind his words instantly. However, he did not anticipate that as soon as he released his Conqueror's Haki, His opponent would not counter with their own haki, but rather absorb his own. Indeed, absorb. Ka-air observed with clarity as his conqueror's haki was entirely drawn into the body of the person before him. Yet, how could such a phenomenon occur? Throughout his life, he had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing conqueror's haki. Who was this person? Could it be related to their fruit ability? That shouldn't be possible. Haki is supposed to transcend all devil fruit abilities. Ka-air's mind was racing, struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Just as he was lost in thought, an even more shocking event transpired. This individual was not only absorbing his conqueror's haki, but seemed to find it delectable, continuously drawing closer to him. How could such a thing occur? With each step forward he took, Ka-air felt compelled to retreat. Simultaneously, he attempted to halt his own conqueror's haki, but found himself utterly incapable. This person resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing his power, as if something within him was magically extracting his conqueror's haki. This left him powerless to stop. Gradually, his body began to weaken, his vision fading, and his legs losing strength. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived. This individual had boasted of seeking a battle with someone who possessed conqueror's haki, even resorting to kidnapping to lure him out. Little did he know, he had fallen prey in the very domain where he excelled. Ka-air gradually succumbed to fatigue, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As I approached him, now lying incapacitated, I surprisingly felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. However, Ka-air had lost consciousness, unable to harness his haki any longer. I licked my lips and straightened my posture. Indeed, it was quite delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. This bout of absorption had once again reduced the system's dormant time by a year. At this rate, should 2 more individuals of Ka-air's caliber appear, I could resurrect the system. The mere thought filled me with exhilaration. However, I now harbored a fantasy. If I were to heal Ka-air, could I absorb once more? Of course, if he were to discover my intentions, he would undoubtedly flee. He would allow themselves to be exploited. Yet, at present, he was incapable of resistance. Thus, I began to employ various methods to treat Ka-air. Lord Guiyu, hurry! This person is on the brink of death. Together with Lord Guiyu, we commenced our desperate efforts to revive Ka-air. This scene left Muji behind us utterly stunned. Initially, upon seeing Ka-air make his entrance, she felt elated, believing that even if I possessed some strength, I could never rival her brother. Yet she was mistaken. After our first encounter, she immediately recognized that the strengths of these 2 individuals were nearly equal. Though her brother possessed supreme observation haki, capable of glimpsing 3 minutes into the future, she was astonished to find that the man who had imprisoned her could also predict to a certain extent. Moreover, he had successfully evaded her brother's attack. What baffled her further was the astonishing speed he exhibited while dodging her brother's assault, nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. As the exchanges continued, she clearly understood that her brother was preparing to unleash his conqueror's haki. This only fueled her confidence. Even if he was formidable, her brother was a 1 in a million elite warrior. Surely, he would bring the opponent to defeat beneath the weight of his haki. However, reality struck like a resounding slap, harshly reminding her of her misjudgment. No, this is absolutely impossible. Muji's worldview has shattered completely. She would rather believe that everything before her eyes is merely an illusion. Ever since childhood, her older brother has always displayed an overwhelming dominance. His formidable strength has only served to deepen the admiration of his younger siblings, and in turn, he has grown even more powerful amidst their adulation. Yet today, this man, once a paragon of invincibility, has met with defeat. What is even more infuriating is what his adversary is doing now, administering treatment to him. Hey you, just how far do you intend to humiliate someone? Stop it. I turned in astonishment to see the enraged Muji. Did she not see that I was trying to save him? Don't cause a scene. Muji's fury intensified. I told you to stop. Having defeated him, why continue to humiliate him? I truly wish I could dissect this woman's mind to understand how it could conceive such nonsense. However, I'm currently unable to move as the treatment has reached a critical juncture. Although Ka-air's life is not in danger, ceasing the treatment now would mean he could never wield the Conqueror's haki again. Yet at this pivotal moment, this woman behind me wishes for me to halt my efforts. I am utterly exasperated. Stop it, please. Can you hear me? Raitan Reiko. From my back, two hands materialized, forming a seal, and a colossal dragon head made of lightning appeared in the sky, roaring as it struck sea Muji. Finally, the world fell silent once more, allowing me to concentrate on the treatment. Zun, Kaya slowly awakened. He opened his eyes to find me grinning at him with a rather inappropriate smile, gazing at him with an insatiable hunger. Startled, he jerked upright. What do you want? Huh? No, I don't like men. What a ridiculous exchange. Neither understood what the other was saying. I awkwardly cleared my throat. So, how's your injury? Ka-Ir moved his arm, discovering that he seemed to be largely unaffected. He only felt a bit lightheaded, a persistent urge to lie down and sleep washing over him. As he struggled to rise, I quickly supported his arm. However, a more embarrassing scene unfolded. Due to Ka-Ir's towering height, even while holding on his arm, I was ineffective. In fact, when he fully stood, I found myself dangling from his arm. Ka-Ir lifted me to eye level. Thank you, but you can let go now. I sheepishly released my grip and rubbed my nose. There was nothing I could do about the height difference. Zul, would you like to try using your Conqueror's Haki again? Upon hearing this, Ka-Ir moved his neck slightly. Feeling the changes in his body, he suddenly exerted himself. Nothing happened. Deflated, he replied, "It appears I cannot use it for the time being." Well, it seems my plan to exploit the situation has fallen through. I sighed softly. By the way, is there anyone else on this island who can wield Conqueror's Haki? Ka-Ir's demeanor shifted instantly to one of caution. On the entire Cake Island, the only ones capable of using Conqueror's Haki are he and his mama. He had evidently just had his Conqueror's Haki absorbed by me, and he still felt a bit dizzy, having just tested his ability to use it. To his astonishment, I was not satisfied. What else do you want? You absolutely cannot act against mama. I quickly clarified, it's not about acting against her. I primarily wish to ask for her assistance. You call that seeking help? Ka-Ir pointed behind me. I understood his implication. Seeking assistance did not necessitate resorting to kidnapping. Hey, look, this is just a misunderstanding. I feared you would refuse, hence resorting to such drastic measures. Moreover, as you can see, while I have them under control, I have not harmed them in any way. I spoke with a righteous demeanor. Had Ka-Ir not noticed the large bump on Kalia's head, he might have believed me. Noticing Ka-Ir's gaze upon Kalia, I chuckled nervously. Misunderstanding. I'll treat him right away. To be honest, even though I had just fought with Ka-Ir, I felt a sense of mutual understanding between us. Moreover, I had indeed gone a bit too far this time. Capturing the Conqueror's Haki and greedily absorbing it nearly cost Ka-Ir his life. Fortunately, he is quite robust, and my treatment was timely. Otherwise, this time next year would mark Ka-Ir's death anniversary. Thus, I can understand his resentment towards me. After treating Kalia, I turned to Ka-Ir. Zul, could you help call Mama over here? Ka-Ir looked utterly speechless. How could he possibly do such a thing? What if Mama were to get hurt? In the midst of his contemplation, he suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. You only need someone who wields Conqueror's Haki, right? Yes. Kaya smirked cunningly. I have someone to recommend to you. I looked at him with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. Who? Kaido. I had previously heard the name Kaido mentioned by Marco. It is said that he is another of the 4 emperors, and his crew consists entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, regardless of his abilities, as long as he possesses Conqueror's Haki, that would suffice. Thus, I quickly inquired, Kaido, How do I get to him? Do you have a permanent pointer? Ka-Ir thought for a moment, and realized he did not possess such an item. Furthermore, it was rumored that Mama and Kaido had a good relationship. If I were to deceive Kaido, it might not bode well. Ka-Ir wore a distressed expression, ultimately deciding against seeking Kaido. How about you try contacting Shanks instead? Shanks? That might work. I asked eagerly, do you know where Shanks is? Ka-Ir shook his head. I sat down dejectedly, returning my golden staff to the system space. TCH, it's all the same. I think it would be better to seek Mama. She is closer and more convenient. Ka-Ir was left speechless, realizing that I was still intent on seeking Mama. What to do? Noticing Ka-Ir's troubled expression, I quickly smiled and reassured him. Oh, don't worry. I'm merely borrowing a bit of Conqueror's Haki. As you saw, There is no danger to life. Before Kair could respond, I interjected, or I had settled. Just introduce me to her later. I could see that Kair was still somewhat reluctant, so I directly retrieved the remaining gold from the system space. This gold was a gift from the people of the Sky Island. I had secretly saved a bit, but now it seemed I had saved too little. A large cylindrical piece of gold lay before Kair. The weight nearly created a significant crater in the stump below. Kair's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized I was carrying such a vast quantity of gold. I chuckled and remarked that I would not ask for your assistance without compensation. Consider this a token of gratitude. Kair gazed at the substantial heap of gold before him, calculating its worth. A preliminary estimation suggested it should amount to at least 2 billion. Logically, with such an abundance of gold as remuneration and merely employing a bit of Haushika Haki, this transaction seemed quite favorable. However, having just encountered this individual, it was evident that he resembled a vacuum, capable of siphoning away all of my Haushika Haki. This was somewhat disheartening, although losing my Haushiku would not have dire consequences. I noticed Kair was in a quandary. Typically, when negotiating, such an expression indicates that the price is nearly settled. Of course, if I could offer a bit more, the deal would be virtually sealed. Yet, I currently possessed no further resources, otherwise I would have happily relinquished everything. Thus, I had to act swiftly, leaving no room for him to retract his agreement. Consider it a favor to me. I assure you, there will be no danger to Dama's life. Will that suffice? Kair remained silent, but I could discern he was intrigued. Please contact Dama, and I shall speak with her. Reluctantly, Kair made the call. 5 minutes later, he led me to Dama. This was my first encounter with the legendary Yonko. My initial impression of her was simply that she was immense, both in stature and in personality. While she may not possess the charm of Robin or others, it was evident that there was something extraordinary within her gaze. Sitting in a position of authority, she scrutinized me and inquired, "So, you are the one who wishes to see me?" Despite the discomfort of craning my neck to meet her gaze, I maintained a semblance of respect, offering a slight bow. "Indeed, I seek your assistance with a minor task." Dama seemed to find my demeanor satisfactory, her expression softening slightly. "I have heard of the situation. Do you truly wish for me to use Haushiku to attack you?" "Absolutely. I hope you can assist me." Dama nodded. "Very well. Considering the generous amount of gold you have provided, I shall make a brief demonstration." With her affirmative response, my spirits lifted. With the aid of this Yonko, perhaps I could finally awaken my system today. Dama beckoned me to follow her inside. I rose, only to notice that Kair did not accompany us. Clearly, the destination was not accessible to all. Exiting the room, we arrived in a secluded chamber. The surroundings appeared to be crafted from special materials, lending an air of formidable strength. This is my specially customized combat arena, though it has been neglected for some time. However, considerable effort went into its construction. Curiosity compelled me to touch the walls. They felt different, solid yet somewhat breathable. I was astonished to discover the material was indeed permeable. It was clear that Dama had invested significant thought into this. Yet, upon deeper reflection, another question arose. Why had she created this? Standing in the center of the arena, I felt a surge of anticipation as my system was on the verge of revival. "I am prepared. You may proceed." "Ha. Very well. How do you wish for me to execute this?" "Simply release your Haushiko Haki towards me." Dama understood my request and nodded slightly. In the next moment, her eyes transformed to a vivid crimson. A pale blue circle emerged from her feet, encircled by flickering black and red lightning, advancing toward me. "Here it comes," I thought, taken aback by the formidable presence of the Yonko. The Haushiku she manifested was a tier above Kair's, having taken on a tangible form. Furthermore, Dama seemed to wield her Haushiku with greater finesse, exhibiting a remarkable command compared to Kair. Previously, she had been informed by Kair of my ability to absorb Haushika Haki, which exceeded her understanding, thus motivating her to assist me. Otherwise, even if I offered more gold, she would likely remain indifferent. In the center of the arena, Dama continued to unleash her Haushiku. If one were to quantify it, assuming her total Haushiku was equivalent to 2 Kairs, the amount she was releasing now could be likened to 1 Kair. Moreover, She employed a method of intermittent release, first emitting a small amount, then halting immediately, preventing me from voraciously absorbing it. This strategy was devised after she learned of my capabilities from Kair. I must admit, her approach was remarkably astute, not only averting my rampant absorption, but also affording her the opportunity to observe how I managed to absorb Haushika Haki. As the Haki surged toward me like arrows, the moment it made contact with my skin, the system swiftly absorbed it. Consequently, the duration of its dormancy diminished. Toledama. The spectacle before her was utterly beyond her expectations. It felt as though the Haki she released was akin to strands of noodles swiftly drawn into my being. Intrigued, she released another Ka. The same phenomenon unfolded once more. My, this is truly fascinating. It is the first time I have encountered someone capable of absorbing Haushiku. After a moment of laughter, her expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full power, abandoning her previous restraint and continuously releasing her Haki, seemingly testing the limits of my absorption. However, this decision stirred a hornet's nest. Upon receiving such a signal, the system reacted as if imbibing a stimulant, wildly absorbing without restraint. Whether it was due to the purity of Dama's Haushiku or some other factor, the system found the absorption process increasingly effortless. Simultaneously, the dormancy period continued to shorten. On her end, Dama, realizing that I remained entirely unaffected, felt her competitive spirit ignite. The earlier advice from Ka-air faded from her mind. Disregarding the consequences, she intensified her release. Yet, this choice spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. The rate of absorption by the system began to multiply, while Dama's consumption of Haushiku accelerated exponentially. Just as she sought to halt her release, she suddenly found herself unable to rein it in. Alarmed, she scrambled to reduce her output, but the system refused to relent. Like a parched individual longing for water, one might initially endure the absence of hydration. However, the sudden emergence of a faucet, albeit one that trickles drops at first, ignites a fervent desire within this person to quench their thirst. As the faucet is turned to its fullest capacity, the thirsty individual revels in the abundance, savoring the refreshing flow. Yet, just as they are indulging, the faucet is abruptly turned off. How could they possibly accept such an interruption? They clutch the faucet tightly, desperately attempting to draw from it, even resorting to slapping it in frustration for its sluggish release, disrupting their rhythm. The elderly woman now resembles that faucet, while the system embodies the parched individual. I find myself inching ever closer, and just as she attempts to cease the flow, I, in an uncontrollable surge, grasp her head. My hands encircle her skull, squeezing as if I were wringing a sponge, while from behind, I utilize chakra-formed arms to relentlessly strike her head, hoping to elicit more of her latent domineering energy. The force I unleash, even unwittingly, is astonishing. Even the resilient woman begins to exhibit signs of pain, yet she is far too preoccupied with her own head to notice. The agony, akin to having one's brain drained, compels her to cry out, "No, please stop." At this moment, she is utterly incapable of regulating her own release of domineering energy. Meanwhile, my system operates like a high-powered pump, relentlessly extracting the hidden energy within her. The system panel displays a rapidly diminishing slumbering time. Ding. System activation successful. Delightful, it is perfect. At last, I can cease my absorption. However, I have underestimated the situation. The system not only fails to halt its extraction, but intensifies its suction. What could be the reason for this? Hasn't the system been activated? Ding. The system requires additional energy to complete the upgrade. Ding. Energy replenishment in progress. Please hold. Bang Difa. This is untenable. At this rate, the elderly woman will be completely drained. Stop. Please cease. Ding. The procedure is underway. Please remain calm. Host. Goodness. The system has reawakened. Initially a boon, it has now spiraled into a semblance of chaos. If this continues, not only will the woman perish, but I too may face peril. Yet, every effort I make proves futile. The system disregards my commands. Ding. System upgrade successful. Entering a higher level. Energy replenishment ongoing. Remarkably, the system has not only upgraded itself, but continues to escalate. Meanwhile, the elderly woman's domineering energy has nearly depleted. I have prepared myself to administer emergency aid at a moment's notice. Ding. Energy absorption complete. Insufficient energy for upgrade. Please continue replenishment, host. It appears the system is indicating that it remains unsated. It cannot complete its upgrade until fully satisfied. Glancing at the elderly woman, she now lies on the ground. Eyes rolled back, foam at her lips, and her body significantly weakened, as though much of her vitality has been extracted. There is no time to assess the new system's functionalities. I hastily unleash the healing techniques I had prepared upon her. Yet, the moment I release my grip and once again make contact with her body, ding. Unknown biological energy detected. Please proceed with caution, host. What is happening? How can there still be unknown energy? Before I can comprehend the situation, a translucent entity emerges from the crown of her head, gently floating in the air. I plop down onto the ground, aghast at this apparition. A ghost. Indeed, this translucent figure is unmistakably a spirit. However, it is entirely distinct from the passive specter previously encountered. This spirit manifests as an elderly woman clad in nun's attire, her golden hair cascading down. A cigarette perched between her lips, glaring at me with ire. Are you human or ghost? I stammer, trembling as I cautiously retreat, keeping a wary eye on this entity. This is disastrous. Having always harbored a fear of ghosts, I am now confronted with one. A flicker of hope lingers within me, wishing she might claim to be human. However, the nun elegantly exhales a plume of smoke, deftly flicking the ash from her cigarette. You there? I immediately retreat to a corner, astonished that this being can speak. Silence. Her commanding voice halts my shriek. The nun slowly drifts closer. What are you? How did you manage to summon me? I am utterly perplexed by her words. My mind feels incapacitated, unable to process coherent thought. My teeth chatter like an antiquated engine. The nun furrows her brow. Hey, I'm asking you a question. My body trembles in response. What? I asked you what you are. I hastily shake my head. I am not anything. Something seems amiss. I quickly retort, no, I am something. Wait, that doesn't sound right. The nun takes another drag from her cigarette, muttering to herself. It seems you inadvertently facilitated my emergence. She then drifts back to the elderly woman, whispering, lingling, you've endured so much over the years. Now, allow me to take complete control of your body. As I watch the nun glide away, my fear diminishes slightly, and my intellect reasserts itself. Reflecting on the nun's prior behaviors, I discern that she does not appear to be a true spirit. The evidence lies in the fact that she was smoking a Real cigarette. In that moment, I feel as though I have channeled the Detective Conan. Everything begins to make sense. A genuine spirit would be incapable of smoking a tangible cigarette. Therefore, this nun-like apparition is, in truth, a living person, albeit transformed into a spectral state due to some ability. Moreover, it seems the elderly woman possesses a devil fruit ability, specifically the soul fruit. The case is solved. A perfectly coherent deduction. However, a flaw emerges. If the elderly woman is indeed a soul fruit user, then who is this entity that has emerged from her mind? Furthermore, it appears she too can wield the powers of the soul fruit. What does this imply? Before I can ponder further, the nun has already begun to navigate her spirit into the elderly woman's body. Without uttering a word, I swiftly extracted a detonating talisman from the spatial realm, wrapping it around a kunai before hurling it with a swift motion. Boom! The kunai pierced through the nun's foot, yet it inflicted no harm upon her. Indeed, there was no physical entity. Immediately following, a loud explosion erupted. Although this blast too failed to harm the nun, it effectively distracted her. She turned her head, curious about my intentions. However, this was precisely my aim. Seizing the fleeting moment of her distraction, I activated the Shunshin technique, crouching beside the older woman's body. I pressed my hand upon her shoulder, invoking the power of Shinwei. Despite the older woman's considerably larger physique, I managed to transfer her into the realm of Shinwei in an instant. Although I had yet to ascertain the nature of the relationship between the nun and the older woman, it was prudent to separate them for the time being. The nun glanced back at my original position, only to find that I had vanished. When she turned around again, she discovered that the older woman's body, which had previously lain on the ground, had inexplicably disappeared. The nun gazed at me in astonishment, her face betraying a sense of urgency. What do you mean by this? I quickly distanced myself from her with several swift movements, flipping my palm to reveal the golden cudgel in my grasp. I shook it, adjusting its girth. A quick flick revealed its impressive length. With the black staff swirling before me, I pointed at her, proclaiming, "Halt, foul creature!" To my surprise, the nun stood there, dumbfounded. It appeared she had immersed herself too deeply into the scenario. This always happened when I wielded this staff made from the questing jade. I couldn't help but fall into character. I awkwardly scratched my face and added, "I shall not allow you to approach the older woman until you clarify your situation." The nun regained her composure, scrutinizing my transformed demeanor and surveying the surroundings once more. "What have you done with Lingling's body?" "Lingling? Oh." It seemed the older woman was indeed named Lingling. I raised my chin, a subtle smile creeping onto my lips. "Guess." The nun flicked away her cigarette, but do not think your speed grants you the right to be arrogant. Your tricks merely stem from a fruit-based ability. Once I eliminate you, I shall uncover the whereabouts of Lingling's body. I chuckled inwardly, recognizing the inherent advantage a ninja possesses over those with fruit-based abilities. These individuals often approached problems from misguided angles. With such flawed reasoning, how could I possibly lose? As I feigned anxiety over the nun's deductions, she became even more convinced of her accuracy upon witnessing my expression. With a flick of her finger, a small sun materialized between her two fingers. This sun was astonishingly flat, resembling a drawing one might find in a kindergarten classroom. Before I could mock its childishness, the 2D sun suddenly spoke. "Master, wait, what? What is happening here? Are you conjuring matter? Or creating life? Must you be so extravagant?" The nun chuckled, greeting the 2D sun. She lit a cigarette with it, and then gestured towards me. "Once more we meet Prometheus. Go burn him to ashes." "Understood, master." At once, without further ado, the sun floated towards me, puffing up its cheeks as a stream of flames erupted from its mouth. Initially, I thought this was a jest, and I felt a semblance of admiration for the nun's creative prowess. However, I was taken aback when the 2D sun indeed spewed flames. Startled, I swiftly dodged, changing my direction once more. Yet, the sun, noticing my evasion, continued to approach, flames still spewing forth. Clearly, the nun realized this was a confined space. Coincidentally, it possessed ventilation. She intended to ignite the entire area, leaving me with no means of escape. Admittedly, her analysis was astute. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with me. As the surroundings ignited, I remained calm, even allowing a slight smile to grace my lips. Water release, great waterfall technique. From beneath my feet, an abundant torrent of water surged forth, extinguishing the relentless flames. The scorching walls, upon contact with the water, produced a copious amount of steam, enveloping the entire space in a thick mist. Our line of sight was thoroughly obscured. Of course, this was what the nun believed. Let's not forget, I possessed the heavenly eye. In an instant, I appeared face to face with the nun. Moon reading. Indeed, for an adversary like the nun, who lacked a physical form, my best option was to employ illusionary techniques to ensnare her. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Aside from the fierce natural elements embodied by a Kainu, which I could not fully control, this technique worked seamlessly against superhuman devil fruit users like the nun. As she fell into the illusion, I extended a finger, gently pressing it against her forehead. To discern the relationship between the nun and the older woman, it seemed I would have to delve into their memories. Thus, I began to utilize the secret techniques of the Yama clan, extracting the memories concerning the older woman from the nun's mind. Soon, I discovered the truth. Years prior, the nun had been involved in the nefarious trade of child trafficking. By chance, she encountered a young Lingling, who was no ordinary child. She possessed the bloodline of giants and exhibited a form of rage-induced strength. Whenever she craved a specific food and could not obtain it, she would unleash astonishing power. On one occasion, Lingling's outburst had even defeated 2 elders of the giant clan. Simultaneously, Lingling awakened the conqueror's haki. Recognizing her potential, the nun fixated on Lingling, Previously, her child trafficking endeavors had merely supplemented her income, but as the Navy intensified its scrutiny in that domain, her business began to dwindle. Realizing the futility of her current path, she contemplated piracy as a lucrative alternative. Moreover, her family had long harbored a secret, a legend of immense wealth. It was said that acquiring this treasure would yield untold riches. Naturally, the nun coveted this treasure. However, after obtaining the soul fruit, she became a proverbial duck out of water, relinquishing her dreams of treasure hunting at sea. Out of desperation, she resolved to pull off one last grand scheme, hoping to secure her retirement. Unexpectedly, among the children she gathered, she discovered Lingling. With her awakened conqueror's haki, Lingling was invulnerable and possessed formidable offensive capabilities. The nun believed that if she could harness Lingling's strength, her dream of discovering treasure might indeed come to fruition. Subsequently, the nun began to devise a scheme to usurp Lingling's body. It is important to note that, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone to seize another's body. However, the nun was an exception. As a wielder of the soul fruit, she had, over the years of utilizing her power, occasionally stumbled upon the fruit's true capability, soul replacement, or in simpler terms, possession. Indeed, the nun could utilize her own soul to enter another's body, and by gradually devouring the host's soul, ultimately become the new master of that body. In a certain sense, this ability could be perceived as a form of immortality. Yet, at the time, the nun did not recognize the fruit's true worth. Her sole intention was to occupy Lingling's body. This not only promised to eliminate the vile human traffickers, but also allowed her to re-emerge in the public eye through a new form. Moreover, the Navy had already set their sights on her, and she saw this as a perfect solution to her predicament. The more she contemplated, the more resolute she became in her desire to seize Lingling's body. Thus, she commenced her plotting. One day, the nun invited all the children around her to a meal. As she presented the food, Lingling, while eating, suddenly fell ill. Watching as the other children were consumed by Lingling, the nun had a moment of clarity. Perhaps this was the opportune moment for her to execute her plan of possession. Immediately, she abandoned her physical form and manifested as a spirit. Seizing the moment while Lingling was engrossed in her feast, she unleashed her full power to control Lingling's soul and began to integrate herself into Lingling's body. However, the nun believed her actions were flawless, only to discover that she was being observed by a distant Long Mian Bao and a giant. As she attempted to inhabit Lingling's body, she sensed something amiss. Lingling's soul was unexpectedly far more potent than that of others, making it impossible for even the nun to digest. In a state of panic, she could only muster all her strength to seal Lingling's spirit away. Yet, after executing this, she found herself severely weakened. Thus, two distinct souls began to struggle within Lingling's body. Lingling, as the rightful owner of the flesh, began to gradually overpower the nun. Having lost her physical form, could not return her body. In a desperate gamble, she unleashed all her latent potential, successfully sealing Lingling's spirit in a hidden corner. Thus, a new figure emerged in the world of One Piece, Big Mom. Although the nun managed to seal Lingling's spirit, the seal was rudimentary. Lingling's body would, under certain circumstances, reverse the control and dominate the nun. The two souls began to devour and merge with one another, and ultimately, in a state of hunger, Lingling managed to suppress the nun. Witnessing this entire process, Long Mian Bao was thrilled to see the nun fail in her attempt to consume Lingling and instead be consumed herself. From that moment on, he joined forces with Lingling to form a pirate crew. As time passed, despite being trapped within Lingling's body, the nun steadily increased her power through continuous devouring. This back and forth led to the nun gradually gaining the upper hand. After a long struggle lasting over a decade, she finally regained control. However, in her quest to express her pent-up frustrations, she became increasingly cruel and bloodthirsty, earning herself a notorious reputation in the world of pirates. Thus, the two souls began to stabilize, with Lingling's spirit only surfacing under specific circumstances. Lingling, a naive child with a pure heart, tragically fell victim to the possession. Having reviewed the nun's memories, a cold sweat drenched my back. Deceitful, ruthless, calculating, and malicious. Who could have imagined that this nun's facade concealed such a terrifying aspect? Fortunately, I had not allowed her to come into contact with Big Mom's body again. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet at present, this entity existed in a spectral state, and I found myself without viable means to eliminate her entirely. However, allowing such a perilous figure to roam the world in this invulnerable state was nothing short of disastrous. Just as I contemplated how to rid myself of the nun, the 2D sun, Prometheus, sprang into action. Moments ago, this room was shrouded in mist, preventing it from noticing my presence. Now, as the fog dissipated, it suddenly beheld its master motionless, while the enemy had a grip on the master's head. Devoted to her master, she let out an enraged roar and charged forward, spewing flames. As I pondered deeply, a sudden scream broke my concentration. Turning to look, I was taken aback to see the 2D sun causing a commotion once more. In a swift motion, I dodged to the side, observing the sun barreling toward me like a raging bull. Closing my left eye, I unleashed a radiant crimson light from the right. Amaterasu, the black flames erupted upon the rudimentary form of the sun. Indeed, Amaterasu lived up to its reputation. Aside from the confusion in the mind of the prodigious ninja Itachi, everything in the world was slowly reduced to ashes. Prometheus met the same fate. Amid its wails, it gradually lost its strength, and eventually a white light emerged from its crown, swiftly retreating back into the nun's body. I couldn't help but smirk, anticipating a moment of mockery for the sun, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. The nun, whose eyes had been tightly shut, began to twitch, seemingly on the brink of awakening. I inwardly cursed my luck. After eliminating Prometheus, I had not anticipated its return to the caster's body would awaken the nun from her illusion. This allowed the nun, ensnared in the genjutsu, to realize her predicament. Moreover, Prometheus's return disrupted the delicate balance I had established within the nun's body using the moon reading technique, thus fully awakening her. I intended to repeat my previous tactic. As soon as the nun opened her eyes, I would again employ moon reading to ensnare her in an illusion. However, this time, the nun was entirely unfold. After a few twitches of her eyelids, her once coherent spirit shattered into countless fragments, scattering throughout the space. Subsequently, these fragmented pieces coalesced behind me, and the nun reappeared. "Kid, I must commend you. That last move was quite perilous," she remarked. This time, my moon reading had evidently failed. The nun quickly deduced that she had fallen victim due to our eye contact. This time, she kept her eyes tightly shut, denying me any opportunity. This was troubling. With her eyes closed, my moon reading became ineffective. I ruminated meticulously on my next course of action. The nun over there, seemingly indifferent, casually smoked a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, deep within her heart, she felt a twinge of luck. The young man opposite her possessed formidable strength and employed bizarre techniques. Not only could he conjure water from thin air, but he could also transport Ling Ling's body to a location that even I could not discern. It appeared that dealing with him would indeed present a considerable challenge. Moreover, I had yet to ascertain the nature of his fruit-based abilities. He could produce water, teleport, and even cast illusions. Was this fellow a pervert? Particularly concerning were the illusions. After I had just fallen victim to one, I found myself ensconced in a mysterious realm. Although the knife-wielding assailants posed no threat to me, the passage of time within this space seemed to flow at an entirely different rate than the outside world. This was quite a predicament. Meanwhile, I observed my intangible opponent, who did not even open her eyes, and marveled at the situation. It was indeed quite troublesome. Both of us, wary of one another, refrained from making any aggressive moves. I focused intently on my adversary, contemplating strategies. Given her incorporeal state, it was evident that illusions would prove most effective. However, typical illusions are initiated through visual cues. With the nun keeping her eyes firmly shut, I found myself unable to utilize illusions. If I refrained from employing them, I had no means to inflict harm upon her. I had considered whether employing Shikigami sealing might allow me to ensnare an opponent in a spiritual state. The answer was affirmative. However, the drawback of this technique lay in its requirement for me to sacrifice my life, which rendered it rather impractical. Was there perhaps a sealing technique that could restrain the nun? I discreetly reviewed the Book of Seals in my mind, yet I failed to identify any viable methods. The four-symbol seal could work, but I certainly could not seal the nun within my own body. That would be absurd, and even if I were to find her abilities appealing, I would never contemplate such a course of action. Then I pondered, what if I could provide her with a physical form? This was not entirely impossible. However, she could abandon that form in an instant, returning to her spiritual state, leaving me with nothing to show for my efforts. No, I still needed to focus on illusions. How I wished for an illusion that did not rely on visual perception. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I realized there was indeed such a technique. I quickly summoned two great toad sages, Daisaku and Shima. Might I trouble you both to perform the toad summoning? Despite their slight reservations, the two sages cooperatively executed the ultimate move. The toad summoning is an illusion that only requires auditory stimuli to activate. I considered it to be the most potent illusion under the heavens, without exception. In this particular circumstance, it was exceptionally fitting. Soon, the space became filled with the chorus of croaking frogs. The nun, with her eyes tightly shut, was initially preoccupied with devising a strategy against me. Ultimately, she realized she did not even know my true nature. Consequently, she contemplated employing a method of soul accumulation, releasing numerous small fragments of her soul to gradually erode mine in an attempt to secure a kill. Just as she resolved to proceed, a faint croaking sound reached her ears. What was happening? The nun pondered. Was this yet another of that young man's schemes, attempting to elicit my curiosity and force me to open my eyes? She would do well to abandon such hopes. I paid her no heed as the two toad sages continued their summoning. Before long, the nun reacted. Though her eyes remained shut, she felt a compelling urge to open them and discover the source of the sound. Yet, fearing it might be a ploy of mine, she fought against the instinct to look. As her thoughts wrestled with themselves, she suddenly experienced a sharp pain in her head, and a heavy sensation overwhelmed her body, causing her to collapse to the ground. The moment she made contact with the floor, the scenery around her shifted once more. This time, she felt as if she had entered a confined space. It perplexed her. How could she perceive the changes in her surroundings without having opened her eyes? Soon, a transparent cube materialized, with four enormous toads seated around its perimeter. Within the cube, the nun floated, only to be swiftly enveloped by water. As a wielder of powers, she had an inherent fear of water, which accelerated her descent into the illusion. Thus, she experienced the helplessness of sinking to the ocean floor, the pressure of the water pressing against her heart, and the suffocating sensation of being submerged without the ability to breathe. Each sensation ignited within her an overwhelming impulse to end her own existence. Yet, she found herself utterly immobile, unable to move even a single finger. Observing the nun deeply ensnared within the illusion, I found myself at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Daisaku informed me that he could teach me a method to create a physical body for her using puppetry techniques, allowing her soul to inhabit the puppet. This would compel her into a corporeal form. Afterward, whether through sealing techniques or other means, I would be able to inflict harm upon her. Taking Daisaku's words to heart, I immediately set to work. Utilizing wood release, I crafted a puppet tailored for the nun. Moreover, this puppet bore a hint of my own whimsical humor. Upon completion, Daisaku covered his face, shaking his head in exasperation, while Shima inquired curiously, "Little one, why have you created a puppet resembling Sakura? Are you perhaps fond of her?" I quickly shook my head and respectfully dismissed the two great sages. I then infused the nun's soul into the body of Sakura. The immobile nun smoothly merged with Sakura, and I subsequently stored her within the Kamui space, preparing to find a deep ocean to cast her into later. After completing all of this, I transferred the elderly woman's body back. After some treatment, she astonishingly regained consciousness. Sitting up, she scrutinized me closely and asked, "Who are you?" Having successfully resolved the nun's predicament, Lingling also awoke once more. Although she still bore the appearance of the same elderly woman, upon closer inspection, one would notice that her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to those of a university student. One finger rested on her lips, and her large, expressive eyes blinked playfully. "Who are you?" she repeated. Taken aback, I realized that the one who had awakened was no longer the nun. He tentatively responded, Let's not dwell on who I am just yet. Do you know who you are?" The elderly woman tilted her large head, adopting an adorably puzzled expression, furrowing her brow in contemplation before finally saying, "I feel like my name is Lingling, but I'm a bit hazy on the details." "Uncle, who am I?" "Gong Difa. A friend. You're over 60 years old, you know. Call me uncle seems a bit excessive. Besides, with such a large frame, it feels somewhat incongruous for you to act so adorably. Please remove that finger from your mouth, if you would." Upon witnessing her expression, my mind began to race with urgency. What should I do? I understood that I was faced with two choices. If executed adeptly, I might persuade Lingling to heed my every word. However, attempting to manipulate a formidable entity is undeniably fraught with peril. After much contemplation, I resolved to speak candidly. This way, I would bear no psychological burden. As long as I avoided contact with the team of the elder lady, I would be free to act as I pleased. Organizing my thoughts, I commenced the process of influencing Lingling's mind. "Well, you're indeed called Lingling, but at the moment, you are suffering from amnesia." Lingling gazed at me innocently, her expression one of indifference. Soon, however, her saliva began to uncontrollably dribble from her mouth. Uncle, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. It would be wonderful to have a piece of sweet cake right now." "Ah, how clear your desires are. Cake, is it? Very well. Although I do not possess any. This is Cake Island, abundant with delectable treats." Thus, I once again coaxed Lingling to accompany me outside. However, this place had been locked upon entry by the elder lady, intended to prevent disturbances. Yet now, she had forgotten how to escape. I could see Lingling growing increasingly agitated due to her hunger. I had no choice but to devise a means to break through the surrounding walls. Perhaps that would allow us to return to the outside world. To my astonishment, the walls were constructed with remarkable sturdiness by the elder lady. My efforts yielded minimal results. Very well, it seemed I had to resort to my ultimate technique, clapping my hands and closing my eyes upon rising again. My skin and the area within a meter radius were enveloped in a purple aura. The purple light continuously restructured in the air, bones, muscles, skin, clothing. Susanoo. Indeed, Susanoo was a new technique I had painstakingly mastered over 2 years. The previous dormant state of the system had prevented me from utilizing this skill. But now, it was operational. Under the might of the complete Susanoo, the surrounding walls shattered instantly. I then reappeared with Lingling on the other side of Ka-Air. I first allowed Lingling to indulge in some delicacies before providing Ka-Air with a detailed explanation of how the elder lady had come to be in her current state. Clearly, upon learning the truth, Ka-Air was unable to accept it, shouting and intent on confronting me. I understood that this revelation was likely overwhelming for him, but I had no other recourse. I could not simply return the nun to him. Thus, I could only make my escape. Before departing, I left a message for Ka-Air, urging him to remain calm. Subsequently, I soared into the sky, accelerating away into the distance, successfully leaving the elder lady's territory behind. Suspended in midair, I found myself pondering the next destination. Sigh. I felt somewhat guilty towards Ka-Air for leaving him with such a mess. The elder lady had been reduced to the intellect of an 8-year-old child. Moreover, pure-hearted and kind, Lingling surely did not wish to become the Pirate King. Consequently, this had led to the dissolution of the entire elder lady's crew. It was conceivable that among them, some ambitious individuals might rise again, seeking to reclaim their former glory. Alas, this was beyond my control. Aimlessly soaring through the sky, I began to attempt communication with this new system. After all, 2 years without the companionship of the system had left me somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, the system was now reactivated. Moreover, it seemed to have provided a reminder just before my battle with the nun. Perhaps the current system was even more formidable than before. Thus, I opened the system panel to examine the corresponding instructions. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reactivating the system. Following this, the rules for utilizing the system were introduced. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reactivating the system. Ding! Detection indicates the host is within the pirate world. Ding! Host memory is being read. Please wait. 2.5 minutes later. Ding! Host memory reading complete. The following tasks are hereby issued. Please wait a moment. Ding! At the host's request, task issuance has been halted. Goodness! I had yet to fully comprehend what this new system entailed, and it was already issuing tasks. What exactly is your function system? Ding! This system is designed for face slapping. The host can complete tasks to earn rewards. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the past. I had returned, truly returned. The familiar formula and rhythm had reemerged. Though I was to be faced with the system's challenges once more, the feeling of companionship at such moments stirred my heart. By the way, have there been any changes to the rewards? Ding! Following the system's upgrade, the rewards have undergone certain modifications. Ah, indeed, there were differences. Although the process remained unchanged, the rewards had evolved. What types of rewards are typically offered now? Ding! The range of rewards is vast, including ninjutsu, martial arts, sage techniques, and haki, among others. Upon hearing the mention of haki, I felt a spark of intrigue, as it seemed to be absent previously. Could it be that the current system was activated due to haki? Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the system's functions, I felt a sense of reassurance. All right, system, let the tasks begin. Ding! The host is required to complete the following task within 3 days. Assemble a pirate crew with the host as captain. What does this mean? You want me to form my own pirate crew? Ding! The host has not misheard. Please complete this within 3 days. Are there any specific requirements? Ding! At least one companion must be successfully invited. Goodness, this was indeed a novel task. It meant that having followed Luffy until now, I was to now establish my own crew, becoming an opposing force to him? No, that is not quite right. I must not think in such a manner. Although I was forming a pirate crew, I could also ally with Luffy. In that case, we would still be comrades. Overall, this task seemed relatively simple. The system merely required me to establish a pirate crew, stipulating the inclusion of one partner but not specifying who that should be. This granted me considerable leeway. Moreover, I currently had a suitable candidate in mind. I bit my finger and drew a line of blood across my hand. Crossing my hands, I swiftly formed seals. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, QB lounged lazily on the ground. What is it, little brat? Are you here to fleece me again? I offered an awkward smile. Hey, QB, how about becoming my partner? QB paused, perplexed by my intentions. However, it was evident that he held a profound connection to me. Cut out. Just tell me what you want. Haha. You see, I simply wish for you to join me as my partner. QB rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in my proposition. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred. Under my persistent coaxing, the QB finally consented to become my companion. However, the system did not provide any indication of mission success. Could it be that I was mistaken? Was the QB truly unable to become my ally, or was it merely a matter of improper approach? Observing my befuddled expression, the QB interjected, Ahem, although I'm unaware of your intentions, if we are to speak of companionship, you and the other tailed beasts have already established a bond. Upon this reminder, I realized the validity of his words. Yet, I remained resolute, determined to seek clarity. After several attempts, the system remained unresponsive. It appeared that the QB's assertion was indeed correct. Just as I was about to attempt one final time, the QB became irate, swatting my shoulder with its tail. The potent chakra, imbued with strong resentment, was swiftly absorbed by the Joryoku latent within me. Unbeknownst to the QB, I had already merged with the Joryoku. In its view, I should have been sent flying by that tail strike. To its surprise, not only was I unscathed, but the chakra from its tail was entirely absorbed by me. The QB stared at me in astonishment, its expression turning to one of fear. It opened its mouth as if to inquire, but then fell silent, snorting disdainfully before vanishing without a trace. After the QB's departure, I reflected on the sequence of events and deduced that the failure to recruit a companion likely stemmed from the fact that the QB was not, in the truest sense, a person. It was merely a sentient being formed from chakra, devoid of flesh and blood, existing solely as a mass of chakra. In light of this realization, I acknowledged the system's meticulousness. Nevertheless, I did not surrender to despair. With a subtle smile, I decisively invoked a ninjutsu, the Edo Tensei technique. With a resounding boom, a coffin slowly emerged from the earth, igniting my excitement. Though the QB, as a summoned beast, could not become my companion, I would attempt to summon a true human. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. As the coffin fully materialized and the lid creaked open, a figure with orange hair clad in a black, cloud-patterned robe emerged. His eyes gradually opened, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon me. "Who are you?" I smiled politely. "Greetings, I am Kono Joe. It is an honor to meet you, Yahiko." Indeed, the individual I had summoned was none other than Yahiko, the founding leader of the Akatsuki organization. When the system prompted me to seek companions, I had entertained the notion that summoning characters from the world of Naruto could lead to the formation of an exceptionally powerful pirate crew. However, such figures could only be chosen from among the deceased. Characters like Naruto were unlikely to be summoned, as they were not easily perished. Of course, figures like the first Hokage were not my preferred choice either. While formidable, their ideologies were often rigid. Particularly, the first Hokage, who was singularly focused on establishing a ninja village, was not someone I needed in my pirate world. What if he were to inadvertently establish a naval academy? Furthermore, the second Hokage was an even less desirable option. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his meticulous nature would be beyond my control. Moreover, being the creator of the Edo Tensei, should he inadvertently resurrect himself, there would be no one capable of restraining him. Thus, I was left with the option of selecting someone powerful yet uncomplicated in thought. Yahiko, as the leader of the Akatsuki, was an ideal candidate. Although he was not entirely naive, his desire for a peaceful nation suggested that I could persuade him to join my pirate crew. With this plan in mind, I ventured to a small island, utilizing a would-release clone as a sacrifice to test whether I could summon a deceased individual. I was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor. After all, it was my own clone I was using. Despite the fact that my wood release was composed entirely of Hashirama cells, I was uncertain whether this action would have adverse effects on my true self. Fortunately, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Hearing my call, Yahiko displayed no overt signs of surprise. He merely cast a casual glance at me before turning his attention back to the sea. This is my first time witnessing such an expansive ocean and such a radiant sky. Sitting at the shore, he allowed the waves to wash over his feet, reclining on the beach and gazing at the sun above, gradually revealing a brilliant smile. "Thank you." I was momentarily taken aback. I had not anticipated his gratitude, which left me feeling somewhat flustered. Mimicking his posture, I reclined on the ground. "What do you thank me for?" "I do not know. Simply gazing at this sky brings me a profound sense of tranquility. This is the first time in my life that I have felt such comfort. Therefore, I ought to thank you." I stammered, at a loss for words. The atmosphere was undeniably tinged with awkwardness. After a moment of silence, Yahiko sat up and scrutinized me closely. "Now, can you explain the situation?" I also sat up and began to recount the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that this was not the ninja world, Yahiko did not display any extraordinary astonishment, which surprised me. When I inquired why he was unfazed, he succinctly responded, "Because the ninja world does not possess such a vast ocean or such warm sunlight." I could not help but admire Yahiko's wisdom. Had it not been for Nagato's protagonist aura, I believe Yahiko would have emerged as a formidable character. Following this, I elaborated on the people and things in this world. Of course, when I asked if he wished to join my pirate crew, he hesitated noticeably. "Before I answer your question, can you tell me what happened to Nagato and Conan?" In truth, I had no knowledge of the answer. When the QB had arrived earlier, it had not divulged the timeline concerning the Naruto world. This uncertainty was precisely why I had refrained from summoning Nagato. What if he were still alive? Summoning him could lead to significant complications. I gestured for Yahiko to wait, and once again summoned the QB. "Hey, QB, I have a question. When you returned to the ninja world, what time period was it?" "What do you mean?" I mean, what transpired after you returned to the ninja world?" "Nothing happened. I was at a loss for words. Wasn't this creature supposed to be intelligent? Clearly, it was better to inquire with someone else. Just as I was preparing to summon another individual for answers, the QB informed me that time in the ninja world was relatively stagnant compared to this realm. In essence, as long as they are individuals from his faction, I can summon anyone I desire. Upon receiving this delightful news, I felt a profound sense of relief. It appears that the two realms remain steadfast, undisturbed by my presence. Indeed, should I wish to summon Naruto's son at this very moment, it would be entirely feasible. However, I maintain a respectful distance from the prince. It would be wiser to seek out someone like Yahiko, a child from a humble background. When I informed Yahiko that I could summon Konin and Nagato, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Thus, I assured him that I would refrain from summoning Konin and the others until he was psychologically prepared. Yahiko nodded in agreement. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Would you be willing to become my companion? Upon receiving his affirmative response, I was once again greeted by the system's notification. Ding! A companion has been successfully located. Splendid. With this, I have completed half of my task. Now, I merely need to establish a pirate crew to fully accomplish my objective. All right, Yahiko, you're already aware of the situation here. Now, let us bestow a name upon our pirate crew. How about calling it the Akatsuki Pirate Crew? I must say, Yahiko is quite attached to his own organization. Even in the realm of pirates, he still yearns to replicate the name of his original group. However, this name does carry a hint of pretentiousness. Noticing my apparent dissatisfaction, Yahiko quickly suggested, perhaps you should come up with a name yourself. After all, you are the leader. Well, you may as well refer to me as Captain, for we are no longer in the ninja world. Yahiko nodded in agreement. How about this? My name contains the character for light, and yours contains the character for dawn. Let us call ourselves the Ninja Pirate Crew. Yahiko stared at me as though I were a fool, internally scoffing at the lack of correlation between the name I proposed and the meaning behind it. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. After all, he was a ninja, so the name held no significant weight. Excellent. The Ninja Pirate Crew has been established. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The lottery is now commencing. Within the system interface, the colossal wheel was spinning continuously. Soon, the reward materialized, a pirate ship. Ah, this system is truly impressive, even providing a pirate vessel. Upon retrieving the ship from the system's space, an additional vessel appeared upon the sea. Perhaps due to its acquisition of my memories, this ship was evidently modeled after the Thousand Sunny. However, it lacked the propulsion system of the original, resembling it only in appearance. The bow sunflower had transformed into a mere pointed tip. In summary, it was a rather ordinary ship. Captain, this vessel appears quite sizable. Indeed, we now possess a ship. Allow me to draw a symbol upon the sail. The emblem of the Ninja Pirate Crew must undoubtedly be ninja-themed. However, I am not particularly skilled in drawing. Thus, I merely inscribed the character for Blade and sketched 2 cross kanai to represent the character for Heart. At last, the pirate flag was complete. Although it may seem somewhat mismatched, our crew does not intend to pursue the title of Pirate King, so a casual approach is acceptable. After completing this, I encountered a technical challenge. Both Yahiko and I possessed no knowledge of navigation. Furthermore, we were in the New World. Not to mention the winds and waves, we lacked a log pose. How are we to navigate? Yahiko looked at me, asking, aren't you supposed to have been in this world for over 2 years? How can you not even navigate? I awkwardly scratched my head, admitting that 2 years ago, I had suffered from seasickness while sailing, and I had spent the last 2 years on land. Yahiko facepalmed, feeling that his decision to join me had been a grave mistake. So what shall we do? We can't possibly push the ship. I confidently patted my chest, assuring him, do not worry, I have a plan. I approached the bottom of the ship, pushing my hands together, ninjutsu, super lightweight rock technique. Soon, the ninja ship began to ascend into the sky. Ah, Captain, that is indeed a clever solution. Instead of calling it the ninja ship, we should name it the flying bird ship. Haha, it will be better to call it the cloud ship. We should also change the name of our pirate crew to the soaring pirate crew. Amidst laughter, I lowered the pirate ship once more. It wasn't that I was weary. Rather, without a log pose, we could not venture anywhere. What is it, Captain? I need to purchase some supplies. By the way, this book is for you. With that, I tossed the ninjutsu manual to Yahiko. It indeed contained a plethora of ninjutsu techniques, albeit basic ones. Nevertheless, they would prove quite useful for Yahiko. Given his current body, resurrected through Edo Tensei, he possessed an infinite supply of chakra. With the aid of the ninjutsu book, he would undoubtedly develop formidable strength in no time. Although he lacked any bloodline limits, he could still handle minor threats with ease. After completing the system task, I should have immediately received the next mission. However, the system indicated that I would need to wait 3 days before continuing with missions. It seems I had completed the previous task too swiftly. During these 3 days, Yahiko and I would remain aboard the ship. I considered summoning a few more companions, but the possibility of conflicting with the next task compelled me to wait. Perhaps the next task would involve finding allies. Thus, I reclined to sleep while Yahiko diligently studied ninjutsu. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Perospero pondered, "What should we do now?" Perospero extended his long tongue to lick his lips, stating, "First and foremost, we must completely seal off the information. We cannot allow the other emperors to learn of Mother-S condition. Secondly, we must attempt to awaken Mother-S memories. Summon Bruley to examine Mother-S memories and ascertain any potential for restoration. Thirdly, we must exert every effort to locate that individual. Once located, we must not act rashly." "Understood, brother." After the others departed, Perospero instructed Katakuri, "Keep a close watch on Snack to prevent any unusual actions." Katakuri was taken aback, surprised that Perospero held such deep reservations about Snack. "However, brother, is it really necessary to monitor him? After all, he is one of the founding members of our pirate crew." Perospero raised a hand to stop Katakuri, stating, "This is a critical time. We must eliminate any unstable factors. Until Mother-S memories are restored, it is prudent to remain cautious." "All right, I understand." The two gazed at the slumbering Lin, their expressions increasingly laden with concern. Katakuri utilized his observation haki to sense the surroundings, confirming that no one approached. He then whispered to Perospero, "Brother, what shall we do if Mother cannot return to her former self? We can only hope for her recovery. If by any chance restoration proves impossible, we must strive to contain the information. Fortunately, Mother has only lost her memories. Her combat abilities remain intact." Ka-Air let out a sigh, recognizing that this could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The clandestine scheming between the two individuals went unheard by others. Before long, Bruin arrived in the secret chamber. Through her editing, she managed to alter a portion of Ling Ling's memories. However, restoring Ling Ling to her former self was beyond her capabilities. Following the treatment, Ling Ling appeared to possess a newfound perspective. Unfortunately, the concern that Ka-Air and Perospero had was indeed realized. The rejuvenated Ling Ling displayed no interest in becoming the Pirate King and even contemplated disbanding the current crew. Of course, such thoughts were temporarily suppressed under the intervention of Ka-Air and Perospero. Simultaneously, Ling Ling's desire to locate the previous uncle intensified. Thus, the members of the Big Mom Pirates began their search from Cake Island, fanning out to various islands in pursuit of one individual, me. At this moment, I remained oblivious to the unfolding events. 3 days later, a new task from the system appeared. Ding. Please complete the following task within 1 week. Locate the Empress Big Mom and persuade her to join your crew. I exhaled deeply. This task was not merely challenging. It was perilous. After having caused Big Mom considerable distress, now I was expected to seek her out. Surely, this was a matter of life and death. At this point, Ka-Air had likely commenced a worldwide search for me. Should they find me, it would not be an invitation to dine, but rather a confrontation of lethal proportions. Nevertheless, this was a system task. I had to muster the courage to proceed. Thus, after disguising ourselves, Yahiko and I set our course towards Cake Island. "Yahiko, how did you find the book I gave you? Was it useful?" "Haha, Captain, that book is rather elementary. The ninjutsu it contains is rather commonplace. Merely a source of amusement," he replied. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so well acquainted with the techniques in that book. It appears Jiraiya-sensei's guidance was indeed quite effective," I remarked, as Yahiko gazed skyward, reminiscing about the joyful times shared with their master and the other disciples. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei was truly a remarkable person. He not only provided us with sustenance, but also accepted us as his disciples. By the way, I wonder how Jiraiya-sensei is faring now. His inquiry left me at a loss for words. I certainly could not disclose that his so-called mentor had been vanquished by him, however unintentionally. Nonetheless, Yahiko's words reminded me that our pirate crew currently consisted of only 2 members. It seemed prudent to summon a few more individuals. Consequently, after some maneuvering on my part, our team expanded by 2. With the addition of Nagato and Conan, I suddenly felt as if we were no longer a pirate crew. After teaching Yahiko the method of flight, the 4 of us decided to abandon the pirate ship entirely. Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan, could already fly, while Conan utilized her wings for flight. With the flying issue resolved, the next order of business was to unify our attire. Nagato and the others wished to don the Akatsuki uniforms, but under my vehement opposition, they ultimately conceded. If we were to wear the same garb as before, we might as well rename the pirate crew. In the end, our final attire consisted of black and red, featuring black trench coats emblazoned with the insignia of our ninja pirate crew. This ensemble was expedited on my order. During the checkout process, a small hiccup occurred. I had given all my funds to Kair, rendering me unable to pay the deposit. Initially, I had contemplated capturing some pirates to briefly assume the role of bounty hunters. Yet, it suddenly dawned on me that we were pirates. The law held no sway over us. Thus, what began as a case of fraud swiftly transformed into a robbery. Naturally, this behavior was met with skepticism from Conan. Captain Conan, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Your spending appears rather extravagant. I was left speechless. She had the audacity to accuse me of spending lavishly. Let us not forget the 600 billion explosive tags, which had consumed a lifetime of savings. Ahem, well, we are pirates now, so principles of morality do not bind us. That won't do, Captain. While we are indeed pirates, we must still adhere to the code of honor, Yahiko argued. Nagato is correct. It is precisely because our actions are illegal that we must impose some constraints. Otherwise, we risk straying further down the wrong path. Oh heavens! What kind of logic is this? We've sunk to piracy, yet we must still uphold our inner standards? I quipped. Well then, shall I offer my own head as compensation? I intended this as a jest, yet unexpectedly, all 3 nodded in agreement. Captain, I had no idea you possessed such vision. Conan exclaimed. Nagato, indeed. I admire you for that perspective, Yahiko added. Let us proceed with that plan, as I recall you mentioning that your bounty is not insubstantial. Reluctantly, I transformed into the appearance of the 4th Hokage and presented it to the shopkeeper, advising him to consider the remaining funds as compensation. After completing this transaction, I held our new attire, feeling a twinge of unease. My recent actions seemed to border on exploiting a glitch. With our new garments, the 4 of us made our way to Cake Island. This time, I wished to avoid causing any disturbances, so I transformed into Ka-Air's likeness, following the route etched in my memory until I reached the grand hall where we had previously gathered. Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko concealed themselves beneath the waves. This ability to traverse any terrain and remain undetected was indeed the greatest advantage of our ninja pirate crew. I progressed unobstructed to the secret chamber. After all, no hidden passage could elude my perceptive gaze. Upon seeing me, Perispero momentarily froze, rubbing his eyes and glancing again at Ka-Air beside him. I smiled faintly and promptly reverted to my original form. Well, everyone, long time no see. I have returned. Fortunately, the room contained few individuals. Aside from the 2 sons, only Big Mom slumbered on a bench. Upon recognizing me, Perispero's eyes widened. His body transformed into a viscous substance, and his tongue spun through the air as torrents of crimson sugar liquid surged toward me. Ka-Air was not idle either. He pressed his hands to the ground, causing the floor to soften and undulate like mochi. Witnessing their formidable responses, I set aside any playful intentions. My form flickered between reality and illusion as I approached Big Mom. Ka-Air, aware of my capabilities, widened his eyes and activated his advanced observation haki, detecting my intent to seize Big Mom at the earliest opportunity. Thus, he raised his arm, erecting a substantial barrier between us. Oh dear, everyone seems rather tense, I remarked. You dare to return, you wretch. Perospero's recent maneuver was aimed directly at subduing me. However, to his astonishment, my body effortlessly traversed through his sugary liquid. Indeed, it was as though I had transformed into some ethereal entity. This realization instantly heightened his alertness, and upon witnessing the wall formed by Katakuri, he comprehended that my target was undoubtedly Big Mom. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself directly in front of me. Alas, it was all merely a misunderstanding. My original intent was simply to absorb a hint of Conqueror's haki. Never did I anticipate releasing another soul residing within her. But what good is it to dwell on that now? Don't tell me you came here merely to witness the spectacle. Perospero was disinclined to engage in further conversation with me, yet he could not permit my departure. Thus, he resorted to uttering some spiteful remarks to alleviate his frustration. Meanwhile, Katakuri, upon observing my effortless passage through Perospero's candy wall, realized that his own barrier was likely ineffective as well. He swiftly moved sideways to appear before me, brandishing his spear with sparks flying from the friction against the floor, exuding an aura of an indomitable force. The spear pointed menacingly at my throat, with rage emanating from Katakuri's eyes. Clarify your intentions, or else. Katakuri glared, and the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, squeezing out the 4 words: either perish or prevail. Witnessing the tension between the two, I took a cautious half-step back to avoid further provoking them. Gentlemen, there's no need for agitation. I merely came to assess the situation. You're aware that I possess some knowledge of healing arts. Allow me to see Big Mom. Perhaps I can indeed restore her. Both men scoffed in unison. Enough. You are merely here to gawk. I quickly waved my hands, signaling that such notions had never crossed my mind. The unfolding events had taken me by surprise as well. However, from another perspective, Big Mom's reversion to her true persona could be deemed a positive development. They rebuked. Silence. It is precisely because of you that our team nearly fell apart. The commotion successfully roused Big Mom from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and lazily surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her movements halted, her gaze fixated intently on me. Under her piercing stare, an icy chill surged from my feet to the crown of my head. As expected, she lunged towards me, seizing me as if I were a long-sought treasure, repeatedly rubbing her immense head against me. Uncle, it truly is you. I've been searching for you. Hurry and take Lingling away. No one here is willing to help her. Mama, I exclaimed. Hey. Let us communicate properly. Please release me. Lingling's robust embrace elicited anguished creaks from my bones. Mama, please let go. This individual is an enemy. Lingling's expression shifted instantly, and the overwhelming haki flooded the room. Even Katakuri, who possessed the same haki, felt his head spin, nearly collapsing to the ground. Perospero fared no better, involuntarily retreating 2 steps, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he swallowed the words he had prepared. This was merely a fraction of Lingling's released haki, which my system had absorbed. Otherwise, these two might have found themselves incapacitated. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, and I understood that it was up to me to break the silence. Everyone, let us remain calm. Lingling, please set me down. I fear my bones may shatter. Lingling offered an awkward smile, seemingly aware that her grip had been too forceful. She gently released me, allowing me to stretch and regain my composure. Spirit communication technique. Katakuri and Perospero immediately tensed, while I calmly gestured. Fear not. This is the esophagus of a giant frog, an exclusive space I have conjured. Here, our conversation will remain unheard even by deities. The 3 examined their surroundings with curiosity, touching and inspecting everything. Observing my demonstration, Katakuri grew increasingly puzzled. Previously, he had assumed I was merely a user of some fruit ability, but now it appeared my powers had reached an awakened state. This revelation posed a significant threat. Consider the implications. An adversary with awakened fruit abilities, unperturbed by any form of haki, capable of nullifying even Conqueror's haki. What a terrifying foe this was. Engaging such an individual left no room for victory in their minds. Clearly, Perispero shared the same sentiment as they exchanged worried glances. With only the four of us present, I inquire now what exactly has transpired with Lingling. Their explanations made it evident that Big Mom's crew was indeed in dire straits. "Do you have any solutions?" I asked. They both shook their heads, lamenting that Big Mom had lost the will to continue as a pirate. But if she relinquishes her role as a pirate, one among you could step up and assume her position, inheriting all her assets and continuing to challenge the other emperors, couldn't you? Perispero sighed deeply. It's easier said than done. The position of an emperor is not so easily attained, and the world of pirates is far more complex than you imagine. Katakuri added, "Until now, we have relied on Mama's reputation to intimidate newcomers. If others learn of her current state, the first to attack will surely be the other emperors." As I pondered their words, it became clear that their desire to restore Big Mom was less about her and more about securing a formidable pillar of strength. If that were the case, perhaps I had a solution. Ahem, might I suggest this? If a person stronger than Big Mom were to become your captain, it could perfectly resolve all issues. They both paused, contemplating my words, and after some reflection, it seemed they found merit in my reasoning. Hold on. While your suggestion has some logic, the captain of the Big Mom pirates cannot simply be replaced. Otherwise, none of US would remain. Therein lies my meticulous thinking. Allow me to propose this. I can stay and become your new captain. You? Katakuri and Perispero exclaimed in disbelief. No, absolutely not. Please, let us not be hasty in rejection. Allow me to articulate my thoughts before you decide. In truth, my notion was to maintain a doppelganger here, which would not only stabilize Lingling, but also prevent her from incessantly demanding my presence. Furthermore, I could assume Lingling's form and command this pirate crew. Naturally, I would merely act as a messenger, and in the face of specific events, Katakuri and Perispero would still need to make the final decisions. Upon hearing my proposal, they contemplated its feasibility. You are willing to undertake such a task, which implies you have something to gain in return. I admired Katakuri for recognizing this point. It was evident that there were capable individuals within Big Mom's crew. I nodded approvingly. Indeed, there's a matter at hand, but my request is quite manageable. Speak, Katakuri urged. As for my intention, as long as Lingling can join my pirate crew, that will suffice. Naturally, Lingling is more than willing to comply. Yet Ka-Ir and his companions exhibit an unusual level of tension and ire. Do not rush, allow me to finish. Here, I merely require Lingling's verbal consent. Furthermore, she can withdraw at any moment. I shall not impede her. At this point, Ka-Ir, who was poised to unleash his frustration upon me, found himself at a loss for words. After a period of contemplation, they inquired, "Is just a verbal agreement sufficient?" "Indeed. Very well then. However, you must not renege on your previous statements." Rest assured, we then deliberated over several details, and thus, I have effectively assumed a proxy leadership of a Yonko's crew. Although I possess no actual authority, merely acting as a puppet. If it were not for the mission at hand, I would not have orchestrated such a charade. After our discussions concluded, I also left behind a clone. Henceforth, a puppet Yonko was born. My original self then received the signal indicating the completion of the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Reward: 1 lucky draw. The wheel began to spin once more, and when it finally halted, the reward was dispensed. A Sharingan upgrade card. Oh my, what a splendid item. I eagerly utilized it, and indeed, it proved to be fortuitous. Upon upgrading, my Sharingan transformed directly into a Rinnegan. Moreover, it seems that this Rinnegan possesses unique abilities. System: what special traits does my Rinnegan possess? Ding! The host's Rinnegan encompasses all Rinnegan abilities, including but not limited to Limbo, Border Jail, Shinra Tensei, and Deva Path. Now this truly is exhilarating. With such powers, I feel as though I have ascended to divinity. To speak of Shinra Tensei, a meteor of such magnitude could easily submerge an entire island. Moreover, imagine two descending simultaneously. The thought alone brings me delight. Yet I understand that such formidable techniques undoubtedly require an extraordinary amount of chakra. However, since acquiring the tailed beast chakra, I have effectively attained infinite chakra. Furthermore, After using this upgrade card, my eyes have undergone some physical transformation. Previously adorned with 3 golden stars, they have now fused into a singular star. At first glance, my pupil now resembles a singular golden pentagram, while the remainder has turned a deep crimson. I must admit, this upgraded pupil appears far more aesthetically pleasing. Should I acquire 4 additional small stars, the perfection would be unparalleled. After all, the famed Mihawk is revered for his keen gaze akin to that of an eagle. Perhaps, in the future, I shall gain a new moniker in the martial world, Star-Eye Light's Aid. Just as I was reveling in my daydreams, Xiaonan interrupted my thoughts. Captain, what shall we do next? Oh, what has happened to your eyes? Oh, it's nothing. I merely received some enhancements in ocular techniques. Ocular technique? I have never heard of that, especially with golden pupils. All right, please summon the 2 of them. We need to discuss our forthcoming plans. Upon the arrival of Miyan and Nagato, they too learned the secret of my eyes. After explaining that this is the ultimate form of the Rinnegan, Nagato, however, remained incredulous. He insisted on testing his skills against me. Just as I had been contemplating a sparring partner, Nagato's participation provided the perfect opportunity for a friendly duel. Once both of us levitated in midair, I smirked. Let it be known, I have only recently acquired this ability and cannot yet master it at will, so tread carefully. Bring it on. In truth, I was eager to explore the various capabilities of the Rinnegan. Therefore, during our duel, I merely unleashed the skills he requested. After a round of combat, I found that my foundational abilities were slightly superior to Nagato's. However, these foundational skills were inherently limited in strength. Next, I showcased Shinra Tensei. As the meteor descended, even Nagato's Shinra Tensei could not repel it. This revelation led Nagato to realize that his Rinnegan indeed possessed certain shortcomings. Captain, why does my Rinnegan lack special abilities? The 4 of us sat upon an island formed by 2 meteors. Ultimately, Nagato posed this question. In truth, your Rinnegan did not awaken of its own accord. Or rather, you were never meant to possess a Rinnegan. This revelation astonished the other 3. Observing their expressions, I realized I had misspoken. It was not necessary to reveal any clandestine secrets, merely to provide a convoluted explanation. After all, it was the scheme of Uchiha Obito that spanned the entirety of the 720 episodes of Naruto. Well, you can watch the anime when the opportunity arises. The 3 were rendered speechless. Ultimately, I succinctly recounted the Black Zetsu's maternal rescue, which clarified to them that their world was but a fabrication. After we departed, this island became an anomaly in the pirate world. Although it was not marked on navigational charts, every sailor could attest to its existence. In fact, anyone who ventured into the New World was bound to encounter it. Were it not for its barren landscape, some might even believe it to be the fabled final island. A few days later, a new mission emerged. This time, the deadline was quite generous, yet the task itself left me perplexed. Uncover the secret of the clown buggy. This character plunged me into deep contemplation, as my last encounter with him was in the East Blue. However, it was said he was later imprisoned in Impel Down. It seems a journey to Impel Down is in order. Thus, the 4 of us once again found ourselves in deep thought, primarily concerning the direction of Impel Down. Just as we were at a loss, a warship appeared upon the sea. Upon sighting it, I chuckled. Was this not a pillow for a sleepyhead? This made the journey to Impel Down considerably more straightforward. However, I firmly rejected Mi-Yan's infiltration plan, as his approach mirrored my previous entry into Impel Down. Instead of wasting time, it would be far more efficient to simply fly there. Consequently, after subjugating everyone aboard the warship, we set off for Impel Down, having also plundered the ship's entire hold. After a hearty meal, we resumed our journey. Approximately a week later, we successfully arrived above Impel Down. 2 years had passed since my last visit, and this place still exuded an eerie ambience. Yet, Xiaonan and the others seemed quite fond of such locales. I retrieved Buggy's bounty notice, stating, "Remember, this is our target. Find him and bring him out. This fellow certainly possesses an unusual appearance. Why does he have such a large nose? Haha, no wonder he is called Buggy the Clown. I must say, since Mi-Yan joined me, his laughter has noticeably increased, and he has grown much more cheerful. However, I must caution them regarding Buggy. He is not nearly as comical as he appears in the photograph. His abilities are rather unique, and this may be your first encounter with someone from this world in battle. One must never underestimate the situation. Rather, one should earnestly discern the differences between the enemy and ourselves. My solemn words caused the three individuals before me to cease their smiles. Undoubtedly, these three were quite reliable in their endeavors. Subsequently, they began devising methods to infiltrate the 2A Jin Chung. Meanwhile, I hovered above, employing my ability of clairvoyance to monitor their every move. The manner in which these three approached their infiltration revealed their distinct personalities. Xiaonan exhibited a composed demeanor, utilizing her transformation abilities to gradually probe and advance with caution. Mi Yin demonstrated meticulousness, first observing the various aspects of 2A Jin Chung, seeking any potential vulnerabilities before exploiting them to gain entry. As for Nagato, he was particularly audacious, relying on his formidable strength and immortality to boldly charge through the front gate. It was likely that he had been quite vexing for the Hokage. Having always been cautious, he was now liberating himself. When the guards of Tae Jin Chung first laid eyes on Nagato, they perceived him merely as a frail figure lacking in strength. Little did they anticipate that he would unleash his gravitational technique, drawing everything within reach towards him. What followed was a relentless assault, as he cut through the defenses of 2A Jin Chung with ease, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. I did not intervene. Rather, I found his actions somewhat influenced by my own subtle manipulations. After all, this battle served not only to test the abilities of these three, but also to mark the rise of our ninja pirate crew. I observed them with a smile, but when my gaze swept to the depths, a voice suddenly resonated within my mind. Come to me. This voice exuded an unsettling aura and communicated directly with my consciousness, which was exceedingly peculiar. Despite being aware of the impending danger, an irresistible urge to uncover the truth surged within me. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I resolved to proceed. Moreover, having just acquired a new ability, I was confident that I would not be at a disadvantage should a confrontation arise. With a sufficient number of trump cards, one's courage inevitably expands. Furthermore, my new ocular technique significantly enhanced the capabilities of Shinra Tensei, now allowing for short-distance teleportation. By entering the realm of Shinra Tensei and then emerging, I could traverse to my desired location. For longer distances, I could utilize the space-time portal of the Rinnegan. Thus, I directly teleported to the source of the voice. As I emerged from the void, the individual before me displayed no signs of surprise. Surrounding us was a complete absence of light. However, what struck me as odd was the presence of chakra emanating from this person. I was about to speak when he interjected, "Welcome to the lowest level of 2A Jin Chung, the Amiji Su." Taken aback, I could not comprehend his meaning. He continued to elucidate. The world believes 2A Jin Chung consists of only 6 levels, yet this is the 7th. The 7th level? How could that be? No need for doubt. This space is one I excavated during my leisure time. Aside from you, no one is aware of its existence. What on earth? This individual, out of sheer boredom, had dug himself a hole and confined himself within it? Is this even possible for a human? No offense, but are you all right? He seemed to perceive my incredulity, yet his words left him momentarily speechless. Ahem, don't you wish to inquire about something else? His reminder prompted me to remember that perhaps discussing trivialities was ill-advised at this moment. However, seeing his urgency rendered me somewhat calmer. Lacking knowledge of the enemy's true nature, I cannot afford to follow his rhythm. Thus, I strolled slowly in the darkness, deliberately refraining from questioning him, while covertly assessing my surroundings. Of course, on the surface, I appeared to be examining my environment, but in reality, I was observing this person closely. From his voice, I discerned that he was a man. In terms of physical stature, he was neither particularly tall nor excessively stout. He seemed to possess an ordinary physique. Strangely, there were traces of chakra flowing within him, which was perplexing, as I had yet to encounter anyone with chakra since arriving in the pirate world. Had it not been for my ability to absorb the chakra of nature, I would feel as though I had entered a virtual realm. Given this, The individual before me was quite intriguing. He noticed my scrutiny of the walls and remarked with a smile, "So, your curiosity about the walls surpasses your interest in me?" "Naturally," I replied. "Indeed, the walls you have created resemble those chewed by a dog. I ponder how such crude craftsmanship could yield such walls." The more anxious he became, the less inclined I was to take the initiative. The dance of the fox and the hunter is a test of patience. However, after he uttered a particular phrase, I lost my composure entirely. "I did not expect you to be so patient now, Yi Wu." The mention of this name sent me into a panic, for it was indeed my name prior to my transmigration. Not only had I never disclosed it in the world of Hokage, but I had also never revealed a single word in the pirate realm. Oh, perhaps I had mentioned it to Luffy when we first met, but I was certain that we were alone at that time, and this person was certainly not Luffy. "Who on earth are you?" "Haha, you finally asked." Your ability to restrain yourself until now has only deepened my admiration. It seems you have experienced quite a bit in these years. Enough with the pleasantries. What is the meaning of all this? He shifted slightly, reclining against the ground once more. A silence enveloped us, and the stillness allowed me to hear the rapid beating of my own heart. "Do not rush," he said. "Before I address your question, I wish to confirm something." He held a toothpick-like object in his mouth and spoke in a calm tone. "Do you wish to return to your original world?" My goodness, it was confirmed. This individual not only knew my name, but also recognized that I did not belong to this world. I was exposed. My first instinct was to react. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and unleashed my dust release, intending to eliminate him and extract any information directly from his mind. Dust release, original world disintegration technique. Just as I unleashed my technique, he countered with the same, nullifying my dust release. "You could perform ninjutsu." This could not be true. The presence of chakra might have been a coincidence, but for him to wield dust release shattered my understanding of the world. It must be noted that this was the realm of pirates. Moreover, his dust release seemed, in some aspects, to surpass my own. "Who are you really?" He ignored my inquiry, preoccupied with brushing away the dust. It was as if he could see the particles. "Oh dear, quite the temper you have." Resorting to dust release right away indicates you have no desire for idle chatter. "I have no time for your antics. Please speak swiftly." "Well, seeing your eagerness, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I am you. Spare me your nonsense. Are we to engage in abstraction here? Believe it or not, I have answered your query, and now it is your turn to respond to mine." How could I possibly focus on answering him when I am utterly bewildered at this moment? Suddenly, a person appears, claiming to be me. If he is indeed me, then who am I? Am I merely an imposter? Confusion, doubt, resistance, disbelief, and self-doubt engulf me. All right, there is no need for such agitation. In truth, there is nothing here that cannot be accepted. He then proceeds to recount the entire saga. This tale dates back 30 years. At that time, he, like me, was reborn into the world of pirates. However, he never encountered Luffy and instead wandered aimlessly through the pirate realm, armed with his prior knowledge of the original pirate narrative. He set sail, eager to discover what lay upon the so-called final island. Thus, while navigating the seas, he also honed his ninjutsu skills. Years later, he encountered a man named Roger upon the ocean. This event triggered his storyline. From that moment onward, he followed in Roger's wake, partaking in his adventures. Though he never became one of Roger's companions, he unearthed many hidden secrets. When Roger reached the final island, he too ascended there. But the scene he witnessed was unlike that of others. In the center of the final island stood a luminous platform, upon which were inscribed words visible only to him. The inscription boldly proclaimed the means to return to the original world. This so-called method consisted of merely 2 characters. Rebirth. These words struck him like a spell, leaving him dizzy and his mind blank. Subsequently, he fainted. Later, it was Roger who extracted him from the final island. Upon returning to the new world, he began to ponder the various possibilities of reverting to his former self. Since the hint was rebirth, it implied that if the version of him in this world perished, he could be reborn in another world. Thus, he earnestly sought every means to end his own life. However, with his formidable regenerative abilities, no matter how grave his injuries, he would automatically heal. Consequently, The only feasible path to death remained through natural aging. Desperate, he sought alternative methods, including poisoning himself, burning away the essence of his life, and even employing Amaterasu flames to ignite himself. Yet, he stubbornly endured. Eventually, he lost the desire to see anyone. Seizing an opportunity, he made his way to the underwater prison, hoping that the skilled individuals within might possess some extraordinary technique that could finally end his life. To his dismay, everyone in the 6th level of Impel Down attacked him collectively, yet he remained unscathed. Afterward, he fell into despair and excavated a space beneath the 6th level to hide, intending to starve himself to death by abstaining from food and water. However, instinct is an uncontrollable force. Moreover, he had a system that detected insufficient nutrients in his body and, while he was unaware, began to utilize Mokutan to absorb nourishment from the surroundings. Even several sea kings outside perished in the process. By then, he had relinquished all thoughts, merely awaiting his natural demise. Yet 2 years ago, circumstances took a turn. It was precisely when I came to the 6th level to rescue Ace that I inadvertently employed Mokutan. Initially, he paid it no mind, assuming it to be merely a power derived from some devil fruit within the pirate world. However, upon thorough investigation, he discovered something extraordinary. The flow of chakra, the essence of Mokutan, these were irrefutable, and no devil fruit could possibly generate chakra. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within him. If I could harness the power of Mokutan to absorb all the Hashirama cells within his body, it would effectively strip away his regenerative advantage. Thus, as long as he sustained sufficient injuries, he could indeed die, thereby fulfilling the condition for rebirth. This would allow him to return to his original world. Hence, it was this very reason that he inquired whether I wished to return to my former realm. Upon receiving such explosive news, I found myself trembling uncontrollably. Yet, I felt unable to acquiesce to his request. On one hand, I risked becoming like him, enduring a fate worse than death for the sake of rebirth. Although my current regenerative abilities are not particularly strong, who knows if absorbing his Hashirama cells would render me invincible. On the other hand, even if I do not become invincible, what if I encounter an even more bizarre predicament? Furthermore, I cannot fully trust his words. While the likelihood of him deliberately deceiving me seems minimal, what if this individual speaks half-truths, leading me to blindly believe him like a fool? Thus, my best course of action remains to neither accept nor reject, to neither agree nor express my stance. At worst, I would confront him in a deadly struggle. After much contemplation, I stood and walked out, seemingly oblivious to his words. I expected him to employ some means to detain me, yet he merely smiled as I departed, making no attempt to hinder me. This only deepened my confusion, given the circumstances. Should he not be doing everything in his power to persuade me to absorb his Hashirama cells? Why did he not stop me? Was he merely playing a game of desire and restraint? Nevertheless, that seemed improbable. I had already traversed nearly 2 miles without a word from him. Even when purchasing clothing, one would typically call out as I approached the entrance. Up until I reached the 5th level, he remained silent, which was fortuitous as I had no idea how to respond to him. I then utilized Kimui to reappear above Impel Down. Meanwhile, he, situated on the 7th level, smiled with delight upon witnessing my exit. Ah, I knew you would do that. Very well, I shall grant you some more time. When you arrive at the final island, I expect you will seek me out once more. Hovering above Impel Down, I awaited the return of Mihawk and the others. Yet I did not receive any communication from him. It appears he has resigned himself to the situation. Xiaonan, hey Captain, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Me? Oh, it's nothing. You're back. Did everything go smoothly? Mihawk replied, not quite. The clown buggy you sought is not present in Impel Down. What? How could that be? Indeed, Nagato confirmed. We have searched high and low several times, yet have found no trace of him. Additionally, from my memory probe, it appears that this pirate named Buggy escaped 2 years ago. Such a development is astonishing. Logically, Buggy's strength should not have allowed him to successfully escape. Could it be that he took advantage of the chaos I created to flee? So what shall we do now? Xiaonan inquired. We shall find him first. Thus, the 4 of us commenced our worldwide search for Buggy, bolstered by numerous clones and the ability to fly. A week later, we successfully located Baji. At that moment, Captain Baji's crew was hosting a lively banquet on an island. The crew members were exuberant, having consumed an impressive quantity of alcohol. Captain Baji truly is remarkable. Even the Vice Admiral of the Navy shows him respect. Indeed, it is well known that our Captain Baji is a former crew member of the legendary pirate king, Roger. Let's take a look at Captain Baji's new bounty notice. The crowd gathered around, and it boldly proclaimed, Clown Baji, bounty of 1,240,000,000 berries. Ha ha! It is well deserved. Captain Baji not only managed to recruit Hawkeye and Crocodile, but he also dared to place a bounty on the Navy for the first time. Such a feat is unparalleled in history. Naturally, our Captain Baji is destined to become the Pirate King. This bounty is merely the beginning. We must steadfastly center our efforts around Captain Baji and work diligently towards achieving the goal of Pirate King. Listening to the discussions of his subordinates, Baji felt a surge of excitement. The Vice Admiral he had previously defeated was merely a casualty of Hawkeye and Crocodile's efforts. He had simply seized the opportunity. To his surprise, the report claimed he had single-handedly vanquished the Vice Admiral, resulting in such a high bounty that it could cost him his life. Should he find himself alone next time, he would surely meet his end. Thus, Baji resolved to closely follow Hawkeye or Crocodile. He was also relieved that their alliance appeared to be perceived as led by him in the eyes of the Navy. Furthermore, he discerned that Hawkeye was disinterested in such hollow accolades, while Crocodile seemed to be searching for someone, showing no concern for who led the alliance. It must be said that Baji's fortunate fruit ability was beginning to manifest its effects. The new alliance had granted him formidable pirate subordinates. His crew was now subtly comparable to the Four Emperors. As Baji surveyed the nearly 1,000-strong crew below, his sense of satisfaction soared to new heights. Who is destined to become the Pirate King? Baji, Captain. Very well. Suddenly, the jubilant atmosphere of the banquet was shattered as the ceiling collapsed. Who is causing such chaos? Exactly. How could someone fall from the sky? However, when they looked up, they beheld four figures slowly descending from the heavens. Dressed in high-collar black attire, they appeared almost divine beneath the sunlight. One individual's eyes made the subordinates believe a deity had descended. In his blood-red pupils, a golden pentacle shimmered brilliantly, enveloping the entire hall in a golden radiance. The subordinates were so awestruck by this spectacle that they could hardly utter a word, their cups and plates slipping from their hands forgotten. Gazing into those golden eyes, they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence. In an effort to instill a sense of intimidation among those below, I instinctively activated the deterrent function of my Rinnegan. The effect was undeniably spectacular. I hovered in midair, slowly rotating to survey everyone present. Those who met my gaze promptly collapsed to the ground. Gradually, the only one remaining standing was Baji. His mouth agape. He fixated on me, while a glance at his fallen subordinates filled him with dread. Baji, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. I turned to Baji, refraining from directly using Tsukuyomi to control him, instead speaking in a calm tone. Baji shivered, stammering, What are you? Nagato's expression shifted as he raised a hand, invoking Shinra Tensei. Baji's body involuntarily flew towards his palm. He seized Baji by the collar and nodded slightly at me before soaring outward. Baji, awakening from his initial panic, immediately fragmented his body, narrowly escaping Nagato's grasp. Taken aback, Nagato hadn't anticipated that this individual possessed some skill, letting out a soft Captain. Is this what they call a devil fruit ability? This scene was equally astonishing to Shao, Nan, and Yahiko. Indeed, Baji was the user of the split fruit, capable of disassembling his body into countless fragments. Should his fruit ability awaken, he might even be able to disintegrate anything he touched. Perhaps even Nagato's Shinra Tensei could be shattered into pieces. My words successfully piqued Nagato's interest. He was eager to test this out. However, Baji had not yet awakened his fruit ability. Upon witnessing Nagato's failure, Xiaonan's wings began to transform into sheets of paper. As she raised her arm, the paper rushed towards Baji in a flurry. The deluge of papers swirled around him like falling snow, and upon realizing they were merely sheets, his panic subsided somewhat. Yet when those papers clung to him, he understood that they could indeed be lethal. It seemed the paper perfectly countered his ability, rendering him incapable of disassembling his body. The sheets multiplied, threatening to encasebay entirely. Suddenly, a slashing strike cut through the air, hitting Baji, Xiaonan, Nagato, and me alike. My form instantaneously phased, allowing me to evade the strike flawlessly. Nagato's eyes widened, and he activated Shinra Tensei, successfully deflecting the blow. Baji and Xiaonan were split in two. In the ensuing chaos, Baji managed to escape while Xiaonan recombined her form, slowly turning to confront the true culprit. Just as she was about to speak, I intervened. Hawkeye, long time no see. Hawkeye sheathed his black blade, scrutinizing me closely. Before he could speak, a voice called from behind him, "Light's assistance. What are you doing here?" I turned towards the voice and smiled slightly. "Oh, Crocodile? I see you survived." Crocodile, speechless, inwardly grumbled. "It seems you never expected me to live." Upon hearing Crocodile call my name, Hawkeye recalled that I was the individual he had once faced in a duel in the East Blue. Baji freed himself from the paper's constraints, hiding behind Crocodile and Hawkeye. "I remember you. You're that ninja." Observing these three, it was clear they were all old acquaintances. Having failed to recognize me previously was forgivable, but now they could not forcibly take me away. Thus, I offered an awkward smile and said, "Since you've recognized me, I'll be direct. I wish to request Captain Baji's assistance." After some explanations, Baji felt relieved, understanding that his life was not in jeopardy. He consented to my request. I summoned the great toad's esophagus, forming a secret chamber, and turned to Baji. "Captain Baji, it is now just the two of us. I am aware of all your secrets. I hope you can provide some additional details." This statement was clearly a ploy to extract information from him, as the system urged me to delve into Baji's secrets, and I intended to probe before making any further moves. After all, if I succeeded, it would save me considerable trouble. Indeed, upon hearing my words, Baki's expression instantly shifted to one of tension. You know everything?" His question filled my heart with joy, for I had not anticipated that a mere phrase would cause this old fellow to reveal himself so readily. This was splendid. If events were to unfold in this manner, it would undoubtedly become intriguing. Thus, Baki began to elaborate on the various details of his escape from Impelled Down, including how he set sail and encountered Crocodile, leading to the formation of the Cross Guild, and even the nuances of persuading Hawkeye to join. Such minutiae were all laid bare. However, upon concluding his narrative, the system remained utterly unresponsive. It appeared that what the system sought was not this information. "Is there more?" I asked, noticing Baki's puzzled expression, as he insisted he had divulged every detail, and it was all entirely true. His words held merit. Throughout his storytelling, I had been attentive to his heartbeat, and there was nothing amiss in his account. Yet, I was not interested in such trivialities. Anxiously pacing in place, it became evident that this method alone would not unveil all of his secrets. It seemed I must resort to more extraordinary measures. With a smile, I approached Baki, saying, "Captain Baki, why don't you take a brief rest? We shall converse further shortly." A flicker of golden light flashed in my blood-red eyes as I activated Tsukuyami. Baki's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. What a waste of time. I should have directly accessed his memories. Pressing a single finger to his forehead, all of Baki's experiences surged into my mind. The earliest memories revealed that Baki's parents were, astonishingly, celestial dragons. Moreover, Baki's mother bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual, with flowing aquamarine hair, exquisite features, and clad in a gauzy gown. As I delved deeper, the revelations became even more explosive. When Baki was but an infant, his mother frequently discussed leaving Mariewa with his father. However, his father was reluctant to relinquish his status as a celestial dragon and repeatedly refused. Until one fateful day, a family of 4, also celestial dragons, escaped from Mariewa, which solidified Baki's mother's resolve. Seizing an opportunity when Baki's father was distracted, she absconded with her 2 children from Mariewa. Subsequently, The three of them boarded a small vessel bound for the Grand Line. Owing to their identity as celestial dragons, Baki's mother dared not board a larger ship, fearing they might be captured and returned. Despite their utmost caution, they were pursued by assassins sent by Baki's father, who tracked them to the Grand Line. Typically, the departure of a celestial dragon from the Holy Land would not attract attention. However, Baki's father, coveting his status and unwilling to allow his family to be shamed, dispatched assassins with the intent to eliminate them. Upon realizing they were being hunted, Baki's mother sought refuge and recalled the family of four, thinking they might offer protection. However, upon finding them, she was horrified to discover they had been nailed to a wall and burned alive. She witnessed the young boy of that family awaken his conqueror's haki. Faced with such a grim fate, Baki's mother could not endanger them further and remembered another family, one of the founding families, the Nefertari clan, hoping to seek their refuge. Thus, she set forth with her son and daughter towards Alabasta. Just as they were about to land, the assassins caught up to them. On that stormy night, Baki's mother, with her two children, leapt into the tumultuous sea. Fate has a cruel sense of humor. Amidst the storm, Baki's sister became separated from them. She drifted to Alabasta, where a kind-hearted family rescued her. As Baki's sister matured, she grew increasingly beautiful and poised, becoming the dream of countless suitors in the region. One day, Cobra, under the guidance of the former king, arrived in this village. The young Cobra was instantly captivated by Baki's sister. The old king, upon seeing her resemblance to Baki's mother, discreetly investigated and confirmed that the girl was indeed a celestial dragon. Rather than making it public, he arranged for Cobra to marry her. In time, they had a daughter, who is now known as Princess Vivi. Meanwhile, Baki's mother, adrift in the storm, was rescued by a band of pirates. At that point, she was on the brink of death and, to prevent Baki's celestial dragon identity from being revealed, used her last ounce of strength to firmly pinch his nose. The pain caused young Baki to cry out, which stirred the compassion of the pirates who took them in. After receiving their promise to care for the young Baki, his mother passed away peacefully. Upon acquiring his mother's body, Baki's father ceased his pursuit of the children, recognizing that, in such a tempest, survival was impossible not only for the children, but even for adults. Thereafter, Baki lived aboard that ship, growing up under the careful watch of the captain. By chance, there was another child of the same age aboard, a boy with red hair. Eventually, Baki learned the captain's name, GOLD, Roger. As time went on, Roger's crew prepared to ascend to the final island. However, Baki, unable to withstand the island's magnetic field, fell gravely ill. Of course, the young Baki did not comprehend the situation. He merely felt a twinge of regret for not being able to reach the island. Later, upon learning of the captain's execution, he was heartbroken and sought to distance himself from conflict, retreating to the East Blue. Utilizing the powers of his chop-chop fruit, he led a somewhat leisurely existence. After absorbing Baki's memories, I found myself in a state of deep contemplation, oblivious to even the system's notifications. I had not anticipated Baki's identity to be so labyrinthine. After a considerable pause, I led Baki out of the hidden chamber. As we departed, Crocodile inquired if I wished to join their alliance. At that moment, I had essentially formed my own crew, which I surmised was the reason for Crocodile's invitation. Exchanging a glance with Nagato, he subtly shook his head, understanding his stance. I graciously declined Crocodile's offer. Crocodile did not seem overly concerned, displaying only a hint of disappointment without any notable reaction. Upon parting from Baki's group, I asked Nagato why we did not form an alliance with them. Those fellows lacked sufficient strength. Aligning with them would yield little benefit. Although I was uncertain of Nagato's reasoning, I chose not to press the matter further. "Captain, what shall we do next?" one of my crew members inquired. "Well, having just engaged with the opponent, I believe you have all gained a new understanding of devil fruit abilities. While neither Baki nor Crocodile possesses particularly troublesome powers, confronting them will likely not yield a swift resolution. I plan to provide my crew with a method for training in Sage Mode, hoping they would achieve success in due course." Upon hearing this, the three individuals became quite exhilarated. After departing from Fishman Island, guided by the record pointer, The Straw Hat crew successfully landed on Ice and Fire Island. Luffy clamored for a grand adventure on the island, compelling me to first investigate the circumstances there. From a high vantage point, I was able to discern the entire layout. Reflecting on 2 years prior, the missions of Aokiji and Akainu came to mind. It seems likely that they engaged in combat on this very island. I pondered whether the Sarayu fruit they mentioned back then still existed. Utilizing my observation ability, I scanned the island and unexpectedly discovered that we were not the only group present. The man-made Sarayu fruit was nowhere to be found. Upon my return, I refrained from divulging too much information to them. After all, the thrill of adventure diminishes if the outcome is already known. Subsequently, we set foot on the island and encountered Law. To my surprise, in the 2 years since we last met, he had ascended to the rank of Warlord of the Sea. Given our shared experiences from 2 years ago, there was no immediate conflict between us. It was only when Law proposed forming an alliance to confront Kaido that my interest was piqued. At that time, I had yet to activate the system, and I was contemplating the search for individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki. Law's suggestion to unite against Kaido was, indeed, fortuitous. Thus, under my encouragement, we prepared to confront Kaido directly. However, Law seemed to have his own agenda, insisting that we first deal with Caesar and use him to lure out Doflamingo. Although his motives remained unclear, I learned that Doflamingo also possessed Conqueror's Haki, prompting my agreement. Luffy, on the other hand, was indifferent, displaying unwavering confidence as long as it did not involve Shanks. It appeared that 2 years of training had significantly boosted his self-assurance, rendering him less concerned about the 4 emperors. We successfully captured Caesar and dispatched several of Doflamingo's subordinates before setting off for Dressrosa. Upon receiving word that the Straw Hat crew had defeated his men, Doflamingo, who was preparing for revenge, unexpectedly contacted me. Straw Hat Luffy, I hear one of your companions is a ninja named Kazuki Momonosuke. Initially, I was enjoying fried rice, taken aback that Doflamingo would mention my name. I responded while still chewing, "What is it?" "I am Kazuki Momonosuke." "Ah, very well. Come to Dressrosa, for I possess something you have long desired." His words left me in contemplation. Despite my 2 years in this world and having met many individuals, I realized that most of my acquaintances were superficial, and I was uncertain of what could truly captivate my interest. Sensing my silence, Doflamingo recognized that he could no longer tease me, lest I slip away. He then hinted, "I hear you have been searching for something. I can assure you that I possess it. Just tell me what it is. This is the first time I've been informed that I desire something." He. "Have you not longed for the corpse of a certain individual?" At his words, my expression shifted dramatically. Was he implying Whitebeard? I was taken aback, realizing that the corpse was indeed in his possession. I had almost given up hope, but finding it would be nothing short of miraculous. While I could not resurrect him, possessing the corpse would at least unveil certain extraordinary secrets. This revelation prompted me to consider another matter. If I could locate Roger's corpse, it would undoubtedly lead to even more secrets. The more I contemplated, the more exhilarated I became, and thus the quest for Roger's corpse was prioritized. On the surface, I accompanied Luffy to Dressrosa, while in reality, I began gathering information about Roger's remains from various sources. After all, Roger was executed in the East Blue, so logically, his body should also lie there. Perhaps it had been preserved by the Marines? Consequently, I wasted no time and set my course directly for Lowtown in the East Blue. Fortunately, I was now traversing the latter half of the Grand Line. Once I navigated past the adjacent calm belt, I would be able to enter the East Blue directly. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the magnetic fields within the Grand Line were erratic, rendering cardinal directions indistinct. Therefore, I had no choice but to embark in all 4 directions. Surely, one of those paths would lead me through the calm belt to the East Blue. After several days of relentless flight, I finally arrived in the East Blue. However, this place was unlike any I had previously known. Starving and dizzy, I sought a place to eat. Curiously, despite the area being inhabited, the streets were eerily devoid of people. How could this occur in broad daylight? Upon utilizing my observation ability, I discovered the truth. The various structures on the surface were mere illusions. The actual inhabitants resided underground. I disregarded the peculiarities and made my way to a house, easily locating the underground entrance. After descending a long staircase, I emerged into a spacious underground realm, where everyone was taken aback by my sudden appearance. The space appeared more akin to an office than a restaurant, with approximately 50 individuals of diverse appearances, none clad in uniform. However, the firearms in the corner were meticulously arranged. My unexpected arrival heightened the tension among them, as they paused their activities, fixated on me. Some individuals, using those in front of them as cover, stealthily reached for their weapons. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was clearly visible to me. I offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, I am simply famished. Could you please provide me with something to eat? Upon hearing this, the nearest group immediately crouched down, while those behind them raised their guns, their dark barrels aimed directly at me. A single misstep could result in me being riddled with bullets. I was taken aback by their organized and coordinated response, suggesting they had undergone unified training. This indicated that their identities were far from ordinary. Just as tensions threatened to escalate, a man stepped forth from the crowd. He wore a black top, hat adorned with 2 goggles, his yellow hair obscuring one eye, and a large scar near his eye added an air of mystery to his appearance. Friend, if you wish to eat, the dining area is on the upper level. Shall we discuss matters there? With a smile, he gestured upward, inviting me to ascend. I understood that he was extending me a courtesy. Otherwise, he would have ordered an immediate assault. I was not afraid of their weapons, but rather concerned that if they failed to kill me, they might inadvertently harm themselves, which would be tragic. After all, I was there to dine, and if a chef were to be slain, what would I have to eat? Thus, I nodded with a smile and retraced my steps back to the upper level. As I departed, the tension among the group eased, prompting one to question, why didn't we just kill him? The leader of the group furrowed his brow. We are not a killing organization. We cannot act without discernment. However, if he is a spy, our base would be compromised. Another individual added, indeed, the person who can find our entrance must be a spy from the world government. Therefore, it would be best to eliminate him. The leader raised his hand to halt the commotion, saying, let me approach him first. If he truly is a spy, we can deal with him then. Have the brothers prepare an ambush around the area, and once I give the signal, act swiftly. The group complied, each member commencing their preparations. The leader descended the stairs to the first floor and saw me slumped over the table, appearing utterly drained. His vigilance waned slightly as he smiled and presented a steaming plate of fried rice before me. Go on, eat up, my friend, he said cheerfully. The aroma of the rice wafted towards me, and I immediately sensed treachery. It seemed to be laced with some sort of poison. Clearly, the leader was wary of me and wished to test my limits. I gazed at his youthful, handsome face and smiled, saying this rice. The leader maintained his smile, yet from the shadows nearby, the faint sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. I was acutely aware that the dish before me was, in reality, a plate of poison. Nevertheless, I was not concerned, for poison must be effective to be deemed as such. Conversely, if it had no impact, it would merely be a form of protein. This rice smells delightful. I lifted the plate and without hesitation began to devour it. The leader watched as I ate voraciously, his expression turning to confusion. Could this fellow truly be a starving traveler? It seemed implausible, given his ability to easily locate the underground entrance. Surely, he must be an undercover agent for some organization. In no time, I finished the plate of food and took a swig from a nearby drink, releasing a contented sigh. Splendid. The leader scrutinized my eyes, calculating the time. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. This was illogical, under normal circumstances. The amount of poison in that rice would incapacitate an average person long before 10 seconds, let alone 5. Yet here I was after 2 minutes, not only unharmed, but appearing to relish the moment. Suddenly, I furrowed my brow and clutched my chest, my face contorting in apparent agony. The leader's expression softened as he thought, finally, it's happening. Indeed, regardless of how formidable a person may be, no one can withstand the ravages of poison. Yet this individual was quite impressive, taking so long to succumb. If he were not a spy, I might have considered bringing him into my fold. He could very well become a valuable ally. With a sigh of regret, the leader rose from his seat and gestured to those behind him, signaling them to withdraw. Meanwhile, I clutched my chest, my complexion beginning to turn purple. However, This was not due to poison. Rather, I had eaten too hastily without properly chewing. After a couple of forceful thumps to my chest, I managed to swallow the lump of rice. Goodness, I almost choked myself. Hearing a sigh of relief from behind, the leader turned, only to see me belching and gazing at him with twinkling eyes. "Excuse me, could I possibly have another serving? I didn't quite fill up." "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "What do you mean?" The leader stared at me, perplexed. I understood what he was implying, but I could only feign ignorance. After all, it would be awkward for both parties to clarify at this moment. Thus, I replied, "Thanks to your timely offering of food. I was on the verge of starving to death." "Much appreciated." "Haha, what is going on? Is everything all right?" he asked, laughing uproariously. I was taken aback by the leader's maniacal laughter, fearing he might lose himself entirely in mirth. Finally, he slapped his thigh and declared, "All right." "All right, what?" "My friend, I'm afraid that now I truly cannot allow you to leave just like that." "Is that necessary? It was just a meal. You can't possibly intend to imprison me, can you?" I remained seated, unmoving, as the soldiers lying in ambush surged forward. Just as they intended to place handcuffs on me, they suddenly realized they could not make contact with my form. I stood up and took a few steps back. "Gentlemen, this is excessive. Even though I haven't paid, is it really necessary to apprehend me? Is this a black market operation?" As I spoke, I became intangible, making it impossible for those attempting to seize me to find a grip. Bullets, handcuffs, or nets made from sea prism stone all passed through me without effect. The leader's eyelids flickered as he pondered the peculiar technique. Even if it were a devil fruit ability, there was no way to evade capture by a sea prism stone net. He drew a pipe from behind him, skillfully twirling it in his hand. "Forgive me, my friend, but you brought this upon yourself by taking on this task." With that, he lunged at me, wielding the iron pipe high. My mind raced. After all, this person had offered me a meal, and it seemed ungracious to retaliate. I had no desire to earn a reputation as someone who repays kindness with violence, so I resigned myself to taking a few hits to relieve his frustration. The leader's combat prowess was indeed impressive, his attacks executed with remarkable speed, leaving me no time to react. However, every strike missed its mark, and, after a few exchanges, the leader ceased his assault. He formed his hand into a claw, adopting a peculiar stance, and his palm turned pitch black. Murmuring, he declared Dragon Claw Fist. Breath of the Dragon. With a swift motion, his arm lunged toward my throat. It appeared he had no intention of holding back. I lightly tapped my toes on the ground, propelling my body into the air. "Fear not. I will certainly pay for the meal. Just give me a moment, and I shall return." I then soared away into the distance. These individuals were truly relentless. Was it really necessary to resort to such drastic measures over a mere meal? Inside the room, the soldiers exchanged glances with the leader and then at my vanishing form, utterly incredulous. Not only had they failed to apprehend the enemy, but he had also passed through the wall and taken flight. What an astonishing scene. A mushroom-haired girl approached the leader. "Sabo, what do we do now?" "We must find a way to eliminate him, or our secret base will surely be exposed." The girl appeared troubled, "But you saw his earlier actions. We cannot capture him." Sabo stroked his chin, pondering. "This person's abilities are indeed peculiar, which is precisely why we cannot let him go. Inform Boss Dragon that our location has been compromised and that he must devise a plan for relocation." The girl nodded, glancing at Sabo with concern. "And you?" Sabo donned a cloak. "I will certainly capture him." With that, he dashed out of the house, swiftly moving in the direction I had fled. I floated aimlessly in the air, filled with frustration. I had initially thought that within the divine space, there was ample gold to cover my expenses. However, upon attempting to access it, I discovered that something must have gone awry with my main body, depleting all the gold. Consequently, I found myself unable to pay for this meal. What vexed me further was that this so-called leader, handsome as he was, couldn't even spare a meal for me. Sighing, I pondered where I might procure some funds. Did I truly need to resort to becoming a bounty hunter for a time? Yet this was the EC, and all the pirates were navigating the Grand Line. Would I have to traverse the windless zone once more? That was quite a distance. Forget it. I am uncertain whether they desire the flesh of the Sea Kings. Perhaps I shall capture one instead. Resolute in my decision, I soared towards the doldrums. Sabo, trailing behind, noticed my abrupt change in direction and executed an urgent halt. However, as he continued running, he sensed something amiss. What could be the matter? That direction leads to the doldrums. Could it be that this fellow possesses a method to traverse them? If that is the case, he must indeed be a spy for the world government. Upon realizing this, Sabo's resolve to apprehend me intensified. Yet, I had already ascended above the ocean's surface, leaving him without a means to pursue. While he lamented by the shore for not having brought a boat, I reappeared over the distant waves, casting the Sea King ashore and cheerfully addressing Sabo. "Friend, what brings you here? Oh, by the way, I cannot find any money. Would this Sea King suffice to offset that meal?" Sabo's mouth gaped wider than a hippopotamus as he beheld the 100-meter-long Sea King on the shore, utterly at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, I shrugged and said, "All right, you may keep the fish. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Wait. What is it now? Friend, what is your name?" "I am Guang Zizu, farewell." With that, I soared into the distance, recalling that in the East Sea, there exists a naval base situated between several islands. To locate Roger's remains, it would be best to head directly to the naval base in Rogtown. Yet, I harbored little hope, as Roger had been deceased for over 20 years. Finding his body would not be a straightforward endeavor. Just as I prepared to accelerate away, Sabo suddenly appeared before me, having leaped high enough to nearly collide with me. "What now? Guang Zizu? Are you the Guang Zizu of the Straw Hat crew?" "Oh no, could this handsome fellow be intending to exchange my head for a bounty? Surely not. Just for a meal, why go to such lengths?" However, it was too late to deny it, and although I had no desire to engage him in conflict, I was confident he could not hinder my escape. "What is it?" Seeing my acknowledgement, Sabo's expression visibly brightened. He clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming at last, "I have found you. Come, follow me. Hey, don't pull. Take it easy." By the shore, Sabo and I grilled fish together. "What? You are Luffy's brother? That cannot be true. Does he not have only Ace as a brother?" Sabo beamed at me, further convinced of my association with Luffy. "Haha, in a sense. Ace is his brother, and so am I. By the way, have you seen Robin?" "Robin? I have indeed. It has been 2 years since we last met. I wonder where she has gone. She has become quite fair." I took a bite of the grilled fish, contemplating. It was not surprising that Sabo mentioned Luffy, but his reference to Robin seemed peculiar, as he had never met her. "Haha, it is good to hear you have seen her. By the way, how did you end up in the East Sea?" "Oh, it is quite a coincidence. Do you happen to know where the naval base is located?" "What do you need the naval base for?" I hesitated over whether to disclose to Sabo my quest for Roger's remains. After much deliberation, I decided it might be best to keep it to myself. Yet if I did not share this, what purpose did my journey to the East Sea serve? Noticing my reluctance, Sabo remarked, "I have been in the East Sea for quite some time. Perhaps I can assist you." Upon reflection, I realized he was right. Moreover, as Luffy's brother, he likely harbored no ill intentions. Thus, I revealed to Sabo my desire to find Roger's remains. To my surprise, Sabo's expression shifted to one of seriousness immediately upon hearing this. He fixed his gaze intently upon me. "What do you seek Roger's remains for?" The atmosphere grew tense, the previously light-hearted ambience turning grave. I was uncertain why he reacted so strongly. Did Roger's body harbor some secret? Furthermore, his solemn demeanor suggested he might know its whereabouts. I carefully chose my words, stating, "I have seen Roger. I merely wish to see what he looks like." I intended to pass it off as a jest, hoping to deflect the conversation. However, Sabo seemed unconvinced, maintaining his serious demeanor as if he had discerned my insincerity. "Guang Zizu, as a member of Luffy's crew, you have looked after my brother. I do not wish to deceive you. However, you must tell me the truth. What is your purpose in seeking Roger's remains?" His words carried a hint of intimidation. I raised my eyebrows, matching his intensity with my gaze. "What? Are you threatening me, brother?" Sabo remained silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension, as if we were on the brink of conflict. Sabo now found himself in a precarious position. He should not have been so impulsive. Yet, the matter of Roger was of utmost importance. A secret even Dragon had stressed must remain concealed. It was possible that Roger's remains were tied to a monumental secret, which explained Sabo's immediate agitation upon learning that someone was searching for them. However, Having already revealed too much, we now faced this precarious situation. Though Sabo was Luffy's crew member, I had not spent time with him and was unaware of his true nature. Even Robin had only described him as exceptionally mysterious and formidable. Engaging him in battle now would hardly be prudent. Sabo, too, was troubled, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, my thoughts wandered further. Sabo was Luffy's brother and had just treated me to a meal. Although he initially intended to poison me, he had his reasons at that time. Moreover, his tone suggested he might indeed possess knowledge regarding Roger's remains. Gaining information here would certainly save me considerable time and effort. The unfortunate consequence of my earlier outburst was that I had abruptly derailed the conversation. Now, with both parties poised for confrontation, even if he wished to share information, he would likely find it difficult to lower his guard. Perhaps I could employ an illusionary technique and then make a swift exit? No, that would not do. After all, he was Luffy's brother. If I were to relay such an incident to Luffy, I would surely face his ire. Who knows, one day, all three brothers might come together to chastise me. That would be disastrous. The atmosphere had indeed become awkward. Someone should break the impasse. Just then, a sweet voice called out from a distance, "Sabo." Honestly, every time I call, you never answer. Sabo and I turned to see a girl wearing a black top hat approaching us. Thank goodness for this girl. She had finally relieved our predicament. And she was quite adorable. Though not exceptionally beautiful and of average stature, her cuteness radiated. Sabo quickly seized the opportunity, rising and laughing. "Ha, I did not hear you." The girl turned to me and exclaimed, "Aren't you the spy for the world government?" Sabo hurriedly clarified my identity, and I stood to greet her. "Well, brother, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." With that, I stood and prepared to depart, resolutely avoiding any mention of Roger. Certainly, it is merely a matter of timing. In truth, I have placed an object upon him. Speaking of this object, it required considerable effort on my part to create. It is a seed crafted from intercellular cells, affixed to another individual, enabling me to perceive their movements. To put it simply, it functions as a GPS locator. This concept harkens back to my recollections of Dato Sensei, who once employed a similar tool, as did Uchiha Bido. However, Abido utilized a more advanced version known as White Zetsu. Regrettably, I could not replicate White Zetsu and was only able to produce this variant. Upon seeing my intention to depart, Sabo contemplated interjecting. Yet upon noticing the presence of others, he swiftly refrained. Nevertheless, he cast me a glance, signaling that I should return later. Our exchange of glances immediately piqued the curiosity of the young girl nearby. She scrutinized me, then cast her gaze upon Sabo, exclaiming, "You two are concealing something from me." Sabo and I, startled, responded in unison, "Not at all." "Ha, absolutely not." Indeed, women possess an innate talent for gossip, their intellect rivaling that of Einstein. Coupled with our inept acting, it only served to heighten her suspicions. However, mere suspicion was futile, as we resolutely remained silent. I turned to leave, entrusting this minor inconvenience to Sabo. After some effort, Sabo managed to dismiss the girl and watched me as I departed, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He retrieved a phone bug from his jacket. "Hello, Dragon. Someone is seeking Roger's corpse." After a moment of silence, a deep voice resonated on the other end. "Who is it?" "It's Luffy's crew member, named Kazuki Oden." Another silence ensued. "Bring him here." "Understood." Dragon hung up, his mind beginning to reflect. It seemed that Kazuki Oden had uncovered the secret of Roger's corpse, yet he had not informed Luffy. This development was becoming increasingly intriguing, and a smile crept upon Dragon's brow, suggesting that events were unfolding sooner than anticipated. Meanwhile, after concluding the call with Dragon, Sabo felt a twinge of confusion. He had been cautioned repeatedly not to disclose this information. Why was someone so eager to meet him now? Regardless, it was best to bring him over first. From a distance, I observed Sabo making a call. Although my Sharingan allowed me to read his lips, I remained oblivious to Dragon's responses. Nonetheless, I was astonished to discover such a significant figure was involved merely in the quest for Roger's corpse. I was aware of Dragon's reputation as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Sabo's association with him left me astounded. It seemed I must tread carefully in my future conversations. I soared eastward alongside Sabo. Brother, why haven't we arrived yet? Enough with the complaints. We shall arrive shortly. Hey, veer left a bit. After what felt like an eternity, we finally landed on an island beset by wind and sand, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, even with my eyes closed, I could navigate. As we pressed forward, the winds intensified, and Sabo's body was nearly parallel to the ground. Thankfully, I clung to the earth with my chakra, preventing myself from being swept away. Eventually, we reached a small mound of earth where the winds howled even louder, compelling Sabo to crawl on the ground. I, too, resorted to utilizing wood release to advance cautiously. Fortunately, Sabo triggered a mechanism, and we were promptly engulfed by sand, falling into a hidden passage, thus escaping the fate of being blown away. What a wretched place, so much sand, I muttered as I cleared my ears. No wonder people spoke of dragons' elusive movements. In a place like this, even birds would struggle to fly. Finally, after traversing a lengthy underground tunnel, Sabo knocked on the wall. The rhythm of his knocks was peculiar, indicating a specific defense mechanism. Once the door opened fully, Sabo led me inside. A simple table awaited us, with dragons seated at the forefront. Please take a seat. My goodness, his deep voice resonated with a rich timbre. Though he spoke merely 2 words, the distinctive quality of his tone exuded a masculine charm. I settled slowly into my chair, fixated on his visage. Sabo's tugging on my sleeve went unnoticed, as my attention was captivated by the marks adorning Dragon's face. Rumor had it that these were inflicted by Garp's sandal. Yet seeing them in person, I discerned they were not. Each of the 3 diamond-shaped marks bore a central. Such imprints were unlikely to have resulted from sandal. Based on my experience, they were likely from canvas shoes. Dragon cleared his throat. Mr. Kazuki Odin, I understand you seek Roger's corpse. May I inquire as to your reasoning? I paused, murmuring, aren't you curious about Luffy? Dragon chuckled. I presume Sabo has already inquired about that. So why should I need to ask further? I found myself torn between praising his astuteness and reproaching him for his apparent lack of concern for his son. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I sipped my tea, contemplating how to broach the subject. Dragon appeared unfazed. As I remained silent, he too refrained from questioning. In that room, it was just the 2 of us, devoid of any opportunity to alleviate the tension. By the way, this tea is quite delightful. Haha, you flatter me. But this is renowned tea from Logtown. Finally, Dragon steered the conversation back to Roger. Upon hearing this, I realized it was futile to maintain my composure any longer. I had to speak. Before I answer your question, I wish to know the precise location of Roger's corpse. Do you have any knowledge of where it lies? I was genuinely anxious that he might hear my secret and respond with ignorance regarding its whereabouts. That would leave me thoroughly duped, even though the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim. After all, he had personally summoned me, and I was aware that revealing Dragon's location outside could fetch a handsome bounty. He had no need to resort to such tactics. Yet I felt it prudent to clarify first, effectively passing the ball back to him. Since you wish to know, I shall be forthright. I do indeed know the whereabouts of Roger's corpse, but the specifics depend on your intended purpose. His words implied that unless I disclosed my intentions, he might provide me with a false address. Such cunning and craftiness characterized this individual. In truth, I sought to ascertain whether Roger was genuinely deceased. As I uttered this, I maintained a steady gaze upon Dragon's eyes, for I was not entirely truthful in this matter. Yet precisely because of this, I aimed to hold his gaze firmly, exerting psychological pressure upon him. After all, it is known that those who lie tend to avoid eye contact. I intended to do the opposite, convincing him of my sincerity. Indeed, upon hearing my words, Dragon's expression shifted immediately, and I noted the quickening of his heartbeat, though he endeavored to suppress it, unwilling for me to perceive his agitation. Ha ha ha, has Mr. Odin received some news that prompted you to confirm this personally? He laughed, attempting to mask his unease. I refrained from answering his question, instead stating, Dragon, I have revealed my intentions. Do you not think it is time for you to divulge yours? Dragon's hand, holding the teacup, paused, seemingly taken aback by my boldness. After a brief silence, he slowly spoke. If that is all there is to it, then I can clearly inform you, Mr. Long, that Roger has indeed passed away. Upon saying this, he discreetly glanced at me, eager to gauge my reaction. I gently shook my head, resolutely stating, until I have personally confirmed it with my own eyes. I shall not believe it. Long's eyelid twitched. He pondered for a moment before pressing further. Even if you were to confirm it, what would be the purpose? Do you possess some secret that necessitates the confirmation of Roger's death? His inquiry struck a chord, as my primary objective was to obtain Roger's corpse. Whether he was alive or dead was inconsequential. Possessing the body would enable his resurrection. However, it was evident that Long had not considered this angle. I nodded slightly, conceding to this notion. Perhaps. However, this matter does not conflict with what you aim to achieve. My heart raced, for I truly had no secrets to hide. My previous words were merely a desperate attempt to elicit information. Moreover, at such a moment, if I refrained from uttering those words, Long would certainly not divulge the whereabouts of the body, would he? Besides, I merely wished to use his corpse for resurrection. Yet, such an implausible notion was something Long would hardly believe. Thus, I could only feign a facade of possessing a secret. Long was once again taken aback by my words, his heart also racing with anticipation. Roger's body was currently concealed in a secret base, yet he dared not use Hailu stone to verify the corpse's authenticity. What if using Hailu stone led to the disappearance of the body? That would be disastrous. Moreover, after all these years, the body had shown no signs of decay, which already indicated that this corpse was not the true form of Roger. Previously, he had suspected that Roger might have died using a substitute. Perhaps it was indeed the legendary power of the copy fruit. Over the years, he had certainly gathered information regarding the copy fruit. This was one of the reasons he dared to instigate a revolution. If he were to acquire the copy fruit, it would not only expedite the development of the Revolutionary Army's combat capabilities, but also render his success more attainable. This young man before him seemingly knew the secret of the copy fruit. How could this not stir his intrigue? After a prolonged silence, Long sighed and said, I can allow you to confirm it personally, but I hope that once you do, you will share your secret with me. Let this be a transaction between us. Upon hearing his proposal, I found little to conceal. After all, I had never been adept at hiding secrets. Nodding in agreement, Long led me outside, where the fierce wind instantly swept me off my feet. I barely had time to grasp the ground before the wind intensified, tossing me about like a leaf. Suddenly, it ceased, and I landed on the ground. With not a whisper of wind around us, Long chuckled, Apologies for the discomfort, sir. I had confirmed that Long was indeed a user of a devil fruit ability, quite possibly the hurricane fruit. It was no wonder that a strong wind accompanied his presence, and that his base was perpetually windy. The ground once again sank as Long guided me into a secret chamber. Please wait, he said, pressing a mechanism on the wall. With a thunderous sound, a stone coffin emerged from the wall. There was no need to lift the lid. I could already see inside. A corpse lay within, showing no signs of decay whatsoever. Long, unaware that I could see, waved his hand, causing the coffin lid to slide aside, revealing the scene before us. There lay a tall figure, peacefully at rest, with nose hairs protruding like two curled mustaches. It was hard to imagine that a person's nasal hair could grow so long. He must have groomed it regularly. What do you think, sir? Is this a genuine corpse? I cannot know for certain until I have conducted a test. My eyes flickered, and a blindfolded naval soldier appeared in the room, prepared for the task. As Long raised his leg, I quickly explained, Do not be alarmed. I have deprived him of his senses. Moreover, he may not survive this encounter. I then unfurled a scroll, placing the naval soldier within it, my hands forming seals before my chest. Un pur world de réincarnation technique. As the smoke dissipated, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Roger's body remained undisturbed within the stone coffin, while the naval soldier on the ground continued to tremble in fear. Long frowned, glancing at the incomprehensible symbols on the ground before shifting his gaze to Roger in the coffin. What do you think? I sighed, clearly indicating my failure. Yet, this failure only fueled my excitement. The unsuccessful use of the impure world reincarnation implied two possibilities. Either my ninjutsu was misapplied, or the symbols were incorrect. Or perhaps Roger was truly not dead. Regarding ninjutsu, I had meticulously replicated the seals provided by the system, ensuring there could be no error. Given this, the conclusion was unequivocal. Roger may indeed still be alive. Long's heart began to race. He had more insight into the matter. The fact that Roger had not truly died signified numerous implications. Firstly, how did this corpse come to be? Let us not forget that Roger was publicly executed, aiming to deceive so many eyes. What kind of strength must the true owner of this body possess? What devil fruit ability was employed? Secondly, if Roger was not dead, then where was his true body? Finally, should they be able to locate Roger, they might unravel the secret concealed by the world government for 8 centuries, and, of course, the blank history of 100 years would ultimately be revealed. Long, filled with excitement, grasped my hand tightly. You have truly been a tremendous help. Now, feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. I shall not conceal anything I can share. Oh, I did not expect such an unexpected reward. I pondered for a moment, glancing at the marks on his face, feeling somewhat awkward as I inquired. I am very curious about the marks on your face. If you are willing, please share the story behind them. Long's hand trembled as he grasped mine, his gaze evasive. It seemed this was indeed a rather secretive matter. He paced the room, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he stamped his foot and said, "Very well. Since you are so eager to know, I shall tell you. Of course, if Robin ever asks about this, you may also share it with her." "Robin? What does this have to do with her?" Just as I was about to voice my question, Long raised his hand to stop me. He then began to recount a lengthy tale. 30 years ago, the young Long was in Windmill Village in the East Blue. After witnessing the various actions of the nobles, he began to lose faith in this world and contemplated forming a revolutionary army. However, it was merely an idea at that time. Subsequently, Long traveled extensively until one day he arrived at the land of the giants, where he met a giant named Jagwadi, Pop concurrently. He also encountered 2 scholars from O'Hara, who happened to be Robin's parents. Robin's father had always harbored a keen interest in history, collecting vast amounts of information and publicly disseminating historical facts. However, his actions soon caught the attention of the world government, which dispatched CP organizations to hunt him down. In a bid for self-preservation, he joined the Rocks Pirates with Robin's mother. However, these 2 individuals held differing ideologies. Lux was inclined toward violence, while Luabin's father preferred to uncover the truths of history. Subsequently, the 2 parted ways. Later, Luabin's father arrived among the giants, coinciding with the young Long's presence there. Perhaps by the hand of fate, Luabin's father and Long quickly formed a bond. They often engaged in deep conversations, and many of Luabin's father's philosophies resonated with Long. Long's disdain for the Tenryubito and the world government reached its zenith amidst the myriad historical truths. Thus, they began to strategize the establishment of a revolutionary army, an organization opposed to the world government. Nevertheless, Luabin's father remained more devoted to the study of history, naturally entrusting the leadership of the revolutionary army to Long. In truth, Luabin's father had great faith in Long, as the experiences he had endured instilled in him a profound respect for the young man. Their relationship was so close that it even evoked jealousy from Luabin's mother. Unfortunately, such bliss was short-lived. The world government soon gathered evidence and launched an assault on this nascent revolutionary army. The approaching adversaries were formidable, yet their primary target was Luabin's father. Upon learning of this, Luabin's father sought ways to protect Long. He understood that safeguarding Long was tantamount to preserving the revolutionary army. Thus, he made a heart-wrenching decision to have Long shoot him in front of the world government. Naturally, the young Long was unwilling, not only because this esteemed elder treated him almost like family, but also because, despite their friendship, Luabin's father felt more like a mentor to him. He had taught Long how to change people's minds and resist the world. The thought of taking his mentor's life was unbearable. In that moment, Long contemplated a fierce battle against the pursuing agents of the world government, but was met with firm opposition from Luabin's parents. Luabin's father maintained an exceptionally clear mindset. In this dire situation, his sacrifice would yield greater value. Thus, under his nearly pleading demeanor, Long had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, Under the watchful eyes of the world government, Long fired 3 shots, personally ending the life of his dear mentor. Aguardi. Pop also successfully returned to O'Hara with Luabine's mother. The world government, having obtained Luabine's father's corpse and realizing Long's lack of connection to him, returned satisfied. The anguished Long fell into despair, nearly succumbing to a breakdown. Each night, as he recalled those 3 shots, his heart bled. The formation of the Revolutionary Army teetered on the brink of collapse until a letter from Luabine's mother reignited hope within the desolate Long. The letter contained merely a few lines but mentioned a name, Nico Luobin. Indeed, Luabine's birth signified the continuation of life. It was then that the grieving Long comprehended the necessity of ensuring that his mentor's sacrifice was not in vain. Thereafter, Long fully devoted himself to the revolutionary cause. To honor his beloved mentor, he marked his face with a scar. Those 3 shots were the genesis of all revolution and would serve as his driving force. Upon hearing Long's tale, I finally understood why he wished to explain things to Luobin. If this information were to be exploited by the world government, it could lead to severe repercussions. Merely stating that Luabine's father was killed by Long could incite a crisis of trust in Luobin. Given her inherent distrust of humanity, a betrayal by her captain's father could push Luobin to leave the Straw Hat crew or, worse yet, align herself with the world government. Moreover, if Luffy were to learn of this, his temperament might compel him to confront his father. After grasping the gravity of the situation, I silently devised a plan to control Luffy should the truth be revealed. Having acquired the answers I sought, I deemed it unnecessary to linger in the East Blue. After bidding farewell to Long, I immediately dispelled my clone. On board the Thousand Sunny heading towards Tay Island, I began to comprehend everything transpiring in the East Blue. Noticing my somber smile, Luobin softly inquired, "Ninja-san, what troubles you?" Just as I was processing the information relayed by my clone, Luobin's voice startled me, causing me to momentarily misinterpret the situation and hastily wave my hands. No, it wasn't intentional on Long's part. Luobin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she playfully asked, "Who are you just speaking about?" I truly wanted to slap myself. Ha, the weather is delightful. Oh dear, I'm a bit hungry. I should find some food. With a light-hearted laugh, I departed, leaving Luobin puzzled. Didn't you just eat? Arriving at the dining hall, I consumed the remnants of a meal while listening to the chef's scolding. I felt that life was still quite wonderful. With Roger's affairs settled, his body was no longer needed, which implied that Roger still lived. As for his whereabouts, that was not my concern. Ultimately, worrying about it would yield no results. It was better not to fret. Back in the training room, I began to meditate. Whitebeard's body was with Doflamingo, and it seemed he was intentionally luring me in. That rascal seemed to harbor ulterior motives. I couldn't shake the feeling that our group was being manipulated by some unseen force. Fortunately, I had also taken control of Big Mom's situation. Moreover, after the system reactivated, my strength had increased. I believed that as long as I did not actively seek death, my survival was assured. After 3 days of sailing, our ship finally docked at Tay Island. As soon as we arrived, I utilized my perception abilities to scan half the island. Regrettably, I did not detect Doflamingo's presence, nor did I find Whitebeard's body. It seemed we would have to adhere to the path designed by Doflamingo. Fortunately, we were not alone this time. That rascal had brought Caesar along as soon as he set foot on the island. I wondered where they were headed. Zoro glanced in the direction Long had departed and approached me, quietly asking, "Hey, should we follow him?" I was perplexed by his question and replied, "Follow whom? Who else but that rascal Long?" "Oh, you mean him. Why should we follow him?" Zoro, exasperated, shot me a glare. "Aren't you aware? This kid seems to want us to form some kind of pirate alliance, which is rather foolish, don't you think?" I pondered, furrowing my brow. "What do you mean?" Zoro was left speechless, glaring at me with one eye. "Are you seriously that oblivious? Even I can see that Long's intentions are not pure. Bruce, Luffy is someone who easily trusts others. We must be cautious." "Oh, you noticed that too?" I marveled at Zoro, surprised he was beginning to think critically. I reached out and placed my hand on Zoro's forehead. "Hey, you should think less. You might catch a fever." Zoro's expression turned stern as he shouted, "Get lost. You're the one who has a fever." Ha. However, you were right about one thing. Just moments ago, I was laughing heartily, but suddenly, I became serious. This abrupt transformation caught Zoro off guard, leaving him with a look of astonishment, as if to say, "What s with this sudden change? Aren't you worried your face will freeze?" I continued, "Law's intentions are surely not pure. Thus, I have always kept a vigilant eye on him." Upon hearing this, Zoro displayed a faint smile. "All right then, I'll leave Law's side to you." He then inquired, "By the way, regarding that Doflamingo fellow, he mentioned he had something you wanted. What is it?" I was puzzled by his sudden question, as Doflamingo had clearly stated it over the phone. Why ask again? He scratched his chin awkwardly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I just dozed off and missed what he said afterward." "Really? How could you? The green caterpillar even ask about this?" I waved my hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with it. Just catch up on your sleep on the ship. I'll handle everything." The moment those words left my mouth, they instantly ignited Zoro's rebellious spirit. He retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you think you're so impressive, treating me like clay?" "Indeed, not clay. Perhaps it's more akin to cookie dough," I chuckled. After teasing Zoro, I soared into the distance, offering him no chance to retaliate. Unexpectedly, not far from my flight, a blue slash pierced through my body. Fortunately, I phased out of existence just in time, otherwise, that brat would have caught me off guard. I turned to glare at Zoro, shouting, "Green caterpillar, are you looking for a fight? Haha, look at you, with that ridiculous expression. Now you understand my strength, don't you?" Just as I was preparing to teach Zoro a lesson, I sensed that Law was nearing the island's edge. If he moved any closer, I would lose my ability to perceive him. Thus, I quickly turned and flew toward Law. Initially intending to pursue him, I unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen twist. Doflamingo. Ah, what a coincidencia. I ceased concealing my speed, executing a flying thunder god technique to appear before Law. In a flash, I vanished again and reappeared before Doflamingo. He was suspended in the air by his threads, and my sudden appearance clearly startled him. "Doflamingo, hand over what I desire." You couldn't have come at a worse time. I relocated the item, and I currently have no idea where it is. Before Doflamingo could finish speaking, I vanished once more. By the time he realized what was happening, I was hovering above him, my hand sweeping around as my toes lightly tapped his head. In the next moment, he was uncontrollably plummeting toward the ground. Doflamingo was taken aback, having relied on his fine threads to suspend himself amidst the clouds. This method had always worked flawlessly for him, and due to the thread's exceptional delicacy and transparency, no one understood how he managed to float in the air. Why was he suddenly falling? As he neared the ground, he flailed his arms vigorously, transforming the surface below into countless threads, resembling a web-like mattress to cushion his descent. However, I would not allow him such comfort. Slamming my hands together, I called forth the wood release, Deathspike Forest. Suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted with numerous wooden spikes, each tip glinting with a menacing light, eagerly awaiting Doflamingo's arrival. The sight left Doflamingo utterly astonished. Yet, suspended in the air, the previous transformation of the ground into threads had already left him flustered. With the emergence of the spikes, he had no time to react. In a moment of desperation, he could only use his armament haki to harden his back, hoping to mitigate the impending damage. To his surprise, I exerted force beneath me, hastening his descent. Simultaneously, I commanded the spikes to grow upward once more. With a sickening sound, the spikes pierced through him, leaving him drenched in blood. He had barely managed to harden half of his back. The remaining portion was completely impaled. I looked down upon Doflamingo. What now? He coughed up blood, fighting through the pain to wipe his mouth. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his fingers twitched slightly. I distinctly felt a chill on my ankle. In the next instant, my foot, along with my shoe, soared into the air. To my astonishment, Doflamingo had retaliated under such circumstances. Seizing the opportunity while my foot was suspended, he vanished atop the wooden spikes. From a distance, he clutched his chest, fingers moving rapidly as the bleeding wounds were perfectly stitched together by his threads. I floated in midair, grinning at him. "Ah, so your ability is threads." In truth, I had discerned his secret the moment he appeared. By manipulating fine threads with his fingers, he essentially acted as a puppeteer. If I viewed it this way, it became simple. When I hovered above him, I utilized chakra to sever the connection between him and his threads, which was why he fell from the sky. However, I had not anticipated that his threads could be so fine and resilient that they could sever my feet, though everything transpired too swiftly for me to harden my limbs. The loss of my feet did not hinder my ability to continue soaring through the air. Witnessing that I displayed no signs of pain, Doflamingo's demeanor changed. His hands transformed into claws as he suddenly swept them before him, 5 colored threads. Each of his fingers emitted threads of varying colors, each infused with armament haki, significantly enhancing their strength and piercing capability. Yet this maneuver would prove utterly futile. In fact, every subsequent attack he attempted would be in vain. Having learned from my earlier misstep, I immediately phased out of existence. Regardless of how formidable Doflamingo's techniques were, if they could not strike me, they were pointless. I grinned wickedly as I drifted toward Doflamingo, resembling a ghost without feet. "Oh, you hit me. How painful." I exaggerated my expression, pretending to be genuinely struck by his attack. Observing my poor performance, Doflamingo's fury only intensified. As his heart raced, the Conqueror's haki erupted around him, enveloping me in a tide of black and red energy. My body hair stood on end, and I couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the system reacted instantly. The chaotic haki swirling around me was drawn in as if by a powerful vacuum, wholly absorbed into my being. After absorbing Doflamingo's haki, I couldn't resist taunting him further. Conqueror's haki. Haha, not bad, not bad. Do you have any more? Bring it on." Doflamingo, visibly shaken by this display, retreated repeatedly, consumed by frustration. Who was this person? Physical attacks failed to harm him, his haki was evaded, and now his Conqueror's haki was directly absorbed. Was I fighting an extraterrestrial being? This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the approaching law. The shock within his heart intensified even further, although he was aware of the might of his opponent. The sheer extent of it was unprecedented. Just as I approached Ming Gu step by step, a formidable gravitational pressure suddenly descended from above, causing my weight to feel as if it had multiplied tenfold in an instant. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance, although I managed to regain my composure. A deep indentation appeared beneath my feet, as if a colossal iron weight had struck the circular ground with great force. With my hands forming seals before my chest, I invoked the technique of Earth Release, Earth Pillar Platform. Suddenly, a cylindrical platform emerged from the ground beneath me, providing stable support. A soft gasp came from the corner. Following the sound, I noticed a man in a naval uniform squatting low, his blade retracting into its sheath. As the long knife gradually slid back, the pressure on my body escalated dramatically. Soon, the platform beneath me could no longer withstand the force, shattering into a multitude of stones. My body plummeted downward, and in a moment of desperation, I entered the Shunwei space. After taking a few deep breaths, I regained control over my feet, allowing them to grow once more. There is indeed a formidable expert here. Moreover, this naval officer does not seem to be an ordinary individual, as he is capable of manipulating gravity, effectively doubling my weight. The suddenness of the incident had left me without the opportunity to make a prudent decision. This time, you shall not escape. Emerging once again from the Shunwei space, I chose not to flee, but rather to provoke the naval soldier. "Hey, that naval officer, use your previous ability once more," I commanded with an authoritative tone. Clearly, my words had successfully incited his anger. With a tilt of his head, his long knife was drawn once more. This time, I discerned that there was indeed something amiss with his blade. Whenever it separated from its sheath, I was subjected to several times the force of gravity. However, this time I was prepared. With a clap of my hands, I executed Earth Release, ultra-light heavy rock technique. In the next moment, the pressure on my body vanished instantaneously, and I floated toward the naval officer as if nothing were amiss. Habitually, he turned his head again, and upon closer inspection, I realized he was blind. I quickly halted my advance and bowed deeply. "I apologize. I did not realize that my actions caused you to suffer backlash and lose your sight. I am truly sorry." Those around us were left in stunned silence. Minga remarked, "No, is this person insane? What did he mean by that? Does he think that Fujitora's blindness was caused by him?" Luo added, no. This brother is quite powerful. I understand that, but he seems a bit foolish. Fujitora grunted. He does not appear to be mocking me. Caesar exclaimed. What on earth is happening? I thought to myself, oh no, this person has been blinded due to my actions. But I truly did not intend for this to happen. I was merely trying to show off a bit. Fujitora erupted in an angry roar. My eyes have nothing to do with you. As he spoke, his movements intensified, summoning a massive meteor from the sky. Judging by its trajectory through the clouds, its diameter must have exceeded 30 meters. I was taken aback. This was akin to my Rinnegan's abilities. To be able to summon a meteor, I wondered if I could withstand it. Seizing the opportunity to test my newfound ability, I pondered who would possess the stronger gravitational force. My body began to ascend slowly as I murmured, how much weight can a bag of rice bear on several floors? Earth Explosion Star. A dark matter emerged from my hands, ascending into the sky, under the influence of a powerful gravitational force. The stones on the ground began to congregate toward the black matter. The meteor summoned by Fujitora entered the gravitational field, disintegrating into fragments of various sizes, all drawn toward the dark substance. The gravitational force intensified, transforming the stones flying from the ground into massive boulders. The people standing on the ground were also lifted into the air. As they neared being crushed into the Earth Explosion Star, Fujitora roared, Star descends. Two forces, one of gravity and the other of attraction, engaged in a mutual tug-of-war at that moment. Yet, Fujitora's gravity fell short, unable to counteract the force of attraction, and he too was uncontrollably drawn toward the Earth Explosion Star. Fujitora roared once more, boom. With all his might, he finally dispelled the Earth Explosion Star, causing the accumulated stones to rain down toward the ground. From my vantage point in the air, I clapped excitedly, bravo, bravo, this esteemed blind uncle. May I ask for your name? Fujitora, now panting heavily, slowly sheathed his long knife. I am Fujitora, a Marine Admiral. I responded, my deepest apologies. I had no idea I was entangled with such a high-ranking officer. I wonder, Admiral, might you allow me to pass? I'm an old friend of Ming-Ge, and I was hoping to catch up with him. Our conversation continued, seemingly disregarding Ming-Ge entirely. This infuriated him, yet he found himself at a loss for action. Clearly, he had been outmatched in the previous exchange. If not for Fujitora's intervention, he would likely have faced dire consequences. As I redirected attention back toward Ming-Ge, Fujitora hesitated. However, considering his own identity, he could not allow Ming-Ge to face me alone. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, he said, I apologize. I am truly unable to extricate myself from this situation. I hope you understand. Ming-Ge hovered in the air, grinning at me. Hee, do not say we are bullying you. 2 against 1 is already a concession. I nodded, not taking it to heart. Although they were 2 in number, what of it? I had the capability to summon as many as I desired. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was mere child-esque play to me. Glancing sideways at Fujitora and Ming-Ge, I spoke in a calm tone, very well. Then would release multiple shadow clone technique. From my body, an additional 40 clones emerged, dividing into 2 groups of 20 to confront Ming-Ge and Fujitora. I mimicked Ming-Ge's tone, stating, do not say that I am taking advantage of you. 20 against 1 is already a concession. Observing Ming-Ge's expression now, it was as if he had activated his haki. His face turned dark as he realized that facing 2 opponents was already challenging, and now he had to contend with a multitude of formidable clones, each seemingly possessing the strength of the original. With no other choice, Ming-Ge was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique. He shouted, line clone, from his fingertips. Fine threads shot forth, resembling those of Spider-Man. After undergoing a complex entanglement, those delicate threads astonishingly transformed into the figure of Ming-Ge. My eyes widened in surprise. Was it doppelganger? I had never anticipated that Ming-Ge possessed the ability to create clones. Until now, I had believed that only Robin's Hana no Mi could manifest such an effect. However, it appears that Ming-Ge's Ito no Mi also exhibits a comparable capability. This revelation leads me to ponder whether the majority of devil fruits, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, could indeed possess the ability to create clones. This thought evokes memories of Ka-Air's fruit powers. It seems plausible that he too could utilize doppelgangers if he so desired. Suddenly, I felt as though many concepts had crystallized in my mind. It seems that devil fruit abilities like Ming-Ji's, which allow for the creation of certain entities, inherently possess the potential for duplication. Reflecting on this, perhaps Roger's corpse is a manifestation of some form of cloned ability. I wonder if it was the result of Roger's own powers, or if another crew member conjured his doppelganger. However, such matters are of little concern to me now. While I was lost in thought, the battle nearby was drawing to a close. The emergence of Susanoo became the final straw that overwhelmed Ming-Gu. Trembling, he disclosed the location of Whitebeard's corpse and promised to lead me there. To safeguard against any trickery, I prudently delved into his memories. Once I discerned the destination, I did not linger. After tossing the unconscious Ming-Gu to Fujitora, I set forth towards that location. I was taken aback to discover that Ming-Gu had concealed Whitebeard's body on a different island. Following the record pointers provided by Ming-Gu, I swiftly made my way to the island without delay. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions on the island encountered a predicament. Blackbeard, for reasons unknown, crossed paths with Luffy. The two seemed fundamentally incompatible, as they exchanged barely 2 words before resorting to violence. Astro ad Luffy. I've heard you're a banana man who consumed the Goma Goma no Mi. Luffy glared at this man who had once gravely injured Ace, harboring no fondness for him whatsoever. His ire flared when he heard the inquiry about his fruit ability. With a scowl, he retorted, "So what? Nonsense. I've seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and there's no mention of a Goma no Mi." Luffy was adamant, having been informed by Shanks himself that he had consumed the Goma no Mi. Yet the towering figure before him claimed there was no such fruit. How could that be? Blackbeard continued, "Tell me, who informed you of your fruit's name?" Luffy, perplexed, replied, "It was Shanks who told me." "What do you want?" Blackbeard's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and suddenly he burst into laughter. You understand no. Indeed, Straw Hat Luffy, even though you have consumed the fruit, you seem to have overlooked a critical detail. This remark left Luffy feeling frustrated, as this brutish man was lecturing him about details. Blackbeard continued, "Generally, upon consuming a devil fruit, the demon within will reveal its name to the consumer. Furthermore, if you converse regularly with the demon inside, you might discover unique applications of its powers. This explains why some individuals exhibit enhanced strength after utilizing their fruit abilities. However, you, Luffy, after consuming the devil fruit, failed to communicate with the demon. You simply accepted Shanks' claim that it was the Goma no Mi. Consequently, while your exhibited powers indeed resemble those of rubber, your true devil fruit name is certainly not Goma no Mi." Blackbeard's assertions left Luffy momentarily speechless. He had never considered the possibility of conversing with a demon within the fruit. Could such a phenomenon genuinely exist? Moreover, Blackbeard's words seemed to carry a semblance of truth. Otherwise, how would those who have consumed devil fruits know their abilities? Were they merely relying on hearsay? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible that he had indeed never communicated with the demon within. He turned to Robin. "Hey, Robin, is that really how it works?" After all, Robin was the most knowledgeable member of their crew. Any queries would surely elicit a satisfactory response from her. However, upon witnessing Robin's expression, his unease intensified. Robin crossed her arms and gently rested her chin on her hand, looking at Luffy with astonishment. "Well, he is not incorrect. After you consume a devil fruit, on the first night, a demon will manifest within your consciousness. It will share with you certain details about the fruit's abilities, including its name and how to utilize its powers. This is a process every fruit user undergoes. Did you not experience anything like that?" Luffy glanced at Chopper and Brook, who nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with Robin's words. However, their curiosity only deepened. What fruit did Luffy truly possess? Gaining validation from his crewmates, who wielded fruit powers, only heightened Luffy's anxiety. Was it possible that Blackbeard's claims held truth? It seemed he had indeed not encountered what they described. Yet, throughout his journey, he had consistently exhibited traits associated with a rubber fruit. Whether it was the ability to stretch his limbs or inflate his skin, These were undoubtedly characteristics of rubber. Furthermore, during his battle with Enel, he had been completely immune to lightning attacks, an ability only achievable through rubber. Not to mention, he had shown no reaction to the petrifying attacks of the Empress. Luffy's head felt increasingly hot, as if boiling water were surging within it. He murmured softly, "What is happening? What is this? What exactly is it?" Observing Luffy's distress, Blackbeard became even more convinced of his hypothesis. Although he had come to the island in search of Mingu, encountering Luffy had inadvertently fulfilled one of his significant objectives. He recalled Ace's words, gaining a deeper understanding of Straw Hat Luffy's powers. Subsequently, he conducted thorough research and discovered some unusual facts. Notably, the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia made no mention of a Gomu Gomu no Mi. Even more astonishing was the fact that among the fruits he had coveted since childhood, his father had once claimed that he could consume 3 devil fruits. The Yami Yami no Mi was one of them, while the Gura Gura no Mi held equal importance. After consuming these 2 fruits, he was astonished to find the 2 demons within him beginning to merge, resulting in a brand new consciousness. This newfound consciousness urged him to seek out something known as the Sway Sway no Mi. Thus began his quest for information regarding the Sway Sway no Mi. Although he found little about this fruit's abilities, he stumbled upon something fascinating: the Nika fruit. Initially, he had dismissed this fruit, categorizing it within the Zoan-type devil fruits. This realization left the formidable Blackbeard disinterested in such a trivial fruit. However, upon further investigation, he discovered the peculiarities of the Zoan-type fruit, particularly the Nika fruit. Although classified under the category of human fruits, his inquiries into Nika revealed something amiss. The entity known as Nika is a legendary liberator revered by all slaves, said to be the sun god who brings freedom and joy. Furthermore, Nika is a deity venerated by the giant race, with tales of him still circulating among the giants today. Information regarding this fruit was scant for Blackbeard, to the point of being virtually non-existent. Had it not been for the name Nika, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a fruit. Recently, however, he received news that the Gorosei had been tracking the whereabouts of this devil fruit, piquing Blackbeard's interest. After conducting some inquiries, he finally obtained a crucial piece of information. The previous user of the Nika fruit was none other than the legendary Joy Boy. Blackbeard had some knowledge of Joy Boy, a figure from 900 years ago, said to possess fantastical abilities that allowed him to manifest various powers driven by his imagination. He had promised to ally with the giant race to facilitate the migration of the Fishman tribe to the land. Yet, he faced opposition from 20 nations. Following a fierce battle, Joy Boy met his demise, and those 20 families succeeded in controlling the world. 19 of them became the current world government, which began to unify global governance. Subsequently, all records of Joy Boy were erased, resulting in the infamous blank century of history. Much of this information was imparted to Blackbeard by his father, while other fragments he pieced together through speculation. Yet, all this information unequivocally indicated that the Nika fruit is indeed a divine fruit. Consequently, Blackbeard's desire to acquire the Nika fruit intensified. Later, he stumbled upon a notable trait. The previous user of the Nika fruit allegedly exhibited properties akin to rubber when deploying his abilities. This only further ignited Blackbeard's interest, leading him to resolutely seek out Monkey D. Luffy. Even if he himself did not consume the fruit, he intended for his subordinates to do so. Once he confirmed the fruit's capabilities, should it prove valuable, he would seize it. If it did not align with his expectations at the very least, he could eliminate one Monkey D. Luffy. Thus arose Blackbeard's inquiries regarding Luffy's fruit powers. Moreover, from Luffy's reaction, Blackbeard became increasingly convinced that the devil fruit consumed by Luffy was indeed the fabled Nika fruit. He gazed hungrily at Luffy, unabashedly revealing the longing in his eyes. "Ha ha! This is simply perfect. This fruit shall be mine." While Luffy was lost in contemplation, Blackbeard began to unleash the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi. A pure black shadow expanded across the ground, unnoticed by Luffy. Just as the shadow was mere centimeters away from Luffy, Blackbeard's excitement grew. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as a bottomless fissure appeared between Luffy in the shadow. Blackbeard turned to see Roronoa Zoro, brandishing his sword, katanas at the ready, boldly declaring, Hey, my captain is deep in thought. I advise against any unnecessary actions." Blackbeard, taken aback by the crack in the ground, was astonished at Zoro's strength. The sheer haki embedded in that last strike was extraordinarily pure, perhaps rivaling that of a typical marine admiral. This made him see a reflection of someone in Zoro. "Mihawk." A sly grin crept across Blackbeard's face as he beckoned to someone behind him. In an instant, the air shimmered, causing Zoro to frown. He was certain someone was approaching him, yet no figure was visible, which was peculiar. Nonetheless, the sensation of being targeted by a beast was palpably real. So swift. Zoro's pupils constricted. Out of nowhere, a slashing attack appeared before him. Zoro attempted to evade, but was a fraction too slow. At the critical moment, a dark figure materialized, delivering a kick. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. A subtle gasp escaped. How unfortunate! Meanwhile, a few strands of Zoro's green hair floated in the air as Sanji's voice echoed, "Oh, a transparent person. It's been quite a while." He then turned to Zoro, smugly stating, "Ah, green caterpillar, you owe me a slice." At that instant, a faint gunshot rang out from a distance. A black bullet sliced through the air, aimed directly at Sanji's forehead. Given its trajectory, if Sanji did not evade within 1 second, he would undoubtedly suffer a fatal blow. Yet in that fleeting second, Zoro swung his sword. The bullet struck the blade with precision. However, Zoro's strike was not complete, causing the sword to veer off course and sever Sanji's cigarette. With a fierce glare, Zoro fixed his eyes on the distance, a crimson light flashing in his gaze. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him, akin to a tiger unleashed, causing onlookers to instinctively recoil. Zoro smirked, addressing Sanji, "Stinking chef, where even now?" Sanji withdrew his leg and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it while keeping his gaze fixed on the invisible foe. He muttered, "You sliced through one of my cigarettes. Hence, you still owe me one." Zoro, brandishing 2 swords, narrowed his eyes, determined to identify the distant sniper. The two stood back to back, vigilantly watching their adversaries. The preceding series of skirmishes had unfolded at a breathtaking pace. Yet, together they flawlessly countered each other's assaults. This synergy and prowess were truly awe-inspiring. Zoro shouted, "Hey, Luffy, they're here to cause trouble. Do not let your guard down." Afterward, he quietly asked Sanji, "You handle that sniper. I'll deal with the transparent swordsman." Sanji hesitated for a brief moment before discarding his cigarette and vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, Zoro pivoted, positioning his 3 swords in a peculiar formation, charging at the invisible figure. Santorio. The sounds of clashing echoed as Zoro engaged with the air, while Sanji, at breakneck speed, closed in on the sniper. The sniper. Witnessing Sanji's astonishing speed, the distance from his previous position to his current one being at least 100 meters, was taken aback. However, rather than being alarmed, he grinned. Just as Sanji was about to land a kick, the sniper's body vanished in an instant. Sanji unleashed a powerful kick, but struck nothing but air. Turning his head, he was astonished to see the person appear 100 meters away. Teleportation. The individual chuckled softly, their form vanishing once more. In the next instant, they materialized right before Sanji, casually remarking, "Incorrect answer." Just then, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Sanji felt a sudden ringing in his head. This was it. The shot was alarmingly close, practically aimed at his forehead. There was no time to evade. Even with the Busashoka haki, it was too late. It was over. Yet, just as Sanji braced himself to endure the incoming blow, a metallic clang echoed. The assailant-esque gun barrel veered, and the bullet grazed his brow. The sniper abruptly turned to the left, having distinctly sensed that something had struck his weapon, causing his aim to veer and merely inflict a superficial wound on Sanji. In the distance, a long-nosed figure wearing a hat shook the slingshot in his hand and exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he finally caught up? Blackbeard and his crew had encountered the Straw Hat Pirates atop the island of Da. What he initially thought was mere coincidence turned out to be Blackbeard's deliberate pursuit of Luffy. The moment they met, before much could be said, Blackbeard launched an attack. As he moved, chaos erupted across the battlefield. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp all sprang into action. Meanwhile, Luffy, having just emerged from his contemplation, finally believed Blackbeard's words. He initially intended to express his gratitude, only to be taken aback by Blackbeard's sudden aggression. This was troublesome. After 2 years of arduous training, he was eager to prove his worth. Neither Fishman Island nor Punk Hazard had allowed him to unleash his true potential. Thus, when Law invited him to form an alliance to confront the 4 emperors, he readily agreed. Little did he know, before even reaching the territory of the emperors, a formidable adversary had appeared. He observed the recent skirmishes closely, noting that his comrades seemed to hold their own against the enemy. This was fortuitous. He could unleash his abilities without hesitation. Extending his arms, he proclaimed, "Second gear, Gomu Gomu no yet beasted." In a flash, he appeared before Blackbeard, his body enveloped in steam as he delivered a powerful blow to Blackbeard's abdomen. Though Blackbeard's surprise attack had failed, his resilient nature allowed him to remain unfazed. He carefully surveyed the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment. Just as Shiryu, having consumed the Suk no Mi, attempted to ambush Zoro, Sanji intervened to thwart the attack. Blackbeard was poised for a second strike, but suddenly a shadow appeared before him, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. He had no time to defend himself as Luffy struck him with a Goma Goma no Banana Rocket. The blow inflicted excruciating pain upon Blackbeard, whose sensitivity to pain was already heightened. Luffy's attack had been without restraint, resulting in Blackbeard spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Now, he lay writhing in agony. Luffy, equally astonished, had not anticipated a strike to be so effective. He had assumed that someone capable of defeating Ace would possess considerable strength. Yet here he was, merely landing a basic attack that dealt such significant damage. However, Blackbeard was no ordinary foe. While he feigned vulnerability on the ground, he was secretly concentrating his powers into his hands, observing Luffy's movements as he rolled. At the moment Luffy displayed a look of uncertainty, Blackbeard unleashed a single-handed attack. Jami Jami no Jutsu. A powerful gravitational pull surged forth, drawing Luffy uncontrollably towards him. In midair, Luffy realized the dire situation. He was unable to control his body or utilize his powers. Cursing his luck, he began searching for an escape. Meanwhile, Blackbeard was reveling in his impending victory, ready to swallow Luffy whole as he drifted closer, just as Luffy was within half a meter of Blackbeard's gaping maw. Several pale arms sprouted from Blackbeard's neck and shoulders. The arms forcefully closed Blackbeard's mouth, and in that instant, Luffy collided with his head. As he fell, Luffy regained control and could once again access his abilities. With a swift motion, he launched his rubbery arm, grasping a distant building and using its elasticity to propel himself back to his original position, narrowly escaping the fate of being devoured. After catching his breath, Luffy glanced at the arms and immediately recognized their owner. He turned to the right, exclaiming excitedly, "Robin, thank you." Robin casually brushed her hair aside, cautioning, "Luffy, be careful. This fellow's abilities seem quite peculiar." Luffy nodded vigorously, stretching out his arms once more, fixing his gaze on Blackbeard, and slowly declaring, "Indeed, very strange. It appears I must unleash my true strength." As he spoke, both of his arms were enveloped in Busashoka haki, and his eyes widened sharply. The dark crimson color of his conqueror's haki spread across the battlefield, overwhelming the residents of the island, who collapsed helplessly onto the ground. On the other side, Shiryu was engulfed in goosebumps, trembling uncontrollably. His movements faltered as he remarked, "Conqueror's haki? Your captain seems quite formidable." Shiryu clashed blades with Zoro, parrying his dual swords and pushing upward. The two seized the opportunity to separate. Shiryu mused, "Conqueror's haki? Your captain possesses great potential." Zoro sheathed his swords, replying, "You're not too shabby yourself, having acquired the Suk no Mi." Despite his words, Zoro's mind was in turmoil. This transparent fruit seemed to belong to one of Moria's subordinates during the Thriller Bark incident. How could it be in the hands of this individual? Moreover, the transfer of fruit abilities was something he had never heard of before. The opponent he faced was undoubtedly his equal in strength, as evidenced by their previous exchanges. The pace of their attacks was so rapid that the adversary showed no signs of disruption. A true master. This was Zoro's assessment of his opponent. Simultaneously, he felt a headache brewing. It was one thing for his opponent to be strong. It was another to be unable to perceive their attacks. Despite the rigorous training he had endured over the past 2 years, he was now confronted with a challenge unlike any he had faced before. However, Yin once stated that every individual possesses a certain inclination towards different types of haki. He himself belongs to the category with a notably strong Busashoka haki. Simultaneously, Yin purposefully conducted targeted training to enhance his Busashoka haki, which ultimately enabled him to forge his sword into a black blade. Nevertheless, in this particular battle, he found himself somewhat passive. His Kinbunchika haki became a weak point, rendering him unable to perceive the movements of his opponent. That wretched cook excels in Kinbunchika haki, but summoning him now would be a tremendous loss of face, especially after previously proclaiming that the swordsman was entrusted to him. Thus, Zoro had no choice but to fight with sheer determination. He took a deep breath, slowly closing his remaining eye. He surrendered all his senses to his ears and even his skin. In his mind, he recalled the words of his former master during his training in the East Blue. Zoro, you must remember that every attack has an intention. If you can perceive your opponent's intention before they strike, you will be one step closer to victory. The notion of attack intention was something he had never contemplated. Although he had sensed the breadth of all things during his time in Alabasta, he was still uncertain what this so-called intention truly referred to. Moreover, such advice seemed utterly trivial. Of course, when an enemy strikes, there is an intention behind it. Their goal is simply to defeat him. What other intention could there be? This was a point he had never considered throughout all these years. The fact that he would think of this during this battle was indeed remarkable. Shiryu first made a tentative slash, which Zoro successfully blocked. However, Shiryu remained unperturbed, knowing that it was merely a probing attack. He understood that in a duel against an opponent of Zoro's caliber, victory or defeat often hangs by a thread. Noticing Zoro closing his eyes, Shiryu discreetly removed the cigar from his mouth, focusing intently on Zoro as he flicked his finger. The ember of the cigar flickered in the air, shooting straight towards Zoro's head. Simultaneously, Shiryu swung his long sword fiercely, sending a slash toward the direction where he anticipated Zoro would move. Zoro, with his eyes tightly shut, though Kinbunchaku was not his forte, could still sense some faint fluctuations. Suddenly, he felt a slight disturbance in the air at his face. Instinctively, he tilted his head a few inches to the left, narrowly avoiding Shiryu's cigar. However, the following slash struck Zoro's head squarely. Fortunately, he had previously utilized Busashoka haki to harden his entire body, preventing him from being felled by the blow. Nonetheless, the alarm bells in his mind rang incessantly. After the initial strike, Shiryu made no further moves, allowing Zoro to catch his breath for a moment while standing upright, maintaining his Busashoka haki enveloping his entire body. Shiryu smirked slightly, thinking that such a foolish tactic had been employed. Attempting to achieve comprehensive defense by covering himself in Busashoka haki, he resolved to exhaust Zoro's haki gradually. Therefore, Shiryu refrained from launching a full-scale attack, occasionally slashing to deplete Zoro's haki over time. After a few minutes of stalemate, Zoro felt the strain of maintaining his haki. The consumption was immense, as Busashoka haki was notoriously taxing on stamina. Even for a physical powerhouse like him, this depletion was unsustainable. Thus, the passive strategy could no longer continue. In a sudden burst of action, he spun around. Santoryu, Kurosisi no Tatsumaki. A tornado formed on the ground, comprised of countless slashes. Everything in proximity was sliced upon contact with the whirlwind. Since Zoro intended for indiscriminate attacks, the tornado's range unexpectedly expanded several times. Although this maneuver extricated him from danger, it proved detrimental for his allies. Frankie staggered as his energy cannon inadvertently discharged into the wall. During Zoro's confrontation with Shiryu, a burly man landed a direct punch to Frankie's abdomen. Ordinarily, Frankie, encased in steel, would be impervious to conventional physical attacks. However, this assault was the exception. One punch nearly punctured Frankie's stomach, sending him sliding back 5 or 6 meters while struggling to regain his balance. His bare feet skidded against the ground, creating sparks as he steadied himself and wiped the corner of his mouth. Behind his glasses, a glint of determination flashed. "Well, since you've already made your move, I trust you are prepared for the consequences." The imposing figure before him towered over Frankie. After blowing the smoke off his fist, he smirked. "I thought I could easily crush you, but it seems your body is quite peculiar." Frankie's gaze shifted as he assessed his larger opponent. "You're hardly a normal person yourself." Both men sprang into action simultaneously, their figures vanishing from sight. With a thunderous clash, their fists met, creating a deep crater in the ground, an impact forged by their raw power. Frankie's iron fist began to deform slightly, although he had transformed his body into steel. The force of the punch left his arm tingling. The bulky opponent shared the sentiment, retracting his fist and discreetly rubbing his wrist. "Robot, what is your name?" Frankie also withdrew his arm, adjusting his stance. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" "Ha, it's Buffett Tesla. Quite an unusual name. I am Frankie. Are you ready to receive my challenge?" With that, Frankie flicked his wrist, extending his massive hand forward. A mechanical component within his forearm began to rotate, transforming into a cylindrical iron spike. In the blink of an eye, he lunged, aiming his arm at Buffett Tesla's chest. To Frankie's surprise, he had transformed into a humanoid pile driver, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy strikes upon his opponent. This flurry of attacks left Buffett Tesla dazed, as he had not anticipated anyone could unleash such rapid and powerful consecutive blows within such a short range. The onslaught continued until Buffett Tesla was nearly buried beneath the ground. In a fit of rage, Buffett Tesla summoned his strength and landed a punch on Frankie's head, abruptly halting Frankie's assault. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Buffett Tesla closed the distance between them, initiating a fierce counterattack. The tide of battle shifted. This visceral exchange ignited Frankie's latent fighting spirit. He leaped to evade the incoming strikes, both warriors poised for their second round. Suddenly, someone approached, and Frankie squinted to see who it was. Chopper. Having transformed into a colossal creature, Chopper swung his massive paw towards Buffett Tesla. Yet mid-attack, his strike was intercepted by an arm even larger than his own, altering the trajectory of his assault. Turning to take a glance, Chopper was astounded. This was no mere human, but a mountain of a being. At approximately 30 meters tall, Chopper was shocked to discover that the figure looming behind him towered over him by a factor of 2, with only the upper half of the individual visible. The being seized Chopper's arm and effortlessly lifted him into the sky. Fortunately, Chopper managed to revert to his diminutive form, escaping through the gaps between the giant's fingers. Frankie, witnessing the spectacle, quickly inquired, "Chopper, is it safe to grow so large? Remember, you used to lose consciousness." Chopper, bouncing beside Frankie, reassured him, "Do not worry. I have modified the Rumble Ball. Even in this monstrous form, I will not lose my senses." While he had averted the immediate crisis, the threat of the opponent's next assault loomed ominously. Facing such a behemoth, even Chopper, capable of transforming into a gigantic monster, felt a sense of dread. "Hey, Frankie, do you have any new weapons to combat that giant?" Frankie blocked Buffett Tesla's attack, urging, "Chopper, hold off this guy for me. I need to deploy my secret weapon." The mention of a secret weapon piqued Chopper's curiosity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Frankie. "Really? What is this secret weapon? Could it be a robot?" Frankie grinned. "Indeed, it will surpass your wildest imagination. Quickly, help me fend him off." However, at that moment, Chopper was so enraptured by excitement that he momentarily forgot about the enemy in his vicinity. As Frankie turned away, Buffett Tesla's fist hurtled towards the oblivious Chopper. Suddenly, a slender figure glided past, humming a cheerful tune. Yankee Tail, slash. Brooke deftly approached Chopper, sheathing his sword. "Yes, the strike is complete. Be cautious of the arm." In an instant, Buffett Tesla's arm was marred by numerous wounds, blood gushing forth like a living fountain. Brooke gently cradled the ecstatic but fainted Chopper, declaring, "Chopper-san, it's time to wake up. Good morning." As Chopper slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a hand larger than a house descending from the heavens. A descending palme technique. The newly awakened Chopper was once again overwhelmed with fear and fainted. Brooke, unaware of Chopper's fright, only observed his comrade fainting again, exclaiming something about the sky and the palm technique. Upon noticing the shadow behind him, he realized a gargantuan entity was approaching and, startled, he hoisted Chopper and fled in panic. Chaos erupted in the streets as the members in Doflamingo's command center received reports of disturbances. Initially dismissive, they assumed it was merely a typical pirate quarrel. Little did they know, two factions of formidable pirate crews were clashing. Just send a few people to settle it. If necessary, we can intimidate both sides, suggested Toripole, wiping his nose. Has Lord Rao Ji not returned? Where could he be? As they chatted, the messenger who had gone to convey the news re-entered. Report. We have identified the two groups causing the ruckus on the island. The Straw Hat crew and the Blackbeard crew. After delivering this information, the messenger noticed the stunned silence in the room and cautiously lifted his head to gauge the reactions of the officers. All present were wide-eyed in astonishment. I understand the Straw Hats arriving on the island. After all, it was a ploy by the young master to lure them here. But Blackbeard, wasn't he one of the 7 warlords? What brings him to this island? The other officers remained silent, their thoughts filled with grievances. Why on earth are they fighting here? Are they here to loot Whitebeard's corpse? Growing increasingly uneasy, they hastily organized their personnel to intervene and persuade both groups to cease hostilities. However, just as they exited the command center, they witnessed a nearby building collapse with a thunderous crash. Clearly, the battle was escalating in intensity and had nearly encroached upon Doflamingo's command center. The officers exchanged glances, deliberating their next course of action. What now? Should we still attempt to mediate? This seems rather exaggerated. Indeed, the scale of the conflict was such that intervening appeared futile. Thus, the immediate priority became relocating the battle elsewhere. Regrettably, they were a moment too late in making their decision. Luffy had already entered Gear 4th, soaring towards the command center. Blackbeard on the ground activated his dark fruit powers, enveloping the surrounding structures in his grasp. Gravity! With a mighty shout, Blackbeard exerted his ability, causing Luffy to be uncontrollably drawn toward him. Fortunately, Luffy had learned from past encounters and understood the necessity of avoiding contact with Blackbeard's hands. He thus intensified the power of Gear 4th. This 4th gear was a technique Luffy had painstakingly perfected over the span of more than half a month, primarily utilizing armament haki to blacken his rubber skin. However, the limitation of armament haki was that it could not expand proportionately with the surface area of an object, thereby inadvertently enhancing his rubber abilities. Building upon this foundation, Luffy devised a new mode. Gear 4th, Bouncing Man. This transformation not only amplified his rubber capabilities, but also augmented his agility, allowing him to fly through the air. Yet, he was unprepared for the tenacity of Blackbeard in this confrontation, as his abilities were thoroughly countered. Luffy found himself in a constant retreat, hoping to shake off Blackbeard's powers. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape far before the shadow of Blackbeard loomed over him once more. Realizing this predicament, Luffy began to increase the propulsion from his legs. Logically, as long as he accelerated, he could evade the range of Blackbeard's abilities. Though this approach left him disheveled, he had no better alternatives against the might of Blackbeard. Resorting to offensive capabilities would risk having his arm seized, thus nullifying his own powers. Yet, refraining from attacking left him with no viable offensive means. If only I had learned some weaponry, Luffy thought to himself, but for now, all he could do was continue fleeing. After circling back midair, he devised a brilliant plan. He landed atop a building and declared, Gear 4th, Serpent Man. Luffy intends to employ the extraordinary agility and unpredictability of the Snake Man to inflict damage upon Blackbeard. In doing so, he aims to effectively evade having his own arm caught by Blackbeard during his movements. Thus, he stands atop a towering edifice and commences his secondary transformation. Blackbeard pursues relentlessly, compressing every structure he encounters into his dark domain. Upon discovering Luffy stationary on a high tower, he continues with his stealthy plan to compress the tower into his space. Fortuitously, The very tower upon which Luffy stands is none other than the meeting room of the Mingu family. Consequently, the various officers of Mingu are unwittingly drawn into the fray between Blackbeard and Luffy. For them, both individuals are adversaries, and thus, a chaotic three-way battle erupts, plunging the entirety of Dressrosa into disarray. Guided by Ming Ji's instructions, I arrive at an island where I immediately hear the resounding thunder. Initially, I presume I have arrived at an inopportune moment coinciding with a thunderstorm on the island. However, upon setting foot on the island, I realize that the thunder is a constant occurrence. Yet, this presents no challenge to me. I swiftly scan the entire island to locate the remains of Whitebeard. Subsequently, I phase into the scene and utilize my ability, Kimui, to transfer. Remarkably, I sustain no harm in this process, a turn of events that Mingu likely could not have anticipated. Having completed this task, I set my course back to Dressrosa, uncertain of Luffy's situation, as my previous departure was marked by haste and I did not leave a shadow clone behind. Accelerating my pace, I soon returned to the island. Upon arrival, I am struck with astonishment at the sight before me. The island lies in ruins, desolate and dilapidated. Furthermore, the condition of my comrades is dire. It appears that at some point, the Mingu faction and the Blackbeard crew have forged an alliance to besiege the Straw Hat crew. This sudden shift thrusts my companions into a fierce struggle. A cursory glance reveals Nami, Robin, and Chopper all sprawled on the ground, while Brook, Usopp, and Frankie are nowhere to be found. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji remain, valiantly holding their ground, though they too are in a precarious state, gasping for breath. With Zoro bleeding profusely, this scene ignites a fiery rage within me, causing my blood pressure to surge dramatically. The chakra within me simmers like boiling water. With bloodshot eyes, I clap my hands and shout to everyone around me, "You shall all perish." I begin to ascend slowly, transforming into a worker of anti-gravity. To ensure no one on the island escapes, I unleash a colossal water technique, encasing the entire island in water. Mingu possesses a technique known as birdcage. I shall name mine water cage. As I hover in the air with my arms raised high, the seawater begins to rise from the ground, steadily increasing in level. Initially, the onlookers regard it with curiosity, as Dressrosa is relatively low-lying, and they are astonished to witness the onset of flooding. However, mere minutes later, their intrigue turns to panic as the water level continues to ascend, 1 meter, 1.5 meters. Those who realize the gravity of the situation begin to flee towards the shore, only to encounter despair as an invisible wall blocks their path. Thus, Dressrosa has transformed into a sealed space. While it remains sealed, there is an exit above. However, those without the ability to fly cannot escape. This is a carefully designed death trap for those capable of flight, as they discover they cannot evade the ground or the surrounding walls. Their instinct to flee upwards kicks in. Yet, upon reaching the apex, they are met with yet another invisible barrier. Just when they grasp a glimmer of hope, they plummet back into despair. I believe that after experiencing such a sensation, they will genuinely repent. The water level rises again, 2 meters. Those with abilities begin to show signs of drowning. At 3 meters, they are rendered completely unconscious. At 10 meters, even those who can swim start to falter. 30 meters, the entirety of Dressrosa becomes a towering column of water, submerging all within its depths. Observing their desperate struggles beneath the surface, a flicker of vengeance fulfilled warms my heart. However, this does not deter my actions. At this moment, the hatred buried deep within me surges forth, obliterating all rational thought. Moreover, having expended a significant amount of chakra, the chakra of the 9 tails, which I kept sealed, resurfaces. This time, however, it feels distinctly different. The 9 tails chakra envelopes me with a sense of comfort and belonging, as if this were my true nature. I erupt into a frenzied laugh, and soon, I unleash lightning from my hands. Should this technique be unleashed, all who remain submerged in the water will endure yet another baptism of electricity. I cannot fathom how many will survive this onslaught. The intense current instantly boils the seawater, yet my reckless discharge results in irreparable losses. Every soul upon the island perishes. Though I have exacted my revenge, an overwhelming emptiness consumes me. Gazing upon the sea of lifeless bodies, I realize the recklessness of my prior actions. A profound sense of remorse engulfs me, leaving me at a loss for what to do next. While I have annihilated my foes, I have also claimed the lives of countless innocent civilians, including my own comrades, whose breaths have been extinguished. I lie upon the ground, surrounded by an innumerable array of corpses, utterly uncertain of how to atone for my actions. When Nagato and the others arrive, they're taken aback by the grim scene. However, having endured the Ninja World War, such sights are merely a reminder of the loss of life to them. I ask Nagato what our next step should be. He reassures me that it is not a grave matter. We can use these lives as a foundation to construct the ideal world we envision. I mumble Nagato's words, but upon seeing Luffy's lifeless form, I hesitate to speak further. The system interjects, stating that it has detected Luffy's death and that the host's initial mission remains unfulfilled. Erasure of the host will commence in 1 minute. The countdown begins. I glance at Nagato and inform him that time is of the essence. The ideal world is something they must forge themselves. In the final moments of my life, a thought occurs to me, urging action. With a clap of my hands, I invoke the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Nagato watches as I commence the jutsu, words caught in his throat. He understands that once this technique is activated, it requires the sacrifice of a user's life. Thus, I must have prepared myself psychologically to make such a decision. Moreover, Nagato had previously employed this technique, so his choice regarding me comes as no surprise. Suddenly, a colossal head emerged from the earth, heralding the arrival of a golem that governs souls. It opened its great maw and regurgitated the devoured souls one by one. The ethereal blue souls seamlessly entered the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Having completed this task, I managed to stagger over to Luffy's side. Gently, I took his hand, offering a faint smile without uttering a single word. I retrieved everything from the system's spatial inventory and handed it over to Nagato. Furthermore, I removed my Rinnegan, saying, "You should take this. After all, I'm on the brink of death. Do not let it go to waste. I trust that one day you will uncover the truth of this world. When that time comes, simply write to me and set the letter ablaze." Having spoken, I gradually lost my strength and slowly lay down upon the ground. Thus, a traveler sacrificed himself in this manner. Brief introduction. Guanghuz, who had originally traversed into the world of Hokage, unexpectedly fell victim to the cells of Hashirama. Consequently, he was transported once more into the realm of One Piece, where he successfully activated a system. However, this rather ironic system bestowed upon him rewards exclusively suited for ninjas, which understandably left Guanghuz in a state of considerable dismay. How then did Guanghuz utilize these rewards to fulfill the final tasks of the system?